I am clearly the only true god-level powerhouse in the entire universe. Yet I am obsessed with being a smelly fishmonger. Who would have thought that after the revival of spiritual energy, billions of beast tribes would descend? Just when the civilizations of countless races in the starry sky were on the brink of collapse, the leaders of various countries knelt before me, begging the god of slaughter to come forth and save Blue Star. All because I accidentally awakened. Everything can infinitely gain experience through an upgrade panel. As a result, I upgraded my basic skill, Demon Slayer. I worked my way up to the extraordinary martial skill, Immortal Blade Soul. Even the most difficult skill, Fierce Gaze Diamond, was upgraded by me to the extraordinary Great Sun Blaze. However, in this martial arts world where blood value reigns supreme, my initial blood value was a pitiful 67 points. It seems I can only rely on my sister to support me for the rest of my life. I bitterly smiled, as the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. Ever since our parents disappeared, the household money could only support one person in school. I had no choice but to leave school and start working early to help with household expenses. I sat on a park bench and took out a piece of bread to munch on. As long as my sister can get into high school, she can become a junior dancer, which means she'll be qualified to join the Martial Arts Alliance. At that time, the monthly allowance would be several tens of thousands. Just as I finished my bread and stood up, I stepped on a slug, and my blood value increased by 0.001. I thought I was hearing things, so I stomped hard on the grass again. Ding! Stepped on 3 slugs, blood value increased by 0.003. I called out to the system, but it didn't appear. Then a transparent holographic panel appeared, displaying some of my personal information: age 18, height 18 centimeters, cultivation level 0, blood value 67.004. Is this a golden finger? Truly, heaven has eyes. Because it had just rained yesterday, slugs were everywhere in the grass by the park path. Most people would avoid them because they are so disgusting, but for me, they are all walking blood values. Ding! Stepped on a slug, blood value increased by 0.001. Ding! Stepped on 2 slugs, blood value increased by 0.002. The pleasant sounds of ding 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 filled the air. This made me even more excited. During a break, I opened the panel and saw that my blood value had increased to 80.003. This is incredible. In just a few minutes, my blood value increased by over 10 points. Normally, even with blood chi pills, it would take 3 months. Even if my family had a mine and only consumed blood chi pills, those 10 points of blood value would require at least 6 pills, each costing 3,000. The reason I've been frugal is so that I can afford to give my sister 1 blood chi pill each month. Just as I was happily continuing to scour the park, a grinning teddy bear suddenly ran up, barking incessantly, instantly breaking my rhythm. At that moment, a woman walked over and said to the teddy, "Good baby, stay away from the poor, it's too unlucky. Look at that pitiful sight, he can't even afford a bag of dog food." She walked away, looking disdainful while holding the teddy. She made it seem like even dogs are better off than me. How incredibly condescending. I didn't know how long it had been, but the slugs had mostly hidden in their holes, too scared to come out. I felt something bite my shoe. What the heck? It was that grinning teddy from earlier, frantically tearing at my shoe. Startled, I kicked it away with all my might. Killed a teddy, blood value increased by 0.001. Could it be that this is a golden finger that makes me stronger through slaughter? If I kill 2 monsters, what would happen? At that moment, I quickly left the scene. Before I knew it, it was getting dark. I opened the panel and saw that my blood value had reached 103. In just one afternoon, my blood value increased by 36 points. If this continues, I could become a dancer too. I checked the time, it was almost time for my shift. To earn more money, I had been working the night shift at a food factory, as the pay was higher at night, plus I could get some food. As soon as I arrived at the workshop, the supervisor gathered everyone for a meeting, saying that they were short-staffed at the supermarket today and asked who was willing to go. Seeing my co-workers complain one by one, saying that the supermarket was smelly and fishy, I thought to myself, I'm not going, I refuse to go. At that moment, I spoke up to the supervisor, if no one else is going, I'll go to the supermarket to kill fish. The supervisor showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He knew a bit about my family situation. He then took out 100 yuan. Pointing at me in front of everyone, he said, "It's you. This is your overtime pay." I happily accepted the money. After arriving at the supermarket, I found that the fish I was to kill today were all mutated varieties. I sat down and began working, first stunning them, then bleeding them out, and finally gutting them. Ding! Killed a mutated grass carp, blood value increased by 0.01. Wait, does the mutated attribute mean they're worth more? I then quickened my pace. Ding! Killed a mutated grass carp, blood value increased by 0.01. Killed a mutated white catfish, blood value increased by 0.01. Ding! Killed a mutated catfish, blood value increased by 0.01. Listening to the pleasant ding 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 sounds, I had a big smile on my face. A passing cafeteria ant looked at me with concern and asked, "Young man, are you feeling a bit stressed lately? Why does your smile seem a little creepy?" Before long, I had cleared out fishpool no. 1. During my break, I opened the panel and saw that my blood value had reached 152 in just over 3 hours. I was even more excited now. Auntie, one more basket of fish? No, make it 10. Just as I was immersed in the joy of my catch. Are you crazy? You can't just point at 100. What are you playing at? I looked up and saw it was the supervisor. I smiled and said, honestly, it's not about the money, I just really enjoy catching fish. Seeing me grinning like an idiot, the supervisor quickly took out 200 yuan and said, go home and rest. Today's work is done. I know you have to support your sister, money can be earned slowly, but your health is more important. If you collapse, who will take care of your sister? After accepting the 200 yuan, I grinned at the supervisor and said, I'll be back tomorrow. The supervisor looked at me in disbelief. The temperature in the northern morning was very low, but I felt particularly warm because I sensed I was getting stronger bit by bit. After working from night until morning, my blood value had shot up to 250. At this moment, I looked at my phone. Shen Qingying had sent me a message as usual. It's been over 3 months, where have you been? You read the message but didn't reply. Are you asking for a beating? At this moment, I felt a mix of emotions. To me, Shen Qingying was a hurdle in my heart that I couldn't surpass. If I had to blame something, it would be the significant gap in our family backgrounds. After 3 months, I replied to her message for the first time, forget about me. After putting away my phone, I hurried home. My younger sister was already up and getting ready. I lied to my sister, saying I went fishing last night and didn't come back too late. Now, her eyes were moist. Seeing my sister with red-rimmed eyes, I averted my gaze. She grabbed my wrist and said, brother, don't worry. Once I become a dancer, I'll take care of you. At that moment, it felt like sand had gotten into my eyes. I adjusted my emotions and replied, okay, I understand. You've grown up, sister. Let's eat. I went to take a shower first. Looking at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but exclaim, damn, how can there be such a handsome man in this world? After my shower, my sister had already gone to school. At that moment, I looked at the 5 meat buns she left on the table and shook my head, saying, silly girl. At that moment, after fishing all night, I felt full of energy, with no sense of needing rest. Ever since awakening the golden finger that enhances my vitality and blood, I felt especially excited, so I took the 5 meat buns and headed out. At this moment, the supervisor was counting inventory. I handed the buns to him and said, good morning, supervisor. These are for you. The supervisor, taking the buns, asked, aren't you going back to rest? I replied, I'm here to continue fishing. At my age, I'm full of energy and can't sleep at all. The supervisor looked at me with concern and, after a moment, said, go ahead and kill some rabbits. The fish you caught last night is enough for a week. I acknowledged him with a wave and headed to the slaughterhouse. Looking at the dozens of mutated long-haired rabbits, I felt it was a bit lacking, but I picked up my knife and started working. Kill 1 mutated long-haired rabbit, vitality increases by 0.01. Kill 2 mutated long-haired rabbits, vitality increases by 0.02. Kill 3 mutated long-haired rabbits, vitality increases by 0.03. As the pleasant sound rang out again, I lost myself once more. Before long, all the mutated long-haired rabbits were taken down by me. Then, I found more cages and thought to myself, why not do more work? Kill 1 mutated rooster, vitality increases by 0.01. Kill 2 mutated roosters, vitality increases by 0.02. Kill 1 mutated pig, vitality increases by 0.01. Soon, as night fell, the supervisor had just arrived at the company when the slaughterhouse manager rushed in, saying, the kid we brought today has gone crazy. He killed everything in the slaughterhouse, even finished the night shift's work. The supervisor was stunned and quickly ran to the slaughterhouse. Seeing me covered in red liquid, he asked, are you sure everything is fine at home or that you weren't provoked? I grinned foolishly and said, really, nothing happened. I just couldn't resist my itchy hands. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. The supervisor replied, alright, since there's no work left at the slaughterhouse, you should go back and rest. On my way home, I opened the panel to check my vitality value, age 18, cultivation level 1 star, dancer vitality value 351. I felt a surge of excitement inside. After a day of frenzied killing, I finally became a 1-star dancer at the age of 18. Meanwhile, my sister's homeroom teacher next door was looking at the screen displaying my sister's vitality value. With a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, she said, "Do you know what a vitality value of 200 represents? You could directly skip levels and participate in the martial arts exam, and choose any martial arts university you want." At that moment, Lin Jia understood that her achievements today were entirely thanks to her brother. Moreover, skipping levels for the martial arts exam would incur extra costs. "Teacher, can I not skip levels for the martial arts exam?" The teacher, looking incredulous, said, "Do you realize what it means for you to skip levels for the martial arts exam at our school?" Lin Jia shook her head and left the teacher's office. She knew that skipping levels for the martial arts exam would require more vitality pills and various expensive supplements, which their family simply couldn't afford. Once home, I pretended nothing had happened. I spoke up. The teacher called me. "I know everything." My sister's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Brother, I don't want to participate in the martial arts exam so soon because I don't want you to struggle too much. I know you chose to drop out for me and even lied about your poor qualifications, saying you didn't need to study." I gently stroked my sister's head and whispered, "Think about it. If you enter the martial arts university early, I could have a few less years of struggle and live a good life directly. Besides, I'm counting on you to support me." At that moment, my sister seemed to agree with me, but the exam fees were 10,000, and we simply didn't have that much money. "Don't worry, an older brother has already agreed to lend me money. Let's eat. I made your favorite chicken leg rice." While my sister was eating, I looked at the poster on the wall. It was the joining requirements and address for the dance association. This place seemed unattainable to me, but I never expected that in less than 2 days, I would meet the qualifications. As long as I joined the association, I would receive over 20,000 in subsidies each month, as well as the qualification to leave the city and hunt magical beasts. Some monsters mutated from wild beasts and poultry after the revival of spiritual energy, while others came from the abyss. It is said that they do not belong to this blue planet and have extremely mysterious origins. Due to the emergence of these magical beasts, humanity was unable to resist, leading to the construction of martial arts bases to combat them. "Come on, you skinny old men." Early the next morning, I arrived at the Martial Arts Association building, which soared into the sky as the tallest structure in the city. People came and went continuously, some here to test their vitality, others to certify their dancer qualifications. Following the directions, I quickly arrived at the designated room and completed the test on the device as instructed. The results appeared on the testing device. Current vitality value 351, level 1-star dancer. Scanning personal information. Registration successful. Please collect 5 badges. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star dancer. 25,000 has been successfully issued today. The device then spat out a black badge with 5 stripes. These 5 badges actually represented a 10 square meter storage space for keeping loot and wealth. As I entered the badge, besides the 25,000 subsidy, there was nothing else inside. However, this amount of money was far from sufficient for a dancer. Upgrading required a lot of resources, and there were only 2 options to obtain more, either leave the city to hunt magical beasts or trade with money. For me, the only option was to leave the city and hunt magical beasts. Entering the hall, I saw the red holographic screen continually refreshing with new tasks. 0912 Danger Zone, someone is forming a team. 0918 requires 3-star warriors for the target magical beasts, mutated barbarian bulls. 0916 needs 1-star warriors, and 0936 requires 6-star warriors minimum. No girls allowed. Although for a 1-star warrior like me, leaving the city alone was simply a dream, I had no intention of forming a team because people's hearts are unpredictable. I went straight to the trading post. From my observations, I found that the bones and skins of magical beasts were quite expensive, often reaching tens of thousands. I even saw a high-ranking warrior carrying several pieces of magical beast skin, exchanging them for a fortune. It was truly impressive. Suddenly, I had the idea of leaving the city. However, to do so, I first needed equipment and hunting experience. Otherwise, it would be no different from sending myself to my death. Thinking of this, I went straight to the weapon hall, where I was greeted by a sexy girl in a tight-fitting skirt. I took out my badge and said, "I need a weapon to leave the city." The girl scoffed and said, "You're just a 1-star warrior, and you're in such a hurry to leave the city? This way, please." A row of shiny silver weapons came into view, along with some armor that didn't look cheap. When I saw the prices, I was taken aback. The cheapest weapon cost 30,000, while all my belongings added up to only 27,000. Noticing my embarrassment, the girl said, "This way, please. We have some flawed and damaged weapons that might be more suitable for you." In the corner of the hall were rows of battered weapons. Although their condition was poor, the variety was quite complete. Looking at the prices, they were indeed much cheaper, mostly in the thousands. I could only choose one of these weapons for self-defense. At that moment, a rusty knife caught my eye. Compared to the other weapons, it was relatively intact, though its appearance wasn't great. It was priced at 5,000, but it was the one I was most satisfied with so far. A rusty knife was fine, it had a built-in poison effect with each cut. I immediately said, "I'll take this one." The girl remarked, "Nice choice, handsome. We also have armor and records of achievements," as she pulled out a tablet. The tablet displayed available achievements and their prices. Frenzied Battle, 1-star achievement, priced at 10,000, Angry Diamond, 1-star achievement, priced at 10,000, Moon-Shattering Fist, 1-star achievement, priced at 10,000. For me, those prices were astronomical. I knew that even the achievements of the martial arts president were only a single unit. Except for some special dancers whose achievements came from family inheritance, all others above 1 star were controlled by the martial arts army. Only by joining the army could one qualify to learn higher achievements. I then chose the Frenzied Battle achievement, as it was designed to be used with a knife. "Great choice, handsome. How about a set of armor? We have alloy armor and titanium armor," the girl smiled as she recommended. I interrupted her and said, "Just give me the most basic combat suit." I had now purchased all my equipment, weapon 5,000, achievement 10,000, armor 3,000. At this moment, my 25,000 subsidy had dwindled to just 7,000. I was still 3,000 short for my sister's exam fees, so I boarded a bus heading out of the city. The city gate was located at the outer edge of the city, guarded year-round by troops from the 5 bases. Besides teams hunting magical beasts, hardly anyone would venture near here. I saw rows of soldiers in high-grade armor, their expressions stern, guarding the area. Suddenly, a deep blue book appeared in my hand, with the words Frenzied / prominently displayed on the cover. Just as I opened the first page, I practiced Frenzied / After 1 minute, proficiency increased by 0.03, after 10 minutes, it increased by 0.06, after 30 minutes, it increased by 0.01, and after 1 hour, it increased by 0.8, reaching the beginner level. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, just as I was lost in my own reverie. The driver reminded me, "Hey, young man, we're at the stop. Are you getting off?" I immediately nodded and prepared to get off. The driver then said, "You're a 1-star dancer, right? Take my advice, go back and form a team before coming out. Going alone is definitely a one-way trip." At that moment, I said nothing and stepped off the bus. Seeing this, the driver muttered to himself, "Another corpse, a young soul heading to its death." I arrived at the city gate to validate my badge and successfully exited the city. The moment I stepped out of the city gate, a bone-chilling, fishy wind hit me. The half-meter-high weeds on either side rustled mournfully in the wind, and shadowy figures seemed to flicker and dance with it. Looking back, the Martial Arts Association building soared into the clouds, radiating a dazzling blue light. The more I walked, the more excited I became. Is this the outside world that everyone fears? It's truly exhilarating. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Feng quickened his pace. This time, he was heading to the perilous area 0911. According to the records on the warrior badge map, this used to be a small town. With the revival of spiritual energy and the mutation of magical beasts, it had become a disaster zone. Most of the creatures active within were first-level magical beasts, marked by the martial arts base as the most suitable place for 1-star warriors to train. But being the most suitable did not mean it was easy. The number of 1-star warriors who had died here reached over 100. Having researched the information about the target area in advance, Lin Feng's eyes burned with intensity. He glanced at the increasing number of white skeletons on both sides, and his palms began to heat up. Roar! After walking for about 10 minutes, ruins came into view. The sounds of magical beasts roaring echoed from within, sending chills down his spine. So this is 0911. Taking out his unfamiliar blade, Lin Feng scanned ahead and quickened his pace again. Roar! As he approached a ruin overgrown with weeds, where only a wall remained, a shadow suddenly leaped out. The stench of blood hit him, along with a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He swung the 2-meter-long unfamiliar blade. Crack! The acrid smell of blood rushed at him, and the shadow before him was instantly cleaved in two. Having learned the frenzied demon slash, Lin Feng focused his gaze. His expression changed slightly. He saw a half-severed mutated black-furred Tibetan mastiff writhing in agony in the grass beneath him. Its white intestines, mixed with blood, gushed out. Crack! Forcing down his nausea, Lin Feng gently waved his hand, ending its life. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash once, proficiency gained. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng's lips curled up. A first-level magical beast? Just this? Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Glancing at the half-severed mutated mastiff on the ground, he proceeded to collect it into his warrior badge. Roar! Just as he was collecting the remaining half of the mutated mastiff's corpse, a series of roars echoed from a distance. Looking up, dozens of mutated vicious dogs, baring their teeth and with grotesque faces covered in spikes, suddenly appeared. A pack of mutated vicious dogs charged at him. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with a 2-meter unfamiliar blade in hand, Lin Feng did not dodge. On the contrary, he charged forward. Roar! Facing the approaching pack of mutated vicious dogs, Lin Feng wielded his unfamiliar blade, slashing horizontally and vertically. He forcefully carved out a 1-meter safe zone around his body. Once the mutated vicious dogs got close, they were easily cleaved in half, their guts spilling out. Otherwise, their heads would be severed, blood spraying everywhere. Ding! Killed a mutated vicious dog, vitality points gained. Ding! Killed 3 mutated vicious dogs, vitality points increased by 0. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash twice, proficiency gained. Ding! Killed 10 mutated vicious dogs, vitality points gained. With his blood boiling, Lin Feng seemed to have endless strength, wildly swinging his blade. Roar! After killing the last mutated vicious dog, the ruins fell silent. Lin Feng, covered in blood, scanned the area. He immediately plunged his blade into the ground and sat down heavily. After the frenzied slaughter, his stamina was depleting at lightning speed. Fortunately, his vitality points kept increasing, barely resisting his physical weakness. Not bothering to rest, Lin Feng quickly got up and collected the corpses of dozens of mutated vicious dogs. After finishing all this, he drew out the unfamiliar blade he had stuck in the ground. Glancing casually, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. To his surprise, on the rusted blade, a glimmer of silver was visible. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it was still noticeable. What was going on? Did the rust come off from killing magical beasts? Lin Feng pouted. He had hoped this blade would inflict tetanus damage. Who knew it would rust after just a few swings? Time to head home. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Knowing it was not a place to linger, he immediately sprinted towards Chuan City. Shortly after he left, another group of first-level magical beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, roared in. At the city gate, as night fell, the last bus of Route 502 arrived at the station. The bus driver, getting off, glanced at the gate and skillfully lit a cigarette. As he inhaled the smoke and exhaled the mist, he seemed to be waiting for something. With each passing second, shadows gradually approached the city gate. These individuals had cold expressions and serious faces. Wrapped in alloy battlesuits, they exuded a murderous aura. The bus driver, accustomed to the strange sights, let out a puff of smoke and nodded slightly in respect to the returning warriors. Some warriors didn't even look back as they boarded other forms of transportation and left. Others, who were financially strained, boarded the bus without a word. After a few people settled in, the bus driver couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself that he had made 10 trips today. A total of 8 warriors had gone out. No, wait. Including that last rookie, there were 9 in total. But now, fewer than 5 had returned. The fate of those who hadn't come back was easy to imagine. Just as the slightly sighing bus driver was preparing to head back, he saw another figure rushing in at the city gate. This person was tall and thin, wearing the most ordinary and cheapest combat uniform. If it weren't for the recognizable features on his face, the blood covering him made him look like a corpse. Wait for me, I haven't boarded yet. The frantic Lin Feng caught the attention of many. The blood from the magical beasts on him made the 2 warriors on the bus frown. After stealing a few glances, they chose to ignore him. Damn, it's you, rookie. How many magical beasts did you kill? The bus driver exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Lin Feng. Kill what magical beasts? Lin Feng complained, I was lucky enough not to be killed by magical beasts on my first day out. This is the blood splattered on me by some 1-star big shot after he killed the magical beasts. I was so scared that I hurried back. It's really terrifying outside the city. The speechless bus driver retracted his shock. He glanced at Lin Feng and then drove the bus back. The 2 warriors who had frowned earlier revealed a hint of disdain upon hearing this and stopped paying attention. Thus, Lin Feng successfully blended in. Not intending to draw attention, he casually found a place to sit down. Looking at the closed city gate, the corners of his mouth lifted. The Chuan City martial arts base enforced a curfew. Warriors were not allowed to leave the city for training at night. If they didn't return on time, they would have to spend the night outside the city. The fast-running Lin Feng smiled slightly and opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 1-star warrior. Vitality, 402. Combat skill, frenzied demon slash. Entry level. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection. The vitality value surged from 351 to 402. This was only after killing dozens of first-level magical beasts. If he killed a few hundred, Lin Feng seriously suspected he could break through to a 2-star warrior today. As for frenzied demon slash still being at the entry level, he still had some distance to go before reaching minor success. After exiting the panel, Lin Feng sank his consciousness into the warrior badge space. Upon seeing the small mountain of magical beast corpses, he felt an overwhelming excitement. For his first day out hunting magical beasts, such a harvest was already remarkable. For others, just surviving would be a feat. Happy as he was, Lin Feng pondered where to trade these magical beast corpses. Not wanting to attract attention, he ran towards a deserted alley after the bus arrived at the station. Moments later, in the trading hall of the Warrior Association, a figure wearing flashy sunglasses and a baseball cap appeared. This person was none other than Lin Feng. Trying to be inconspicuous, he looked around at the many trading shops and began to inquire one by one. After asking around, he finally settled at Old Lee's trading post. "You're here? Have you asked for a good price?" The shop owner was a middle-aged man, plump and full of smiles. Rubbing his hands, he glanced at Lin Feng, seemingly unfazed by his return. "Don't hesitate, I have the highest prices for first-level magical beasts in the entire trading post. Kid, are you selling or not?" Hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng nodded. After confirming that no one was behind him, he walked into the shop. Splashing sounds. With a thought, Lin Feng instantly cleared the space of the warrior badge. A small mountain of monster corpses appeared in front of Old Lee. "Wow, no wonder you were so alert. You've got quite a haul, kid. You're a 2-star warrior now, right?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng remained silent. Seeing this, Old Lee didn't ask further. After all, warriors have their own rules, and trading houses have their own regulations. They never inquire about the source of a warrior's goods. Soon, after some calculations, Old Lee smiled and said, "I have first-level monster corpses here for 5,000 each, 35 in total. Do you want to count them?" Looking at the money handed over, Lin Feng directly stored it in the badge. The prices of monster corpses in the trading house are categorized by level. First-level monsters are the cheapest, averaging several thousand, while second-level monster corpses double that. The higher the level of the monster corpse, the more valuable it is. Previously, Lin Feng earned only 3,000 a month working at the supermarket. Now, after just one trip outside the city, his worth skyrocketed. Leaving Old Lee's trading house, Lin Feng hurried home. On the way back, he bought many nutritional supplements and 10 chi blood pills. Each chi blood pill costs 3,000, and the nutritional supplements are worth 5,000, totaling 35,000. Leaving him with 140,000. All of this was for Lin Jia. The child was about to take the martial arts exam, and parents must ensure their nutrition is up to par. Pushing open the door, the room was empty. Lin Jia had not returned yet. Lin Feng set down a large pile of nutritional supplements and sat down. It was a lie to say he wasn't tired after hunting monsters outside the city today. The intense physical and mental exhaustion was still fresh in his mind. Gurgle. Perhaps his stomach was starting to protest. Lin Feng casually grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling it wasn't enough, he bit into a fragrant chicken leg. Still feeling unsatisfied, he added a piece of Emperor's fire sausage. Gurgle. The stomach's protests grew stronger. Lin Feng frowned and then focused on the nutritional supplements nearby. Under the influence of hunger, he took out a can of meat. Without a second thought, Lin Feng tore open the can and devoured it. Perhaps the meat was too delicious. After finishing one can, Lin Feng wanted another. It should be noted that this stuff costs 300 a can and was meant to supplement Lin Jia's nutrition. He had only bought 10 cans in total. Gurgle. Perhaps his stomach couldn't take it anymore, and the protests intensified. That overwhelming hunger made Lin Feng forget to think. Glancing at the remaining cans, he immediately began to feast. Burp. In no time, all 10 cans of meat were wiped out. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret at this scene, but thankfully, that intense hunger had vanished. From this, he concluded that as his strength increased, his appetite had also grown. Lin Feng had never been picky about food before. As long as he could fill his stomach, he hardly cared. But now, after stepping into the warrior realm, ordinary food seemed useless. "Where are you? I searched all over the supermarket and didn't see you." Shuning chung. Just then, the phone screen lit up. Looking at the 99 messages, Lin Feng's mind conjured the image of that big silly girl. He thought to himself that he was just a bit handsome, yet he had captured the heart of his deskmate. Indeed, being too handsome is also a crime. Remembering the little moments they shared as deskmates over the years, Lin Feng glanced at his phone and finally decided to reply, "Busy, do not disturb," unified reply. On the other end, Sheningqing glanced at Lin Feng's reply, her heart-shaped face instantly tensed. She thought, who knows what this guy is up to? His mysterious comings and goings really worry her, but as long as he was alive, it meant she still had a chance. Subsequently, Sheningqing replied with another message. Seeing that the other party was slow to respond, she walked into the training room. Back at home, when Lin Feng saw his sister return, his face was full of smiles. He took her small backpack, prepared her meal, and handed her chopsticks, all actions so familiar they tugged at the heartstrings. For over a decade, day after day, this was something Lin Feng had to do every day. He never felt bored. On the contrary, some farmers developed a mindset about their crops. Here, this is tuition. Here, this is a chi blood pill, 1 a week. Don't forget to take your medicine on time. Looking at the stack of cash and 10 chi blood pills his brother handed over, Lin Jia's chopsticks stopped. Her cherry-like lips pouted, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were misty with tears. She looked as if she was about to cry. Lin Feng quickly intervened, saying, "Sister, don't cry, this is your brother." "Brother, did you sell a kidney?" Unfortunately, before he could finish, Lin Jia interrupted. "Sell a kidney?" Lin Feng's handsome face twitched. Glancing at his tearful sister, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" "The exam fees are already a lot," Lin Jia choked out, "and you still have money for nutritional supplements, for chi blood pills." "Where did this money come from?" "I heard from my classmates that some medical companies are buying kidneys and other organs at high prices." "Brother, I don't want you to become a disabled person for me." After saying this, Lin Jia became even sadder. Originally looking delicate, her crying made her seem even more pitiful. Lin Feng sighed at the sight. Knowing this was a misunderstanding, he explained, "Silly sister, I didn't sell a kidney. I recently got a promotion and a raise." "Promotion and raise?" Lin Jia was taken aback, her eyes still watery. "Brother, you're not lying to me?" "Look." Lin Feng lifted his shirt to reveal his 8-pack abs. "How could I be foolish enough to sell a kidney? Besides, even if I agreed, your future sister-in-law wouldn't." "Oh," Lin Jia exclaimed, temporarily believing this reason. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, Lin Feng's eyes softened. He thought to himself that now he had become a martial artist, and his future days would surely get better. Lin Jia's doubts today were just the beginning. To resolve the little trouble, Lin Feng spoke again. "Hurry up and eat. Your brother is now also." "All right, ahem. In a few days, we might be able to live in a villa and drive luxury cars." "Ha ha, brother, what job are you doing now?" Lin Jia was indeed intrigued. "It's a secret." Lin Feng revealed a mysterious smile. "You have to keep it a secret for me, okay?" Brother, be safe at work," Lin Jia replied. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Seeing that his sister was settled, his mood lifted again. Just as he was about to find something to do, his phone lit up. "What are you busy with? You're really annoying. You haven't come to see me for so long." "Sheneng Chung, my chi blood value has broken 270. Teacher Liang said I might break through to a martial artist before the martial arts exam." "Sheneng Chung, forget it if you won't reply. I'm going to the training room. Just wait for me. After my martial arts exam, I will definitely come to catch you." "Sheneng Chung, in this lifetime, you can't escape my grasp." Sheneng Chung. Looking at the messages on his phone, Lin Feng felt a bit complicated. It wasn't that he was afraid of Sheningqing coming to catch him. It was just that it reminded him of the day he dropped out of school. Because the family was poor, his sister needed to study and eat. Lin Feng had no choice but to drop out. After making that decision, Sheningqing had come to question him about the reason. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just silently moved away from Chuan City No. 1 High School. During this time, the big silly girl had sent multiple messages asking for the reason, even saying she could offer any help. Although it was very tactful, Lin Feng felt that Sheningqing must have known something. She just didn't say it directly for fear of hurting her pride. Lin Feng saw all of this. Although he was reluctant, reality was very cruel. Sheningqing was recognized as one of the martial arts geniuses of Chuan City No. 1 High School. As long as nothing unexpected happened, this big silly girl would step into the ranks of a one-star martial artist by the age of 18, and her future was limitless. And what about Lin Feng at that time? His chi blood value was only 66. Of course, this wasn't the main reason Lin Feng ignored Sheningqing. He would never forget the person he met that day, the warning he heard that day. Thinking of this, a hint of anger appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He glanced at his sister, who was seriously eating beside him. The gentleness in his eyes had just returned. Ever since their parents disappeared, his sister had become his Achilles heel. Anyone who touched her would die. Perhaps in the past, Lin Feng thought his strength was lacking. When faced with danger, he could still avoid it. So he desperately urged his sister to study hard, hoping she would soon have the ability to protect herself. But times had changed. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The sky was clear. The rain had stopped. Lin Feng felt he was capable now. Who dared to threaten him with Lin Jia? Brother, I'm full. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Hearing his sister's voice, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Okay, I'm going to work the night shift. After leaving home, Lin Feng walked alone on the bustling streets of Chuan City. At this hour, the streets were still filled with people. Young couples embraced, exuding the scent of spring. On both sides of the street were tall buildings, with bright lights and lively nightlife. Compared to the skeletal remains scattered outside the city and the hordes of monsters, it was like the difference between heaven and hell. Having long been accustomed to the noise that had nothing to do with him, Lin Feng continued on his way. After walking for 10 minutes, a cold silver-gray metal building came into view, the warrior training ground. Lin Feng glanced up and put on his cap as he stepped inside. Sir, here is your 3-hour room card. After getting the room card, Lin Feng walked down the long corridor. Room. Ding. Card swipe successful, the silver-gray metal door slowly opened. What came into view was a room resembling a boxing training area, but strangely, it was completely empty, with no training equipment at all. As Lin Feng entered the room, he glanced at the corner and then inserted the room card. Suddenly, a selection interface appeared before him. Level 1 Danger Mode, Level 2 Danger Mode, Level 3 Danger Mode. Looking at the options that appeared in sequence, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought the warrior training ground was specifically for training warriors. Because of the high price, most warriors rarely came here. Lin Feng knew about this place because of the big silly girl. It was said that training here was excellent, capable of rapidly improving a warrior's combat experience and strength. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pressed down. Is Level 1 Danger Mode loading? Level 1 Danger Mode has been activated. Please prepare the warrior. As the mechanical voice fell, the surrounding scene suddenly changed dramatically. The training room that had just been empty instantly transformed into a small town-sized danger zone outside the city. Ruins were everywhere, with a pungent smell of blood and skeletons on the ground. Instantly, Lin Feng's spirit tensed, entering a combat state. Roar! A roar suddenly erupted from the ruins in the distance. Lin Feng raised his right hand. The unfamiliar knife appeared in an instant. His eyes scanned the surroundings, then he swung the knife horizontally. Crack! Instantly, a spray of blood scattered everywhere. A monster with 2 lion heads and a tiger's body turned into a phantom and vanished. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon / once, proficiency. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng's lips curled up. He thought the 3-hour price of the warrior training ground was 40,000. He came here not only for basic training but also to gamble on increasing his proficiency. If he couldn't increase it, it would mean a huge loss tonight. But now it seemed that the boy who loved to smile wouldn't have bad luck. Increase the difficulty. Lin Feng said softly. Please select difficulty level. Level 3 Danger Mode has been activated. As the mechanical voice sounded, a hint of killing intent filled the air. Holding the unfamiliar knife, Lin Feng glanced ahead. Then he dragged the knife into the ruins. Roar! 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 The moment he stepped in, 10 first-level monsters with bared fangs and claws jumped out of the ruins. Kill! Lin Feng shouted angrily. He then drew his knife and charged forward. With a flick of his hand, he swung the knife down. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon / once, proficiency. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon / 3 times, proficiency. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon / 6 times, proficiency. Continuing to increase the difficulty. Lin Feng's voice fell, and dozens of first-level monsters emerged around him once again. His icy gaze showed no fear as he swung his knife to kill. The sound of skill level notifications rang incessantly in his ears. It was as if Lin Feng had gone mad, just swinging his knife to slaughter. As the magical beasts disappeared, the difficulty continued to increase, until the magical beasts around him grew in number, coming like a swarm of locusts. Suddenly, the difficulty of the first-level magical beast zone reached its peak. Hell mode. First-level magical beast tide. In the monitoring room of the warrior training ground, a cute girl with a ponytail quickly noticed the commotion in room 5201. After investigating the situation, a look of shock appeared on her pretty face. She thought to herself, although first-level magical beasts are not very strong, a certain number can still be terrifying. Even a 2-star warrior might not withstand a hell-level first-level magical beast tide, right? Yet this man managed to do it, and judging by his ease, he seemed to be enjoying the killing. Could he be a 3-star warrior? The ponytail girl had encountered some 3-star warriors who came to bully weaker opponents before. Their purpose was not training, but to vent their frustrations. Soon, the time in room 5201 was up, and the ponytail girl stopped paying attention. Just as she was about to check other rooms, room 5201 renewed its session. Seeing this scene, the ponytail girl said speechlessly, "Is it really necessary for a 3-star warrior to play like this? So boring." Inside the room, after Lin Feng had swung his knife countless times, the magical beasts finally disappeared from before him. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level first level magical beast tide. Ding! Used frenzied / 500 times, skill level up. Ding! Frenzied / has reached minor success. Minor success in frenzied /? Lin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this 40,000 was well spent. The increase in strength meant his safety was guaranteed. In Lin Feng's mind, many insights about frenzied / also emerged. Compared to the previous entry-level frenzied /, many obscure and difficult aspects suddenly became clear. Reviewing and learning anew, he had to extend the time. Lin Feng's eyes burned with enthusiasm, and he immediately renewed for another hour. In this hour, he directly activated the highest Hell level difficulty mode. Groups of first-level magical beasts surged in again. With the unfamiliar knife in hand, Lin Feng's gaze shifted. The large knife in his hand instantly burst forth with a blade of light. In a flash of silver light, he instantly killed a large group. Ding! Used frenzied / once, skill level up. Ding! Used frenzied / twice, skill level up. Ding! Used frenzied / twice, skill level up. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level first level magical beast tide. This allowed Lin Feng to clear the Hell level first level magical beast tide in just 1 hour. The feeling of explosive growth and strength made him ecstatic. He originally planned to extend the time to keep killing, but seeing that it was almost dawn, he decided to settle the bill and leave. At 4:30 in the morning, the sky over Chuan City was gray and dim. The neon lights of the tall buildings on both sides of the street had long been extinguished. The only people walking on the road, besides sanitation workers, were night workers. Lin Feng used to be one of them, but after becoming a warrior, his life trajectory changed dramatically. Boss, 2 baskets of buns, 2 bowls of wontons, and 2 eggs. Oh, Lin Feng, you've become quite extravagant. Hearing the teasing from the breakfast shop owner, Lin Feng smiled without replying. After receiving his breakfast, he settled the bill and left. The training ground cost a total of 50,000 for 4 hours. Adding in basic living expenses, Lin Feng still had over 80,000 left in his pocket. The life of spending money like water made him feel a mix of emotions. He thought that after this breakfast, he still had to continue making money. With this in mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Before his sister woke up, he brought the breakfast home. He heated it in the microwave, prepared the water for washing his face, and did it all in one go. When the lights on the second floor turned on, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Awake, breakfast is ready." Wow! Dressed in cartoon pajamas, Lin Jia rubbed her eyes and slowly came down the stairs. Her fair and rosy little face was full of collagen. Lin Feng habitually pinched her cheek and sat down on the sofa to eat. While eating, he opened the Warrior Forum. I can't believe it. When will the 0914 Danger Zone have 3-star monsters? Everyone be careful, the Beast Tide might be coming again. Don't panic, the Beast Tide is coming. It's not like your girlfriend is having an orgasm. Who's forming a team for the 0918 Danger Zone? 2 Lolas. So sweet and cute. Forming a team for the 0915 Danger Zone, no one below 2 stars allowed. After glancing a few times, Lin Feng exited the forum. He thought to himself that he had only done a peripheral sweep of the 0911 Danger Zone yesterday. Today, he would probably need to venture deeper. There should be more monsters in the depths, right? Brother, I'm full now, going to wash up. Hearing his sister's voice, Lin Feng came back to his senses. Okay, be careful on the way. He didn't know when, but his sister had already finished eating and dressed for school. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Glancing at the time, he got up to wash his face with cold water. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, he suddenly felt his hair had grown a bit. He didn't have time to think much. Lin Feng quickly packed his things and went out. As always, the bus driver, old Zhang, arrived early for his shift. The sky over Chuan City hadn't turned light yet at just past 6. Leaning against the bus window, he exhaled a puff of thick smoke and prepared to start his shift. Who would have thought that a familiar figure would run up at that moment? Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be that timid kid from yesterday. Driver old Zhang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Kid, you're heading out of the city this early?" Lin Feng glanced at the chubby bus driver, habitually tossing him a pack of cigarettes. This surprised old Zhang, who smiled and asked, "Are you alone today?" This time, Lin Feng didn't respond, just found a window seat and quietly looked at the streets of Chuan City outside. Old Zhang, used to it, started the bus towards the city gate. After about half an hour of stops and starts, they arrived. As soon as the bus came to a stop, 30 or 40 martial artists got off together, including Lin Feng. Mixed in the crowd, he glanced at the others with a calm expression. These people were all forming teams to leave the city, while he was all alone. The guard army was still orderly checking the martial artist badges. Perhaps because there were a lot of people in the morning, the queue was quite long. As Lin Feng approached, he took out his martial artist badge. "You're going out alone? You look like a one-star martial artist, right? Are you crazy? A one-star martial artist going out alone? Are you looking for trouble?" Just then, mocking voices came from behind. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, dressed in expensive alloy battle armor. The woman was alluring, crossing her arms to accentuate her ample curves. Behind them were two silent lackeys. Lin Feng glanced back and chose to ignore them. Focused on making money, he had no interest in comparing himself to fools. After the guard army finished checking, he hurriedly headed towards the 0911 danger zone. The cold wind hit him face on. The cold air was mixed with a hint of blood. Among the overgrown weeds, several fresh bones appeared. Upon seeing the remnants of broken walls, Lin Feng slowed his pace a bit. The 0911 danger zone mostly had one-star monsters. Two-star monsters rarely appeared here. Teams of martial artists usually had strong leaders, and 90% wouldn't choose this place for training, because the difficulty was too low, and one-star martial artists wouldn't choose to leave the city alone. As a result, not many people came to the 0911 danger zone under such circumstances, or some would take a quick look around and immediately head to the next danger zone. As Lin Feng approached the outskirts step by step, what came into view were all broken walls. Holding his unfamiliar knife, he had already entered a combat state. Looking at the bloodstains left from yesterday's slaughter on the ground, his eyes were cold. Roar! 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 Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng got close, he startled the monsters. Not far ahead, on the rooftops of a few two-story buildings, a dozen one-star monsters appeared, resembling lizards with the bodies of calves. They roared in unison and surrounded him. With incredible speed, Lin Feng immediately gripped his unfamiliar knife and took an offensive stance. Kill! With an angry shout, the strange blade in his hand erupted with a silver-white light. Wherever it passed, blood flowers bloomed. Lin Feng moved as if in a realm untouched by others, wildly swinging his blade. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon /16, proficiency gained. In less than a moment, the sound of gaining points ceased. Lin Feng glanced at the corpses of monsters strewn across the ground, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He thought to himself that the power of Frenzied Demon / Minor Mastery was too strong. Ordinary level 1 monsters were almost no match. Not satisfied with this haul, Lin Feng collected the spoils and continued deeper into the area. Little did he know, after just a few steps, more monsters were drawn by the scent of blood. Seeing this, Lin Feng's great blade trembled slightly in his hand. Start for battle, he charged in again. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon /88, proficiency gained. In the frenzy of slaughter, Lin Feng felt his entire body boiling with energy, with endless stamina. After killing wave after wave, his health points skyrocketed by 525. He was so close to breaking through to a 2-star warrior with just 600 health points. Meanwhile, the entire perilous area 0911 was in chaos with level 1 monsters going wild. Even a level 2 monster appeared quietly. Covered in blood, Lin Feng, now crazed from the killing, spat and said, "What the hell is there to be afraid of? Kill them all." Lin Feng transformed into a god of slaughter, weaving through the tide of beasts. Every time he raised his hand, chunks of flesh fell to the ground. The 2-meter-long strange blade in his hand seemed alive. Not a single monster dared to move lightly. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 1 monster, health points gained. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon / proficiency gained. Listening to the incessant notification sounds, Lin Feng felt his body heating up, his hands trembling. The strange blade he held emitted soft whines. Health points 601, 2-star warrior. The thrill of breaking through to a 2-star warrior made Lin Feng incredibly excited. It felt as if there was an endless amount of energy inside him that needed to be released. He glanced up at the monsters continuously pouring in from all directions. Lin Feng tightly gripped the hilt of his blade and stepped forward. Wherever the blade pointed, no beast dared to challenge him. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Feng, but at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the beast horde. Following that, a massive creature, 5 meters tall, covered in black scales and resembling a water buffalo, thundered into view. Beneath its 2 sharp horns were a pair of blood-red eyes. Its breath, like a heat wave, instantly withered the grass and dried the ground. A level 2 monster, the Black Armored Bull. Its information was recorded in the Warrior Badge Monster Catalog. Lin Feng was surprised to find a level 2 monster lurking in the perilous area 0911. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that he had just broken through to a 2-star warrior, he could test his combat strength against it. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Feng charged forward. The strange blade dragged along the ground, carving a shocking gash. The surrounding monsters, upon seeing this, all stepped back in fear. Roar! Only the Black Armored Bull let out a low growl, its eyes filled with brutality. Watching the approaching human, its front hooves were gathering strength. Clang! As Lin Feng closed in, the strange blade was drawn from the ground. Frenzied demon blade slash. A blinding white light fell like moonlight. The Black Armored Bull merely lifted its head slightly and braced itself with its horns. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The terrifying brute force made Lin Feng frown. Using one hand to wield the blade, he then gripped the hilt with both hands and pressed down. Kneel before me. Roar! The Black Armored Bull suddenly felt a strain. After a low growl, it abruptly retreated. Lin Feng's gaze shifted, quickly closing the distance, then he charged straight for its belly. In his hand, the unfamiliar knife was as fast as lightning, instantly thrusting upward. Roar! Crash! With a mournful howl from the Black Armored Bull, its abdomen was instantly ripped open. The green, red, and black entrails fell to the ground with a clatter. The stench of blood assaulted Lin Feng's senses. Caught off guard, he had no time to react and was immediately buried within. In the next second, a pale, slender hand reached out. Then, covered in blood, Lin Feng pushed aside the surrounding entrails, forcing himself to crawl out despite the nausea. Looking around in a disheveled state, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He could vaguely see that with the death of the Black Armored Bull, the surrounding first-level magical beasts had already fled. Boom! The 5-meter-tall Black Armored Bull crashed to the ground like a small mountain. Ding! Slain a second-level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency gained. Hearing the notification sound in his ears, Lin Feng grinned. He glanced at the lifeless second-level magical beast, the Black Armored Bull, and felt a rush of exhilaration. He thought to himself that in the recent battle, he had almost used 80% of his strength to swiftly slay it. If it had dragged on a bit longer, who would have won was still uncertain. Still need to work hard. Lin Feng, getting up, dusted off his hands and stored the Black Armored Bull in his bag. He took a look at the surrounding magical beast corpses and collected them all. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon. After the frenzied slaughter early in the morning, Lin Feng's stamina was completely exhausted. However, unlike the first time he left the city, this time he had brought some compressed military biscuits. After casually eating a few bites, Lin Feng opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 2-star warrior. Vitality points, 601. Combat skill, frenzied demon slash. Minor achievement. Entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. His vitality points surged from over 500 to 601, directly stepping into the 2-star warrior stage. To break through to a 2-star warrior, however, he needed 1,500 vitality points. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Lin Feng sighed and put away the panel. After eating and drinking enough, he took out the unfamiliar knife again. It was evident that after the morning's frenzied slaughter, the blade had undergone some changes. Just like yesterday, the silver color had increased a bit. Moreover, this time the additional area was different, and it was slightly larger than yesterday's fingernail-sized area. The blade just revealed a single character. Demon. Demon Blade? Lin Feng frowned, feeling that this name was quite sinister. It should be noted that he had found this knife in the weapon hall, worth only 5,000. As for its origin, it was said to have been recovered from a battlefield. Could it be that he stumbled upon a treasure? Lin Feng grinned, thinking that there was indeed a possibility. Some novels and TV shows often write about a certain protagonist picking up a stone by the roadside, which turns out to be an extraordinary treasure. Thinking of these possibilities, Lin Feng stored the demon blade in his badge space. After the morning's frenzied slaughter, the dangerous area 0911 was somewhat quiet. Usually, at this time, the ruins around were filled with magical beasts. But with the death of the Black Armored Bull, everything felt off. Lin Feng, having rested, was not idle. After taking a big gulp of water, he continued to delve deeper. At this moment, he was no longer as nervous as when he first left the city. Instead, he felt relaxed, like a wealthy coal boss going to a club as if returning home. However, what was strange was that as he moved forward, no magical beasts appeared. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Feng couldn't help but suspect that he was too strong. Had he scared off this group of beasts? To verify, Lin Feng immediately took out a portion of the black-armored bull's corpse and tossed it onto a weed-filled square. Sure enough, the fragrant second-level magical beast carcass had a natural allure for first-level magical beasts. Drawn by the scent of blood, they quickly swarmed in. Hiding in the shadows, Lin Feng glanced around, estimating that about 40 first-level magical beasts had been attracted. Unhurried, he did not rush to strike. Instead, he continued to observe. Roar! It was evident that among the magical beasts, there was also a hierarchy of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Larger magical beasts were driving away the smaller ones. The stronger magical beasts were driving away the larger first-level beasts. In a push and shove, the number of magical beasts quickly surpassed 100. Lin Feng, who was fishing for lawbreakers, saw that killing all these magical beasts would nearly fill his space. Then, with a swoosh, he descended from the sky. The magical beasts attracted by the blood and flesh of the second-level black-armored bull were all startled. Seeing Lin Feng descending from the sky, they instinctively bared their teeth and charged forward. Kill! But as Lin Feng wielded the magic knife and slashed, dozens of magical beasts rushing in at high speed had no time to react before their bodies were instantly torn apart. The remaining magical beasts, seeing this, were frightened and fled in all directions. Damn! Too much force, they're all shattered. Lin Feng muttered softly, glancing at the scattered chunks of meat on the ground. Without caring about the loss, he quickly gave chase. Everywhere he passed, his knife flashed, and blood flowers bloomed in the air. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency. After killing the last magical beast, Lin Feng slowly came to a stop. Looking at the blood-soaked magic knife in his hand, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. At the city gate, the driver, old Zhang, was waiting by the car as usual. With a cigarette in his mouth, he occasionally glanced towards the city gate. However, after 9 round trips, he still hadn't seen that guy. Could he have died? Old Zhang frowned and shook his head slightly. As the sky darkened, almost all the warriors returned. Those who hadn't returned were mostly buried outside the city. Sigh. Old Zhang sighed, feeling that the kid was a pity. Just as he was about to get in the car and leave, there was movement at the city gate. As the sun set, a long figure came sprinting towards him. Unlike yesterday, Lin Feng today was in a spotless combat uniform. If one sniffed carefully, there was even a hint of soap fragrance. Kid, you didn't go to the dangerous area today? Old Zhang asked. No, I found a cool place to sleep, Lin Feng replied as he got in the car and took a seat. By the time I woke up, it was already dark, so I hurried back. Put. As soon as he said this, some warriors in the car couldn't hold back. This included the 4-person group that had mocked Lin Feng in the morning. Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Others go out of the city for training, and you go to sleep? Ha ha ha, truly a rare breed, seen every year. I bet you won't die from magical beasts but from being too scared. Ha ha ha, who is this person? Probably just a 1-star warrior, isn't going out looking for death with that gear? Sleep? I'm so tired today. Big brother, hug me. Lin Feng listened to the mockery from these handsome guys and beautiful girls, feeling a surge of delight in his heart. He thought, as long as he survived well, what was there to fear about living long? Glancing at these people, he began to close his eyes and rest. Old Zhang, seeing this scene, shrugged his shoulders. It was the first time he had seen a warrior so afraid of death. However, being well informed, he didn't care. Seeing that most people had gathered, he set off and left. After sleeping for about half an hour, Lin Feng got out of the car and headed straight for a small alley by the road. When he reappeared, he had arrived at Old Li's trading post. Today, he was dressed in a duckbill cap, a mask, a gray sweatshirt, jeans, and unknown white sneakers. He was holding a bag of snacks, looking just like a curious middle school student interested in the Warrior Association. If it were someone as shrewd as Old Li, he wouldn't have recognized Lin Feng at first. Kid, what are you looking at the store entrance? Go back and do your homework. Boss, it's me. Lin Feng took off his mask and then put it back on. Old Li. Recognizing his identity, Old Li swallowed hard and said, Kid, it's you, haha. I almost didn't recognize you. Did you come here today to take a look? Or, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng had already entered the room, skillfully closing the door behind him. A large pile of monster corpses appeared in the room, including a second-level monster, the black armored bull. Seeing this scene, Old Li was stunned. Glancing at the monsters, he asked, Did you kill these today? They're still warm, hurry up. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Hiss. Old Li looked at Lin Feng, who was wearing a baseball cap, and couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself that this kid seemed to be quite ruthless. However, adhering to the rules of the transaction, he didn't ask further. He quickly sorted and calculated the prices. After carefully examining the separately listed second-level black armored bull a few times, Oldley took off his bloody gloves and said, 353 first-level monsters are worth 1.76 million, and one second-level black armored bull is 20,000, making the total 1.78 million. Do you want to count it? No need, let's settle the bill. Lin Feng took out his warrior badge. Good. Oldley didn't hesitate and quickly processed the payment. He had already regarded Lin Feng as a mid-level client. Although he only brought in first and second-level monsters, he felt that this kid would surprise him one day. Take care, and welcome back next time. After leaving Oldley's shop, Lin Feng went to the weapon trading hall. The salesgirl at the door saw a customer coming. She skillfully approached and greeted, "Little brother, what do you want to buy? We have everything here." Little brother? Lin Feng, under his mask, was taken aback. He glanced at the salesgirl who didn't recognize him and nodded. This time, he was no longer short on cash. As soon as he entered the shop, he generously bought a full set of alloy battle armor worth 500,000. His total balance was 1.96 million, and after spending 500,000, he had 1.46 million left. But that wasn't enough. Lin Feng also bought a battle technique, Swift Wind Shadow, priced at 100,000. Since it was a movement-type battle technique, it was a bit more expensive. However, the wealthy Lin Feng didn't care at all. After wrapping up the battle armor and technique, he settled the bill and left. "We welcome you back next time." The salesgirl bowed as she saw him off. Still 1.36 million left. Money really flows like water. After leaving the Warrior Association, Lin Feng looked at his balance with some emotion. But these were necessities, spending money was expected. After buying these items, Lin Feng headed to the martial arts shop next door. As the name suggests, this is a place for warriors to buy things. Inside, there were various supplements, such as chi blood pills. Of course, chi blood pills were the cheapest supplements here, priced at 3,000 each. In the past, after receiving his salary every month, Lin Feng would come here to buy a chi blood pill for his sister. Now that he had money, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't skimp on his sister's nutrition. As soon as he entered, he grabbed 10 chi blood pills. Each chi blood pill was priced at 30,000, 10 times more expensive, but its effect was also double that of a regular chi blood pill. That totaled 300,000. Then Lin Feng picked out 100 cans of monster meat. Each can of monster meat was worth 5,000. The meat came from third-level monsters, making it a decent category, used to replenish a warrior's stamina. The blood and flesh of first and second-level monsters were almost inedible and could only be used as medicinal materials. That came to 500,000. With a balance of 1.36 million, after deducting 800,000, he had 460,000 left. This money really doesn't last long. After leaving the martial arts shop, Lin Feng was full of emotion. He then disappeared at the entrance of the martial arts shop. Back home, Lin Feng didn't rush to prepare dinner. Instead, he took out the newly bought alloy battle armor. This thing could attach to his whole body with just a thought. Inside the armor, there was a calculation system to observe the surrounding environment, as well as the level and number of monsters, including his own damage status. Most importantly, this set of alloy battle armor also had a 10 square meter storage space. It was a bit expensive, but Lin Feng felt it was worth it. Secondly, regarding defense, this alloy battle armor claimed to be 80% immune to attacks from first-level monsters. As for whether it was true, Lin Feng would need to test it out. After putting away the alloy battle armor, Lin Feng took out the Swift Wind Shadow. This is a special combat technique used to enhance a warrior's speed. Special combat techniques come in many forms, among which the most common is the Swift Wind Shadow, a speed-enhancing technique. At the first level, the Swift Wind Shadow can almost be publicly sold. However, once one reaches the second level, which is more advanced, permission is required to acquire it. For example, flying combat techniques can only be learned by officers above the rank of a martial arts base. For ordinary warriors, even dreaming of accessing it is impossible. Of course, special groups with power and influence can be exceptions. With this thought, Lin Feng tried to flip through the Swift Wind Shadow. Ding! Flipping through Swift Wind Shadow, proficiency. 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 As expected, the prompt for skill points rang in his ears again. Lin Feng, filled with joy, swallowed hard and continued to flip through. Ding! Flipping through Swift Wind Shadow for an hour, proficiency reaches entry level. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Feng soon practiced the Swift Wind Shadow to the entry level. In his mind, he also gained a clear understanding of his body technique. Quite satisfied, he shook his head slightly and then stored the combat technique away. After finishing his studies, Lin Feng got up and opened the refrigerator. Inside were 10 cans of level 3 monster meat he had bought, along with some chicken legs and nutritional supplements. Indulging a bit, Lin Feng glanced at them and casually took out 10 cans of monster meat. Not having replenished his energy yet, he immediately devoured them. After swallowing 10 cans of monster meat, the hunger in his body instantly vanished. Picking up a soda from the table, Lin Feng gulped it down. Full and satisfied, he was in high spirits. Seeing that his sister was about to come home, Lin Feng quickly got up to prepare dinner. Since his sister had not yet stepped into the realm of warriors, only he could eat the monster meat cans. The basic nutritional supplements and chicken legs were his regular dinner. Unlike before, Lin Feng also added a qi replenishing pill. With everything ready, he quietly waited for his sister to return home. Click! In no time, the door opened. Lin Jia came home with her little backpack. "Brother, I'm back." "Great! Let's eat. You must be tired." After taking her backpack and handing her a handkerchief, Lin Feng contentedly returned to the sofa. Watching his sister eat heartily, he habitually asked, "Have you broken through your blood energy value recently?" "Yes, it's 234 now," Lin Jia said while eating. "Teacher Zhou said the martial arts exam is in a month, and I should have a chance to break 300. Hiss! A 16-year-old genius, a 1-star warrior. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Looking at his obedient sister, he sighed, "Why is it that we have the same mother, yet your talent is so much better?" "Brother, do mom and dad have news?" Hearing her brother mention their mother, Lin Jia's eyes turned slightly red. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He thought to himself that his parents' work was mysterious, their strength was mysterious, and their disappearance was also quite mysterious. This led him to not know what they did for 18 years since he was reborn. However, fortunately, his parents had been quite good to Lin Feng, raising him with great care until he was 10. But after his sister's 8th birthday, they suddenly vanished. The explanation given by the security team of the Chuan City martial arts base was that unidentified terrifying creatures attacked his parents, and their fate was unknown. At that time, they were hunting monsters outside the city. It was also then that Lin Feng learned his parents were both warriors, but he did not believe such a conclusion. As a modern soul, Lin Feng was very clear that his parents came and went mysteriously every day, not resembling ordinary warriors at all. Moreover, after he became a warrior, he was even more shocked by some abilities his parents had displayed in front of him when he was young. After all, in his view, that was not something a 1-star warrior, or even a stronger warrior, could achieve. Lin Feng had always kept such doubts in his heart. He just hadn't had the opportunity or the strength to verify some things yet. "You prepare well for the exam," Lin Feng snapped back to reality and comforted her. "Don't worry, I firmly believe that mom and dad haven't had an accident." "Okay, brother, when I become a warrior," Lin Jia nodded and said, "I'll go find mom and dad." "All right." Lin Feng nodded slightly, not wanting to say much more on this topic. Lin Jia was still too young. He didn't want her to get distracted. The matter of finding their parents had always been on Lin Feng's mind. After all, the grace of raising them was greater than the heavens. He could never choose to forget. In a moment, after having dinner, Lin Jiao went upstairs to rest. Lin Feng glanced at the empty plate, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He thought to himself that as his sister's vitality increased, her appetite had also grown quite a bit. He wondered if her vitality would strengthen again after taking the energy replenishing pill this time. With a myriad of thoughts, Lin Feng smiled and began to wash the dishes. After washing, he planned to go out. "Lin Jia, I'm going out to work." "Okay, brother, be careful." As night fell in Chuan City, the streets were already lit up with bright lights. Young men and women were drinking and laughing. There were disheveled men passed out on the streets. In short, the streets were filled with all sorts of people. As Lin Feng stepped out, he glanced around, put on his cap and mask, and headed straight for the training ground. On the way, he deliberately used the wind shadow technique. Sure enough, previously, it took 20 minutes by car to reach the warrior training ground. Now, Lin Feng could arrive in just 10 minutes by walking. This speed increase was not insignificant. Of course, such speed was not unusual on the streets. After all, the wind shadow technique was publicly sold, and many warriors had it, just with varying degrees of strength. Arriving at the front desk of the warrior training ground, Lin Feng skillfully booked room 5201 for 3 hours, entered the room, and then began training. The difficulty was set to hell level. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and bones were scattered everywhere. In the distance, under the ruins, virtual level 1 monsters came swarming in. Holding the magic knife, Lin Feng smiled slightly at this scene. Having learned the wind shadow technique, he immediately moved. The next second, he appeared right in the midst of the monster horde. Demon Slash. The blade flashed, and the monsters, like locusts, were instantly shattered. As he passed through, blood flowers bloomed in the air. Under the fierce knife techniques, the monsters shattered like watermelons. Ding! Using wind shadow, proficiency increased. Ding! Using wind shadow, proficiency increased. Ding! Using wind shadow, proficiency increased. Ding! Using demon slash, proficiency increased. The sound of notifications rang continuously. Lin Feng's knife kept swinging. After clearing the area in front of him, he roared and continued at hell level. Suddenly, the overwhelming level 1 monster horde, like locusts, surged again. Lin Feng, weaving through them, was tireless. The speed of his knife swings increased. The proficiency of the wind shadow technique also rose higher and higher. At the front desk of the training ground, a ponytailed girl looked at the commotion in room 5201, her expression somewhat surprised. She thought to herself, does this guy have some serious issues? A person who is at least a 3-star warrior is bullying what kind of vegetables? Is it really that satisfying to chop level 1 monsters like they are cabbages? Moreover, the most ridiculous part was, the ponytailed girl thought that after this guy vented for 3 hours, he wouldn't continue. After all, in those 3 hours, he had already slaughtered 6 waves of level 1 monsters. Even if he had a huge grievance, he should have vented it all, right? But this guy didn't play by the rules. He actually extended for another hour. The ponytailed girl sighed, feeling numb, and could only pretend not to see. Meanwhile, in room 5201, ding. Using demon slash, proficiency has reached great success. Ding. Using wind shadow, proficiency has reached minor success. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng's eyes burned with excitement. Yesterday, in 3 hours, he could only clear 1 hell level monster wave. Today, in 3 hours, he cleared it 6 times. The rewards were indeed plentiful. Excited, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the panel appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 2-star warrior. Vitality, 601. Combat skills, demon slash. Great success, wind shadow. Xiao Chang, entry, small success, great success, perfection. The mad demon slash has gone from small success to great success. The progress is not a bit less. The Gale Shadow has unexpectedly advanced from entry to small success. Lin Feng, filled with joy, smiled slightly and then put away the panel. He thought to himself that the 40,000 spent today was worth it. Glancing at the renewal reminder beside him, Lin Feng chose to renew. Suddenly, a beast tide reappeared amidst the ruins around him. In such dense numbers, an ordinary martial artist would have long fled, but Lin Feng was full of excitement. It was as if he had seen a stunning beauty without clothes and rushed in. Ding! Using Gale Shadow, proficiency. Ding! Using Mad Demon Slash, proficiency. After a moment, Lin Feng, satisfied after 4 hours of training, exited room 5201. Just as he was about to check out and leave, he suddenly noticed a girl next to the machine. This girl had fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs, dressed in a fitted work uniform, looking both sexy and cute. Coupled with her high ponytail, her looks were almost on par with Shen Yingqing. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded, planning to check out and leave. But he saw the ponytail girl smiling and asking, "Sir, did you enjoy your training?" Enjoyed. Lin Feng replied nervously, "I thought you were here to ask me for equipment damage fees." Equipment damage fees? The ponytail girl's expression darkened. She thought to herself, "You know how excessive you were. Just an hour of renewal and you cleared the hell level beast tide 3 times. This is an explosive achievement in the entire training ground. After all, who comes to get bullied by first-level monsters every day?" "Not at all, sir," the ponytail girl said. "You can call me Xiaoyu. I'm the front desk here, responsible for after-sales service. I noticed you were so enthusiastic about the first-level monster training ground, so I wanted to recommend the second and third-level monster training grounds to you. The environment there is better and can help you strengthen yourself." Xiaoyu? Lin Feng nodded slightly. He thought that the reason he chose the first-level monster training ground was simply because it was easy. 1 slash and he could kill wildly, and his proficiency skyrocketed. Isn't that enjoyable? As for the second-level monster training ground, it was too expensive. Lin Feng had glanced at it. The average cost was 50,000 per hour. Although he had a bit of money, he wasn't going to spend it like that, right? Isn't the first-level monster training ground, which offers a large quantity for a low price, more appealing? "Oh, thank you for your recommendation," Lin Feng said politely. "I'm currently only interested in the first-level monster training ground." "Goodbye, Xiaoyu. What do you mean you're only interested in the first-level monster training ground? What a weirdo." Xiaoyu watched Lin Feng's departing figure, feeling speechless. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. After leaving the martial artist training ground, Lin Feng headed straight to a nearby breakfast shop. After buying some noodles and buns, he hurried home. Thanks to Gale's shadow reaching small success, Lin Feng's travel time was reduced to 5 minutes. He was overjoyed at the change in his speed and strength. Upon returning home, his sister was still asleep. After quietly placing the breakfast down, Lin Feng lay on the sofa for a short rest. As he dozed off, he suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep, but Lin Feng suddenly felt that this home was too small. The apartment was cramped. The second floor was the bedroom where his sister stayed. The first floor had the sofa, bathroom, and kitchen. Lin Feng usually slept on the sofa. Perhaps because he was poor before, he never felt that the house was small. But now that he had money, he felt it was time to change houses. After all, his sister was growing up. There were some inconveniences between boys and girls, and Lin Feng would have to rent a new place sooner or later. With this thought, he opened his phone. He searched for housing resources in the Chuan City martial arts space. Goodness! Not looking was one thing, but seeing it shocked the poor. Chuan City Polaroid Community, exquisite 1-bedroom for sale at 2.58 million, monthly rent 120,000. Chuan City Yufu Community, exquisite 2-bedroom for sale at 5.87 million, monthly rent 200,000. The beautifully decorated 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in Chuan City Tianlong Community is priced at 9.87 million, with a monthly rent of 400,000. The villa in Chuan City Longhu is priced at 25.87 million, with a monthly rent of 1 million. The further he looked down, the more Lin Feng's heart raced. The apartment he was currently renting, commonly known as a tube building, is located outside the 8th ring of Chuan City. The internal environment can only be described as dirty, chaotic, and poor, not to mention the security rating. In a place like Chuan City, it is colloquially referred to as a slum. The only advantage is the cheap monthly rent, only 500 yuan. Aside from his sister having trouble getting to school, having to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning and returning at 7 or 8 in the evening, everything else is fine. Now that Lin Feng has money, he feels capable again. But after seeing the shocking housing prices, he feels poor again. Gotta make money, gotta make money. Without money, what's the difference between me and a salted fish? For my sister, work hard to make money. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, he heard his sister Lin Jia's sweet voice from upstairs. Are you awake? Let's eat. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Ah. Then, his sister Lin Jia got up as usual, washed up, had breakfast, and prepared to go to school. Just before leaving, Lin Feng suddenly called out, Lin Jia, don't you think our home is small? Not small, Lin Jia replied with a sweet smile. With my brother here, I like any house, no matter how small. All right. Lin Feng changed his approach. How long does it take to get from the subway line 8 to Chuan City No. 3 middle school? About 2 hours, Lin Jia said with a puzzled expression. Brother, why are you asking this all of a sudden? It's nothing, just think you have a hard time going to school. Lin Feng smiled. Go on, call me if you need anything. Okay. Understanding and obedient, Lin Jia nodded and turned to leave. After she left, the small home returned to silence. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng glanced at the breakfast and made a decision. He thought, no matter how tough it gets, he can't let his sister suffer. This house must be changed. Come on. After cheering himself up, Lin Feng quickly gulped down his breakfast and left. By the bus station, driver old Jean was smoking as usual, waiting by the car. He looked around as if waiting for something. Just as the departure time was approaching, that figure finally appeared. You're here, still going out of the city alone today? What are you up to? Morning. Lin Feng waved and found a seat close to driver old Zhang. Kid, you should form a team. At this rate, when will you break through to a 2-star warrior? Old Zhang chatted as he got on the bus. I know some warriors. Should I recommend you? You don't have it easy. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and took out his headphones from his pocket. You little brat. Seeing this, driver old Zhang stopped talking. Soon, more warriors arrived, including the 4-man team from yesterday who came again today. Upon seeing Lin Feng get on the bus early, their eyes were filled with mockery. Oh, isn't this the expert who slept outside the city? Back again today? Planning to sleep somewhere else? Don't mind him. It's early in the morning. Don't ruin my mood. Exactly. Where are we going today? 0917 or 0915? Whatever, I'm not afraid of monsters. Ha ha ha. Wearing headphones, Lin Feng wasn't listening to music. He just quietly looked out the window. This way, he could relax better. As for the derogatory comments he heard, why would he argue with them? Was he that kind of person? Obviously not. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt even better. Soon, after a half-hour drive, they arrived. Again, a large number of warriors lined up to guard the military, verifying their warrior badges to leave the city. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed that there were even more people today. with a few warriors clearly exuding a different aura from many others. So this is what it means to be strong. Lin Feng secretly glanced and then walked out of the city gate. A gray mist rushed towards him. The air was mixed with a rotten smell and a bloody scent. Already accustomed to it, Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! Like lightning, he disappeared into the white mist. At that moment, the four-man team came out. Young Master Wang, wasn't that kid just ahead of us? Where did he go? Look by the city wall. Maybe he's sleeping there. Ha ha, that's true. Forget about him. Let's set off. Set off. We must hunt 10 first-level magical beasts today. Let's go. Deep in the perilous area, a violent figure suddenly appeared. The 2 first-level magical beasts that were foraging didn't react in time and were instantly decapitated. Nearby, some magical beasts instinctively took on a fighting stance. Crack, crack. But as the blade light swept by, blossoms of blood erupted in the air. The pungent smell of blood spread like a danger signal. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Killed a first-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency. Ding! Used gale shadow, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Lin Feng's blade did not stop. Moving through the depths of the 0911 perilous area, he was like a god of death. Everywhere he passed, not a single first-level magical beast was left alive. With his high-speed movement, his stamina was quickly depleting. However, the rewards were plentiful. In a very short time, Lin Feng had killed over 100 first-level magical beasts. The remaining magical beasts either hid or fled, not daring to linger in this perilous area. It was as if there was something even more terrifying than them present. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. Because he hadn't killed enough. He wanted to kill more. How could such a good time be wasted? It couldn't. Lin Feng tidied up his spoils and headed straight for the next perilous area. On the way, he even opened the warrior forum to take a look. Wow! Shocked. The magical beasts in the 0911 perilous area have been cleared? Did the guard army do this? As soon as he opened it, a post caught his eye. Lin Feng glanced back at the direction of 0911, thinking to himself, I hope I wasn't discovered. Intrigued, he opened the post, only to see numerous replies from warriors below. No way? How could the guard army take action in a perilous area like 0911? It's not even a dungeon-level perilous area. Exactly. It must be some bored 6-star warrior bullying weaklings. I think so too. I just arrived at the 0915 perilous area and saw a 5-star warrior killing a 3rd-level magical beast. So brutal. Nothing surprising. It was me who killed it. Don't get too excited. After glancing a few times, Lin Feng exited the forum. Seeing that he hadn't been exposed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he would have to be more careful next time. If someone discovered him, wouldn't he be in trouble? With that thought, Lin Feng took out a black mask. Beneath its pitch-black exterior was a natural aura of intimidation. Lin Feng glanced at the perilous area ahead and immediately accelerated forward. The perilous area was located 300 kilometers outside of Chuan City, a genuine small city. With the revival of spiritual energy and rampant magical beasts, it was quickly destroyed. The once tall buildings were now just ruins scattered everywhere. The once prosperous streets were overgrown with weeds, and various small cars lay rusted and haphazardly strewn about. Upon arriving, Lin Feng glanced around and found a safe corner to crouch down. According to the map, the magical beasts active here were no longer limited to first level. There were also second level and even third level beasts. The number of warriors coming here for training was also increasing. It wouldn't be as sparse as the 0911 perilous area. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was observing his surroundings, a deafening roar suddenly came from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped to evade. Turning back, he saw a giant snake, 20 meters long, with a head as large as a heavy truck, charging at him. Its body, as thick as a small car, was continuously coiling and tightening. The pale gray eyes were filled with indifference. In its gaping maw, sharp fangs were bared. From its forked tongue, there was even an eye resembling a human's. Three-eyed green king snake, second-level magical beast. Lin Feng, holding the magic blade, frowned. His figure instantly moved at high speed. A swift wind swept by. Roar! The three-eyed green king snake, upon seeing this, let out a low growl. The piercing sound transformed into sound waves that spread out in all directions. Lin Feng, who was rapidly approaching, waved his hand. A blinding flash of blade light appeared in an instant. The great accomplishment Mad Demon Slash. The terrifying power descended, and the three-eyed green king snake sensed the breath of death approaching. Instinctively wanting to evade, it realized too late that it was already too late. Crack! The moment the demon blade fell, a snake head crashed to the ground. Instant kill of a level 2 magical beast. Ding! Slayed a level 2 magical beast, vitality points gained. Hearing the prompt by his ear, Lin Feng landed and immediately sheathed the demon blade, glancing at the massive snake corpse with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He thought to himself that after stepping into the 2-star warrior realm, his combat power had significantly increased. Especially the great accomplishment level Mad Demon Slash seemed to pose no difficulty against level 2 magical beasts. I wonder how strong the perfected Mad Demon Slash is. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, shaking his head slightly, and then stored the snake corpse away. Along with the 100 or so magical beasts he had hunted in the 0911 danger zone, half of his badge space was already filled, and it was still not even noon yet. With his eyes shining, Lin Feng glanced around and walked forward again. Looking out, the 0914 danger zone resembled a small city, with various facilities in place. Tall buildings lined both sides of the road, interspersed with overpasses and roundabouts. But with the invasion of magical beasts, everything had turned to ruins. Skyscrapers had collapsed, overpasses were broken, and the ground was overgrown with weeds, littered with countless bones. Tens of millions of humans had died here. Aside from warriors, ordinary humans had not set foot here for a long time. The deeper Lin Feng went, the more bones he saw. Among them, besides human remains, there were also some large magical beast bones lying across the road. Some leg bones alone were as large as 3 stories. Lin Feng found it hard to imagine what level of magical beast possessed such a physique. Why had they died here? However, he quickly guessed the reason. Behind one of the leg bones, there was a 3-meter-wide trench. A faint blade aura lingered within, seemingly telling the onlookers just how powerful that strike was. Lin Feng, wielding a blade, took a careful look, feeling extremely shocked. It was evident. When the 0914 city was invaded by magical beasts, an incredibly powerful beast had come here to rampage. But under the blade of a certain strong warrior, it had to sacrifice a leg to escape with its life. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng turned to stare at the massive leg bone. He wanted to find some clues or the blade aura left by that strong warrior, but in the end, he found nothing. Clearly, if that leg bone had any value, it would have been collected by the Chuan City base long ago. With that thought, Lin Feng continued walking forward. Roar! After about 10 minutes of walking, Lin Feng found his target in an abandoned basketball court. With blue eyes and white fur, its body resembled that of a tiger, but it had 2 black horns on its head. The tip of its tail bore a massive fleshy lump. With a gentle swing, it could smash the ground into a deep pit. A level 2 magical beast, the horned blue tiger. It was foraging here, completely unaware that it had become prey. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, seized the opportunity. The moment the horned blue tiger turned to leave, he pounced fiercely. The blade in his hand fell like lightning. Crack! The tiger's head fell to the ground, the strike clean and decisive. Ding! Slayed a level 2 magical beast, vitality points gained. Lin Feng, moving at lightning speed, wasted no time. He collected his spoils and vanished. When he reappeared, he was on the roof of a 4-story villa. Looking down, the area around the villa was an open space. The ground was covered with bizarre red flowers. At the base of each flower, there was a skull, or multiple skulls. A level 2 magical beast, the Crimson Demon Flower. It seemed to be its stronghold. According to the records of the warrior badge, the Crimson Demon Flower had an extremely strong vitality and was a plant-type magical beast, not easy to deal with. Not wanting to be reckless, Lin Feng took a glance and quickly searched for other areas. Shortly after he left, several other warriors appeared. Upon seeing the Crimson Demon Flower, they too chose to avoid it. And so it went. In the afternoon, Lin Feng was almost searching for magical beasts in the 0914 danger zone, while also familiarizing himself with the environment. Most of the magical beasts here were level 2 and 3, with very few at level 1. When encountering a level 3 magical beast, Lin Feng would directly avoid it and mark the location. When he came across level 1 or 2 magical beasts, he would casually kill them and take them away. During this time, when he encountered a team of martial artists, Lin Feng would also take a detour to avoid them. It wasn't out of fear, but rather a desire not to attract attention. By the end of the afternoon, his space was already full, with the vast majority being level 2 magical beasts. Moreover, his health points had increased from 601 to 725. Lin Feng, who believed in surviving until the end, chose to return after marking his 40th level 3 magical beast. At this point, he had explored less than half of the 0914 danger zone. He also discovered that there were more magical beasts deeper in the city, while the outskirts of the 0914 danger zone seemed to have very few beasts. At the city gate, the driver, old Zhang, exhaled a puff of smoke. Watching the returning martial artists, his face was calm. It was evident that some martial artists were smiling broadly, clearly having reaped a good harvest. Others looked dejected, obviously having gained little. Some martial artists had sorrowful expressions, clearly having lost companions. Old Zhang, who was used to this, shook his head slightly. After exhaling another puff of smoke, he habitually looked towards the city gate. Sure enough, a familiar figure was rushing towards him. Clean clothes, a clean face, and neatly combed hair. This was in stark contrast to the other martial artists. This guy even had a hint of perfume on him. After sniffing carefully, old Zhang disdainfully remarked, "So, how did you spend your time outside the city today?" "Basking in the sun," Lin Feng replied honestly. After saying that, he found a seat to sit down. Basking in the sun? Old Zhang, the speechless driver, nodded. He thought to himself that this kid was indeed a peculiar one. While others left the city for training or to make money, this kid went out to either sleep or bask in the sun. Being alive is actually quite good. With a sigh of emotion, old Zhang smiled and started the vehicle. Lin Feng, sitting in his seat, habitually put on his headphones. He observed the subtle changes on the streets of Chuan City. Soon, the vehicle reached its destination. As usual, Lin Feng got off with the crowd and disappeared into a small alley. When he reappeared, he was already outside Old Li's trading post. "You're here, you didn't dress up today." Old Li said, greeting the customer as he arrived. "No need, no one pays attention to me," Lin Feng replied honestly, then took off his mask, cap, and sunglasses. Old Li reluctantly believed that this time he hadn't dressed up much. Looking at the tall and thin young man before him, he said, "If you weren't a martial artist, I would think you were a student." "A student? I used to be, but not anymore." Lin Feng remained silent, habitually closing the door behind him. With a clatter, a pile of magical beast corpses appeared in the trading post. The trading post room was specially designed for trading magical beast corpses. Old Li looked at the small mountain of corpses before him, his face showing surprise. He thought to himself that the magical beasts this kid brought a few days ago were almost all level 1. He didn't expect that most of the magical beasts brought today were level 2, with a few being level 1. Following the rules, Old Li didn't ask too many questions. He skillfully weighed and calculated the price. 105 level 1 magical beasts worth 52, 56 level 2 magical beasts worth 112, totaling 164. Lin Feng nodded and quickly settled the bill. Adding the remaining 40, he now had a whopping 205. This amount of money was barely enough to buy a suite in Chuan City. He still needed to work hard. "Take care, and welcome next time." Old Li smiled broadly. Lin Feng, wearing his cap, mask, and sunglasses, nodded. Glancing at the trading hall, he headed towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to the weapon hall. The salesgirl at the door noticed a customer arriving. She stepped forward to welcome him, saying, "Sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. What do you need?" "Let me take a look at some defensive combat skills." Lin Feng. "Alright, sir, we have the Angry Ivadra defensive technique here," the salesgirl said, listing them off like treasures. "Steel Torrent, as solid as a rock." "So, which one do you need?" "The Angry Ivadra," Lin Feng said, his eyelids not even twitching at the price of 20,000. "Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you." The salesgirl smiled. "Do you have any weapons for large area damage against plant monsters?" Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. "It seems we don't have any," the salesgirl replied, bewildered. Lin Feng nodded, then proceeded to check out, leaving without looking back. He thought to himself that there were at least 40 or 50 of those crimson demon flowers. If he could take them all at once, it would be quite a fortune. Unfortunately, the weapon hall didn't have any weapons capable of dealing with such special monsters. After exiting the Martial Artist Association building, Lin Feng habitually bought dinner before heading home. At this hour, his sister hadn't returned yet. By normal timing, there was still half an hour to go. Taking a break, Lin Feng opened his phone. "Lin Feng, are you really not coming back to study? The martial arts exam is coming up soon, and we promised to study together for the Martial Arts University." Sheneng Chung. Teacher Liang said today that Chuan City No. 7 High School is having a friendly match, and I'm one of the representatives from No. 1 High School. Will you come to see me? Sheneng Chung. A friendly match? Lin Feng frowned, then relaxed. The 7 major high schools in Chuan City are almost the breeding ground for martial artists for the 7 major martial arts universities. Every year, the senior students' martial arts exam provides many excellent martial artist candidates. Behind the 7 major martial arts universities is the Chuan City Martial Arts Base. The so-called friendly match is actually just a warm-up before the martial arts exam. The 7 major high schools will send many outstanding students to compete, showcasing the school's strength. Of course, the match day is live-streamed throughout the city. Especially the deans of the 7 major martial arts universities will appear. If there are particularly outstanding martial artist candidates, they will take note in advance, poach them, or even exempt them from exams. This is tacitly accepted among the schools, as no one wants to offend those big shots behind the scenes. My blood value is 66, and you want me to go to university with you? Are you crazy? Lin Feng replied, forget about me, find a good person to marry. Lin Feng casually responded and then got up to prepare dinner. It was still chicken leg rice, replenishing pills, and some nutritional supplements. Brother, I'm back. Just as he finished preparing, Lin Jia returned home on time. Good, come eat. Lin Feng took her backpack and handed her a warm towel. Brother, Teacher Zhou wants me to participate in the friendly match, Lin Jia said as she sat down. I don't want to go. Why not? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. What's your blood value now? 271. Lin Jia said with a bitter expression, brother, did I break through too quickly? A blood value of 271? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Looking at his talented sister, he encouraged her, that's a good thing. It seems the qi replenishing pills are working. What pills? Lin Jia asked, confused. It's nothing, Lin Feng continued to smile. If Teacher Zhou wants you to participate, then go ahead. The martial arts exam is coming up, and testing your strength is a good thing. Alright, brother. Lin Jia sighed, but I'm the only one from the entire junior high of Chuan City no. 3 participating. Ha ha, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that Shining Qing, that silly girl, only had a blood value of a little over 100 in junior high. His sister had a blood value of 271 in junior high. She was probably one of the top talents in the entire junior high of Chuan City no. 7. It's normal, you're a genius, Lin Feng praised. No, I don't want to be any kind of genius, Lin Jia pouted. I just want to be my brother's sister. Okay, hurry up and eat. Lin Feng nodded. Increasing your blood value is a good thing. That way, the school will pay attention to you. Okay. Lin Jia nodded and then began to eat seriously. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He thought that the Chuan City martial arts base places great importance on talent, especially those who are exceptionally gifted as soon as they turn 18. For such geniuses, once they enter the martial arts university, the school will provide special care and the best resources. Lin Feng was not worried about his sister Mu Xiu Yulin. After all, that was school, the cradle for cultivating warriors at the Chuan City martial arts base. Who would be so arrogant as to go against a martial arts base? With that thought, Lin Feng began to eat. It was still those canned meats from level 3 magical beasts. When his sister inquired, he said it was just ordinary canned meat, the kind that wasn't worth much. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Feng comfortably lay back on the sofa. Brother, I'm going upstairs. Lin Jia waved her hand after finishing her meal and went up to the second floor. Good. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed to wash the dishes and clean the table. He even mopped the floor while he was at it. After finishing these chores, it seemed like night had fallen again. I'm going out to work, Lin Jia. Okay, brother. Be safe at work. On the second floor, Lin Jia watched her brother leave, a hint of worry in her eyes. She thought to herself that she didn't know why, but recently she always felt pain in her arm. After searching on her phone, almost all the suggestions were to arrange for funeral matters immediately and choose a good burial site, or to go to the hospital for an examination and prepare for surgery. But the surgery costs easily reach tens of millions. How could the family afford that? Tears welled up in Lin Jia's peach blossom eyes. She pondered that her brother worked so hard to earn money to support her, and she couldn't let him know about her illness. By the time she couldn't hide it anymore, it would probably be too late. Lin Feng rushed towards the warrior training ground. A 20-minute journey, and he arrived in 5 minutes. He checked into room 5201 for 3 hours at the front desk, then entered the room. The hell-level beast tide was fully loaded. Ding! Using Angry Eye Diamond. Proficiency. Ding! Using Swift Wind Shadow. Proficiency. Ding! Using Mad Demon Slash. Proficiency. Ding! Using Angry Eye Diamond. Proficiency. Inside the room, the disciplined Lin Feng transformed into a steel man, moving rapidly through the beast tide with his physical body. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the magical beasts he touched instantly shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, at the training grounds backstage, Xiaoyu looked at the now bright room 5201, her face numb. She thought, does this person have a serious illness? She had already hinted so subtly. Why is he back again? Could it be that he finds pleasure in torturing level 1 magical beasts? Sigh. Xiaoyu sighed, feeling somewhat like crying without tears, especially since room 5201 had renewed its fee again. She was truly at her wit's end. In the room. Ding! Using Mad Demon Slash. Proficiency. Ding! Using Swift Wind Shadow. Proficiency. Ding! using Angry Eye Diamond, proficiency, reaching entry level. Hearing that Angry Eye Diamond had reached entry level, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. He thought this defensive combat skill was too fierce, too violent. It was completely using the power of the body to confront magical beasts head-on. With his 2-star warrior strength, it was a complete crushing. Swift Wind Shadow combined with Mad Demon Slash, plus Angry Eye Diamond, Lin Feng felt that he could easily slaughter level 2 magical beasts. Even level 3 magical beasts were not out of the question for a fight. With that thought, he opened the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 2-star warrior. Vitality, 725. Combat skills, Mad Demon Slash. Great accomplishment, Swift Wind Shadow. Minor accomplishment, Angry Eye Diamond, entry level. Entry, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, perfection. Vitality surged from 601 to 725. Although there was still some distance to the 1500 vitality needed for a 3-star warrior, Lin Feng believed that with Angry Eye Diamond, this distance would soon be closed. Be disciplined. Renew the fee. Putting away the panel, Lin Feng directly chose to renew the fee. Instantly, the level 1 magical beast tide surged in again. Lin Feng, with Angry Eye Diamond at entry level, grinned. He then used Swift Wind Shadow to charge forward at high speed. Like a locomotive, he instantly smashed through all obstacles. Ding! Using Angry Eye Diamond. Proficiency. 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 Ding! Using Swift Wind Shadow. Proficiency. An hour later, Lin Feng walked out of the room feeling refreshed. He spent 40,000 yuan to train the Angry Eye Vajra to an entry level, and he made a big profit. Glancing at the front desk, he skillfully settled the bill and left. Not long after he departed, Xiao Yuer arrived at room 5201. She opened the door and carefully looked around the room. She didn't notice anything unusual. But why was this person so obsessed with 5201? Out of curiosity, Xiao Yuer took out a black gold room card. Only 3 people had this card at the martial artist training ground. One was the owner of the training ground, another was the president of the Martial Artist Association, and the last one was her. The stunningly beautiful Xiao Yuer glanced at the room, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. It was known that the martial artist training ground strictly prohibited unauthorized viewing of training replays, but to satisfy her curiosity, Xiao Yuer ultimately decided to sneak a peek. She inserted the card and selected the replay. The door closed. What came into view was Lin Feng transformed into the Angry Eye Vajra, rampaging through a horde of beasts. Xiao Yuer watched for a few moments, finding no clues. In her eyes, this person was just idly bullying weaklings. But as the replay continued, Xiao Yuer was stunned. She could clearly feel that this guy had become stronger. For instance, when he first used the combat skill Angry Eye Vajra, he was somewhat clumsy. But with the second use, it was as if he had trained for months. How could this be possible? Xiao Yuer rubbed her eyes and confirmed again that this was indeed the combat skill Angry Eye Vajra, her mouth slightly agape. She thought to herself, a normal martial artist would need at least 3 months to reach the entry level with the defensive combat skill Angry Eye Vajra. Yet this guy had somehow gone from a novice level to entry level in just a few hours. The difference in proficiency was enormous, and Xiao Yuer could still tell. Could it be an act? In disbelief, Xiao Yuer shook her head slightly. She replayed the previous training records again. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Whether it was the Mad Demon Slash or the Swift Shadow, Lin Feng completed the transition from novice to entry level with an extremely exaggerated speed. Could this person be an awakened? In Xiao Yuer's understanding, martial artists were divided into ordinary martial artists, genius martial artists, and awakened ones. Genius martial artists were strong, but still understandable. However, awakened individuals were almost like monsters. Their awakened abilities could help them improve their strength in a very short time. Such people, once they appeared in major martial arts spaces, would definitely be sought after. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth and quickly checked the user information for the room. Shan. But the displayed name was only one character. Since the martial artist training ground did not require real name registration, many people used aliases. Shen, no, I have to call Grandpa. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yuer quickly left the room and returned to the office. After dialing a number, a familiar doting voice came from the other end. Good granddaughter, why are you calling me at this hour? Do you miss Grandpa? Old man, stop flattering yourself. Xiao Yuer said seriously, I have a situation here, you need to come take a look. Isn't your second uncle there? The voice on the other end sounded tense. He's useless, Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth. Anyway, I want to see you this morning. Okay. After leaving the martial artist training ground, Lin Feng was unaware that his training scene had been exposed. Instead, he continued as usual, buying some breakfast to take home. When the lights on the second floor came on, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Awake, come eat. I brought you soup dumplings, your favorite." "Thank you, brother." Lin Jia, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and then went downstairs to wash up and eat. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of peace in his heart. He glanced at the noodles on the table and began to eat heartily. After finishing, Lin Feng glanced at the time and asked, "Sister, which place do you think has better houses? Or what kind of house do you like?" "Wait, what is brother talking about?" After Lin Jia reacted, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. She turned to glance at her brother lying on the sofa and asked, "Bro, why did you suddenly bring up the house?" "Haha, well." Lin Feng sat up and spread his hands. "I've been working hard lately, and my boss plans to transfer me to another place, so there's a house I can choose from. Just wanted to ask you." "Wow, you're so amazing, brother," Lin Jia exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, so what kind of house do you like?" Lin Feng scratched his head. "A bigger one, I guess," Lin Jia replied. "Does it cost money, bro?" "Just a little rent." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "The company covers most of it." "I see," Lin Jia said. "If the rent isn't too expensive, then a bigger one is fine. If it's pricey, a smaller one will do." "Great." With Lin Jia's requirements for the house in mind, Lin Feng nodded. Buying battle skills cost 2. Renting a house cost 5. Now he had 198 left. Not too much, but enough to buy a house. However, after hunting magical beasts for 2 days, it should be fine. "Bro, I'm done eating. I'm off to school." Lost in thought, Lin Jia had already packed up to go to school. "Alright," Lin Feng nodded. He then started washing the dishes, freshening up, and headed out. As always, driver old Zhang was waiting by the car door. The smoke rings he exhaled mixed with the thin mist and dissipated. The weather in Chuan City today didn't seem too good. There probably weren't many martial artists leaving the city, right? Driver old Zhang shook his head slightly, and after extinguishing his cigarette, he prepared to start the car. Morning. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Feng had already gotten into the car. This kid had just vanished a moment ago? Old Zhang rubbed his eyes. Confirming it was Lin Feng, he exclaimed in surprise, "You flew over here? I didn't see you just now." "The fog is so thick," Lin Feng replied. "It's normal for you not to see me." True enough. Driver old Zhang glanced at the dense fog and stopped doubting. However, after looking at Lin Feng, he reminded him, "The martial arts base in Chuan City has issued a thunderstorm warning today. Why are you still going out of the city?" "There's no water at home," Lin Feng replied honestly. "I plan to go out and take a shower in the rain." Taking a shower in the rain. Alright. Feeling speechless, driver old Zhang nodded. Looking at this strange guy in front of him, he then started the car and drove off. The weather in Chuan City today was gray and hazy. The towering skyscrapers were shrouded in thin mist, occasionally appearing and disappearing. Lin Feng, seeing this scene, habitually opened the martial artist forum. "Today's weather is terrible. I don't plan to go out of the city. Anyone want to meet at the Mature Lady and Lowly Cafe? Thunderstorm weather is so scary. Is there an older brother to come comfort me at home? Limited to 3-star martial artists and above. Have you heard? The annual selection competition for the Guard Army has started, and I heard the rewards will be increased this year. So tired. Finally, I can take a break. Looking for a little sister. A lonely heart needs comfort." Posts scrolled by. Lin Feng's gaze finally landed on the third post about the Guard Army selection competition. Clicking to open it, he found over 10,000 replies. "So what if you heard? Are you a 5-star martial artist? Do you qualify to compete? Geneva. Why are you so angry upstairs? Go to hell. Shut up, shut up." There are quite a few people joining this time. The seniors in their 3rd year probably sign up. How could they not sign up? This is the only chance to join the Guard Army. Joining the Guard Army means, I don't even know. Anyway, it's really impressive. No one knows what the selection criteria are this year. Last year, out of 100,000 people, only 500 were selected. It was brutal. Of course, the strong remain strong. The Guard Army doesn't need useless people. Just to qualify for the competition, you need to be at least a 5-star martial artist. The Guard Army selection competition, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of desire. After the revival of spiritual energy, to resist the powerful magical beasts, strong entities formed armies to protect the surviving humans. Those who huddled in the big cities also spontaneously established martial arts bases. Call the army that will defend them the Guardian Army. Everyone takes pride in joining the Guardian Army. The Guardian Army takes pride in slaying magical beasts. Lin Feng, lost in thought, couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He pondered the opportunity to learn more about this competition. If he could sneak in, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the future. The bus has arrived. At that moment, the driver, old Zhang, called out. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I counted, and there are probably no more than 10 people going out today. Do you still want to go? But it's a thunderstorm. Even magical beasts would avoid coming out." Lin Feng smiled slightly. Looking at the driver, "Old Zhang," he said, "I haven't bathed in a month. No matter how heavy the thunderstorm, I have to go out." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng was already heading towards the city gate. What a strange guy. Old Zhang shook his head slightly. Glancing at the departing figure, he instinctively wanted to start the bus and continue working, but he suddenly noticed a pack of cigarettes on the seat. He grinned and said, "Kid, I'll wait for you to come back." After the routine inspection outside the city, Lin Feng walked out of the city gate. Boom! As soon as he stepped out, the deafening sound of thunder roared in his ears. Looking around, the sky outside the city was overcast with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Thick purple lightning struck down from time to time. Raindrops the size of goose eggs poured down. It was like a rain of bullets washing over the battered earth. Meanwhile, inside the city, apart from the white mist, there were no other signs. This was the protective net of the martial arts base at work. It was said to be created by top-tier experts to fend off magical beast attacks and severe weather. After all, since the revival of spiritual energy, not only living beings have mutated, but also these terrifying natural disasters. Lin Feng, lost in thought, shook his head slightly. Glancing at the dangerous direction of 0914, he immediately turned into a shadow and disappeared. In the martial artist training ground, Little Fish glanced at the time. She couldn't help but pace back and forth outside room 5201. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a dignified, burly old man with white hair and a beaming smile approached. "Granddaughter, what do you need me for?" Seeing the old man arrive, Little Fish's beautiful face showed a hint of disdain. "You're so slow, old man." "It's thunderstorm weather," the old man chuckled. "I was in a meeting at the martial arts base in Guangqing last night." "Oh," Little Fish responded with an "oh." She glanced at the old man and chose to forgive him. "You watch first, and then listen to me. In any case, I think this person is a super genius." "No, an awakened." "Awakened?" The old man with white hair frowned and said, "Little Fish, are you serious?" "Humph, do you think I would lie to you?" Little Fish huffed lightly. The old man with the white beard nodded and followed her into the room. Little Fish skillfully took out a black card and began to replay. As Lin Feng's training footage appeared, the room fell silent. At first, the old man with the white beard thought his granddaughter had made a mistake. After all, this was just an ordinary martial artist's training routine. At most, this person was a bit fierce and liked to slaughter first-level magical beasts. But the more he watched, the more something felt off. The old man gradually noticed the clues. He found that this martial artist's speed in mastering combat skills was astonishing. From being clumsy at the beginning to achieving proficiency in less than 3 hours. One combat skill was one thing, but several combat skills followed the same pattern. Stunned, the old man with the white beard exclaimed, "Where is this person? Get me his information." Little Fish shook her head slightly. With her arms crossed, she sighed, "This person is very clever. I couldn't find him using the alias, but he will definitely come back tonight." "Grandpa, this guy isn't awakened, right?" The old man with the white beard nodded. Glancing at the youthful face on the screen, he said, "Then I won't use my connections to find him for now. I'll keep an eye on him here tonight." "TCH, weren't you very busy?" Little Fish teased. "Are you not busy when you encounter an awakened?" "This is just wanting to accompany my granddaughter," the old man with a white beard said with a smile. "Are you sure he will come tonight?" "Absolutely, he will definitely come," Little Fish replied confidently. Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in the old man's eyes. He thought to himself, among 1,000,000 people, it wouldn't be surprising to find 100 martial artists, but among 10,000 martial artists, to find one awakener is truly a rare occurrence. These individuals are different from ordinary martial artists. From the moment they awaken, it signifies they will become top-tier powerhouses. Ordinary martial artists still need to undergo constant training to have even a slight chance of becoming top-tier. The gap between the two is like a chasm. With this thought, the old man began to look forward to tonight's meeting. Rumble. In the perilous area, a figure raced through the torrential rain. The deafening thunderstorm roared intermittently, yet Lin Feng's speed did not slow down. He was continuously closing in on a level 3 magical beast based on the markings from yesterday. After passing through an abandoned theater, Lin Feng jumped onto a crumbling wall and stopped. Looking down, he saw a deep pit beneath the ruins. This used to be a subway passage, now turned into a magical beast's lair. Weeds grew wildly around, and within, bones were piled high, a truly horrifying sight. With a cold gaze, Lin Feng glanced into the depths of the cave. In a flash, he dropped down like a cannonball. Boom! The moment he landed, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the once concrete floor. Deep within the abandoned subway entrance, a pair of crimson eyes lit up. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. Following that, a magical beast covered in black scales, with 2 horns on its head, bared its teeth, charging out like a small truck. The level 3 magical beast, black-armored demon lizard. Its red tongue flicked out, releasing a pungent smell. Lin Feng merely glanced at it before skillfully drawing his magic blade. He did not underestimate the level 3 magical beast before him. The moment he drew his sword, he moved at high speed. Gale Shadow. At the same time, golden light burst forth from him. Angry Vajra. With full power unleashed, Lin Feng raised his sword and charged straight for its head. Roar! The black-armored demon lizard, seeing this, immediately opened its massive mouth and roared. Just as the blade was about to reach, it swiftly dodged. As its body turned, its tail, as thick as a utility pole, came whistling toward him. Clang! Caught off guard, Lin Feng raised his sword to block the blow. Instantly, a piercing metallic clash rang out, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. His palms felt numb. Using the recoil, Lin Feng quickly created distance. So this is a level 3 magical beast. Roar! The black-armored demon lizard, sensing its advantage, opened its massive mouth and roared again. Its flicking tongue lunged at Lin Feng in an instant. Bang! As Lin Feng dodged at high speed and turned back to look, he saw a deep pit where he had just stood. Without time to think, the tongue came at him again. Constantly dodging, Lin Feng felt the pressure. He thought to himself, the strength of a level 3 magical beast is formidable. It is far beyond what a level 2 magical beast can compare to. After dodging several times in succession, Lin Feng's movements gradually slowed. However, the black-armored demon lizard's tongue remained fast. Just as it was about to strike Lin Feng's abdomen, a silver light suddenly burst forth from him. Alloy battle armor. Capable of withstanding level 3 magical beast attacks. Bang! A thundering impact resonated in his chest. Lin Feng felt as if he had taken a heavy punch. Using that force, he vanished into the rain. Roar! The black-armored demon lizard, witnessing this scene, immediately opened its massive mouth and roared. It seemed to be demonstrating, then returned to the cave to continue sleeping. The rain continued to fall. The perilous area was not very peaceful. After leaving the black-armored demon lizard's territory, Lin Feng made his way to the area where level 2 magical beasts roamed. As he moved through the rain, he let the raindrops, the size of stones, pelt against his alloy battle armor. Along the way, he encountered scattered level 1 and level 2 magical beasts, killing them and collecting their bodies. Upon arriving at an abandoned mall, Lin Feng stopped. He glanced at the empty area before him and immediately took out a dozen level 1 and 2 magical beast corpses from his badge space. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. The magical beasts within a 10-mile radius were instantly agitated by the smell of blood, especially since Lin Feng had deliberately cut open some of the beast's blood vessels. The pungent beast blood gushed out like a burst water pipe. The increase in the smell of blood meant more magical beasts could sense it. Roar! Hearing the roars of nearby magical beasts, Lin Feng immediately hid in the shadows. It was visible to the naked eye. Around the abandoned mall, terrifying figures were rapidly approaching. A first-level magical beast had just come close when it was torn apart by an arriving second-level magical beast. On the ground, soaked by the torrential rain, patches of blood red appeared. Such incidents continued to happen. The number of second-level magical beasts gathering here was also increasing. Lin Feng glanced around and estimated there were about 100. Still not enough. To attract more second-level magical beasts, more slaughter was needed. With this thought, Lin Feng, like the Grim Reaper, instantly donned his alloy battle armor. Under the pouring rain, he fell to the ground like a silver cannonball. Bang! A second-level magical beast that hadn't reacted was stunned, and its head was instantly punched through. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Used Gale Shadow, proficiency gained. Ding! Used Angry Diamond, proficiency gained. Lin Feng landed, his face obscured by a silver mask. His figure, however, stood out like a beacon. Instantly, dozens of second-level magical beasts pounced towards him. Fearlessly, he grinned and drew his magic sword. Kill! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The second-level magical beasts shattered like tofu. Yet Lin Feng was incredibly fast. With his high-speed movements, more magical beasts were smashed to pieces. In an instant, the area within 10 meters was cleared. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon Slash, proficiency gained. Ding! Used Angry Diamond, proficiency gained. Ding! Used Gale Shadow, proficiency gained. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng, clad in alloy battle armor, unleashed his full firepower. He charged towards the remaining second-level magical beasts. Boom! Under the thunder and lightning, a silver flash darted through the abandoned mall shrouded in dark clouds. Wherever he passed, blood flowers bloomed in the air. Once the slaughter ceased, the abandoned mall returned to silence. Unlike the usual emptiness, the ground suddenly formed a small mountain made of magical beast corpses. Blood flowed out, gathering like streams. As the pungent smell of blood spread, the abandoned mall, which had barely settled, was once again filled with the roars of magical beasts. Looking around, second-level magical beasts were swarming in like locusts. Hiding in the shadows, Lin Feng observed the scene with a hint of indifference. He thought to himself that third-level magical beasts already possessed human intelligence. They would clearly not fall for such an obvious bait trap. Only these first and second-level magical beasts, filled with beastly instincts, would recklessly approach without regard for their lives. Sigh. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and glanced at his panel. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. After the recent slaughter, his health points had risen from 725 to 801. He had killed nearly 300 second-level magical beasts. He still had half the way to go to reach the 1500 health points required for a third-level warrior. The road ahead was long and arduous. Lin Feng sighed, then focused his gaze below. It was evident. With an entire mountain of magical beast corpses as bait, the number of second-level magical beasts attracted was no longer just a few hundred. Lin Feng estimated that the second-level magical beasts this time were equivalent to a small-scale beast tide, at least 1,000 at the very least. With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Glancing at the densely packed magical beasts below, he calmly took out a pile of magical beast meat cans. After the recent frenzied slaughter, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Now, while the beast tide had not fully gathered, Lin Feng began to replenish his stamina. Boom! In the abandoned mall building spanning tens of thousands of square feet, the deafening sound of thunder echoed through the corridors, surrounding the small mountain made of magical beast corpses. A horde of massive second-level magical beasts, their eyes bloodshot and teeth bared, continued to close in. Drawn by the scent of blood and flesh, they were now eager to feast. Roar! It was unclear who let out the first low growl. Immediately, a group of magical beasts charged toward the mountain of corpses. Under their gaping maws, a gluttonous feast began. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng, having eaten his fill, couldn't help but smile. Gripping his magic blade, he dashed forward at high speed. Instantly, an alloy battle armor attached itself to him. Lin Feng transformed into a silver cannonball, ruthlessly weaving through the tide of beasts. Wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew, and screams echoed endlessly. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Used Angry Diamond. Proficiency. Ding! Used Mad Demon Slash. Proficiency. Ding! Used Gale Shadow 40, Proficiency. Roar! Amidst the chaos, with blood staining his battle armor, Lin Feng finally stopped after slaying the last second-level magical beast. His stamina was depleted by 90%. He was nearing his limit. Fortunately, the small beast tide had been dealt with. Over 1,500 second-level magical beasts slain. His vitality points surged from 801 to 1168. Angry Diamond advanced from beginner to minor success. The tremendous boost filled Lin Feng with ecstatic joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the mountain of second-level magical beast corpses and began to collect them one by one. After a full 10 minutes, he finally finished. Both his warrior badge and the space in his alloy battle armor were nearly stuffed to capacity. A feeling of immense wealth welled up within Lin Feng. Roar! But just then, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed in his ears. It was a third-level magical beast. The commotion in the abandoned mall had finally attracted a third-level magical beast. Lin Feng glanced toward the southern area. Then, he transformed into a silver flash and disappeared. Boom! Shortly after he left, a third-level magical beast, as large as a trailer with eyes like copper bells, burst into the mall. After leaving the abandoned mall, Lin Feng sprinted back. On his way, he happened to pass by the vicinity of the Crimson Demon Flower Nest. Since they were plant-type second-level magical beasts and couldn't move, they hadn't been lured to their doom. Rumbling! Just as Lin Feng was about to continue on his way after a quick glance, a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. It struck precisely on the grass where the crimson demon flowers were located. Instantly, one of the crimson demon flowers was hit and wilted, barely hanging on. Seeing this scene, a bold idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind. He thought that ordinary combat techniques couldn't inflict any damage on the crimson demon flowers, which was why few warriors dared to attack them. Moreover, there were so many crimson demon flowers in this area that even capable warriors were reluctant to provoke them. But upon seeing that lightning could harm the crimson demon flowers, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran toward the nearby ruins. He used his hands to pry apart the concrete brick walls. Steel rebars were revealed. Crack! Lin Feng shook them forcefully. The cement clinging to the steel rebars shattered inch by inch, falling away as debris. Following this method, Lin Feng dismantled 3 buildings to gather enough steel rebars to create a 100-meter-long, 100-meter-wide steel net. He also fashioned a 100-meter-long lightning rod. After completing all this, he stored it away. He glanced back at the grass where the crimson demon flowers were located. Then, he rushed over at high speed. Rumbling! Under the thunderstorm, bolts of lightning continuously exploded. Lin Feng, having arrived above the grass, smiled slightly. He glanced at the crimson demon flowers below and then dropped the 100-meter-long steel net. Seizing the moment when the lightning struck again, he threw out the lightning rod. Rumbling! Accompanied by a deafening thunderstorm, a purple lightning bolt struck the rod. In an instant, hundreds of crimson demon flowers below were fried to a crisp. Lin Feng was overjoyed at this sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed aside the iron net and began his ruthless harvest. Ding! Slain a level 2 plant-type monster, health value. Ding! Slain a level 2 plant-type monster, health value. Ding! Slain a level 2 plant-type monster, health value. What the heck? A type of plant. Slaying plant-type monsters gives even higher health value? Hearing the notification, Lin Feng was overjoyed. More than 200 red demon flowers were all collected by Lin Feng. His health value soared from 1168 to 1400. With this unexpected joy, Lin Feng quickly turned and left. At the city gate, driver old Zhang leaned against the car door. Puffing out smoke rings, he occasionally glanced outside. But as time passed, that familiar figure still did not appear. Could it be that he died? Driver old Zhang shook his head slightly, thinking that it was possible. After all, the thunderstorm weather was extremely harsh. Even monsters wouldn't easily come out to stroll, let alone a 1-star martial artist. Sigh. Driver old Zhang sighed and turned to get in the car, planning to leave. Not waiting for me? Just as he got into the car, a familiar voice came from behind. You little brat, I thought you were dead. Driver old Zhang turned back in surprise. Just took a shower, nothing serious. Lin Feng waved his hand and got into the car, finding a seat to sit down. After harvesting the red demon flowers, he rushed back to the city with all his might. He finally made it back just as his stamina was about to run out. With bleary eyes, he drowsily closed his eyes. Seeing this, driver old Zhang didn't disturb him anymore. Although this kid hit it well, he still caught a faint smell of blood. At least it was the blood of a level 2 monster. After being a driver for many years, he finally realized that this kid was not simple. After all, who in their right mind would go out hunting monsters in a thunderstorm? Arrived at the station. In less than 30 minutes of driving, they reached their destination. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng woke up. His stamina and mental energy were severely depleted, and as soon as he opened his eyes, a wave of fatigue washed over him, along with a feeling of hunger. Forcing himself to endure, Lin Feng glanced out the window and quickly got out of the car, disappearing into the crowd. In the Martial Artist Association building, in Old Lee's trading room, Old Lee glanced at the weather outside, thinking that no martial artist would come today. After all, it was a thunderstorm outside. Who would go out of the city? Just as he was about to close the door and take a break, a familiar figure wearing a baseball cap and mask appeared at the door. It's you! Old Lee was surprised. You went out of the city today? Lin Feng did not respond. After glancing at Old Lee, he directly closed the door. Do you have a bigger room? Hearing the inquiry, Old Lee's face twitched. He turned to look at the special room behind him and immediately walked inside without saying a word. As the lights came on, a larger special monster trading room appeared. Inside was spotless, clearly never used before. Lin Feng glanced at it and shook his head slightly. Is there a bigger one? What? Not enough? Old Lee was stunned and surprised. This can hold 1,000 monsters. Lin Feng still shook his head slightly. 1,000 was completely insufficient in his eyes. Seeing this, Old Lee could only open a new room again. Inside was just like the previous one, completely new. This one is for 2,000, Old Lee said, the largest. Clatter! Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already opened his martial artist badge. Instantly, thousands of level 2 monster corpses appeared in the special trading room, a total of 1,000. Following the same method, Lin Feng put on his alloy battle armor in front of Old Lee. Then came another 1,000 level 2 monster corpses, a total of 2,000 level 2 monsters. Seeing this scene, Old Lee wanted to slap his mouth. Did you poke the nest of level 2 monsters? Lin Feng said nothing. He just quietly waited. Shocked, Old Lee swallowed hard and immediately stopped asking. Knowing the rules, he understood that some questions should not be asked. He then began to calculate the price. Level 2 monsters, each one, a full 4,000. 4,000, Old Lee said while checking out. Do you want to count them? Lin Feng shook his head slightly and then pocketed 40 million. Adding to the previous 198, he now had a total of 4,198. However, Lin Feng did not rush to leave. Glancing at Old Li, he continued to ask, how much do you buy a level 2 plant-type magical beast for? What? A level 2 plant-type magical beast? Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Looking at Lin Feng in front of him, he exclaimed excitedly, how many do you have? A lot. Lin Feng replied honestly. The market price is 10 each. Old Li gritted his teeth and said, I can give you 15 each. Not enough. Lin Feng said coldly, 20. Old Li gritted his teeth again. Deal. Lin Feng replied, how many do you have? Old Li continued to ask. With a rustle, as soon as he finished speaking, over 200 red demon flowers suddenly appeared in the room. Seeing the scene, Old Li was dumbfounded, his face full of shock. It was actually red demon flowers. These things sell for 30 each in the market. What a huge profit. Suppressing his joy, he glanced at Lin Feng and said, I don't have that much money right now. You see, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng directly recalled all the red demon flowers. Old Li was taken aback and quickly explained, what I mean is, you can wait for me for an hour. I really don't have much money in my card today. However, Lin Feng didn't look back and intended to leave. This change made Old Li's expression shift. He thought this big buyer was planning to go to another store. He quickly spoke up, as long as you're willing to sell to me, I can add more money. How much? Lin Feng stopped and asked. 25. Old Li gritted his teeth and said, I can't go any higher. Red demon flowers sell for 30 in the market. I can't sell at a loss. Deal, I'll come back in an hour. Lin Feng nodded and then turned around gracefully to leave. After stepping out, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought he had underestimated the value of red demon flowers. Who knew they were actually gold nuggets? Previously, to make space, Lin Feng had discarded over 100 level 2 magical beasts. It pained his heart. However, the enormous value of the red demon flowers made his heartache disappear instantly. Meanwhile, in the trading hall, after seeing Lin Feng leave, Old Li quickly made a call to get money. In his view, if he waited even a minute, these red demon flowers wouldn't belong to him anymore. After leaving the trading hall, Lin Feng arrived at the weapon hall. The sultry salesgirl waiting outside saw a customer coming and quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Hello, sir, how can I assist you? The sultry salesgirl had a curvaceous figure. When she bent down, her cleavage was unmistakable. Lin Feng glanced at her and was somewhat amazed. He thought to himself that her sales performance must have a reason behind it. Do you have any better combat skills? Lin Feng said, I mean, money is not an issue. Better combat skills? Money is not an issue? The sultry salesgirl was taken aback. Then her heart blossomed with joy. Sir, as you know, level 2 combat skills are managed by the armory. We definitely don't have those here. However, we do have combat skills that are very close to level 2. Please take a look, sir. Piercing shot. Price 100. Demon subduing staff technique. Price 100. Killer blade technique. Price 100. The first two were long spear and staff type combat skills. Lin Feng glanced at them and then focused on the killer blade technique. He used a knife. Naturally, the combat skill had to match with the magic knife. I'll take this knife technique. Swipe the card. Please wait a moment, sir. The low-cut sultry salesgirl perked up instantly upon hearing swipe the card. She quickly packaged the killer blade technique. Sir, please keep it safe. Lin Feng nodded and took it into his possession. Glancing at the direction of the battle armor in the store, he said, I need battle armor, something good, with enough space. All right. The sultry salesgirl's eyes lit up. Seeing that Lin Feng wanted to buy more, she quickly recommended, Sir, the last time you purchased a 50 alloy battle armor, this time I recommend you buy a 100 titanium alloy battle armor. Its defense, speed, performance, and space far exceed that of alloy battle armor, and we can also give you a 10% discount. Titanium alloy battle armor? Gold titanium alloy dog eyes? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, dissatisfied, and said, Is there anything better? Money is no object. Yes, yes, yes. The salesgirl exclaimed excitedly, then let me recommend. The 500 black tungsten battle armor? This should be the best value battle armor below the martial master realm. The best battle armor below the martial master realm? A 9-star martial artist condenses their vital energy and blood, reaching the level of refining tendons and bones to be called a martial master. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I'll take it. Great. Sir, please wait in the room for a moment. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's heart raced with excitement. She nodded eagerly and hurried to get the black tungsten battle armor. Lin Feng didn't waste time and went straight into the room to wait. The environment here was a million times better than outside. There were free fruits and free drinks. The fruits were nutritious items that could replenish vital energy, and the drinks were coffee to restore mental strength. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who was starving, immediately devoured everything. When the salesgirl returned with a ring, she was surprised and said, "I'm really sorry, sir. We didn't prepare any fruits or drinks for you. Please wait a moment." Burp, "No need." Lin Feng burped and said, "Did you bring the items?" Oh, please take a look," the salesgirl hurriedly introduced. "This is the new generation black tungsten battle armor, developed by our mechanics, with many optimized features." What came into view was a set of shiny black battle armor. It exuded a chill all over. Lin Feng took one look and instantly liked it. "Sir, for this, we also gift you a space ring," the salesgirl continued. "It has about 10 square meters of space, please accept it." Swipe the card. Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. "Alright, please wait a moment." The ecstatic salesgirl nodded and quickly processed the payment. Combat skill 100. Black tungsten battle armor 500. Total 600. Remaining balance 3,598. After receiving the black tungsten battle armor, Lin Feng planned to turn and leave. But he saw the salesgirl smile and ask, "Sir, do you know about our Martial Artist Association's auction house? I noticed you are a junior member, which gives you the qualification to participate in the Alliance auction held by the Martial Artist Association. Would you like to know more?" An auction held by the Martial Artist Association? He had never heard of it, but it was clearly a circle that only the elite would come into contact with. Lin Feng's eyes moved, glancing at the salesgirl. "Is there anything I need?" Upon hearing this, the salesgirl nodded immediately. She thought to herself that the auction held by the Martial Artist Association was almost once every 3 years. Each time it was packed with people, strong warriors gathered, and treasures were abundant. Having just started as a salesgirl, if she could recommend a client to the auction, as long as this person could buy some inexpensive trinket, it would be enough for her to be transferred to headquarters. Thinking of this, the salesgirl introduced, "There must be, sir, for example, the second-level combat skills you want. Although you can't buy them openly at the martial arts space, they can be legally auctioned at the auction." Second-level combat skills? Lin Feng's eyes lit up with a hint of fervor. His proficiency in the frenzied slash was already at a great level, and he was not far from perfection. Once he stepped into the 3-star martial artist realm, this combat skill would almost become useless. Supplementing his strength and enhancing his vital energy was crucial for Lin Feng. Looking at the salesgirl, he asked, "How do I get to the auction?" "Sir, I'll tell you the process right away," the salesgirl said excitedly. "You just need to fill in my invitation code at the end." After Lin Feng roughly understood the process of joining the auction, he stood up to leave. The salesgirl was also quite respectful, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Sir, take care, we welcome you to visit again. If you have any questions, you can message me privately." After leaving the weapon hall, Lin Feng turned and arrived at Old Li's trading post. He could vaguely see Old Li rubbing his hands at the door, waiting. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, his face instantly lit up with a smile. "I have the money ready. Please come in." Lin Feng nodded slightly. He skillfully entered the house and closed the door. After taking out more than 200 red demon flowers, he waited to settle the account. 25 each, a total of 205 red demon flowers, totaling 5125. "Please count." Old Li came over after quickly calculating the account. The balance in the card was 8,723. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Feng nodded and then settled the bill and left. After he left, a hint of excitement appeared in Old Li's eyes. He thought to himself, "This kid is quite hidden. He actually managed to hunt red demon flowers." Excited, he shook his head and then closed the door to rest. Leaving the Warrior Association building, Lin Feng accelerated all the way to buy dinner and returned home. The physical exhaustion, along with mental fatigue, made it impossible for him to hold on any longer. As soon as he got home, he opened 30 cans of level 3 magical beast meat and feasted. 30 cans of meat were still not enough, so Lin Feng added 2 chi-gathering pills. The feeling of exhaustion in his body slightly diminished, but the mental fatigue had not dissipated. After all, he had hunted over 2,000 level 2 magical beasts in a short time. Who could do that among ordinary 2-star warriors? Even 3-star warriors couldn't do it, but Lin Feng did it. Lying on the sofa and looking at the ceiling, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, "It's great to be rich." After several days and nights of high-intensity hunting of magical beasts and overloading training, Lin Feng's bodily functions were more active than ever. But after today's crazy slaughter, his body and spirit began to feel as if they were filled with lead and started to wilt. With sleepy eyes, Lin Feng blinked and then closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time passed, the door quietly opened. Lin Jia, carrying a small backpack, returned home from school. When she saw her brother exhausted and lying on the sofa asleep, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. After quietly putting down her backpack, Lin Jia went upstairs to get a blanket and covered her brother with it. Then she went to get a bottle of water and placed it in front of him. With her small hand propping up her chin, Lin Jia blinked and said, "Brother, rest well. I've become a warrior." In the warrior training ground, Xiaoyu was waiting backstage as usual. As time passed minute by minute, no one came to the room. Feeling something was off, Xiaoyu murmured, "Usually, they would have come by now. Could something have happened?" After another 2 hours, Xiaoyu felt numb. She thought to herself, she had even called the old man, yet this guy was playing hide and seek with her? "Granddaughter, is anyone here yet?" At that moment, a voice came from inside the room asking, "No, just wait." Xiaoyu frowned, then pouted, and continued to wait. At 2 in the morning, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With sleepy eyes, he glanced around and felt a wave of comfort. Due to excessive fatigue and severe mental exhaustion, he had actually overslept. He opened his phone and saw that it was already 2:30 in the morning. There was no way he could go to the training ground tonight. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. As he subconsciously wanted to get up, he found a pink blanket on him. It was his sister's. Feeling warm inside, Lin Feng looked at the table. Sure enough, the bowls and chopsticks had been washed and put away. Feeling quite touched, Lin Feng sighed and lay back down. It had been a long time since he felt this relaxed, and he felt very light. While feeling relaxed, he opened the warrior badge. In the badge space, there was a special badge for the Warrior Association, specifically for entering the auction. According to what the spicy girl had said, the auction would start at midnight tomorrow. Now he could go and take a look at the few auction items displayed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's consciousness entered it. Instantly, his consciousness entered an independent virtual space. Immediately, a scene appeared in the virtual space. The scene showed a beautiful landscape. It seemed to be an alliance planet that had not yet undergone spiritual recovery. Lin Feng glanced a few times and then directly skipped over. Following that, various auction item options came into view. Level 2 Battle Skill, Sky Split / Source, Ruins of the Xiangjiang Martial Arts Base. Starting price, 1,000. Warrior Level Battle Armor, Heavenly Fire Blazing, Fire Attribute Battle Armor. Source Unknown Black Market. Starting price, 3,000. A map left behind by a strong martial artist from the 9 realms. This strong warrior fell in the demon cave, suspected to be a treasure map. Price, 500. Just after a few glances, Lin Feng felt his eyes heat up. It wasn't due to his body heating up, but rather out of envy. Whether it was a second-level combat technique or a martial artist-level battle armor, they couldn't be bought with money at the Chuan City martial arts base. Yet at this auction, they were casually traded in the primary venue. As long as you have money, you can own it. Especially since this was just the primary auction venue. What about the intermediate, advanced, and top-tier auction venues? Lin Feng didn't dare to imagine. After a few more glances, he immediately felt how poor he was. Just one item inside started at 5 to 6 million. The amount of money he had was still too little. If he wanted to spend freely on equipment, it wasn't enough. Sigh, I'm so poor. Lin Feng sighed and exited the auction interface. He definitely had to attend the Martial Artist Association's auction at least once. Whether it was a second-level combat technique or other good items, Lin Feng wanted to get a taste of it. Who knows, maybe luck would strike and he could find a bargain. With that thought, Lin Feng felt he needed to make some more money. 1 billion was still too little for the auction. The prerequisite was that he had to buy a house first. With so many tasks ahead, Lin Feng stretched lazily and quietly went out to buy breakfast. In the martial artist training ground, Little Fish had a blank expression, staring motionlessly at room 5201. The old man beside her looked a bit disappointed. He glanced at his granddaughter and said, "Why not just stop waiting? It's almost dawn, he probably won't come." Why not? Little Fish's mindset broke upon hearing this. She thought, this guy has been coming here to bully the weak for several nights in a row. Why is he not coming tonight? Looking at her grandfather, Little Fish firmly believed, "Grandpa, let's wait one more day. He might come tomorrow. What if he doesn't come?" The old man with the white beard replied, "That's impossible. He will definitely come." Little Fish shook her head and said, "Grandpa, trust me just this once." "All right, if he doesn't come, you come back to the headquarters with me." The old man with the white beard crossed his arms. "No, he will definitely come." Little Fish said obsessively, "If he dares not to come, I'll kill him." Humph. After buying buns and porridge, Lin Feng returned home. Lin Jia had already gotten up and was washing up. Upon seeing her brother return, she expressed concern. "Bro, don't work too hard. You were so tired yesterday that you fell asleep." "Ha, really?" Lin Feng awkwardly laughed. "I know, I was a bit tired." Sigh. While washing up, Lin Jia sighed. She glanced at her brother and said, "Bro, I have something to tell you. My vitality value is 301 now." "Oh, What? You've become a one-star martial artist? Lin Feng initially didn't react, but when he understood, he was instantly overjoyed. Sister, you broke through 300 vitality value? Yes. Lin Jia nodded emphatically. Looking at her excited brother, she said, I broke through yesterday. Teacher Joe said I'm the youngest one-star martial artist at Chuan City No. 3 High School. Awesome. That's my sister. Lin Feng said with pride, do your best in the friendship match and get a good result. Okay. Lin Jia nodded, but a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. She thought to herself that her right hand had been hurting more and more lately, but she didn't dare to tell her brother. Once she went to the hospital and found out what illness she had, Lin Jia couldn't imagine the impact it would have on the family. She couldn't bear to think about how sad and desperate her brother would be, and how much she would cry. With that thought, Lin Jia planned to register her martial artist identity after the friendship match. That way, she could receive more allowances to help her brother maintain his living expenses. When her body could no longer hold up, by then, she wouldn't need to go to the hospital for treatment, and wouldn't need to spend the family's money. Her brother wouldn't have to suffer so much. Sister, why are you crying? Lin Feng suddenly asked. It's nothing, bro, I'm just excited. Lin Jia, coming back to her senses, smiled and said, don't worry, I plan to take first place in this friendly match. Teacher Joe said there's a prize, and I'll bring it back for you. Great. Looking at his understanding sister, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief and said, let's eat your favorite soup dumplings. Wow. Lin Jia nodded and began to gulp down her breakfast. Lin Feng watched the scene with a face full of satisfaction, thinking to himself that his sister had grown up. Not forgetting to add a vitality pill to the porridge, he reminded her, make sure to finish the rice porridge, all the nutrition is in there. Wow. Lin Jia, with her head down, nodded as she ate. For some reason, she suddenly noticed that her appetite was getting bigger, and this plain rice porridge seemed to taste really good. Could it be that her taste buds changed after stepping into the realm of a first-star warrior? Without thinking too much, Lin Jia focused on her meal. Lin Feng, my vitality value has broken 290. Just a little more and I can break 300 and become a first-star warrior. Teacher Liang said I'm a genius. Ha ha ha, aren't you happy for me? At this moment, a message suddenly came through on the phone. Lin Feng glanced at it and then looked at his sister Lin Jia. He thought to himself, is this what a genius is? On the other end of the phone, Sheneng Qing, lying on her pillow in Pikachu pajamas, showed a hint of confusion upon seeing the reply. What does this mean? What do you mean, Lin Feng? Is this not strong enough? Unfortunately, after sending the message, there was no response for a long time. Sheneng Qing sighed helplessly, damn it, where are you? Don't let me catch you. After his sister went to school, Lin Feng left home. After a night of rest, he was full of energy. He walked with a spring in his step. From a distance, he saw driver Lao Zhang waiting by bus 502. Lin Feng smiled and quickened his pace. Good morning. At the front of the bus, driver Lao Zhan was leaning against the vehicle, taking big bites of a bun. Today, the weather in Chuan City was sunny and bright. There were quite a few warriors heading out of the city. Just as he was about to start the bus, a familiar voice rang out. Here. Good morning, driver Lao Zhang greeted. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He got on the bus and found a place to sit. Looking out at the sunny weather, he felt that today was a great day to return with a full load. Hey, isn't that the expert who sunbathes? Here to sunbathe again today? Didn't you go out in the rain yesterday for a bath? Ha ha ha. Turning around, he saw the group of 4 had also arrived. Lin Feng ignored them, simply putting on his headphones and looking out the window. Driver Lao Zhang, seeing this scene, shook his head secretly. He thought, is it really that simple for a first-star warrior to go out in a thunderstorm? Some people don't like to stir up trouble, but that doesn't mean they're afraid of it. Once they strike, it's bound to be a lethal blow. With that thought, driver Lao Zhang started the bus. The journey took 30 minutes. Upon reaching the city gate, Lin Feng lined up as usual for inspection before exiting the city. Today, his target was the level 3 magical beast in area 0914. After leaving the city, he sped forward. Looking around, the sky washed clean by the thunderstorm was cloudless for miles. The blue sky looked exceptionally beautiful. The magical beasts hiding in their lairs also began to stir. In a dangerous area, a figure dashed past. A level 2 magical beast hadn't reacted in time before its head was severed in an instant. The splattered blood blossomed in the air. Lin Feng, seeing this scene, skillfully collected it into his spatial ring. Ding! Using frenzied demon / vitality value. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng glanced at the vicinity of the crimson demon flower lair and then flashed past. Faintly visible were the more than 200 level 2 magical beast corpses discarded here yesterday, now reduced to bones. The claw marks seemed to belong to a level 3 magical beast. Frowning, Lin Feng sighed and found a place to sit down. With a casual wave, a panel appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years. Realm, 2-star warrior. Vitality value, 1400. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Great success, Swift Wind Shadow. Minor success, Angry Golden King Kong. Minor success. Entry, minor success, great success, perfection. He was just 100 vitality points away from breaking into a 3-star warrior. Lin Feng was confident that he could become invincible among the same rank after breaking through to a 3-star warrior. The premise was that he had to break through first. With this thought, Lin Feng put away the panel. With a casual wave, the magic knife appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, after yesterday's frenzied slaughter, the rust on the magic knife had diminished significantly. The exposed silver blade was as large as a palm. A part of it was even close to the edge. The blade, radiating a cold light, resembled lightning. After carefully feeling it, Lin Feng still couldn't discern anything unusual about this knife. However, one thing he was certain of was that this magic knife was far stronger than ordinary weapons. This led him to indirectly skip the weapon option every time he purchased equipment. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He glanced at the depths of the 0914 danger zone and then vanished from his spot at high speed. The next second, when Lin Feng reappeared, he was already in front of a nest of more than a dozen second-level magical beasts. With a blank expression, he beckoned with his finger and charged forward with his knife. Roar! The dozen or so magical beasts bared their teeth and opened their bloody maws to fight back. But wherever the blade light went, flesh and blood flew. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon Slash. Proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. Lin Feng slaughtered one area after another. With a single knife, he seemed like a god of death, reckless and unrestrained. Some second-level magical beasts didn't even see who it was before they met a tragic end under his blade. With such high efficiency, Lin Feng stopped after killing the last second-level magical beast. Ding! Killed a second-level magical beast. Vitality points. Ding! Used Frenzied Demon Slash. Proficiency reached perfection. Hearing the sound of improvement, Lin Feng felt the blood energy within him boiling. Breaking through to a 3-star warrior, a powerful force surged through his body. It felt as if he had transcended at this moment. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. Realm, 3-star warrior. Vitality points, 1500. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfection, Swift Wind Shadow. Minor success, Angry Vajra. Minor success. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection. Vitality points broke through from 1400 to 1500. To break through to a 4-star warrior, the vitality points required would be a full 5000. At the same time, Frenzied Demon Slash also reached perfection. Lin Feng clearly felt that his swordsmanship had improved significantly. After putting away the panel, he clenched his fists, feeling an endless supply of power coursing through him. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was filled with excitement, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. It was the black-armored demon lizard. He frowned and then vanished from sight. In the territory of the black-armored demon lizard, a group of 4 had arrived. Facing the 3rd-level magical beast before them, the expressions of the 4 varied. The silver-haired man at the forefront wore a mocking smile. After dodging an attack from the black-armored demon lizard, he arrogantly said, "Come on, why aren't you going?" "Young Master Wang," said a woman dressed provocatively, pouting, "hurry up and make your move, I'm no match for this magical beast." "Ha ha ha, slut." Young Master Wang chuckled lightly, "This cave is nice, later, sure." The woman understood immediately and nodded, "As long as young Master Wang is happy." "Humph." Young Master Wang snorted lightly. As a 3-star warrior, he glanced at the black-armored demon lizard and said, "You two come with me, this guy isn't that easy to deal with." "Yes." The 2 followers nodded and then attacked with all their might. Surprisingly, they were also 3-star warriors. With the 3 of them attacking together, even the black-armored demon lizard was no match. In just a few exchanges, it was heavily injured and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "Go, give it the final blow," young Master Wang said as he landed and clasped his fists. "Thank you, young Master Wang." The woman threw a flirtatious glance and prepared to step forward for the kill. But at that moment, a figure suddenly charged in. Crack! With a flash of the blade, the head of the black-armored demon lizard fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a 3rd-level magical beast. Vitality points. The figure stopped. It was Lin Feng. "It's you. You dared to steal my prey." Young Master Wang recognized the identity of the newcomer and was furious. Their faces calm, they exchanged a glance and immediately formed a horned attack formation. "Kill him," the flirtatious woman complained. "This fool dares to steal my prey." Lin Feng did not respond to the group. He merely glanced at the black-armored demon lizard and stored it away. The two lackeys, feeling ignored, shouted in anger and charged forward. Crack! However, with a flash of the blade, two heads fell to the ground. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Instant kill on a 3-star warrior. Ding! Killed a 3-star warrior, gaining health points. Killing also grants points? Lin Feng frowned slightly, then relaxed. Why you? How can you be so strong? The sudden instant kill caused young Master Wang's expression to change dramatically. He couldn't believe that this oddball was so powerful. Even though this person had just killed the black-armored demon lizard, he thought it was merely a stroke of luck. Who would have thought that this person would leave him dumbfounded with just one move? Hearing the question, Lin Feng did not respond. He glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, skillfully took its warrior badge, including the spatial ring on its hand. Run! Seeing this scene, young Master Wang's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the woman and kicked her towards Lin Feng. Then he sprinted away. Crack! However, Lin Feng was even faster. With a swing of the demon blade in his hand, a head fell to the ground, blood spraying out like a fountain. Ding! Killed a 3-star warrior, gaining health points. Bathed in the fountain of blood, Lin Feng calmly took the badge and ring before finally turning his gaze to the woman. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I'm really good at my job. Please don't kill me. The flirtatious woman panicked at this scene. She had seen people kill without blinking, but she had never seen anyone kill so ruthlessly. In her mind, Lin Feng was comparable to a level 4 magical beast. Crack! But begging for mercy was of no use. This was outside the city, even a lawful society couldn't save her. After decapitating her, Lin Feng skillfully took the ring and badge. Ding! Killed a 2-star warrior, gaining health points. Hearing the prompt, a hint of ecstasy appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Whether it was a level 2 magical beast or a 2-star warrior, they seemed less valuable than a level 3 magical beast or a 3-star warrior. The jump from 0 to 1 in health points was too enticing. Lin Feng glanced at the corpse on the ground and then vanished from the spot. Moments later, several level 2 magical beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed over. In an instant, everything belonging to young Master Wang and his companions was devoured clean. It was as if they had never been to the 0914 danger zone at all. But in the Warrior Association's registration center, their accounts turned gray. At noon, the sun shone on everything. Sitting atop a tall tower, Lin Feng looked down at the 0914 danger zone. Behind him lay the depths of the 0914 danger zone. Before stepping in, he needed to deal with the 40 level 3 magical beasts marked outside. With this in mind, Lin Feng took a big bite of his compressed biscuit. After taking a sip of water, he finished his lunch. With a casual wave, 4 warrior badges and spatial rings appeared in his hand. Since their owner was dead, the permissions were automatically lifted. Upon opening them, he found that aside from 2 level 1 combat techniques, the 2 lackey badges had nothing else. The spatial rings were the same, completely empty, just a bunch of broke losers. When he opened young Master Wang's badge and ring, he was astonished. The balance on the card alone was over 2,000. Lin Feng quickly transferred it to his own account. The balance instantly became 100 million. As for the corpses of the level 3 magical beasts, there were about 10. The rest were a pile of miscellaneous items. Quite a nice unexpected gain. Finally, Lin Feng opened the badge and ring of that flirtatious woman. He found that aside from a pile of lingerie, there was nothing else. Just a broke loser. A bit disappointed, Lin Feng sighed. Then he smashed everything and tossed it into the ruins. He thought to himself that in the future, he must choose fat sheep to rob. Otherwise, encountering a broke loser would be a huge loss. After eating and drinking his fill, and getting everything sorted, Lin Feng glanced at the danger zone below and then jumped down. Just as he was about to land, he braced for impact. In an instant, a silver-white alloy battle armor attached itself to him. Once again transformed into a silver cannonball, he began to harvest 3rd-level magical beasts. In a ruined area, a 3rd-level magical beast had just poked its head out when it felt a chill around its neck. When it opened its eyes again, it saw its own neck gushing blood, and a terrifying silver figure. Ding! Slayed a 3rd-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Berserker / proficiency. Ding! Used Gale Shadow, proficiency. Listening to the prompts in his ears, Lin Feng, revealing his face, immediately collected the magical beast's corpse. He thought to himself that after stepping into the realm of a 3rd-star warrior, his strength had increased significantly. With the alloy battle armor and combat skills, he could easily kill any 3rd-level magical beast. Overjoyed, Lin Feng glanced at the next marked point and transformed into a silver cannonball, disappearing from sight. Roar! In a dangerous, abandoned shopping mall, a small team of 3rd-star warriors rushed out. Originally there to hunt magical beasts, they had now become the prey. It was evident. Behind them, a towering 8-meter-tall King Kong, covered in black scales and claws bared, charged out. The ground trembled slightly wherever it passed. Damn! How can there be a 4th-level magical beast here? Aren't they supposed to be deeper in? Who knows? Hurry and run. The berserk demon ape is too strong. We are no match for it. Captain! Save me, Captain! Ainen is dead. A slower 3rd-star warrior hadn't run far before being crushed into a pulp by the berserk demon ape. The captain, seeing this scene, turned pale. Without hesitation, he sped up and ran. Captain, save me! Ah, Captain! Behind him, the cries of his teammates echoed. As the captain, he didn't look back, only focused on escaping. But the tremors of the ground behind him were getting closer. The berserk demon ape was too fast, too strong. He was no match for it. What to do? The anxious captain gritted his teeth. He charged forward desperately. Just as he was about to be caught, he suddenly remembered a figure. A terrifying silver figure. That was someone they had seen by chance on their way here. The person had killed 3rd-level magical beasts as easily as stepping on an ant. At that time, the captain felt that this person was not to be provoked. That person's current location, search for me. The captain, in a moment of inspiration, immediately operated the battle armor's memory search. Sure enough, under the expanded search range of the battle armor, a suspected target appeared within 100 meters. Right there. If he could reach that spot, he would be saved. Roar! The captain gritted his teeth. Ignoring the roaring berserk demon ape behind him, he accelerated again. 50 meters, 20 meters. He saw it. On a rooftop, the strong figure in silver armor was staring straight ahead. Lin Feng noticed the rapidly approaching berserk demon ape, and his expression changed. He glanced again at the guy behind him, still shouting for help, remaining indifferent. Roar! Like a cat catching a mouse, the berserk demon ape also spotted Lin Feng. Not intending to play anymore, it immediately quickened its pace. Save me! The captain, feeling the danger closing in behind him, turned pale. Without further hesitation, he dashed toward Lin Feng's direction. 10 meters, 5 meters, getting closer. The captain landed on the rooftop of the abandoned building and felt a moment of stability. Just as he thought he had escaped, he saw a rusted knife pierce through him. Even though he was wearing alloy battle armor, it couldn't stop this knife. Why? The captain spat blood in shock. You brought this trouble upon yourself. Did you think you could do it without my permission? Lin Feng said coldly. You, the captain, caught off guard by being seen through, froze and then died. Ding! Slayed a 3rd-star warrior, vitality points. Ding! Used berserker / proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng drew out the demon knife. He glanced at the corpse and then collected it. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to the 4th-level magical beast, the berserk demon ape. Its 8-meter-tall figure resembled a walking small mountain. Covered in terrifying black armor, its blood-red eyes were filled with brutal bloodlust. Roar! The raging demon ape let out a furious roar. Looking at the pitiful human before it, it swung its fist and smashed down. Boom! The abandoned building in front was instantly severed in half. Dust flew everywhere, filling the sky with shattered concrete debris. Bang! As the dust settled, a silver cannonball shot straight towards them. The raging demon ape, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the chest and staggered back. The powerful impact ignited its fury. It retaliated by hammering its chest with its fist. Lin Feng, moving at high speed, saw this and instantly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the raging demon ape. With a swift motion, the demon blade slashed down. Under the dazzling blade light, a sharp metallic slicing sound rang out. Roar! The raging demon ape, feeling a sting in its back, let out a roar and quickly turned to punch. However, Lin Feng vanished once more. To the naked eye, a bloody gash appeared on the back of the raging demon ape. Roar! The raging demon ape, never before provoked by humans in such a way, howled to the sky. The wounds on its body healed instantly. The berserk state activated. From a distance, Lin Feng saw the scene and furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, according to the records in the Warrior Badge Monster catalog, the level 4 Raging Demon Ape is massive, incredibly strong, agile, and possesses berserk abilities. Generally, it is not recommended to hunt such creatures without a 5-star warrior present. That guy had deliberately lured the Raging Demon Ape over, drawing attention away. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Roar! Just as he was distracted, the raging demon ape had already discovered Lin Feng's whereabouts. In its berserk state, it was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its original spot. The next second, it reappeared behind Lin Feng. Bang! A violent impact hit him suddenly. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train, instantly flying away. Using the rebound force, he quickly landed on a rooftop. Looking around, the raging demon ape was nowhere to be seen again. A sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him. Is this what a level 4 monster is like? Lin Feng remained calm, carefully observing his surroundings. At the same time, he was ready to counterattack. Whoosh! Sure enough, a breeze brushed past him from behind. Lin Feng frowned and shot up into the sky. Boom! Instantly, the rooftop he stood on was blasted apart by a single punch. The lightning-fast raging demon ape, seeing the human before it evaded this strike, showed a hint of surprise in its eyes. It remained in place, then transformed into an afterimage and vanished again. Lin Feng, soaring into the air, felt his breath quickening at this sight. After a brief encounter, he realized he was no match for the raging demon ape. If this continued, he would surely be defeated. With this thought, as he landed, Lin Feng's battle armor transformed into black tungsten. In that instant, he felt his strength and speed surge. With that light feeling, Lin Feng's breathing steadied once more. Whoosh! A breeze brushed past him. Wearing the black tungsten armor, Lin Feng's perception was astonishing. As the fist came crashing down, he easily dodged again. His evasion speed was even faster than before. Roar! The raging demon ape, having missed twice, was instantly filled with rage. It was as if it were being provoked by the human before it. Lin Feng, clad in black tungsten armor, smirked at this scene. He thought, although he couldn't kill this guy, it shouldn't think it could kill him either. Out of a sense of revenge, Lin Feng took the initiative to provoke and attack. He would occasionally strike from behind at high speed or suddenly appear and then disappear again. After several exchanges, the raging demon ape's mentality exploded. For the first time, it found itself helpless against a human warrior. Unable to resist, it couldn't help but pound its chest and dance in place. Humph! Just as Lin Feng was about to continue teasing the creature, detection, level 4 monster approaching within 100 miles. Suddenly, the black tungsten armor issued a warning. Damn! No wonder it was jumping around. It was calling for help. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng quickly fled the scene. Not long after he left, 2 even larger raging demon apes appeared with a thunderous crash. Compared to the previous raging demon ape, the one just now seemed like a child. Roar! The deafening roar and the breath of the beast instantly spread throughout the perilous area of 0914. Lin Feng, who had already escaped, heard the commotion behind him. His brows furrowed involuntarily. He thought to himself, this noise is probably not just a simple level 4 beast, right? He shook his head slightly and then rushed towards the city gate. At the city gate, driver old Jean was smoking a cigarette, looking quite relaxed. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he leisurely glanced towards the gate. Sure enough, a familiar figure was approaching. You're back. Lin Feng nodded and got into the car, finding a seat. Soon after, more than a dozen martial artists boarded the vehicle. Damn! A level 5 beast actually appeared in 0914. That's terrifying. It scared me to death. Really? How could a level 5 beast appear in 0914? Isn't that supposed to be in 0917? Who the hell knows? I just heard the noise and ran for my life. So unlucky. I'm never going to 0914 again. So scary. Recently, it said that 0911 has mysteriously become a ghost town. All the beasts have run away. No one knows what's going on. Hey, don't mess around. The selection competition for the guard army is about to start, and I'm still waiting to push for 5 stars. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng, wearing headphones, heard the martial artists discussing behind him, and his brows slightly furrowed. He thought, could the level 5 beast appearing in 0914 be related to the berserk demon ape? It shouldn't be. Isn't it said that there are territorial divisions among beasts? So shameless. Lin Feng spat in his heart. Lin Feng did not go to the Martial Artist Association building. Today's gains were too few to warrant a transaction. He followed the map and arrived near Chuan City No. 3 Middle School. This area is located in the city center. It is the most prosperous and safest area. Chuan City No. 7 Middle School is also concentrated in this area, commonly known as the Student District. As for the 7 martial arts universities, they are distributed across 8 districts in Chuan City. Lin Feng didn't finish high school, so he naturally hadn't attended university. Hello, sir, are you here to look at houses? At the sales center for school district housing near Chuan City, a beautiful young lady in a black bodycon dress greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, taking off his sunglasses, nodded. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He was disappointed because he thought it would be like in some novels, with a figure that was curvy, fair-skinned and beautiful, dressed in Balenciaga, and the saleswoman would look down on him. Then Lin Feng would pull out a billion in balance and slap her face. The black-stocking saleswoman would immediately fawn over him. But the reality was that this beautiful young lady was charming and sweet-voiced, both elegant and cute. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was interested in buying a house, she quickly introduced, "Sir, this way please. We have Suite 1, Suite 2, Suite 3, the location is close to Chuan City No. 3 middle school, truly a prime spot. What type of unit are you interested in? I can recommend some for you, and then we can go see them in person. A flurry of introductions followed. Lin Feng nodded, casually picking up the property listings to take a look. Yulong International Suite 1 School District House Price $242, Yulong International Suite 2 School District House Price $556, Yulong International Suite 3 School District House Price $1243, Yulong International Large Flat School District House Price $2542. The prices were not very high. Acceptable. Lin Feng glanced and came to a conclusion. Yulong International is very close to Chuan City No. 3 Middle School. It's a 10-minute walk to school. There's even a subway station downstairs that goes directly there. Plus, being a school district house, it retains its value. Many parents of No. 3 Middle School would choose to buy houses here. Sir, which unit are you interested in? While he was distracted, a sweet voice from the beautiful young lady reached his ears. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to say he wanted to see Suite 3, a woman in her 40s, dressed in a black bodycon skirt, walked over. Zhong Lily, go buy 2 buckets of water. There's no water to drink in the lobby. Zhong Lily? That's a nice name. Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Lily but didn't say anything. Supervisor Zhao, I have a client here, Zhong Lily said with a pitiful expression. Client? Supervisor Zhao glanced at Lin Feng and then withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, this young man doesn't look like someone who can afford a house. Moreover, her entire outfit was not as expensive as a single pair of his shoes. Was it really necessary to waste time serving him? Zhong Lily, watch your attitude, Supervisor Zhao said, you're still an intern. Zhong Lily was taken aback, her eyes slightly red as she said, I will serve this client and then go. The company rules state that we cannot neglect clients. You, Supervisor Zhao, seeing Zhong Lily daring to retort, was instantly filled with rage. Just as he was thinking of reprimanding this intern, Lin Feng spoke up. Let's take a look at the 3-bedroom and the villa, if it suits. We can finalize it today. Look at the 3-bedroom and the villa? Finalize it today? A hint of excitement appeared in Zhong Lily's tear-filled eyes. All right, sir, this way please. Wait a minute. Supervisor Zhao, displeased, said, Sir, according to company policy, viewing villas requires proof of funds, with a minimum balance of 30 million. Supervisor Zhao deliberately raised his voice when mentioning 30 million. Many salespeople and clients turned to look. Lin Feng, however, was not surprised. On the contrary, he felt somewhat relieved. He thought, isn't this how it should be? As a poor kid buying a house, how could he not be looked down upon? So, Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Lily, who was on the verge of tears, and said, It's okay, we can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out a martial artist badge. Instantly, Supervisor Zhao's expression changed dramatically. After seeing this, Zhong Lily's breath quickened even more. After being put in a difficult position by Supervisor Zhao, she wanted to apologize to the client and then resign. Who would have thought this client was a martial artist? It should be known that after the revival of spiritual energy, not everyone has the opportunity to become a martial artist. Therefore, although martial artists enjoy good treatment, ordinary people still make up the vast majority of the population. The daily maintenance of the city and jobs in various industries are almost all sustained by ordinary people. As for martial artists, they are only responsible for cultivation and hunting magical beasts. This is the recognized survival rule after the revival of spiritual energy. So you are a martial artist, Supervisor Zhao flattered. I was blind not to recognize you. You have a generous heart. Please this way. I will personally introduce you to the best villas. After saying this, Supervisor Zhao did not forget to throw a flirtatious glance. She had previously dealt with martial artist clients and knew that these people were wealthy. So every time she encountered a martial artist client, she would hint at offering her body to achieve a successful transaction. Moreover, with her curvy figure and lingering charm, this tactic had always worked, appealing to both young and old. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lily's eyes turned red again. In the 3 months of her internship, Supervisor Zhao had already stolen 3 of her clients. Looking at the handsome martial artist in front of her with shining eyes, she felt anxious again. Unfortunately, Lin Feng only glanced at her before looking away and said, Sorry, I'm not a prime minister, so I have a small mind. Miss, please take me to see the house. Okay. Zhong Lily, still in shock, was suddenly overjoyed. Supervisor Zhao. Stunned in place, Supervisor Zhao felt a bit awkward. She glanced at the backs of the 2 leaving, feeling somewhat disheveled. Yulong International only has ready-to-move-in properties, with no concept of pre-sale. Along the way, Zhong Lily was in high spirits, speaking with newfound confidence. Lin Feng, walking behind, nodded from time to time, occasionally checking the size of the rooms, the layout, and various facilities. Sir, the villas at Yulong International are the best in the area, with 5 floors, everything you need, and they come with free renovations. Additionally, they come with an intelligent security system, which is considered a top luxury home standard. As they walked, Lin Feng followed Zhong Lili to the villa area. The villa in front of him had 5 floors, 2 underground and 3 above. It had a garden and a swimming pool, truly luxurious. Moreover, upon entering the house, there was an intelligent security system. Lin Feng only glanced at it and discovered that this system came from the Martial Artist Association. It only required facial recognition settings from the homeowner to activate the entire house's security defenses. The levels were divided into 1 to 5 stars. The lowest was a 1-star martial artist, and the highest was a martial master. This meant that if you bought this villa, it's like having a martial artist level butler at home to ensure your safety. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Of course, the price is a bit steep. This villa is priced at 80 million, close to $1 billion. Sir, that's about the situation with the villa. Yulong International Real Estate Company is the Martial Artist Association, and this security system is unique to us. Do you think you need it? Zhong Lili said with her big, beautiful eyes full of expectation. Of course, it's needed. It's just that I'm a bit short on cash. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what's the occupancy rate? Don't worry, sir, Zhong Lili said sweetly, the occupancy rate is 90%. This is the last batch of unsold villas. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng made a decision in his heart. He thought that he definitely wouldn't feel at ease leaving his sister, who spends most of her time outside the city, home alone. This villa is indeed expensive, but a martial artist level security system is worth every penny. Alright, I'll take this villa. I'll move in tonight, Lin Feng said. How do I pay? What? Moving in tonight? Settling the bill now? This is 80 million, not 800. That's too extravagant. Zhong Lili was taken aback, then excitedly said, Sir, are you sure? Sure. Lin Feng smiled. Okay. Zhong Lili stammered, please follow me. We can pay part of the house price first, and then settle the rest later, or pay it all at once. Please, after you. Sir, be careful, it's slippery. Should I help you? No need. Lin Feng made his way to the sales hall. After clarifying the payment method, he chose to give a deposit of 10 million. He planned to pay the remaining 70 million in a few days. After all, he still had to attend an auction tonight. After settling the payment, Lin Feng intended to go back and move. However, he saw Zhong Lili waiting at the door, saying, Sir, we can provide free moving services. Do you need a convoy? Just as Lin Feng was about to say something, Supervisor Zhao came over and smiled. Lily, are you silly? The martial artist badge has storage space. Sir, I apologize for the trouble. Our property also offers a 24-hour personal butler service. Do you need it? A butler? Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Lili and asked, is she capable? Me? The beautiful and sweet-voiced Zhong Lili was taken aback, her breath quickening. She thought that if she earned a commission from this villa transaction, it would be 3 million. With this performance, she could officially become a full-time salesperson. She didn't expect that this gentleman would want to designate her as his personal butler. That would be in the property area. Much less pressure than sales. Thinking of this, Zhong Lili stared at this gentleman with her big, beautiful eyes, wondering if he was interested in her. She was only in her early 20s and looked decent. This gentleman was not only tall and handsome but also a martial artist. Could he be her destined Prince Charming? That's fine. Supervisor Zhao, filled with jealousy, smiled, but she's still an intern, and she's young, not very skilled. If you don't mind, I can take the position. After saying that, Supervisor Zhao threw a flirtatious glance. The hint was too obvious. Lin Feng chose to ignore it. As for Zhong Lili, she was stunned, thinking, why does this old woman want to steal everything from her? Can she really do whatever she wants just because she sells herself? Would this young martial artist handsome guy fall for it? Just as she was feeling lost, Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Lili and asked, can you cook? Something simple. Yes, yes, yes. Zhong Lili quickly nodded. I can wash, cook, and clean. You're the one. Lin Feng nodded and then turned around gracefully to leave. Sir, take care. Zhong Lili bowed deeply. Humph, what a stroke of luck. Supervisor Zhao watched this scene, instantly feeling a pang of jealousy. Having sold houses for years, she dreamed of selling a villa to enter the property department. Who knew this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would come? I can't believe an intern stole it away, especially since the other party is a martial artist with 100 million in their account. After leaving the sales office of Yulong International, Lin Feng hurried home. There was still an hour until school was out. Without taking a moment to rest, he quickly began moving. After 10 minutes of hustle, his former home was already empty. This place held too many youthful memories for the siblings. As he was leaving, Lin Feng felt a bit reluctant, but there are no rental homes that last forever. After paying the rent on his phone, he decisively left. Moments later, outside the gate of Yulong International Villa, Zhong Lily had just reported to the property department when she received a notification that the property owner had returned home. Out of courtesy, she immediately stood at the door. When Lin Feng stepped out to pick up his sister from school, Zhong Lily bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "Welcome home, owner. Housekeeper Lily is here to serve you." It was evident that Zhong Lily had changed into her housekeeper's attire, and her pretty face wore a hint of a smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Make some dinner, I'll be out for a bit." "Okay." Zhong Lily nodded, but then saw that the person in front of her had already disappeared. This left her stunned, thinking to herself, are martial artists always in such a hurry? Unhurried, she then began her first day on the job as housekeeper Lily. Chuan City No. 3 Middle School was about a kilometer to the left of Yulong International. Lin Feng deliberately slowed down, arriving at the school gate right on time. After waiting for a minute, a large group of children in No. 3 middle school uniforms came out. There were elementary school students, middle school students, and high school students. Each one wore a different expression. The elementary students were still in the stage of developing their vitality, so their smiles were innocent and pure. The middle school students had begun their training, so they bore some pressure. As for the high school students, they were facing martial arts exams, all wearing frowns. After all, doing well meant becoming a martial artist that everyone envied. Not doing well? Sorry, welcome to the workforce. When Lin Feng was studying at No. 1 middle school, he wore the same expression as most high school students every day. He had long thought about what to do if he didn't pass. Thinking of these things, Lin Feng suddenly wanted to laugh. Soon, Lin Jia, with her hair down and youthful looks, but already possessing the makings of a beauty, walked out. When she saw her brother standing out among the crowd, a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. "Brother, why are you here? You actually came all this way to pick me up. I'm so touched." As she spoke, Lin Jia began to tear up. Lin Feng sighed. He patted his sister's head and said, "I used to pick you up too. Let's go home." "Okay." Lin Jia nodded, her face full of smiles. Just as she was about to head to the subway entrance, she noticed her brother walking to the left. "Brother, aren't we going home?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Yes, we are going home, but to a new home." "New home? Wow!" Lin Jia was taken aback, happily exclaiming, "Brother, are we moving? How much did it cost? Did the company pay for it?" "Not expensive, the company rented it for me," Lin Feng replied with a smile, "and they even sent a housekeeper." "Ah, there's a housekeeper too," Lin Jia said innocently. "Brother, are you the company's boss now?" "Sort of." Lin Feng pointed to the front gate of Yulong International and said, "We've arrived. This is the entrance to our new home. Isn't it beautiful?" The grand entrance spanned 5 kilometers. The enormous palace resembled a return to the ancient civilization's royal palace. The reason Lin Feng chose this place was that this entrance accounted for 20%. There's a saying, what was it? It doesn't matter where the community is, but the entrance must make us owners look good. Wow! Sure enough, when Lin Jia saw it was Yulong International, she was stunned. While attending school, several classmates had boasted about living near Yulong International. They said Yulong International was one of the highest quality communities in Chuan City. People living there were either rich or noble. Lin Jia never expected her new home would actually be in Yulong International. "Brother, you're not joking, right? This is Yulong International?" Hearing his sister's inquiry, Lin Feng nodded. Seeing the surprise on his sister's face, he knew he had made the right purchase. As long as his sister liked it, what did it matter if it was a bit expensive? "Right, let's go home." "Okay." Lin Jia nodded, still not quite believing this was her new home. But after entering the community gate, she fell silent. Looking around, the entire community was beautifully laid out. Precious greenery was everywhere. There were also many security guards and cleaning staff responsible for management. "Brother, are we living in a 1-bedroom?" Lin Jia asked. "No." Lin Feng smiled. "A 2-bedroom? Lin Jia. "No." Lin Feng. "A 3-bedroom? No way." "Brother, I just searched, a 3-bedroom here costs millions a month." Lin Jia exclaimed excitedly. "Not that either." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "Not a 3-bedroom? Lin Jia was stunned and suddenly fell silent, because her brother stopped in front of a villa. At the villa's entrance, the housekeeper, Zhong Lily, dressed in a black bodycon dress, was waiting. Upon seeing Lin Jia in her student outfit, she respectfully said, "Welcome home, owner." Lin Feng nodded slightly. He then pulled the astonished Lin Jia into their new home. Upon entering, there was a living room of several dozen square meters. The decor style was futuristic, emphasizing a sci-fi fashion. Following behind, Zhong Lily smiled and said, "Sir, can I serve the dishes now? I made some home-cooked meals." Sure. Lin Feng took off Lin Jia's backpack and nodded. Brother, is this real? Lin Jia trembled a bit as she spoke upon seeing this scene. Lin Feng nodded and patted her shoulder, saying, it's a company benefit, don't be surprised. This is our new home. Are you satisfied? Brother, I'm so satisfied. Lin Jia nodded. That's good. Lin Feng said, let's eat. Ah, an excited Lin Jia smiled. She followed to the dining room. Zhong Lily had already started serving the dishes. They were all home-cooked meals, such as shredded pork with green peppers, kung pao chicken, spicy beef slices, and boiled beef. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied seeing this. He thought to himself that although the property management provided this housekeeper for free, he was still responsible for the daily expenses. So after buying the house, he immediately transferred 1 million to Zhong Lily, not to show off, but to buy groceries and cover daily expenses. You should sit down and eat too, Lin Feng invited. No, I can't, Zhong Lily shyly replied. The property has rules that don't allow us. Rules are dead, people are alive, Lin Feng said with a smile. You are my housekeeper. If I say you can eat, then you can eat. Okay. Zhong Lily nodded and then no longer felt restrained. Hello, sister. Lin Jia greeted politely. My name is Lin Jia. Hello, my name is Zhong Lily. Zhong Lily said nervously. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Jia. Looking at the brother and sister in front of her, Zhong Lily suddenly felt a bit envious. She thought how nice it would be to have a brother like that. Unfortunately, she only had a younger brother, and he was a lazy one at that. Afterward, the three of them enjoyed a pleasant dinner. After eating, Zhong Lily washed the dishes and cleaned up before leaving. Lin Jia began to familiarize herself with the new home. Lin Feng went directly to the basement. The two lower levels, besides the wine cellar, also had a quiet room. It was used for daily activities, fitness, work, and refuge. It was said that the defense here was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a level 9 monster. Of course, if one could use the quiet room to evade international threats, it was likely that the security team of Yulong International would be completely wiped out. It was said that the leader of the team was a master martial artist. Arriving at the quiet room, Lin Feng casually lay on the sofa. He opened his phone to check. The big silly girl had sent him a message again. Lin Feng, I'm so nervous, the sparring competition is about to start. I heard there will be many experts this time. Sheneng Chung, what's there to be nervous about? I'm not participating anyway. Lin Feng. After replying to the message, Lin Feng opened the martial artist forum. He could vaguely see that the posts about the security selection competition were increasing day by day. They were almost more than the usual team-up posts. Lin Feng glanced a few times. A post caught his eye. The title was 0914, Dangerous Place, Is It Crazy? Level 5 Magical Beasts Are Out. The replies below the post were a long string. Damn, I'm the person involved today. A level 5 magical beast almost ate me. There were dozens of martial artists who died in the dangerous area today. It's terrifying. Why isn't the guard army taking action? They should wipe them out. Are you stupid upstairs? Don't you know that the guard army only intervenes in large-scale beast tides? They don't care about these small fry? It's probably because of the guard army selection competition. I heard this competition is different. The top 10 martial arts spaces are organizing it. Could it be that they will compete together in the end? That's possible. Didn't you see the beautiful country, the stick country, and the cherry blossom country are making a fuss again? Our great Xia is under a lot of pressure. True, the spiritual energy has revived, and yet they are still fighting among themselves. These bird countries will eventually be doomed. Lin Feng glanced a few times and quietly exited. He glanced at the time and found it was already 10 o'clock. It was impossible to go to the training ground tonight. The Martial Artist Association auction would start at 12. I wonder if 90 million is enough. In the martial artist training ground, Little Fish was still waiting backstage as usual. As time passed second by second, her mindset began to crumble, because no one had come to room 5201 yet. To wait for that guy, Little Fish even reserved the room for him, but now it seemed that guy wasn't coming. Damn it! Granddaughter, the old man with a white beard dozed off and said, if it really doesn't work, just forget it, come back with me. No, I'm not going back. Little Fish insisted, I have to wait for him. He used to come every night. Why hasn't he come these past 2 days? Maybe something happened? The old man speculated, martial artists, it's dangerous outside the city, he might have died. Hearing this, Little Fish was a bit shaken. After all, a martial artist who often came to train suddenly not showing up could really mean he had died outside the city. Hopefully, he's dead. Sigh. In the quiet room, Lin Feng sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he thought he had caught a cold. He glanced at the time, 55 minutes. Fully prepared, Lin Feng immediately opened the martial artist badge. As the entrance to the Martial Artist Association auction appeared, he touched it with his hand. Instantly, his consciousness sank into it. Before him was no longer a virtual space. The empty room, besides the tables and chairs, now had a large window. This window was virtualized, and inside it was a huge circular viewing platform. On the platform were several large characters. Great Xiao Martial Artist Association Auction, Junior Level. Below the window were various bullet screens and prompt buttons, such as bidding, raising the price, and forfeiting. It was clear at a glance, very suitable for a beginner like Lin Feng. Visibly, the auction bullet screens were bustling, with lines of comments flying everywhere. Damn, why hasn't it started yet? My hundreds of billions in my pocket are itching for action. Are these hundreds of billions the hundreds of billions I imagined? Brother upstairs. I wonder what will be auctioned this time. I'm really looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? Do you have money? If not, get lost. You're a jerk upstairs. Which base are you from? Let's fight offline. I'm from the Sea City district. Come on, let's fight. Trash. The exchanges in the bullet screens didn't seem very good. Lin Feng glanced a few times and focused on the window. As time passed second by second, it arrived. The window changed again. The circular viewing platform began to shrink. Finally, a first-person perspective space appeared, similar to an auction hall in real life. In the hall, a beautiful woman with red hair and a long dress, with a seductive figure and a pretty face, quietly appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the junior level of the Martial Artist Association auction. I am your host, Hella. Hella's voice was sexy, and her expression was charming. Each word she spoke gave a feeling of stirring the heart. At the same time, after Hella appeared, Lin Feng's window also displayed a room number similar to 88. The bullet screens below the window became even more lively after Hella announced the auction had begun. What the hell? It's actually Hella. She shouldn't be in the junior arena. How did she end up here? I don't know. I heard Hella is planning to retire. What a pity. We won't see her anymore. Hella, I love you. Sarangi. Hella, damn. How did a Korean get in here? Disgusting. Hella is still so beautiful. That voice. Lin Feng glanced at the barrage, still indifferent. His gaze then fell on the stands. The enchanting figure and beautiful face of Hella were unmistakable. With a casual wave, a device resembling a tablet appeared in her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the first auction item today comes from the abyss of the IC. It's a Martial Sovereign level wrist armor, starting bid 100. Martial Sovereign level armor. As soon as the words fell, an ice blue wrist armor suddenly appeared in front of Hella. Its surface was covered in white gems, clearly worth a fortune. Most importantly, it had an ice attribute. Wow! Starting with a Martial Sovereign level armor, this is too intense. I bid 1,000. I want it too. This is amazing. Ice attribute armor, just right for me. Is this year really that intense? Is this the junior arena? How can there be Martial Sovereign level armor? Buy. Get it. Must buy. Oh my god. In an instant, Lin Feng watched as the Martial Sovereign level armor skyrocketed from 1,000 to 900. Finally, it landed at a price of 100 million. Such an exaggerated auction price made him feel a bit embarrassed. He thought, at this price, his 90 million is nothing. But that Martial Sovereign level armor was indeed tempting. If Lin Feng had more money, he would definitely bid. Unfortunately, he was too poor. Soon, the Martial Sovereign level armor was taken by room 365. Hella, who started with a sky-high price of 100 million, had a beaming smile. Having seen all kinds of storms, she continued, it seems everyone here is quite wealthy. Since the excitement has begun, let's get to the real deal. As her words fell, 3 more auction items appeared in front of Hella. Level 2 Battle Skill, Sky Split Slash. Source, Ruins of the Martial Arts Base in Shangzheng. Starting bid 1,000. Martial Master Level Battle Armor, Heavenly Fire Scorches the Earth, Fire Attribute Battle Armor. Source Unknown Black Market. Starting bid 3,000. Map left by a Martial Master Level Expert. This expert fell in a demon cave, suspected treasure map. Price 500. Sky Split Slash. Lin Feng glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. He thought these 3 auction items were exactly what the Martial Artist Association had showcased. Among them, he had a slight intention to bid for the level 2 battle skill, Sky Split Slash. Perhaps because of the previous items, the atmosphere turned a bit cold as soon as these auction items appeared. After all, no one is a fool. It's normal for the Martial Sovereign level armor to be so expensive, but starting at 10 million for a level 2 battle skill is a bit too much. Sure enough, the barrage was already filled with complaints. What the hell? Level 2 battle skills are free in the armory, and here it's 10 million, too expensive. The fire attribute battle armor is okay, I'll take it. Don't compete with me, or I'll get angry. What's this next batch? What are these things? The battle armor is fine, but what are the others? Not worth mentioning. No one is bidding. Only the fire attribute battle armor has buyers. In room 365, Lin Feng kept his eyes on the level 2 battle skill, Sky Split Slash. After mastering his frenzied demon slash, he could handle 2 or 3 level magical beasts with ease. But when it came to dealing with 4 or 5 level magical beasts, he was still lacking. Even if he perfected the frenzied demon slash, its power probably wouldn't increase much. After all, that's the shortcoming of a level 1 battle skill. As for the killer blade, Lin Feng hadn't learned it yet, but its rank was also level 1. Compared to level 2 battle skills, it was on a completely different level. To enhance his combat power, Lin Feng felt he had to spend this money. Do you want to bid for the level 2 battle skill, Sky Split Slash? Yes. He pressed to bid. Lin Feng waited silently. It was vaguely visible that among the 3 auction items, aside from the fire attribute battle armor, no one was bidding for the other 2. Without any suspense, Lin Feng spent 1,000 to obtain the Sky Split Slash. Immediately, a worn, yellowed battle skill book appeared in his martial artist badge space. The balance in the account is still 8,723. Soon after, Hella introduced several auction items, including master-level battle knives and other equipment. In short, these auction items were very much in line with the tastes of beginner players. This sparked another auction frenzy. However, the starting prices were all under 5,000. Unlike the fervor surrounding martial sect level armor, after all, there were many newcomers like Lin Feng arriving at the beginner arena. Their financial power should not be underestimated, and they were all waiting for the grand finale treasures. Time passed quickly. Hella was also in high spirits, showing no signs of fatigue. With her flowing red hair, she glanced at the instruments and said, "I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time. The grand finale treasure is here." These 2 items, due to their mysterious origins, our association's experts are also unable to determine what they are, so it's up to everyone to judge for themselves. Let the auction begin. Lin Feng frowned, thinking this implied they wouldn't be responsible for any wrong purchases, right? Sure enough, 2 auction items wrapped in white cloth appeared in front of Hella. From the outside, no shape could be discerned, but Hella solemnly introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've been waiting for this. I won't keep you in suspense. These 2 auction items come from a demon lair and the Eye of Death. Please judge for yourselves. Let the auction begin." As her words fell, the white cloth covering the auction items was lifted. What came into view was a silver iron lump and a translucent half fragment. Starting bid 5,000. After the grand finale items were revealed, the barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. Wow! The Eye of Death is one of the top 10 forbidden places. Anything that comes out of there is definitely a treasure. What is this fragment? It looks so impressive. Could it be a weapon fragment from some big shot? It's well known that the Eye of Death has claimed countless beast and human experts. The things that come out of there are mostly beyond imagination. For a beginner arena to have such high-level treasures, that's too exaggerated. Who is this for? I'm bidding. This is a treasure that came from the Eye of Death. The last person who walked out of there is now a war god level. Exactly. That place is a treasure trove. Although dangerous, it's worth it. The excitement was even higher than that for martial sect level armor. This led to the silver iron lump from the demon lair being almost ignored. It seemed like something inconspicuous. Lin Feng glanced at it and felt it was too expensive. It didn't seem to match its value. Then he looked at the translucent half fragment, his gaze a bit fervent. After becoming a martial artist, Lin Feng had learned a bit about martial knowledge. For example, the Eye of Death. It was a secret battlefield that appeared with the revival of spiritual energy. It was rumored to contain many incredible treasures. Countless human and beast experts had perished there while trying to seize treasures. Due to its uncertain appearance time, over time, it became a forbidden place. Only when the Eye of Death appeared could various forces enter to explore. There were human martial masters who entered the Eye of Death and came out shortly after reaching the Martial King War God level. There were Beast King level monsters that entered and directly broke through to the Emperor level Beast King. Various rumors indicated that there were immense fortunes within. Sigh. With countless thoughts, Lin Feng sighed. He glanced at the fragment that had been bid up to 1 billion, feeling somewhat numb. He thought if he had 10 billion now, he would definitely go for it. Unfortunately, he didn't. Seeing that he was fated to miss out on the treasure, Lin Feng planned to leave. Obtaining a level 2 battle skill would be quite good for him. But just as Lin Feng was about to exit his consciousness space, the magic knife in his martial artist badge suddenly moved. It was a slight tremor, as if it sensed something. Lin Feng knew this knife was extraordinary. He immediately summoned it to his hand. Since the auction was virtual, the magic knife was naturally not physical. The moment Lin Feng summoned it, its blade pointed at the silver iron lump. For a moment, he felt as if the knife was alive. But Lin Feng had studied and examined various materials. There was no trace of the magic knife to be found. It was as if it were just a piece of scrap metal, dug up from the ground by someone. Just as Lin Feng came to buy a knife, it fell into his hands, and then he discovered its extraordinary nature. With a mind full of thoughts, Lin Feng glanced at the magic knife. He then shifted his gaze to the silver iron lump. This thing was irregular all over. It looked like a ball, but it was uneven, with bumps and sharp edges. Perhaps only the beast tribe in the demon cave knew its origins. Buzz! At that moment, the magic knife emitted a series of buzzing sounds, as if urging Lin Feng to buy it quickly. Shocked, he gritted his teeth and chose to trust the magic knife. Do you want to bid? Yes. Lin Feng clicked yes. There was no suspense. This iron lump was completely ignored by everyone, leading Lin Feng to snatch it up effortlessly. Looking at the iron lump worth 5,005, he felt a pang in his heart. After all, he hadn't even finished paying off his mortgage. Sigh, but he had already bought it. Lin Feng didn't want to think too much. Just as he was about to exit, a notification popped up in the window. Congratulations! You have spent over 5,000, earning a mid-level qualification, and 3 entry tickets to the auction. Do you want to go to the mid-level venue? Lin Feng took a glance and exited directly. After spending 60 million, he was left with only 3,723. The feeling of being poor hit him again. After opening his eyes, Lin Feng returned to the quiet room. Checking the time, it was already 3 in the morning. He had spent a full 3 hours in the virtual auction house. After glancing around, Lin Feng waved his hand. The second-level battle skill, Sky Split Slash, appeared on the table. There was also a silver iron lump. Sky Split Slash was also a knife technique. Lin Feng only glanced at it a few times before putting it away, planning to practice it in the training ground. As for the silver iron lump worth 5,005, he began to examine it closely. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng found nothing. From the appearance of this iron lump, there was nothing remarkable about it. Frowning, Lin Feng waved his hand again. The magic knife appeared in the quiet room. Buzz! The moment it appeared, it emitted a buzzing sound. To the naked eye, the silver iron lump on the table instantly burst forth with dazzling silver light. It seemed to have a chemical reaction with the magic knife and immediately floated up. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was greatly shocked. He saw the silver iron lump transform into silver liquid the moment it approached the magic knife. Then it disappeared into the blade. He could clearly see that the surface of the magic knife had gained a silver blade the size of a palm. 50 million just vanished like that? Stunned, Lin Feng swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. But the next second, the scene before him startled him. Perhaps the magic knife saw through Lin Feng's pain. It automatically hovered and slashed towards the wall. Crack! The sound was as smooth as a kitchen knife cutting through tofu. The wall, which could withstand the attacks of a level 9 magical beast, had a barely noticeable cut. Then, the magic knife returned to Lin Feng's hand. For some reason, he felt that this knife was clearly different now. Glancing at the cut on the wall, Lin Feng instinctively touched it. Then he threw a punch with all his strength. Bang! The wall was completely unharmed, but his fist hurt a bit. Lin Feng, who could smash a level 2 magical beast with a punch, believed that this wall was not made of tofu. Then he punched it again while wearing his black tungsten battle armor. The result was the same as before. The wall remained undamaged. It should be noted that after putting on the black tungsten battle armor, Lin Feng's combat power was infinitely close to that of a 4-star warrior. Accepting this fact, he finally confirmed that he had stumbled upon a treasure. The treasure was not the silver iron lump, but the magic knife. The extraordinary nature of this knife was far more terrifying than he had imagined. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Feng suddenly wanted to go to the 0914 danger zone to test the knife. Little Fish, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, was on the verge of tears. 2 consecutive nights of intense concentration had left him sleepless, sad, and resentful. Grandpa is gone. There have been a lot of things lately. Hearing a greeting from behind, Little Fish responded with a soft "oh," and then lay down on the table. He thought to himself, where did that guy go? Early in the morning, Lin Feng got up and called for Zhong Lily to come and cook. As for my sister Lin Jia, she can sleep for another 2 hours before going to school, no longer having to squeeze into the subway like before. Standing in the 800 square meter villa, Lin Feng felt that even the air was slightly sweet. Glancing at the kitchen, he said, Lin Jia goes to school at 8:30 in the morning and finishes at 5:30 in the afternoon. You need to prepare the dishes in advance. Yes, sir. Tying her apron and sporting a high ponytail, Zhong Lily nodded, transforming into a little chef. Just call me Lin Feng replied, nodding. And don't forget what I instructed. If Lin Jia asks, make sure not to let anything slip. Alright. For some reason, every time Zhong Lily saw Lin Feng's handsome face, she would feel shy. She even dreamed about it last night. She shook her head slightly and continued cooking. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a door closing came from outside. Zhong Lily then realized that Lin Feng had already left the house. At 6 in the morning in Chuan City, the sun had already begun to rise. Driver Lao Zhang was, as usual, leaning against the car eating breakfast. He only got into the car after seeing Lin Feng arrive. "Want one?" he asked, looking at the cigarette being offered. Lin Feng did not refuse. Sometimes when he was too tired, he would smoke one. Cough cough. However, after taking a puff, Lin Feng still felt a tickle in his throat. "Sorry, I usually only smoke Huazi. Other brands make me cough. Cough cough." Driver Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang glanced at his Honta mountain, thinking this kid is still picky. Having something to smoke is already good. "Where are you planning to go today?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng did not answer. He just silently looked out the window. Seeing this, Lao Zhang did not ask further. After a few more martial artists got on, they set off for work. It was a half-hour journey. With Lin Feng's speed, they arrived in 5 minutes, yet he still insisted on taking the bus. Because in Chuan City, there was an unwritten rule. That is, only low-star martial artists would take the 502 bus out of the city. This simple and low-key way of traveling suited Lin Feng's needs. After all, being called a novice was better than being discovered as a master. Lost in thought, they arrived at the city gate. Lin Feng still queued up, went through the inspection, and then exited the city. With the emergence of 4-level magical beasts and 5-level magical beasts in the 0914 danger zone, the number of teams coming here had noticeably decreased. As a result, Lin Feng ran around and hardly saw anyone. At the same time, that large gorilla was also nowhere to be found. Lin Feng, who had no time to pay attention, shook his head slightly and continued forward. After crossing a lawn, an abandoned school came into view. This was a gathering point for 3-level magical beasts. The 6-eyed demon spider. With his knife sharpened, Lin Feng only took a glance before diving deep into the school. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of explosions. One by one, the 6-eyed demon spiders fled in all directions, as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Ding! Killed a 3-level magical beast, gaining health points. Ding! Killed a 3-level magical beast, gaining health points. Ding! Killed a 3-level magical beast, gaining health points. Ding! Killed a 3-level magical beast, gaining health points. In the abandoned school, Lin Feng, clad in alloy battle armor, charged straight in. Wherever he passed, the 6-eyed demon spiders were cut in half like cabbages. The sharp demon knife in his hand was invincible, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. After killing them all, Lin Feng stopped. He glanced at the demon knife in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. He thought to himself that when he just started, he hadn't used any combat skills. He relied solely on his physical strength to wield the knife and slaughter. The result was that the performance of the demon knife was astonishing, making these 3-level magical beasts seem no different from tofu under his blade. Hiss! What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng gasped in surprise. Glancing at the demon knife, he hurried to the next marked point. The 3-level magical beasts often hadn't even reacted before they were already decapitated. In the villa, Lin Jia rubbed her eyes and came downstairs. She saw the table filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Sister Lily was also waiting nearby. A bit shy, Lin Jia blushed and said, "Sister Lily, you don't have to wait for me anymore. I just finished cooking," Zhong Lily said. "Hurry up and eat, Lin Jia." Lin Jia nodded and began to eat. Zhong Lily breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. She thought to herself that although she and Lin Jia got along well, she still didn't dare to start eating before the host arrived. Only a fool would do something so presumptuous. With that in mind, Zhong Lily began her meal as well. Just then, Lin Jia suddenly asked, "Sister Lily, what does my brother do at your company?" The unexpected question caused a hint of embarrassment to flash in Zhong Lily's eyes. She thought that if it were someone else being asked by Lin Jia, they might have already slipped up. However, she had already received instructions from Lin Feng, as well as a confidentiality fee. So her standard response was, "President Lin's position in the company is confidential, Lin Jia. In the future, President Lin will be very busy, so most of the time, it will be me taking care of you." Oh! The innocent Lin Jia let out a sound and continued to eat quietly. Seeing this, Zhong Lily felt relieved again. She wondered why Lin Feng wanted to hide his identity as a martial artist. It was truly baffling, but as a worker, she just needed to do her job. Some things were not meant for her to know, and she wouldn't speak out of turn. At noon in the perilous area, the scorching sun shone down on the earth. Ding! Slain a level 3 magical beast, health points gained. In a cave, Lin Feng emerged, covered in blood. With a cold gaze, he glanced around. After confirming it was safe, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. The morning passed, and aside from the 40 marked level 3 magical beasts he had cleared out, the pack of level 3 magical beasts in this area had also been wiped out, a total of 305 beasts. Adding the previously hunted level 3 magical beasts, there were 402 in total. With this thought, Lin Feng opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, level 3 martial artist. Health points, 1854. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfect, Gale Shadow. Minor success, Angry Diamond. Minor success. Entry, minor success, major success, perfect. Health points surged from 1500 to 1854. The gains from slaying level 3 magical beasts doubled the stat points. Lin Feng glanced at the panel a few times before putting it away. Burdened with a mortgage, he was not satisfied with just this number of magical beasts. He looked up at the depths of the perilous area, 0914. He then dashed forward at high speed. The moment he stepped in, a deafening roar echoed from within. Following that, a level 4 magical beast, the Frenzied Demon Ape, jumped out. The Frenzied Demon Ape was excited. Seeing the detestable human finally appear before it, it could hardly wait to tear it apart. Crack! However, as it got close, the sharp demon blade stunned it. Roar! Consequently, the Frenzied Demon Ape let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its fist, as big as a small truck, was severed at the wrist. Blood sprayed out like a gushing spring. The moment Lin Feng donned his black tungsten battle armor, he was filled with excitement upon witnessing this scene. Slaying level 3 magical beasts with the demon blade was like chopping vegetables. Facing a level 4 magical beast seemed just as easy. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng moved forward again. As he approached, he swung his blade with all his might. Perfect level Frenzied Demon Slash. Roar! The Frenzied Demon Ape looked at the rampaging human and let out an angry roar. Its state instantly turned frenzied. Crack! But with a crisp sound of something breaking, the surroundings fell silent. Ding! Slain a level 4 magical beast, health points gained. The moment Lin Feng landed, his eyes were filled with excitement. The demon blade was terrifyingly powerful after devouring this iron lump. Was this the feeling of a divine weapon? Without caring about his excitement, Lin Feng quickly stored the Frenzied Demon Ape away. He glanced at the depths of the perilous area and stepped in again. The depths of the perilous area were places that had not yet been extensively trodden. Here, level 2 and level 3 magical beasts gathered in greater numbers. Occasionally, level 4 and 5 magical beasts would also appear. As a result, after Lin Feng ventured deeper, he was almost hacking away at beasts on the east and west. Along the way, blood flowers continuously bloomed. Ding! Slain a level 2 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 3 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 3 monster, health points. Ding! Used Gale Shadow, proficiency. Ding! Used Angry Diamond, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng felt no fatigue at all. With every level 2 monster and level 3 monster he killed, he felt as if his mortgage had decreased a little. And indeed, it was true. After circling deep within, Lin Feng finally sheathed his sword. It wasn't that he was tired. It was that the space couldn't hold anymore. Plus, with the space of the black tungsten battle armor, today's kill count was 3,512 level 2 monsters, 488 level 3 monsters, and 1 level 4 monster, the rampaging demon ape. His health points surged from 1,854 to 3,044. Gale Shadow had also reached great mastery. With a full load, Lin Feng quickly left 0914 for his return. Roar! An hour after he left, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the perilous land. At the city gate, driver Old Zhang recently noticed that the familiar four-man group he often saw had disappeared. These people always liked to mock the weak, elevating themselves. Who knew they wouldn't show up for 2 or 3 consecutive days? Old Zhang sighed, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Skillfully, he took out a Red Tower Mountain cigarette. Just as he was thinking of lighting one, a familiar figure ran towards him from the city gate. Old Zhang was taken aback. He quickly put the Red Tower Mountain back in his pocket and took out a pack of Huazi. "Let's have a smoke. You smell quite bloody. Good haul today, right?" Hearing Old Zhang's inquiry, Lin Feng took the Huazi and nodded. After skillfully lighting the cigarette, he said, "I cough when I smoke anything else, but I don't cough with Huazi." "Thanks. So pretentious." Watching Lin Feng get into the car, Old Zhang waved his hand. After waiting for a few more martial artists to get in, he also drove away. On the way back, Lin Feng habitually opened the martial artist forum. As usual, the Guardian Army selection competition was flooding the screen. Have you heard? A lot of people are participating in the competition this time. There might be surprises. Who will reveal something? Breaking news! All 7 martial arts universities in Chuan City are participating in the Guardian Army selection competition. Shocking! The governor of Chuan City will personally watch the match. Damn it! There really are level 5 monsters in the 0914 perilous land. What the hell? After browsing for a while, Lin Feng quickly exited. He had studied this Guardian Army selection competition. The minimum participating martial artist must be at least 5 stars. Those below 5 stars can just watch. The entire competition was organized by the Chuan City Martial Arts Base. The exact location for the competition was still unknown. There were still half a month until the competition began. Coincidentally, it was 3 days after the martial arts examination. This meant that this year there would not only be the Grand Martial Arts examination but also the Guardian Army selection competition. Thinking of this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He was currently a 3-star martial artist. He still had some distance to go to reach 5 stars, but half a month was enough for him. Joining the Guardian Army was every man's dream. Lin Feng was no exception. Lost in thought, the car arrived at the station. Lin Feng got off and disappeared in a flash. This left driver old Zhang, who had intended to greet him, feeling quite awkward. The huazi he had offered had to be put away. At the Martial Artist Association building, Old Li leaned against the door, glancing a few times. His face was full of desolation. It wasn't that business was bad, but that big client seemed unlikely to come today. One must know that those hundreds of crimson demon flowers had allowed him to sell at 40 each. Not only would he be rolling in profits, but he also wanted to do it again. Could it be that the big client knew he was a shady businessman? As Old Li thought of this, his expression turned a bit bitter. Just as he lamented the loss of a quality big client, an inconspicuous figure walked in, dressed in a simple work jacket, paired with jeans and Martin boots, and wearing a mask that obscured all but the eyes. It was impossible to tell who it was. However, upon seeing the figure, Old Li instantly rejoiced. God of Wealth, you're here. God of Wealth? Lin Feng was taken aback. He glanced at Old Li and then entered the room. Before he could close the door, someone had already closed it for him. What goods do you have today? I have plenty of funds. Old Li rubbed his hands in anticipation. Lin Feng didn't waste words. He casually tossed out 3,512 level 2 monsters, with an additional 488 third-level magical beasts. Looking at the room piled high, Old Li was stunned again. He thought to himself, other martial artists hunt magical beasts one by one, or sell dozens. Good heavens! This fortune god in front of him almost always brought hundreds, even thousands to sell. Was he stocking up outside the city? However, Old Li understood the rules. He didn't ask what he shouldn't, and silently calculated the accounts. 3,512 second-level magical beasts, totaling 7,024. 5 for each third-level magical beast, totaling 2,440. Total 9,464. Can you count? Lin Feng nodded and then transferred the amount into his card. Adding the remaining 3,723, the total in the card was 100 million. This harvest was barely acceptable. There's also a 4th-level magical beast. Lin Feng waved his hand again. A 4th-level magical beast? Old Li was taken aback. He couldn't help but take another look at Lin Feng. He thought, from the 1st-level magical beasts he hunted to now a 4th-level magical beast, it hadn't even been half a month. Could it be that he was now a 4-star martial artist? No way! How could someone level up so quickly? Understanding the rules, Old Li didn't ask further and calculated, 10 for each 4th-level magical beast. I'll transfer it to you right away. After completing the transfer, he left directly. This made Old Li look forward to the next transaction after the person left. However, when he prepared to clean up the corpse of the 4th-level magical beast, the berserk monkey, he discovered that the 4-legged magical beast was missing 2 large thighs. The clean-cut surface left Old Li stunned. What the hell? A type of plant? Did I get scammed by a shady dealer? Zhong Lily was using the best utensils, making the most familiar home-cooked dishes. Moreover, she could eat and live with the owner of this villa. 3 months ago, she couldn't have imagined living such a life. Although on the surface she was a housekeeper, to put it bluntly, she was a nanny. But Zhong Lily knew very well that the 2 siblings had no unusual gaze towards her, especially Lin Jia, who was particularly considerate of her in details. For example, during meals, using the restroom, and even taking a shower, they would take special care of her feelings. That feeling was as if this villa was her home, and Lin Feng and Lin Jia were her family. Lost in thought, Zhong Lily felt she was thinking too far ahead. Glancing at the time, she began preparing the next dish. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Zhong Lily looked up and saw Lin Feng had returned. Welcome home, owner. Out of professional habit, Zhong Lily said it. Lin Feng nodded slightly after hearing it. With a calm expression, he walked and said, I won't have dinner, you can keep it and eat with Lin Jia. Also, don't say welcome or anything in the future, it feels awkward. Alright, Zhong Lily's pretty face flushed, and she continued to cook with her head down. After returning home, Lin Feng hurried to the quiet room. As soon as he entered, he took out a piece of berserk monkey thigh meat from his spatial ring. Taking out the magic knife, Lin Feng skillfully sliced and marinated it. Then he took out the boiler to smoke it, sprinkling on the barbecue seasoning. Finally, he added soul juice. A series of actions flowed smoothly. The room was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma. Gurgle. Lin Feng, who was already hungry, swallowed hard. He casually picked up a piece of 4th level magical beast barbecue and put it in his mouth. Oily but not greasy, it was full of spicy and crispy flavor. The strong sense of fullness made Lin Feng's fatigue lessen significantly. Forgetting his refined image, he began to gobble it down. As he ate, he felt it wasn't enough. Lin Feng also brought some lettuce, chili slices, garlic cloves, and the essential frozen beer. Paired with the hot weather of June and July, 1 bite of lettuce with meat, 1 sip of frozen beer. That feeling was simply delightful. In the martial artist training ground, Xiaoyu glanced at room 5201. Her eyes were indifferent, as if she was waiting for that man to die. Glancing at the time, Xiaoyu stood up and said, I won't be on night duty tonight, thank you all for your hard work. After bidding farewell to her colleagues, Xiaoyu left the martial artist training ground under the cover of night. Having been at the Chuan City martial arts base for half a year, she had already gotten used to the lifestyle here. Unknowingly, Xiaoyu had already forgotten about the matters concerning the Shangjing martial arts base. Thinking of this, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself that she didn't care about any family alliances. Between freedom and the future, she chose freedom. As she pondered, Xiaoyu turned back to glance at the training base. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that this guy would come again tonight? No way, right? It shouldn't be. Xiaoyu shook her head slightly and then disappeared into the crowd. In the quiet room, after eating and drinking to satisfaction, hiccup, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp. He had devoured 1/5 of the nearly 500 pounds of the raging demon ape's thigh. As his vitality continued to increase, his appetite became more and more exaggerated. Even ordinary food could no longer satisfy Lin Feng, so he set his sights on monster meat. After wolfing it down, he found that the effect of the monster meat was even better than that of the canned monster meat. How strange! Lin Feng remembered that other martial artists in the martial artist forum hadn't reported such strange phenomena. Could it be that there was something wrong with his body? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, quickly dismissing that thought. Recently, he had been going out of the city frequently, and an increased appetite should be normal. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Feng planned to head to the training ground. Whether it was the Killing God's Blade or the Sky Split Slash, both required skill points to be proficient. This was crucial for him in the upcoming slaughter. Exiting the quiet room, Lin Feng made his way to the living room. His sister Lin Jia would be back from school in 10 minutes, and Zhong Lily had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, waiting for her to return. When she saw Lin Feng come out, she instinctively nodded. I'm going to work now, tell my sister. Alright. As soon as the words fell, the person had already vanished. Sigh. Are martial artists always so elusive? So carefree? Zhong Lily sighed slightly with envy and then got up to wait outside. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Jia returned with her small backpack. Upon seeing Lily Jia at the door, she sweetly called out, Lily Jia, you're back. Lin Jia. Zhong Lily smiled and said, your brother went to work. We don't have to wait for him. Let's eat. Oh. Lin Jia nodded, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself that tomorrow was the friendly competition. At that time, Chuan Changno 7 Middle School would send people to participate. Contestants also needed to have family members accompany them, and Lin Jia had been thinking of coming back to tell her brother. But her brother seemed quite busy with work, and not wanting to disturb him, Lin Jia turned her gaze to Zhong Lily. After leaving the villa, Lin Feng made his way to the martial artist training ground. Arriving 3 hours earlier than usual, he was full of energy. Perhaps it was because he had eaten 100 pounds of level 4 monster meat. He felt invigorated all over. Thinking of this, Lin Feng skillfully ran to the front desk to book a room. The room was still 5,201. However, this time he upgraded the room to the level 3 monster area. 3 hours totaled 500,000. The hefty room fee made Lin Feng feel a bit of pain, but once he entered the room, he felt that the money was well spent. It was vaguely visible that the level 3 monster room 5210 was clearly much more advanced than before. Whether it was the monsters or various facilities, everything was more complete. Do you choose the Hell Level 3 Monster Tide difficulty? Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng directly chose the highest difficulty. Instantly, the surroundings of the room underwent a tremendous change. 1 second he was still in the human city, and the next second he had arrived in a perilous land filled with monsters. Looking around, a swarm of level 3 monsters rushed in like locusts. Holding the demon blade, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He immediately transformed into an afterimage and charged forward. Ding! Using Killing God's Blade, proficiency, ding! Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency, ding! Using Killing God's Blade, proficiency, ding! Using Killing God's Blade, proficiency, ding! Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency. The sounds of dinging were incessant. Facing the massive tide of level 3 monsters, Lin Feng was unafraid. With the demon blade in hand, he swung it every time. Dozens of third-level magical beasts were annihilated in ashes. After about 2 hours, Lin Feng killed the last third-level magical beast. Ding! Using the Killing God Blade, proficiency reached entry level. Ding! Using the Void Split Slash proficiency. Congratulations on clearing the third-level Hell Magical Beast wave. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng's lips curled up. He thought that after stepping into the third-level martial artist realm, killing third-level magical beasts was as easy as pie. With the enhancement of the magical blade, killing the third-level magical beast wave was like chopping vegetables. Under various conditions, the Killing God Blade went from novice to entry level. The proficiency point ratio was roughly 1 point for each third-level magical beast. As for the Void Split Slash, it was a bit more difficult. After Lin Feng made a round, its proficiency point ratio was only 0. Although the speed was a bit slow, Lin Feng believed in the principle that great strength brings miracles. Would you like to continue the subscription? Yes. After choosing to renew, a vast swarm of third-level magical beasts appeared again. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward. The magical blade in his hand instantly burst forth with astonishing blade light. With a casual swing, a golden blade light swept across. Void Split Slash. Ding! Using Void Split Slash, proficiency. In an instant, with one slash, dozens of third-level magical beasts shattered before they even had a chance to react. Such powerful force was absolutely incomparable to first-level combat skills. If he could master it, it could definitely be used as a trump card. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at the overwhelming swarm of magical beasts, like a locust plague, rushing towards him. He swung his blade again and charged forward. Along the way, blood flowers continuously bloomed in the air. Compared to his previous killing speed, this time Lin Feng was faster and more skilled. Ding! Using Void Split Slash, proficiency. 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 The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng seemed to be listening to beautiful notes. The blade in his hand became faster and faster. The surrounding magical beasts grew fewer and fewer. He was intoxicated in this killing and proficiency gain. As long as the magical beast swarm disappeared, he would choose to continue the challenge. In a villa, Sheningqing lay on the bed, looking frustrated. She stared at her phone, waiting for a reply that never came, feeling a bit down. She thought that ever since Lin Feng dropped out of school, they hadn't had a face-to-face chat in a long time. Remembering the days they sat together, Sheningqing couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She pondered that although his health points were a bit low, he was indeed handsome. Not only handsome, but he also had good character. As she thought about it, Sheningqing realized her face was burning hot. She instinctively touched her face and then sighed. Is this what it feels like to have a crush on someone? No matter if he is ordinary or poor, I will like him, right? Murmuring to herself, Sheningqing smiled slightly, thinking that this feeling would last forever. When she entered the martial arts university, she would definitely confront that annoying guy who was avoiding her. With this thought, Sheningqing opened her contact with Hu Xinger and said, Dear little Hu, don't forget to accompany me tomorrow to ride the waves and seize the crown. At your command, Hu Xinger. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Jia smiled after Zone Lily agreed. Gripping her small hands, she gratefully said, Sister Lily, my brother works too hard, and I don't want to disturb his rest. Tomorrow will be hard for you, I will repay you later. Okay. Nervously, Zhong Lily nodded. She thought, what the heck is this? Her brother hiding that he is a martial artist and a billionaire. Her sister hiding from her brother to participate in a competition, not wanting to disturb his work. Zhong Lily, feeling conflicted, was a bit depressed. Looking at the innocent Lin Jia in front of her, she almost wanted to reveal the truth. But remembering Lin Feng's instructions, Zhong Lily could only force a smile and agree. She thought, it's just a school competition. What's the big deal? In the room. Ding! Using Void Split Slash, proficiency reached entry level. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng put down the magic knife in his hand. After 9 hours of frenzied training, he had finally mastered the Void Slash to an entry-level proficiency. Its entry-level power was almost 5 times that of a perfected Demon Slash. The vast difference in the power of these combat techniques filled Lin Feng with immense joy. He didn't know why, but he felt he could take on a level 5 magical beast by himself. However, that was just a thought. Lin Feng did not plan to act on it immediately. After spending 2 million on 9 hours of intense training, he just wanted to go home and replenish his energy. With that in mind, Lin Feng skillfully checked out and left. It was already 3 in the morning, with 3 hours left until dawn. The streets of the Chuan City martial arts base were deserted. Even the sanitation workers had gone home to rest. Sighing as he walked down the street, Lin Feng quickened his pace to get home. With his mastery of the Gale Shadow technique, his speed surged. A 30-minute journey home took him only 5 minutes. Upon returning home, the villa was eerily quiet. Lin Feng made no noise as he entered the quiet room. He took out the grill and charcoal. Then he retrieved slices of magical beast thigh meat, marinated and smoked them. He sprinkled on some barbecue sauce, the soul juice, all done in one go, his movements so practiced they were almost painful to watch. With a growling stomach, Lin Feng eagerly grabbed some lettuce to wrap around the meat and swallowed it whole. Spicy and refreshing, rich but not greasy, it was a heavenly delight. He then took out a bottle of frozen beer and gulped it down. The feeling was exhilarating. Treating his late-night snack as breakfast, Lin Feng's appetite soared. In no time, he had devoured 100 pounds of level 4 magical beast barbecue. That fullness made him drowsy. After intense training, his mental energy naturally needed to be restored. With heavy eyelids, Lin Feng tidied up the grill to avoid gas poisoning and then collapsed into bed. Zzz. He slept soundly until dawn. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he found it was already 10 in the morning. By this time, his sister had probably been in class for an hour. Normally, he would have gone out to hunt magical beasts by now. With that thought, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and planned to wash up and head out of the city. Just as he got up, his phone fell out of his pocket. The screen lit up, and messages flooded in. Lin Feng, the friendly competition is tomorrow, did you know? Sheneng Chung. Lin Feng, I have a match today. Number 68. Remember to watch me. Cheer for me. Sheneng Chung. Lin Feng, I'm a bit nervous. What should I do? I feel like my blood value of 298 is a bit weak. Sheneng Chung. Oh no, the friendly competition. Lin Feng had forgotten that Lin Jia was also participating today. Why didn't that silly sister remind him? Feeling quite helpless, he hurried off to the competition venue. At the city gate, old Zhang, who had run back and forth twice, exhaled a puff of smoke. Seeing that the bus station still had no sign of that guy, a hint of disappointment crossed his eyes. Damn, it's only been a day, and I kind of miss him? What a sin! What a sin! I'm a workhorse. Time to work. Ah, why? Little Fish looked at room 5210, her face full of shock. She thought to herself that she had just taken a break yesterday. Did this guy really come right on time? And this time he had trained for 9 hours early. Burning with anger, Little Fish gritted her teeth. She felt like she could almost spit fire from her eyes. After calming herself down a bit, Little Fish took out her black card and entered the room. When she saw the footage of Lin Feng's training from last night, she was stunned. In the training replay, Lin Feng was effortlessly slaughtering level 3 magical beasts as if they were vegetables. Moreover, the combat techniques he used were not ordinary level 1 techniques, but level 2 techniques. Watching his increasingly skilled movements, Little Fish murmured, "What kind of monster is this?" The friendly competition of Chuan City No. 7 Middle School was held at the Provincial Sports Stadium. As a venue for large-scale events, it was already packed with people. The vast majority were accompanying parents and school staff. The remaining portion consisted of the deans of the 7 martial arts universities in Chuan City and some instructors. As the competition began, participants from various schools started to enter the arena. Shen Yingqing was no exception. She was number 68. A total of 120 contestants from Chuan City No. 7 middle school participated, most of whom had blood values just over 200. At present, Shen Yingqing's vitality value has reached 298. She is just one step away from breaking through to a 1-star warrior. Logically, she should have absolute confidence in winning, but for some reason, she always feels that there are hidden talents among this group of people. Xiaohu, I'm a bit nervous. What should I do? Shen Yingqing looked at the foodie girl beside her. Hu Xinger, who was licking the milk foam, was taken aback for a moment, then encouraged her, "Don't worry, my dear, none of these people will be your opponents." "Oh, do you think Lin Feng will come?" Shen Yingqing asked again. "Lin Feng? Hu Xing'er shook her head slightly. She hadn't seen that tall, handsome, and funny guy in a long time. Shen Yingqing sighed. Glancing at the sea of people in the stands, she felt as if a pair of eyes were watching her. Not thinking too much, she immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jia rubbed her right wrist. A sense of soreness hit her again. After suppressing this discomfort for almost half a month, she felt that today's symptoms were particularly pronounced. However, thinking about getting a good result for her brother, the discomfort in her right arm was quickly suppressed. Oh my! Lin Jia, what's your vitality value? At that moment, Joan Lily ran over with 2 cups of water. I just saw so many teenage prodigies with a vitality value of 200. Not much. Lin Jia shook her head slightly. Sister Lily, don't worry, I will do my best. Okay, but don't push yourself too hard. Joan Lily comforted, if you can't win, just admit defeat, okay? Got it. Lin Jia nodded slightly. The first number is on stage. I still have a long way to go at 88. Good. Joan Lily glanced at the arena, her eyes filled with shock. She thought to herself that her brother, at 18 years old, only had a vitality value of a little over 100. Compared to this group of kids averaging 200, he was simply the worst of the worst. In the stands, as the competition began, the crowd erupted. Some parents shouted encouragement, while others booed continuously. More were like Lin Feng, who remained silent. Geneva, my son lost in the first match? Refund. It's a scam. What can you do if you're not as skilled? If shouting worked, then what do we need geniuses for? Shut up. I'm watching the match. It's really the younger generation pushing the older generation, each wave stronger than the last. When I was in school, a vitality value of 150 was already impressive. These kids average 200, that's brutal. I wonder if there are any even tougher ones. Among the crowd, Lin Feng had a blank expression, looking like a cake maker. He thought, please don't include my sister in this average vitality value of 200. My sister is already a 1-star warrior, and she just turned 16 this year. Feeling a bit smug, Lin Feng glanced at the match below. He found it quite boring. As long as it wasn't his sister or that big silly girl, he hardly looked. Even in this gap, Lin Feng opened the Warrior Forum. Is anyone going to watch the friendship match at Chuanchang No. 7 today? Damn! Is there any expert in 0914 who can kill that level 5 magical beast? It's going crazy. The selection competition is coming. So excited. Anyone want to team up? The martial arts exam is approaching. Are there any geniuses this year? After scanning around, Lin Feng clicked on the 0914 dangerous area post. Upon opening it, the replies were particularly exciting. Bro, are you a jerk? The day before yesterday, you were barking about not going to 0914. Why are you going today? Please let the level 5 magical beast take the host. I don't want to see this menstrual post. Be a person. Even 5-star warriors are busy preparing for the competition. Who has time to waste on magical beasts? Claiming a spot. Crystal Feast. Host. I'm up for the early 8. After glancing a few times, Lin Feng quietly exited. He thought it was strange that he hadn't seen the level 5 magical beast in 0914. There was a level 4 magical beast, but he had already killed it and eaten it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng found it a bit odd. Number 68 is so beautiful. Is she a senior warrior exam candidate from No. 1 high school? So gorgeous. Vitality value 298. Wow, this is a genius beauty. Isn't she too beautiful? Those long legs are stunning. Definitely a school beauty level. She's just too gorgeous. Lin Feng, lost in thought, was interrupted by a wave of exclamations. He glanced down, his pupils narrowing. On the stage, he saw Shen Yingqing, fair-skinned and beautiful, youthful and vibrant, with a high ponytail and long legs. It had been a long time since he last saw this big silly girl. Lin Feng felt she had become much prettier. For instance, her curves were more pronounced where they should be, and she had slimmed down in the right places. Judging by the expressions of the surrounding old lechers, she was undoubtedly a celestial beauty. Seeing this, Lin Feng took a quick photo and silently watched the show. This kind of friendly match was essentially a display of muscles. When Shen Yingqing revealed her health value of 298, her opponent almost conceded defeat. Without much effort, she became the undisputed number 1 in the arena. After stepping down, Shen Yingqing's face flushed. She glanced at her good friend Hu Xing'er and said, "The opponent is so weak, they didn't even dare to attack. Goddess, your health value is 298. Hu Xing'er exclaimed, "A final push and you'd be a 1-star warrior. By the time of your martial arts exam, you'll probably have broken through to a 1-star warrior." Oh my gosh, an 18-year-old genius beauty 1-star warrior, that's too strong. Sheningqing's pretty face turned red. She looked at her friend but couldn't help glancing at the stands. After not seeing that annoying guy, a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. However, soon after, when contestant number 88, Lin Jia, took the stage, Sheningqing was stunned. She saw the opponent reveal a health value of 351 at just 16 years old. The entire venue erupted, including all the deans of the 7 martial arts universities in Chuan City, who stood up. A health value of 351. A 1-star warrior. The crowd was shocked. The venue was in an uproar. Oh my gosh, a 16-year-old 1-star warrior? And so beautiful, she's a genius beauty. Did Chuan City know 3 high school hit the jackpot this year? How did they find such an amazing student? That's too strong. She's the best in the whole place. Who can compete with that? No one can fight her. Do you even need to finish high school? Just go straight to the martial arts exam? No, she should be directly admitted to a martial arts university. This is my student. Very strong. Impressive, right? Remember me. My surname is Zhou Wenxiang. Come to know. 3 high school to sign up. In the stands, all the deans of the 7 martial arts universities in Chuan City stood up, looking at the 16-year-old Lin Jia who had broken through to a 1-star warrior below, their eyes filled with shock and determination. Ahem! Don't fight me for her, you know, I want this child. An elderly man in luxurious clothing, with a serious expression, stood up. He was Cheng Hui, the dean of Chuan City's top martial arts university. A powerful martial arts master. Go to hell. Cheng Hui, who do you think you are? The 3rd university is definitely taking her. An old man, strong and imposing, with a thick aura and a fiery temper, stood up. He was Tai Shan, the dean of Chuan City's 3rd martial arts university, also a martial arts master. As the two faced off, the expressions of the other 5 deans varied. Are you all trying to take her? At that moment, a spirited, tall, and elegant old man smiled. He was Wen Zixuan, the dean of Chuan City's 7th martial arts university. Humph, Wen Zixuan, are you teaching me how to do my job? Dean Tai Shan snorted coldly. So what if I am? Wen Zixuan smiled slightly, instantly revealing a stronger aura, pressing down on Dean Tai Shan. Haven't seen you in a few days, Dean Cheng Hui said in surprise. Wen Zixuan, you've actually stepped into the 5-star martial master realm. The other deans were taken aback, exchanging glances. Even Tai Shan's expression changed, and he fell silent with a dark face. Wen Zixuan smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, It's all good, if virtue doesn't work, I can use strength. Dean Tai Shan. Dean Cheng Hui. Dean Cheng Hui sighed. He thought that the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th deans were all latecomers. Their accumulation was insufficient, barely stepping into the martial master realm. Compared to these old guys, they were nothing to fear. However, Cheng Hui never expected that Wen Zixuan had stepped into the 5-star realm. Currently only a 3-star, he felt a bit uncomfortable. How about this? Let's each rely on our own abilities. Cheng Hui suggested, let's see where this little girl wants to go, and just follow her. I'll go first, Wen Zixuan said with a slight smile. Why do you get to go first? Director Taishan protested. Because of this. Wen Zixuan raised his fist and said, Old man, do you know how powerful scholars are now? Humph. Director Taishan was taken aback. He then turned away and fell silent. Then I'll be 3rd, Cheng Hui said modestly. Taishan brother, you can be 2nd. The other directors shook their heads and sighed upon hearing this. They thought to themselves that Cheng Hui, while saying to rely on abilities, was ultimately just ranking them by their combat power. How shameless! After stepping down, Lin Jia's face turned red. She glanced at the envious looks around her and felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Lin Jia, you're too amazing! Zhong Lily exclaimed excitedly. A 1-star warrior at just 16 years old, you're a genius. Oh, it's nothing much, Lin Jia replied humbly. Nothing much? Zhong Lily shook her head slightly, thinking that this little girl's brother was also a warrior, and seemed quite powerful. Now the younger sister was also a super genius. It was simply unfair to ordinary people. Lin Jia, the deans from the 7 martial arts universities are here. At that moment, Teacher Zhou and the principal of the 3rd school rushed over. Behind them followed 7 people of varying ages. The cheerful teacher Zhou glanced at Lin Jia and introduced, Let me introduce you, this is Dean Wen, Dean Cheng, Dean Taishan. Hello, Lin Jia. When Zixuan squinted and smiled, Are you interested in joining the 7th Martial Arts University? If you are willing, tuition is completely waived, and we have professional mentors to assist you in your training. We also provide various rewards and allowances every year. Enough! Director Taishan said anxiously. Lin Jia, everything he mentioned, our 3rd university has too. As long as you join, I will take you as my disciple. It's my turn, Dean Sheng said with a smile. Lin Jia, our first university has more girls, you can come to our academy, the senior sisters there will take good care of you. Then, the 7 deans introduced themselves. This left Zhong Lily dumbfounded. She thought the conditions were too tempting, but Lin Jia remained unmoved. Even teacher Zhou was momentarily stunned and reminded, Lin Jia, have you thought it over? What do you think of the first university? As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Zixuan and director Tieshan's expressions changed slightly. They had calculated everything, but did not expect Cheng Hui had already bribed teacher Zhou. Seeing this, Cheng Hui just smiled and said nothing. Everything was unspoken. He thought to himself, do you few have the qualifications to compete with me? However, when Lin Jia heard teacher Zhou's question, she weakly said, can I go back and ask my brother for his opinion? Brother, wherever he lets me go, I'll go. Cheng Hui, Wayne Zixuan, director Taishan. Cheng Hui, who had calculated everything, had not anticipated that Lin Jia had an older brother. He gave teacher Zhou a look, feeling anxious inside. He thought such a talent could not be delayed. The longer it dragged on, the more likely someone else would snatch her away. Sure enough, teacher Zhou cleared his throat and said, Lin Jia, did your brother come to the event? We can have him come over directly. No, my brother is very busy with work, Lin Jia answered honestly. He doesn't have time to watch my competition. What? Brother is at work? Isn't that just an ordinary person? Cheng Hui was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Wen Zixuan quickly took the opportunity to back down, saying, I think Lin Jia is right to consider it. Family consent is important. Lin Jia, I'll accompany you back to ask your brother. Is that okay? No. Lin Jia shook her head. My brother said, I can't bring strangers home. Zhong Lily beside them was stunned, her eyes filled with shock. She thought to herself, this is the dean of the 7th university. Others dream of having him come home to visit. And yet, you, young lady, just rejected him? To be honest, Wen Zixuan also felt quite awkward. Rejected, he could only nod and agree. All right, then we'll wait for your news. Be sure to tell your brother quickly. Okay. Lin Jia replied with a sweet smile. Teacher Zhou, watching from the side, felt a pang in his heart. He thought to himself that Lin Jia's brother must have forgotten what he was like. All he knew was that this child had it tough. With their parents gone, he was dragging a younger sister to school, but now it seemed they had made it through. In the future, this Lin Jia would bring endless wealth to this ordinary brother. Teacher Zhou only hoped that this brother wouldn't hinder his sister's future. With that thought, he smiled and said, how about this, Lin Jia, let teacher Zhou accompany you back for a visit. The principal of the 3rd middle school was taken aback and quickly nodded. Lin Jia, teacher Zhou is not a stranger, right? Do you think it's okay for him to accompany you back? Lin Jia pinched her small hands. She thought her brother hadn't said no to teacher Zhou coming to their home. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded, sure. Teacher Zhou felt relieved upon hearing this. He figured as long as he took the initiative, he would definitely be able to handle Lin Jia. Sure enough, when Zixuan beside them coughed and said, teacher Zhou, is it convenient to have a private chat? What private chat? Director Taishan said irritably, teacher Zhou, we need to talk too. I want to join. Cheng Hui applied to join the group chat. The remaining 4 directors also applied to join the group chat. In the stands, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief after seeing his sister come off the stage. He thought to himself that with her strength as a 16-year-old 1-star martial artist, Lin Jia was undoubtedly the best. That big silly girl could at most be second. Not planning to stay here, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and intended to leave like everyone else. Who would have thought that while walking, he suddenly received a text from his sister. Opening it, he was stunned to see that teacher Zhou was actually coming for a home visit. Lin Feng was taken aback. He wondered what was going on. Without asking further, he quickly replied with a good and rushed home. Meanwhile, backstage, Xiningqing felt a bit speechless after dealing with the compliments from several teachers. It was just that the brilliance that should have belonged to her was completely overshadowed by that 16-year-old 1-star martial artist from the 3rd middle school. Even the deans of the 7 major martial arts universities were surrounding that girl. Sigh. It was tough. Xiningqing sighed and felt somewhat at a loss. She had planned to show off her first-place achievement to someone. Who knew that an eternal second would show up? Quite helpless, she ultimately sent a message. Sigh. Lin Feng, I've been surpassed by a 16-year-old genius girl, narrowly losing second place, feeling melancholic. After sending it, Xiningqing thought Lin Feng would take a few days to reply. Who would have thought that the next second her phone rang? Opening it, she found a photo. Along with the message, you are already amazing. The photo was taken when Xiningqing was on stage. Upon seeing the photo, Xiningqing's nose suddenly felt sour. She thought to herself that this guy was still thinking of her. All her affection wasn't wasted, but where did this guy see it? Xiningqing turned around and around but didn't see that familiar figure. My good best friend, are you unable to handle the excitement and gone crazy? Hu Xinger asked, noticing something was off. Second place is pretty good too, no need to rush, you'll break through to one-star martial artist. No, I didn't. Xiningqing said happily, Lin Feng is here. Look, this is the photo he took for me. Lin Feng is here? Hu Xinger was also taken aback. She looked around in surprise. This big silly spring still has a bit of conscience. After disappearing for so long, he knows to come back and check on our mission. Of course. Xiningqing's little mouth lifted, her smile radiant. Seeing this scene, Hu Xinger suddenly felt a bit teary. She thought her best friend hadn't been this happy in a long time, right? Only when meeting Lin Feng would she be like this? But one was a martial arts genius school beauty, while the other was a dropout commoner. Would such a love ever have a day of happiness? On the way back, Lin Feng was almost running. He took less than 10 minutes to cover a 1-hour journey home. To welcome Teacher Zhou, he had to prepare carefully. After all, Lin Jia was going to take the martial arts exam. The teacher must treat this matter well. Bro, did you watch my match today? If not, Teacher Zhou said there's a live replay this afternoon. We're heading home now. Just then, Lin Jia sent another message. Lin Feng glanced at it and sent back a few photos. The photos were taken when Lin Jia was on stage. Bro, wow, you actually came to see me. I'm so touched. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jia felt her nose tingle after seeing the photos. She thought to herself that her brother must have seen the live broadcast. He must have left work to watch her compete. As she thought about it, tears began to fall one by one. This caught the attention of Teacher Zhou, who had just gotten into the car, and he asked, Lin Jia, what's wrong? Why are you crying? It's nothing, Teacher Zhou. Lin Jia wiped her tears and said, my brother is already home. All right. Teacher Zhou nodded, sighing inwardly. He pondered that Lin Jia was indeed a child with a twisted fate. He remembered just a few days ago, she didn't have money to pay for the martial arts exam fee and almost didn't go. He recalled quickly calling Lin Jia's brother to resolve the issue. Now that he thought about it, Teacher Zhou felt that Lin Jia's family must be very poor. Her brother was just an ordinary person. Such a life was too unfair for a super martial arts genius, especially since Lin Jia was so beautiful. Her future was destined to be limitless. It was a pity that her family background was her only flaw. If given the chance, Teacher Zhou planned to guide Lin Jia's brother to prevent him from misleading Lin Jia's thoughts, thus avoiding the loss of a super genius for their Chuan City martial arts base. Lost in thought, Teacher Zhou looked at the silent Zhong Lily beside him and asked, this young lady, may I ask who you are? Sister. Lin Jia said softly, oh, I just forgot to ask. Teacher Zhou realized, wait, Lin Jia, you have an older sister? Not by blood. We just met recently. Zhong Lily introduced nervously. I see. Teacher Zhou nodded. Lin Jia, give me your home address. We're heading out. Yulong International Community. Lin Jia said weakly. Yulong International Community. Ha? What? Yulong International Community? Teacher Zhou was about to input the address into the navigation when he immediately realized it was Yulong International Community. That was one of the top luxury residences in Chuan City. The real estate developer was the Martial Artists Association, a definite superpower. It was said that the latest villa security systems inside were at the martial master level. Lin Jia's family lived here? Did he hear wrong? Lin Jia, Teacher Zhou turned back and said, I didn't hear clearly just now. Where was it again? Yulong International Community. This time Zhong Lily spoke in standard Mandarin. It's the Yulong International Community next to the 3rd middle school. Teacher Zhou. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhou's face twitched. He thought, what's going on? Was it a misunderstanding that Lin Jia's family was poor? Living near the 3rd middle school, Teacher Zhou naturally knew the area. Compared to their own house, just the bathroom in Yulong International Community could buy a whole apartment. And that wasn't an exaggeration. Teacher Zhou, we're renting a house. Lin Jia said weakly. Renting a house? So that's how it is. Teacher Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. But he remembered that renting a 1-bedroom apartment in Yulong International would still cost several $100,000 a month, right? That's too expensive. In any case, Teacher Zhou began to feel anxious. His intuition told him that something was off with Lin Jia's family. After all, who couldn't afford the exam fee but then turned around to rent a few million for a 1-bedroom apartment? The car quickly arrived at the entrance of Yulong International. After parking, Teacher Zhou nervously walked into the community. It was his first time here, and he glanced around at the environment. It felt like even the air was charged. The flowers and vegetation on the road were all better than those in their community. Even the security and cleaning staff here would bow at 90 degrees when they saw someone. Thinking of the security in his own community who often got into fights, Teacher Joe felt a pang in his nose. He thought, this is the world of the rich and powerful. However, as he walked, Teacher Joe suddenly noticed something was off. The direction they were heading was not towards the community building, but towards the villa area. Linjia, did we take a wrong turn? Teacher Joe stopped and said, this side is the community building, and over there is the villa area. We didn't take a wrong turn. Linjia said innocently, I come home this way every day. There's nothing wrong. Joan Lily smiled and said, this way, please, we'll be home soon. Well, Teacher Joe swallowed hard. Suddenly, he felt something was off. With a nervous heart, he could only grit his teeth and follow. After walking for about 5 minutes, a luxurious villa came into view. Teacher Joe, we're home, Lin Jia welcomed. Welcome to our house. This is your home? Teacher Joe stammered. Yes, Lin Jia said innocently. Please come in, Teacher Joe. All right. Teacher Joe swallowed again, feeling his legs a bit weak. Glancing at the luxurious villa in front of him, he felt his body tremble. He thought to himself, the villas in Yulong International are said to be the top villas in Chuan City. A regular teacher like him would probably never be able to afford one in his lifetime. To him, the people living here were either rich or noble, or they were martial artists. Only these people could afford such luxurious villas. I heard, the security system of the villas here is at the martial artist level, right? Upon hearing Teacher Joe's inquiry, Zhong Lily nodded. Having already received a message from Lin Feng, she cooperated. Yes, Teacher Zhou, make yourself comfortable, I'll go make tea. Do you prefer pu'er, longjing, or white tea, or coffee, cola, orange juice? Just plain water is fine. Teacher Zhou nodded as he sat on the sofa, his face a bit pale. Seeing this, Lin Jia looked around and said, Teacher Zhou, please wait, I'll go find my brother. All right. After she left, Teacher Zhou looked around the room again. Goodness, the various furniture here is top-notch in the market. Even if he saved for a year, he couldn't afford a single piece. As an ordinary teacher, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Teacher Zhou is here. Welcome, welcome. Just then, laughter came from the second floor. Following that, Lin Feng walked out with a serious demeanor. He looked quite different from his usual self, exuding a domineering CEO vibe. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a luxury watch, he shook hands and said, I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. You are Lin Jia's brother? Teacher Zhou stood up, dumbfounded, and shook hands. Yes, that's me. Lin Feng smiled and said, I spoke to you on the phone a few days ago. Oh, okay. Teacher Zhou suddenly felt a bit complicated, as if he had been played. He recalled that just a few days ago, Lin Jia couldn't even afford the exam fee and planned not to participate in the martial arts exam. Who would have thought this child lived in a top villa with a nanny? You tell me you can't afford the exam fee? The key point is that Lin Jia's brother clearly looked like a top-rich second generation. Tall, handsome, and polite. Isn't that what a wealthy person is? Meanwhile, Lin Jia looked at her brother with some confusion. She thought to herself, usually her brother would split a coin into two. Why was he dressed so splendidly and looking so handsome today? Teacher Zhou, please have some tea. At this moment, Joan Lily came out, already dressed in a butler's uniform, smiling. Ahem. With a complicated mood, Teacher Zhou coughed and sighed. It seems I don't know enough about Lin Jia as a student. Let's not talk about that for now. This time, I came to inquire about the martial arts university. After saying a lot, Lin Feng seemed to understand Teacher Zhou's meaning. He glanced at his blinking sister beside him and then nodded. I know about the 7 martial arts universities. I'd like to ask what suggestions you have, Teacher Zhou. Being asked this by Lin Feng made Teacher Zhou feel respected. He thought to himself, although Lin Jia's brother is wealthy, he is still Lin Jia's teacher, right? As for how to choose among the 7 martial arts universities, Teacher Zhou had no idea how many hints and suggestions he had received from the 7 deans on the way here. He pondered thoughtfully and analyzed. The 7 martial arts universities, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th are all established institutions, while the other 4 have been newly established in recent years, and their teaching quality is still somewhat lacking. My suggestion is to choose from the 1st, 3rd, and 7th universities. Lin Jia has exceptional talent, and her future achievements are limitless. The school is very important. Lin Feng nodded, thinking that what Teacher Zhou said was indeed true. After Lin Jia was asked to skip a grade to participate in the martial arts exam, he had already been considering which university his sister should attend. Whether it was the 1st, 3rd, or 7th university, all were in his consideration. However, this consideration was based on what his sister liked. With this in mind, Lin Feng looked at his sister Lin Jia and said, Lin Jia, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th universities are quite good, you can choose one of them. Okay. Lin Jia nodded and then began to ponder with her little hands. Seeing this, Teacher Zhou felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, Lin Jia was also his student, and if she achieved great success in the future, it would be a good thing for him as well. Teacher Zhou, let her think about it, Lin Feng then invited, let's go outside and chat. Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking, Teacher Zhou said, surprised. Lin Feng nodded slightly and led the way to the back garden. Teacher Zhou glanced at the precious plants in the garden, his eyes filled with admiration. After some thought, he finally spoke, Brother Lin Jia, I have a question I would like you to answer. You see, Teacher Zhou, just call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, just say what's on your mind. Alright, then I'll be straightforward, Teacher Zhou said. If there's anything inappropriate, please forgive me. My question is. He then mentioned the issue of not being able to pay the exam fee. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. With a beaming smile, he looked at Teacher Zhou and explained, Teacher Zhou, actually, this is my fault. I was indeed very poor before, but I've recently made a bit of money, so you understand. Made a bit of money? How much money does one need to afford a villa at Yulong International? Teacher Zhou knew that everyone has their privacy, so he didn't ask further. He simply understood, that's good. At least I don't have to worry about Lin Jia's living standards. Teacher Zhou, Lin Feng said with a smile, can you agree to one of my requests? Teacher Zhou was taken aback but nodded, Lin Feng, go ahead. Lin Feng smiled slightly and then whispered a few words in Lin Jia's ear. After finishing, he sighed, Lin Jia doesn't know about these matters. I've always said this is a rented house, so I hope Teacher Zhou. I understand your good intentions. Teacher Zhou nodded, what you're doing is right. Huge amounts of money can lead people astray. I agree to this request. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart upon hearing Teacher Zhou's agreement. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Lin Jia walked out. Brother, I've made my choice. Which university? Teacher Zhou asked eagerly. Tell Teacher Zhou, Lin Feng smiled. The 7th University. I like their motto. Lin Jia said, squeezing her little hands. Motto? Teacher Zhou was taken aback, then smiled. Lin Jia, I didn't expect you to look so gentle, yet you have such a spirited side. Not bad. What is the motto of the 7th University? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with confusion. Then Teacher Zhou suggested, Lin Feng, Dean Wenzi Xian has promised that Lin Jia can take the martial arts exam without testing. What do you think? The martial arts exam only happens once in a lifetime. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, my suggestion is that Lin Jia should still participate in the martial arts exam. Brother, I think so too. Lin Jia said happily. Good. Teacher Zhou nodded, since you've made your decision, I'll head back. Lin Feng nodded and then stepped forward to see him off. After sending him out of the community gate, he turned back. Lin Jia was watching TV with Zhong Lily. The two were only 4 years apart in age, making them no different from sisters. Just turned 18, Lin Feng entered the room and coughed. Lin Jia, Teacher Zhou said that the martial arts exam is crucial, so you need to eat more gathering chi pills these days. Got it? Got it, brother. Lin Jia replied with a slight smile. What's the motto of the 7th University? Lin Feng asked again. You don't know? Zhong Lily turned back and said. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, pondering that he really didn't know. Brother, the motto of the 7th University is. Lin Jia pinched her small hands and said, if reasoning doesn't work, then using fists is also an option. Lin Feng, with a look of surprise, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He thought to himself that he must visit the 7th Martial Arts University someday. After all, someone who can write such a motto must be very strong, right? Alright, you guys don't have to wait for me for dinner. Lin Feng stretched and said, the company needs me for something. I'll go get busy. Got it, brother. Lin Jia waved and said, be safe at work. Meanwhile, at the martial artist training ground, Xiaoyu glanced at room 5201, her expression complex. She thought that after sending the training replay to her grandfather, the response was that she must clarify this person's identity. Will he come tonight? Murmured Xiaoyu with a sigh. She glanced at the time, 00, less than 6 hours left until that guy arrives. With renewed determination, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and continued to wait silently. In the perilous land. Ding. Slayed a level 3 monster, health value, ding. Used Killing God's Blade, proficiency. Hearing the prompts in his ears, Lin Feng put away the magic knife in his hand. He thought that Killing God's Blade was only at the entry level, but its lethality was already comparable to the mature proficiency of Frenzied Demon Slash. If he reached minor success, its power should be comparable to the perfected Frenzied Demon Slash. Truly worthy of being close to a level 2 combat skill, Killing God's Blade. Satisfied with its power, Lin Feng smiled and continued forward. This time, his target remained deep in the perilous land of 0914. There were definitely more level 2 and level 3 monsters inside. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered some scattered monsters, almost all taken down with a single strike. It wasn't until he reached the depths of the perilous land that Lin Feng began to take it seriously. Almost all the monsters he encountered were level 3, and there were many of them, appearing in groups. It was as if a hungry wolf had stumbled upon a flock of sheep. Lin Feng swung his magic knife and slaughtered his way through. With each swing, blood flowers bloomed continuously. The pungent smell of blood spread through the air. Ding! Slayed a level 3 monster, health value, ding. Used Killing God's Blade, proficiency, ding. Slayed a level 3 monster, health value, ding. Used Killing God's Blade, proficiency. The sounds of dinging echoed endlessly. Covered in blood, Lin Feng resembled a hellish Azura, continuously swinging his knife to slaughter. The moment he touched a level 3 monster, its head would instantly separate from its body. In the midst of the frenzied killing, even the fierce and terrifying level 3 monsters were frightened and scattered in all directions. Ding! Slayed a level 3 monster, health value, ding. Used Killing God's Blade, proficiency. After slaying the last level 3 monster, Lin Feng finally stopped. Feeling his health surge, an astonishing killing intent erupted from him. With a casual wave, a panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 3-star martial artist. Health value, 4,560. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfected, Swift Wind Shadow. Minor success, Angry Vajra, minor success. Killing God's Blade. Entry, Sky Split Slash. Entry, minor success, major success. Perfected. His health value surged from 3044 to 4560, only half a step away from becoming a 4-star martial artist. Excited, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and put away the panel. Just as he was about to continue slaughtering monsters to break through to 4-star martial artist, the ground around him suddenly trembled slightly. It felt like an earthquake. The surrounding ruins and abandoned buildings began to shake continuously. Instinct told Lin Feng that danger was approaching. Roar! While he was observing his surroundings, a deafening roar erupted. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lin Feng. Confused, he looked up. Behind several 30-meter-tall abandoned buildings in front of him, a massive creature quietly appeared. A level 5 magical beast, the rampaging demon ape. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng sprang into action. The black tungsten battle armor instantly adhered to his surface. Faced with the level 5 magical beast before him, he had no chance of winning. The only path left for him was one word: escape. Roar! As expected, the level 5 rampaging demon ape, seeing this, immediately let out a roar. It smelled the blood of offspring on this tiny human. In a furious rage, it began to chase at high speed. The two raced through the depths of the perilous 0914 area, one in front and the other behind. The abandoned skyscrapers along the way collapsed like mountains falling into the sea. Dust filled the sky. Lin Feng, like a black cannonball, sped away. Damn it! A level 5 magical beast, the rampaging demon ape. Is this guy crazy? He actually provoked this thing. Run! Stop talking nonsense! Some hunting teams along the way saw this and immediately followed suit, fleeing without a word. Under Lin Feng's lead, they quickly formed a group of dozens. Roar! Meanwhile, the speed of the level 5 rampaging demon ape was increasing. The sound of collapsing buildings grew closer. Lin Feng, having already burst out from the depths, was moving at nearly the fastest speed, but the level 5 magical beast showed no signs of giving up the chase. It was as if there was a deep-seated grudge between them. Damn it! Who is this guy? He's running faster than us, causing trouble and not fixing it. Stop talking. The level 5 magical beast is chasing us. Run. This is terrifying. I'm never coming back to 0914. Who has it worse than me? Just a few days ago, I encountered a level 4 magical beast, and now it's a level 5, and they're all rampaging demon apes. Did I poke the monkey's nest or what? Roar! The bloodshot-eyed rampaging demon ape howled at the sky. Glancing at Lin Feng, who was about to escape, its speed surged once more. Some martial artist teams that hadn't reacted in time were caught off guard, instantly torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Lin Feng, seeing this scene, furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, at this speed, being overtaken was only a matter of time. With his current strength, he was no match for the level 5 magical beast. The only option left was to fight. With this in mind, as the level 5 rampaging demon ape rushed past him, Lin Feng suddenly turned and sprinted deeper into 0914 at full speed. Deploy flashbangs. In that instant of sprinting, colorful flashbangs exploded around his black tungsten battle armor. Roar! The caught-off-guard level 5 rampaging demon ape hadn't reacted yet and watched helplessly as the distance widened. Then everything went white before it. The martial artists rushing outside were equally stunned. Damn! What is he doing? Why is he running back? I don't know. Is this guy crazy? Why is he running back inside? Who cares? Let's charge out. Run. This guy doesn't plan to let us go. Quick, run back. Damn bastard. He's going to get us killed. Roar. The frenzied level 5 rampaging demon ape roared. It opened its massive jaws and began to slaughter indiscriminately. Lin Feng, sprinting in the opposite direction, looked on with indifference. As the saying goes, dead teammates don't hinder the path. But it's a truth of the world. Besides, these people had nothing to do with him. Watching the rampaging demon ape being blocked by this group, Lin Feng didn't think much and charged deeper. He knew these people wouldn't hold it off for long. Now it was all about speed. Damn it! With that thought, Lin Feng shouted low and drew his demon blade, starting to hunt for level 2 and level 3 magical beasts. Along the way, blood flowers bloomed in the air. Like a god of slaughter, Lin Feng didn't care to take the magical beast corpses with him. His eyes were filled with merciless killing intent. Under the carnage, the magical beast seemed to see great terror and fled desperately. Ding! Slain a level 3 magical beast, health value. Ding! Using the God Slayer blade, proficiency. Ding! Slaying a level 3 magical beast, health points. Ding! Using the God Slayer blade, proficiency. The sound of dings was incessant. Lin Feng, transformed into a god of slaughter, felt the vibrations of his health all around him. As he continuously swung his blade, he sensed a breakthrough was imminent. In the outer area of the danger zone, the frenzied magical ape was unstoppable. Like mice fleeing from a cat, the martial artists scattered in all directions. Anyone caught would instantly be torn to shreds, dying an untimely death. Some witnessed a 4-star martial artist in action. Yet, in less than 2 rounds, he was stomped into a pulp. Under the immense disparity in strength, a shadow of death loomed over the survivors. Those hiding were terrified of being discovered. Roar! After killing a martial artist, the level 5 magical beast, the frenzied magical ape, beat its chest and howled to the sky. Instinctively wanting to continue pursuing the cunning human, it suddenly halted. Its crimson eyes turned towards the depths. There stood an abandoned high-rise building. On the building, a black figure quietly appeared. The remaining survivors were all shocked upon seeing this. Who is this guy? Why did he come back? Is he here to die? A 5-star martial artist? Doesn't look like it. Keep your voice down. Do you want to get me killed? Shut up. Holy crap. Look, this person is taking the initiative to attack. What a fierce person. Who gave him the courage? Damn. On the high-rise, Lin Feng's gaze was sharp. He glanced at the frenzied magical ape below that was looking up at him. Then he dove down. With the enhancement of the great accomplishment Gale Shadow, his speed was comparable to a 210 high-speed train. To others, it seemed like a black cannonball was plummeting straight down. Roar! The level 5 frenzied magical ape, seeing this, bared its teeth and roared. Sensing the hostility from the tiny human before it, it charged forward. Its massive body was like a small mountain. As it ran, the ground trembled slightly. The moment Lin Feng landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Amidst the swirling smoke, a shadow suddenly shot up into the sky. The rapidly approaching frenzied magical ape, seeing this, swung its fist down without hesitation. The fist, covered in black scales, fell like a meteor. Lin Feng, moving swiftly, dodged left and right, using his agility to evade. But the frenzied magical ape's fists fell like cannonballs, dense and relentless. Unable to avoid them completely, Lin Feng drew his blade and struck. Crack! With the sound of an axe severing bone, 3 black fingers fell from the sky. Roar! The frenzied magical ape, feeling the pain to its core, howled and retreated dozens of meters. Lin Feng, witnessing this, felt no joy in his eyes. He thought this strike was meant to be a fatal blow. After all, the demon blade was too sharp. It was easy to catch the opponent off guard when they weren't paying attention. Unfortunately, Lin Feng still underestimated the level 5 magical beast. With no way to dodge, he could only deliver a heavy blow. The sudden turn of events left the martial artists hiding in the shadows dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. What the hell is going on? He just chopped off 3 fingers of a level 5 magical beast with 1 strike? Damn! This guy must be a 4-star martial artist, right? Too strong. What a fast blade. Could it be a master-level weapon? Who knows? Look, he's going in again, still charging forward. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Feng showed no hesitation. After chopping off the frenzied magical ape's 3 fingers, he pressed the attack. Roar! As expected, the frightened level 5 frenzied magical ape let out a low growl. Grabbing a pile of steel and concrete, it hurled it over. Clearly, the opponent no longer dared to engage in close combat. Lin Feng, with a cold expression, showed no signs of retreat. He just kept swinging his blade, closing the distance at high speed. As a result, the various debris thrown by the frenzied magical ape shattered into dust the moment they approached Lin Feng. Amidst the swirling smoke, visibility was obscured. The frenzied magical ape, seeing this, bared its teeth, alert to its surroundings. Meanwhile, its severed fingers were slowly growing back. A hint of surprise flickered in its eyes. Thinking back to the third-level magical beasts he had killed before, none of them had the ability to heal their injuries. Even the fourth-level magical beasts only possessed the berserk talent. But this fifth-level berserk magic ape not only had the berserk talent but also the ability to heal injuries. Terrifying. Lin Feng, who had no intention of lingering in battle, frowned. His figure surged forward again. Under the full speed of the black tungsten battle armor, he shot towards the berserk magic ape like a black cannonball. Roar! The berserk magic ape, already prepared, saw this scene and roared in response. It casually grabbed a small building and smashed it down like a mountain. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed through the sky. In a state of extreme speed, Lin Feng held his knives and executed a cross slash. He pierced through the building and soared into the sky. The reinforced concrete before him was no different from tofu under his blades. In this brutal charge, Lin Feng broke through the reinforced concrete in just 3 seconds. Under the astonished gaze of the berserk magic ape, he swung his knife fiercely. Sky Splitter. The dazzling golden blade light was as eye-catching as a comet streaking across the night sky. Roar! Feeling death approaching, the berserk magic ape roared in response. Crack! With the sound of a bone breaking, a spray of blood shot into the air. Its thick right arm, as big as a heavy truck, crashed to the ground. Roar! The fifth-level berserk magic ape, with its arm severed, howled in despair. Without a moment's hesitation, it dashed deeper into 0914. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, had an extremely cold expression. Not one to let a tiger return to the mountain, he quickly pursued. Such a shocking scene left the group of survivors dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that a 4-star warrior? I feel like it's a 6-star warrior. Why did the 6-star warrior run before? So strange. I don't know. Hurry and run. I feel like more magical beasts are approaching. Run. Just survive. Who cares who it is? Damn it. I recorded a video. I'll post it on the forum later to ask who this big shot is. Amidst the chatter, the survivors quickly fled. And in the deepest part of the perilous area of 0914, the golden blade light continued to fall. Abandoned buildings along the way collapsed like bamboo shoots. Roar! When he chased to a deep pit area, the fifth-level berserk magic ape showed no intention of jumping in. Lin Feng, following closely behind, revealed a hint of killing intent in his eyes. With a casual wave, an even stronger golden blade light erupted. Sky Splitter. Just as the fifth-level berserk magic ape was about to jump down, the golden blade light instantly sliced across its neck. Roar! The berserk magic ape, howling in pain, froze for a moment before its head was severed, dying before the deep pit. Ding! Killed a fifth-level magical beast, blood value gained. Ding! Used Sky Splitter, proficiency gained. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng, with a cold gaze, approached the deep pit. Standing on the head of the berserk magic ape, he clearly saw the bottomless pit below. A cold wind was continuously rising. Lin Feng frowned. Glancing at the magical beast carcass on the ground, he immediately collected it and quickly left. Roar! About 10 minutes later, a deafening roar erupted from within the deep pit. The surrounding third-level magical beasts trembled and crawled on the ground, as if their king was climbing out of the deep pit. By the bus, driver old Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke and was about to turn around to finish his shift and head home. Gotta smoke? Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him. Old Zhang was taken aback, then turned around and smiled. You look pale, are you hurt? Lin Feng didn't explain. The battle with the fifth-level magical beast had nearly exhausted his physical and mental strength. If it weren't for eating magical beast meat to recover, he might not have made it back. Here, young man, smoke less. Seeing Lin Feng unwilling to answer, old Zhang didn't ask further. After handing him a cigarette, he took one out for himself and started smoking. The two sat in silence, quietly smoking. Then they silently got on the bus. On the way back, Lin Feng casually opened the warrior forum. Sure enough, it was already in an uproar. What the hell? Who is that 6-star big shot at 0914 today? You almost got me killed. 6-star dog big shot, come out. Do you want to kill me? Shocking. The posts about the 0914 incident were overwhelming. Lin Feng casually clicked on one and frowned. At the top of the post, there was even a pinned video. The video showed Lin Feng battling a level 5 raging demon ape. Fortunately, he was wearing black tungsten battle armor the entire time, so his identity wasn't exposed. However, the replies below the post were already in an uproar. What kind of weapon is this? It's too strong. One slash is like chopping vegetables. The 6-star boss is terrifying. I bow to you. Come on, big brother. You almost got me killed. Can you give a heads up next time you want to show off? Why are there level 5 demon beasts in 0914? This shouldn't be happening. Who cares? I'm never going back. It's too scary. Lin Feng glanced at a few more posts before exiting the forum. He was also confused about the appearance of level 5 demon beasts in the 0914 danger zone. After all, the map marked this area as a level 3 demon beast zone. But here, there were not only level 4 but also level 5 demon beasts. Could it be related to that cave? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, feeling that this matter was not simple. The final stop had arrived. The bus soon reached its destination. Lin Feng took a quick glance at the bus door and hurriedly got off, disappearing into the crowd. This left old Zhang, who was offering a cigarette, frozen for 3 seconds before he reacted. He thought to himself, this kid is too rude. Outside Old Li's trading post, Old Li was burning incense in front of a statue of the god of wealth. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked by, causing him to pause, and he quickly closed the door skillfully, saying, "The god of wealth has arrived, please come in." Lin Feng didn't waste any words. With a wave of his hand, piles of demon beast corpses filled the room. Old Li swallowed hard and began to count the number. In less than a moment, he came out and said, 2,400 level 3 demon beasts, a total of 4,800. Would you like to count them? Lin Feng nodded and then transferred the money. The training ground cost 2 million, leaving exactly 100 million. Adding this 4,800, it totaled 100 million. An afternoon's harvest was not bad. And this, Lin Feng took out a level 5 raging demon ape missing 2 legs. This is a level 5 demon beast? Old Li was taken aback, then filled with disbelief. He thought to himself, this god of wealth has gone from level 1 demon beasts to level 4 in less than half a month. Now it's a level 5 demon beast. What kind of strength does he have? Or has he just broken through to a 5-star warrior? Shocked, Old Li shook his head slightly. Knowing the rules, he understood that some things shouldn't be asked too much. He then smiled and nodded, saying, level 5 demon beasts are 15 each, but since you're a regular customer, it's still 15. Lin Feng nodded and then happily settled the bill and left. After Lin Feng left, Old Li spat and looked at the level 5 demon beast missing limbs, saying, who is the real profiteer here? Lin Feng then arrived at the martial arts shop. Just like last time, he was there to buy nutritional supplements for Lin Jia. Blood condensing sugar cake. Price 2. Qi nourishing pill. Price 4 each. After looking at several nutritional products, Lin Feng finally focused on the blood condensing sugar cake and the Qi nourishing pill. Although they were a bit expensive, he couldn't let his sister suffer just because he was tight on money. Lin Feng bought 100 blood condensing sugar cakes, totaling 200. This stuff helps with blood and energy enhancement and also beautifies the skin. Lin Jia, at her age, could try eating it. He bought 100 Qi nourishing pills, totaling 400. Their purpose was also to replenish blood and energy. Lin Jia was about to take the martial arts exam. She could eat these like candy to prepare for the exam. Additionally, Lin Feng bought a bunch of level 3 demon beast meat cans, since level 3 demon beast meat was the limit for a 1-star warrior. Otherwise, he was planning to buy some meat from level 5 and above demon beasts. As for Lin Feng himself, he lacked nothing. He had weapons and equipment, and a bunch of level 5 demon beast meat as well. It's quite a prosperous and healthy life. The total spending for going out is 600. The balance in the card is 100 million. In the martial artist training ground, Little Fish looks at the time in front of her. She can't help but swallow hard. She thinks that guy came at 7 yesterday. Logically, he should have arrived by now, but for some reason, he hasn't shown up. As time ticks by, Little Fish grows anxious waiting, but the person still hasn't come. Could it be that he won't come again? With no tears to cry, Little Fish sighs, her eyes filled with helplessness. She reflects that because of this guy, she has been losing sleep these past few days. If she still can't figure out the true identity of the other party, she might really go crazy. Just then, her phone rang. Little Fish glanced at it and answered, hello, what's up? Not interested, the selection competition means nothing to me. Let's talk later. I'm not interested in signing up right now. After hanging up the phone, Little Fish slumped onto the table. She thinks that although this year's selection competition is interesting, she has lost the motivation to participate. Until she clarifies that guy's identity, she will wait in the training ground. By the time she got home, it was already 8 o'clock. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Jia and Zhong Lily in the living room, a gentle smile appearing on his face. In the past, he had to go to night shifts or training, and Lin Jia was almost always home alone. To say she wasn't lonely would be a lie. Now, with Zhong Lily's company, it was a nice addition. Lin Jia, I bought you some candy beans, all for nourishing your body. The martial arts exam is coming up, you need to eat them every day. Ah! Hearing her brother's reminder, Lin Jia exclaimed. Zhong Lily then got up to sort and store things in the kitchen fridge, but when she saw the energy pills that cost 40,000 each, she instantly lost her composure. She thought, you call 40,000 each energy pills candy beans? Looking at the packaging, good heavens, there are 100 coagulation sugar cakes at 20,000 each? Are you treating these as snacks? And a pile of monster meat cans. Just the quantity is a bit shocking. Zhong Lily glanced at Lin Feng and weakly said, Lin Feng, can I have a little bit of these? No. Lin Feng smiled. Oh. Zhong Lily made a bitter face. You're not a martial artist yet, Lin Feng explained. Eating these will cause you indigestion, so I bought you other things. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out some blood-boosting pills and energy-gathering pills from his spatial ring. These nutritional products are suitable for ordinary people below 1-star martial artists. This is too expensive. Isn't it inappropriate? Zhong Lily felt a wave of emotion upon seeing them. You deserve it, Lin Feng said. Just protect our secret well, understand? Okay, thank you, Zhong Lily said, but my current blood value is only 96, eating these will mostly be a waste. It's okay, I have money. Lin Feng smiled slightly and then walked out of the kitchen. Money? Zhong Lily sighed softly, thinking this is the joy of being rich. In the living room, Lin Jia was watching a 108-inch liquid television. As a 16-year-old girl, she naturally enjoys watching idol dramas and youth dramas. Lin Feng glanced at it a few times and asked, do you have confidence in the martial arts exam? Yes, brother. Lin Jia turned around seriously to answer, I promise to get first place for you. Good. Lin Feng patted Lin Jia's head and smiled, eat this, one a day. Brother, what is this? Lin Jia looked at the energy pill handed to her, it looks so expensive. Energy pill, for replenishing energy and blood, Lin Feng smiled, not expensive, 400 each. Ah, brother, you eat first. Lin Jia said, I'm not a martial artist, this candy bean can only be eaten by you. Lin Feng explained, I see. Lin Jia nodded and said, okay, brother, after my martial arts exam, let's change to a different house to live in. Why? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou said. Lin Jia's eyes were filled with tears as she said, he said it's not easy for you to make money, that the house you live in is provided by the company, and that you have to work overtime to pay it back. So he told me to cultivate well and repay you in the future. Brother, once I register as a warrior, we'll get our own house. I heard the monthly allowance is several tens of thousands. We can rent a place ourselves, and you won't have to. You won't have to work overtime anymore. Lin Feng. Lin Feng could imagine how insincere Teacher Zhou was when he said that, but he was also grateful to Teacher Zhou. He was a good teacher. Looking at Lin Jia, who was tearful, Lin Feng comforted her, Lin Jia, just focus on your cultivation. As long as you succeed and become some kind of war god in the future. Brother, I don't need anything else, everything is fine. Got it? Oh. Lin Jia wiped her tears and swallowed a chi-nourishing pill. This made Zhong Lily, who was watching from the side, feel a complicated mix of emotions. Lin Feng's affection for Lin Jia was undoubtedly genuine, but she didn't understand why this brother had to hide some truths. Was there some hidden reason? Zhong Lily, who found it hard to express her feelings, didn't ask further. She had her own professional ethics and standards. Today, being able to live in a big villa and eat chi blood pills worth thousands was already quite good. As for what this scheming male lead wanted to do, she didn't care. After accompanying Lin Jia to watch TV for a while, Lin Feng tacitly went to the dining room to eat. After becoming a 4-star warrior, his appetite had greatly increased. As a result, tonight, the 300 pounds of thigh meat from a level 4 magical beast was completely devoured by Lin Feng. After eating and drinking to his fill, he comfortably lay back on the sofa. As a top achiever, Lin Feng had an extremely disciplined training plan. After a moment of distraction, he instinctively wanted to grab his bag and head to the training ground. But at that moment, a prompt from the Warrior badge popped up. The Warrior Association auction invites you to enter the intermediate venue. Would you like to join? Are you coming for my bank card balance? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He thought he had just gotten a bit of money and was planning to pay off the mortgage. Who knew the auction would start again? Although the iron lump that the magic knife consumed last time was a bit expensive, this knife had indeed become sharper. Should he go take a look? Just a glance. Lin Feng made up his mind. He then focused his thoughts and entered the room. It was still that familiar virtual room, with virtual seats. The Warrior Association auction, intermediate venue. A few large characters caught his eye. Lin Feng originally planned to just take a look and leave. Who knew that just one glance would make it hard for him to look away? A comprehension of the warrior realm. Starting price 2000. A shadowless body technique. Starting price 2000. A spear weapon of the warrior realm. Starting price 2000. At the entrance of the auction, various auction item information flashed before his eyes. Just one glance, and Lin Feng was captivated by the shadowless technique. This was a set of body techniques that enhanced speed, just like the Gale Shadow. But unlike Gale Shadow, Shadowless was a level 2 technique. Its level was twice as high. During his battle with the level 5 Berserk Demon Ape, Lin Feng had already mastered Gale Shadow to perfection, but his speed was still lacking. At most, his top speed could only match that of a high-speed train at 350. Compared to level 5 magical beasts, there was still a significant gap. This was a gap that couldn't be narrowed, because Gale Shadow was only a level 1 combat skill. Once Lin Feng stepped into the 5-star warrior realm, this kind of gap would only grow larger, ultimately becoming a fatal weakness. Conversely, if he learned Shadowless, his survival rate in future battles would greatly increase. After all, the ancient truth remains, if you can't win, run. With this in mind, Lin Feng decided to head to the intermediate venue. Even if it cost 100 million, he would secure this set of body techniques. And there was still an hour until the auction started. At the warrior training ground, close to midnight, Little Fish was alone in the backstage. With vacant eyes, she glanced at room 5201, feeling a surge of anger and sadness. She thought to herself, was this guy doing it on purpose? He didn't come when she was there, but came when she wasn't. The tearless little fish let out a sigh. Suddenly, she felt a wave of despair. Just as she was lost in thought, the phone rang again. I know, I said I wouldn't participate in the selection competition. What? You can participate anonymously? How will personal information be counted? You mean, I understand. This is to avoid being targeted, right? Okay. That makes it much more interesting. I can participate. After hanging up the phone, Little Fish's mood finally improved a bit. She thought that with the annual start of the Guard Army selection competition, the top 10 martial arts bases were all busy preparing. In the past, participation was always on a real-name basis. This led to the participants' information being exposed early, especially for those privileged children like them. Once they entered the competition, they didn't even have to lift a finger. Someone would bring the magical beasts to kill. To eliminate such corruption and cheating, the highest commander of the Great Xia Martial Arts Base headquarters decided to change the rules. With a myriad of thoughts, Little Fish stroked her chin. She pondered that if the competition was like this, she could also participate. At midnight, Lin Feng was online alone, waiting for the passionate auction to begin. As the time struck, he immediately entered the intermediate venue. It was not much different from the primary venue. There were stone platforms and bullet screens. The only difference was that the auction items were of much higher quality. The primary venue sold items below the martial master level. Occasionally, a few headlining auction items were decent. As for the intermediate venue, the auction items started at a minimum of 2,000. After settling down, Lin Feng glanced around, quietly waiting for it to start. But the auction players and the bullet screen were already impatient. Where's Hella? Why isn't that little bitch out yet? My fingers are sore from waiting. Upstairs, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. It's Hella again. So good. I'm going to get some tissues. I said, are you people here to auction or to guide? Disgusting. Pa, don't insult my goddess Hella. I'm her dog. I heard there are good goods, but I don't know what they are. I heard the last primary venue had a few big treasures. Who cares? Just buy it. I have plenty of money. Do you have money? Do you? I have. After glancing at the bullet screen a few times, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and turned his gaze away. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On the stone platform, Hella, resembling a beautiful disaster, appeared, twisting her waist like a water snake. With her beautiful face, she looked around and then began to announce the start of the auction. In front of her, a piece of auction item covered with yellow cloth suddenly appeared. As everyone knows, the beginning must have a good start, and then it will go smoothly. Hella smiled slightly, enchanting as silk, and said, today's opening treasure comes from the frost armor of the Jubii martial arts base. Starting price 5,000. As her voice fell, the yellow cloth was lifted, revealing a stunning set of armor adorned with snowflakes. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his pupils at this scene. Jubii City is located in the northeast direction of Great Xia. It is a place of eternal ice and snow, with winter all year round. Whether it is the people living there or the magical beasts, they are born with cold-resistant attributes. Moreover, they have a certain control over ice and snow, able to turn it into their own combat power. This is a result of the revival of spiritual energy. In contrast, those living in the extremely hot Tianshan martial arts space have magical beasts and humans that are more compatible with fire attributes. Although Lin Feng had never been to these places, there were introductions about the top 10 martial arts spaces in the Martial Artist Association, and this set of frost armor is unique to Jubai City. Usually, it belongs to military-controlled level equipment. Only those with permissions above the Great Xia level can possess it, but here at the auction, it was brought out for bidding. As expected, the appearance of the frost armor drove the bidders crazy. Damn, it's actually the frost armor. This thing is too awesome. I want it. I bid 100 million. This thing must belong to me. I am from Jubai. Damn it. The Warrior Association is really wealthy. They even managed to get this thing. You may not know, but things aren't peaceful over in Jubai City. It's said that a demon lair has appeared at the martial arts base of the Korean nation. Is that true? How long have these beast tribes been stable? Are they planning another full-scale attack? I don't know. Anyway, I know this year's selection competition won't be simple. It's just a warm-up. Lin Feng witnessed the frost armor being raised to 300 million. In the end, it was bought by Room 23. Feeling envious, he shook his head secretly, thinking that the money was still too little. Otherwise, he would have to get in on it. Next up is the second-level movement technique, Shadowless. At that moment, Hellas' enchanting voice came through, and the Martial Master Realm Comprehension, a weapon included, starting price 200. Here it comes. Lin Feng frowned, his right hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. If he could obtain this, his combat power would definitely increase. He glanced at the number of bidders, not rushing to make a move. He was waiting to bite down at the highest price. Shadowless 3,000. Shadowless 5,000. As a second-level movement technique, it was still quite sought after. Many bidders in the room were making their moves. Lin Feng was also secretly waiting for the right moment. Shadowless 6,000. Shadowless 7,000. After reaching the price of 7,000, the number of bidders had decreased significantly. Only 2 rooms were still bidding. One was room 45. The other was room 71. And Lin Feng's room was still room 88. Would you like to bid Shadowless 8,000? Yes. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He could not miss out on Shadowless. Sure enough, the price for a set of second-level combat techniques was a bit too high. Previously, the Sky Split slash at 10 million went unnoticed. It can only be said that Shadowless, as a movement technique, slightly surpassed ordinary combat techniques in its uniqueness, but the high price made it not worth it. Shadowless 9,000. At this moment, room 45 withdrew. Room 71 called out a new high price. Lin Feng frowned. He lightly tapped his finger. Shadowless 100 million. Suddenly, 100 million for a second-level combat technique was still too high. Many bidders instantly erupted. Wow, are the big shots really this rich these days? Fighting over a second-level movement technique like this. Shadowless is good, but it shouldn't be this crazy, right? There are plenty of second-level movement techniques in the armory. That's only if a martial master can pick them out. What if this big shot is just a martial artist? No way? A martial artist who can spend 100 million? You're scaring me. Exactly. A martial artist would take forever to gather 100 million. And even if they had it, they wouldn't buy this thing. Room 71 has withdrawn. Room 88 is ridiculously wealthy. In the end, Lin Feng obtained Shadowless. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He thought that although spending 100 million was a bit painful, overall, it was still worth it. He was going to make money again. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He glanced at the remaining auction items and then exited. With a total balance of only 100 million, he now had just 2,400 left in his pocket. There was really no need to stick around here. Exiting the consciousness space, Lin Feng instantly opened his eyes. Glancing at the time, he found it was already 4 in the morning. Time really flies. He had to go out hunting magical beasts tomorrow, so he immediately closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the warrior training ground, Little Fish's expression was numb. Her high ponytail was no longer perky. Lying on the table, she looked like a deflated doll. She thought, is this guy performing for himself? He doesn't come when I'm here, but shows up when I'm not. The irritable Little Fish thought that saying too much was exhausting. Slap. I'm done waiting. Whoever wants to can have it. I'm going to prepare for battle. With that thought, Little Fish slapped the table. Like a hawk being boiled, she simply couldn't take it anymore. There were still 10 days until the Guard Army selection competition. During these 10 days, Little Fish planned to take a good rest and prepare to secure the first place at the Chuan City Martial Arts Base. Sigh. The proud Little Fish glanced at room 5201 and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of defeat from this warrior named Shen. But that was all there was to it. If she ever found out who it was, she would definitely make them pay. Early the next morning, Lin Feng woke up early. He had set the time for 6 o'clock and was full of energy. As a 4-star warrior, he only needed 2 hours of normal sleep. There was still half an hour until the city gates opened. After glancing at the time, Lin Feng skillfully took out the grill. He then sliced the marinated meat of a level 4 magical beast and began to roast it. After sprinkling on some barbecue seasoning, he added the soul juice. Finally, the crispy and fragrant magical beast barbecue was ready. Without bothering to chew slowly, Lin Feng grabbed a piece of meat and devoured it. He didn't know why, but his appetite had suddenly increased. Compared to the average 4-star warrior, he needed to eat enough for 5 people. Burp! After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp, packed up the grill, and hurried out the door. At this time, Joan Lily had not yet gotten up, but she was already awake. Upon seeing Lin Feng leaving through the window, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She thought to herself, does this guy really go to work every day? The 502 bus station at 6:30 was empty. After all, not every day did warriors willingly wake up early, especially with the slightly cool weather and a bit of light rain today. Under the drizzling rain, the smoke rings blown by the driver, old Zhang, looked a bit hazy. Warning! Just as he was enjoying his leisurely life, a familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Lin Feng had already boarded the bus and was sitting obediently, like a high school student still in school. Going out again today? Old Zhang smiled as he got on the bus. Unfortunately, Lin Feng just nodded and didn't say a word. TCH. Old Zhang clicked his tongue and then started whistling as he drove off. The journey took half an hour. As usual, Lin Feng occasionally looked out the window and then checked the warrior forum. Have you heard? The rules for the Guard Army selection competition are different from before. The rumors might not be real name registration. The first post he clicked on caught Lin Feng's attention. Upon opening it, he saw that the replies had already exceeded 10,000. What? Not real name registration? Is this targeting certain elite groups? Who says it isn't? The previous selection competitions, to put it nicely, were competitions. To put it bluntly, they were transactions. Exactly. Not long ago, the black market listed a price of 200 million for a low-ranking soldier in the Guard Army. This is a good thing. It eliminates transactions, giving us ordinary people a chance. That's right. I'm going to participate this time too. Anonymous participation in the competition. So refreshing. Damn. Let's see who I don't like and take them down. Upstairs? How to take them down? Is it what I think it is? Hee. Damn. What kind of road is this? You dare to drive? Too ridiculous. Anonymous participation in the competition. Lin Feng frowned after glancing a few times. He thought to himself that if it was anonymous participation, it would be a good thing for him. After all, he didn't want his strength to be exposed. It was better to stay low-key as much as possible. If he couldn't hide anymore, he would deal with it then. With that thought, Lin Feng exited the forum. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest for a bit, his phone rang. Lin Feng, I'm going to take the martial arts exam. I'll be in seclusion for a while, so think of me. Sheneng Chung. Lin Feng, if I get first place in the martial arts exam, can we meet? Sheneng Chung. Ah, that's silly girl. Looking at the message from the silly girl, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He pondered that Lin Jia would also participate in the martial arts exam. Sheneng Qing was destined not to get first place. With that in mind, he remembered there were still 7 days until the martial arts exam. According to the normal school schedule, Lin Feng should also be in seclusion preparing for the exam. Unfortunately, he had dropped out. Not participating in the martial arts exam was destined to be a regret for him. Half an hour quickly passed. Lin Feng lined up as usual to leave the city. The destination was still the 0914 danger zone. He didn't know why, but he hadn't seen many warriors on the way. Could it be that these people had earned enough money? Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He thought perhaps everyone had gone to prepare for the selection competition. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. As the swift wind and shadow completed, Lin Feng covered the half-hour journey in just 5 minutes. When he stepped into the outskirts of the 0914 danger zone, the scene before him left him stunned. To the naked eye, originally, the outskirts of the 0914 danger zone only had level 2 and 3 magical beasts. But now, what came into view was a large number of level 4 magical beasts active here. Lin Feng took a preliminary glance. There were over 100 level 4 magical beasts nearby, along with some level 3 magical beasts. There were at least 500 magical beasts active here. What the hell? A type of plant? What's going on? Didn't we kill quite a few? Unable to make sense of it, Lin Feng decided not to think about it anymore. He glanced at the magical beasts in front of him. Suddenly, black tungsten battle armor attached itself to him. Then he transformed into an afterimage and charged forward. On an abandoned street, 2 or 3 level 4 magical beasts were wandering casually. Suddenly, a black cannonball came rushing toward them. Crack! As the blade light flashed, several sprays of blood bloomed in the air. Ding! killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Used shadowless, proficiency. Hearing the prompts in his ears, Lin Feng stabilized his form and skillfully collected the magical beast's corpse. He thought to himself that shadowless was too strong. This was just the entry level. Its original speed was comparable to the minor success of Swift Wind and Shadow. How fast would it be at the entry level? Overjoyed, Lin Feng glanced around and charged forward again. Along the way, blood flowers continued to bloom. The pungent smell of blood quickly attracted a large number of magical beasts. Like a black reaper, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Without a trace of fear, he immediately launched a charge. Wherever the blade pointed, magical beast blood splattered on the spot. Ding. Killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Used shadowless, proficiency. Ding. Killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Used shadowless, proficiency. Ding. Used sky split slash, proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. Lin Feng wielded the magical blade as if in a realm without people, under the powerful might of sky split slash. With one strike, dozens of magical beasts instantly crumbled. In less than half an hour, this area was completely cleared. Ding. Killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Used sky split slash, proficiency. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He glanced at the pile of magical beast corpses on the ground and then collected them. With a casual wave, the panel appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 4-star warrior. Vitality points, 6052. Combat skills, Mad Demon Slash. Perfect, Swift Wind and Shadow. Perfect, Angry Diamond. Major success. God of Death's Blade. Entry, Sky Split Slash. Entry, Shadowless. Entry, Minor success. Major success. Perfect. The vitality points soared from over 5,000 to 6,052. He was still 44,000 points away from the vitality points required for a 5-star warrior. The minimum requirement for the guard army selection competition was a 5-star warrior. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then he put away the panel. There were still 9 days until the guard army selection competition. 9 days should be enough time. With this thought, Lin Feng once again headed toward other areas. In the deepest part of the danger zone, level 4 magical beasts kept emerging from the deep pits in the ground. Their numbers were vast, and they were crazily expanding outward. This forced the level 3 magical beasts that originally lived here to either become food or flee to the outer ruins. But as the number of level 4 magical beasts increased, the level 3 magical beasts were completely nowhere to be seen in the deeper areas. Ding. Used God of Death's Blade, proficiency. Ding. Killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Approaching the deeper area, Lin Feng skillfully pulled the magical blade from the head of a level 4 magical beast. He glanced at the endless stream of magical beasts nearby, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. For some reason, as he killed his way through, there were at least 800 level 4 magical beasts dead, if not 1,000. Level 3 magical beasts were few and far between. The only level 3 magical beast he saw had already been eaten by a level 4 magical beast. Lin Feng's first impression was that these 4th level magical beasts seemed quite aggressive. However, this did not affect the speed of his blade. After stepping into the ranks of a 4-star warrior, Lin Feng slaughtered 4th level magical beasts as easily as killing chickens. Glancing at the surrounding gathering of magical beasts, he immediately charged in at high speed. With a swift motion, his blade fell. One by one, the large heads rolled to the ground. The splattered blood resembled a hot spring, cascading onto the ground and the bodies of the magical beasts. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, attracting even more 4th level magical beasts emerging from the deep pit. Ding. Using God of Killing Blade, proficiency. Ding. Slaying 4th level magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency. Ding. Slaying 4th level magical beast, vitality points. The sounds of notifications rang incessantly. 4th level magical beasts continued to pour in. Lin Feng, transformed into a black reaper, weaved through them, reaping the lives of one magical beast after another. Even under such intense slaughter, his angry-eyed diamond reached full proficiency. The God of Killing Blade achieved minor success. In battles against 4th level magical beasts, Lin Feng was like a fish in water. Ding. Using shadowless, proficiency. Ding. Slaying 4th level magical beast, vitality points. Ding. Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency. Ding. Slaying 4th level magical beast, vitality points. Amidst the endless killing, Lin Feng's spatial ring, battle armor storage, and warrior badge space were all filled to capacity. Yet, 4th level magical beasts kept coming. Beneath his feet, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had already formed. Damn, why are there so many? Lin Feng, with sore hands, shook his head slightly. Glancing at the magical beast corpses that had no storage space, he felt a pang of heartache and moved away. With the enhancement of Gale Shadow proficiency, Lin Feng's speed was comparable to a high-speed train at 350. In no time, he burst out of the 0914 danger zone. Covered in blood, he sighed and found a place to stop, casually opening his panel to take a look. Good heavens! His vitality points soared from 6052 to 14,152, an increase of over 8,000 vitality points. He was less than 35,000 away from 50,000 vitality points. The Angry Eye Diamond also reached full proficiency. The God of Killing Blade achieved minor success. The only regret was that the storage space was too small. He had lost quite a few 4th-level magical beast corpses. Overjoyed, Lin Feng let out a slight sigh. Turning back to glance at the 0914 danger zone, his pupils suddenly constricted. To the naked eye, a dense swarm of 4th-level magical beasts surged out of the 0914 danger zone, like locusts. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng furrowed his brows. At the city gate, driver old Zhang was, as always, waiting by the bus station. There was one last bus before the end of his shift. Puffing smoke, he felt life was pleasant. Back again. At that moment, a figure approached. Old Zhang smiled slightly and skillfully handed over a cigarette. Thank you. Lin Feng took the cigarette, nodded, and directly got on the bus. This left old Zhang momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt that this kid had encountered some trouble. Not asking further, he shook his head slightly and drove away. On the way back, Lin Feng's mind was still on the swarm of 4th-level magical beasts in the 0914 danger zone. He had only seen such a level of magical beast swarm in one place, the Warrior Training Ground Simulation Room. Unlike the magical beasts in the 0914 danger zone, they were virtual. The difference between the two was too great. According to the map introduction in the Warrior Badge, the danger zone was merely an area for ordinary magical beast activities. A danger zone with such a large number of magical beasts could only exist in the ruins of a big city. Clearly, this phenomenon was abnormal in 0914. Arriving at the station, lost in thought, he instinctively wanted to get up and leave. But he saw old Zhang step forward first and say, "Kid, why do you get off the bus so quickly every day?" "Just to smoke a cigarette." Looking at the cigarette being offered, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at driver old Zhang. Not refusing, he nodded and began to puff smoke. Taking this moment, driver old Zhang tentatively asked, "You don't look quite right today. Did you run into something outside?" Lin Feng did not answer, merely silently blowing smoke rings. A cigarette was finished in less than 3 seconds in his hand. "I'm leaving." He waved his hand. Lin Feng turned around, got out of the car, and left. Weirdo. The driver, old Zhang, shook his head slightly. He glanced at the departing figure and continued to tidy up for the end of his shift. At the entrance of the trading hall, Old Li was as devout as ever, worshipping the god of wealth. Recently, his business had been booming, and he hummed a little tune. "Love you alone, wandering through dark alleys. Love you, the god of wealth is here." Before he could finish the second line, Lin Feng, wearing a duckbill cap and short-sleeved denim, entered the shop. Old Li, skilled and familiar, casually closed the door and asked, "How much are you selling today?" Lin Feng didn't waste words. He threw out a total of 4,250 level 4 monster corpses. The large room was instantly filled. Seeing this scene, Old Li was shocked. He glanced at the thousands of level 4 monster corpses and said, "God of wealth, are you restocking?" Lin Feng ignored him, silently sitting aside and waiting. Old Li, feeling awkward, smiled and, knowing the rules, stopped asking questions and began to count. In no time, he smiled and calculated, a total of 4,250 level 4 monsters, 10 each, totaling 400 million. "Can you count it?" The balance in the card was 2,400. Adding this 400 million, the total was 400 million. Lin Feng took the money and left directly. His carefree figure made Old Li sigh. He thought to himself, while other martial artists left the city for adventures, this one was going out to restock. After leaving the trading hall, Lin Feng arrived at the weapon hall. The salesgirl, seeing the big brother had arrived, quickly lowered her chest and welcomed him. "Honorable intermediate member, you're here." "Ha!" Lin Feng showed a hint of confusion, thinking, how did this person know he was an intermediate member? The perceptive salesgirl smiled and explained, "I'm your referrer. Thank you for your support. It allows me to go to the headquarters next month." "Sir, what do you need this time?" "Oh." Lin Feng responded with an O and said, "I need female battle armor, the best kind, martial artist level, and also various combat skills suitable for girls. Bring all the weapons for me to take a look." After hearing this, the salesgirl showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes and asked, "Sir, is this for your girlfriend?" "Sister." Lin Feng. The salesgirl nodded, her eyes filled with hope again. Then, she pulled out a pile of female battle armor. Among them, a set of blue-red armor looked the best and was the most expensive. It was even 100 more than the black tungsten armor. Of course, there was a reason for the high price. Lin Feng had a say in this matter, so he added it to the shopping cart. As for weapons, the salesgirl recommended bows and long swords. Lin Feng directly chose a long sword. Lin Jia had an average physique, and pulling a big bow might not be suitable. Using a sword was more in line with her aesthetic. In terms of combat skills, she also leaned more towards sword techniques. In no time, a complete set of equipment was selected. The total value was 1,200. Sir, it's a total of 1,200, let me give you a discount. The salesgirl smiled. No need, I have money. Lin Feng didn't even blink and paid in full, spending 1,200. Balance 400 million. Sir, you're really generous. I heard there will be relics from the demon cave at the auction tomorrow night. Will you go? While packing the equipment, the salesgirl smiled and asked, relics from the demon cave? Lin Feng's expression changed upon hearing this. It should be known that the last magic knife was precisely because it devoured the silver iron lumps dug out from the demon cave that it showed its extraordinary nature. If the relics from this demon cave were still silver iron lumps, he had no reason to miss it. Glancing at the salesgirl, Lin Feng nodded and said, got it. Sir, take care. The salesgirl bid farewell with a low-cut top. After leaving the Martial Artist Association building, Lin Feng ran all the way home. He arrived home just in time for Lin Jia to finish school. Brother, did you just come back too? What a coincidence. Lin Jia, I bought you some things for the martial arts exam. Lin Feng took out the battle armor from his space ring and said, this is the Xian new battle armor. Try it on and see how it fits. Brother, this battle armor looks so expensive. Lin Jia said weakly, but it's really beautiful. Not expensive, just a few tens of thousands. Lin Feng replied with a smile, you definitely need to spend money to prepare for the martial arts exam. Come and try it. Wow, thank you, brother. Lin Jia nodded. A few tens of thousands for the Xian new battle armor? That's just deceiving children. On the side, Zhong Lily watched the scene with a complex expression. As far as she knew, the Xian new battle armor was the most expensive women's armor. It seemed to be worth 7 million or 8 million. Facing the doting brother Lin Feng, it would be a lie for Zhong Lily to say she wasn't envious. Then Lin Feng took out battle skills, weapons, and so on. Zhong Lily was dazzled, her heart racing. It's a pity she wasn't someone else's sister. Just like the Xian new battle armor, these things were all worth a few tens of thousands in Lin Feng's words. The innocent Lin Jia really believed it. Lin Feng just kept chatting and laughing, easily convincing her of this equipment worth over 10 million. Thank you, brother. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll get first place in the martial arts exam. Lin Jia exclaimed. Alright, let's eat. Lin Feng patted Lin Jia's head and smiled. Wow, it's time to eat. Lily's sister, what are you dawdling for? Hearing Lin Jia's reminder, Zhong Lily snapped back to reality. She thought, what else is there to eat? Just watching your sibling bond has filled me up. So she went straight to the quiet room on the second underground floor. Ordinary food couldn't satisfy her appetite at all. With a wave of her hand, a grill, level 5 magical beast meat, and frozen beer appeared on the table. Lin Feng, who was cooking for himself, smiled slightly and began to grill the meat, preparing to feast. In a certain secret room of the Martial Artist Association, the little fish sitting cross-legged slightly opened her eyes. Glancing at the time, she felt a sense of unease. That guy won't come again tonight, will he? The little fish murmured with a sigh. Then she closed her eyes to meditate again. But as she closed them, she opened her eyes once more. It can't be that coincidental, right? I go into seclusion, and he shows up? It can't be that targeted, right? Sighing, the little fish felt restless. She pondered that this couldn't go on. To avoid being affected by that guy again, she immediately activated the calming mode in the secret room. Night fell. The lights lit up on Tianfu Street in Chuan City. Men and women walked down the street, filled with the breath of spring. Lin Feng, who was full and satisfied, was no exception. He followed along to the martial artist training ground, still room 5201, directly set to level 4 magical beast hell mode. As the room environment transformed, the surroundings instantly turned into a ruinous danger zone. Fierce and menacing level 4 magical beasts surged in. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, smiled slightly. He then turned into an afterimage and charged forward. With a wave of his hand, golden knife light fell like a rain curtain. Along the way, blood flowers bloomed continuously. Ding! Using Sky Split / proficiency. Ding! Using Shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using Sky Split / proficiency. Ding! Using Shadowless, proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. Lin Feng's knife became faster and faster. As the proficiency of Shadowless increased, his speed visibly quickened. In this state, Lin Feng gradually unleashed his full power. Frenzied Slash, Angry Vajra, God of Death's Blade. Even Gale Shadow was used all at once. Facing this overwhelming tide of level 4 magical beasts, Lin Feng showed no signs of underestimating them. This feeling was almost indistinguishable from actual combat. The only difference was flesh and blood versus virtual. Ding! Using Sky Split Slash, Proficiency. Ding! Using Shadowless, Proficiency. Ding! Using Sky Split Slash, Proficiency. Ding! Using Shadowless, Proficiency. As there were no more magical beasts in sight, Lin Feng slowly sheathed the magic knife. He thought to himself that level 4 magical beasts were far beyond level 3. In 3 hours, he had only cut through a hell-level beast tide once. Would you like to continue the subscription? Yes. Glancing at the room prompt, Lin Feng directly chose yes. Tonight, his goal was to reach the entry level for Shadowless. Tomorrow, the safety of leaving the city will greatly improve. Roar! A roar came from afar. In the distance, the ruins once again erupted with a dense swarm of level 4 magical beasts. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's body instantly transformed into an afterimage and rushed forward. Compared to just now, his speed had increased by an unknown number of times. At this moment, his speed had already exceeded 400. Coupled with the enhancement of the Angry Eye Diamond, Lin Feng simply abandoned the use of the magic knife. He directly accelerated to full speed, becoming invisible. Ding! Using Invisibility, Proficiency. Ding! Using Invisibility, Proficiency. Ding! Using Invisibility, Proficiency. Ding! Using Invisibility, Proficiency. The sounds around him rang like beautiful notes. Lin Feng's speed continued to increase. That speed had far surpassed the perfected level of Gale Shadow. As a result, the surrounding magical beasts hadn't even reacted before their heads had already fallen to the ground. Moreover, this speed was still skyrocketing. After reaching 500 per hour, invisibility directly reached the entry level. Lin Feng, who had stopped, was overjoyed. He thought to himself, as expected of a level 2 body technique, its entry-level speed had already far exceeded the perfected Gale Shadow. With a sense of emotion, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Glancing at the empty surroundings, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Level 4 magical beasts in 3 hours yield 3 million. The renewal fee is 2 million. 5 million for an entry-level invisibility is too worth it. Having achieved his goal, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He then checked out and left. At this time, it was already 3 in the morning. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out, he felt the cold wind hit his face. He glanced at the moon shrouded in dark clouds. It seemed that tomorrow would be another thunderstorm. Unbothered, he shook his head slightly and accelerated home. Early the next morning at 6 o'clock, the little fish who had come out of the secret room rushed straight to the training ground. Due to her restless mood, she still planned to come and take a look today. She thought that the guy would still not be there, but the scene before her broke her defenses. Ah, that damned guy. Why didn't you come when I was here? And now that I'm not here, you come. Looking at the room record of 5201, the little fish wished she could slice this guy named Chen into 1,000 pieces. With tears of frustration, she sighed. Then she took out her black card and walked towards room 5201. Skillfully checking the playback records, the scene before her stunned the little fish again. Feeling incredulous, she murmured, "This is level 2 body technique invisibility, visible to the naked eye." In the footage, Lin Feng looked as handsome as ever. In a very short time, he quickly leveled invisibility from a novice to entry level. The little fish, with a face full of shock, shook her head slightly. She thought to herself, what kind of monster genius is this? To know that when she learned the level 2 body technique, it also took her 2 months to reach entry level, right? But this guy did it in less than 5 hours. Is he even human? The little fish sighed in shock. Her curiosity about who this guy was grew stronger. In the early morning, Lin Feng, as usual, finished his meal and went out. Looking at the drizzly sky of Chuan City, he also fittingly put on a baseball cap. When passing by a small shop, he specifically bought 2 packs of Honta Mountain. After 5 minutes of high speed, the bus station came into view. Driver Lao Zhan was waiting alone by the car. The car was completely empty. Obviously, no one wanted to leave the city in thunderstorm weather, especially with the Guard Army selection competition in 8 days. The vast majority of 5-star warriors were preparing for battle. Warriors below 5 stars were also too afraid to go out alone. Morning, looking at the 2 packs of Honta Mountain handed over, driver Lao Zhan was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Lin Feng, who was wearing a baseball cap, and said, "You don't miss a day, do you? Today is a thunderstorm." "So what?" Lin Feng sat down in the car and said, "It's not like I've never been out before. It's been a long time since I took a shower, I want to wash up. Then I'll let you smoke Huazi. Driver Lao Zhang, seeing Lin Feng rarely chat, spoke again. Why do you only give me Hongta Mountain to smoke? What level are you? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, what level am I? Do I have to use the same as you? Driver Old Zhang, glancing at Lin Feng, he proudly returned to his seat. The bus departed. Listening to the familiar sounds around him, Lin Feng felt a wave of calm wash over him. Outside the window, a light rain fell. Occasionally, white mist appeared. The streets of Chuan City were hidden within, appearing and disappearing. The closer they got to the city gate, the clearer the flashes of lightning and the rumbling thunder outside became, with dark clouds looming. Recently, this thunderstorm weather has been getting more frequent. Driver Old Zhang took a sip of strong tea and said, Kid, be careful when you go out for a shower. All right. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He glanced at the city gate and stepped out. Then his figure vanished without a trace. Put. Driver Old Zhang, who was drinking tea, saw the scene and immediately spat out the tea in his mouth. Goodness, that speed is like a 7-star warrior, right? This kid is quite the hidden gem. After leaving the city, Lin Feng headed straight for the 0914 danger zone. With his stealth technique reaching the entry level, he was as fast as lightning. He covered hundreds of kilometers in less than 10 minutes. This time, Lin Feng did not swagger into 0914. Instead, he observed the surrounding environment and then infiltrated a tall tower. Looking down, in the torrential rain, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the 0914 danger zone, level 4 magical beasts were still moving about recklessly, completely unaffected by the stormy weather. Lin Feng took a quick glance and noticed that there were twice as many level 4 magical beasts compared to yesterday. Is it a deep pit? With doubts in his heart, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He couldn't afford to think too much. His main goal now was to rush towards becoming a 5-star warrior. Once he stepped into the 5-star realm, he would qualify for the selection competition. There were still 8 days until the competition began. Kill! With a low shout, black tungsten armor instantly covered Lin Feng's body. Transforming into the Black Reaper, he shot down from the sky like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! The two level 4 magical beasts that were fighting each other didn't even react before a shadow suddenly flashed past them. Their bodies exploded. As blood and flesh flew, the pungent smell of blood spread instantly. Roar! The nearby level 4 magical beasts sensed it and immediately roared and screamed as they rushed over. Yet Lin Feng did not stop. With his stealth technique at the entry level, he could easily smash these level 4 magical beasts with just his physical body. Amidst the intertwining of blood and flesh, he harvested the lives of the magical beasts like the scythe of death. Ding! Killed level 4 magical beast, blood value. Ding! Killed level 4 magical beast, blood value. Ding! Used stealth, proficiency. Ding! Killed level 4 magical beast, blood value. The slaughter continued unabated. Lin Feng did not rush to collect the corpses of the magical beasts. On the contrary, he deliberately used the blood and flesh of the beasts to attract more beasts to come closer. Rumble! As the ground trembled slightly and the abandoned buildings began to shake, the level 4 magical beasts deep inside were rushing towards this place at high speed. The level 4 magical beasts that were closer had already reached the outer area. A swarm of level 4 magical beasts came like a locust horde. Under the overwhelming numbers, they surged forward like a tsunami. Lin Feng, clad in black tungsten armor, saw this scene and smiled. Covered in the blood of magical beasts, he waved his hand. The magic knife quietly appeared in his grasp. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Feng shot out like a cannonball. Bang! A level 4 magical beast that had just approached didn't even have time to react before it was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. More level 4 magical beasts, seeing this scene, opened their massive jaws and pounced. Fearless, Lin Feng merely coldly swung the magic knife. The blade swept through, and heads fell to the ground in unison. Gushing columns of blood fell like a rain curtain. Rumble! Accompanied by the thunderstorm, the entire outer area of 0914 was in complete turmoil. Kill! After Lin Feng wiped out a batch of magical beasts, he shouted again and charged forward. Everywhere he passed, blood flowers bloomed in the air. Ding! Killed level 4 magical beast, blood value. 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 Ding! Used stealth 20, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. A wave of 4th level magical beasts surged one after another. Without collecting the corpses, Lin Feng's eyes turned red like a killing god. At his feet, the corpses had already piled up like a mountain. The terrifying magic blade, stained with a large amount of blood, had half of its blade turned silver. Kill! With another low shout, Lin Feng instantly went berserk. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade, and one magical beast's head after another fell to the ground. Under such a terrifying speed of slaughter, some 4th-level magical beasts began to feel fear. They looked at the terrifying human standing before the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, gradually losing the courage to fight back, and then fled in a frenzy. Seeing this, Lin Feng still did not let these deserters go. With a speed boost of 500, he charged forward like a human-shaped high-speed train. Along the way, not a single magical beast escaped. After killing the last magical beast, the surroundings fell silent. Ding! Slain 4th-level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Slain 4th-level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used Sky Split Slash, proficiency gained. Ding! Used Shadowless, proficiency gained. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He couldn't help but put away the magic blade. His internal vitality surged. He felt an endless amount of strength coursing through him. However, reason told Lin Feng it was time to rest. Glancing at the mountain of corpses around him, he opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Specialty, 18. Realm, 4-star warrior. Vitality points, 26,000. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfect. Swift Wind Shadow. Perfect. Angry Golden King. Perfect. God of Death's Blade. Minor success, Sky Split Slash. Entry, Shadowless. Entry, minor success, major success, perfect. Vitality points soared from 14,152 to 26,000, an increase of a full 12,000. Only 24,000 vitality points remained to reach 5 stars. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. He thought that at this rate, perhaps in 2 days he would step into 5 stars, and by then, he would just be in time for his sister's martial arts exam. As an older brother, he had to escort her. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. He glanced at the magical beast corpses around him and then collected them all. Not more, not less. Exactly 5,000 4th-level magical beasts filled his spatial ring, warrior badge space, and battle armor space. Just as Lin Feng was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from behind. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a flying magical beast covered in black armor, with a single horn on its head, resembling a black dragon, was rapidly approaching. A 7th-level magical beast, the Flying Unicorn. Beneath it, the overwhelming swarm of 4th-level magical beasts surged again. How could there be a 7th-level magical beast here? Upon seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. An unprecedented sense of crisis arose. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ran at full speed. The roar behind him was as piercing as thunder. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a bit dizzy at high speed. It wasn't because he was going too fast. It was the roar of the 7th-level magical beast, the Flying Unicorn. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and accelerated again. Boom! Amidst the thunder and lightning, under the dark clouds, the torrential rain fell like a hail of bullets. Accompanied by howling winds, the entire 0914 danger zone was exceptionally lively. The Flying Unicorn soaring in the sky had blood-red eyes. Its black scales bore mysterious patterns. Watching the humans below getting closer to the edge, it began to circle in the air. The countless 4th-level magical beasts beneath it suddenly stopped. They watched as Lin Feng charged out. Noticing something unusual behind him, he also slowed down. Looking back, the 7th-level magical beast, the Flying Unicorn, circled in midair, with dark clouds gathering behind it, lightning flashing. The 4th-level magical beasts beneath it bared their teeth, glaring hungrily. Afraid to come out, huh? Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. Suddenly, he stopped. Just like that, he locked eyes with the 7th-level magical beast, the Flying Unicorn. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Lin Feng suddenly raised his middle finger. Then he disappeared into the rain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from behind. Clearly, the 7th-level magical beast, the Flying Unicorn, who was well-versed in human nature, understood Lin Feng's intention. Roar! Outside the city, the rain poured down. Inside the city, however, it was a light drizzle. The heavy rain is still falling. My heart is so scared. Driver old Jean leaned against the car door, humming a little tune, looking quite content. You're back. At that moment, a familiar figure ran in through the rain. Driver old Zhang glanced over in surprise and said, "You took a quick shower today." Hearing the question, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Got a cigarette?" "No cigarettes." Driver old Zhang shrugged and said, "But I have some Red Tower Mountain, same level." Lin Feng, pale and reeking of blood, nodded. Having exhausted his physical and mental limits, he was barely holding on. After glancing at driver old Zhang, he suddenly fainted. Damn, caught a cold from taking a shower? Wake up, don't die in my car. In his dazed state, Lin Feng remembered someone calling for him. then he closed his eyes. In the martial artist training ground, Little Fish lay on the table, looking listless. Occasionally turning her head would inadvertently reveal her 36 waves of turbulence. Feeling distressed, she glanced at the time and realized it was not even 1 in the afternoon. There was still an entire afternoon until that guy arrived. Sigh, heaven help me. Let me run into him tonight. After sighing in her inner plea, a hint of helplessness appeared on the stunning face of Little Fish. After all, she was seen as a wealthy young lady in others' eyes, an existence that would be adored wherever she went. Why, after coming to Chuan City and hiding her identity, was she reduced to this by a nameless little thief? Ding dong! Just as Little Fish was lamenting, the door suddenly opened. A tall, handsome man wearing glasses walked in. Dressed in a sharp black suit, he had the appearance of a refined scoundrel. Dung Junsheng, how did you know I was here? Little Fish asked, her face awkward. Although the old president is unpredictable, Dung Junsheng sneered, there are ways to find out. Little Fish, do you think hiding from me will dissolve the engagement? Pa, who wants to marry you? Little Fish said angrily, get out of here, right now. The alliance of the two families, Dung Junsheng said nonchalantly, is it something you can just decide not to do? You. Little Fish gritted her teeth and said, I would rather die than yield. Haha, interesting. Dung Junsheng said disdainfully, don't worry, I don't like forcing others. You agreed to dissolve the engagement? Little Fish asked in surprise. Dissolve the engagement? Is that possible? Dung Junsheng's tone turned cold. You coming to our family to break off the engagement made me lose face. If I hadn't been in seclusion at that time, you definitely wouldn't have escaped from Shengjing. Then what do you mean? Little Fish said coldly. I will conquer you. Dung Junsheng spread his hands and said, make you fall in love with me. In your dreams, you think you deserve that? Little Fish spat, just because I do. I heard you participated in the Chuan City martial arts space selection competition, Dung Junsheng said confidently, and I will make you lose convincingly. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of a 9-star martial artist erupted from Dung Junsheng. Little Fish, an 8-star martial artist, was taken aback and exclaimed, you broke through to 9 stars? It's simple, just like you don't want to marry me, Dung Junsheng said with a laugh, then I'll defeat you and take you back. You. Little Fish's expression changed, you're shameless. I'm leaving. Dung Junsheng turned and waved. Wait for me to defeat you, Little Fish, ha. With his gradually fading laughter, Little Fish's face turned pale. Dung Junsheng was the top genius of the Shengjing martial arts space. His arrival in Chuan City undoubtedly brought her trouble. In a daze, Lin Feng smelled a delicious meat aroma. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. What came into view was a spacious bedroom. Inside, there was nothing but a bed. There were no other pieces of furniture. The walls and ceiling were completely black. The door was so hard to spot that one could easily miss it. It gave off a somewhat gloomy feeling. Where is this? Have I been captured by some evildoer? Lin Feng remembered that he had exhausted all his strength and then lost consciousness. When he woke up, his mental energy had barely recovered a bit. Smelling the aroma of meat from outside the room, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stood up. After confirming that he was not injured, he let out a sigh of relief. Awake? So soon. Come eat. Just then, a familiar voice came from inside the room. Lin Feng turned towards the source of the voice and discovered a black camera in the corner. It's old Zhang. Lin Feng was surprised. The door opened automatically. Pale-faced, he stepped outside. What greeted his eyes was a staircase leading down. There were other corridors and rooms on both sides of the staircase. Lin Feng glanced at them and went straight down. The downstairs was a living room filled with coffins. On either side of the coffins were wreaths and paper offerings. A coffin shop? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed he sensed something. This place. Look at you, so weak. At that moment, a familiar figure walked into the living room. It was the driver, old Zhang. He was dressed differently than usual. He wore an apron over a short-sleeved shirt, and on the bottom, he had flip-flops and shorts. A cigarette was hanging from his mouth. It looked like he was cooking. You must be hungry. I just bought some monster meat. Let's eat. The driver, old Zhang, waved his hand and said, what are you standing there for? Come on, don't worry, you're not dead yet. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He glanced at old Zhang and followed him. The source of the meat aroma was in the yard. An iron pot and a stone stove. A big fire fueled by firewood was cooking the mouth-watering monster meat. Smells so good. Old Zhang sniffed and quickly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. So hot. Old Zhang's ravenous eating, while trying to avoid burning himself, made Lin Feng swallow hard. After hours of unconsciousness, his strength had long been depleted. To say he wasn't hungry would be a lie. His mental energy was also extremely weak. This made Lin Feng feel a bit dizzy. He couldn't care less about the heat. He also started to eat the meat with chopsticks. Once it was in his mouth, a flavor that was both spicy and fragrant hit him immediately. Kid, eat more, your mental energy is too weak. Old Zhang chuckled, crossing his arms. You went out for a bath and ended up fainting. That bath must have been something else. Hearing the teasing, Lin Feng didn't respond but continued to eat heartily. Even though it was hot, the taste was really good. In this moment, with his energy depleted, all Lin Feng could see was the meat in the pot. Old Zhang, seeing this scene, was not angry. To him, this kid was just exhausted. He shook his head with a sense of emotion and sat beside the coffin, puffing smoke. After about 10 minutes of eating, Lin Feng stopped. Looking at the empty pot, he couldn't help but lick his lips. This look of wanting more made old Zhang tease. It's all gone, just this little bit of monster meat, and you've eaten it all. Thank you. Lin Feng paused for a moment and then turned to leave. This kid. Seeing this, old Zhang quickly got up and said, just to thank you? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang regretted it. It wasn't that Lin Feng had come back to attack, but behind the big iron pot on the stone stove, there were 2 corpses of level 4 monsters. Damn! Level 4 monsters. This kid is something. Old Zhang laughed heartily and immediately began to skin and prepare the meat for another stew. After leaving old Zhang's coffin shop, Lin Feng hurried towards the Martial Artist Association building. Having barely recovered some strength and mental energy, he could basically move without issue. However, regarding his mental energy, Lin Feng planned to do some research. After all, he could recover his physical strength by eating meat, but he had no way to quickly recover his mental energy. Lost in thought, Lin Feng arrived at Old Li's trading post. God of Wealth, you're here? Please come in. Old Li saw that the God of Wealth had arrived. His face was filled with smiles. After inviting the person into the room, he said with a grin, how many are you planning to sell today? Lin Feng didn't waste any words. With a casual wave, a total of 5,000 4th-level magical beasts appeared in the trading room. Adding the 2 he gave to the driver, old Zhang, that made a total of 5,002. Old Li was astonished at the sight, exclaiming, this is over 4,000? And all 4th-level magical beasts. Too strong. Just a moment, I'll calculate for you. Lin Feng nodded and stood aside waiting. While waiting, he was also pondering how to solve the issue of his insufficient mental power. In the top 10 martial arts bases of the Great Xia, it was clear that mages existed. The so-called mages specifically referred to martial arts experts who cultivated mental power. These individuals could easily accomplish many things with their mental intent. In any martial arts base, they were highly respected. To become a mental mage, one must possess a strong innate talent for mental power. Secondly, one must have a corresponding cultivation technique. I wonder if the weapon hall has. Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. Glancing at Old Li who was approaching, he skillfully took out the warrior badge. A total of 5,000 4th-level magical beasts, 100,000 each, totaling 500 million. Please check. The balance remaining was 400 million. Adding this 500 million, the total was 900 million. Without even furrowing his brow, Lin Feng nodded and took the money to leave. After he left, Old Li looked at his retreating figure with a hint of shock. He thought to himself, what kind of background does this person have? Selling thousands of magical beasts every day has made him somewhat numb. After leaving the trading hall, Lin Feng went straight to the weapon hall. The salesgirl, seeing a big customer had arrived, was all smiles. Sir, what do you need today? Do you have any cultivation techniques for mental power? Lin Feng got straight to the point. Mental power cultivation techniques? The salesgirl shook her head slightly, smiling as she said, Sir, mental power techniques are classified as military protected resources, and our Martial Arts Association does not sell them. However, there should be some at the auction, but they only appear occasionally, as these things are too precious and often lead to fierce competition. Got it. Lin Feng nodded. After learning where to buy mental power techniques, he had a general direction in mind. He thought that as his combat power and vitality continued to increase, the demand for mental power was also growing. This had led to a gap between the two. That was why he had fainted today. Of course, for an ordinary 4-star warrior, mental power at this level was absolutely sufficient. But Lin Feng knew well that he was different. That was why such a problem existed. If he didn't find a way to solve it quickly, the long-term consequences would be unimaginable. With that thought, Lin Feng immediately headed home. At the martial arts training ground, Xiao Yuer lay on the table, full of worry. Remembering Geng Juanxing's arrogant words, she felt a surge of anger. She pondered how this person, relying on breaking through to a 9-star warrior, thought he could do as he pleased in front of her. It was truly infuriating, but Xiao Yuer also knew that Gung Juanxing's ability to break through to a 9-star warrior was indeed remarkable. One could even say he deserved the title of the top genius of the Shengjing martial arts space. After all, this kid was only 19 years old this year. If given a few more years, he might even break through to above martial sovereign. Sigh. With that thought, Xiao Yuer sighed. At the same time, she glanced at the time and realized there were still 2 hours until that guy came to train. Just a little longer. Xiao Yuer shook her head slightly and continued to wait. Back home, Zhong Lily had already prepared the meal. Lin Jia would be back from school in a few minutes. As Lin Feng walked into the house, he glanced at Zhong Lily and intended to head to the quiet room. Lin Jia is about to take the martial arts exam, and teacher Zhou is asking who is taking the child. You've been coming and going early and late these past few days, and Lin Jia hasn't had time to discuss it with you. Hearing Zhong Lily's reminder, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. The martial arts examination is currently the grand event at the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, second only to the Guardian Army selection competition. After this exam, it means that some people will enter the martial arts university and become martial artists, while others will fall short and become ordinary people. Countless parents are eagerly hoping their children will shine in the martial arts examination. Lin Feng is no exception. Although he doesn't have the chance to participate in the exam, Lin Jia does. After raising his younger sister for so many years, how could he not care? Zhong Lily watched the departing figure and couldn't help but shake her head slightly, thinking how strange these siblings are. One is busy with the martial arts examination, while the other seems to be busy with something else. Only she is the most idle person. Sighing, Zhong Lily glanced at the time and then walked to the door to prepare to welcome Lin Jia home. In the quiet room, after Lin Feng sat down, he skillfully set up the grill and the marinated level 5 magical beast meat. He sliced it for grilling and then sprinkled various barbecue seasonings. As the mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted in, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow. He casually opened a bottle of frozen beer and began to eat heartily. For some reason, even after eating a pot of meat at driver old Zhang's house, Lin Feng still felt very hungry when he got home. Moreover, he felt his vitality continuously increasing. Lin Feng clearly sensed that his appetite had skyrocketed. At this rate, eating 200 pounds of magical beast meat a day. He couldn't imagine how exaggerated his appetite would be after reaching the 5-star martial artist level. Of course, the 5-star martial artist is considered a small watershed. Once he steps into this level, it basically means he has some strength. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to such subtle changes. Soon, after eating and drinking enough, he began to conserve his energy. The immense strain on his mental strength made Lin Feng urgently need sleep. He definitely couldn't go to the martial artist training ground tonight. However, he could still check out the auction at midnight. If he could get a mental power manual, that would be the best. Lost in thought, Lin Feng quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the martial artist training ground. Little Fish looked at the clock on the wall, which had already pointed to 11, and couldn't help but let out a furious cry. She thought that guy was really too much. He didn't come when she was here. Just when she was about to practice, that guy showed up again. Judging by the commotion tonight, it seemed he wouldn't come again. Little Fish, with tears in her eyes, clenched her fists. Her stunning face was filled with anger. Already troubled by Gung Junshang, she felt even more depressed. Don't let me catch you, you despicable guy, Little Fish muttered to herself, gritting her teeth, and then swished her high ponytail as she left. Meanwhile, in the office of Chuan City No. 1 High School, Gung Junsheng glanced at the documents in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The princess of the Shin family is actually here. It really took me a lot of effort to find her. Principal Feng, this matter is only for you and me to know, understand? The pale-faced, medium-built, gray-haired Principal Feng nodded. Looking at the noble young man before him, he didn't dare to say a word. After all, in his view, this was all family matters of several major families, far removed from a small person like him. Are you planning to find Miss Shin on the same day? Principal Feng. Pretty much. It's good to meet my fiancé in advance, Gung Junsheng said with a smile. Let's go, Principal Feng. Hope to see you in Xingjing next time. Thank you for the promotion. Principal Feng lowered his head. After the person left, he dared to glance at that noble figure. Knowing many secrets, today he would have one more secret to keep. But for him, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't speak out, no one would cause him any trouble. In the quiet room, as the alarm rang, Lin Feng slightly opened his eyes. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 11 minutes past. Without any hesitation, he followed his consciousness into the martial artist badge. The same virtual space, the same intermediate arena stone platform, the same host Hella, and the ironclad No. 88. As soon as Lin Feng entered, the auction began. The graceful Hella was wearing a white long dress. It exudes an ethereal charm, giving people a sense of beauty in a peaceful and prosperous nation. Ladies and gentlemen of Radisson, welcome to the intermediate auction. As Hella began her introduction, the barrage of comments from the audience started again. A large group of bidders seemed not to be here for the auction, but rather for something else. Damn! Hella's outfit today makes it worth coming 3 times, right? She's so freaking beautiful. You upstairs, please leave. Don't dirty my eyes, okay? I heard there are treasures appearing again this time. Does anyone know what they are? I don't know. I've been too busy these days to pay attention to the auction. Hella, my goddess. Tonight, I want to share a bed with you. Love you for 10,000 years. Lin Feng glanced a few times and then stopped looking. He saw Hella presenting the first auction item. As a good start, this treasure was naturally not simple. Ladies and gentlemen, this treasure comes from the martial arts base in Shengjing, crafted by a renowned forging master. We will reveal who it is later. Please judge for yourselves. Hella smiled slightly and then unveiled the yellow cloth covering the treasure. It was a crescent moon-shaped blade. The sharp edge emitted a chilling light. Lin Feng took just one look and concluded that this was a precious sword. As someone who used blades, he had a keen eye for this. Holy crap! This can't be the masterpiece of Xinjiang's top blacksmith, right? Did the Martial Artists Association really get their hands on this? Please remove the word can't. This is definitely it. I'll bid 1 billion, 2 billion. The weapons crafted by Master Ban are standard for martial masters and above. Although we can't tell when this knife was forged, buying it is the right choice. I want it too, so it's Master Ban's work. I must buy it. 4 billion. Don't compete with me. I want it for my son to use in competitions. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the price of this knife soared to 10 billion. He sighed, feeling quite poor. At the same time, Lin Feng didn't feel regretful. With the demon blade in his possession, he was confident it was stronger than this curved knife. Soon, the knife was finally sold for the astronomical price of 20 billion, landing in the hands of bidder number 51. With a beaming smile, Hella took the stage again and continued, "Everyone is so enthusiastic. It seems tonight will set a new record. Since we have a good start, let's present some small items." As her words fell, 2 more treasures were brought up. Hella didn't elaborate much but directly removed the yellow cloth. The information about the items was laid bare. Black Sea Xuanwu Beast Scales. Price, 5,000. A damaged secret manual from a medium-level secret realm. Price, 5,000. Black Sea Xuanwu Beast Scales? Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It is one of the absolute overlords of the ocean, one of the peak rulers of the Beast Clan. Even the top human powerhouses couldn't kill it. He didn't expect the Martial Artists Association to actually obtain such a thing. For the martial artists from the Guangqing martial arts base, who were proficient in water techniques, this was a treasure worth its weight in gold. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng sighed slightly. He then focused on the so-called damaged manual. He wondered if, with his ability to enhance attributes, he could decipher this incomplete manual. After all, manuals excavated from secret realms are inherently valuable. However, these are all products of the revival of spiritual energy. Current humans simply cannot decipher them. Only a few experts proficient in ancient martial texts can decipher a little, but even that is just a little. How about I try to pick up a bargain? Lin Feng stroked his chin, making a decision in his heart. Lin Feng had already decided to take action. It was evident that the Xuanwu Beast Scales were much more popular. In less than a moment, the price was driven up to 1 billion. In contrast, the damaged manual was only called out twice, currently priced at less than 80 million. I must have those scales. Don't compete with me. It's already 1 billion, isn't that enough? Screw you. You're the only one who can use water techniques, right? I can too. I'll bid 11 billion. All of you big shots are terrifying. It's just a piece of scale. Is it really that serious? How can NK understand the ambitions of a swan? That's a scale from a beast emperor level creature. Even made into a treasure, it would be worth a fortune. As expected of the intermediate auction, it's really exciting. The high-level auction starts at hundreds of billions. The one upstairs is talking nonsense again. You can't just enter a high-level auction because you have money. Oof. Please elaborate, big shot. I've never been to a high-level auction. Lin Feng watched the intense bidding. He was silently waiting inside. Finally, the Beast Emperor Xuanwu scale stopped at the astronomical price of 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, the incomplete manual was still at 80 million. There were 30 seconds left until the auction ended. 20 seconds. The bid for the incomplete manual was 85 million. Lin Feng made his move. In the last 10 seconds, he added an extra 5 million to buy the incomplete manual. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Auction successful. Instantly, a weathered ancient book with faded yellow cover and illegible text appeared on Lin Feng's table. Correspondingly, 85 million was deducted from his account. With 800 million remaining, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. He then tucked the incomplete manual away. In Lin Jia's bedroom, lying on her pillow, she glanced at the time. A hint of drowsiness had crept into her eyes. But at this hour, her brother still hadn't come out. Could he have fallen asleep? Sigh. Lin Jia let out a sigh. Remembering that the martial arts exam was the day after tomorrow, she began to feel a bit of anticipation. However, thinking of her increasingly painful right hand cast a shadow over her heart. Not daring to tell her brother, Lin Jia could only choose to hide it. Recently, aside from practicing combat skills, she spent the rest of her time secretly searching the internet for the cause of her illness or consulting experts. Unfortunately, the numerous online searches ultimately indicated that it was almost always better to choose a grave early and rest in peace. The vast majority of experts invited her to the hospital for treatment, suggesting a high probability of a malignant disease and recommending surgery. If she went to the hospital, Lin Jia could only imagine the enormous costs. Moreover, it would be the kind that couldn't be cured. It would also make her brother sad and waste time. Remembering what teacher Zhou said about her brother working tirelessly every day to support her, she couldn't help but shed tears. Her brother was already so tired. Coming home late every day was truly too hard. Even with the martial arts exam approaching, she wanted her brother to rest at home. In the intermediate auction, after Lin Feng successfully bid for the incomplete manual, he did not make any further bids. He simply waited silently for the relics from the magic cave. Soon, Hela presented several more auction items. After attracting a large group of bidders, a highlight of the night made its grand entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to say where tonight's highlight comes from, right? On stage, the charming Hela smiled slightly and directed the camera towards the relics from the magic cave under the yellow cloth. Due to the special nature of this cloth, no one could see what was underneath. These are relics from the magic cave, leaked from a certain legion of the guard army, with a starting bid of no less than 100 million. As Hela's voice fell, the yellow cloth was lifted. To the naked eye, there were 3 treasures under the yellow cloth: a silver iron lump, a weapon shaped like an axe, and a weapon shaped like a shield. The moment Lin Feng saw the silver lump, the magic knife in the warehouse stirred. Suppressing his excitement, he knew he hadn't waited in vain tonight. Sure enough, the appearance of the 3 relics from the magic cave instantly ignited the entire venue. There are actually weapons. As we all know, the beast clan that can use weapons in the magic cave must be close to transforming, right? Of course. That must be a beast comparable to a martial sovereign. Not necessarily. If it were a martial sovereign level weapon, it wouldn't have leaked out. This should be a martial king level beast weapon. That's still very strong. A beast that can use weapons is probably not far from the beast sovereign level. But what is that silver lump? Is it an accessory? I can't see anything different about it. It's being auctioned separately. Each piece is 1 billion, so it must be quite valuable. Lin Feng looked at the fiery barrage of comments, a hint of surprise in his eyes. According to the records of the Alliance base, once a magical beast crosses the 9th level, it can transform into a demon beast. Demon beasts already possess a semblance of human intelligence, comparable to martial masters. As for the demon generals above, they are akin to human martial sect leaders. As for the realms of beast lords and beast emperors, Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about them, because they were too far from him. As a mere 4-star warrior, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying those existences were. It was only after arriving at the auction that Lin Feng began to grasp some clues. Usually, in the Chuan City martial arts space, ordinary people probably only knew about magical beasts. Only warriors understood more. He was still too weak. Lin Feng sighed as his understanding grew. He continued to focus on the silver iron lump. It was visible to the naked eye. As someone exclaimed that this was a weapon of a transforming demon beast comparable to a martial sect leader, the price skyrocketed. Lin Feng even saw some rooms that hadn't made a move from the beginning suddenly act decisively as soon as the martial sect level weapons appeared. The prices of the axe and shield soared. Soon, it jumped from 100 million to 3 billion. Only that silver iron lump grew slowly, but it quickly reached 500 million. Perhaps some people saw the big shots focusing on the axe and shield and immediately understood the priorities. They all shifted their attention to the axe and shield. Only those like Lin Feng, who were financially constrained, would pay attention to the silver iron lump. As the prices climbed higher, the axe and shield directly surpassed 5 billion. The silver iron lump was now 100 million more expensive than before. Calmly, Lin Feng was still waiting for the right moment. However, there weren't many opportunities left for him. With only 800 million left, he was truly too poor. 8 billion, 10 billion. Amidst the frenzied bidding, several big shots in their rooms went wild. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but glance a few more times. Almost everyone held their breath, anticipating who would win these two weapons. As for the silver iron lump, it had reached 700 million. Since the three items were bid separately, the axe and shield shone brilliantly at over 100 billion. The 700 million silver iron lump seemed rather ordinary. Time passed second by second. 150 billion. A big shot bid 150 billion to directly buy the axe. Meanwhile, the shield was still rising at 130 billion. The silver iron lump stopped moving after reaching 700 million. Lin Feng frowned, knowing the opportunity had come. The price of the silver iron lump moved. 1 billion. A full 50 million surge. There were others like him waiting for the right moment. Lin Feng glanced at room 65 that had made the bid. Then he moved his fingers. 800 million. He went all in. The remaining few million were negligible. There was no need to invest. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Deal. Room 65 clearly hesitated. Lin Feng, who had spent 800 million, breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the silver iron lump that appeared in the warehouse. Then he exited the consciousness space, returning to the quiet room. The clock on the wall showed it was already 4 in the morning. Having stayed up all night, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He then took out the incomplete secret manual. The ancient book was yellowed on the surface, with indecipherable ancient characters, the text already incomplete. The traces of time were evident on it. Even when Lin Feng turned to the first page, he found that 80% of it was missing. Only a piece of paper the size of a fingertip remained. There were a few ancient characters on it. Lin Feng frowned. Could it be that he bought a worthless item? Growing worried, he continued to flip through it. When he opened the second page, the content was somewhat more complete. A prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Reading immobilization technique. Proficiency. Immobilization technique? Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly gaining new knowledge. It turned out that after all this time, this neglected incomplete manual was actually a record of secret techniques, a martial arts manual of immense value. It should be known that such manuals are not absent in the Great Xia, but they are exceedingly rare, and deciphering them is very difficult. Once found in secret realms, they are often collected by military arsenals and slowly deciphered. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the number of manuals that have been deciphered is probably very few. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so rare in the market. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his heart filled with joy. Suddenly, he felt as if he had won 5 million. This find was too valuable. Of course, it was also because he had a golden finger. Otherwise, like an ordinary person, he would have bought it back. 80% of the time, it would be a money-losing item. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He then tossed the immobilization technique into the warehouse. As for the specific methods of use, he planned to study it thoroughly during battle. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the silver iron lump. It was exactly the same as the previous one, simply identical. The moment he took out the magic knife, this guy pounced directly on it. Once again, the silver iron lump transformed into a liquid form and was devoured. It took less than 3 seconds. After the magic knife finished devouring, a small piece of rusted iron was gone from the blade. Unlike the last time when a magic character appeared, this time, a blood groove could be clearly seen in that area of the blade. Although he didn't know what it was for, Lin Feng's curiosity about the origins of this knife grew stronger. From all indications, it was definitely not an ordinary knife. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out a set of battle armor from the warehouse. This was one of the spoils he had obtained from other warriors. It was comparable to black tungsten armor. He had never dealt with it and had treated it like garbage, tossed in a corner. Today, he just happened to think of its use. Glancing at the blade, he gently sliced it. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp metallic sound echoed as the armor, comparable to black tungsten, split in two. A complete cut revealed a glimmer of cold light. Lin Feng's mouth slightly opened at this scene. One must know that black tungsten armor is equipment suitable for 9-star warriors. Normally, encountering a level 9 magical beast wouldn't lead to being easily defeated. But with a gentle slice from the magic knife, it was actually cut in half. It had become sharper again. Lin Feng swallowed hard, excitement bubbling within him. He glanced at the magic knife and put it away. A desire to test the knife's sharpness surged in his heart. However, there were still 3 hours until the city gates opened. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, Lin Jia was sitting on the living room sofa at 5:30. She wasn't watching TV or playing on her phone. She was just silently looking at her right hand. The occasional piercing pain made her frown. However, upon hearing movement in the quiet room, Lin Jia quickly returned to her normal expression. Lin Jia, up so early? School doesn't start for a while. Lin Feng stretched lazily. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his sister. With a smile on his face, he habitually patted her head. "Brother, tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I'm not going to school today." Lin Jia looked at her brother and then said, squeezing her small hand, "I almost forgot about that. Look at me." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Do you have confidence? How much vitality do you have now?" "For 20, Lin Jia bit her lip and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm confident I can get first place." "That's good," Lin Feng exclaimed. "My sister is really amazing. Just a few days and you have 420 vitality. Tomorrow, I'll take a leave to take you to the exam." Upon hearing this, Lin Jia didn't speak. Remembering how hard her brother worked and still wanted to take leave to accompany her, she felt guilty and bit her teeth, saying, "Brother, I can do it myself. You don't need to take leave." Lin Feng was taken aback. Glancing at his sister, who looked unwell, he asked, "Is something wrong, Lin Jia?" "No, brother." Lin Jia shook her head slightly. "I just think you're too tired and want you to rest more. Don't worry, after my martial arts exam, I'll register as a warrior, and we'll have money in the future. Your pressure will be less." As he spoke, small pearls of tears rolled down Lin Jia's face. Lin Feng sighed softly. Who said that high school seniors preparing for martial arts exams don't have pressure? Didn't they see that my talented sister was crying because of the pressure from the martial arts exam? Be good, it's okay. Lin Feng comforted Lin Jia as he held her in his arms. "I've already taken leave, and I will definitely be there for your martial arts exam. You don't need to worry, just focus on your test, and once you get through this, everything will be fine." Lin Jia nodded. Seeing her brother's insistence, she couldn't refuse. After all, if she said too much, it might backfire. "Brother, are you getting up so early to go to work?" "Work?" Hearing his sister's question, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He thought to himself that in order to hide the fact that he was a martial artist, he and teacher Zhou had told Lin Jia a kind-hearted lie. They said he had signed a contract of servitude and had to leave early and return late every day, working hard. As for those villas, they were all earned through blood and sweat. In the future, they would all have to be returned to the capitalist dogs. Clearly, this kind-hearted lie was the right choice. After Lin Feng showered Lin Jia with money, her vitality surged. This was what he was happy to see. It represented a promising future. "Yes, there have been a lot of things lately," Lin Feng explained. "That's it, see you tomorrow, I'm off to work." Lin Jia watched her brother's departing figure, her face filled with heartache. She secretly vowed to become stronger as soon as possible before her illness flared up. That way, she could make her brother's life a little easier, no longer suffering from the exploitation of capitalists. But as she thought about it, Lin Jia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her right wrist. A faint golden light quietly appeared. Lin Feng hurried towards the bus station. At 6 in the morning, the sky in Chuan City was just beginning to brighten. Most of the people on the road were office workers or small vendors. The bustling atmosphere added a touch of tranquility to the city. "Here it comes." Driver old Zhang, leaning against the 502 bus, glanced over and nodded in greeting. Lin Feng also nodded slightly, then got on the bus and found a seat. Due to the proximity of the martial arts exam and the selection competition, there were not many martial artists leaving the city now. Especially those above 5 stars were busy preparing for battle. Martial artists of lower levels almost all chose to take a break, waiting to leave the city after the events were over. Lin Feng glanced around the bus and skillfully opened the martial artist forum. "The martial arts exam is tomorrow, and I heard that the top genius in Chuan City is only 16 years old. Have you heard about the school beauty from Chuan City? No? One high school? She's so beautiful. It's a pity she's firmly in second place." The 16-year-old genius girl can skip the exam but still chooses to take the martial arts exam. Truly inspiring. The selection competition for the Chuan City Guard Army is about to begin. The competition rules have been announced. After casually browsing a few posts, Lin Feng finally focused on the post about the selection competition rules. Clicking to open it, a link caught his eye. The link contained the rules for the Guard Army selection competition. With great interest, Lin Feng took a glance and began to read. As with previous rules, the minimum requirement for participating martial artists was 5 stars. The competition location had not yet been announced, but it was clear it would be in a mid-level danger zone near Chuan City. The mid-level danger zone was once a large city, which was occupied by magical beasts after the recovery of spiritual energy, turning into ruins. Inside, there were magical beasts ranging from level 1 to level 9. The ranking mechanism was simple and brutal. Points were based on the number of magical beasts hunted by the martial artists. Level 1 to 4 magical beasts were uniformly worth 1 point. Level 5 to 7 magical beasts were uniformly worth 3 points. Level 8 to 9 magical beasts were uniformly worth 8 points. Looking at the number of participating martial artists, Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The number of people was still rapidly increasing. Yet, there were only 1,000 spots available for the Guard Army. Reaching 1000 would make one an ordinary private, enjoying military benefits. Reaching 100 would make one an ordinary sergeant, enjoying military benefits. Reaching 50 would make one a corporal, enjoying corresponding military benefits. Reaching 20 would make one a sergeant, enjoying corresponding military benefits. Reaching 11 would make one a staff sergeant, enjoying corresponding military benefits. Reaching 4 would make one a level 4 sergeant major, enjoying corresponding military benefits. Reaching 1 would make one a first, second, or third sergeant major, enjoying corresponding military benefits. Lin Feng glanced over the details and felt a surge of excitement. Joining the Guard Army in the Great Xia meant honor and glory. Only by joining the army can one obtain more cultivation resources and become a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, the treatment associated with these ranks varies greatly. For instance, the benefits of an ordinary low-ranking soldier might be twice that of a regular martial artist's allowance. The only advantage is the ability to hunt magical beasts to earn military merit points, which can be used to purchase stronger equipment and combat skills from the armory. After all, ordinary martial artists in the outside world cannot obtain the best resources on their own. Only by joining the army can one become stronger, but the cost is the constant need to fend off magical beasts and eliminate them. This carries a risk to life. Yet, in the Great Xia, everyone takes pride in joining the Guard Army. The mission of a martial artist is to protect their home and country, resisting the invasion of magical beasts. Conversely, after joining the Guard Army, the higher one's rank, the greater the privileges. For example, a first-level sergeant has privileges and allowances that are 100 times that of a low-ranking soldier. The resource gap is comparable to a chasm. Of course, in the army, everything is determined by strength. The strong remain strong, and the weak are eliminated. Lin Feng, filled with passion, swallowed hard. He then closed the forum. There are less than 5 days until the Guard Army selection competition. Achieving 5-star martial artist status in these 5 days should be sufficient. Arriving at the station. At this moment, a familiar call reached his ears. Lin Feng glanced at the sparsely populated city gate and shook his head slightly. He then skillfully took out his martial artist badge. He queued for inspection and then exited the city. After a moment, in the perilous area, a number of frenzied 4th-level magical beasts rampaged at the outskirts. Occasionally, 2 5th-level magical beasts mixed in among them. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, observed this scene with a hint of surprise. Compared to the previous 2 days, the number and strength of the magical beasts here had increased. Especially that 7th-level magical beast, the horned flying dragon, which Lin Feng remembered vividly. This creature was likely lurking deep within the city. After observing for a while, he saw no trace of it. Not wanting to think too much, Lin Feng swallowed hard and charged forward step by step. Instantly, black tungsten armor adhered to his surface. With the magic knife in hand, Lin Feng transformed once again into the Black Reaper. Wherever the blade pointed, blossoms of blood erupted in midair. The 4th-level magical beasts, startled by the scent of blood, froze momentarily. Roar! They all went into a frenzy and pounced. However, as soon as they got close, they were instantly split in two by the blade sweep. At the same time, a shocking scene made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He saw a new groove appear on the blade, which was sucking blood with a gurgling sound. A blood-sucking magic knife? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Without time to be surprised, he could only continue his slaughter. Each time he killed a magical beast, a small portion of their blood was absorbed by the magic knife. Ding! Slain 4th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used sky split slash, proficiency. Ding! Slain 4th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used sky split slash, proficiency. Ding! Used shadowless, proficiency. Amidst the frenzied killing, the sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng wielded the magic knife, weaving through the outer area. Wherever he passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Most 4th-level magical beasts, upon getting close, were annihilated by the sky split slash. The remaining magical beasts, seeing this, were frightened and fled in panic. Ding! Slain 4th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used sky split slash, proficiency reached minor success. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. The sky split slash is a 2nd-level ordinary combat skill. Its entry-level power far exceeds that of a 1st-level combat skill, the perfect demon slash. Now that he had reached minor success, he couldn't help but wonder how strong its power had become. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed in his ears. Following that, 2 5th-level magical beasts, resembling black tigers with 2 horns and the size of elephants, appeared. The 5th-level magical beasts, the double-horned black heart tigers. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He glanced at the 2 5th-level magical beasts, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As they lunged at him, he immediately used the immobilization technique. The 2 double-horned black heart tigers froze in midair. Crack! Ding! Slain 5th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Used sky split / proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng's heart was filled with immense joy. He thought to himself that this immobilization technique must be a top-tier secret technique. Not only can it freeze things in place, but it can also be used in groups. In a duel between experts, even a half-second mistake can be fatal. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Roar! Once again, a series of growls echoed from afar. A swarm of level 4 and 5 magical beasts was rushing towards him. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's lips curled up. Holding the magic blade, he smiled slightly. Then, he took the initiative to charge forward. As he got closer, the magic blade in his hand burst forth with golden light. Minor void / charging. Immobilization spell. Area attack. With this strike, anyone who stands in his way will be killed. Even the Buddha will be slain. Hundreds of level 4 magical beasts, including several level 5 beasts, instantly fell dead on the spot. Ding! Slain a level 4 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 5 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Used immobilization spell, proficiency gained. Ding! Used minor void / proficiency, awesome. Hearing the notifications, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Like a black reaper, he slowly descended. Wherever his gaze passed, not a single magical beast survived. With a strong scent of blood spreading, the magical beasts deeper in the area were already restless. Lin Feng touched his nose. With a casual wave, he collected the magical beast corpses. Glancing at the magical beasts surging from the depths, he transformed into an afterimage and charged forward again. The same swing of the blade, the same minor void / the same immobilization spell. Everywhere Lin Feng passed, the magical beasts seemed to turn into immovable stones. Under the golden blade light, they became corpses. Blood flowers bloomed continuously, creating a magnificent scene. As a result, the groups of magical beasts, upon seeing Lin Feng, lost the courage to attack and instead fled for their lives. It was as if this human behind them was a great terror. They didn't dare to come within a mile of him. In this mass retreat, Lin Feng charged forward with full force. Under the flickering golden blade light, the magical beasts didn't even have time to blink before they died. Ding! Slain a level 4 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Slain a level 5 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Used immobilization spell, proficiency reached entry level. Ding! Used minor void / proficiency. Ding! Slain a level 4 magical beast, health points gained. Ding! Used shadowless, proficiency reached minor success. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. After slaying the last magical beast, Lin Feng finally stopped. Feeling his entire body vibrating with energy, he felt an endless strength in his hands. The immobilization spell had also reached entry level. Shadowless had even reached minor success. The increase in power made Lin Feng ecstatic. With a casual wave, the panel appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 4-star warrior. Health points, 36,500. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfect, Swift Wind Shadow. Perfect, Angry Golden King. Perfect, God of Death's Blade. Minor success, Minor Void / minor success. Shadowless, minor success. Immobilization spell, entry level. Entry, minor success, major success, perfect. Health points soared from 26,000 to 36,500, an increase of over 10,000 health points. He was getting closer to 5 stars. Lin Feng suppressed his overwhelming joy and then put away the panel. Glancing at the pile-up warehouse, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. After the frenzied slaughter, he clearly felt his mental energy starting to decline. If he continued fighting until 5 in the afternoon, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold on. As the speed of slaughter increased, Lin Feng felt that his mental energy was becoming a shortcoming. If he didn't find a way to resolve it, it would continue to be a problem in future battles. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was lamenting, a deafening roar suddenly came from behind. That familiar feeling made his hair stand on end. A level 7 magical beast, the unicorn flying dragon. Lin Feng turned back to take a glance. His face turned pale. He saw that this beast had somehow approached without him noticing, now less than 10 kilometers away. From a distance, its cold, blood-red eyes were staring at him. Run! If you can't fight, then run. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. After breaking through to minor success with Shadowless, his speed had reached 700, coupled with the enhancement of the Angry Eye Diamond. To him, ordinary reinforced concrete ruins were no different from tofu. Not to mention he was wearing black tungsten battle armor. At this incredible speed, the unicorn flying dragon hadn't even reacted before it saw that the detestable human had already run 50 kilometers away. Roar! Burning with rage, it would not allow itself to be repeatedly provoked by humans. With a long howl to the sky, the unicorn flying dragon accelerated again. As a level 7 flying magical beast, speed was its strong suit. As it accelerated, the distance between them grew closer. 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Lin Feng, feeling like a thorn was in his back, furrowed his brow. He could clearly sense a chill approaching from behind. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the flying unicorn dragon occasionally spat fireballs to attack. Lin Feng, dodging left and right, found his speed slowing down. Damn it! I'm all in. Unable to avoid it, Lin Feng suddenly changed direction. At the moment a fireball fell, he jumped onto the roof of an abandoned building. Roar! Seeing this, the flying unicorn dragon also opened its massive mouth and roared. A hint of mockery appeared in its eyes. To it, the human before it was already on a dead end. But the next second, the flying unicorn dragon's gaze froze. It saw Lin Feng jump onto the roof and instead of retreating, he charged forward. His eyes were filled with madness as he thought that if this knife couldn't kill the flying unicorn dragon, then he would be the one to die. This is a battle of life and death. I have no way out, and you have no way to live. Lin Feng shouted angrily. In his hand, the magic knife burst forth with brilliant golden light. Minor void slash. The flying unicorn dragon, seeing this scene, showed a hint of pity in its eyes. To it, this kind of attack couldn't possibly harm it. The human before it dared to do this. It was just a desperate fight. But soon the flying unicorn dragon became numb. It suddenly felt its body stiffen, unable to move even a bit. It was as if it had been frozen in place. This feeling filled its heart with terror. The flying unicorn dragon instinctively tried to break free from the restraint. Its whole body surged with power. But Lin Feng had already arrived in front of it. The magic knife in his hand fell like the sun. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. In the last moment of its life, the flying unicorn dragon also broke free from the restraint. But it was already powerless. It suddenly realized that its neck was gushing blood, and its head was plummeting rapidly. What kind of knife is this? Why is it so powerful? What kind of secret technique is this? Why can it freeze me? In a mix of unwillingness and confusion, the level 7 magical beast, the flying unicorn dragon, was decapitated. Then it fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. Killed a level 7 magical beast. Vitality points. Ding. Used immobilization technique. Proficiency. Ding. Used void slash. Proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The full force strike that killed the level 7 magical beast, the flying unicorn dragon, had exhausted his stamina, and his mental energy was nearing depletion. Ignoring the overwhelming joy, Lin Feng quickly stored the corpse of the flying unicorn dragon and left the 0914 danger zone in haste. Driver old Zheng habitually got out of the car to smoke. "Give me a cigarette." Just as he was about to light up, a familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Lin Feng. Driver old Zhang was taken aback, rubbed his eyes, and said, "You're back so early today?" "The harvest wasn't good," Lin Feng replied as he took the cigarette, "so I came home early." "Not good?" Driver old Zhang blinked and smiled. "That's normal. You might have a harvest every day. You didn't catch a single one today, did you?" "Not bad." Lin Feng exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Just a few thousand." "Oh, just a few thousand," driver old Zhang nodded. "What, a few thousand? Are you bragging?" Lin Feng ignored him. After quickly finishing his smoke, he got back in the car. With his mental energy nearly exhausted, he habitually closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this scene, old Zhang's face was full of confusion. Not believing it, he shook his head slightly and then turned to get in the car. The way back seemed very long. Lin Feng, resting with his eyes closed, remained somewhat vigilant. Thinking of the battle with the level 7 magical beast made his blood boil. He thought to himself that with the magic knife and the enhancement of the immobilization spell, he was able to achieve a miraculous counterattack. Especially the clever use of the immobilization spell made Lin Feng feel as if he had found a treasure. In duels with experts, the secret technique relied on being unexpected. With this thought, Lin Feng's mood brightened considerably. He had arrived at his destination. A familiar voice reached his ears. After opening his eyes, Lin Feng headed straight for the car door. Old Zhang, who was about to offer a cigarette, saw the scene and was left speechless. He thought, "Why is this kid in such a hurry? Is someone chasing him?" Muttering to himself, he shook his head slightly and continued to puff away. In front of Old Lee's trading post, Old Lee held incense in both hands, his face full of reverence, looking at the deity of wealth as he offered incense and prayed. Recently, he had made a fortune selling magical beasts, and his mood was quite cheerful. From time to time, he would go to the club for a foot massage as a reward for himself. It was already noon, and Old Lee was just waiting for the arrival of the deity of wealth. He thought it would still be a few hours before the deity would descend. Who knew that when Old Lee instinctively turned around, he saw Lin Feng standing at the door. "Deity of wealth, you're here so early today. Please, come in. Please, come in." Lin Feng said nothing, just nodded. Old Lee also had a smile on his face, skillfully closing the door and then preparing tea. "Deity of wealth, how much are you planning to sell today?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng waved his hand. The large trading room was instantly filled with the corpses of magical beasts. Old Lee, seeing this scene, was already numb. He thought, "It's only a little past 12. This one has come back loaded with goods again? This efficiency is too fast." Although shocked, Old Lee, who understood the rules, quickly began to sort the goods. After finishing the inventory, he came forward and smiled. "Deity of wealth, there are a total of 4,900 level 4 magical beasts and 100 level 5 magical beasts, totaling 500 million. Please check." Lin Feng didn't waste words. He glanced at the balance of 20 million and immediately pocketed it. Total balance, 500 million. Take care. Old Lee, seeing the deity of wealth had collected the money, habitually wanted to open the door, but he saw Lin Feng wave his hand again. Suddenly, a huge magical beast appeared in the trading room. The level 7 magical beast, the one-horned flying dragon. Old Lee's pupils constricted at this sight. He looked up at the deity of wealth in front of him, his heart filled with astonishment. He thought, this one was already fast enough to kill level 5 magical beasts a few days ago. Who knew he had now slaughtered a level 7 magical beast? Shocked, Old Lee swallowed hard and said, "Level 7 magical beasts are 25 each. I'll transfer that to you right away." Lin Feng nodded and then took the money and left. After he departed, Old Lee was instantly filled with excitement. He thought, what kind of strength does this person have? 6-star warrior? 7-star warrior? Old Lee shook his head slightly. He had also received 7-star warriors before, but even they couldn't manage to bulk by level 4 magical beasts. With this thought, Old Lee felt a surge of fear. After all, the deity of wealth looked too powerful. In his eyes, he was definitely not an ordinary person. But strong as he was, when Old Lee saw that the level 7 magical beast had lost 2 of its hind legs, his expression instantly soured. He thought, who is the real and scrupulous merchant here? This is too shady. After leaving the trading post, Lin Feng did not linger but headed straight home. Today, Lin Jia did not go to school. Taking advantage of his early return, he planned to prepare some magical beast meat for his sister to eat in the afternoon. After all, now that Lin Jia had become a warrior, her food requirements should be higher. Ordinary meals would be hard to satisfy her daily needs. Lost in thought, Lin Feng returned to the Yulong International Villa. What greeted his eyes was Zhong Lily watering the flowers, while Lin Jia was practicing archery in the yard. Upon seeing her brother return, she exclaimed in surprise, "Bro, you're back so early today?" "I got off work early, and I still have to go out tonight," Lin Feng said, patting Lin Jia's head. "I passed by the supermarket and bought some meat for you. I'll make you some barbecue later." "Wow!" Lin Jia nodded and continued her training. Seeing Lin Feng head to the kitchen, Zhong Lily naturally followed him. After all, a housekeeper should look the part. But as soon as she entered the kitchen, she bumped right into Lin Feng, who was coming out. Zhong Lily was only 1. Lin Feng was nearly 1. They exchanged a glance, and there seemed to be a hint of the cutest height difference. Zhong Lily's face flushed. She quickly took a step back and said, "Let me do it. You're working too hard." "No need," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "This is monster meat. I'll handle it." "Monster meat?" Zhong Lily was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although she had seen canned monster meat, she had never seen a live monster before, let alone monster meat. It should be known that this stuff is a controlled ingredient, only sold in martial arts shops, and it's expensive. Someone like her wouldn't even think of buying it to eat. Lin Feng walked into the kitchen and skillfully took out a 10-pound piece of monster meat. Because ordinary knives were too dull, he directly used a magic knife to start slicing. Under Zhong Lily's astonished gaze, he expertly marinated it and then prepared the barbecue seasoning. There was a ready-made grill in the kitchen. Lin Feng turned to Zhong Lily and said, "Go prepare some lettuce, garlic slices, chili rings, and some frozen beer." Oh. Zhong Lily's head bobbed like a chick pecking at rice. She hurried to prepare the essentials for the barbecue. When she returned to the kitchen, she found Lin Feng had already moved the grill to the yard. With a beaming smile, he was gently grilling the monster meat, while Lin Jia stood nearby, drooling. The enticing aroma made Zhong Lily's mouth water. "Brother, this is monster meat, right? It smells so good. I've never had monster barbecue like this before," Lin Jia said with wide eyes full of anticipation. "If you like it, eat more," Lin Feng said with a slight smile. "This is to help you recover. Good luck in tomorrow's competition." Lin Jia's little face turned red. Looking at the delicious monster barbecue in front of her, she was truly tempted. "The lettuce is here." At that moment, Zhong Lily walked over, holding garlic cloves, chili rings, lettuce, and frozen beer. "What? Chicken soup is coming? I want lettuce," Lin Feng replied without turning his head. "Don't get it wrong, Zhong Lily." Feeling speechless, Zhong Lily sighed, thinking to herself that although her spoken language wasn't very standard, she could understand just fine. "It's lettuce, not chicken soup," Zhong Lily said, hands on her hips. "Oh." Lin Feng looked up and then continued grilling. As the barbecue turned golden and tender, releasing an enticing aroma, Zhong Lily swallowed hard. But she knew this was monster meat, and she couldn't digest it. Sigh. Thinking of this, Zhong Lily felt a bit down. "Eat up, be careful, it's hot." Soon, Lin Feng finished grilling. Gently and carefully, he wrapped a piece of lettuce around a slice of meat, added garlic and chili, and handed it to Lin Jia. "Wow, thanks, brother." Lin Jia, not caring about the heat, popped it into her mouth. The mouth-watering aroma instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. Eating monster barbecue for the first time, Lin Jia exclaimed, "Brother, this is so delicious. You should eat too. Sister Lily, you should eat too." No, Zhong Lily shook her head slightly. "I'm just an ordinary person. I can't eat it." "I can't eat it either," Lin Feng laughed. "This is prepared for you." "Alright," Lin Jia said helplessly. "Looks like this deliciousness can only be enjoyed by me." "Hurry up and eat," Lin Feng said. "I have other ingredients." As he spoke, Lin Feng got up to fetch some ingredients from the kitchen. These ingredients were nutritious meats suitable for ordinary people. Under Lin Feng's slicing, exquisite plates of barbecue appeared. Zhong Lily, who had walked into the kitchen, said, "Is this prepared for me? Could it be for me?" Lin Feng shrugged. "Eat more. It will help you protect Lin Jia when you become a martial artist." This, Zhong Lily was a bit surprised. "Don't let it slip," Lin Feng continued. "I'll leave this to you. I'm going to the quiet room." With that, Lin Feng returned to the yard. After giving Lin Jia a few instructions, he took the frozen beer and went to the quiet room. Zhong Lily, stunned in the kitchen, watched the departing figure with a mix of emotions swirling inside her. She thought to herself that since she started her internship, no one had truly cared for her. But ever since she became Lin Feng's housekeeper, she felt a great deal of respect in both her life and work. Even now, Lin Feng's subtle efforts to train her as a martial artist moved her deeply. Watching Lin Jia grilling meat in the courtyard, Zhong Lily wiped her tears and smiled as she walked outside. Back in the quiet room, Lin Feng was already ravenous. He could only think that concealing his identity was painful. Without a moment's hesitation, he skillfully took out the grill and the meat from a 7th-level magical beast, starting to slice, marinate, and barbecue. Sprinkling on some cumin and barbecue seasoning, the aroma began to waft. A dash of soul juice. Crispy. And it was done. Lin Feng, now incredibly skilled, didn't even bother adding lettuce before he started devouring the meat and drinking wine. The fragrant magical beast barbecue melted in his mouth, giving a wonderful sensation of spiciness and fullness. Gulp. Another sip of cold beer. Instantly, his taste buds were fully satisfied. With this combination of beer and barbecue, Lin Feng devoured 200 pounds of magical beast barbecue in less than 10 minutes. Burp. Sated, he let out a big burp and fell into a deep sleep. In the training room of Chuan City No. 1 high school, after throwing the last punch, Qing revealed a slight smile on her stunning face. Hu Xinger, holding her clothes nearby, remarked, "Is breaking through to a martial artist really that good?" "Of course," Qing replied. "I feel full of power now. Do you think Lin Feng will like me more when he sees me?" "Pfft, it's just unrequited love." Hu Xinger poured cold water on her. "Have you decided on a school yet?" "I heard that the genius girl is going to the 7th Martial Arts University," Lin Jia said, stroking her chin. "Naturally, I want to go to the 7th Martial Arts University too." "That girl is also taking the martial arts exam," Hu Xinger said worriedly. "Do you have confidence?" "Humph, I must have confidence." Qing clenched her fists. "My blood value is now 460. She can't possibly be my opponent." "Alright," Hu Xinger sighed. "Once you get into the martial arts university, are you planning to go back and take a look?" Hearing the question, Qing shook her head slightly. She knew her best friend had come to Chuan City to study with her. Over the years, aside from returning home during holidays, she rarely went back. "If you want to go back, I'll send someone with you," Qing said. "You're different from me. I hate that family. Sigh. Hu Xing'er sighed, looking at her stubborn best friend. Feeling somewhat speechless, she thought about how many people wished to be born into a family like hers, yet this one insisted on going against her family. The most crucial part was that the Shin family was also quite troubled by this little princess, having to endure and give way. Otherwise, if her best friend had stayed with the family, she would have long been a 9-star or a martial master by now. You can't hide from it, Hu Xing'er said, her thoughts racing. You could delay your awakening at 10 because you were still young, but now you're 18, they won't let you act recklessly. Pfft. When did you become so nagging like them? Sheningqing dismissed, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I do what I want, and I'm happy. Alright. Hu Xing'er shrugged her shoulders and decided not to say anything more. Seeing this, Sheningqing also felt a bit deflated. She thought to herself that she didn't want to return to that family, although she could awaken and soon become a top genius. But so what? These past 8 years in Chuan City had been the happiest, most carefree days of her life. Without the shackles she was supposed to bear, she felt so relaxed. At the same time, she met that guy and fell in love. This was the happiest thing for Sheningqing. As for everything else, it didn't matter. With that thought, Sheningqing habitually opened her phone and sent a text. I'm out of seclusion. Will you come to watch me for the martial arts exam tomorrow? In the quiet room. After sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, Lin Feng's mental energy returned to normal. As he got up, he glanced at his phone and naturally saw the message from Sheningqing. He shook his head slightly, having not replied. He then went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Feng noticed his hair had grown a bit longer and his skin had darkened somewhat. However, his physique had visibly become more muscular. Compared to his previous skinny self, he now appeared stronger and more handsome. So handsome. If being handsome is a crime, I should be sentenced to life imprisonment, right? Lin Feng stepped out of his house, heading once again to the martial artist training ground. Under the night sky, Chuan City's Tianfu Avenue was vibrant with colors. The citizens walking along the street were all laughing and chatting. Lin Feng, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, blended into the crowd without drawing any attention. Upon arriving at the martial artist training ground, he habitually chose room 5201, but he was informed by the training ground system that the room was under maintenance. Lin Feng felt a bit frustrated. He had a habit that was somewhat different from most people. No matter what he ate, did, or played, he preferred to stick to the same food, the same activity, or the same game. He would only switch to something else once his interest was exhausted. The same went for rooms. Because he was used to it, Lin Feng would always choose it. But now he had to select a new room. He glanced at the interface for room numbers, and his finger began to slide continuously. Soon, room 2705 caught his eye. Lin Feng swiped his card habitually and then opened the room. This room was slightly different from 5201. It seemed to involve more than just combat training. After entering the room, Lin Feng skillfully inserted his card to start. Please select Training Mode, 1. Hazardous Area Training Mode, 2. Martial Artist Combat Training Mode, 3. Mental Pressure Training Mode. As the 3 modes appeared before him, Lin Feng's gaze shifted. The Hazardous Area and Martial Artist Combat modes didn't hold much significance for him. Instead, the Mental Pressure Training Mode piqued his curiosity. Do you wish to select Mental Pressure Training Mode? Mental Pressure Training Mode has been activated. Please prepare. The moment the room system's voice fell, the surrounding environment began to change. What came into view was a fiery red ground, surrounded by enormous black stones. In that instant, Lin Feng felt a splitting headache. It was as if the air around him was being compressed. This sensation only occurred when mental energy was on the brink of its limits. Is this mental training? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. Just that brief moment made his head throb painfully. Mental training has been stopped, a mechanical voice echoed around. The room returned to normal. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. He thought to himself that the mental pressure just displayed by this room was only at level 1, and there were still 9 levels of pressure above this. Perhaps only martial artists who specialized in mental energy could use this mode. With that thought, Lin Feng felt a bit disheartened. His desire for mental energy techniques had reached its peak. If he didn't resolve this shortcoming, it would surely become a major problem in the future. Quite helpless, he hurriedly settled the bill and left. Having only given it a brief try, Lin Feng no longer had the energy to continue fighting. Shortly after he left, Xiao Yuer arrived at the martial artist training ground. As soon as she sat down, she noticed someone had been in room 5201. Checking the surveillance, she saw it was Lin Feng. But due to the room being under maintenance, this guy had chosen 2705 instead. It had been less than 3 minutes from when he opened the room to when he left. Had she missed him again? Looking at the surveillance, Xiao Yuer's face was filled with bitterness. Glancing at the figure dressed in layers, she felt her teeth itch with anger. She thought to herself that if it weren't for not having access to the Chuan City martial arts base, she would really want to track this guy down using big data. Quite helpless, Xiao Yuer sighed. Glancing at the time, she hurried towards room 2705. Opening the door, she skillfully took out her black card to start reviewing the playback. Not knowing what to expect, she was shocked when she saw the footage. Has this guy gone crazy? The scene of Lin Feng under mental pressure filled her vision. This made Little Fish swallow hard. Her face was filled with shock. She thought to herself that the mental pressure training ground for warriors was a unique training mode of the Mind Masters. Could it be that this kid didn't know? Moreover, as far as Little Fish knew, the first level pressure mode was comparable to the third level Mind Master's mental power. Ordinary warriors rashly entering such rooms could very well be turned into idiots. But this kid not only opened it, he actually held on for 3 seconds. Although the time was a bit short, but this is definitely a real man. Little Fish shook her head slightly. She replayed the scene again. After seeing Lin Feng leave in a dejected manner, she touched her chin and said, "Did the warrior suddenly come to activate the Mind Master training mode because he wants to cultivate mental power?" Feeling incredulous, Little Fish seemed to have guessed the truth, but she still found it hard to believe it was real. One must know that Mind Masters were as rare as pandas within the Alliance. Their unique mental talent could bring many benefits. Generally, to become a Mind Master, one not only needed to meet the mental power standards but also required talent in this area. The difficulty was not ordinary. In the environment around Little Fish, she remembered that Gung Junsheng also seemed to be cultivating mental power. She just didn't know if this guy had succeeded. Sigh. Thinking of this, Little Fish couldn't help but let out a sigh. Tomorrow, after the martial arts exam, in 2 days, it would be the selection competition for the Guard Army. Originally, she planned to vent her frustrations recklessly in this competition. Who knew that Gung Junsheng, this tailgater, would also come? Little Fish shook her head slightly, feeling speechless, and then turned to leave. After leaving the Warrior Association, Lin Feng hurriedly returned home. The lack of mental power made him feel a bit listless. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he specifically opened the Warrior Badge to search for all information regarding mental power. The most significant information he obtained was that mental power belonged exclusively to Mind Masters. Unlike warriors who cultivated their vital energy and blood, Mind Masters specialized in cultivating mental power. Lin Feng glanced through it a few times and suddenly felt cold sweat running down his back. Because according to the Mind Master's cultivation process, if an ordinary warrior recklessly practiced mental power without mastering the mental power secret techniques, they could very well become an idiot. Remembering the training situation with the mental pressure just now, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. As the saying goes, different trades, different mountains. Mind Masters were too distant for the old Lin Feng. Even in Chuan City one high school, it had never been popularized. It wasn't because this thing was highly confidential, but because Mind Masters were too rare. Only those with mental talent would seek to understand it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng put away the warrior badge. Besides being grateful that he hadn't turned into an idiot, he began to consider where to get a mental power secret technique to try. Generally, warriors check for mental talent by going to the Mind Master Association for testing after becoming a 9-star warrior. But Lin Feng couldn't wait to become a 9-star warrior. As a 4-star warrior, he clearly felt that his mental power was restraining his cultivation. If he didn't hurry to resolve this, it would affect him in the upcoming battles. With a myriad of thoughts, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Jia had just finished washing up when she heard her brother's voice coming from downstairs. Joyful in her heart, she put on her little backpack and went downstairs, saying, Coming, brother, you seem even happier than I am." Of course, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "My sister is the first in this year's Chuan City martial arts exam. How can I not be happy?" Lin Jia smiled sweetly. Lin Feng didn't waste any more words. The martial arts exam would start in 2 hours. As a parent, he should send her to school. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Lily and asked, "Are you ready?" "The Maybach you wanted is ready." Zhong Lily nodded and said, "Also, I just want to remind you, isn't it a bit too ostentatious? Do you know why I chose Maybach?" Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Why?" Zhong Lily, "Because sitting in a Rolls Royce doesn't get stuck in traffic." Lin Feng, Zhong Lily, "Alright." Zhong Lily nodded. As a butler, driving is an essential skill. Glancing at the pretentious man in front of her, she silently turned and left. After she departed, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He thought about how yesterday, upon returning, he had instructed Zhong Lily to handle a few matters. First, she had paid off the 70 million mortgage. Second, she had spent 30 million to buy a Maybach. A total expenditure of 100 million. Currently, there was still a balance of 300 million. It wasn't that Lin Feng wanted to show off. It was just that the family indeed needed a means of transportation. After a brief selection, only the Maybach suited his temperament. Of course, Lin Feng still kept this matter from Lin Jia. After glancing at the time, he followed her outside to wait. Wow, this car is so beautiful. When Lin Jia came outside to head to school, the first thing she saw was the Maybach. Its elongated body, combined with perfect lines, was enough to showcase its luxury. Standing by the car door, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "This is the company president's vehicle. I heard you passed the martial arts exam, so I borrowed it to take you to school. Brother, your boss is really nice." Lin Jia smiled sweetly. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He glanced at Lin Jia as she got in the car, then followed her into the back seat. The spacious interior lifted his spirits. Choosing this car wasn't really to show off. After the revival of spiritual energy, most of the automotive industry had collapsed. Only those giants in the military-industrial sector had survived. Like the Maybach in front of him, it was said to be able to escape from the jaws of a demon general. This wasn't an advertisement, it was real news. Apparently, a certain powerful individual had an encounter with a demon general-level beast. At a critical moment, he chose to speed down the highway in the Maybach, ultimately creating distance from death. Thus, this car became a sensation. Besides being stylish and fast, its safety level reached that of a martial artist. Moreover, it even had unique flying capabilities. After watching the Maybach advertisement, Lin Feng reached one conclusion. That was, the demon general-level beast couldn't fly, which allowed that human powerhouse to escape from danger. Lost in thought, they arrived at the school where Lin Jia would take her martial arts exam. At that moment, shadows flitted outside the school. Most of them were parents accompanying their children for the exam. Due to the rules of the martial arts exam, parents were not allowed inside. Lin Feng was no exception. Although he had studied here before, he was no longer a student. After parking the car, Zhong Lily, dressed in her butler uniform, opened the door. "Brother, I will do my best." Watching Lin Jia enter the school, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, he got out of the car. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he instantly stood out from the crowd. Coupled with the standard butler attire and the Maybach, he attracted countless gazes. Lin Feng felt pleased at this scene. He thought, this is how it should be. This is a 30 million Maybach. How could it not be eye-catching? Just then, Zhong Lily happened to turn around and walk back. After dropping off Lin Jia, she subconsciously wanted to get back in the car, only to find her scheming boss had actually gotten out, and he was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. Seeing the envious looks from those around him and the smirk on his face, Zhong Lily felt a bit speechless. She thought, wasn't this just to show off? Ahem, boss, we should head to the waiting room. Oh. Hearing Zhong Lily's reminder, Lin Feng responded with an "oh" but remained indifferent. Boss, can you stop pretending? The martial arts exam is about to start. Zhong Lily. Oh. Lin Feng nodded, then casually put his hands in his pockets. Paired with his sharp suit, he looked incredibly handsome. Zhong Lily. The martial arts exam is divided into checkpoint tests. The stronger the candidate, the more checkpoints they can break through. There are a total of 7 checkpoints. Each checkpoint varies in difficulty, but overall, it won't exceed the difficulty of a 3-star martial artist. Therefore, every year's martial arts exam is a nightmare for all candidates. Candidates who pass the first checkpoint mean they can become martial artists. Candidates who pass the second checkpoint mean they are guaranteed to become martial artists. Candidates who pass the third checkpoint mean they have decent qualifications. Those who can pass the 4th and 5th levels mean they have the potential to become martial masters in the future. Those who can pass the 6th level mean they are guaranteed to become martial masters. Those who can pass the 7th level mean they have limitless potential, at least reaching the martial sec level. As for those who can't even pass the 1st level, the school will suggest they immediately enter the workforce. The martial examination is that simple and cruel. If you succeed, you are like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. If you fail, you are just a grain of sand among the masses. In the examination room, Xiningqing's expression was calm. Clearly, the martial examination posed no pressure for her. If there was any pressure, it was probably from that girl named Lin Jia. Coincidentally, the two were in the same examination room. At this moment, the martial examination was about to begin. The deans of the 7 major martial arts universities were all present. Among them were Cheng Hui, the dean of the 1st Martial Arts University, Tai Shan, the 3rd dean, and Wen Zixuan, the dean of the 7th Martial Arts University. Besides them, there was also Yin Long, the commander of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, a martial respect level powerhouse. The martial examination was being broadcast live from all angles. The excitement was only second to the guard selection competition 3 days later. As the martial examination began, candidates started entering the levels in batches. Each level was similar to a secret realm. The dangers or difficulties encountered within were almost all related to the martial arts knowledge learned in daily practice. For example, how to avoid magical beasts, how to take emergency shelter from magical beasts, how to overcome fear when facing magical beasts. The difficulties increased from small to large. For ordinary martial artists, it might be very simple, but for these inexperienced newcomers, it was somewhat challenging. As a result, some rookies were ruthlessly eliminated as soon as they entered the first level. The live chat was filled with comments. What the hell? Did you wet your pants when you encountered a magical beast? Are you serious? This batch of kids is hopeless. What level did you reach during your exam? I reached the 3rd level. What's wrong? Not convinced? You must be one of those who wet their pants too, right? Ha ha, this person has gone silent. You guessed it, right upstairs. The difficulty is average. I still want to see Sheningqing. I heard she's the school beauty of Chuan City No. 1 High School. In the waiting room, Lin Feng looked at the martial examination with a blank expression. The levels before him were nothing to him now, but back when his blood value was only 66, he was still worried about wetting his pants from fear of magical beasts. Look, Sheningqing has appeared. She's so beautiful. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, someone shouted Sheningqing's name. Sheningqing appeared in a full set of red battle armor. The first level's emergency choice question posed no difficulty for her. She passed through forcefully. The same went for the 2nd and 3rd levels. It wasn't until the 4th level that Sheningqing slowed down. However, to Lin Feng, this level still posed no difficulty. The guarding magical beast was forcefully killed by Sheningqing. That figure in the crimson battle armor had captivated countless people. In the 5th level, there were already 2 first-level magical beasts. This level of difficulty was quite significant for a 1-star martial artist, but Sheningqing had long since broken through as a martial artist. Coupled with her battle armor, battle skills, and ally battle knife, she breezed through the 5th level. The difficulty of the 6th level had already increased. The guarding beasts were 2nd-level magical beasts. At this level, the number of eliminated martial examination students had already dropped to less than 10. Among those 10 was Lin Jia. As her image appeared, Lin Feng shifted his gaze. He could vaguely see Lin Jia, clad in her Xian new battle armor, invincible. She passed through the first 4 levels consecutively. In the 5th level, she easily shot down the magical beast with her bow and arrow. Such a clean and efficient combat style instantly excited many people. Is this Lin Jia? She must be rich. Her Xian new battle armor is on par with the black tungsten battle armor, and it's incredibly expensive. What is this? Look at the bow and arrow in her hand, and the battle skills she's using. This is practically top tier for martial artists, right? This Lin Jia must be a young lady from some big family, right? She's only 16 and already this powerful, truly invincible. Look, she is handling the 2 magical beasts in the 6th level with ease. Indeed, ranged attacks are unbeatable. She truly is a genius. Damn it! A mere 1-star warrior can slay a 2nd-level magical beast. How strong must they be? I estimate they're about to break through to a 2-star warrior, right? Most likely. Compared to this one, Sheningqing still has some distance to cover. Chuan City Meat Processing Plant is hiring candidates who didn't pass the exam, providing meals and accommodation, with a monthly salary of 3,000. Don't miss out if you pass by. In the examination room, when Zixuan watched Lin Jia, who had overcome numerous challenges, with a proud expression, he glanced at Taishan and several deans, then coughed lightly. Not bad, right? This kid is only 16 years old. The future is limitless. Humph. Dean Taishan snorted coldly, his face filled with displeasure. He turned to Teacher Zhou beside him and said, Isn't Lin Jia's brother quite poor? How come he's wearing the Xian female battle armor? Sigh. Teacher Zhou smiled bitterly and sighed. I'm sorry, Dean Taishan, but I have to keep this a secret. A secret? Dean Taishan said unhappily. Does his brother have such a big influence? Taishan, are you still not satisfied? When Zixuan teased, how about we compare? If I can't win you, do you think my fist can beat you? Dean Taishan. Seeing this, Dean Chenghui shook his head slightly and said, Lin Jia has good talent. The 7th Martial Arts University has gained another martial sect-level powerhouse. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. When Zixuan smiled and said, I won't compete with you for Sheningqing. She can go wherever she likes. Humph. Dean Taishan retorted, Is this someone we can choose? Let her decide. It might cause trouble otherwise. After his words, Chenghui and Wen Zixuan fell silent. Clearly, this was a fact. Only the Silver Dragon commander beside them spoke seriously. Indeed, it's a troublesome matter. Everyone should observe the changes. Yes. Several voices responded in unison, then fell silent. Inside the checkpoint, after slaying 2 second-level magical beasts, Xiningqing's face flushed. With her perfect face and curves, she attracted many gazes. Among them was Gung Junsheng. Observing from the shadows, his expression was cold. The wine glass in his hand swayed gently. After Xiningqing stepped into the 7th checkpoint, Gung Junsheng slowly downed the wine in his glass. After finishing, he instructed, "Old Song, are you ready? The first meeting with my fiancé must be grand." As his words fell, an elderly man with silver hair and a tailcoat stepped out behind Gung Junsheng. "Young master, everything is ready, but revealing Miss Shin's identity might upset the Shin family." "Upset? Humph." Gung Junsheng snorted lightly. "Am I not worthy of the Shin family? Go ahead, I will bear all consequences." "Yes." Old Song nodded and then stepped back. After the person left, a hint of anticipation appeared on Gung Junsheng's handsome face. He thought, the Shin family's members are exceptionally talented. A dual cultivation could trigger a second awakening. If he could marry this Shin family heiress, who could suppress him in the future? Thinking of this, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he planned to check on his fiancée, a sudden scene surprised him. In the 7th checkpoint, Lin Jia faced a 3-star magical beast. Relying solely on her own strength, she was no match. Just as she was about to be defeated, the girl suddenly unleashed a brilliant golden light from her right hand. The dazzling golden light was like the sun, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. When the light faded, the 3-level magical beast in the 7th checkpoint was already in a bloody mess, and Lin Jia just stood there in a daze. The sudden scene instantly ignited the entire venue. What the hell? What is this? Although these magical beasts had been weakened, they shouldn't be this easy to deal with, right? What was that golden light just now? It was too strong. Did you see how the 3-level magical beast died? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Jia should be an awakened. Awakened? My goodness. Isn't that something only a 9-star warrior can test for after? It's different. Those who can awaken after becoming a 9-star warrior generally have average talent. Only those who awaken before reaching 9 stars are true awakeners, and such individuals are 1 in 10,000. Boss, you know this? It's my first time hearing it. Your circle is really mysterious. It's just a matter of rank. For many, this isn't a secret. This Lin Jia is not simple. In the examination room, awakener? A hint of surprise appeared on the square face of the Silver Dragon commander. Looking at Lin Jia in front of him, he exclaimed excitedly, "So she is an awakener. When Zixuan, you've hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha." When Zixuan laughed heartily, to awaken before reaching the martial master level proves she has a chance for a second awakening. Such a genius appears once in 10 years, no, at least once in 30 years. You really have struck it lucky. Director Taizhan gritted his teeth and said, "If I had known this, I should have fought to keep her back then. She is destined to be a martial sovereign level powerhouse. If this mission doesn't awaken," Director Cheng Hui sighed, "the first place would undoubtedly belong to Lin Jia." The Silver Dragon commander nodded slightly. Watching the martial arts examination determine the outcome, he slowly stood up. Just then, a young officer rushed in and said, "Commander, it's bad news, Gung Junsheng has gone to the examination site." The Silver Dragon commander's brow furrowed. He thought to himself, what does this young noble want to do? At the examination site, Xiningqing barely passed the 7th round. Her ranking in the martial arts examination was 2nd. The first was Lin Jia. As she walked out, her expression was helpless. She glanced at her good friend Hu Xinger, who had been waiting nearby. She instinctively walked towards her. Who would have thought that at this moment, the sky above the examination site suddenly darkened with shadows? Xiningqing frowned and said, "Starry-class battleship, Gung family from Shangjing." Hu Xinger's expression changed. Could it be that they came for Lin Jia? This girl just awakened. Awakener? A hint of surprise appeared on Xiningqing's stunning face. She turned to look at the figure not far away, sighing inwardly. But at that moment, Hu Xinger frowned and said, "No, they are coming for us." Us? Xiningqing was slightly taken aback. Could it be someone from the family? Just as she was puzzled, she saw the hatch of the Starry-class battleship that spanned the sky suddenly open. Following that, 18 armored martial sovereign-level powerhouses filed out in 2 rows. In the middle, a remarkably handsome and graceful man stepped out. Gung Junshen. Under the live broadcast across the city, this scene instantly sparked a flurry of discussions. Who is this? What kind of power is the Gung family from Shangjing, daring to use a battleship in Xuancheng? Country bumpkin, you don't know the Gung family from Shangjing? They are one of the 4 great families of Shangjing, with many powerful warriors, including martial saints. So handsome. This man, he actually has 18 martial sovereign level powerhouses as bodyguards. Could he be the young master of the Gung family? I don't know. Could he have come for Lin Jia? That shouldn't be. People like them wouldn't look at ordinary folks. No, look, he is heading toward Qing. Why is he looking for Qing? That's so strange. Wow, is this the Starry-class battleship worth hundreds of billions? It's so cool. In the waiting room, Lin Feng's gaze was icy. After the battleship appeared, he planned to protect Lin Jia, but upon realizing the target was Qing, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Back in school, Lin Feng and Qing had always been deskmates. They laughed and talked, going to and from classes together for years. It would be a lie to say no feelings developed between the boy and girl, but those feelings were the purest, the most innocent. Lin Feng had even thought about confessing to Qing during the senior martial arts examination, but a few months ago, he suddenly received warnings and threats. Then, due to his sister's tuition issues, he had no choice but to drop out. Even now, Lin Feng could not forget that incredibly powerful figure. That kind of strength was not something an ordinary warrior could possess. As for what level it was, he couldn't guess. However, that powerhouse had told Lin Feng that if he dared to get close to Qing again, he would first cripple him, and then kill Lin Jia. Faced with such a powerful threat, at that time, Lin Feng, with a mere blood value of 66, was not foolish enough to shout in fear. Instead, he made a wise choice for the safety of his sister. It was then that he learned about Qing's family background and understood the vast chasm that existed between them. Lin Feng thought that after leaving school, he would have no further interactions with Qing, but no one expected him to awaken his golden finger. Even so, during that time, Lin Feng spent every day either frantically training or taking care of his sister. Although he was about to step into the realm of a 5-star warrior, he still dared not meet Qing, because that would put Lin Jia in deadly danger. Sigh. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that his own strength was too weak. Looking at the handsome man walking toward Qing, he told himself that he felt nothing inside, but that was a lie. Others had 18 bodyguards, all of whom were martial arts masters. What did Lin Feng have? He had nothing. Gazing at the beautiful figure clad in crimson battle armor, Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart. He thought, was his beloved white moonlight about to be taken away by someone else? A deep sense of helplessness surged within him, but in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded with Qing. In the examination room, Gung Junsheng, surrounded by 18 martial arts masters, stepped forward to Qing. With a handsome face, he smiled slightly and said, "Miss Shen, let me introduce myself. I am Gung Junsheng, the eldest son of the Gung family, your future husband." Get lost. Qing's expression was cold, her response brief and direct. Gung Junsheng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Seeing Qing's fiery personality, he felt a strong sense of conquest in his heart. "No worries," Gung Junsheng said with a smile, "your husband allows you to be proud and willful for a lifetime, but soon you will love me." Husband? Qing frowned, thinking about which old man in her family had arranged this marriage. She had been dealing with such matters since she was 10. Unable to bear it, she had run to Chuan City. She never expected that on this auspicious day of the martial arts examination, this Gung Junsheng would come to be a nuisance. Thinking of this, Qing suddenly looked around and loudly declared, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. He's taller than you, more handsome than you, so please go back to where you came from." What? She has a boyfriend? Gung Junsheng's expression changed as he looked at Qing, who seemed to be making an official announcement, and said, "As the daughter of the Shen family, do you know what you are saying? We have a genuine engagement. Who dares to covet my fiancé, Gung Junsheng? Don't they fear being cut into 1,000 pieces?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Junsheng pulled out an engagement contract. It clearly stated Qing's name. What? Qing is from the Shen family of Xingjing? I should have guessed it long ago. Sure enough, talents are not from ordinary families. This one is actually the daughter of the Shen family. Oh my, who is Qing's boyfriend? I want to challenge him. You should defeat Gung Junsheng first. This guy clearly looks like he wants to kill. Marriages between big families are no joke. Damn, I'm so envious. In the waiting room, when Lin Feng heard Qing say she had a boyfriend, he felt inexplicably relieved. Glancing at the sullen Gung Junsheng, he suddenly found him very displeasing, especially with Qing's next move, which deeply resonated with him. In the examination room, Qing glanced at the so-called engagement contract. Immediately, she snatched it and tore it to shreds. Glancing at the gloomy Gung Junsheng, she said, "As long as I don't agree, do those old guys in the clan have any say? An engagement? Huh? I declare, I am breaking off the engagement with Gung Junsheng." Another broken engagement. Gung Junsheng's pupils constricted. As the #1 martial arts genius in Xingjing, he had never suffered such humiliation. Looking at Qing before him, Deng Junsheng said word by word. Are you serious? Absolutely. My boyfriend is a million times better than you, so go back. Shenengqing said impatiently. Alright. Deng Junsheng, burning with anger, shouted 3 good words. Come here. Find that guy who deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Today, I will make him wish he could live but cannot, wish he could die but cannot. The 18 martial arts masters behind him instinctively wanted to take action, but after a moment of thought, they stopped. Who to kill? What is his name? Where does he live? They knew nothing. The old man Song, who was traveling with them, perhaps sensed their confusion. He stepped forward and said, Young master, I just checked the information from Chuan City. Miss Shin does not have a boyfriend. Oh. Upon hearing this, Deng Junsheng suddenly realized. Looking at the little wild horse Shenengqing in front of him who dared to tease him, his anger diminished significantly. So you don't have a boyfriend, is it fun to tease me? Hearing Deng Junsheng say this, a hint of disdain appeared in Shenengqing's eyes. To this somewhat arrogant guy, she said, who said I don't have a boyfriend? He is watching my match right now. We've been together for many years, didn't you know? Surprised, aren't you? When Shenengqing asked this, Deng Junsheng was speechless. It was as if he were a general returning home after years of battle, wanting to marry his fiancée, only to be told that she had been with someone else for many years without his knowledge. This feeling was akin to being cheated on. Deng Junsheng, lost in his thoughts, snorted coldly and said, Say his name, let him fight me. Are you worthy? Shenengqing mocked, You are not worthy. Not worthy? Deng Junsheng's expression froze, looking around and saying, Dare to steal my woman, you have already chosen the path to death. If you are a man, come here and fight me today. As his words fell, a 9-star martial artist's aura erupted from Deng Junsheng. Shenengqing's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Clearly, she had underestimated this guy's strength. What the hell? He is actually a 9-star martial artist? How old is he? Not even 20, right? Too impressive. He should be 19, too strong. No wonder he is a genius from Shengjing. So strong. I am now a bit curious about Shenengqing's boyfriend's strength. I bet he wouldn't dare to show up. This person might not even exist. Maybe he is just a shield. That's right. A meat processing plant is hiring failed candidates, with food and accommodation included. Upstairs. Stop advertising. Damn it. In the examination room, Lin Feng had a blank expression. Regarding Deng Junsheng's challenge, he had nothing to say. He thought to himself, I'm not Shenengqing's boyfriend. Right now, I'm just a familiar stranger. So this matter has nothing to do with me, right? However, Lin Feng held a grudge against this kid. Simply couldn't stand his arrogance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at Shenengqing, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. In the martial artist training ground, Xiao Yuer glanced at the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. She felt that Deng Junsheng was really arrogant. He was actually flying around Chuan City in a star-level battleship. Uncle Yinlong must be furious. But thinking about how Deng Junsheng had been rejected in his engagement, Xiao Yuer felt that this Miss Shin, whom she had never met, had the potential to become a good friend. With this thought, Xiao Yuer stretched lazily, revealing her curvaceous figure. In the examination hall, Deng Junsheng's reckless behavior was all seen by Commander Yinlong. He had long been displeased with the arrogance of these privileged youths. Glancing at the commotion below, Commander Yinlong stepped forward, his martial respect level aura crushing down. At the same time, hundreds of fully armed Chuan City guards marched in unison to surround the area. The sudden scene made Old Song's expression change. Young master, the commander of Chuan City is coming, we should leave. Leave? Deng Junsheng's expression remained calm. He glanced at the commotion in the distance, showing no fear at all. On the contrary, he looked at Shenengqing and said, It seems your so-called boyfriend doesn't exist. He doesn't even dare to challenge me. If he does exist, he is just a waste. Shenengqing smiled slightly. Looking at the arrogant Deng Junsheng, she mocked, My boyfriend is invincible. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Is that so? Deng Junsheng's eyes turned cold as he replied, You don't even dare to say his name. He must be a useless one, right? Who said I wouldn't say it? Shenengqing teased, Listen carefully. His name is Lin Bei. Lin Bei? Got it. Deng Junsheng nodded and looked around again, saying, Lin Bei, huh? If you're a man, fight me. This young master will be in Chuan City for the next few days. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Bei? Hu Xinger, who was nearby, almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She thought about how Shenengqing used to tease Lin Feng. The two often called each other nicknames. Lin Feng had made Shenengqing call him Lin Bei. At first, this big silly girl didn't know what it meant. She kept calling him Lin Bei all day long, while Lin Feng just laughed. When Shenengqing sensed something was off and pressed for answers, she found out that Lin Bei also meant dad in their dialect. Hu Xinger never expected that her best friend would make Deng Junsheng call Lin Feng dad. Hold it in. Sheningqing quickly shot her friend a look when she noticed. Meanwhile, Gung Junshang was oblivious to the awkwardness, still demanding a fight with Lin Bei. It wasn't just Sheningqing, whose Xinger almost burst out laughing too. Even Lin Feng nearly broke character. He thought to himself that the name Lin Bei was something he joked about with Sheningqing. He never expected it would now make him Gung Junshang's father. Suddenly, he had a big son he didn't want. Are you done making a scene? Just then, the Silver Dragon commander arrived with his team. A powerful aura of martial respect filled the examination hall. Waves of guards followed, swords drawn, and tension high. Old Song reminded, "Young master, we should leave." "No problem," Gung Junshang replied, hands behind his back. Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon commander frowned. Seeing Gung Junshang's arrogance, he couldn't help but question, breaking into the martial examination hall is a crime according to the laws of the Great Xia Alliance. "Gung Junshang, aren't you going to explain?" "Explain? What a joke." Gung Junshang chuckled lightly. "In my life, I, Gung Junshang, have no need to explain myself to others. Silver Dragon Commander, farewell." With that, Gung Junshang stepped back onto the Starry-level battleship, escorted by 18 martial masters. Everyone watched the scene, exchanging glances. The Silver Dragon Commander furrowed his brow, exuding a terrifying killing intent. But in the end, he did not intervene. "Let's go, the farce is over," Sheningqing said upon seeing this. "This Gung Junshang is too arrogant," Hu Xinger exclaimed. "Just ignorant. This is Chuan City, not Xingjing." Sheningqing sighed, "Just wait and see, someone will take care of him." "Oh." Hu Xinger nodded and then pulled her friend away from the scene. Meanwhile, the martial examination live broadcast also came to an end. Everything returned to outside the examination hall. Lin Feng, wearing sunglasses, stood outside the Maybach waiting. While he was waiting for someone, he suddenly received a message from Sheningqing, "My boyfriend, are you hiding because you're scared?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. Seeing that his sister Lin Jia hadn't come out yet, he replied, "Who are you? I don't know you." After sending the reply, Lin Jia finally emerged as the top scorer of the martial examination, a genius awakener at such a young age, a future student of the 7th Martial Arts University, personally escorted out by Wen Zixuan. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. "So this is Lin Jia, she really is someone else's child. Our child can only go work in a factory. So envious. Look, that's Director Wen Zixuan, right? He's a martial master. Make way, don't block the road, just take a look. Your kids should go to the factory, come on. The meat processing plant is hiring, urgently needing failed candidates, meals and accommodation provided. Hey, you from the meat processing plant, come here, let's talk. Hey, student, don't be impulsive. It's not my fault you failed." Due to Lin Jia's uniqueness, as soon as she came out, she was kept at a distance from the crowd. Of course, this does not include Lin Feng and Zhong Lily. At this moment, a gentle breeze was just right. Lin Feng, standing beside the Maybach, also had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Jia, who had been escorted by Wen Zixuan, and said, "You've worked hard, brother. I'm so excited." Lin Jia stammered, "I can't believe I'm unawakened. I thought." "What did you think?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Lin Jia stuck out her tongue and then recounted how she had thought she was sick. After finishing, she sighed, "I won't go on Baidu anymore. I almost thought I was going to die." Turns out it was a sign of awakening. After hearing this, Lin Feng found his sister adorably silly. At the same time, he felt she was a bit too sensible. If this wasn't a sign of awakening, wouldn't she have told him? That was something he wouldn't allow. "Lin Jia, this can only be the last time," Lin Feng said seriously. "In the future, if you encounter anything you're unsure about, you must tell me, understand? I'm your brother." "Okay," Lin Jia said, touching her brother's face with her small hand. "I know I was wrong, brother, don't be angry, I won't dare next time." Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at his sister, who was looking down and fidgeting with her hands, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to Dean Wen Zixuan. At this moment, the dean had also been sizing up Lin Feng. When their eyes met, the expressions were somewhat strange. For instance, when Zixuan felt something was off when he saw Lin Feng, there was something peculiar about him, but for a while, he couldn't quite figure it out. However, one thing he was sure of was that Teacher Zhou was right. Lin Jia's brother was indeed a bit pretentious. Looking at the luxurious Maybach, Wen Zixuan smiled and said, "You must be Lin Jia's brother." "I'm Wen Zixuan, the dean of the 7th Martial Arts University." "Oh," Lin Feng simply replied. Zhong Lily beside him understood immediately and helped Lin Jia into the car. Wen Zixuan smiled slightly at this scene. Clearly, both of them intended to have a conversation. After Zhong Lily took the others away, Lin Feng walked towards the gate of the first high school without looking back. Wen Zixuan followed closely behind. The two of them walked one in front of the other, returning to the first high school. Lin Feng had vivid memories of this place, filled with nostalgia. The latter followed with his hands behind his back, looking aimless. When they arrived at the school playground, Lin Feng finally stopped. "My sister. I hope Dean Wen can keep this a secret for me." Upon hearing this, Wen Zixuan was not surprised at all. As a martial sovereign-level powerhouse, he could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was also a martial artist. He couldn't determine exactly how many stars yet. "In fact, I had already guessed. With Lin Jia's talent, you must not be far behind." When Zixuan smiled slightly at Lin Feng, "Are you interested in studying at the 7th Martial Arts University? I guarantee you'll become a martial sovereign-level powerhouse." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. If he wanted to study, he would have done so long ago. Ever since he had his golden finger, he knew where he truly belonged. "Thank you for your kind offer, Dean," Lin Feng said calmly. "It's just a pity that my aspirations lie elsewhere. My sister is kind-hearted and innocent. I hope you can take good care of her in the future. I will never forget your great kindness." Sigh. When Zixuan nodded and then sighed. For some reason, he saw a hint of fatigue in Lin Feng. Appreciating talent, he spoke again. "Lin Jia is exceptionally gifted. I will definitely take care of her. Also, I have done some background checks on your family. From being two siblings relying on each other to now living in the Yulong International Villa, the leap is quite large. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, you can come to me." Lin Feng was somewhat touched by these words. It should be known that information about ordinary people is public. Besides the military being able to investigate, powerhouses also have privileges, and information about martial artists requires a certain level to be checked. Clearly, when Zixuan had only looked into the ordinary information of him and Lin Jia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suspected that he had encountered any unsolvable problems. "Thank you, Dean." Lin Feng nodded. "If I need anything, I will find you. See you again when the opportunity arises." The words fell. Lin Feng turned and left. Watching his departing figure, when Zixuan's expression was complex, he thought to himself that it was not surprising for an ordinary person to become a martial artist in a short time. However, according to what he knew, this kid was still a student with only 66 vitality points half a month ago. And now, half a month later, he had already become a martial artist and moved into a villa. Such a change could indeed be called a comeback. Everyone has their own secrets. When Zixuan did not intend to investigate further. However, he had remembered this young man, Lin Feng. After leaving the school, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Lin Feng made his way home. Lin Jia, who had finished the martial arts exam, was in the yard chatting and laughing with Zhong Lily. The two of them surrounded Lin Feng as he returned. "Brother, Dean Wen is quite nice, right?" Lin Jia said. "Yes, you should listen to the dean in the future," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "You need to practice hard during the summer vacation so that when school starts in September, you won't fall too far behind the seniors there. Got it?" "Got it." Lin Jia laughed and said, "I was just discussing with Sister Lily whether we should go out of the city." "Out of the city?" Lin Feng frowned. He thought to himself that the area outside the city was not to be taken lightly. There were magical beasts everywhere, and it was extremely dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave in the yellow sand. To be safe, Lin Feng patted Lin Jia's head and said, "The Guard Army selection competition is about to start in a few days, so it wouldn't be convenient to go out of the city. How about I sign you up for a training ground instead?" "Thank you, brother," Lin Jia exclaimed. Zhong Lily, standing nearby, secretly shook her head. She thought to herself that he must be worried about his sister encountering danger outside the city, which was why he used the Guard Army selection competition as an excuse, right? No, could it be that he wanted to participate in the competition? That was a selection competition that only martial artists with at least 5 stars could enter. Watching Lin Feng's back as he walked towards the quiet room, Zhong Lily's expression became somewhat complicated. Lin Feng habitually set up the grill. He marinated slices of level 7 magical beast meat. Then he grilled it, adding some lettuce, garlic cloves, and chili rings. Finally, he brought out a few bottles of cold beer. As the sizzling aroma of the grilled magical beast meat wafted through the air, he sprinkled on some soul juice. Crispy. Lin Feng's appetite surged as he swallowed hard. He began to feast. For some reason, he didn't go out to hunt magical beasts today. His stomach was getting hungry quite quickly. Additionally, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that after eating magical beast meat for a while, his vitality points had actually increased by several hundred. Although it wasn't a lot, it was much faster than eating vitality pills. This led Lin Feng to plan to stock up on several hundred pounds of magical beast meat at home, to nourish Lin Jia's body. By the time she went to university, she would probably also be a 3-star martial artist. He decided to act. Lin Feng was not someone who dawdled or liked to slack off. There were still 3 hours until the city gates closed. There was still plenty of time to go out. Just as Lin Feng was about to quickly finish off the grilled meat, his phone suddenly rang. Don't you recognize me? Humph, Sheneng Chung. When are we going to meet? It's summer vacation. Are you planning to disappear? Sheneng Chung. Let's meet. I miss you so much. Sheneng Chung. Looking at the message from the big silly girl, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Big brother, your pursuer is wanted all over the city. I still want to live. Please let me go. After replying to the message, Lin Feng hurriedly left the quiet room. At the same time, in a high-end residence somewhere in Chuan City, Sheneng Ching, lying on her pillow, frowned instantly upon seeing the reply. Humph, coward. Hearing the noise, Hu Xinger looked over. Staying at home during the summer vacation, she asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is Lin Feng not coming out to see you? Yeah, let's go kill Gung Junsheng. Sheneng Ching said helplessly, I just saw the news. This guy is wanted all over the city for Lin Bei. I saw it too. Hu Xinger shrugged. This person is too arrogant. He does whatever he wants, completely unrestrained. TCH. Sheneng Ching clicked her tongue, her face full of displeasure. She had originally planned to go see her crush after the martial arts exam. Who knew that Gung Junsheng would cause such a ruckus? The opportunity was gone. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have publicly announced it to the whole city. Sigh, what should I do? I miss him more and more. He. Upon hearing this, Hu Xinger couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at her good friend, she immediately raised her eyebrows and teased. The feelings of a young girl in love are truly terrifying. He. Are you talking about me? Humph. Sheneng Ching exclaimed, hugging Hu Xinger in surprise. Wow, you've gotten bigger again. Whoever marries you in the future will be so lucky. Put. So embarrassing. Hu Xinger quickly dodged, saying, don't be so flirty. TCH. Sheneng Ching crossed her arms and said, Lin Feng is too timid. Sigh, it makes me want to cry. It's not his fault. Hu Xinger comforted her, his vitality must be below 100 right now. If Gung Junsheng finds out, he will definitely cause trouble for him. This is also your fault, it was too sudden. It's romantic, but he's a bit of a useless boyfriend. It's my fault. Sheneng Ching spread her hands and said, how about I buy a landmine to blow up Gung Junsheng? 2 would be fine. Why are you looking at my chest? Hu Xinger covered her chest and said, don't come over. Don't be flirty. At the headquarters of the Chuan City Guard Army, the tall figure of General In Long, with a square face, looked serious. He glanced at the tablet in his hand, his brows furrowing tightly. Beside him, a young lieutenant reported, General, Gung Junsheng is too arrogant. He has investigated all the martial artists named Lin Bei in the city with a 5-star rating or above and has issued a challenge to them. Those he can defeat are either dead or injured, and those he can't defeat are suppressed by his strong subordinates. The alarm phone of the guard army has been blown up. Outrageous. This is unacceptable. General In Long shouted angrily. The tablet in his hand shattered instantly. The powerful aura of a martial sovereign erupted. The lieutenant's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Where is he now, Chao Shuang? General In Long said coldly. On the warship, Chao Shuang replied solemnly, according to what we know, Gung Junsheng is going to participate in the Guard Army selection competition. Let's go. General In Long nodded. He then stepped outside. Watching his decisive figure, Chao Shuang had a bad feeling about this. Outside the city gate, in order to save time, Lin Feng did not take the 502 bus. Instead, he sped out of the city gate. The target was still the 0914 danger zone. Just as he was about to reach his destination, Lin Feng's martial artist badge received a message. Immediately, it popped up on the display screen of his black tungsten battle armor. Xinjiang's Gung Junsheng challenges all martial artists named Lin Bei in Chuan City, currently 3 dead, 18 seriously injured. Seeing this post, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and he quickly clicked to open it. He saw that this post had already been shared 100,000 times. The comments section was already in an uproar. Damn! Luckily, my name isn't Lin Bei. I heard that Gung Junsheng kills anyone he sees, especially young people like him, leaving no room for mercy. This is too crazy. Killing people in the street. Isn't this against the law? What is the Guard Army doing? Latest news. The Guard Army General In Long has appeared. It is said that he forcefully suppressed a 9-star martial sovereign to quell the chaos, otherwise Gung Junsheng would still be killing. This is too crazy. Even if he was suppressed, the officials didn't punish him, he's from a big family. Latest news. Gung Junsheng has once again issued a challenge to Sheningqing's boyfriend. He claims that if you're a man, you should go to the Guard Army selection competition to settle the score. Crazy. I can only say it's too crazy. A 9-star martial artist under 20, with such a noble background, I would also be crazy. Who is Sheningqing's boyfriend? This is too tragic. being chased and killed directly. Lin Feng glanced a few times and then stepped back. The first impression Gung Junsheng gave him could only be described with one word: crazy. Perhaps it was because he came from a big family and acted without restraint that he developed such a lawless personality. However, Lin Feng did not feel afraid. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited and expectant. Excited that Gung Junsheng was going to participate in the Guard Army selection competition, expecting how he would react if he encountered this person during the competition. After all, this selection competition was anonymous. Lin Feng, who was not afraid of being exposed, was looking forward to it. In fact, one can be a bit arrogant while doing things. It's just that the opponent is a 9-star warrior, and he hasn't even stepped into the 5-star realm yet. The gap is quite large, but Lin Feng feels that he might be able to catch up. At that time, he might just surprise the other party. Lost in thought, Lin Feng once again arrived at the perilous area 0914. Looking at the densely packed magical beasts inside, his body involuntarily became excited, especially since most of these magical beasts were level 5. Lin Feng drew his magic knife and grinned, saying, "Let the slaughter bloom. My big knife has long been eager for action." Dressed in black tungsten battle armor, Lin Feng shot through the beast horde like a high-speed cannonball. Ding! Killed a level 4 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Used God of Death's blade, proficiency. Ding! Used shadowless, proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. Wherever Lin Feng passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Blood flowers continuously bloomed in the air. As the horde of beasts surged forward, Lin Feng didn't even bother to collect the corpses of the magical beasts and swung his knife to kill again. Wherever the blade pointed, heads fell in unison. This caused the level 4 magical beasts, like cannon fodder, to start fleeing. Roar! But under the roar of the level 5 magical beasts, most of the magical beasts turned back. Unfazed, Lin Feng waved his hand. A large number of magical beasts suddenly halted. Following that, under the flickering golden blade light, fountains of blood shot up into the sky. With the combination of the immobilization technique and the killing level 4 and 5 magical beasts was like chopping vegetables. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, Lin Feng was covered in blood. The magic knife in his hand seemed alive, actively absorbing the magical beast's essence. This caused the level 5 magical beasts to start feeling fear. Fear from the human before them. They began to flee. Lin Feng, with his vitality surging, grinned. Holding the magic knife, he chased deeper into the area. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, vitality points. Buzz! Amidst the iron-blooded slaughter, Lin Feng suddenly felt his body surging with vitality. It was as if he had broken through shackles. A wave of comfort surged through him. Overjoyed, he opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 5-star warrior. Vitality points, 50,200. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Perfect. Swift Wind Shadow. Perfect. Angry Eye Diamond. Perfect. God of Death's Blade. Minor success. Minor success. Shadowless. Minor success. Invisibility technique. Entry. Entry. Minor success. Major success. Perfect. Vitality points skyrocketed from 3,600 to 50,200. Breaking through to 5-star warrior. Others say that 5-star warriors are a watershed. Only after stepping in can one understand the mysteries within. At the moment of breakthrough, Lin Feng felt that both his physical body and mental strength had increased several times. That feeling was indescribable. It was like being at the bottom of a well and suddenly coming to the well's mouth. Looking out, the world was boundless, and he felt incredibly small. Overjoyed, Lin Feng put away the panel. Glancing at the corpses all around, he quickly selected a few intact level 5 magical beasts and left. At this time, there was less than half an hour until the city gate would close. It was time to go back. Shortly after he left, a terrifying figure, half human and half beast, suddenly emerged from a cave deep within the perilous area. It exuded an astonishing pressure of a demon general. The level 5 magical beasts that had returned to the surroundings all crawled on the ground, not daring to move an inch. With a cold gaze, it glanced at these battered lower beings, filled with confusion. It was the demon general Little Zwanfun under the command of the golden-winged demon general. This time, it had come as a vanguard to guard the underground magical cave passage in the territory of Chuan City. and transport a large number of low-level cannon fodder to accumulate strength. Prepare to respond to the Golden Wing Demon Lord's plan. What puzzled Little Drill Wind was that after it first sent out several thousand third-level magical beasts, as well as a fourth-level magical beast as a vanguard, it thought these forces would be enough to sweep away the low-level martial artists in this city. But in less than 3 days, those several thousand third-level low-level magical beasts, along with the fourth-level magical beast, vanished without a trace. It was as if they had evaporated from the world. Little Drill Wind, unable to come in person, instinctively thought that the human martial artists were too strong, so it decided to send out several thousand fourth-level magical beasts, along with a fifth-level magical beast as the vanguard for the second time. Who would have thought that after just one day, nearly 10,000 fourth-level magical beasts would again evaporate on the spot, including that fifth-level berserk demon ape? Little Drill Wind was feeling quite depressed. According to the intelligence from the Golden Wing Demon Lord, this was just a small to medium-sized city. Usually, the highest-ranking martial artists active here did not exceed 5 stars. A group of third-level magical beasts should be enough to deal with them. That's why they chose to open the Demon Cave passage on 0914. But no one expected the human martial artists to be so crazy. To avoid exposing the secret of the Demon Cave, Little Drill Wind decided to use all its strength to send out a 7th-level magical beast, along with tens of thousands of 4th and 5th-level magical beasts. A 7th-level magical beast should not be underestimated even by human 7-star martial artists, right? Plus, with tens of thousands of 4th and 5th-level magical beasts, this lineup should be top-notch, right? Quite luxurious, right? No 8-star or 9-star martial artists would dare to stroll around here? But Little Drill Wind still never expected that the magical beasts it transported with all its strength would be wiped out in just a few days, including that 7th-level magical beast, the unicorn flying dragon, which also vanished without a trace. Reality is so cruel. Little Drill Wind suddenly found it hard to accept. As a 9th-level demon general under the Golden Wing Demon Lord, it had never felt so humiliated in its life. However, it was not an impulsive beast. Little Drill Wind was well aware that there were many experts in the human alliance. Perhaps the Demon Cave passage had already been discovered by human powerhouses. To avoid sending heads to the enemy, Little Drill Wind glanced at the distance, then returned to the Demon Cave. Before leaving, it ordered the remaining few hundred 5th-level magical beasts to guard this place. Without its command, they were not allowed to go outside and die. At the city gate, driver old Zhang was puffing out smoke. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked by. "Damn, you went out today? Why didn't you take my car?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng felt a bit strange. Glancing at driver old Zhang, he said, "I didn't have time, so I didn't take it." "Didn't have time, so you didn't take it?" Driver old Zhang chattered on. "You think I wouldn't wait for you? What if I wanted to?" Lin Feng. A somewhat speechless Lin Feng sighed. He chose to ignore it directly. But driver old Zhang continued, "Leave me your number, so if you're ever late, I can come pick you up." "Is that even possible?" Lin Feng was astonished. "No choice," driver old Zhang sighed. "I feel uncomfortable if I don't see you for a day." "Hey, don't get out of the car." "I didn't mean that. I'm not what you think. Come back. I'm not interested in men. I just got used to seeing your disciplined self." Lin Feng ran towards the Martial Artist Association building. Along the way, people came and went, most of them martial artists. Among them were many powerful martial artists. When Lin Feng stopped, he realized that today seemed to be the last day for the selection of the guard army. He couldn't care less about going to the trading post first. Lin Feng opened the martial artist badge on the spot. After finding the entrance for the guard army selection competition, he clicked in. "Please enter your name. Anonymous, Black Death God. Registration successful. Current level recorded as 5-star martial artist. Special reminder, those above 9 stars cannot participate in the competition, and concealing strength to participate is considered a forfeit." After successfully registering, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After all that effort, he almost forgot about the competition. And the day after tomorrow was the correct time for the selection competition to start. On that day, all participating warriors would receive a text message notification. The specific competition location and rules would be sent along with the warrior badge. Just now, Lin Feng glanced at the number of participating warriors. It had reached an astonishing 150,000. Compared to previous year's selection competitions, this year had an increase of half. Yet, the number of selected guards was only 1,000. The competition was fierce. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and walked towards the hall. In front of Old Li's trading post, Old Li was, as always, paying his respects to the god of wealth. After finishing his incense offering and looking up, he immediately smiled and said, "God of wealth, you've come, please come in." Lin Feng said nothing, just glanced at Old Lee and entered the room. Old Lee habitually closed the door. How much do you want to trade today? As soon as he finished speaking, the trading room was instantly filled with the corpses of magical beasts. A total of 5,000 level 5 magical beasts. It was a tremendous shock. Old Lee swallowed hard and turned back, saying, level 5 magical beasts. God of wealth, have you become even stronger? Lin Feng did not respond, merely sitting silently to wait. The astonished Old Lee understood the rules. He glanced at the God of Wealth and began to count. He thought to himself, this guy is too fierce. Getting level 4 magical beasts had already numbed him. Who would have thought that now he was wholesale buying level 5 magical beasts? Feeling quite emotional, Old Lee quickly calculated the quantity and said, God of Wealth, there are a total of 5,000 level 5 magical beasts, 15 each, totaling 700 million. Can you confirm? Lin Feng nodded slightly and then pocketed the money. Having done many transactions with Old Lee, he felt somewhat at ease with him. Adding the remaining 300 million, the total balance was now 1 billion. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard Old Lee call out, God of Wealth, I don't know if it's convenient for you, but can we discuss a deal? A deal? Lin Feng's expression changed. He glanced at Old Lee and intended to leave directly. But Old Lee continued, the profit is enormous, and it won't disappoint your team. Team? Lin Feng sensed something was off and said, let's hear it. Upon hearing this, Old Lee perked up immediately. He thought to himself that ever since he started trading with this God of Wealth, he had made a fortune. Now, with the large volume of magical beast corpses, he had gained a reputation in the industry. To grow bigger and stronger, Old Lee planned to open a meat processing factory. The factory would specialize in canned magical beast meat, which had huge profits. If he could collaborate with this God of Wealth's team, relying on the daily massive supply of magical beast corpses, they could definitely make a fortune and become the largest meat processing factory in Chuan City. By then, every can of magical beast meat in Chuan City would bear the Lee surname. It's like this, I plan to open a meat processing factory. Old Lee became more and more excited as he spoke, God of Wealth, with your team hunting magical beasts in large quantities, we can definitely grow big and strong, and the entire Chuan City will be our market. After hearing what Old Lee said, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. This guy clearly thought he couldn't hunt that many magical beasts alone. There should be a team behind him, so he planned to form a strong alliance to open a factory selling canned magical beast meat. When Lin Feng worked part-time before, he had been to such meat processing factories, and the profits were indeed substantial. He was somewhat tempted by Old Lee's proposal. After all, Lin Jia was now a warrior. She was constantly growing stronger every day. The difficulty of hiding his identity was increasing for Lin Feng, especially since Lin Jia occasionally asked him where he worked. Each time he gave a perfunctory answer. But this was not a long-term solution. You can't hide fire with paper. To solve this problem, perhaps he really needed to open a meat processing factory. Although the company might not be great, as long as it made money, that was enough. In the future, if Lin Jia asked, Lin Feng could say he was the director of the meat processing factory. He had shares and a position there. Wouldn't having money explain everything? Moreover, Lin Feng could use this identity to more conveniently nurture Lin Jia's growth. That was what mattered. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng figured everything out. He agreed to the idea of opening a meat processing factory. However, to test the authenticity of the proposal, Lin Feng spoke up, it's just a partnership, I could probably find someone else. Upon hearing this, Old Lee panicked. He thought to himself, this is exactly what he feared. After all, he was able to open a meat processing plant entirely thanks to the resources provided by the God of Wealth. If he didn't offer this person enough benefits, it was likely that the deal wouldn't go through. For the sake of future growth and strength, Old Lee gritted his teeth and said, let's split the shares 70-30, you take 30, and I take 70. After all, I need to handle sales and learn the technology for making monster meat canned goods, along with labor and other miscellaneous expenses. How about we distribute the profits at the end of the year? Sure, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Also, I want to be the director of the meat processing plant. Alright, no problem, Old Lee exclaimed excitedly. I was even going to suggest you as the deputy director. Lin Feng nodded and then turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Old Lee was filled with excitement. He thought to himself that this God of Wealth was just as he had guessed. The other party could kill so many monsters. There must be a powerful team behind him. With this in mind, Old Lee felt quite good today. He decided to close the door and planned to go to the Tianshan Renjian Club to chat with Technician No. 88. After leaving the trading center, Lin Feng made his way home. Lin Jia and Zhong Lily were watching TV. He greeted the two of them and then went straight to his quiet room. An afternoon of slaughter had left Lin Feng's blood surging and his mental strength greatly increased. This was a direct benefit of breaking through to a 5-star warrior. It somewhat compensated for his mental strength shortcomings, but that was far from enough. To achieve a permanent solution, he had to become a mentalist. To become a mentalist, he needed mental-type combat skills and relevant study materials. With this in mind, Lin Feng habitually opened the Warrior Forum. At this time, with the selection competition for the Guard Army about to begin, the forum was exceptionally lively. As soon as he clicked in, Lin Feng was drawn in by a post. Important notice: Gung Junsheng disdainfully participates anonymously and will challenge all martial arts geniuses in Chuan City under his real name, claiming they are all mere chickens and dogs, not worth a single blow. In Lin Feng's view, this was absolutely shocking for professional competitors. The content of the post did not disappoint. Gung Junsheng, you are too arrogant. Even our top martial arts university does not accept you. The second university doesn't accept you either. 9-star warriors are impressive, huh? Damn it. This is too arrogant. Cursing aside, don't joke with your life. Outside the city, you're not protected by the law. What are you afraid of? Our university's top genius has already emerged. He is also a 9-star warrior. Isn't he a 20-something 9-star warrior? Ha ha ha. Gung Junsheng is only 18. To the one above. Damn it. Are you even from Chuan City? Helping Gung Junsheng like a dog. Exactly. So what if he's older? He needs to be taught a lesson by this ignorant kid. Gung Junsheng's actions had indeed incited public outrage. Lin Feng glanced through the comments and found that 9 out of 10 people were cursing. The remaining one was acting like a dog. The public opinion was skyrocketing. The selection competition for the Guard Army hadn't even started yet, and Gung Junsheng had already become a favorite to win. If this person became the number one in Chuan City, it would be a disgrace for all the young martial artists of Chuan City. Therefore, many famous martial arts university geniuses came out to make statements. The general idea was that they wouldn't let Gung Junsheng continue to be arrogant. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th martial arts universities had the most discussions. Several 9-star warriors in their 20s from their colleges had already declared challenges to Gung Junsheng. Finding it uninteresting, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He pondered that the selection competition for the Guard Army was supposed to be determined by killing monsters, right? How had it turned into a duel event? Lin Feng was about to exit the forum when suddenly another post was pushed to the top. The title was very straightforward and explosive. I am Gung Junsheng, challenging Lin Bei here. If you're a man, meet me on the battlefield. The heat skyrocketed. Lin Feng took a few glances and then clicked in. Is this Lin Bei really Sheningqing's boyfriend? Gung Junsheng actually issued another challenge. It should be true. It is said that Gung Junsheng went to find Miss Shen again, probably because he was confirmed. That's amazing. Who exactly is this Lin Bei? So strong. He hasn't shown up. I estimate he's not as good as Gung Junsheng. I can't wait. I wonder if this person will take action. Who is he? I also want to enjoy Sheningqing's soft rice. Gung Junsheng is too arrogant. He posted several challenge notices in one day. Is he trying to suppress the younger generation of martial artists in Chuan City? Damn, it's heating up. Who can defeat Gung Junsheng? This is too overbearing. Replies to the post are in the tens of thousands. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, is Gung Junsheng just idle? He sighed, feeling quite speechless. Then he logged out and closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, the Silver Dragon commander, dressed in military uniform, had a calm expression. Standing in front of him was Gung Junsheng, who wore a light smile. Young Master Gung, if you do not withdraw the post, I cannot guarantee your safety in Chuan City. The challenge notice has already caused public outrage, and the consequence is that you will be besieged by thousands of anonymous 9-star martial artists. Even we won't be able to rescue you in time. After a long silence, the Silver Dragon commander expressed his stance. Is that so? Why do I feel a bit scared? Gung Junsheng chuckled. Then come on, if the younger generation of martial artists in Chuan City can't kill me, then they can only be suppressed by me. You, the Silver Dragon commander was taken aback. You're playing with fire. I advise you to withdraw the challenge notice. No need. Gung Junsheng replied calmly. I, Gung Junsheng, was not born to bow to others. My purpose in life is to suppress this era. Commander Silver Dragon, I appreciate your good intentions, but whether I live or die is my own decision, and it has nothing to do with your Chuan City martial arts base. As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Junsheng stepped out of the office. Watching his departing figure, the Silver Dragon commander had a cold gaze. He thought to himself, is this the genius of the Shengjing martial arts base? Night fell. The lights lit up on Tianfu Street in Chuan City. After dinner, Lin Feng left early. Upon arriving at the martial artist training ground, he habitually opened room 2705. Then he paid and selected the training mode. Do you want to choose the danger zone mode? Hell level difficulty has been activated. As the mechanical voice fell, the room scene suddenly changed dramatically. The surroundings were filled with ruins, overgrown with weeds, and littered with bones. The once glorious city had now become a wasteland. Roar! With a roar of a magical beast, a dense group of level 5 magical beasts suddenly emerged from the ruins in the distance. Lin Feng looked at this scene with calm eyes. With a casual wave, the magic knife quietly appeared in his hand. Glancing at the approaching magical beasts, he habitually charged forward with his knife. Under the flickering golden light of the knife, the magical beasts were instantly torn apart, turning into nothingness. Since he didn't need to consider the integrity of the corpses, Lin Feng's speed with the knife became increasingly violent. Often, with one slash, a group of magical beasts would be instantly shattered. Ding! Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency. Ding! Using Immobilization Technique, proficiency. Ding! Using Shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using God of Death's Blade, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng swept through the beast horde like a black reaper. Everywhere he passed, blood flowers bloomed in the air. The dense group of beasts continued to dwindle. His increasingly proficient knife techniques made Lin Feng's heart grow steadier. Often, with one slash, it would unleash even greater power. After sensing this, Lin Feng instinctively combined the Frenzied Demon Slash, Sky Split Slash, and God of Death's Blade for a combined attack. The fusion of various knife techniques gave him a feeling akin to a combo attack. Although techniques like Frenzied Demon Slash wouldn't increase proficiency, Lin Feng clearly felt there was still room for improvement. It was as if the martial technique was about to transcend. In this feeling, Lin Feng instinctively followed his heart to use and comprehend the knife techniques. Rumbling. Sure enough, after Lin Feng lost count of how many slashes he had made, at the next strike, an incredibly strong blade aura erupted. With one slash, hundreds and thousands of level 5 magical beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Looking around, at this moment, the magic blade had been magnified by the blade aura, forming a gigantic blade nearly 40 meters long. Although it was made of condensed blade aura, its appearance was extremely intimidating. Has the mad demon slash evolved? Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. With a thought, the blade aura naturally vanished. He felt it was unbelievable, his eyes filled with astonishment. After all, the mad demon slash was only a first-level combat skill. Once mastered to perfection, it had become somewhat useless. Usually, it was just used as a basic attack to kill enemies. He never expected that today the Mad Demon Slash would actually evolve. Its power was definitely not weaker than the minor success of the Sky Split Slash. It might even surpass it. Could it be that I have attained enlightenment? 2 words surged in his heart. Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but lift. The martial artist badge recorded that top talents had once observed thunder and thus comprehended thunder law combat skills. There were also those who achieved the rank of martial king and gained insights into combat skills, evolving them into stronger versions. All signs indicated that Lin Feng seemed to have elevated the Mad Demon Slash to a new level. From a first-level combat skill, it had at least risen to the level of the perfected God of Death Slash. As for its accuracy, he would need to reach perfection with the God of Death Slash to confirm. With countless thoughts swirling, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He glanced at the beast horde charging again and then swung his blade forward. With the mutated version of the Mad Demon Slash, his efficiency in slaughtering was skyrocketing. Ding! Using Mad Demon Slash, ding. Using Immobilization Technique, proficiency, ding. Using Shadowless, proficiency, ding. Using God of Death Slash, proficiency. Under the ruthless slaughter, the level 5 magical beast horde was quickly wiped out. Lin Feng had no intention of stopping. Do you want to renew? Yes. As the mechanical voice fell, countless level 5 magical beasts erupted from the ruins around. The frenzied Lin Feng charged like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Under the enhancement of the Angry Eye Diamond, even level 5 magical beasts were smashed into a bloody mess, torn apart. Moreover, under this high-intensity training, Lin Feng felt that the Angry Eye Diamond also had a hint of mutation. However, since the feeling wasn't very strong, he didn't continue using the Angry Eye Diamond. After all, the selection competition was the day after tomorrow. Right now, Lin Feng just wanted to specifically enhance his combat power. With this in mind, facing the overwhelming horde of magical beasts, like a locust swarm, Lin Feng charged again. With a swift motion of his blade, each magical beast was instantly shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ding! Using Sky Split Slash, proficiency reaches great success. Ding! Using Immobilization Technique, proficiency. Ding! using Shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using God of Death / proficiency reaches great success. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, the long stagnant sky split / finally reached great success. The God of Death / also broke through to great success in proficiency. This made Lin Feng ecstatic. The proficiency increase of the 3 blade techniques boosted his combat power once again. Facing the remaining magical beast horde, Lin Feng swung the magic blade down. The golden blade light swept across like the first ray of golden sunlight. The magical beasts along the way didn't even have time to react before they were instantly shattered, reduced to ashes. Great success Sky Split / Ding! Using Sky Split / proficiency. Lin Feng saw this scene and was overwhelmed with joy. The power of the great success Sky Split / was evidently earth-shattering. Compared to the mutated blade aura of the Mad Demon / it was even more violent and terrifying. If combined with the immobilization technique, it would definitely surprise the enemy. With this thought, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. The high-intensity training had begun to deplete his physical and mental energy. Without any hesitation, he proceeded to settle the bill and leave. After exiting the martial artist training ground, Lin Feng checked the time. It was 4 in the morning. There were still 2 hours until dawn. He had to leave the city tomorrow morning, so he hurriedly disappeared into the night. At 6 in the morning, in a high-level secret chamber of the martial artist training ground, Little Fish slowly opened her eyes. With the selection competition approaching, she had been busy training these past few days and rarely inquired about matters in the training ground. However, there is one thing that Xiao Yuer is very concerned about. That is the annoying guy from 2705. Out of habit, Xiao Yuer got up and headed towards room 0275. Swiped the card. Checked the replay. Just as Xiao Yuer guessed, that guy really came last night. Regretting her seclusion, she gritted her teeth. Stubbornly continuing to watch, her expression soon changed. In the replay, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful strike with the Demon Slash. The terrifying blade aura swept through, shredding hundreds of level 5 magical beasts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuer exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? This is blade aura." Looking at the blade aura before her, Xiao Yuer's eyes were filled with disbelief. As far as she knew, someone who could use blade aura was at least a martial sovereign level expert. Moreover, this blade aura was not a result of a power increase. It was an external manifestation of a martial artist's mastery of a certain combat skill to the highest level. Looking across the entire Great Xiao Alliance, there might be many martial artists who could use aura, but those who could use blade aura at the age of 20 were almost fewer than a handful. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Yuer shook her head slightly, increasingly looking forward to this person's identity, especially with the upcoming selection competition for the guard army. She wondered if this person would participate. If this person did join the competition, would they encounter each other? Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Xiao Yuer's eyes. Early the next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the alarm clock in a daze. Being disciplined, he naturally had to go out of the city again. Stretching lazily, he habitually opened his phone to check messages. Oh no! Lin Feng, you really shouldn't run around lately. That madman Gung Junsheng is looking for you everywhere. Shening Chung, don't be afraid. I will protect you. I'll make that madman pay. Shening Chung. The message was sent in the early morning. At that time, Lin Feng was already asleep. He didn't take Shening Chung's warning to heart. First, he wasn't afraid. If that person really found him, what would he do? Simple. He would just kill that person. Second, the competition system allowed for anonymity. This was Lin Feng's confidence. As long as he developed quietly, he didn't believe that guy could find him. Even if it came to a point where he couldn't avoid it, it would surely be close to the end of the competition. Lin Feng didn't believe he wouldn't have the strength to protect himself. Time is tight, Lin Feng muttered to himself with a sigh. Feeling immense pressure. Regarding the suddenly appearing Gung Junsheng, he really didn't want to pretend to be strong and kill. But Lin Feng knew the world was the same. When you become stronger, or when the people around you become stronger, there will always be some blind fools who come out to seek death. For example, Shening Ching was the best example. Because of this baseless boyfriend identity, Lin Feng faced hostility from Gung Junsheng. Having read countless novels, he shrugged his shoulders, indicating he could still accept it, even if one day Lin Jiao was too outstanding. Suddenly someone jumped out and said he didn't deserve to be her brother. Facing such a cliché villain, Lin Feng could also accept it. After all, who made him have a golden finger? Who made him the son of fortune in this world? Ahem! Lin Feng snapped back to reality after his thoughts wandered far away. He thought to himself, novels are novels. He still hoped the real world wouldn't be so cliché. After all, he was already exhausted from killing and getting stronger every day. Let others handle the pretense. Let him quietly develop and grow stronger. With this thought, Lin Feng habitually walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, saying, "Damn, I've gotten even more handsome. What should I do if it's a bit annoying? Daily update of 6,000 words, 3 chapters a day, no urging for updates, no gifts, no motivation, sigh. This generation of readers isn't great. As the selection competition for the Guard Army began, the number of martial artists leaving the city decreased. But driver old Zhang still believed that a certain top contender would leave the city. So he leaned against the car door, blowing smoke rings. Here, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Sure enough, a familiar figure soon appeared. Lin Feng nodded, glanced at driver old Zhang, and then got in the car and sat down. Aren't you participating in the competition? Many people have gone. Aren't you joining the fun? Hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng did not respond. This made the driver, old Zhang, scratch his head and say, "You misunderstood yesterday. I got married. I really didn't mean anything towards you. Although you're tall, thin, and handsome, like a pretty boy, I'm a straight man." Lin Feng, watching old Zhang get more and more agitated, he shook his head slightly and said, "We need to go." "Ha, aren't you going to prepare at home?" Driver old Zhang said, "I heard this competition is different. It seems to be anonymous. There's a guy named Gung Junsheng who's 19 and already a 9-star warrior, and he also practices mental strength. How impressive." Practicing mental strength? Lin Feng's eyes moved. "What did you say?" "I said, why aren't you preparing at home?" Driver old Zhang. Next sentence. Lin Feng. "I said there's a guy named Gung Junsheng, who's 19 and already a 9-star warrior, and he also practices mental strength." Driver old Zhang. "How do you know he practices mental strength?" Lin Feng interrupted. "Haven't you seen the forum? This is common knowledge," driver old Zhang said, puzzled. "Don't you do any research for the competition? Someone has already dug up Gung Junsheng's information." Hearing this, Lin Feng opened the warrior forum without any hesitation. The first post he saw was explosive. Gung Junsheng's personal information exposed. Don't miss it. Damn, is this real? The third young master of the Gung family in Xinjiang, a 19-year-old 9-star warrior? So impressive. And he practices mental strength too. What the hell? Is this what other people's young masters are like? Too strong. It's one thing to be so strong at 19, but to also practice mental strength. Oh my, isn't this kind of information supposed to be confidential? How could it be exposed? Could it be someone targeting him? So strong. Is this what a top genius is like? The pressure is too intense. Mental master. Damn, is he even human? How can he be this strong? Rumor has it, Gung Junsheng hasn't become a mental master yet, he's just starting to learn. Damn, poster. Who are you? How dare you expose Gung Junsheng? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? Who's afraid of who? I'm just a reposter. I'm outta here. A 19-year-old 9-star warrior, and he practices mental strength. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Looking at the post, it was 9 times out of 10 true. After all, Gung Junsheng was high-profile and too arrogant. Clearly, someone was targeting him. As for who was targeting him, Lin Feng didn't care. The only thing he cared about was one point. That is mental strength. If this post is true, then Gung Junsheng is a potential mental master. If he kills him, can he then cultivate mental strength? A glimmer of killing intent and desire appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. At this moment, Gung Junsheng had already become a path to death for him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why do you look so fierce?" Just then, driver old Zhang's voice came. Coming back to his senses, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Glancing at the time, he said, "Drive, don't waste time." On the Gung family's star-class battleship. Bang! Gung Junsheng glanced at the post and casually crushed the wine glass in his hand. He glanced at the old Taoist Song beside him, who was looking down. No need to investigate. It was Xiao Yur. "Miss Li's actions are against the law." Old Song frowned and said, "Young master, the upper management has detailed your various combat flaws and methods. In my opinion, it's better not to participate in the competition." Humph. Upon hearing this, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but snort coldly. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window and looked down at Chuan City. "A trivial matter can make me, Gung Junsheng, retreat? How can I cultivate an invincible heart? Let it be exposed. These rats dare to be reckless, just kill them all." "Yes." Old Song nodded. Looking at the confident young master in front of him, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Warrior Association building, Xiao Yur watched the increasingly popular post, and a smile couldn't help but rise at the corner of her mouth. Thinking that Gung Jun was so arrogant, it was only reasonable to create some difficulties for him, right? At that time, all the geniuses in Chuan City would swarm to challenge him. This guy might even be forced out of the battlefield ahead of time. With this thought, Xiao Yur felt a bit emotional. If only this place were Shangjing, then she could have used her authority to find out that guy's identity information long ago. Unfortunately, this was Chuan City. They, the outsiders, had no privileges. Deep in the perilous land, Xiao Zhuanfeng glanced at the magical beasts in front of him, feeling a bit melancholic. The melancholy stemmed from the fact that he had reported the exposure of this place to the Golden Winged Demon Commander yesterday, but what he received in return was a scolding that left him speechless. The Golden Winged Demon Commander said that no martial artist level humans had ever come to this place. The notion of exposure was non-existent. The only problem was that Xiao Zhuanfeng was too useless. For this, he had rushed back overnight with 15 level 5 and 6 magical beasts. After completing the layout of the low-level magical beasts in the perilous land, Xiao Zhuanfeng finally took a break. Sigh. With this thought, Xiao Zhuanfeng let out a sigh. He thought that being sent to patrol by the demon commander was really not a good thing. Just as he was feeling emotional, suddenly there was movement ahead in the 0914 perilous land. Xiao Zhuanfeng looked up, and his face turned green. He saw a human in black battle armor, wielding a 2-meter-long big knife, rampaging through. The level 5 magical beasts he had just laid out in the morning were still unfamiliar with the environment and were being slaughtered, crying out in despair, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This was too much bullying against demons. Seeing the murderer, Xiao Zhuanfeng was instantly filled with rage. Especially when he saw that this human was merely at the martial artist level, he felt even more frustrated. Without any hesitation, Xiao Zhuanfeng stepped forward. Instantly, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared beneath his feet. Outside the 0914 perilous land, Lin Feng, in a frenzy of slaughter, resembled a Black Reaper. Wherever he passed, level 5 magical beasts were reaped of their lives. With a cold gaze, he looked at the magical beasts in front of him and noticed something was off. That is, the magical beasts in the 0914 perilous land seemed endless. After Lin Feng had killed in the 0911 perilous land for several days, there was not even a dog left inside. But the magical beasts in 0914 seemed to be inexhaustible. He killed batch after batch. It was truly strange. Stop, despicable human martial artist. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from a distance. The overwhelming sense of oppression made the magic knife in his hand hum softly. It felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. After sensing it, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Was he going to die? The feeling of being on the brink of death made Lin Feng gulp hard. Looking at the half-human, half-beast figure, he felt dizzy. It was as if someone was smashing Lin Feng's head with an iron fist. Buzz! Just as the half-human, half-beast figure was about to close in, at the critical moment, the magic knife in Lin Feng's hand erupted with a knife's cry. It was as if an iceberg had encountered blazing sun. His entire body instantly returned to normal. Escape! Lin Feng couldn't care less about being surprised by the extraordinary magic knife. He glanced at the half-human, half-beast figure and then turned into an afterimage, sprinting towards the outside of the perilous land. Vanishing without a trace, he unleashed all his power. His speed reached its peak. Want to run? Wishful thinking. No human martial artist has ever escaped from my 5-finger mountain. Behind him, Xiao Zhuanfeng watched this scene with a hint of disdain. As a 9th-level demon general under the Golden Winged Demon Commander, no human had ever escaped from his hands. In a flash of thought, Xiao Zhuanfeng stepped forward again. Beneath his feet, it was as if a whirlwind had formed. His speed visibly surged. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 100 meters. Seeing this, Lin Feng, drenched in cold sweat, felt like he was going to die here. He thought of his young sister, the moonlight he had never slept under, and his pitiful background. Lin Feng was unwilling to die here. With red eyes, he suddenly gritted his teeth and accelerated. Ding! Using shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using shadowless, proficiency. Visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng's speed surged once again. Like a black cannonball, he shot straight up. Oh! Little Drill Wind saw this scene, unable to help but let out a soft gasp. Regarding the human before him, he gradually began to take it seriously. But slowly, Little Drill Wind realized that this kid was getting faster and faster. As a 9th-level demon general, if he didn't use all his strength, he would almost be unable to catch up. Gritting his teeth, Little Drill Wind let out a soft snort. His speed surged again. In an instant, he rushed in front of Lin Feng. Despicable human, let's see how you escape. Before he could finish his words, Little Drill Wind found his figure frozen in place. That feeling of being immobilized made his soul shiver. Immobilization technique. Lin Feng's gaze was icy. Holding the magic knife, he unleashed a golden blade of light that slashed straight down. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng, whose eardrums were ringing from the shock, couldn't care about his astonishment. He immediately pulled away at high speed again. Ah, who are you? How dare you hurt me? In an instant, Little Drill Wind regained his movement. Looking at the bloodstain on his chest, he roared repeatedly. Having never suffered such a humiliation, he launched another attack. However, as soon as he got close, Lin Feng used the same method. The immobilization technique was employed again, followed by a slash. Either chop off the head, or the neck, or the third leg. In short, whatever it took to take a life. After several consecutive attempts, although Little Drill Wind didn't suffer much injury, he felt extremely frustrated. At the same time, he began to be wary of this human warrior's methods. Just as he was about to catch up, Little Drill Wind stopped and shouted angrily, "Despicable human, dare you leave your name?" Hearing this from a distance, Lin Feng turned back coolly and said, "Say my name, and it will shock you. This young master does not change his name or alter his surname, it is Gung Junsheng. Farewell." With that, Lin Feng galloped away gracefully. Gung Junsheng, I will kill you. Watching the figure fade away, Little Drill Wind's eyes turned green. He swore to kill this person. Swore not to be a demon. In all his years, Little Drill Wind had never been bullied like this. At the city gate, driver old Zhang, as usual, got off at 12 to slack off. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, a familiar figure suddenly approached. "You're quite early today. Give me a huazi." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his face pale. "What's wrong with you? Is someone chasing you?" Driver old Zhang was taken aback and quickly tossed him a soft zhonghua. Then he lit a hard yushi. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Feng relaxed a lot. After the recent frantic run, he had truly exerted himself to the limit. Although a bit disheveled, he had managed to escape. Lost in thought, Lin Feng's fingers began to tremble. Facing the pressure brought by that terrifying creature, every cell in his body was shaking. Upon careful reflection, a wave of fear arose. "What's wrong with you? You don't need to be so excited to see me, right?" Driver old Zhang, seeing this scene, worriedly said, "Why are your hands shaking so badly?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Due to excessive physical and mental exhaustion, he was on the verge of collapsing and said, "See you after the match." As soon as the words fell, the person before him instantly vanished. What the hell? Where did he go? Driver old Zhang hadn't reacted yet, and the person was already gone. With a bewildered expression, he glanced around, feeling that this was just too damn fast. In a dangerous, abandoned building, Little Drill Wind was sitting on a concrete slab. Not long after returning, he recalled what had just happened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Regarding that detestable Gung Junsheng, the human warrior, he hated him to the bone. Little Drill Wind wished he could skin him alive and eat him raw. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and entered a certain mental space. This was a communication channel exclusive to their beast clan. Soon, in this mental space, a tall figure with a cold gaze appeared. Although the face was unclear, his kingly aura was unmistakable. Little Wind saw this and quickly crawled on the ground, saying, "Little Wind pays respects to the Golden Winged Demon Commander, wishing the commander longevity equal to the heavens and fortune as vast as the eastern sea." Humph. As soon as the words fell, a cold snort sounded. "Little Wind, what do you want from me this time? You were supposed to lead the charge in Chuan City, but it's either windy or rainy. What's going on now?" Hearing the Golden Winged Demon Commander's inquiry, Little Wind's face was filled with bitterness. He looked up at the commander and immediately recounted what had just happened. While speaking, Little Wind embellished the story quite a bit. For instance, this Gung Junsheng is a top genius of the human race. He possesses supreme potential and is destined to become a war god in the future. After a round of embellishments, Little Wind excitedly said, "Commander, if Gung Junsheng is not eliminated, our plan is likely to fail." Humph. However, upon hearing this, the Golden Winged Demon Commander coldly snorted again, "Shut up. The plan hasn't even been implemented yet, and you're already saying it will fail. Do you believe I will kill you?" "Commander," Little Wind said earnestly, "everything I said is true. Please see clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, the consciousness space fell silent. About 10 minutes later, the Golden Winged Demon Commander suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I just had the spies hidden among the humans check, and this Gung Junsheng is indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, he is not only a 9-star warrior but also a dual practitioner of mentalism, and most importantly, he comes from the prestigious Gung family in Xinjiang. Humph. If this child is not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat to our clan in the future. Coincidentally, he is about to participate in the human selection competition. Heaven is helping me. Little Wind, you have reported this well, and I will give you credit for it. As for Gung Junsheng, you need not worry, he will undoubtedly die in this selection competition. The commander is indeed wise and powerful." Exiting the consciousness space, Little Wind opened his eyes. With a cold gaze, he glanced in the direction of the Chuan City martial arts base and said, "Gung Junsheng, this time, you won't escape death? You think you can fight me? You're too naive. Achoo!" On the battleship, Deng Junsheng sneezed while browsing the forum. With his handsome face, he rubbed his nose, thinking, could someone be speaking ill of him? But then he thought it was normal. At least 10 geniuses from the Chuan City martial arts space had come to challenge him in the past few days. All of them were forcefully suppressed by him. It was only natural for someone to curse him. Thinking of this, Deng Junsheng suddenly felt a bit depressed. He thought that Lin Bei was really timid as a mouse, a turtle hiding its head. He had already declared war on the entire city. This coward didn't even dare to show up to fight. He didn't know what Shen Yingqing saw in this person. If it weren't for the Chuan City commander Silver Dragon not allowing him to use his authority, he would have dug this person out long ago. Running home at full speed, Lin Feng felt his body trembling. He didn't bother to greet Zhong Lily and Lin Jia. He went straight to the quiet room. Lin Feng skillfully took out the grill and marinated the monster meat. Then he sliced it and started grilling. As the aroma wafted through the air, Lin Feng, who had long been hungry, began to eat the meat heartily. After consuming the roasted meat of a level 7 monster, the feeling of hunger slowly disappeared. 1 pound, 10 pounds, 50 pounds. Until he had eaten 100 pounds of level 7 monster meat, Lin Feng finally stopped eating. The hunger in his body had completely vanished. His mental energy had also recovered significantly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After taking a big swig of the frozen beer on the table, Lin Feng took out the magic knife. It was visibly apparent that after absorbing a large amount of monster blood, the rust on the outside of the magic knife had decreased by 40%. Only the handle was still mostly covered in rust. The tip of the knife had already regained its sharpness. The character MO was particularly eye-catching, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this knife was definitely extraordinary. When facing that terrifying creature, Lin Feng had once thought he was going to die. At the critical moment, it was the magic knife that acted unexpectedly to save him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at the magic knife and said, "Hello, old man inside, come out, let's have a chat." The magic knife. As time passed second by second, the magic knife remained silent. Unlike what Lin Feng thought, it seemed that there was no old man living inside this knife. It seems that such a brain-dead novel setting is not worthy of the magic sword. Unwilling, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He rubbed the blade 3 times and said, magic sword, awaken. I am your master." After his words fell, the magic sword remained silent. The vision he imagined of a blue chubby figure jumping out also failed. The lamp setting was not applicable either. Feeling somewhat depressed, he tapped his head. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Could it be that the magic sword would only act in the face of a life and death crisis? That would be too pretentious. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then, an idea struck him. Either burn it with fire, or pour water on it, or simply drop blood to recognize the master. Without exception, the magic sword showed no response. This left Lin Feng utterly helpless. After messing around for a long time, he could only put it back into his pouch. Glancing at the time, it was about time to go out. He would have to participate in a competition tomorrow. It seemed that Lin Feng wouldn't be home for a long time. To avoid raising Lin Jia's suspicions, he walked out of the quiet room. In the living room, Lin Jia was sitting cross-legged, meditating and cultivating. Zhong Lily was busy cooking in the kitchen. Lin Feng took a glance and then went to the kitchen, saying, "I'm going on a business trip tomorrow and won't be back for a long time, so I'll leave the house to you." "Ha, you're not going to participate in the competition, are you?" Zhong Lily reacted. "No," Lin Feng said seriously, "as a low-star warrior, I'm not qualified to participate. The company has something that requires me to go on a business trip." "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhong Lily was skeptical. "I couldn't be more serious." Lin Feng explained, "I booked a monthly room for Lin Jia at the warrior training ground. Let her train there before I come back." "Got it, be careful," Zhong Lily hinted. Lin Feng nodded. After checking the time, he went to the living room. At this moment, Lin Jia had already opened her eyes. Upon seeing her brother come out, her face was full of smiles. "Brother, you're out," Lin Jia exclaimed. "Yes, I got off work early," Lin Feng smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll be on a business trip, so you need to listen to Sister Lily at home, okay?" "Business trip? Brother, where are you going?" Lin Jia said reluctantly. "I don't know yet," Lin Feng smiled. "When I come back, I'll take you to see the company. How about that?" "Go to the company? That sounds great." Lin Jia was surprised. "Train well at home," Lin Feng instructed. "I hope that when I return from my business trip you'll already be a 2-star warrior." "Oh, brother, actually I'm already a 2-star, Lin Jia said, squeezing her little hands. "Hiss." Lin Feng gasped upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "No wonder she's my sister." Her talent is incredible. In just a few days, she's already stepped into 2 stars. Wouldn't she be at least 3 stars by the end of summer vacation? Lin Feng didn't dare to think further. Moreover, he planned to strengthen Lin Jia's training and development after the competition. It would be best if she could grow in all aspects. Spending a little money was nothing. What mattered was that his sister was strong enough. Lost in thought, Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache. With little mental energy restored, he urgently needed to rest. Glancing at Lin Jia, he said, "I won't have dinner, you guys eat. I have to go rest since I have to leave early tomorrow." "Oh, good night, brother." The innocent Lin Jia nodded. Then she began to sit cross-legged again. At the warrior training ground, Xiao Yuer glanced at the time, her expression somewhat numb. She didn't know why, but she felt that the guy wouldn't come again tonight. And as time passed second by second, this feeling grew stronger. "Ah, damn it. Why do you come when I'm not here? But when I am here, you don't show up. Did you install a tracker on me?" Xiao Yuer felt a wave of discomfort as she mentally complained. She thought this was probably the umpteenth night she had been stood up. It felt like she was a resentful wife waiting for her husband to come home for comfort. Thinking of this, she slammed the room card on the table to the ground. She realized she couldn't be so passive anymore, since she couldn't catch this guy. Then she took the initiative. Based on Xiao Yuer's observations, this guy was definitely going to participate in the Guardian Army selection competition. Familiar with this person's combat skills and tactics, she didn't believe she wouldn't run into him. Early the next morning, as Lin Feng just opened his eyes, a message arrived on his warrior badge. "Dear Black Death God contestant, please leave the city as soon as possible to participate in the competition at the 0818 Danger Zone." Danger Zone? A place designated for warriors of 5 stars and above. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He felt his blood boiling. Driver old Zhang had arrived early to wait. He wasn't working today, just to witness the start of the selection competition. Looking around, he saw shadows continuously darting past the city gate. Under the protection of the Guardian Army at the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, groups of warriors, all at least 5 stars, were heading towards the 0818 Danger Zone. This was a danger zone classified as off-limits for those below 5 stars. Even if a master was willing to lead, they couldn't enter, because the officials had clearly warned that 0818 was not just infested with magical beasts. "Look, that must be the Earth Array platform, right? I heard it can span 10,000 miles. This is the first time I've seen it." "That's right, it's actually the Earth Array platform. They didn't use it in the last competition. Last time was the 09 sequence danger zone, so naturally, they didn't need this thing. This proves the quality of this selection competition is very high. So exciting. I want my son to become a warrior too, no more being a beast of burden." "What a joke. You're already a beast of burden. How could your son be genetically modified? Don't think about it. So many people. I heard there are 150,000 warriors this time. It's all being live-streamed. So awesome. 150,000, all future powerhouses. I wonder how many will stand out." At the city gate, Lin Feng rushed over. He was moving faster than some 7 or 8-star warriors. This led to an 8-star warrior mistaking him for a 9-star big shot. Who would have thought that upon closer inspection, it was just a 5-star rookie? Shocked and embarrassed, this 8-star warrior could only speed up, trying to overtake Lin Feng, but he soon realized that the rookie in front of him was getting faster and faster, until they exited the city gate. Outside the gate was a massive Earth Array platform, shaped like an enlarged trampoline, but its function wasn't to jump, but to traverse regions. On both sides, the Guardian Army was responsible for guarding. Lin Feng had only heard the name of this thing on forums. He had never seen the real thing. As soon as a warrior approached, a blue light would shoot up from the Earth Array platform. Following that, hundreds and thousands of warriors were collectively teleported out. Lin Feng was no exception. He stepped in and, with a flash before his eyes, found himself in a vast wilderness. Looking around, he saw warriors densely packed everywhere. Some immediately donned their battle armor, some instinctively charged forward. Others, like Lin Feng, observed their surroundings. "Everyone, don't move. We are now distributing the locators. Please take out your warrior badges." At this moment, a deep male voice suddenly echoed from the sky. A martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He looked up and saw battleships appearing out of thin air above their heads. On the decks of the battleships, figures were clearly visible. Once the locator links to your warrior badge, it can calculate your scores and rankings, and also protect your safety. "You little brats, if you encounter irresistible magical beasts or demon beasts, please withdraw from the competition in time. This is not a joke." The deep voice resounded again. From the sky, beams of blue light suddenly descended. Each beam of blue light disappeared upon contact with a warrior. Lin Feng was no different. After being enveloped by the blue light, he clearly felt that his vision had changed. For example, on the display screen of the black tungsten battle armor, a string of data suddenly appeared. 5-star warrior ranking. Black Death God rank 80,224. 6-star warrior ranking. 7-star warrior ranking. 8-star warrior ranking. 9-star warrior ranking. Current demon beast kill count, 0. More than 80,000 5-star warriors were participating in the competition. The remaining ones are almost all warriors of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. Lin Feng ranks at the bottom among the 5-star warriors. He somewhat suspects that this ranking is somewhat targeted at him. The surrounding warriors also noticed this strange change. In shock, that deep voice resounded again. 100 miles ahead is the 0818 danger zone, little brats, let's set off. As the words fell, groups of warriors instantly rushed towards the 0818 danger zone, 100 miles away. Lin Feng was no exception. With his power fully unleashed, he was like a shadow, reaching an astonishing speed of 950. The 7 and 8-star warriors along the way couldn't keep up with his speed. Damn, did this guy take Viagra? He's running way too fast. Who the hell is this 9-star big shot? Too fierce. Wait, is this really a 5-star rookie? Damn, that's too fast. Running this fast, you call him a 5-star warrior? Are you blind? He really is a 5-star warrior. Damn, we have a monster in our batch. On the battleship, Chao Shuang, dressed in military uniform, glanced at the commotion below. His brows slightly relaxed. As a restricted danger zone, it is usually an area where 5-star warriors to martial masters operate. The number of active magical beasts inside is extremely high, and most of them are above 5 stars. Most importantly, there are several first-level demon beasts active among them. Using it as a selection competition venue is just perfect. As the proctor personally selected by the commander, it would be a lie to say Chao Shuang felt no pressure. Second Lieutenant Chao, everything is arranged. At this moment, a robust man with a strong voice approached. Dressed in military uniform, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Chong. This competition is very important. The commander has sent 2 mentalists to oversee it. If anything unexpected happens, you must cooperate immediately. Chao Shuang said lightly, hands behind his back. Don't worry, Second Lieutenant Chao. Wang Chong replied with a smile, our 358th Regiment is monitoring the entire area. We won't miss any signs of trouble. Ha, I trust your 358th Regiment. Chao Shuang nodded. The last time you wiped out a few special forces of the Japanese invaders really got my blood boiling. It was all luck, Wang Chong said with a smile. Second Lieutenant Chao, are there any top performers this time? Our 358th Regiment is short on people. Don't think about it, the commander said. Chao Shuang teased. This time, all selected warriors will not be chosen by you. Everything will follow the promotion system. What? Wang Chong was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at Second Lieutenant Chao in front of him, he excitedly said, so the top 10 will also start from the rookie squad? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I also think it's unreasonable, Chao Shuang said with a smile, but that's the rule. Just obey. Yes. Wang Chong nodded, then stopped asking questions. Outside the danger zone, Lin Feng surged in like a black storm. At such a high speed, even some 9-star warriors couldn't catch up with him. There were not many people ahead of him. Looking at the ruins of the city, his pupils constricted. According to the introduction of the warrior badge, the danger zone is a medium to large city, with a population of 300 million before the recovery of spiritual energy. After being invaded by magical beasts and demon beasts, it has turned into ruins. The path is overgrown with weeds, filled with white bones. The streets are cluttered with various cars and the remains of buildings. The once tall buildings are now dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. Under the blazing sun, the entire 0818 danger zone appeared somewhat eerie. The moment he stepped in, Lin Feng heard the roar of magical beasts. A bloody wind rushed towards him, and a shadow suddenly appeared. A level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard. With its crimson eyes, the lightning leopard bared its teeth. Roar! Looking at the unaware human warrior in front of it, a hint of brutality flashed in its eyes. After opening its bloody maw and roaring, it lunged forward. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The moment he stepped in, he had already grasped the magic knife. Glancing at the rapidly approaching lightning leopard, he then slashed down. The speed of that swing seemed faster than lightning. In just a moment, a blood flower bloomed in the air. Ding! Slain a level 6 beast, health points gained. Ding! Used the God of Death's blade, proficiency gained. Hearing the notifications, Lin Feng slowly sheathed his magic knife. He glanced around and quickly collected the corpses before leaving quietly. Similar scenes were happening continuously in the perilous area 0818. A 5-star warrior had just landed when he encountered a group of level 7 beasts. Just as he was about to be boxed in, this warrior had no choice but to exit. The escort team, led by Wang Chong, instantly teleported in. As the beasts charged, they whisked the warrior away. Even a 9-star warrior made a powerful move, directly annihilating the level 6 beast group, raking in points. There were also some lucky ones. As soon as they stepped into the perilous area 0818, they were hard controlled by level 9 beasts. Before they could even choose to exit, they perished on the spot. Life and death coexisted. This made the entire competition intensify right from the start. In a square within the perilous area 0818, Gung Junsheng, wielding a halberd, faced 10 level 8 beasts. He showed no fear at all. With his powerful strike, the 10 level 8 beasts were instantly killed. His ranking surged by 80 points. He stood in first place. With a cold gaze, Gung Junsheng glanced around. He disdainfully stepped over the beast corpses as he left. Similar scenes were everywhere. Some were killed, some fled, some exited. As a major event in the martial arts space, the official livestreamed the entire event. Ordinary people in the Chuan City martial arts space, including warriors, could watch online immediately. In no time, various comments and bullet screens flooded the screen. Damn! This Gung Junsheng is too fierce. Taking on 10 by himself, that's incredible. He's probably the number 1 in Chuan City this year. So annoying, why does a person from Shengjing have to be the top in Chuan City? What the hell? Just wait and see. Look at Chu Yun from the First Martial Arts University, he's pretty strong too. Also a 9-star warrior, he should have a chance to win. Exactly. Senior brother Chu Yun is so powerful, he should be able to take first place. Qin Kong from the 7th University is also good, a 9-star warrior. She's the school beauty of the 7th University, very strong. So speechless. Guys, I just landed and got boxed in, killed by a group of level 8 beasts right away. Ha ha ha, which unlucky guy are you? Too many have landed and been boxed in on the first day. In front of her phone, Shining Qing was also watching the live stream. She glanced at Gung Junsheng's figure as he killed enemies and felt a bit speechless. She thought to herself, had she known this guy was so fierce, she wouldn't have exposed Lin Feng's existence. This led Shining Qing to worry every day that Lin Feng might be dead, especially since this guy hadn't replied to her messages for 2 days. Shinger, where do you think Lin Feng is? Is this guy going to hide from me for a lifetime? Hearing her best friend's complaints, Hu Shinger couldn't help but chuckle. It's my fault for telling you not to show off your love, and you insisted on doing it. Lin Feng isn't even a warrior now, and he's being publicly challenged by Gung Junsheng. With his personality, it would be strange if he didn't hide. Sighing, Shining Qing propped her chin up and said, so speechless. This guy hasn't replied to me for 2 days, he wouldn't be dead, would he? He shouldn't be. Hu Shinger replied with a smile, I think he'll reply to you tonight. After all, Gung Junsheng has left the city now. You make a good point. Shining Qing stroked her chin and said, I miss him so much, doesn't this guy think of me at all? Humph. Night soon fell. The slaughter in the perilous area had not yet stopped. Some were fleeing in the dark, while others were being hunted. There were also those like Lin Feng who stopped to rest. With a cold gaze, he glanced around. After confirming that there were no beasts nearby, he leaned against a wall to take a break. He was too tired. Since the day began, Lin Feng had either been on the path of killing beasts or being chased by them. Faced with the unreasonable level 7, 8, and 9 beasts, he had no way to deal with them. However, fortunately, by the end of the day, Lin Feng had also reaped considerable rewards. He had slain about 1,000 level 5 beasts. His health points increased by 3,000. The 6th level monsters were killed at around 500. Health points increased by 2,000. Level 5 and 6 monsters are worth 3 points each. Total points, 4,500. With such efficient slaughter, Lin Feng's ranking directly placed him as the first among 5-star warriors. There was no doubt about it. He even glanced a few times and found that the highest rankings for 6-star and 7-star warriors were not even half of his score. His score was closing in on the rankings of 8-star and 9-star warriors, and Lin Feng was just a 5-star warrior. Could it be that these people were killing too slowly? He shook his head slightly and opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 5-star warrior. Health points, 56200. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Blade Aura, Swift Wind Shadow. Perfect, Angry Golden King, perfect. God of Death's Blade. Great Achievement, Skyrending Slash. Minor Achievement, Shadowless. Great Achievement, Immobilization Technique. Minor Achievement. Entry, Minor Achievement, Great Achievement, perfect. Health points soared from 50,000 to 56,200. God of Death's blade reached great achievement. Shadowless reached great achievement. Lin Feng even discovered a new term for frenzied demon slash, blade aura. Although he didn't know what this realm was, the power of frenzied demon slash had already surpassed that of skyrending slash at minor achievement. Overjoyed, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He then put away the panel and began to eat. Since this was the wilderness, to avoid being discovered by monsters, Lin Feng had to roast a large amount of monster meat for storage all at once. Extremely skilled, he quickly took out a large barbecue grill. He then started the fire, sliced the monster meat, and finally began to smoke it. The aroma wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Feng's stomach growled. Ignoring the hot meat, he began to feast. Meanwhile, at the camp of Chao Shuang in Chuan City, with his hands on his hips, he glanced at the rankings, his face filled with shock. He turned to Wang Chong and said, "This Black Death, is he really a 5-star warrior? Not a martial master in disguise, right? In less than a day, he has killed nearly 1,000 low-level monsters. This is too fierce." "Chao Second Lieutenant, I don't know either," Wang Chong said, his face full of shock. "I just found out that his score is close to that of 8-star and 9-star warriors. Should we send someone to check? Or could it be team operations feeding him points? This kind of thing has happened before, but this is a bit exaggerated." "Strict investigation," Chao Shuang said solemnly. "Immediately send someone to check. This has already disrupted the fairness of the competition. I will report the decision to the commander." "Yes." Wang Chong turned and left. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. Under the moonlight, Deng Juanqing's figure quietly appeared. Standing with his hands behind his back, he glanced at the commotion below. His eyes were cold. In this arena dominated by monsters, as long as they weren't demon beasts, he felt almost no pressure. After killing a large number of 7 and 8 level monsters during the day, Deng Juanqing's points had also reached an astonishing 8,000. He thought his score was already quite exaggerated, but a 5-star warrior named Black Death caught his attention. This person seemed to think along the same lines as him. First, kill low-level monsters to boost points. Stabilize the ranking, then plan for more. Deng Juanqing dared to do this because he possessed an invincible heart. Among 9-star warriors, he was known as undefeated. But this 5-star warrior made it a bit difficult for Deng Juanqing to evaluate. If he said he was strong, he was just a 5-star waste. If he said he wasn't strong, he had already surged to 4,500 points on the first day of the competition. Even some 6 and 7-star warriors' ranking scores were not even half of his. Could he be a dark horse? With countless thoughts, Deng Juanqing shook his head slightly. With his invincible heart, he glanced at the gathering monsters below. He immediately dove down, landing like a cannonball. Dust flew up, creating a huge commotion. The 7 and 8 level monsters hadn't even reacted yet, and their heads had already been taken off. On the official live broadcast platform of the selection competition, the powerful rise of Black Death also attracted intense attention. The vast majority of people were captivated by this 5-star warrior. What the hell? Is he serious? In less than a day, he scored 4,500 points. Is this something a 5-star warrior can do? How many magical beasts did he kill? You call someone this fierce a 5-star warrior? Rumor has it that the officials suspect he might be getting team assistance with points, and they are already investigating. It's disgusting. This is a violation. What? Team assistance? Then it's normal. Some people do this all the time. Damn. It's unfair. Assistance? That's just too fierce. It must be several 9-star warriors helping him. Deng Juanqing is so impressive. Look, his score has broken 10,000. That Black Death God hasn't even moved. I suspect he's being investigated. Really? Deng Juanqing has surpassed 10,000 points. That's insane. Damn. Xu Yun and Qin Kong are still under 5,000 points. The gap is so huge. 8 or 9 level magical beasts give 8 points each. 8-star and 9-star warriors can score points quickly. But Deng Juanqing is just too fast. Ridiculous. If we don't count the Black Death God, then Deng Juanqing really looks like he's cheating. In a basement of a dangerous area, Little Fish glanced at the rankings, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. She thought, this Black Death God is too fierce. With a 5-star status, he actually ranks higher than 7-star warriors. Feeling the pressure as she lingered around the 8-star level, she glanced at Deng Juanqing, who had broken 10,000 points. A wave of despair washed over her. She thought, this guy is too competitive. Does he not sleep at night? The last person she remembered being this competitive was that guy who stood her up. Just as Little Fish was lamenting, she suddenly noticed that the Black Death God's score was skyrocketing again. Damn, not being sealed? What kind of monster are you? Far away on the other side of the 0818 dangerous area, Lin Feng had just eaten and was about to continue scoring points when suddenly fluctuations appeared around him. Then, a soldier seemingly from the guard army appeared out of thin air. Hello, Black Death God contestant. I'm here to check your health value. Upon hearing the purpose, Lin Feng nodded slightly and said, Is there something wrong with me? Why check me now? The soldier. Hearing this, the soldier felt speechless. He had been secretly observing for a long time and found that this contestant called Black Death God was a lone wolf. The so-called team assistance was just a rumor. Finally, he reported this matter to Captain Wang and received the order to check the health value. After all, it's normal for some warriors to break through during battles. Now hearing the Black Death God ask why he was being checked, the soldier wanted to ask, Don't you have any self-awareness? But out of respect, the soldier still said seriously, Your speed in killing magical beasts is too fast. We suspect you have already broken through to a 5-star warrior, so we are re-ranking you. Oh. Lin Feng responded with an O and glanced at the soldier, sincerely saying, I really am a 5-star warrior, I'm not lying to you. Also, my identity won't be exposed, right? I mean anonymously. No, the soldier said according to the rules while checking the health value, anonymous warrior identity information can only be viewed by the commander. We have no right to check. Wait, you really are a 5-star warrior. Looking at the instrument displaying a health value of 56,200, the soldier was stunned. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yes, I really am a 5-star warrior, no deception. Alright, good luck. The soldier, shocked internally, nodded and then vanished into thin air. Watching the method of appearing and disappearing without a trace, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He thought, What kind of movement technique is this? I really want to learn it. While thinking, Lin Feng noticed that magical beasts were approaching nearby. Without thinking too much, he rushed out, with the magic knife in hand. I have points. Dressed in black tungsten battle armor, Lin Feng under the night seemed like a true god of death. He began to harvest lives continuously. Ding! Killed a level 5 magical beast, health value. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Killed a level 6 magical beast, health value. Ding! Used, proficiency. The sound of clanging echoed incessantly. Lin Feng swung his blade faster and faster. When facing 5th level magical beasts, he often resolved the battle with a swift sky-split slash. When encountering 6th level magical beasts, he would usually combine it with a binding technique and the sky-split slash. Under this combination of instant kill techniques, Lin Feng's points soared like drinking water. His score quickly broke through the 5,000 point barrier from 4,500. Roar! Perhaps due to his frenzied killing, 7th, 8th, and 9th level magical beasts began to approach. Following his principle of running away when he couldn't win, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment and fled directly. In the camp. Report, Commander Wang, the Black Death God has no team cooperation, he is a lone wolf. Moreover, he is indeed a 5-star warrior. What? Hearing the report from his subordinate, Wang Chong was stunned. With a face full of disbelief, he exclaimed excitedly, You must be mistaken, right? Wang Yusheng. Report, Commander Wang. Wang Yusheng replied excitedly, I can guarantee it with my military rank. Alright, the shocked Wang Chong nodded. Glancing at Wang Yusheng, he hurried towards 2nd Lieutenant Chao's camp. He thought to himself, this Black Death God is too fierce. A lone wolf is actually this powerful. In his view, this is definitely a seed of a soldier king. Lost in thought, Wang Chong arrived in front of 2nd Lieutenant Chao. Have you found out? Wang Chong, is it feeding points or hiding his realm? With his hands on his hips, 2nd Lieutenant Chao turned to look and said, If I'm not mistaken, it should be team feeding points. How could a 5-star warrior be that strong? Even a 7-star or 8-star warrior wouldn't be this fierce. Hearing 2nd Lieutenant Chao's inquiry, Wang Chong smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, there really is someone that powerful. 2nd Lieutenant Chao, he is a 5-star lone wolf. We have confirmed it. A 5-star lone wolf. Upon hearing this, Chao Shuang's expression changed instantly. Looking at Wang Chong in shock, he said, You can't be mistaken, right? How could a 5-star warrior kill so many magical beasts? Absolutely certain. Wang Chong shook his head slightly. Chao Shuang was stunned. He originally guessed that this person was either team feeding points or cheating. After all, in previous selection competitions, there were many talented individuals. Some concealed their realms, and some had teams of 3 with 9-star feeding points. In short, to gain points and obtain better military welfare, the methods of cheating were all kinds of strange. This phenomenon had even become an industry chain in the black market. In this year's competition, the Silver Dragon commander not only came up with the idea of an anonymous system but also strictly controlled cheaters. Once a fraud was discovered, their competition qualifications would be directly cancelled. Just a second ago, Chao Shuang had already thought about video calling the Silver Dragon commander to directly cancel the Black Death God's competition qualifications. Who knew the news Wang Cheng brought would leave him both shocked and a bit embarrassed? Shocked that this 5-star warrior was too fierce. Embarrassed that he almost mistakenly eliminated a dark horse. Lieutenant, the Black Death God has moved again. He has already broken through 5,000 points. At that moment, Wang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Chao Shuang was taken aback. He then looked at the rankings. He saw that the Black Death God's score had already reached 5,000 points. Stunned, he muttered, "Is this really a 5-star warrior? Isn't that too strong?" A night passed. The golden sunlight once again fell on the 0818 danger zone. The morning air was mixed with a hint of blood. The residual blood on the ground and the incomplete corpses testify to the madness of the previous night. On top of an abandoned villa, Deng Junsheng stood there holding a Fong Tianhua halberd. With a blank expression, he glanced around. After confirming that no 9th-level magical beasts were nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief. A whole night of fighting had left him covered in blood. The blade of the Fong Tianhua halberd also had some notches. Seeing this scene, a hint of fatigue appeared in Deng Junsheng's eyes. Opening the rankings, he saw that his score was 28,000. Ranking first, a smile crept onto his lips. He thought to himself, with a score of 28,000, it was enough to crush all 9-star warriors in the Chuan City martial arts space in a short time. The so-called martial arts genius of Chuan City, Xu Yuan, and Qing Kong, were they really that impressive? Just trash. As Deng Junsheng was about to exit the ranking interface, a familiar name caught the eye. Black Death God, 15,000 points. Ranked first among 5-star warriors. The highest scores for 6-star and 7-star warriors were only 5,000. The highest for 8-star warriors was 20,000. If we look at the rankings based on points rather than levels, Black Death God could already break into the top 100. What? 15,000. A hint of surprise appeared in Deng Junsheng's eyes. In just one night, this guy gained 10,000 points. Is this really a 5-star warrior? Deng Junsheng, shocked, shook his head secretly. He thought to himself that he could kill up to 28,000 in one night. It was entirely due to the high scores from level 8 and 9 magical beasts. But how did this 5-star warrior get so many points? Was it by slaughtering level 5, 6, and 7 beasts? After all, level 5, 6, and 7 beasts only give 3 points each. He would have to kill over 3,000 magical beasts in one night to achieve that. That's just too insane. Is this really a 5-star warrior? Deng Junsheng remembered that the officials had suspected Black Death God of team feeding and cheating. But now, a day and a night had passed, and this guy was still alive and well. This proved that he was indeed formidable. This year's competition seems to have a monster mixed in. Deng Junsheng muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. He then turned into a shadow and disappeared. In a certain underground basement of a dangerous area, Lin Feng, who was hiding here, opened his warrior badge to check his ranking. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. After a night of slaughter, he had killed 3,000 level 5 magical beasts. His vitality increased by 9,000. He killed 500 level 6 magical beasts. His vitality increased by 2,000. His total points skyrocketed from 4,500 to 15,000. His total vitality surged from 56,200 to 67,500. He was still 33,000 away from 100,000 vitality. Lin Feng, overjoyed, swallowed hard. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a layer of golden light instantly appeared on the surface of his body. After a night of frenzied killing, the angry eye diamond also exhibited a phenomenon of enlightenment, just like the mad demon Slash. Its physical strength was such that even level 6 magical beasts couldn't harm him at all. Moreover, the angry eye diamond was continuously strengthening and had not yet reached its limit. Lin Feng estimated that once the angry eye diamond fully comprehended its path, it might even be able to fight against level 7 magical beasts. Even after breaking through to 6-star warrior, killing them wouldn't be impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Feng casually opened the 100 cubic meter compressed storage space. This was a specially made storage ring by Oldley, worth 100 million. It was meant for convenient stocking. In this competition, it had helped Lin Feng immensely. It was evident that in the corner of this 100 cubic meter storage space, it was filled with densely packed magical beast corpses. After spatial compression, it only occupied a few cubic meters of space. It was still too early to fill it up. With countless thoughts, Lin Feng smiled. He then took out a level 6 magical beast to prepare breakfast. After a day and night of slaughter, his physical and mental energy had been greatly depleted. If he didn't replenish soon, he might collapse. Naturally, Lin Feng began to start a fire, slice, and roast in one go. His skilled movements would surely make any magical beast watching feel heartbroken. For some reason, as his vitality surged, Lin Feng's appetite also increased significantly. While eating roasted magical beast meat, his vitality and mental energy were slowly enhancing. He was very pleased with this kind of physical mutation. The next day arrived. Many people at the Chuan City martial arts base, upon waking up, immediately went to check the points ranking. When they saw that Gung Junsheng had gained 18,000 points overnight, they were all shocked. But when they saw that Black Death God was still alive and had gained 10,000 points in one night, they were even more astonished. Am I seeing things? This Gung Junsheng is too fierce. 18,000 points in one night. He directly pulled ahead of second place, Xu Yun, by 10,000 points. That's too fierce. Xing Kong is only at 17,000 now. They clearly also got caught up in the competition last night. No wonder Chu Yun and Xing Kong aren't working hard. It's because Gung Junsheng, the Demon King, is too fierce. Damn! This Black Death God is even more abnormal. Is this really a 5-star warrior? Are you kidding me? Killing 3,000 level 5, 6, and 7 magical beasts in one night, is this a 5-star warrior? You didn't read that wrong. I've become a fan. The officials haven't said anything, so the other side shouldn't have cheated. This is the biggest dark horse of the year. It's so damn dark. This score is enough to break into the top 100. How fierce. 5-star level. The score of an 8 or 9-star warrior, how strong must that be? 6 or 7-star warriors are just little brothers. Only 8-star warriors have a chance to catch up. The Black Reaper is obviously anonymous. Who is this person? So fierce. Damn. At the headquarters of the Chuan City martial arts base, Commander Yin Long glanced at the score rankings. His brows furrowed tightly. He, who hated cheating in competitions the most, coldly said, "This Black Reaper is obviously cheating. Is Chao Shuang blind and can't see it? Have him come see me immediately." Chao Shuang quickly arrived at the commander's office. "Commander, you called for me." "Humph." Commander Yin Long snorted lightly. Glancing at Chao Shuang, he said, "You were supposed to supervise the competition, and this is how you supervise it?" "Commander, I don't understand what you mean." Chao Shuang's expression froze. This Black Reaper is only 5 stars, yet his score is several times higher than that of 6 or 7-star warriors. Do you think that's reasonable? Commander Yin Long coldly questioned. Chao Shuang was taken aback, then quickly realized that Commander Yin Long had misunderstood. With his expression returning to normal, he explained, "Commander, the Black Reaper is fine. He doesn't have a team feeding him points, and there's no cheating. He's a lone wolf. I originally planned to report to you this afternoon, but I didn't expect you to call for me first." "What? A 5-star lone wolf?" Hearing this, Commander Yin Long's expression changed dramatically. Looking at Chao Shuang in front of him, he asked, "Are you sure?" "Commander, I guarantee it with my military rank." Chao Shuang. "All right." Commander Yin Long nodded, his eyes filled with shock. He had thought that this guy called the Black Reaper was cheating. Who knew that not only was he not cheating, but he was also a genuine 5-star lone wolf? Feeling incredulous, he asked again, "Which family does he belong to?" Chao Shuang smiled bitterly. Glancing at the commander, he spread his hands and said, "Commander, besides you, we probably don't have the authority to know the information of the participating warriors, right? And according to Wang Chang's report, this person seems to mind his identity being exposed." "Got it." Commander Yin Long waved his hand. After the person left, he couldn't help but focus on the command platform. There, all the warriors' information was available. As long as he wanted, he could check it directly. Black Reaper. Commander Yin Long murmured, shaking his head slightly. Glancing at the score rankings on the screen, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Under the blazing sun, chaos reigned in the danger zone. With the arrival of over 100,000 warriors, the magical beasts here seemed to riot, wandering around. Once they encountered a warrior, they would erupt into a life and death struggle. Often, either the warrior would escape, or the magical beast would die on the spot. In a corner deep within the ruins of the city, Ding, slain a level 6 magical beast, blood value. After Lin Feng raised his hand to kill the last level 6 magical beast, the surroundings fell silent once more. Covered in bloodstains, he slowly revealed his true appearance. Glancing at the corpses scattered around, a hint of indifference appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that after half a morning of slaughter, his score ranking had skyrocketed to 20,000 points. He had killed a total of 1,500 level 6 magical beasts. His blood value increased by 6,000. With over 20,000 blood value still needed to break through to a 6-star warrior, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to clean up the battlefield and leave, he suddenly sensed nearby warriors approaching at high speed. In an instant, 2 6-star warriors and 1 7-star warrior quietly appeared. Dressed in metallic battle armor, they exuded a fierce aura. Clearly, the newcomers were not friendly. "Hey, hand over the points on you, and you can leave the competition alive," the 7-star warrior coldly said, swinging a metal battle knife. Robbery? Lin Feng was not surprised by this scene. After all, the competition rules did not prohibit attacking other warriors, and this was also tacitly allowed by any martial arts base official. After all, in battle, the beast race is often not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is often your own kind behind you. These people will stop at nothing for profit. They would even kill and loot. Lin Feng did not feel afraid of such a situation. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. It seems this kid is tough. Kill him. Don't waste words. Go! The two 6-star warriors shook their heads slightly. They quickly closed in. In an instant, one wielded a hammer and the other an axe. With a pincer attack from both sides, the might of their combat skills surged towards him. Lin Feng, standing still, remained as steady as a mountain. Crack! At the moment they closed in, a flash of golden blade light erupted. What kind of knife is this? Thud! The warrior with the hammer had his head severed, collapsing into a pool of blood without uttering a sound. The warrior with the axe clutched his neck, then fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Killed a 6-star warrior, vitality points gained. Ding! Used sky split slash, proficiency gained. Hearing the notifications, Lin Feng slowly sheathed his demonic knife. He looked up at the 7-star warrior standing on the wall. His gaze was extremely cold. A 5-star warrior. Why are you so strong? Who are you? The 7-star warrior exclaimed in shock. The dead have no right to know my identity. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The 7-star warrior was taken aback and without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. Facing this guy, he felt more terrified than when encountering a 9-star warrior. The aura that seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood sent his heart into a panic. Can you escape? The moment you harbored murderous intent towards me, you had already chosen the path to death. Just then, a cold voice suddenly appeared in front of him. The 7-star warrior looked up and found that Lin Feng had somehow appeared in front of him again. Such terrifying speed left him in horror. Could it be the Black Death God? Damn! How did I run into you? Lin Feng's gaze shifted. As the 7-star warrior lifted his leg again, his speed suddenly surged by 950. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him. With a swift motion, the knife fell, and a bloody head rolled to the ground. Ding! Killed a 7-star warrior, vitality points gained. Ding! Used shadowless, proficiency gained. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency gained. The slaughter ceased. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the corpse with unclosed eyes, a smirk appearing on his lips. He thought to himself that the power of the immobilization technique lies in its suddenness. The 7-star warrior probably hadn't even had time to withdraw from the fight before meeting his end. Lin Feng smiled slightly as he analyzed the battle process. He then took the warrior's badge and swiped it. Points increased by 50,000. Total points, 25,000. Lin Feng then took the badges from the two 6-star warriors. Points increased by 40,000. Total points, 29,000. Watching his ranking continuously rise, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion. He thought to himself that since ancient times, killing and looting has been the fastest way to make money. This principle remains unchanged even now. The combined points of these three warriors were less than 10,000. They must have had ulterior motives to take shortcuts. Unfortunately for them, they had bad luck and ran into Lin Feng. With a myriad of thoughts, he shook his head slightly and then cleaned up the battlefield before leaving the area. In a dangerous, ruined library, Little Fish, after killing an 8th-level magical beast, had her pretty face flushed with exhaustion. After a night of continuous fighting, her points ranking had reached 20,000. Looking at the 8-star and 9-star warriors, her score could even place her in the top 100. Just as Little Fish was feeling pleased with herself, she suddenly noticed that the Black Death God's points had surged to 29,000. What a freak! Why is his score increasing so fast? Is he really a 5-star warrior? Gung Junsheng looked around at the increasing number of 9th-level magical beasts, his brow furrowing. He didn't know why, but most of the magical beasts he encountered today were 9th level, with very few 8th-level beasts. Although Gung Junsheng was not afraid, the sight of hundreds and thousands of 9th-level magical beasts charging at him was still a headache. Gripping his halberd, he glanced around and charged forward again. Roar! 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 One by one, the 9th-level magical beasts opened their massive jaws and lunged at him. It was as if they were fighting for their lives, acting like they had gone mad. Even if their bodies were cut in half, they would still risk everything to bite Gung Junsheng. Under such a frenzied assault, even Gung Junsheng found it hard to cope. After fighting for a whole day and night, his body had long reached its limit. Both his physical and mental strength had been severely depleted. Yet these level 9 magical beasts were like stubborn leeches, killing one batch after another. Thinking of this, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but roar in anger. Instantly, a layer of void fluctuations erupted from his body. the surrounding level 9 magical beasts were momentarily stunned. In an instant, they all died in a bizarre manner. Mental attack. Seeing this scene, Gung Junsheng immediately seized the opportunity to escape. After running for an unknown amount of time, he found a basement to hide in. The severe physical and mental exhaustion left his face pale. Gritting his teeth, Gung Junsheng took out a bottle of blue potion from his storage space and drank it. As he felt his physical and mental strength rapidly recover, his complexion softened a bit. After checking the points ranking, Gung Junsheng felt a little better. Gung Junsheng, 48,000 points, ranked first. But when he subconsciously glanced at the Black Death God, his eyes inevitably showed some shock. Black Death God, 29,000 points, ranked first among 5-star warriors. What the hell, a 5-star warrior? Gung Junsheng shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of frustration. He thought about how quickly his points had risen. Besides his own strength, it was actually related to the points from killing magical beasts. But what was the Black Death God's reason? In just 2 days, he had directly reached 29,000 points. Looking at the warriors below 8 or 9 stars, this was definitely the highest score. Killing to gain points? At this thought, a possibility emerged in Gung Junsheng's mind. During these 2 days, there had been warriors looking for trouble with him. Unfortunately, these people were too weak. They were often discovered during their sneak attacks and then killed by his mental attacks. Under the intimidation of his powerful methods, Gung Junsheng was rarely ambushed by warriors. At the same time, he also knew that killing warriors would add their points to his own. Gung Junsheng had thought about using this method to quickly gain points, but he felt that it was not the right time yet. Moreover, the Chuan City martial arts base was watching. If he went too far, he could very well be kicked out of the competition. Killing and looting. Interesting. Gung Junsheng muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. Just as he was about to take a short rest, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Here they come again. Gung Junsheng's face darkened. He thought, have these magical beasts taken a liking to him? Why are they relentlessly pursuing him? Feeling quite speechless, he sighed and then turned into an afterimage, disappearing without a trace. Far away in the 0914 magical cave, Little Whirlwind glanced at the level 9 magical beast in front of him. Then he nodded. After the beast left, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought, according to the reports from these lowly tribesmen, that human genius warrior named Gung Junsheng had indeed appeared in the 0818 city, and he was crushing all human warriors with absolute strength, becoming the undisputed number 1. Upon receiving this news, Little Whirlwind immediately knew it had to be that scoundrel. After all, only such a human genius warrior could make him, the Little Whirlwind, feel frustrated. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Little Whirlwind's eyes. According to the reports from his tribe, the Golden-Winged Demon Commander had already gathered the magical beast tribes from the 3 dangerous areas 0816, 0812, and 0815 to 0818. The mission objective was to eliminate the human genius warrior Gung Junsheng. Such a grand plan to deal with a 9-star warrior was indeed overkill. However, the Golden-Winged Demon Commander said, human genius warriors have boundless potential, and it would be best to crush them in the cradle. Even if it costs some cannon fodder tribesmen, it doesn't matter. The Golden-Winged Demon Commander is truly wise and powerful. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Little Whirlwind smiled. Then he continued to maintain the magical cave passage. In the afternoon, within the 0818 dangerous area, after an hour of rest, Lin Feng plunged back into the slaughter. As his vitality continued to increase, both his physical and mental strength surged dramatically. Clad in black tungsten battle armor, Lin Feng moved through the ruins like the Grim Reaper. Often, the magical beasts didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed, dying with their eyes wide open. Even when facing 7th level magical beasts, Lin Feng could still launch surprise attacks using his invisibility technique. However, when confronted with 8th or even 9th level magical beasts, he would strategically retreat. This led him to make a large circle in the perilous area of 0818. Lin Feng remained active around the outskirts of the city, never stepping into the city center. Occasionally encountering some martial artists, he would selectively avoid them. But as 5th level magical beasts became increasingly rare, Lin Feng's current targets could only be 6th and 7th level magical beasts. Ding! Slain a 6th level magical beast, vitality increased. Ding! Used the Killing God Blade, proficiency increased. After killing the last 6th level magical beast, Lin Feng slowly came to a stop. Looking around, all the magical beasts had been cleared. In less than 3 hours, he had slain 2,000 5th level magical beasts. Vitality increased. 1,000 6th level magical beasts. Vitality increased. Total vitality rose from over 8,000 in the morning to 10,000 in the afternoon. From 67,500 vitality, it surged to 85,500. He was still 14,500 away from breaking through to a 6-star martial artist. His total points also skyrocketed from 29,000 to 38,000. Lin Feng, filled with joy, swallowed hard. He finally saw a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Then he glanced at Gung Juanxing's points. Good heavens! Points! This guy is really something else. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that his speed in killing magical beasts relied purely on his stats. How could this guy be so fast too? Could he also be a transmigrator? Impossible. Lin Feng quickly dismissed that thought. In his view, it might have something to do with the points from the magical beasts. 5th, 6th, and 7th level magical beasts were only worth 3 points each. 8th and 9th level magical beasts were worth 8 points each. If Lin Feng were a 9-star martial artist, his points would probably be even more terrifying than Gung Juanxing's. With that thought, he felt a bit better. Meanwhile, deep in the perilous area of 0818, unknown to Lin Feng, roar! Facing the overwhelming number of 9th-level magical beasts, Gung Juanxing was stunned. He swore he had never seen so many magical beasts in his life. Under the endless slaughter, even though Gung Juanxing was a 9-star martial artist and a dual cultivation master of mental energy, he couldn't withstand such a siege of magical beasts. After losing track of how long he had been fighting, he swung his halberd and roared, "Isn't this just bullying? Are all the 9th-level magical beasts in the entire 0818 perilous area coming for me? Cough cough cough. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies, congratulations on your wealth. May good things come in waves, 5-star reviews coming in, gifts coming in. Stick your butt out." As the selection competition entered its second day, the number of viewers for the live broadcast had reached 20 million. Countless forces and individuals were paying attention to this event, especially the rankings of some popular contestants, which had become a hot topic of discussion. This Gung Juanxing is not without reason to be arrogant. He's too strong. He directly outshone Chu Yun and Qin Kong by 10,000 points. How can there be such a big gap between two 9-star martial artists? Come on, Chu Yun and Qin Kong are both in their 20s, right? Gung Juanxing is not even 19. He's definitely a genius. Hey, have you guys noticed? The number of magical beasts in Gung Juanxing's recent kill videos seems a bit excessive. You noticed too? I noticed it as well. It really is a bit much. Almost all the magical beasts he encountered were 9th level. If it were me, I would have quit long ago. This is the treatment of a genius. So fierce. But speaking of fierce, it has to be the Black Reaper. I watched that kill video recently. Definitely a close combat expert. The Black Reaper's strength is definitely not just 5 stars. Why hasn't the official said he cheated? He can kill 7th level magical beasts in an instant. Is this really a 5-star martial artist? Isn't it just a rare sight? The Black Reaper kills 6th level magical beasts like their dogs, and 7th level magical beasts are just average. In the villa, Xiningqing lay on her pillow and glanced at her phone, her face filled with worry. She didn't know why. Ever since the selection competition began, she had been unable to contact Lin Feng. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Feeling quite anxious, Xiningqing swallowed hard and turned to Hu Xinger beside her, saying, "I want to go find Uncle Yinlong. Only he can check the resident information. I think something might have happened to Lin Feng." "Don't be silly," Hu Xinger sighed. "Commander Yinlong is extremely busy right now. Do you think he has time to deal with you? Lin Feng is fine. That guy is probably just hiding." Sigh. "What should I do if I miss him so much?" Xiningqing spread her hands. "Auntie, you should focus on your training." Hu Xinger replied, "Look at you, you've only just started as a martial artist a few days ago, and you're almost at 4 stars. That's talent." Xiningqing shook her head slightly, unconvinced. She thought that cultivating one's vitality wasn't particularly difficult for their family, especially after training with a partner, which would significantly speed up the process. The reason she wanted to be with Lin Feng as soon as possible was that she was afraid the old men in the family would meddle in her affairs. With a face full of frustration, she sighed, "Heaven bless, may Lin Feng be safe." "Stop mumbling," Hu Xinger said. "Aren't you watching the selection competition? It seems something is off at the 0818 danger zone. The officials seem to have mobilized." "Ha!" Xiningqing was taken aback and leaned in to take a closer look. At the Chuan City martial arts base, Chao Shuang looked at the commander in front of her, her face tense. She thought the beast tide at 0818 had come too suddenly and strangely. As a result, some participating martial artists hadn't reacted in time and had already perished in large numbers during the beast tide. If the military didn't take action to control it soon, the selection competition might be forced to end. The 358th Regiment isn't enough. Let the independent regiment go as well. Commander Yinlong glanced at the surveillance footage and said, "Li Longyun is still in seclusion, right? Tell him that if he doesn't complete the mission this time, he should come and see me with his head." "Yes." Chao Shuang received the order and immediately turned to leave. After she left, a hint of confusion appeared in Commander Inlong's eyes. He recalled that 3 months before the competition, they had already checked the surrounding danger zones of 0818. There were no signs of a beast tide. Who would have thought that less than 2 days into the competition, the magical beasts in several nearby danger zones would actually form a beast tide, orderly surging into the 0818 danger zone? The sudden change made Commander Inlong suspect that a demon lord-level beast tribe was behind it. With that thought, he turned and walked into a conference room. As the room's lights dimmed, a virtual figure appeared in the conference room. Judging by the military uniform insignia, the rank was far above that of Commander Inlong. Report, Chief Night Owl. A small-scale beast tide has appeared in the 0818 danger zone, and there are suspected signs of a medium-scale beast tide following. I suspect a beast tribe demon lord is behind this. Chief Night Owl nodded. Although his face was virtualized, there was an almost imperceptible aura of authority emanating from him. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing Chief Night Owl's inquiry, Commander Inlong answered without hesitation, this year's selection competition is of great significance. I believe we can plan carefully and then act. Let's observe for now. As his voice fell, the conference room returned to silence. After a minute of silence, Chief Night Owl spoke again. I'm watching the competition as well. A small-scale beast tide is nothing. It can still be controlled. Continue. Yes. Commander Inlong saluted. He only relaxed after Chief Night Owl's figure disappeared. Inside the danger zone. Fog grass. A type of plant. Why are there more magical beasts? Run. Is this a magical beast? This is a beast tide, right? Oh my. Groups of level 5, 6, and 7 magical beasts. Who can withstand this? Hurry and retreat. Help. I don't want to die yet. I'm still a virgin. On top of an abandoned tower, Lin Feng looked at the commotion below, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. It was visible to the naked eye. A large group of magical beasts had suddenly emerged from somewhere, once again sweeping through the entire outer area of the 0818 danger zone. Some isolated warriors had not yet reacted before they were instantly devoured by the horde of magical beasts. Of course, some warriors managed to exit the competition in time and were rescued by soldiers emerging from the void. Lin Feng watched this scene without a trace of fear. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement. He had been longing for the slaughter of low-level magical beasts. The magic knife in his hand was already eager for action. Buzz. Perhaps the magic knife sensed Lin Feng's excitement, as it emitted a series of knife sounds. Kill! Lin Feng shouted softly. Instantly, his body was enveloped by black tungsten battle armor. Transforming into a black cannonball, he suddenly fell from the high tower, heading straight for a group of level 5 magical beasts. Along the way, blood flowers bloomed in the air. Lin Feng was like the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives. Ding! Slain a level 5 magical beast, vitality value. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Used, proficiency reached great success. Ding! Used angered diamond, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng, feeling the surge of vitality throughout his body, was filled with excitement. Wherever the blade pointed, the heads of magical beasts fell in unison. Geysers of blood erupted into the sky. Roar! Thousands of level 5 magical beasts witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with madness. Seeing the merciless slaughter by the human warrior before them, they charged in as if unafraid of death. Roar! Even behind the horde of level 5 magical beasts, a giant snake with 3 heads, covered in black armor, appeared. An 8th level magical beast, the 3-headed black armored snake. Lin Feng did not flinch at this sight. The surge in vitality greatly enhanced his strength. He was on the verge of breaking through to a 6-star warrior. To break through the last barrier, he chose to confront it. Roar! The 3-headed black armored snake opened its massive mouth and roared. Facing the weak human warrior, its eyes were filled with indifference. As the leader of this group of magical beasts, the 3-headed black armored snake roared again. The surrounding level 5 and 6 magical beasts seemed to go mad, all charging towards Lin Feng. Like a dense black cloud, they instantly engulfed him. Boom! But as the brilliant blade light exploded, the magical beasts along the way were instantly torn apart. Countless casualties. Ding! Slain a level 5 magical beast, vitality value. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Used, proficiency. With the great success of combined with the immobilization technique, nearly 1,000 level 5 magical beasts were instantly annihilated. The power of the great success was terrifying. With the surge in vitality, Lin Feng felt the strength coursing through his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had endless energy. Roar! In the distance, the 8th level magical beast, the 3-headed black armored snake, saw the scene and roared again. The surrounding magical beasts, as if unafraid of death, charged once more. Lin Feng felt his blood boiling at this sight. Gripping the magic knife, he grinned. Then he took the initiative to charge forward. Wherever the blade went, the heads of magical beasts fell one after another. The blood gushed into the air like a torrential rain. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Ding! Slain a level 5 magical beast, vitality value. Ding! Slain a level 6 magical beast, vitality value. Ding! Used angered diamond, proficiency. Ding! Used mad demon slash, proficiency. Ding! Used shadowless, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang continuously. Like a beautiful melody, it drove Lin Feng into a frenzy. Using angered diamond, he transformed into a steel war chariot. Wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew. Ding! Slain a level 6 magical beast, vitality value. Ding! Used angered diamond, proficiency reached heavenly descent proficiency. After crushing the last batch of magical beasts, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. With a surge in vitality, his realm stepped into 6-star warrior. Both his mental strength and physical strength surged again. A feeling of complete liberation surged in his heart. So this is what it means to be a 6-star warrior. His body felt unblocked, every bone and joint felt free. After reaching 6-star warrior, one would clearly feel stronger. Lin Feng was experiencing this feeling now. If stepping into 5-star warrior was a watershed moment, then stepping into 6-star meant another surge in body and mental strength. Although he didn't know what it felt like for other warriors to step into the 6 stars, Lin Feng felt that he could now easily slay a level 7 magical beast. As for level 6 magical beasts, they were like slaughtering dogs. With his terrifying combat power skyrocketing, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the level 8 magical beast, the 3-headed black armored serpent. This colossal creature was entirely black and several dozen meters long. At this moment, it was coiled atop a building, watching with a predatory gaze. Using the horde of magical beasts to wear down Lin Feng's combat power, it was finally ready to strike. Lin Feng felt no fear upon witnessing this scene. If it had been before, when he encountered a level 8 magical beast, he would have run away without looking back. But now, having stepped into the realm of 6-star warriors, with his combat power surging, Lin Feng wanted to test the limits of his strength. With that thought, he raised his blade, aiming for the head of the black-armored 3-headed serpent. Roar! In response to the provocation from the human warrior before it, the black-armored 3-headed serpent let out a furious roar. With its massive body, it instantly crushed the building beneath it. Dust filled the air. A gaping maw rushed toward Lin Feng. A wave of foul wind hit him, causing the flowers, grass, and trees along its path to wither instantly. Demonic aura. Lin Feng frowned at this sight. According to the information from the Warrior Forum, reaching level 8 or 9 magical beasts meant they had a chance to enter the realm of demonic beasts. During this period, whether in talent or attack methods, demonic aura would manifest, causing their combat power to soar. Generally, a 7-star warrior facing an 8 or 9 level magical beast would only have a 60% chance of winning in a direct confrontation. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng showed no hesitation in dodging. However, along with the black-armored 3-headed serpent's breath attack, the surface of his tungsten battle armor was still eroded, revealing some white marks of damage. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise at this scene. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a level 8 magical beast. If it were an ordinary low-star warrior, their body would probably have been dissolved by that breath. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lin Feng swallowed hard. After dodging this attack, he quickly closed in. With his agile and nimble physique, he naturally chose to engage in close combat. Roar! The black-armored 3-headed serpent, realizing Lin Feng's intentions, roared again. Instinctively, it twisted its body, wanting to crush him. However, Lin Feng was incredibly fast. After a few leaps, he arrived at the serpent's 7-inch mark. As the ancients said, strike a snake at its 7 inches. Withdrawing his magic blade, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Thud! He thrust down with his blade. Roar! The black-armored 3-headed serpent, which had been extremely confident in its own defenses, let out a pained scream upon seeing this. What kind of blade is that? Forgetting its surprise, the black-armored 3-headed serpent opened its massive maw to bite down. Lin Feng saw this and dodged again. Constantly changing positions, he would strike down with his blade every time he passed by. As the saying goes, a white blade goes in, a red blade comes out. Moreover, it was a magic blade that carried tetanus damage. In this situation, the black-armored 3-headed serpent was frightened. Faced with the blade in the hands of this human warrior in that astonishing speed, even as a level 8 magical beast, it had to start twisting its body and fleeing. To shake off Lin Feng, the black-armored 3-headed serpent rolled its body along the way, crushing many abandoned buildings and houses into rubble. Dust filled the air, instantly attracting the attention of many warriors. What the hell? Who is this 9-star powerhouse, riding on a level 8 magical beast and hacking away? Wait, This person seems to be the Black Reaper, right? No way. It really is him. Isn't this guy a 5-star warrior? How? Is he chasing and hacking at a level 8 magical beast? Why do we have to hide when we encounter a horde of magical beasts, while this guy goes against the tide, chasing and hacking at a level 8 magical beast? On a rooftop of a ruined building, Little Fish looked at the dust rolling out in a serpentine shape below. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. First, she was astonished that this person was the Black Reaper. Second, when Little Fish saw that familiar frenzied slash, she was momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. It's him! It's that damned pigeon spirit! Finally found him! Overjoyed, Little Fish screamed repeatedly. As an 8-star warrior, she glanced at the commotion below and quickly chased after. Similar scenes continued to unfold. Riding the 8th level magical beast, the giant serpent, Linfeng swung his blade wildly. He was invincible, like a god of fortune on earth. With each slash, chunks of white snake meat fell away. The black scales continuously shed. Roar, roar, roar. The black-scaled 3-headed serpent, enduring excruciating pain, roared repeatedly. To shake off this human warrior madman on its back, it rolled in a tornado-like fashion, charging forward recklessly. Abandoned skyscrapers collapsed one after another along the way. Amidst the swirling dust, Linfeng, clad in black tungsten battle armor, remained as steady as a mountain. With half of his body plunged into the flesh and blood of the black-scaled 3-headed serpent, his gaze was icy. The steel and concrete rushing towards Linfeng were instantly shattered by his magical blade. Time and again, Linfeng seemed like a nail, firmly embedding himself into the body of the black-scaled 3-headed serpent. Amidst the earth-shattering screams, even the guard army responsible for the live broadcast was startled. As the camera zoomed in, Linfeng's image was fully revealed for the first time. Countless viewers watching the live stream were instantly shocked. Is this the Black Death God? What is he doing? He is hunting an 8th level magical beast. Damn! Is this a 5-star warrior? Are you kidding me? This is too fierce, chasing and hacking at an 8th level magical beast. So strong. The Black Death God is incredible. Look, the 8th level magical beast is no match for him. It's not about the difference in strength, it's that the 8th level magical beast can't do anything to the Black Death God. This is too fierce. Damn! Look, the Black Death God has made his move. What kind of blade is that? So cool. What a fierce person, riding the 8th level magical beast and hacking away. Who is this warrior? No wonder the Black Death God could become a dark horse as a 5-star warrior. With this combat power, even a 7-star warrior wouldn't be his match. So cool. This is the first time I've seen the Black Death God. His battle armor is black tungsten armor, right? In the camp, 3 burly men in military uniforms were watching the live broadcast. 2 of them were Chao Shuang and the 358th Regiment leader, Wang Chong. The other was the Independent Regiment leader, Li Longyun. He was tall and sturdy, with a determined gaze and a scar on his left cheek, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure this kid is a 5-star warrior? He's even fiercer than a 7-star warrior, right?" "That's right," Wang Chong said with a complex expression. "Blood and energy testing shows he indeed has only 5 stars, but his combat power is probably beyond that." "Let's test again," Chao Shuang said in shock. "I feel this kid is too strong." "Yes," Wang Chong replied. "Li Longyun, it used to be our 358th Regiment that came to support you. Now it's your independent regiment's turn. The West is up to you. We're leaving." "You're talking nonsense," Li Longyun said. "Our independent regiment is invincible. When have we needed your 358th Regiment to make up the numbers? Get lost." "All right, you said it," Wang Chong said. "Chao Second Lieutenant, bear witness, if Li Longyun asks me for support, the 358th Regiment will never go." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left. Chao Shuang, dressed in a crisp military uniform, shook his head slightly. Glancing at the battlefield, he said to the fierce General Li Longyun, "Li Longyun, the commander said there's been a problem with this escort mission, and you need to bring your head to see him." "Ha ha," Li Longyun laughed heartily. "Chao Second Lieutenant, if the commander doesn't trust me, do you not trust me either? When have I, old Li, ever been vague in battle? Last time at Swordgate Pass, I slaughtered 3 demon generals among 100,000 beastmen. With me here, you can rest assured. Our independent regiment is here to feast, not like the 358th Regiment that's here to eat shit." "Good," Chao Shuang nodded. Just as he was about to say something to Li Longyun, the scene before him stunned him. As they approached the central city area, the black-scaled 3-headed serpent continued to advance. They were getting closer to the central area. The magical beasts active here were mostly level 7, 8, and 9. Not daring to be careless, Lin Feng glanced ahead. Then he rose from the flesh and blood. Roar! The pained black-scaled three-headed serpent also opened its massive mouth and roared. Visibly, the flesh in its 7-inch area was almost completely skinned, under the sharp magic blades slashing. In some places, the cuts have gone deep to the bone. Beneath the white, glistening snake meat, streams of blood continuously overflow. The heavily injured black-armored three-headed snake only wants to distance itself from this terrifying human warrior at this moment. But what confuses it is that the human in front of it actually blocks its path. Lin Feng, having jumped away from the snake's body, quickly arrives in front of the black-armored three-headed snake. Stopping the opponent's advance, Lin Feng draws his magic blade. The blade points directly at the snake's head. Roar! The black-armored three-headed snake, seeing this, instantly becomes furious. With a belly full of anger, it does not hesitate to open its massive mouth and pounce. Lin Feng, seeing this, his eyes turn icy. As the snake's gaping mouth approaches, he says, "Watch closely. This strike will be very cool." As his words fall, the snake's head freezes in midair. Its wide-open mouth shows extreme terror. It seems to be trapped in a muddy swamp. At this moment, its body cannot move an inch. Now, with a flicker of his gaze, Lin Feng activates the immobilization technique. That in his hand bursts forth with brilliant golden light. The perfected, under the flashing golden blade light, crack, the snake's head, with its gaping mouth, is instantly split into two. As it falls, the remaining snake body desperately rolls away. The extreme pain of death leaves the black-armored three-headed snake gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng sees this scene and then strikes directly at its vital point. Ding! Slain an 8th-level magical beast, vitality gained. Ding! Used, proficiency gained. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency gained. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng's heart bursts with joy. He glances at the massive snake body on the ground and then collects it to take away. This clean and decisive scene instantly ignites the live broadcast room, slaying an 8th-level magical beast. Black Death God is so cool. This is invincible. Wow! Not just invincible. It's simply amazing. He's only a 5-star warrior, okay? What? He can kill 8th-level magical beasts, and you still call him a 5-star warrior? I don't know why. Dong Jun can also kill 8th and 9th level magical beasts effortlessly, but why does Black Death God look so much cooler? Just now, the 8th level magical beast clearly paused for a moment. Was that a deliberate let-up? No way? I don't know. I also find it strange. Just that moment allowed Black Death God to find the opportunity. In the office of the commander, Commander Silver Dragon glances at the battle scene. His eyes are filled with shock. He thinks, is this guy really a 5-star warrior? This is too strong, right? Although he has seen many genius warriors fighting above their level, he has never seen anyone as outrageous as Black Death God. Feeling quite shocked, he shakes his head slightly. He feels something is off, especially the sudden pause of the black-armored three-headed snake just now. It makes Commander Silver Dragon somewhat suspicious. After all, in a battle between strong opponents, even the slightest distraction can be fatal. Clearly, the death of the black-armored three-headed snake is a bit strange. Could it be that someone secretly intervened in the match? But as a martial sovereign, Silver Dragon has not detected any power beyond martial sovereign or martial king in the danger zone. Could it be a martial king level expert intervening? Thinking of this, Commander Silver Dragon suddenly begins to doubt Black Death God's identity. Should I open the permissions to take a look? The outer area of the danger zone is still filled with the sounds of battle. Occasionally, warriors shout for help, and the roars of magical beasts can be heard. But within a 10-mile radius of a certain ruin, it is eerily silent. If one looks closely, there lies a massive snake head in the ruins. The terrifying aura left by the 8th level magical beast makes all beasts below that level dare not approach. When the warriors see this familiar snake head, they instinctively move away. In the ruins, Lin Feng sits expressionlessly by the campfire with his eyes closed. After consuming 200 pounds of 8th level magical beast meat, his depleted mental and physical energy from the day has been replenished. As Lin Feng, who is meditating to adjust his state, slightly opens his eyes, the panel appears. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star warrior. Vitality, 105,000. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Blade Chi, Swift Wind Shadow. Round completion, Fury-Eyed Vajra, Heavenly Fall, God of Death with a single strike. Great achievement, Skyrending Slash. Great achievement, Invisible and Traceless. Great achievement, Binding Technique, Minor Achievement. Entry, Minor Achievement, Great Achievement, Round Completion. After breaking through to a 6-star warrior, Lin Feng's vitality surged from over 70,000 to 105,000. The Fury-eyed Vidra also advanced to the Heavenly Fall realm. Its defensive power was 5 times that of full mastery. This perfectly compensated for Lin Feng's physical shortcomings. The Skyrending Slash also took this opportunity to break through to great mastery. Its power had already surpassed the Mad Demon Slash in Blade Aura state. In less than 3 days since the competition began, Lin Feng had reaped abundant rewards. The increase in strength boosted his confidence immensely. Just as he was reveling in his inner joy, suddenly, fluctuations came from the nearby void. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly retracted his interface. The next second, Wang Cheng appeared alongside Wang Yusheng. As a martial arts master, he glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. "Don't be nervous, we are from the military." Lin Feng, with the magic blade drawn, nodded. Seeing Wang Yusheng, who had visited once before, he relaxed his guard. "Black Death," Wang Yusheng said, "have you broken through to a 6-star warrior? How did you know?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Wang Yusheng, Wang Cheng. The two were filled with shock upon hearing this. They thought back to a couple of days ago when they checked this person's vitality value. It was only around 60,000 to 70,000, far from breaking through to 6 stars. Who would have thought that in less than 3 days? This person had actually broken through to a 6-star warrior. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed left them in awe. An incredulous Wang Yusheng nodded. He took out a device to check the vitality value. Sure enough, vitality value 105,000. A solid 6-star warrior. Wang Cheng exclaimed upon seeing this, "Truly impressive. You continue with the competition. Go for it. Many people are watching you." "Many people are watching me?" As soon as he said this, the two had already left. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat strange. He thought to himself, wouldn't my identity be exposed? After all, once he participated in the competition, he couldn't contact the outside world, including live broadcasts. With this thought, Lin Feng felt a bit worried. Just as he was feeling uneasy, suddenly, there was movement behind him, and the other party was extremely fast. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. As the figure approached, he quickly dodged. Bang! Sure enough, at the moment he dodged, a deep pit appeared where he had just been standing. An 8-star warrior. Dust filled the air, and an aura belonging to an 8-star warrior emerged. Vaguely, the other party was a tall, curvaceous beauty warrior. "It really is you. You made me search so hard." Just as Lin Feng was pondering, a woman's excited voice came from the dust. As the dust settled, a tall, perfectly proportioned figure wrapped in orange and white battle armor emerged, revealing a stunning face. Xiao Yuer. Looking at the Black Death God who obscured her face, she softly said, "Dust, what is your real name? Tell me." "She knows me?" Lin Feng's gaze froze. Looking at the fiery, beautiful girl in front of him, he asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" "Not just know you." Xiao Yuer licked her lips and said, "I think about you day and night. Do you know how much I miss you?" Lin Feng, suddenly being so missed by a beautiful warrior, to be honest, he had no words. In Lin Feng's memory, it seemed he recognized her, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "How about we collaborate?" Xiao Yuer spoke again. "You can call me Xiao Yuer. What's your name?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. For someone he didn't know, especially a beautiful stranger, he generally kept his distance, because when he was young, Lin Feng's mother once said a saying, that is, the more beautiful a woman is, the worse her heart is. Just because he adhered to this maxim, Lin Feng had remained a novice all these years. "I don't know you, sorry, leave my territory, or I'll have to take action." Not knowing? Xiao Yuer was taken aback. Looking at the Black Death God in front of her, a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. With her hands on her hips, she let out a light huff and said, "Have you forgotten? I was the one who served you the first time you went to the warrior training ground." After saying that, Xiao Yuer felt something was off about her words. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Now you remember, right?" "No." Upon hearing the mention of the warrior training ground, a hint of confusion appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. In his memory, the strongest impression he had of the warrior training ground was grinding for proficiency. As for other people, he really had no recollection. "Ah, so annoying." Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me, you can get to know me slowly." "What's your name? Tell me." "Sorry, we're not familiar." Lin Feng, Xiao Yuer? Hearing this, Xiao Yuer was instantly speechless. You have to know that in Xingjing, there were young masters who wanted to talk to her, but they had to line up under the Iron Tower at the Gull Rooster martial arts base. Yet this person in front of her actually said they weren't familiar? Feeling a bit frustrated, Xiao Yuer swallowed hard. She shot a glance at Lin Feng's dark face and said, "If you don't want to tell me your name, fine, I don't care. Then how about we cooperate?" "Sorry, not interested." Lin Feng, Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yue, taken aback by his coldness, looked at the tall man in front of her and said, "Do you have the guts to say that again?" As her words fell, the air seemed to quiet down. As time passed second by second, Lin Feng remained as cold as ice. Unable to take it anymore, Xiao Yue gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, saying, "If this cooperation succeeds, you could get a mental technique." As her words fell, Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. Looking at Xiao Yue in front of him, he drew his sword and said, "You know me so well? Draw your sword, woman." Xiao Yue. Feeling speechless, Xiao Yue was taken aback and said, You're even more of a straight man than a steel straight man. Are you a titanium alloy straight man? And, I'm not a woman. I'm a girl." Lin Feng's blade was already coming down. Seeing this, Xiao Yue immediately leaped aside. After dodging this strike, she spoke again, "Stop it. You jerk. I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with indifference. This Xiao Yue in front of him had an unknown identity but knew a lot about him. If he didn't figure out what was going on, the knife in Lin Feng's hand wouldn't stop. "You have two choices now. Be killed by me as a magical beast, or tell me the truth about everything." As his words fell, Lin Feng turned into a shadow and disappeared again. "Hey, jerk!" Seeing this, Xiao Yue frowned. After all, she was an 8-star warrior. She wasn't that easy to bully. Since reasoning didn't work, then she would conquer this man with her fists. With that thought, facing the chill coming from behind her, Xiao Yue immediately performed a carp leap to evade. Turning back to glance at Lin Feng, who was attacking with his sword, a long sword appeared in her jade hand. Clang! The clash of blade and sword produced a series of piercing sounds. Facing the 8-star warrior Xiao Yue, Lin Feng showed a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that this girl was agile, as fast as a rabbit. If it weren't for his speed already reaching 1000, he would really have a hard time dealing with her. Indeed, no one who could become an 8-star warrior was simple. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue, who kept dodging, was shocked inside. She thought her movement technique was among the top 10 of the younger generation in Xinjiang. Relying on her family's inherited movement technique, she had always held a significant advantage in battles. But facing this 6-star warrior in front of her, Xiao Yue felt increasingly strained. Even with her family's inherited movement technique, it seemed to be of no use. Of course, this was also related to her movement technique only reaching the subtle level. If she could reach the entry level, Xiao Yue was confident she could completely outpace him. Facing the blade coming down again, Xiao Yue instinctively dodged. Looking at the guy in front of her, she gritted her teeth and said, "Are you really just a 5-star? No, 6-star warrior?" Lin Feng did not answer. He only swung his blade faster and faster. Facing the 8-star warrior Xiao Yue, he did not underestimate her in the slightest. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. After delivering a slash, the incredibly fast Lin Feng seized the opportunity to charge forward. Binding technique. As he got close, Xiao Yue found herself frozen in place, unable to move an inch. That terrifying power, as if she were imprisoned, left her face pale, especially as Lin Feng's blade was still approaching. It only stopped when it rested against her neck. The cold blade instantly snapped Xiao Yue back to reality. "What power did you just use? Why can't I move all of a sudden?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng did not respond. He glanced at Xiao Yue and said, "Choose, woman, will you be killed as a magical beast, or will you reveal the truth?" Xiao Yue was taken aback, her eyes filled with helplessness. She never expected that as an 8-star warrior, she would be defeated by an obscure 6-star warrior. Feeling incredulous, she also thought that if this person agreed to cooperate, the chances of success would definitely be 80%. "What do you want to know? Ask away," Xiao Yue said. "Are you investigating me?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, you are a guest at the warrior training ground." Xiao Yue then honestly explained everything about the training ground. After finishing, she gritted her teeth and said, "You despicable guy. Do you know how many days you've kept me waiting?" Lin Feng, understanding the truth, Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at Xiao Yue and asked, "As far as I know, casually checking a guest's privacy violates the laws of the great Xia martial arts, right? What you're doing seems to be a path to death." Hearing this, Xiao Yue panicked. She had already revealed the truth. She never expected this guy would still want to kill her. With tears in her eyes, she complained, "You heartless man, don't you understand how to cherish a woman at all? Come on, kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about getting Gung Junsheng's mental techniques." Gung Junsheng? Looking at the fearless Xiao Yue, Lin Feng retracted his blade. "You want to kill Gung Junsheng? Of course. Humph." Seeing this, Xiao Yue snorted. Gung Junsheng is obstinate and dismissive of the martial arts disciples of Chuan City. He deserves to be killed by everyone. "Indeed, Lin Feng. You agreed?" Xiao Yue exclaimed in surprise. "I am indeed interested in killing Gung Junsheng." Lin Feng nodded. but are you sure you can get his mental techniques? Of course. Listen to me, Xiao Yuer leaned in. Hearing the whispers in her ear, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Just as he was about to say something, he instinctively turned to look. Coincidentally, he was pressed up against Xiao Yuer, feeling her soft lips and the fragrance of orchids that wafted from her mouth. Lin Feng immediately took a step back. Xiao Yuer, blushing, was also taken aback. Looking at the man before her, she had no words. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Feng spoke. I agree to this, but I still need to wait a while before taking action. Okay, we'll contact each other then. Xiao Yuer nodded, her face flushed as she left the ruins. After she left, Lin Feng let out a long breath. The recent intimate contact had him feeling a surge of blood, especially when he recalled that Gung Junsheng had only recently begun to learn about mental techniques and was still a beginner. If he could find an opportunity to kill him, he was confident he could obtain the cultivation techniques for mental practitioners. However, Gung Junsheng was exceptionally talented, having reached 9-star warrior status at a young age. Killing him would be extremely difficult. With this thought, Lin Feng suddenly felt a bit hot. He glanced at the magical beast area ahead and then drew his blade, charging forward. After leaving the ruins, Xiao Yuer, blushing, found a place to hide. Having never been in a relationship, she never expected to lose her first kiss today. Feeling somewhat emotional, she sighed, her mood complicated. However, thinking of that guy agreeing to cooperate, Xiao Yuer felt a bit better. She thought to herself that this person was powerful and exceptionally talented. His potential for future growth would definitely not be weaker than Gung Junsheng. Just give it time to cultivate. It is destined to become a powerful figure. But right now, wanting to kill Gung Junsheng, Xiao Yuer feels she is still a little short. I still need allies, she murmured, shaking her head slightly. Then she stood up again and disappeared into the night. In the military camp, Wang Chong ran back all the way. As a martial sovereign level expert, he felt like an excited rookie at this moment. This made Chao Shuang, upon seeing him, ask, Wang Chong, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? I took people to investigate the Black Death God's vitality, Wang Chong said excitedly. Guess what? What? Tell me, Chao Shuang said eagerly. Damn! Just a couple of days ago, my subordinates found his vitality was only 70 to 80,000. Guess what? In just 3 days, he has broken through to a 6-star warrior. After Wang Chong finished speaking in a flurry, the room fell silent. Chao Shuang swallowed hard, shocked. So, in 3 days, the Black Death God has increased his vitality by at least 20,000? Wang Chong nodded, his expression full of excitement. After exchanging glances, they both said in unison, this guy is definitely an awakened. Awakened. As the name suggests, it refers to warriors who can awaken certain talents. Some awaken strength, some speed, and others forms. In short, there are many types, with a vast range of abilities. For example, in the beautiful country, there is a genius warrior who awaken lightning abilities. This person is known as the Thunder God for his control over thunder. In the Cherry Blossom country, there is a genius warrior who awaken form abilities. This person is known as the Pirate King for his ability to change into various forms. In the Great Xiao Alliance, there is a genius warrior who awakens sword techniques. This person is known as the Sword Emperor for his mastery of the powers of heaven and earth. These individuals are undoubtedly the most dazzling geniuses in the modern Blue Star Alliance. Moreover, they all awakened their extraordinary abilities before becoming 9-star warriors. They are collectively referred to as innate awakened, and this is just the surface of their genius. In the shadows, there are many hidden reserve geniuses, who will appear as trump cards under necessary conditions. Of course, awakened individuals also vary in strength. For instance, in the Stick country, there was once an awakened genius warrior whose talent was beauty. This kind of talent can confuse enemies with beauty, which is rather useless. Generally, awakened individuals appear after breaking through to 9-star warriors. Only those warriors who are born with powerful extraordinary abilities will awaken their powers early. And the terrifying breakthrough speed of the Black Death God. In Chao Shuang and Wang Chang's eyes, it is no different from an innate awakened. Gung Junsheng broke through to 9-star warrior at 18, impressive, right? And he also cultivates mental strength, impressive, right? But that is merely impressive. Compared to an innate awakened like the Black Death God, it is nothing. As long as he is given time, Gung Junsheng will eventually be surpassed by the Black Death God. With countless thoughts racing through her mind, Chao Shuang swallowed hard and said, I need to go to headquarters immediately. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Yes. Wang Chong saluted, watching Chao Shuang leave. At the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, General Silver Dragon glanced at the information in his hand, his face filled with shock. He thought, based on the information about the Black Death God, this kid's real name is Lin Feng. He has a younger sister named Lin Jia, and this Lin Jia is no one else but the first genius of the martial arts examination, an innate awakened. Originally, upon seeing this, General Silver Dragon was already very shocked. After all, it is quite normal for geniuses to be siblings, but when he saw the conditions of Lin Feng's family, he was dumbfounded. At the age of 10, Lin Feng's parents went missing due to a construction accident. For the next few years, the two siblings supported each other. General Silver Dragon then checked Lin Feng's parents' information, but he was astonished to find that the information was blank. It was as if it had been erased from existence. Feeling incredulous, General Silver Dragon sensed something was off. It is important to know that the citizen information of the Great Xiao Alliance is crucial. Ordinary people cannot access it at all. Only those at the level of general can have the authority to check, but even then, it is merely for viewing. However, erasing citizen information requires permissions that are at least at the level of the top of the power pyramid of the Great Xiao Alliance. The Silver Dragon commander sighed deeply, overwhelmed with thoughts. He had thought things couldn't get any more absurd, but when he saw Lin Feng's blood vitality check record from half a month ago showing only 66, he was stunned. It should be known that Lin Feng, now known as the Black Death God, was already a 5-star warrior with a blood vitality exceeding 50,000. Could it be a mistake in the records? The Silver Dragon commander murmured, shaking his head slightly, his face filled with shock. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Then, an excited Chao Shuang rushed in. "Commander! Good news! Good news, Commander!" The Silver Dragon commander's brows furrowed. With a puzzled look, he asked Chao Shuang, "What is it that has you so excited?" Chao Shuang swallowed hard and immediately shared the news that the Black Death God had broken through to a 6-star warrior. After finishing, he exclaimed, "In less than 3 days, the Black Death God has broken through to 20,000 blood vitality. He is definitely a congenital awakener." The Silver Dragon commander. The shocked Silver Dragon commander stood frozen in place. He thought to himself, according to the records, Lin Feng had gone from 66 blood vitality to a 5-star warrior in just half a month. Now, just 3 days into the competition, he had broken through to a 6-star warrior. What the hell was this? This was a genius. This was a congenital awakener. Looking across the entire Chuan City martial arts space, it had been 10 years since a congenital awakener had appeared, right? Who would have thought that two would emerge this year? The most crucial part was that they were a pair of siblings. Looking at the excited Chao Shuang before him, the Silver Dragon commander asked, "Who else knows about this?" "Just me and Wang Chong," Chao Shuang replied solemnly. "Commander, you need to check the Black Death God's records. This matter is very important." The Silver Dragon commander nodded. He glanced at Chao Shuang and then transmitted Lin Feng's background information. Of course, he chose to hide the information about Lin Feng's parents. After all, this was too outrageous and needed verification. Sure enough, after Chao Shuang finished reading Lin Feng's records, he was shocked. He had thought that breaking through to a 6-star warrior in 3 days was already absurd. Who would have thought that in half a month, he had gone from 66 blood vitality to now being a 6-star warrior? Was this what a congenital awakener was? This was just too abnormal. "Commander," Chao Shuang said excitedly. "Keep it low-key," the Silver Dragon commander replied. "After the competition, we will go see this kid. He must be a congenital awakener, and I will report this." "Yes." Chao Shuang nodded, saluted, and left. Watching Chao Shuang's departing figure, the Silver Dragon commander felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself that Chief Night Owl was worried about the lack of strong talents in Chuan City this year. Who would have thought that one would emerge at this critical moment? Feeling thrilled, he shook his head slightly and turned to leave. At the same time, after Lin Feng broke through to 6 stars, his ranking was also elevated to 6-star warrior. As everyone expected, his total score of 40,000 crowned him as the first among 6-star warriors. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted. What the hell? He can still break through? Too strong. No wonder he is the Black Death God. Breaking through to 6-star warrior and directly claiming the first place, this score is enough to annihilate 7-star and 8-star warriors, right? That's right. Only a 9-star can compete. Gung Junsheng has already scored 66,666 points. What a veteran. Too strong. This Black Death God is incredible. The biggest dark horse this year. My idol. So fierce. I wonder which martial arts university he is from. So strong. Who knows? There's still a long way to go before the competition ends. It's only been 3 days, and half the participants have been eliminated. So brutal. In the danger zone, after Gung Junsheng killed the last level 9 monster, his expression darkened to the extreme. The continuous large-scale encirclement made him realize something was wrong. He thought to himself, were these level 9 monsters crazy? They were only targeting him. Roar! Just as Gung Junsheng was internally complaining, a terrifying roar echoed from the distant sky. His expression changed as he said, "Level 1 monster." Gung Junsheng's face turned pale instantly. That overwhelming pressure hit him like a wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Gung Junsheng turned and ran. In the danger zone. Since the harassment from Gung Junsheng ceased, little Zhuanfeng has enjoyed a few days of leisure. The entire 0914 danger zone has not only seen an increase in magical beasts but even the transport passages to the monster lairs have stabilized significantly. Just a little longer to wait, and even the demon beasts can be brought in. Thinking of this, little Zhuanfeng felt quite pleased. While fantasizing about how he would be praised by the golden-winged demon general, a sudden noise came from behind. Immediately, a level 9 magical beast rushed over. Abba 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 abba. A level 9 magical beast. Little Zhuanfeng frowned. After listening to the report from the level 9 beast's kin about the battle situation, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that these lowly kin were nothing but trash. They still hadn't even learned the beast language. Otherwise, communication wouldn't be such a hassle. Little Zhuanfeng waved his hand, and the level 9 beast turned to leave. With deep-set eyes, it glanced towards the 0818 danger zone, feeling a surge of emotion. He thought to himself that Gung Junsheng truly deserved to be called the #1 genius of the Chuan City martial arts space. Faced with so many level 9 magical beasts attacking, not only did he remain uninjured, but he grew even fiercer. In little Zhuanfeng's eyes, this person had boundless potential for the future. He must be nipped in the bud. Moreover, after learning of this matter, the Golden Wing Demon General had already begun mobilizing level 1 demon beasts to head towards the 0818 danger zone. The mission objective: exterminate Gung Junsheng. Feeling a surge of excitement, little Zhuanfeng smiled. He suddenly began to anticipate how long Gung Junsheng could hold out against the level 1 demon beasts. In the territory of the Beast Clan, the Tianping Mountain Range. This area is characterized by towering mountains and ancient trees. Along the way, mist swirls and massive creatures can be seen fleetingly. The peak of Tianping Mountain is even more suffused with demonic energy. Surrounding it, 18 accompanying peaks form a celestial arrangement. At this moment, atop Tianping Mountain, a burly man with an eagle's head and clad in crimson-black battle armor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This man was none other than the commander of the 18 demon generals of Tianping Mountain. Under his command were millions of beast kin, the demon general Golden Winged. In front of him was a mirror. The reflection in the mirror was not of the Golden Winged demon general, but of Gung Junsheng from the 0818 danger zone. Looking at the undefeated human warrior in the mirror, the cold-eyed golden-winged demon general couldn't help but snort softly. He thought to himself that Gung Junsheng was indeed extraordinary. Under the deliberate siege of so many level 9 magical beasts, he was still able to escape. It was simply terrifying. The golden-winged demon general, who usually relished in eliminating human martial artist geniuses, felt a twinge of apprehension. He pondered that if he didn't kill Gung Junsheng, he wouldn't feel at ease. To avoid prolonged troubles, the golden-winged demon general turned to the mirror and commanded, "Deploy the level 1 demon beasts." In the danger zone, as the sun rose, Lin Feng began searching for beast herds once again. Ever since stepping into the 6-star warrior realm, he had clearly felt a significant increase in strength. The level 6 magical beasts that had previously required some effort to deal with were now as easy as cutting vegetables for Lin Feng. Even level 7 magical beasts were not beyond his grasp. Ding! Slain a level 6 magical beast, vitality points gained. After killing a solitary level 6 magical beast, Lin Feng habitually tossed it into his storage. Glancing at the dense crowd of level 6 magical beasts ahead, a smile crept onto his lips. Roar! The scent of blood spread out immediately. Upon smelling the aroma, a level 6 magical beast instinctively turned to take a look, but just that glance caused its head to fall to the ground. Blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. Roar, roar, roar! A large number of level 6 magical beasts, seeing this, opened their massive mouths and roared. The fleeting figure of Lin Feng witnessed this scene. He simply habitually swung his demonic blade to reap lives. Everywhere he passed, heads of magical beasts fell to the ground with a swish. The blooming blood flowers burst in the air, creating an extraordinarily eerie sight. Ding! Slain a level 6 magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency gained. Ding! Slain a level 6 magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used shadowless technique, proficiency gained. The sounds of dinging filled his ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's speed with the blade increased. One by one, the magical beasts had yet to react before their heads were severed. In this frenzied slaughter, even level 6 magical beasts felt fear. Start the escape. Lin Feng remained calm and unhurried despite the situation. With his incredible speed, he was not worried at all that these magical beasts would escape. Ding! Slayed a level 6 magical beast, health points. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Slayed a level 6 magical beast, health points. Ding! Used, proficiency. In less than a moment, the thousands of level 6 magical beasts in front of him were completely slaughtered by Lin Feng. Covered in blood, his black tungsten battle armor made him look terrifying, like a Grim Reaper. After sheathing his magic knife, Lin Feng rubbed his wrist and began to count his spoils. He had slaughtered 4,550 level 6 magical beasts. His health points surged from 105,500 to 123,500. His total score also skyrocketed from 40,000 to 53,650 points. With such a dramatic increase in health points, Lin Feng was overjoyed. However, amidst the frenzied killing, his stamina and mental energy were nearing their limits. Ignoring his joy, he immediately started to barbecue the magical beast meat on the spot. Since the competition began, Lin Feng had been consuming hundreds of pounds of magical beast meat almost every day. This meant that even if he didn't kill magical beasts to increase his health points, his own health would still slowly grow. Moreover, this growth rate was increasing. Lin Feng was pleased with this physical transformation. Lost in thought, the level 8 magical beast meat on the fire began to emit a delicious aroma. After sprinkling some cumin and barbecue seasoning, the smell became even more enticing. The magical beasts in the distance caught a whiff of the scent and instinctively moved closer to search for its source. But when they saw Lin Feng feasting, they all fled in terror. In the conference room, General Silver Dragon was tidying up his uniform and then quietly waited. As time passed second by second, Chief Night Owl appeared again. "Chief, you've seen the data, right?" Upon hearing Silver Dragon's inquiry, the virtual form of Chief Night Owl nodded. With an excited expression, he exclaimed, "This kid is exceptionally talented, definitely a congenital awakener. After the competition, I want to meet him in person." With such a commotion from Chief Night Owl, General Silver Dragon could guess what was happening. With his hands behind his back, he nodded and said, "Chief, what about Lin Feng's parents?" "Unknown," Chief Night Owl replied. "The authority is too high. I can't access it either." Hearing this, General Silver Dragon was shocked. He thought to himself, as the head of the martial arts base in Chuan City, Chief Night Owl was a true martial king-level powerhouse. Whether in terms of personal strength or authority, he was definitely far superior to himself. But even this person couldn't find a trace of them? "Silver Dragon, the competition is the most important," Chief Night Owl continued. "I will keep an eye on Lin Feng's parents. You don't need to worry about this." General Silver Dragon's expression was somewhat complex. However, this was Chief Night Owl's order, and he could only comply. In the Yulong International Villa, Zhong Lily looked at the broken concrete blocks with a somewhat complex expression. It had only been a few days. How could this girl break large stones with her bare hands? Sighing with a complicated expression, Zhong Lily glanced at the training room behind her and called out, "Lin Jia, it's time to eat." Ow. As her voice fell, the sweet-looking and graceful Lin Jia walked out. Since her awakening, her temperament had also changed somewhat. Perhaps Lin Jia used to seem a bit weak, but now she appeared quite spirited. "Sister Lily, I want to cut my hair short." "Short hair?" Zhong Lily was taken aback. She turned to glance at Lin Jia and asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a breakup?" "No." Lin Jia's pretty face flushed as she said, "Long hair isn't suitable for training. You scared me." "I thought you were in a relationship," Zhong Lily said. "People say girls think about cutting their hair short after a breakup, but you want to do it for training. Isn't it a pity? Such beautiful hair." Lin Jia shook her head slightly. She thought to herself that she didn't know why, but recently she felt her right hand getting stronger and stronger. The bow and arrow her brother gave her were no longer suitable for her use. For this reason, Lin Jia mentioned it to Dean Wen Zixuan. After learning the situation, he sent her a pair of iron gauntlets the next day. After wearing them and using them a few times, Lin Jia found them increasingly comfortable. It was as if the power of the right hand could be completely unleashed. At first, a punch could shatter bluestone. In the end, a punch could break concrete blocks. Now, a punch could penetrate steel plates. And all of this was pure physical strength. If the power of a martial artist were to be used, Lin Jia didn't know how strong it would be. "As long as it suits me," Lin Jia replied. "Sister Lily, there's some trash in the house that needs to be dealt with. I won't be having dinner. It's time to head to the training ground." "All right." Watching her departing figure, Zhong Lily's expression was somewhat complex. She thought to herself, how is this girl becoming more and more like Lin Feng? With unspoken feelings, she sighed and walked towards the training room. As soon as she entered, the scene before her stunned her. With the naked eye, a large hole had appeared in one wall of the training room. If an ordinary wall had been broken through by Lin Jia, Zhong Lily wouldn't have been too surprised. But this was a specially designed training room in the villa. Although it couldn't compare to the level of a defensive wall, This training room's wall should at least withstand a full-force strike from a 4-star martial artist, right? Lin Jia is a 3-star martial artist now? Zhong Lily murmured, shaking her head slightly. Looking at the hole before her, her expression grew even more complex. Deep within a dangerous area, in an abandoned gymnasium. Qing Kong, if you are willing to cooperate, our chances of killing Gung Junsheng will reach 60%. Otherwise, if you go solo, in my opinion, you will only have a dead end. The perfect figure of the little fish wrapped in battle armor had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. With her arms crossed, she made the 36th Thunder look even more astonishing. In front of her stood a tall woman, wielding a battle knife and dressed in black tungsten battle armor. Beneath her wine-red long hair was a delicate face and a pair of indifferent eyes. Her name was Qing Kong, the campus belle of the 7th Martial Arts University. At 23, she had stepped into the realm of 9-star martial artists, a true genius. Originally, during the selection competition for the Guard Army, Qing Kong and Chu Yun had the highest heat for winning. But at 19, Gung Junsheng broke through to 9-star martial artist and mastered spiritual power, crushing their so-called geniuses. He even declared that the geniuses of the Chuan City martial arts space were trash. Qing Kong and Chu Yun, being top tier, naturally regarded Gung Junsheng as their enemy. Alright, after a long silence, Qing Kong said, cutting off someone else's head is quite troublesome, you'd better not lie to me. As soon as her words fell, the beautiful figure before her vanished. The little fish, witnessing this scene, revealed a hint of mockery in her eyes. She thought this woman was indeed quite beautiful, but unfortunately, she was a bit old. Not wanting to dwell on it, the little fish shook her head slightly. Just as she was about to leave, the ranking of points caught her attention. It was vaguely visible that after breaking through to 6-star martial artist, the Black Reaper's points began to soar again. It was as if this competition posed no difficulty for him. While others came to compete, this person was here to rack up points. What a monster! The little fish licked her lips in astonishment. Glancing towards the southeast direction of 0818, she quickly rushed over. At noon, Lin Feng was wandering in the outer area of 0818 in an orderly manner. Any magical beast that encountered him had only one way to die. After making 3 rounds, there wasn't a single magical beast left in the outer area. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Lin Feng opened the points ranking and discovered that in just 4 short days, the number of martial artists had dropped from over 150,000 at the start of the competition to less than 60,000 now. Among them, the 5-star martial artists had almost all been wiped out. There were still over 10,000 6-star martial artists left, less than 30,000 7-star martial artists, about 10,000 8-star martial artists, and only 6,666 9-star martial artists remained. Additionally, around 20,000 martial artists had perished. Seeing this number, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It was evident that this competition was not only full of opportunities but also fraught with dangers. While he was reflecting, he suddenly sensed someone approaching nearby. Looking around, a familiar figure came into view. The newcomer was none other than the little fish. Why are you still in the outer area? Aren't you going to check inside? The little fish, with her arms crossed, glanced at Lin Feng and said, it's quite lively inside now, shall we team up? Not interested. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The surrounding monsters have all been killed by you, Xiao Yuer complained. Aren't you going to take a look inside? Soon it will be Air Force time. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Yuer but did not respond. Instead, he continued forward, wielding the magic knife. The direction was precisely towards the central area. Seeing this, Xiao Yuer couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, this person has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, just her type. With that in mind, Xiao Yuer hurried to catch up, saying, do you know why there are so few monsters now? Why? Lin Feng asked. Because this young lady specially drove them away for your safety. He. Xiao Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. Do you think you're funny? Lin Feng said with a straight face. TCH, a man with no sense of humor. Xiao Yuer shrugged her shoulders. I'm a boy, not a man. Thank you, Lin Feng replied. Really? Xiao Yuer's eyes sparkled. You're a boy, I'm a girl, we're a perfect match. Has anyone told you that you talk a lot? Lin Feng asked. No. Xiao Yuer touched her chin and said, wait, are you complaining that I'm noisy? Lin Feng shrugged and continued walking. Stunned, Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth. Suddenly, she found this man infuriating. With her hands on her hips, she huffed and chased after him, persistently saying, I have to say. Humph, if you have the ability, then chop me. Big brother, let's talk nicely. Put down the knife first. Lin Feng felt his ears were going numb. Yet Xiao Yuer didn't seem to mind her sore throat. She either pointed to the east to say a few words or pointed to the west to say a few words. In the end, Lin Feng concluded that she was a chatterbox. I don't know why, but recently those level 9 monsters have been chasing after Gung Junsheng. I heard that this morning a level 1 demon beast appeared. Hey, I think we have a chance. Now is the best time to kill Gung Junsheng. Hearing Xiao Yuer's chatter, Lin Feng couldn't help but stop. He thought to himself that he was only a 6-star warrior. It would still be a bit difficult to kill Gung Junsheng. Moreover, Xiao Yuer had invited not just him. With his 6-star warrior strength, it was reckless to compete with a group of 9-star warriors. Lin Feng, who preferred to strategize, shook his head slightly. Glancing at the intersection ahead, he said, "Your opportunity has come, but my time has not yet arrived. You all go." "Hey, are you going back on your promise?" Xiao Yuer said, hands on her hips. "It has nothing to do with promises." Lin Feng replied calmly, "I will go kill Gung Junsheng, just not yet. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped a few times and disappeared at the intersection. Under the dim sky, Xiao Yuer stood alone beneath the broken traffic light. Slightly helpless, she sighed. In her heart, she thought, this guy is too cautious. Now that Gung Junsheng is being chased by a level 1 demon beast, it's the best opportunity for them. But this guy actually won't go. "Humph, if you won't go, we'll go ourselves." Xiao Yuer shook her head, not wanting to bother with him. Then she turned and left. Under the cover of night, the ruins of the city were occasionally filled with the roars of monsters. Hidden in the shadows, Gung Junsheng glanced around. After confirming that no monsters were chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days and nights of being besieged by monsters had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Both his mental strength and physical strength were at their limits. If it weren't for the potions provided by his family, Gung Junsheng felt he would have been eliminated. Thinking of this, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He wondered why these monsters were crazily chasing him to kill. At first, it was only level 8 or 9 monsters. Eventually, it evolved into a group of level 9 monsters. This morning, even demon beasts joined in. Even though Gung Junsheng considered himself invincible, he couldn't withstand so many monsters and demon beasts chasing him, right? Sigh. Feeling depressed, he let out a sigh. He then opened the score ranking. Gung Junsheng's total score was 84,523 points, ranking first among 9-star warriors. Fortunately, his ranking was getting higher, which made Gung Junsheng feel a bit better. Compared to the second and third scores, there was almost a 20,000-point gap. But when Gung Junsheng saw the ranking of the Black Death God, his brows furrowed slightly. The total score of the Black Death God was 60,528 points, ranking first among 6-star warriors. What does it mean to be a 6-star warrior with 60,000 points? If this person breaks through to 7-star or 8-star, what would happen? For some reason, Gung Junsheng felt pressure from this guy. Roar! Just as he was in shock, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind. The sound pierced through the surroundings like a sound wave. The demon beasts were coming. Gung Junsheng frowned and without any hesitation, he got up and ran away. Under the night sky, Lin Feng, who had arrived in the central area, did not stop. Instead, he continued his frenzied slaughter. The demon beasts here were mostly level 6, 7, and 8. Level 5 demon beasts were already quite rare. I don't know if it was related to his killing spree. Roar! 2 level 6 demon beasts were in the midst of primitive mating. Suddenly, a golden blade light flashed. 2 beast heads fell to the ground simultaneously. Ding! Slain level 6 demon beast, blood value. Ding! Used killing god's blade, proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng collected the corpses and continued searching. Dressed in black tungsten battle armor, he resembled a reaper of life. Under the cover of night, many demon beasts didn't even react before meeting their end. Roar! Some demon beasts reacted and wanted to attack, but before their bloody mouths could open, their heads had already fallen. The pungent smell of blood was undeniable. Nearby demon beasts were quickly attracted. After skillfully collecting the corpses with his magic knife, Lin Feng charged forward again. Ding! Slain level 6 demon beast, blood value. Ding! Used killing god's blade, proficiency. Ding! Slain level 6 demon beast, blood value. Ding! Used angry eye diamond, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng ruthlessly harvested lives. As the blade light fell, blood flowers bloomed in the air. In no time, a nest of several hundred demon beasts was cleared out. With his state fully charged, Lin Feng didn't linger and continued searching after collecting the corpses. Wherever he passed, as long as there were demon beasts around, Lin Feng would almost kill them the moment they showed their heads. This led to the demon beasts in this area either fleeing in panic or hiding in holes as soon as they saw Lin Feng. The team of warriors hiding along the way watched this scene, feeling speechless and envious. What the hell? Is this guy the Black Death God? Too fierce. The level 6 demon beasts that were chasing me are like chickens in his hands. Incredible. We need to team up to secure a rank, but this person is completely slaughtering on his own. Too fierce. I want to team up with the Black Death God? Is there hope? He feels too strong. Take a piss and look at yourself. See if you're worthy. Such a fierce person can only be compared to 9-star warriors. Exactly. Let's go. These demon beasts are probably going to flee collectively. Let's check out other places. Being with a big shot is too uncomfortable. After about 3 hours of slaughter, Lin Feng finally stopped. The consumption of physical and mental energy made him start to rest. He had killed 2,000 level 6 demon beasts, increasing his blood value by 8,000. His total score skyrocketed from 50,003 to 61,822. After counting his gains, Lin Feng swallowed hard and opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star warrior. Blood value, 132,000. Combat skills, Frenzied Demon Slash. Blade Chi, Swift Wind Shadow. Perfect, Angry Eye Diamond, Heavenly Fall, Killing God's Blade. Great accomplishment, Sky Split Slash. Great accomplishment, Shadowless. Great accomplishment, Immobilization Technique, Minor accomplishment. Entry, Minor accomplishment, Great accomplishment, Perfect. In less than 3 hours, his blood value surged from 123,500 to 132,000. He was still 18,000 blood value away from breaking through to 7-star warrior. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with such a breakthrough speed. First of all, the level 5 demon beasts had been completely wiped out. Next, there was a level 6 magical beast with 4 points of health. The speed at which health points increased far exceeded before. Give Lin Feng one more day. Breaking through to a 7-star warrior would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt he needed to work harder. Although his talent couldn't compare to Gung Junsheng, he was a self-disciplined fanatic. While others rested, he worked. While others worked, he worked overtime. As long as he could grind. What is a genius? Just a few bits. Some continued to persevere, while others had already chosen to withdraw. Even more had already died. In this brutal selection competition, not only were the magical beasts terrifying, but human hearts were even more frightening. Gung Junsheng, who had been dodging the magical beasts all night, had a dark expression. He glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, holding a Feng Tianhua halberd, he surveyed the surroundings and said, "What kind of trash, like ghosts and monsters, dares to come out and be reckless? I stand here, who dares to fight?" As his voice fell, the empty ruins were silent. The little fish hiding among them frowned at this scene. He pondered that Gung Junsheng was simply a freak. After 3 days and 2 nights of slaughtering magical beasts, one would think this person's stamina and energy would be at their limit. But for some reason, this person still had extremely strong combat power. Looking at the 9-star warrior on the ground who was instantly killed, the little fish shook his head slightly and quietly left. At the same time, dozens of 9-star warriors, including Qing Kong and Xu Yun, left in disappointment. Humph. After Gung Junsheng sensed that there was no danger around, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Holding the Feng Tianhua halberd, he stepped forward again. Meanwhile, in the central area of the 0818 danger zone, after killing a level 7 magical beast, Lin Feng skillfully skinned and dismembered it. Then he cleaned it with clear water, sliced it with a magic knife, and marinated it. The whole set of actions flowed smoothly and was completed in one go. Not in a hurry to kill, Lin Feng wiped his hands and then took out a roasting oven. As he lit the fire, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. A beautiful morning naturally begins with a breakfast full of ritual. Lin Feng, who had slaughtered until 4 in the morning, smiled slightly. He casually sprinkled cumin on the sizzling, golden roasted magical beast meat. The enticing aroma made him intoxicated. Plus the soul juice, poured over. Lin Feng, who was already hungry, swallowed hard. Then he took out lettuce, garlic slices, and chili rings. After wrapping a piece of magical beast meat, he stuffed it all into his mouth. The taste was spicy, tender, and fragrant, leaving a lingering flavor. The satisfying fullness instantly increased Lin Feng's appetite. Looking at the sizzling pieces of magical beast meat, he began to feast. In no time, about 200 pounds of magical beast meat was completely devoured. Burp! After letting out a satisfied burp, Lin Feng stood up and stretched lazily. He let the morning breeze, mixed with the smell of blood, brush against his face, along with the rays of sunlight illuminating his features. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Feng didn't dawdle. He tidied up his eating utensils and then set off to search the nearby ruins. To the naked eye, after another night in 0818, the bloodstains along the streets were increasing. From time to time, he could see some incomplete magical beast corpses scattered everywhere. Lin Feng, expressionless, just took a glance and followed the direction with more bloodstains. After so long of slaughtering magical beasts, he had summarized an experience. That is, Once there are a large number of bloodstains and corpses on the ground, it proves that a battle must have occurred here. Boom! Sure enough, Lin Feng had not walked a few steps when a dilapidated building ahead suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dust, a figure was fleeing in panic. Behind him were several level 8 magical beasts and one level 9 magical beast. Roar! Under the deafening roar, the nearby lower-level magical beasts were so frightened that they lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Even Lin Feng, seeing this scene, instinctively walked to the other side. Faced with level 8 and 9 magical beasts, he wasn't foolish enough to confront them head-on. But just as Lin Feng was about to hide, his brows furrowed. He saw that figure rushing towards him at high speed. The few magical beasts naturally followed closely behind. At close range, the aura emitted by that martial artist was clearly at the 9 stars level. A disaster beckons? Lin Feng saw this scene and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he got up and rushed in the opposite direction. With the enhancement of the perfected shadowless movement technique, his speed quickly reached 800, creating distance from the 9 stars martial artist being pursued. However, it wasn't long before Lin Feng's expression darkened again. He saw that guy's speed suddenly surge. The distance between them quickly shrank to 500 meters. Burning with rage, he snorted coldly and then accelerated again. As his speed increased, Lin Feng resembled a streak of black light. The distance to break through Mach 1 was within reach. With the naked eye, he could see the gap widening between him and the 9 stars martial artist until he disappeared from sight. After running for an unknown distance, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Having done nothing else that early morning, he had already consumed quite a bit of energy just from this short run. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and a hint of fury appeared in his eyes. He glanced back at the direction he came from and then quietly approached it. In the central area of the perilous land, atop an abandoned building, the 9 stars martial artist glanced back and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He pondered how unlucky he was this early in the morning. He had actually encountered a group of level 8 and 9 magical beasts right after stepping out. If he hadn't run fast, he might have been done for today. Thinking of this, the 9 stars martial artist frowned. He thought that the earlier 6 stars martial artist was quite formidable. He had originally planned to use this guy to divert the magical beasts. Who would have thought that this person was even faster than him, disappearing in no time? Simply a monster. Just as this 9 stars martial artist was lamenting, suddenly a 40-meter-long greatsword appeared out of nowhere from the distant building, aimed directly at him. What the hell? What kind of battle technique is this? The stunned 9 stars martial artist was momentarily dazed. Without any hesitation, he leaped aside to avoid it. Boom! The building behind him collapsed into ruins the moment the sword light struck. Amidst the flying dust, a black shadow shot out. It was Lin Feng. Holding the demon sword, he glanced at the distant 9 stars martial artist and swung his sword again. The perfected sky splitter. The golden sword light crisscrossed, more dazzling than the sun. It's you! The 9 stars martial artist was taken aback. Seeing that the person before him was the 6 stars martial artist from earlier, he couldn't help but frown. He thought he seemed to have seen this person somewhere but couldn't recall at the moment. However, a 6 stars martial artist daring to trouble him. Wasn't that courting death? Do you want to die? The 9 stars martial artist shouted angrily. After dodging the sky splitter, he closed in for a close combat. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed no hesitation. Not indulging the opponent wanting to engage in melee, he swung his sword again. The frenzied demon slash. The nearly 40-meter sword aura surged like a tsunami. Even the 9 stars martial artist felt his scalp tingle at such a battle technique. What kind of battle technique is this? It's too fierce. Hearing the question, Lin Feng did not answer, only continuing to slash. The violent sword aura fell like a torrential rain. Never one to let grievances go overnight, he was currently venting the pent-up frustration he had just felt. The overwhelming sword aura descended, and the abandoned buildings cracked open like tofu. Ding! Using frenzied demon slash, proficiency. 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 The sound of dinging echoed endlessly. Lin Feng seemed to be in a frenzy, continuously swinging his sword. Everywhere he passed, not a single building was spared. The 9 stars martial artist was also left dumbfounded. Throughout his life, he had never seen such a fierce 6 stars martial artist. He had just taken a blow head-on. Even as a 9 stars martial artist, his hands felt a bit numb. It should be noted that he specialized in physical defense. Constantly dodging, the 9 stars martial artist was also filled with frustration. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Who are you? I'm Iron Bull from the 3rd Martial Arts University. If you have the guts, reveal your name. Just watch me hammer you down. The Iron Bull of the 3rd Martial Arts University? Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He thought to himself that this guy's physical body was extremely strong. Even his angry eyes Vajra wasn't that hard. Clearly, the opponent had cultivated a defensive martial technique for the body. At least it was at the 2nd or even 3rd level. Without getting into close combat, Lin Feng could only rely on his blade's light to attack. Fortunately, the demon slash was long and thick enough. Facing this Iron Bull, it was enough to make him feel good. With that thought, Lin Feng slashed again. The Iron Bull could only helplessly dodge. To others, it looked like a 6-star warrior was chasing and wildly hacking at a 9-star warrior. The commotion along the way instantly attracted a lot of attention. Is that the Black Death God? So fierce, chasing after a 9-star warrior to slash. Has he broken through again? I don't know, but I recognize that 9-star warrior. He's the Iron Bull Senior from the 3rd Martial Arts University, a beast specializing in physical strength. The Black Death God shouldn't be the Iron Bull's opponent, but the Iron Bull is only strong in physicality. He's quite ordinary in other aspects, clearly being suppressed. Damn, so fierce. Look, the Black Death God is chasing and hacking at a 9-star warrior. It's making my blood boil. Is this the scene where you get to run first at 39, and I swing my big knife at 40? So real. Ha ha ha, Big Iron Bull has his day. I told you not to specialize in physical strength. Do you think everyone can fight you in close combat? Listening to the mocking voices nearby, the Iron Bull suddenly realized. He turned back and glanced, saying, "Damn, you're the Black Death God? Damn it, so it's you, this freak." Freak? Lin Feng's gaze was icy. Looking at the guy in front of him, he swung his knife again. The Iron Bull, seeing this, hurriedly dodged, saying, "Black Death God, I remember you. Don't let me find out who you are." Ouch. Where are you slashing? That's a place for passing on the family line. You're stealing bamboo shoots. Unfortunately, as the words fell, another overwhelming demon slash came. The Iron Bull ran desperately in front, while the Black Death God frantically slashed behind. In the villa, Hu Xinger glanced at the live stream and almost burst out laughing. She glanced at her sulking best friend beside her and couldn't help but pat her on the butt, saying, "Girlfriend, come look, it's hilarious. This Black Death God is really fierce, a 6-star chasing a 9-star, so intense." Black Death God? Shining Qing, who was daydreaming, was taken aback. She then opened the live stream to take a look. She found the edited video of the Black Death God wildly hacking at the Iron Bull was playing. The comments in the room were already flying everywhere. No wonder he's my Black Death God. Just a few days ago, he was chasing and killing an 8-level monster. Now he's chasing and hacking at a 9-star warrior. So social. This is from the 3rd Martial Arts University, right? They all specialize in physical strength, focusing on being tough, right? Ha ha ha. Alright, now I have a reason not to go to the 3rd Martial Arts University. Reason? I don't like getting hit. Ha ha ha. The Black Death God is too fierce. Look, this 9-star warrior can't even fight back. You black-hearted people. Our 3rd Martial Arts University is strong in physicality. Naturally, we can't deal with long-range attacks. Exactly. Senior Iron Bull is still very impressive. It's just a pity he encountered the extremely fast Black Death God. Otherwise, it wouldn't be him getting hit. TCH, the one upstairs must be from the 3rd Martial Arts University. I heard your Dean Iron Mountain is also very strong. There's a special skill called Iron Mountain Lean, right? I bet it's also very tough. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The 3rd Martial Arts University isn't saying anything now. Outside the live stream, Shining Qing glanced at the barrage, a rare smile appearing on her face. Originally not paying attention to this match, she was also attracted by this year's biggest dark horse. This Black Death God is indeed impressive, using speed and martial skills to suppress the 9-star warrior. He's got something. TCH. Hearing her best friend praise him, Hu Xinger shrugged, saying, "You're just realizing this now. Many people are saying thank goodness the Black Death God is only a 6-star warrior. But if he is a 9-star warrior, I estimate that Gung Junsheng wouldn't even be enough to look at." Humph. Hearing the name Gung Junsheng made Shining Qing snort coldly. She glanced at her good friend and asked, "When did Gung Junsheng die? I'm so angry. Lin Feng has been like a stone sinking into the sea, ignoring me for a whole week. You should focus on your training." Hu Xinger said, "The potions and techniques sent by Dean Wenzi Xian are very suitable for you. 4 stars. Shining Qing spread her hands and said, "Becoming stronger is as easy for me as breathing." 4 stars? Hu Xinger was taken aback. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking to herself, my good friend is still that good friend. Even after leaving the family training, she is still so terrifying. In the afternoon, on the rooftop of an abandoned mall in a dangerous area, after taking a big gulp of cold beer, Lin Feng finally revealed a hint of a smile. After chasing Iron Bull and hacking for a whole morning, he felt refreshed at this moment. Sitting on the rooftop watching the sunset, it was so pleasant. A few 100 pounds of roasted monster meat to replenish his strength. Another day full of energy. Burp. Thinking of this, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp. After eating and drinking his fill, he glanced at the area ahead. Then he jumped straight down. Dressed in black tungsten battle armor, he fell to the ground like a cannonball. The warriors along the way saw this commotion. They originally wanted to see what was happening, but upon seeing it was the Black Reaper, they all took a detour. It wasn't that it was out of the way. They were simply afraid of being chased and hacked. Lin Feng was not surprised by this. There were quite a few active warriors in the central area. After the commotion in the morning, many more people recognized him. Of course, many more were also afraid of him. Lost in thought, Lin Feng quickly passed through a safe area. Upon stepping into a deeper street, the presence of monsters around him increased. There were hardly any active warriors to be seen. Clearly, there were many monsters here. Holding the magic knife, Lin Feng grinned. Then he deliberately dragged the knife on the ground as he advanced. Clang, clang, clang. The harsh sound of the blade scraping the ground echoed continuously. The monsters in this area were quickly attracted. On the streets gradually shrouded in night, monsters began to appear one by one. Lin Feng, dragging his knife, seemed oblivious. He continued to advance with one person and one knife. Roar! A level 7 monster opened its bloody maw and roared. It then swung its sharp claws and pounced. With the stench of blood filling the air, Lin Feng had nowhere to dodge. Clang! Just as the monster's claws were less than a meter from his head, a layer of golden light appeared a meter in front of Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, the golden light gradually formed a golden bell shield. The furious golden diamond mutated protective light. Roar! The confused level 7 monster let out a low growl, instinctively wanting to retract its claws and retreat. Put! But Lin Feng's magic knife had already pierced through its head. The splattering blood bloomed like a fountain, falling in all directions. Landing on the golden bell shield, it formed a curtain of blood. Ding! Slayed a level 7 monster, vitality points. Ding! Used furious golden diamond, proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng skillfully collected the corpse. He thought to himself, with the surge in vitality, he was so close to breaking through to a 7-star warrior. Even level 7 monsters were not that hard to kill. With his combat power soaring, Lin Feng glanced at the street ahead. His feet seemed to have a gust of wind as he charged forward. Along the way, some level 7 monsters hadn't reacted yet, and their heads had already fallen to the ground. The pungent smell of blood instantly spread. In this area close to the depths of the city ruins, who knows how many monsters were disturbed? Among them were not a few level 8 and even level 9 monsters. Pairs of crimson eyes kept lighting up in the darkness. Ding! Slayed a level 7 monster, vitality points. Ding! Used furious golden diamond, proficiency. Ding! Slayed a level 7 monster, vitality points. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency. Ding! Slayed a level 7 monster, vitality points. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. Lin Feng swung the magic knife like a merciless killing machine. Dozens of meters of knife energy fell, and clusters of monsters were instantly harvested of their lives. With the continuous surge in vitality points, the exhilarating sensation of about to break through made Lin Feng's blood boil. Roar! Even deep in the streets, an 8th level magical beast appeared. He was fearless. His instincts told Lin Feng, just a little more effort, and the breakthrough to a 7-star warrior was right in front of him. Kill! Lin Feng let out a low shout, allowing blood to cover his entire body. Dressed in black tungsten battle armor, he charged through the streets like the Grim Reaper. Along the way, the magical beasts he encountered were either smashed into meat paste or chopped into minced meat. In this battle, driven solely by the desire to kill, Lin Feng clearly let loose. He allowed his killing instincts to reach their peak. Ding! Slayed a 7th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency gained. Ding! Slayed a 7th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency gained. Ding! Slayed a 7th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used frenzied demon slash, proficiency reached the level of indestructible blade soul. Ding! Congratulations on deducing a transcendent combat skill, martial arts talent activated. Ah! The sound of notifications rang continuously in his ears, like a melodious tune. It drove Lin Feng to swing his blade wildly, Finally, in a moment of complete liberation, Lin Feng instantly broke through to a 7-star warrior. The sensation of his blood and energy vibrating, the strange meridians throughout his body trembling, it caused his physical and mental strength to surge once more. So this is a 7-star warrior, Lin Feng murmured, gripping the demon blade. The feeling of power filled his entire being. It unleashed a terrifying aura of slaughter, causing the remaining magical beasts around him to freeze in shock. Then they all fled in panic. Lin Feng did not pursue upon seeing this scene. Instead, he stopped. Just having broken through to a 7-star warrior, he felt refreshed. A sense of indescribable liberation enveloped him. If breaking through to a 6-star warrior caused his blood and energy to vibrate, then breaking through to a 7-star warrior made his blood and energy vibrate from the inside out. Moreover, within his bones, a more powerful force was faintly growing. His perception of the surroundings was also increasing dramatically. Overjoyed, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Slaying 3,907th level magical beasts, vitality points surged by 19,500. Points ranking increased by 11,700, total points 73,600. Frenzied demon / mutated from Blade Chi to indestructible Blade Soul. Clearly, this was a manifestation of a more powerful proficiency. The title given by the panel was transcendent. With such immense gains, Lin Feng immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 7-star warrior. Vitality points, 151,500. Combat skills, Gale Shadow, perfect. Fierce Golden King, Heavenly Fall, God of Death's Blade, Great Accomplishment. Sky Split / Great Accomplishment. Shadowless, Great Accomplishment. Binding Technique, Minor Accomplishment. Entry, Minor Accomplishment, Great Accomplishment, Perfect. Transcendent Martial Skill, Indestructible Blade Soul. Heavenly Grade Early Stage. Heavenly Grade. Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. Transcendent Martial Skill. Talent. Looking at the 2 additional slots, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Clearly, after the proficiency mutation, Frenzied Demon / had reached a certain supreme level of combat skill. Or rather, it no longer belonged to mere combat skills but was a more powerful martial skill. Regarding its actual combat power, Lin Feng was eager to try it out. At the same time, this newly acquired deduction talent excited him even more. He was eager to see what this talent could do. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng glanced around. Then he ran towards a safe area. After finding a secure basement, he dove right in. To ensure he wouldn't be disturbed, Lin Feng specially placed the demon blade around him. After taking safety measures, he gently closed his eyes. At the same time, he began to silently chant, Deduction. Ding. Please select a martial skill for deduction. Martial skill? Could it be that combat skills don't count? Lin Feng was taken aback. God of Death's Blade. Ding. Please select a martial skill for deduction. Alright. Lin Feng shook his head inwardly. Indestructible Blade Soul. Ding. Deduction has begun. Please pay attention. As the prompt sounded, Lin Feng felt the world spinning. Instinctively opening his eyes, he found a peaceful street appearing before him. The people on the street were dressed simply, much like those from ancient times in the Great Xia. Lin Feng looked down and discovered that he had actually become a child. Consequently, to Lin Feng's astonishment, this body began to move forward uncontrollably. His consciousness could only follow closely behind. At the same time, a vast amount of memories began to flood in. The time before him sped up increasingly. The child Lin Feng entered a martial arts school on the street. Under his mother's arrangement, he chose to apprentice under the strongest martial artist in the city. The other party was over 100 years old, yet his vitality was like that of a dragon. Managing 10 women at night was no problem. Day after day, year after year, under the training of practicing in summer and winter, Lin Feng ultimately gained the recognition of the strongest martial artist. He was granted the martial skill of the indestructible Blade Soul. He devoted his entire life to mastering it, and soon became renowned throughout the world. After learning the indestructible Blade Soul, Lin Feng began his daily training once more. Finally, before turning 20, he reached the entry level. Overjoyed, he was eager to venture out into the world. But the strongest martial artist told Lin Feng that this was still far from enough. The entry-level indestructible Blade Soul was not enough to claim the title of the world's #1. Doused with cold water, Lin Feng had no choice but to immerse himself in training again. This training lasted for 10 years. On a snowy night, Lin Feng, now 30, finally grasped the essence of the indestructible Blade Soul. When he sought out the strongest martial artist again, he found that the other party was on the brink of death. Before dying, he told Lin Feng that he could leave the city to hone his skills. Thus, that winter, a swordsman left the city on a snowy night. The memory abruptly stopped. Lin Feng slightly opened his eyes. Sitting in the basement, his gaze was calm. It was as if he had truly experienced 30 years of time. The insights and memories of the indestructible Blade's soul were continuously merging with himself. Has it only been 10 minutes? Lin Feng murmured, glancing at the time. His heart raced with excitement. Before the simulation, he had specifically checked the time. He thought it would take a long time. Who would have thought that 30 years in the simulation had only taken 10 minutes in reality? At the same time, Lin Feng also discovered the terrifying nature of the simulation talent. With its help, the indestructible Blade soul had already reached the initial stage of the heavenly great perfection. His understanding of the sword technique felt as if it had transcended, reaching a new level. He also realized that the simulation had its limitations. The limitation was not the talent itself, but Lin Feng's mental strength. In less than 10 minutes, he was already drenched in sweat, his spirit on the verge of collapse. Clearly, the simulation relied on his mental strength to sustain it. The stronger the mental strength, the longer the simulation could last, and the more benefits it would bring. Lin Feng, feeling emotional, shook his head slightly. An image involuntarily appeared in his mind. Dung Junshen. This person had added another path of death in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped pondering further. In urgent need of replenishing his energy, he took out some beast meat to slice and grill. As the aroma wafted through the air, Lin Feng began to devour it ravenously. Meanwhile, in the camp, Wang Chong glanced at the large screen displaying the score rankings. He felt as if his head was about to explode. He could vaguely see that Dung Junsheng had a total score of over 100,000 points, ranking first among the 9 stars. The Black Death God had a total score of 73,600 points, ranking first among the 6 stars. This terrifying score was almost higher than some of the top 19-star martial artists. Moreover, this score had just increased. Shocked, Wang Chong glanced at Chao Shuang and said, "Chao Second Lieutenant, I think I understand your meaning. Should we send someone to investigate tomorrow?" Chao Shuang, with his hands behind his back, nodded. He thought to himself that this Black Death God was too terrifying. He had originally thought that once this person broke through to 6 stars, their speed in killing beasts would slow down, and their score would also decrease. After all, according to their assessments, the 5 and 6-star beasts were almost wiped out. The reason was simple. Some 9-star, 8-star, 7-star, and 6-star martial artists saw that the Black Death God was winning by quantity and also joined in. The result was that the 5 and 6-star beasts were becoming increasingly scarce, yet the Black Death God still had the highest score. In this situation, Chao Shuang had no way to intervene. He could only respect the results of the competition. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the room tonight, he would see the Black Death God score surge by over 10,000 points in an extremely short time? If it were someone else, Chao Shuang would have directly suspected cheating. But the other party is the Black Death God. He immediately retrieved the on-site information. Through the holographic surveillance, he learned that this fierce person had been treating the level 7 magical beasts like chopping vegetables. The other party is very likely to have broken through to the 7-star warrior. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Chao Shuang sighed, "Wang Chong, hurry there and back." "Yes." Wang Chong saluted and turned to leave. After he left, Chao Shuang couldn't help but wait silently. He thought to himself, if the Black Death God really has broken through to the 7-star warrior, that would be terrifying. It's important to note that this person had just broken through to the 6-star warrior not long ago. How could he have broken through to the 7-star warrior in just a few days? Chao Shuang found it hard to believe. However, recalling that the other party was an awakened, it seemed somewhat reasonable. A night passed. After Gung Junsheng took off his battle armor, he felt a wave of relief throughout his body. 3 days and nights of sleeplessness had left his eyes bloodshot. The endless slaughter had also greatly increased his combat power. It seemed that he was not far from breaking through to the martial master level. Thinking of this, Gung Junsheng's mouth curled up. He pondered how fortunate he was to have the potions brought by his family. Otherwise, he would have really been in trouble this time. With a sigh, he opened the score ranking. Gung Junsheng's total score was 108,000, ranking first among the 9 stars. After breaking through the 100,000 points, he was confident that he had already left Qing Kong and Chu Yun far behind. The only person he needed to pay attention to was still the Black Death God. The Black Death God's total score was 736,000, ranking first among the 6 stars. Seeing the not-so-different scores, Gung Junsheng felt a bit of pressure. He thought, not only was his score skyrocketing, but this guy's score was also soaring. He was simply a monster. If this person broke through to the 7 stars, what would happen? Just as Gung Junsheng was lamenting, the score ranking suddenly changed. The Black Death God ranked first among the 7 stars. What? He broke through to the 7-star warrior? Gung Junsheng was stunned at this scene. He thought, Didn't this guy just break through to the 6-star warrior a couple of days ago? How could he have broken through to the 7-star warrior in just a few days? What kind of monster is this guy? Feeling incredulous, Gung Juansheng's expression darkened. 3 words suddenly popped into his mind. Innate awakened. In his view, only such people could be so against the heavens. Gung Juansheng remembered the last innate awakened he encountered. It seemed he had already broken through to the martial master level now, and the other party had just turned 18 this year. 10 minutes ago, outside the basement. After Lin Feng sensed someone approaching, he immediately drew his magic knife. This startled the suddenly appearing Wang Chong and Wang Yusheng. Instinctively, they waved their hands in greeting. "Don't be nervous, it's us." Oh. Seeing it was the guards, Lin Feng immediately relaxed his guard. Checking blood energy? "I've broken through to the 7-star warrior." Wang Chong, Wang Yusheng. Upon hearing what Lin Feng said, Wang Chong and Wang Yusheng were frozen in place. Although they had guessed it on the way here, when they realized it was true, they couldn't help but be shocked. They thought, is this guy really human? They had just come to check the blood energy a couple of days ago. At that time, he had only just broken through to the 6-star warrior. They never expected that just a few days later, he would break through to the 7-star warrior. It was as if breaking through was as easy as drinking water. Unbelievable. While they were lamenting, Wang Yusheng still followed the rules to check. Looking at the instrument, he saw that the other party really had broken through to the 7-star warrior. With a complex expression, he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Bro, may I ask why your breakthrough speed is so fast?" "Fast?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "I think it's already very slow. Is this even human?" Wang Yusheng pouted, feeling his understanding was being shattered. Breaking through a major realm in less than 3 days, was that still considered slow? He remembered that it took him at least 3 years to step into the 7-star warrior. Boo-hoo! People are infuriating. Wang Chong, hearing this, also had a gloomy expression. He looked at the ostentatious Lin Feng in front of him. For a moment, there was a sense of emotion. He thought to himself, why does this person feel a bit punchable? However, recalling Chao Shuang's instructions, Wang Chong still smiled and said, "Have you confirmed?" "Once confirmed, let's go. Black Death God. I look forward to meeting you again in the army." Wang Chong said this because he felt that no matter how powerful the Black Death God was, it was impossible to break through to a higher realm in such a short time. After all, it had been almost a week since the competition began. The extremely high elimination rate had led to a rapid decline in warriors below 8 stars. The remaining warriors were almost all 8-star and 9-star fighters. These individuals either possessed extraordinary skills or were genius competitors from some martial arts university. The competition for the championship would only become more intense. Faced with a dark horse like the Black Death God, most of these people would likely band together to attack him. Therefore, in Lin Chang's view, it was only a matter of time before the Black Death God was eliminated. As for the first place, relying solely on the strength of a 7-star warrior was still too weak. "We will meet again soon." However, Lin Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. This made Wang Chong, who was turning to leave, pause. He wanted to say something but ultimately shook his head and said, "Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Your upcoming opponents are all 8-star and 9-star warriors. Exiting the competition in time would be beneficial for you. Isn't being humble what young people are about?" Lin Feng, Wang Chong, Wang Yusheng. Alright. Feeling speechless, Wang Chong let out a word and then turned to leave. The calm-faced Lin Feng touched his magic knife and turned to walk deeper into the 0818 area. In the morning, the Chuan City martial arts base was as lively as ever due to the start of the Guard Army selection competition. Many people sat in bars drinking cold beer while watching the events. Therefore, competitors like Gung Junsheng, Chu Yun, Xing Kong, and the Black Death God were all major favorites. Everyone was betting on rankings, wagering on who would laugh last. The money being put in was no small amount, and a small change in the points ranking today had sent some people to the rooftop. Ha ha ha. What about those who said the Black Death God wouldn't break through to 7 stars? Did they go to the rooftop? How boring. I bet 30 million on the Black Death God winning. Tonight, I'll cover the whole bar. So refreshing. I'm not saying this, but the Black Death God is too fierce. He broke through to 7 stars again? No cheating, right? You idiot. Do you think the Guard Army is like you? This year's competition rules are the strictest. If the Black Death God cheated, he would have been kicked out long ago. My idol is too fierce. Who is this person? Still anonymous. Definitely an invincible competitor. It's still too early to say invincible. Today, there are less than 50,000 people left in the entire competition. How exaggerated. The elimination rate is too high. The remaining ones are all 8-star and 9-star warriors. Not exaggerated at all, brothers. There's a small-scale beast tide erupting in the 0818 danger zone. we are all the fast runners, those who run slowly are dead. Damn, caught a contestant dog. Brother, is it really that terrifying? The beast tide has even come out. I heard it's true. The 358th Regiment, Independent Regiment is involved. It's said that once a beast tide of level 5 or above erupts, the competition will be immediately halted. On the way to the commander's office, Chao Shuang glanced at the live stream's bullet comments, revealing a hint of emotion. He thought to himself, this Black Death God is too fierce. His popularity is almost surpassing Gung Junshang. Pondering if this person were an 8-star warrior, he might even compete for a top 3 position. Lost in thought, he arrived at the commander's office. With excitement, Chao Shuang followed inside. Commander Silver Dragon, you called for me? The impeccably dressed Commander Silver Dragon nodded. He was calmly looking at the points ranking and, after glancing at Chao Shuang, said, has the Black Death God been investigated a second time? Yes, Chao Shuang replied, he has indeed just broken through to 7 stars, undoubtedly a congenital awakener. Upon hearing this, the fist held by Commander Silver Dragon tightened a bit. Shocked internally, he could hardly conceal his excitement. He thought to himself, this Lin Feng has boundless potential for the future. It's only been a few days, just recently breaking through to a 6-star warrior, and now he's already reached 7 stars? Once this person withdraws from the competition, he will be specially recruited. Moreover, according to the investigations over the past 2 days, the Silver Dragon commander has taken a particular interest in Lin Jia. As a fellow innate awakener, certain powerful abilities displayed by this girl have gradually come to light. Therefore, the Silver Dragon commander took the time to visit the 7th Martial Arts University. After an in-depth discussion with Wen Zixuan, they reached a consensus. At the same time, he was surprised to find that Lin Feng seemed to be intentionally hiding his sister's identity. The Silver Dragon commander did not proactively address this matter, as he believed there were likely some difficulties involved. With a myriad of thoughts, the Silver Dragon commander nodded slightly and said, Li Longyun mentioned that the scale of the beast tide is still increasing, and there are already demon beasts appearing. This counts as a level 3 beast tide. The competition could be terminated at any moment. You've worked hard. Yes. Chao Shuang saluted and said, Commander, is it really that serious? The Silver Dragon commander nodded. He thought to himself that it was originally impossible for a beast tide to occur in 0818, but for some unknown reason, after the competition began, beast herds began to migrate in the surrounding areas. This subsequently formed small-scale level 1 and 2 beast tides. Until now, the appearance of demon beasts. The appearance of demon beasts means the beast tide is upgrading. However, everything is still under their control. The situation has not spiraled out of control. With Li Longyun watching over me, I can rest assured, the Silver Dragon commander said, our limit is a level 5 beast tide. Go. Yes. Chao Shuang saluted and left. In a certain dangerous area, non-human. Little Fish looked at the score rankings and couldn't help but spit in disdain, thinking to herself, is this guy really breaking through as easily as drinking water? An innate awakener. A title suddenly appeared in her mind. Back in Shengjing, she had seen such a person. In the eyes of her grandfather and his old friends, he was undoubtedly a precious gem. Now he probably has broken through to the martial artist level, right? Sigh. Thinking of this, Little Fish couldn't help but let out a sigh. Remembering her failed ambush on Gung Junsheng yesterday, she felt a wave of discouragement. She pondered that killing Gung Junsheng was still too difficult. With their strength, it was somewhat forced. Roar! Just as Little Fish was lamenting, a thunderous roar suddenly came from deep within the city. Unlike the roars of demon beasts, this sound was stronger and more lethal. Demon beast. Little Fish's expression froze, and she quickly climbed up to get a better view, saying, who is so fierce, actually clashing with a demon beast? Gung Junsheng looked back at the rapidly approaching figure behind him, his eyes filled with anger. After rounding a large building, he suddenly stopped. Gripping his Fong Tianhua halberd, Gung Junsheng shouted angrily, Beast, do you really think I won't dare to fight you? Explode for me. The Fong Tianhua halberd sliced through the sky, forming a black crescent that whistled away. Roar! Behind the building, an astonishing roar followed. To the naked eye, the entire steel and concrete building began to crack inch by inch. The swung crescent also slowed down, then shattered. Sound wave attack. Ah! Seeing this, Gung Junsheng covered his ears and let out a low shout. Faced with a demon beast that surpassed the life level of magical beasts, he still felt somewhat outmatched. Gung Junsheng, unwilling to act recklessly, gritted his teeth. Blood began to seep from his eyes, nose, and ears. With bloodshot eyes, he glanced back at the building and once again sprinted away into the distance. The moment he left, crack, the entire building seemed to crumble like paper. dust filled the sky. A demon beast with a head resembling a large trumpet and a body like a cow appeared. On its trumpet-like head, hundreds of small eyes could be faintly seen. Qianyo Trumpet Beast. Level 1 Demon Beast. The Qianyo Trumpet Beast turned its head to glance around, then chased after the direction Gung Junsheng had run. As the dust settled, Lin Feng appeared at a window in a nearby building that had become ruins. Watching the departing Qianyo Trumpet Beast, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He was puzzled as to why Gung Junsheng was running so fast. Although level 1 demon beasts are strong, they shouldn't be that fearful, right? After all, in Lin Feng's view, this level of monster is not as strong as the centaur he encountered in 0914 last time. That feeling of being trapped in place, drenched in sweat, waiting for death. Lin Feng still remembers it vividly. Buzzing. As Lin Feng's thoughts raced, suddenly the window glass began to tremble slightly. Then the entire building shook. His face changed drastically, and his pupils contracted. With the naked eye, it was visible. In front of the ruins, tens of thousands of level 9 monsters were densely approaching. Among them were many first-level monsters like the thousand bull-horned beast. Wherever they passed, buildings were instantly crushed, reduced to ruins. A level 3 beast tide. Lin Feng realized at that moment. No wonder Gung Junsheng ran faster than a rabbit. It turned out he was not afraid of first-level monsters, but this level 3 beast tide. Just yesterday, all participants received news of the beast tide outbreak. The military's purpose in sending the message was simple: to dissuade low-star warriors. After all, such a beast tide is very difficult for warriors below 8 stars to handle. Of course, listening to advice is like eating a full meal. During the night yesterday, at least 20,000 people withdrew from the competition. The remaining ones were almost all 8-star and 9-star warriors. There were also some 6 and 7-star warriors who persisted. Why was this beast tide relentlessly chasing Gung Junsheng? Perhaps it was Lin Feng's first time seeing the true face of a level 3 beast tide, so he felt confused. He shook his head slightly, unable to express his thoughts. Glancing at the retreating level 3 beast tide, he then walked to the other side. In the danger zone, Little Drill Wind was working hard as always. Today, he stabilized a section of the monster lair. In terms of stability, level 9 monsters could pile in. Level 5 and below monsters could also come in, but that was still far from enough. According to the great plan of the golden-winged monster commander, this node must have at least 2 monster generals guarding it. Alas, the burden is heavy and the road is long. Thinking of this, Little Drill Wind couldn't help but sigh. He thought as long as he completed this task, he might have hope of breaking through to the monster commander level. Abba abba abba. Just as Little Drill Wind was lamenting, suddenly a level 9 monster responsible for intelligence work in 0818 ran over. Abba baba baba. After hearing the situation, Little Drill Wind couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He thought, can't even a first-level monster kill Gung Junsheng? This guy is really hard to kill. However, Little Drill Wind recalled his own experience last time. Suddenly felt that even his level 9 monster general let that guy escape. It was normal that Gung Junsheng was hard to kill, but the golden-winged monster commander was still so wise and powerful. Knowing that this guy was hard to kill, he sent out a few more assassins. Remembering those 2 who could slice through anything with their big blades, Little Drill Wind felt a surge of excitement. In his view, Gung Junsheng was undoubtedly doomed this time. Inside the danger zone, ding, killed a level 7 monster, blood value, ding. Used Sky Split Slash, proficiency. Lin Feng struck down with his knife. A level 7 monster died tragically on the spot. Transforming into a ruthless killing machine, he continued to move forward after collecting the spoils. It was vaguely visible. The depths of the entire city were almost a paradise for the level 3 beast tide. The tall buildings along the streets had almost all turned into ruins, overgrown with debris. Searching among them, Lin Feng moved like a ghost in search of his target. After bypassing a block of ruins, a herd of beasts finally appeared on the street ahead. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he drew his knife and charged forward. Roar, roar, roar. A group of level 7 monsters, mixed with level 8 monsters, were somewhat surprised upon seeing this. After all, most human 9-star warriors would turn and run upon seeing them, but this seemingly weak human took the initiative to attack. An 8-level monster was displeased. As Lin Feng approached, it pounced. What greeted it was a flash of silver blade light. Ding! Killed an 8-level monster, blood value. Ding! Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. At the moment the blade light fell, the body of the 8-level monster shattered inch by inch, turning into a mist of blood. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining monsters, seeing this scene, fell into panic. The powerful martial skill made them realize the danger of the human warrior before them. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape. Holding the demon knife, Lin Feng moved at lightning speed. In the instant of killing the 8th level beast, he charged forward again. Ding! Slain a 7th level beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Sky Split Slash, proficiency. Ding! Slain a 7th level beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Binding Technique, proficiency. Ding! Slain a 7th level beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Shadowless, proficiency. The sounds of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng seemed to have gone mad with killing, letting the blood flowers bloom high. The pungent smell of blood accompanied the flow of air. Except for a few 8th level beasts that managed to escape, the remaining 7th level beasts were instantly wiped out. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was about to stop, a roar from 1,000 bull-horned beast echoed nearby. This startled him. He instinctively looked to the left. Sure enough, a figure was rushing towards him. Gung Junsheng. Holding a Fang Tianhua halberd, he was sprinting at full speed. When Gung Junsheng saw the black-armored warrior ahead, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Black Death God. Without a moment's hesitation, Gung Junsheng continued to close in on the Black Death God, drawing disaster eastward. Lin Feng observed this scene with indifference. He slowly pointed the magic knife at Gung Junsheng and said, "Do you want to die?" In the empty high-rise buildings, this statement resonated powerfully. Upon hearing this, Gung Junsheng merely smiled wickedly. His speed continued to surge. The direction remained unchanged. 100 meters. 50 meters. The distance between the two was closing rapidly. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, was enveloped in a murderous aura. Gung Junsheng's speed was increasing. Just as they were about to close in to 40 meters, Lin Feng moved. Indestructible Blade Soul. With a lift of his hand, he unleashed a full-powered strike. A blade aura spanning 40 meters howled forth. Under the terrifying power of the martial technique, a strong blade force was formed. Gung Junsheng furrowed his brow at this sight. Then shock appeared in his eyes. He glanced at the black-armored figure ahead and suddenly came to a halt. Without any hesitation, he swung the Fang Tianhua halberd and charged forward. Boom! Looking out, a crescent moon rushed towards the indestructible Blade Soul. The two collided like giant waves crashing together, instantly creating an explosion. The deafening sound of the explosion roared outward. The crescent moon gradually shattered. The indestructible Blade Soul was left with half, rushing towards Gung Junsheng. With eyes full of shock, he snorted coldly. He swung the Fang Tianhua halberd again. The crescent moon shattered, the sun rose. Under the dazzling golden light, the indestructible Blade Soul was finally destroyed. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, remained indifferent. Just as he was about to continue swinging the magic knife, a familiar roar echoed in his ears. Visible to the naked eye, the 1,000 bull-horned beast, sporting a large horn, had already caught up. Gung Junsheng frowned at this sight. He glanced at Lin Feng and suddenly charged westward. Watching the figure speed away, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Truly, Gung Junsheng ranked first among the 9 stars. Although the two had just been testing each other, it was still a full-powered strike. While the indestructible Blade Soul had the upper hand, Gung Junsheng's strength was far from that. If this person continued to attack, Lin Feng planned to flee. Forget about any rivalry. The opponent was 9 stars, he was 7 stars. What was the point of fighting? Thinking this, Lin Feng glanced at the 1,000 bull-horned beast chasing westward, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He wondered if these monsters had all fallen for Gung Junsheng. Why were they only focused on chasing him? With unutterable feelings, Lin Feng sighed slightly and began searching eastward. Right now, improving his strength was the most important. Everything else was secondary. In the northwestern district of the perilous area, Gung Junsheng's expression darkened as he accelerated. After dodging a strike from the 1,000 bull-horned beast, he continued to charge forward. Reflecting on the recent encounter with the Black Death God left him shaken. Gung Junsheng considered himself the true #1 young martial artist in the Chuan City martial arts space. The so-called martial arts geniuses of Chuan City were, in his eyes, nothing but insignificant beings, easily defeated. But the battle with this Black Death God made Gung Junsheng realize the pressure. Although it was just a brief exchange, the power of that martial technique left him feeling anxious. 9th level martial technique? Gung Junsheng muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, a powerful killing intent emerged from the darkness. His expression changed drastically as he instinctively dodged quickly. But it was still a step too late. 2 dark shadows suddenly appeared in front of Gung Junsheng, accompanied by 2 silver flashes crossing through the air. Gung Junsheng's battle armor was torn apart inch by inch, revealing the flesh and blood on his arms. Looking around, 2 3-meter-tall green mantis monsters quietly appeared. 2nd level monsters. Their massive forelimbs swung like great blades. Gung Junsheng's face changed dramatically at this sight. Almost having his arms severed, he felt a surge of anger. He thought to himself, Why were these magical beasts targeting him alone as if they had gone mad? Was it just because he was Gung Junsheng? How unfair was that? Gung Junsheng, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and said, "So the second-level monsters have come out, huh, beasts? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" In the southeast, Lin Feng continued his relentless search for magical beasts. Whether they were 7th level or 8th level, they all became souls under his blade. With each 8th level beast yielding 8 points of vitality, his combat power was terrifyingly increasing. Ding! Slaying an 8th level magical beast, vitality points. After slaying a bunch of 8th level beasts, Lin Feng continued to move forward. He was now close to the depths of 0818. The gathered magical beasts were almost all 8th level and 9th level. To avoid provoking the hatred of 9th level beasts, Lin Feng relied on swift ambushes, causing some 8th level beasts to perish before they even realized what was happening. Of course, while this method was effective, it came at a cost. Most of the corpses of the 8th level beasts were left behind. Feeling a pang of regret, he sighed. He realized this couldn't go on. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He needed to find a large group of 8th level beasts to make up for his losses. With this thought, a startling idea popped into Lin Feng's mind. Without hesitation, he decided to act immediately. Moments later, in an abandoned square, Lin Feng quietly arrived. Moving at high speed, he surveyed the surroundings and then waved his hand. Instantly, all the 5th level magical beasts piled up in the previous warehouse were thrown out. There weren't many, just a few tens of thousands. Looking around, the corpses of the 5th level beasts piled up like small mountains. The pungent smell of blood spread like a tornado. After doing all this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He glanced at the commotion in the distance and then crouched in the shadows. Roar! Sure enough, a roar came from afar. Following that, a large group of 8th level magical beasts rushed over. The blood feast had a natural allure for them. Especially with several small mountains of blood food, it excited the group of 8th level beasts. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, began to feel a bit anxious. If things didn't go as he expected, he would have to act early. With this thought, Lin Feng instinctively pressed down on the eager, bloodthirsty magic blade. Roar, roar, roar. It was evident that these 8th level magical beasts were acting like they had gone mad. As soon as they approached the mountain of corpses, they opened their bloody maws, ready to feast. But at that moment, a more terrifying roar suddenly echoed nearby. A large group of 8th level magical beasts froze in place, not daring to move an inch. Only a few fearless 8th level beasts continued to eat. Then, several dark shadows rushed in. Instantly, those few 8th level beasts that were desperately eating turned into blood mist. The surrounding 8th level beasts, witnessing this scene, were terrified and fled. Looking at the dense group of 8th level beasts, Lin Feng couldn't help but drool. But now was not the time to act. He glanced at the movement below, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Vaguely, he could see that those dark shadows were a few 9th level magical beasts in the area. Besides them, more than a dozen 9th level magical beasts were arriving one after another. With their appearance, the 8th level beasts could only leave reluctantly. Lin Feng felt a sense of emotion at this sight. He pondered that whether it was the human race or the beast race, it was always the law of the jungle. Dozens of 9th level magical beasts drove away nearly 1,000 8th level beasts. Looking at the gluttonous feast below, Lin Feng was also moved. He, who was hiding his tracks, immediately bypassed the square and headed straight into the distance. After walking for an unknown distance, an abandoned underground parking lot came into view. Lin Feng, upon arriving here, repeated his previous actions. He took out all the corpses of the 6th level magical beasts once again. As small mountains of bodies appeared, a pungent smell of blood spread outwards. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, gripped his magic knife tightly. He quietly waited for his prey to take the bait. Roar! As time passed second by second, the roars of beasts echoed outside the underground parking lot, with the first 8th level magical beast appearing, followed by the second and third. Under the dense crowd, nearly 100 8th level magical beasts charged in. Faced with the mountain of corpses formed by the 6th level beasts, their eyes were filled with greed. Lin Feng, hiding in the dark, saw this scene and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Noticing that there was no movement outside, he moved. Roar! An 8th level magical beast, with its tail held high, was devouring meat voraciously. Suddenly, a cold light flashed before its eyes. Its head fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Ding! Slayed an 8th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency gained. Lin Feng's figure was as fast as lightning. While these magical beasts were tempted by the blood, he raised his slaughtering knife. Roar! By the time the magical beasts noticed, it was often too late. Under the brilliant light of the knife, heads fell one after another. Blood flowers bloomed and scattered all over the ground. Ding! Slayed an 8th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding. Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency gained. Ding. Slayed an 8th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding. Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency gained. The sound of dinging was incessant. Over 100 8th level magical beasts did not survive even a minute under Lin Feng's frenzied slaughter. The corpses of the 8th level magical beasts that continued to hide were not taken away. Instead, they allowed these still warm bodies to emit a bloody scent. Following the same method, batches of 8th level magical beasts kept arriving. With Lin Feng intentionally luring away the 9th level magical beasts, the entire underground parking lot turned into a slaughterhouse. Ding. Slayed an 8th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding. Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency gained. Ding. Slayed an 8th level magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding. Used Binding Technique, proficiency gained. Under the combination of Binding Technique and Undying Blade Soul, the 8th level magical beasts were no match. Lin Feng, transformed into a butcher, simply swung his knife to reap. He didn't care about the completeness of the corpses at all. The efficiency of the slaughter greatly increased. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng felt his vitality had reached its peak. That feeling of boiling blood made him feel as if he had endless energy. Coupled with the scattered magical beasts he hunted yesterday and the hunting this afternoon, Lin Feng's vitality points surged from 151,500 to 178,500. His total score ranking skyrocketed from 73,600 to 90,452. Each 8th level magical beast was worth 8 points. With the increase in quantity and score, his ranking had surpassed the vast majority of 9-star warriors. From the current score, he ranked second among all warriors. Gung Junsheng was only at 145,687 now. As long as Lin Feng was given some more time, surpassing Gung Junsheng would not be a problem. However, the urgent task was to break through to the 8-star warrior level. Thinking of this, Lin Feng waved his magic knife again. He once more concealed himself in the shadows. Roar, roar, roar. The bloody scent that spread after the deaths of a large number of 8th level magical beasts was even more enticing than that of the 6th level beasts. Magical beasts within dozens of miles were almost all attracted. Some warriors from afar looked out and discovered that large groups of 8th level magical beasts, even 9th level magical beasts, were rapidly approaching a certain direction in the southeast. What was going on? Why were these 8th level magical beasts heading southeast? Could something strange be happening? I don't know. I only know there's a strong smell of blood in the air. Can you smell it? It's normal, right? We fight with magical beasts every day. How can it not be bloody? Could it be related to the Black Death God? Look, his score is about to break 100,000. Impossible. No matter how powerful the Black Death God is, he wouldn't dare to confront a group of 8th and 9th level magical beasts head-on. I think it should be Gung Junsheng. I also suspect it's Gung Junsheng. This guy is being chased by a group of 9th level magical beasts and monsters every day. It's too intense. Southeast underground parking lot. A swarm of level 8 magical beasts continuously surged in. When they saw the piles of bloody food in the basement, they all lost their sanity. There was no competition, no fighting, only ravenous devouring. A grand feast was the only theme in this place. Lin Feng, wielding a magic knife, hid in the shadows. Once the beast horde reached a certain scale, he charged forward again. Wherever the blade passed, blossoms of blood erupted in the air. The stench of blood spread explosively. The level 8 magical beasts, sensing danger, instinctively sought their enemy, but they found themselves unable to move an inch. By the time they could move, their heads had already fallen. Lin Feng, transformed into the Black Reaper, continued to swing his magic knife mercilessly. It was like a slaughterhouse. The entire basement was a river of blood. Ding! Slain level 8 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. Ding! Slain level 8 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using Binding Technique, proficiency. Ding! Slain level 8 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. The sound of dinging was incessant. In the crowded underground parking lot, Lin Feng, with the dual combination of Undying Blade Soul and Binding Technique, slaughtered the vast majority of level 8 magical beasts. With the terrifying increase in vitality points, he instantly felt his entire body vibrating. It was as if his bones had hardened. He stepped into a new level. 8-star warrior. Vitality points surged from 178,500 to 203,000. Total points skyrocketed from 90,452 to 110,452. After slaying the last level 8 magical beast, Lin Feng was covered in blood. His black tungsten battle armor even bore a few white streaks. As the magic knife devoured a large amount of magical beast essence, the blade had lost 80% of its rust. Overjoyed, Lin Feng waved his hand. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 8-star warrior. Vitality points, 203,000. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect, Angry Diamond, Heavenly Fall, God of Slaughter's Blade. Major achievement, Sky Split Slash. Major achievement, Shadowless. Major achievement, Binding Technique. Minor achievement. Entry, Minor achievement, Major achievement, Perfect. Extraordinary combat skill, Undying Blade Soul. Heavenly grade. Early stage. Heavenly grade. Sacred grade. Talent, Deduction. It took less than 2 days to go from 7 stars to 8 stars. This was entirely thanks to the 10 vitality points from level 8 magical beasts. Clearly, the stronger the magical beast, the more vitality points there were. Thinking of this, Lin Feng instinctively retracted his panel. Just as he was about to clean up the battlefield, a roar. Suddenly, the ground shook, not beneath his feet, but above his head. Accompanied by a roar, the steel and concrete ceiling above Lin Feng was instantly pierced. Following that, 4 fierce and terrifying level 9 magical beasts, resembling the 3-headed hellhounds, appeared. Lin Feng frowned at this scene, instinctively tightening his grip on the magic knife. The 4 level 9 magical beasts each occupied the 4 corners of the area. Their eyes were filled with brutality. In their gaping bloody mouths, sharp teeth were visible. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Just having broken through to an 8-star warrior, his entire body vibrated with vitality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The magic knife in his hand emitted a buzzing sound. It was as if it also craved battle. Roar! One of the level 9 magical beasts couldn't hold back and launched the first attack. In this narrow underground parking lot, its figure was as fast as lightning. The mountains of corpses in its path shattered upon contact. Blood mist spread, forming terrifying afterimages. Is this what a level 9 magical beast is like? Lin Feng murmured, gripping the magic knife. He looked around. Under his cold gaze, the remaining 3 level 9 magical beasts also moved in response. Roar! A claw suddenly appeared from behind Lin Feng. When it was within a meter's distance, the Heavenly Fall protection activated. But under the full force of the level 9 magical beast's claw, even the Heavenly Fall couldn't hold for 3 seconds. Just as it was about to break through, Lin Feng moved. Get away from me! He shouted softly, gripping the magic knife. A brilliant flash of the blade erupted instantly. Crack! The claw of the level 9 magical beast that had just reached in was instantly severed in 2. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! Another level 9 magical beast was charging straight at him. At the same time, there were movements coming from both sides. Lin Feng coldly snorted as he swung his blade to fend off the enemies. The moment they got close, he cast a binding spell. The 4 level 9 magical beasts froze in place, a hint of fear flashing in their brutal eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng leaped out of the large hole. The underground parking lot was too cramped, not conducive for him to fight. To slay these beasts, he needed more space. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed behind him. The 4 level 9 magical beasts followed closely behind. Upon reaching the surface, Lin Feng turned and ran towards the street lined with tall buildings. With all his might, he activated his shadowless technique. Even level 9 magical beasts would find it hard to catch up. However, this time Lin Feng did not intend to escape. Instead, he aimed to divide them. After entering the street, the 4 level 9 magical beasts indeed split up to search. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng watched the scene and once again transformed into a blur, charging forward. In an alley, there were broken cars scattered everywhere, along with rubble and debris. Amidst the overgrown weeds, one could vaguely see piles of white bones. Roar! The level 9 magical beast that had chased him here let out a low growl. Instinctively, it stopped. Its intuition told it that the detestable human warrior was hiding here. Buzz! Just as the level 9 magical beast paused to search, a terrifying sound of a blade rang out from behind. Roar! The fast-moving level 9 magical beast turned around, opening its massive jaws. There stood Lin Feng, holding a demonic blade and clad in black tungsten battle armor, appearing silently. With a cold gaze, he glanced at the level 9 magical beast and beckoned with his finger. Roar! Provoked, the level 9 magical beast was filled with rage. It opened its bloody maw and charged forward. At the same time, a trace of demonic energy surged from its body, increasing its speed and ferocity. Lin Feng remained as still as a mountain, allowing the distance between them to shrink. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, until they were just 20 meters apart. Lin Feng moved. Clenching his teeth, he summoned the 40-meter-long Undying Blade Soul with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the level 9 magical beast abruptly halted, as if it had sunk into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Binding spell. Now! The moment the blade light fell, Lin Feng once again swung his blade at high speed. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A total of 4 undying blade souls howl through the air. Crack! The level 9 magical beast, frozen in place, had yet to react when its body was instantly split into 4. It was dead. Ding! Slayed a level 9 magical beast, vitality points gained. Ding! Used undying blade soul, proficiency gained. Ding! Used binding spell, proficiency gained. After hearing the series of notifications, Lin Feng finally put down the demonic blade. Facing a level 9 magical beast that was several times stronger than an 8-level beast, he did not dare to be careless. On the contrary, this level 9 magical beast had somewhat underestimated him. With his binding spell, a miraculous technique, it still dared to engage in close combat. One could only say this courage was given by Liang Jingru. It was known that in a battle between strong opponents, even a moment's distraction could be fatal. Roar! While Lin Feng was analyzing the battle process, a terrifying roar echoed in his ears. Clearly, the 3 level 9 magical beasts had caught up. With his stamina and mental energy already declining, Lin Feng did not hesitate to run in the opposite direction. The moment he left, the 3 level 9 magical beasts charged in. Seeing their companion dead, they were filled with rage and crazily pursued him. For instance, just as Lin Feng ducked into a building, a magical beast crashed in behind him. After a brief exchange, he seized the opportunity to flee again. As he passed through, buildings collapsed in an instant. Dust filled the air, startling countless 9-star warriors. When they saw the Black Reaper being chased by 3 level 9 magical beasts, their expressions were somewhat complex. What a joke! It's only been a few days. The Black Reaper has provoked level 9 magical beasts again? Don't tell me he has broken through to 9-star warrior. And don't tell me, hiding here every day is so unbearable. Why can he be so reckless? Damn! Is this the Black Reaper? So cool! Look, this guy is coming towards us. Oh my god, he really is. Ah, Black Death God, you damn. I give up. A dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. Brothers, I'll go ahead. Lin Feng was seen constantly weaving through the abandoned buildings. After shaking off the level 9 magical beasts for a distance, he decisively turned his gaze towards the safe zone. As the saying goes, when encountering trouble, stir the water first. The principle of a dead friend not being a dead Taoist was something Lin Feng regarded as his life motto. Roar, roar, roar. Sure enough, 3 level 9 magical beasts were also howling behind him. Originally, they wouldn't dare to enter this human warrior's safe zone. But this human warrior was too damn detestable. Not only had he killed their companions, but he also teased them like dogs along the way. After a few rounds of chasing, even a clay figurine would have some anger, right? Soon, in the chase, Lin Feng dashed into the safe zone. Some 9-star warriors along the way saw this and began to curse loudly. Among them was a girl with wine-red hair, Kong. With her arms crossed, she squeezed out a deep frown, her eyes cold. She glanced at the black figure weaving through the streets below. The corners of her mouth lifted. She thought this guy was quite interesting. In the camp, Chao Shuang was enjoying hot pot and beer, relishing the rare leisurely life. Chao's second lieutenant. At that moment, Wang Chong rushed in, flailing his arms. With an excited face, he looked at Chao Shuang and stammered, "Chao's second lieutenant. Old Wang, why are you so excited?" Chao Shuang said, "Come, you arrived just in time, sit down and eat hot pot together." No, Chao's second lieutenant. Black Death God seems to have broken through again. After Wang Chong finished speaking in one breath, he suddenly felt a wave of relief. Slap! What did you say? Chao Shuang flicked his chopsticks and stood up. It's only been a day, and he's broken through again? Hearing Chao's second lieutenant's inquiry, Wang Chong bitterly nodded. Chao's second lieutenant, look at the surveillance. Black Death God is fighting fiercely with several level 9 magical beasts. Tell me, does this look like something a 7-star warrior would do? Chao Shuang was taken aback. He immediately pulled up the surveillance of Black Death God. In the footage, Black Death God, wielding a large machete, was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with several ferocious level 9 magical beasts, and it seemed that Black Death God was even gaining the upper hand. Perverse. Even the well-informed Chao Shuang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Shocked, he swallowed hard. Turning to Wang Chong, he said, as usual, send someone to take a look. No, you go in person. Yes. Wang Chong saluted and left. After he left, Chao Shuang's mood was somewhat complicated. He thought, who exactly is this Black Death God? This talent is too terrifying. Others want to break through to the 1-star realm. Who doesn't spend 10 days or half a month, or even longer? Why does this guy break through like it's drinking water? Are awakeners really that awesome? Meanwhile, in the Oldley meat processing plant at the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, Oldley was watching the live broadcast of the match, feeling somewhat complicated. He pondered for so long about the match. Why hasn't this god of wealth returned yet? Many warriors have already withdrawn from the competition. If this god of wealth doesn't come back, Old Li felt the factory would collapse. It had only been open for less than 3 days. Could it be that the sky is about to fall? Sigh. Thinking of this, Old Li felt a bit depressed. In midlife, with a heart full of passion for entrepreneurship, he never expected it would all be gone in less than 3 days. Sigh. Shaking his head slightly, Old Li thought, "My god of wealth, please come back soon." Just as he was lamenting, a video popped up in the live broadcast room. It was the scene of Black Death God battling the level 9 magical beasts. Seeing this, Old Li couldn't help but gasp. He thought this Black Death God was quite fierce. Killing magical beasts was like killing chickens. And he was even fighting level 9 magical beasts? Could it be that he broke through again? Wait a minute? Old Li was stunned. He seemed to realize something, but he was a bit hesitant to confirm. In the live broadcast room, as soon as this video came out, it exploded. Damn, damn, damn. Unfortunately, I'm uneducated, so I can only express my surprise with damn. Has Black Death God broken through again? No way. Didn't he just break through to 7-star warrior? How could he break through again? I suspect there's something shady going on. Damn it. Is this Black Death God an 8-star? That's too fierce. Look, even a level 9 beast is being chased and hacked by him. Damn it. Brother Black Death God, I wanna have your babies. You're so handsome. Who on earth is this fierce person? Could it be a fierce person from Archuan City? So fierce. This is insane. Has the official checked this out? This is too fierce. Damn it. The upstairs is extremely high in content. Has he broken through to 8 stars? How far can 9 stars be? My goodness. Is he going to fight Gung Junsheng? Fight Gung Junsheng? No way. Can he really do it? Gung Junsheng is incredibly strong right now. Gung Junsheng hasn't even shown up, okay? He hasn't been eliminated, and no one knows where he went. At the city gate, by the bus, driver old Zhang leaned against the door and exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes were filled with indifference. He glanced at the live broadcast room. He inexplicably felt a sense of loneliness in life like snow. He thought this kid is quite fierce. It's just a pity his mental strength is still so poor. Driver old Zhang shook his head slightly. After exhaling another puff of smoke, he said, "Get on the bus, get on the bus." In a dangerous area, 3 level 9 beasts had just stepped into the safe zone when more than 10 9-star warriors stepped forward. Among them, the most eye-catching was the one with wine-red hair and a proud figure, Shinkong, holding a silver battle knife. Her face was full of indifference. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 level 9 beasts, seeing this, were not afraid at all. In their rage, they were fearless. Kill! Someone shouted softly. Others followed suit and launched an attack. Then the remaining 9-star warriors joined the battle one after another. Lin Feng, who had retreated to the back of the crowd, thought to himself that this shout to kill was not in vain. Already nearly exhausted, he shook his head slightly and rushed to the other side. After finding a safe area, Lin Feng began to sit cross-legged and adjust his breathing. Having just broken through to 8-star warrior, after a bloody battle, both his mental and physical strength were nearing their limits. If he didn't take a moment to rest, he might collapse. So you were hiding here. Just as Lin Feng was meditating, a familiar voice came from the front. It was Xiao Yuer. With her arms crossed, she showcased her perfectly rounded curves. A slight smile appeared on her face. You broke through to 8-star warrior? Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng did not respond. He silently summoned his magic knife. Not trusting beautiful women, his eyes were cold. TCH, you only know how to chop me, right? Can't you do anything else? Am I only good for you to chop? This made Xiao Yuer's face show a hint of annoyance. Lin Feng still said nothing. He simply got up and quietly left. Hey, I'm here to help you. Stop. Here. This is a high-level potion, specifically for restoring mental and physical strength. Seeing this guy about to leave again, Xiao Yuer hurriedly took out a bottle of blue potion from her pocket. Lin Feng, who was about to leave, paused and turned back to glance at her, saying, "Do you want to poison me? Put. Do I look like I have a heart of a snake and scorpion?" Xiao Yuer put her hands on her hips. Lin Feng remained silent. He just quietly looked at Xiao Yuer. "Just drink it," Xiao Yuer said with a smile. "Be good, big guy, come drink the medicine." "I've never seen this thing." Lin Feng still voiced his inner doubts. "Of course you haven't seen it," Xiao Yuer said with a smirk. "This is military special supply, only purchasable with merit points. You'll know when you join the army." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He knew a bit about potions from his school days, but this blue potion in front of him looked like poison no matter how he looked at it. To be safe, Lin Feng coughed and said, "You drink some first." "You don't trust me?" Xiao Yuer said, feeling frustrated. Fine. I'll drink." After saying this, Xiao Yuer opened the high-level potion and took a small sip. After drinking, she even licked her sexy cherry lips with her tongue. Come on, this is a high-level potion. It's hard to come by in the army, so hurry up and drink it. But you're my partner. Don't forget we still have to kill Gung Junsheng. Oh, Lin Feng exclaimed. He took the blue high-grade potion and glanced at it. Then he downed it in one go. Instantly, he felt a warmth in his abdomen. The fatigue in his spirit quickly vanished. The sense of physical exhaustion faded rapidly. A feeling of being fully revived surged in his heart. Did you really drink it? Hey, does this count as an indirect kiss? Just as Lin Feng was surprised by its effects, Xiao Yuer suddenly leaned in and said, "Want to remove the indirect part? Let's do something real." Lin Feng's first reaction was to turn his head away. This proud behavior instantly made Xiao Yuer furious. Hands on her hips, she said, "Hey, am I really that unattractive to you? Is it because I'm not big enough? Not fit enough? Or am I not pretty enough?" Lin Feng remained silent. After feeling his physical and mental strength restored, he felt capable again. He glanced at Xiao Yuer and then turned to walk back the way he came. "Hey, where are you going?" Xiao Yuer asked. "To show off." Lin Feng replied calmly and continued walking. "Show off?" Xiao Yuer was taken aback, then her lips curled up. She thought, this black-bellied guy who loves to show off is just my type. With her arms crossed, accentuating her impressive figure, she followed closely behind. Roar! In the safe zone, Qin Kong looked at the dozens of level 9 magical beasts charging towards them, feeling a bit numb. She figured they could handle 3 level 9 magical beasts, but no one expected the enemy to call for reinforcements. "Qin Kong, let's retreat," someone suggested. "There are too many. We should go," another echoed. These people were all Qin Kong's teammates or schoolmates. Although this was a competition, it didn't stop them from being panicked. With a cold gaze, Qin Kong sighed. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw a familiar figure charging in from behind. It was the Black Death God. Seeing the figure wearing the same battle armor as herself, Qin Kong stopped. "It's the Black Death God? What's he back for? Has this guy gone mad? Is he really going to take on these dozens of level 9 magical beasts alone? I don't know. He just looked like he was about to run away. Who knows what he's up to now? Who cares? Let's just go. Why stay here? Qin Kong hasn't moved. Why panic? If you want to leave, go." "I'm not leaving. I won't leave either." One by one, people stopped. It was Lin Feng who had suddenly appeared. He reached the front without saying much. Instead, he directly drew his magic sword. This was his attitude. Fight. There was no retreat. Seeing this, Qin Kong said coldly, "I admit you're strong, but you're no match for these level 9 magical beasts. Retreat." "Retreat?" Lin Feng glanced back at Qin Kong, who had wine-red hair and a stunning face, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Holding the magic sword, he looked at the level 9 magical beasts and said, "In my dictionary, there is no such thing as retreat. We martial artists, why hesitate to fight? Kill." As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng transformed into an afterimage and rushed forward. As he approached the many level 9 magical beasts, he swung his magic sword without hesitation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each strike cut through the air. The indestructible sword's soul appeared like a dragon. Transforming into a tornado, it advanced with a devastating force. Along the way, abandoned skyscrapers crumbled at a touch. Roar! Dozens of level 9 magical beasts felt a wave of unease. With a collective roar, they charged forward fearlessly. What battle technique is this guy using? Why is he so fierce? This is too intense. Should we just watch? Or should we charge in? Let's wait and see. Qin Kong hasn't moved yet. Qin Kong moved. Let's go too. Charge. Damn it. Who's afraid of who? Lin Feng's fearless attitude ignited the fighting spirit of many 9-star martial artists. Even Qin Kong's gaze shifted. As her wine-red hair flew, she was instantly enveloped in black tungsten battle armor. Then she transformed into an afterimage and charged forward. The remaining 9-star warriors witnessed this scene. They all followed closely behind. If before, everyone had thoughts of retreating, now what remained was only the heart for battle. Roar! A level 9 magical beast had just approached Lin Feng when it suddenly found itself unable to move an inch. Crack! With terrified eyes, it could only watch as the blade light came rushing in. Then, its beastly head fell to the ground. Instant kill. Ding! Slain a level 9 magical beast. Blood value. Ding! Used immobilization technique. Proficiency. Ding! Used indestructible blade soul. Proficiency. Holding the magic blade, Lin Feng was like the Grim Reaper descending. The instant kill that came at him stunned several level 9 magical beasts. They immediately retreated in panic. From this human warrior, they sensed the breath of death. Kill. Seeing this, the fierce and powerful Lin Feng let out another low shout and charged forward. Killing one level 9 magical beast was far from enough. To intimidate the beast's hearts, he needed thunderous means. With full speed, Lin Feng had already exceeded 1 Mach. A level 9 magical beast hadn't even reacted when it felt as if its body was sinking into a quagmire. Then, it felt a chill on its back. Roar! The surrounding level 9 magical beasts seemed to have seen a ghost. They immediately opened their bloody maws and pounced. Lin Feng remained calm at this sight. As they approached, he once again immobilized them in place. With the blade light falling, their lives were ended. Ding! Slain a level 9 magical beast, blood value. Ding! Used immobilization technique, proficiency. Ding! Used indestructible blade soul, proficiency. After consecutively slaying 3 level 9 magical beasts, no magical beast dared to approach Lin Feng anymore. The other 9-star warriors were also deeply shocked by this. With morale soaring, it didn't take long for these level 9 magical beasts to be driven out with full force. The area of safety, once filled with the sounds of killing, regained its tranquility. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Feng stood with the magic blade in hand, hands behind his back. The 3 instant kills had drained most of his physical and mental energy. From a distance, Xiaoyu watched this scene, feeling a surge of emotion. He thought to himself, this guy is too fierce. In just a few days, he had unexpectedly stepped into the realm of 8-star warriors. With his current strength, slaying level 9 magical beasts was like a walk in the park. While Xiaoyu was lost in thought, he saw Qin Kong walk up to him. Is he one of them? Exactly. Xiaoyu nodded and said, with him joining, our success rate is over 70%. Qin Kong said nothing. With a cold gaze, she quietly watched that figure. She thought, what is this guy doing standing there in a daze? It's one thing to be dazed, but he just had to stand in the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the golden sunlight, he seemed somewhat good-looking. Meanwhile, on the ruins, Lin Feng, standing with his hands behind his back, clearly felt the gazes around him gathering on him. Feeling as if he was adorned with countless glories, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He pondered that this afterglow of the setting sun had come at just the right time. It was simply perfect for him to show off. Hey, can you stop showing off? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, an unharmonious voice rang out. The speaker was Xiaoyu. With her arms crossed, she spread her hands and said, we need to talk about serious matters. Serious matters? Lin Feng, interrupted in his show-off, remained calm. He turned to look at Xiaoyu and asked, what is a serious matter? To go with us to kill Gung Junsheng, remember? Xiaoyu. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Standing with his hands behind his back, he said, hey Death God, have always acted on my own. Why do I need others to teach me how to do things? Not happening. As his words fell, Lin Feng leaped a few times and disappeared from everyone's sight. He just walked away, lightly walked away, so quickly that Xiaoyu hadn't even reacted yet, so quickly that she was still savoring that line of show-off when he was already gone. Damn it, he actually ran away. In the ruins of the central city of the dangerous area, in a deep corner, Gung Junsheng sat cross-legged alone. It was evident that his complexion was pale, and his battle armor was severely damaged. Especially in the chest area, there were 2 deep knife marks that could be seen down to the bone. With his eyes closed, Gung Junsheng occasionally showed a pained expression, and at times, his face relaxed, as if he were finding joy in suffering. If others were to see this, they would find it somewhat strange. About 10 minutes later, Gung Junsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he glanced ahead, involuntarily exhaling a breath of foul air. He thought to himself, as expected of a second-level demon beast, if it weren't for his backup plan, this body would have likely met its end here. Humph. With that thought, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but snort coldly. As he slowly got up, he took out a bottle of red potion from his ring. After downing it in one gulp, the massive knife wound on his chest began to heal slowly. After doing all this, Gung Junsheng took out his Feng Tianhua halberd. It was evident that after the battle with the green mantis, this old companion could no longer hold up and had broken into 2 pieces. Although it hadn't accompanied Gung Junsheng for many years, there was still some sentiment attached. Sigh. Gung Junsheng shook his head slightly, a rare hint of bitterness appearing on his face. Roar! Just as he was lamenting, a familiar roar suddenly echoed nearby. Gung Junsheng's gaze turned cold. He saw a Qianniu trumpet beast with a large trumpet-shaped head and a body like a cow or horse suddenly appear in the ruins not far from him. Its face was covered with countless eyes, and it was staring at Gung Junsheng. Roar! Under the deafening roar, waves of sound waves instantly surged toward him. Seeing this, Gung Junsheng's mouth curled up. Unlike the last time he fled, this time he chose to strike back directly. With a leap, Gung Junsheng shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Facing the massive sound wave attack, his expression remained calm. As he approached the Qianniu trumpet beast, a pair of green mantis forelimbs appeared in his hand. 3 meters long, resembling a large cleaver. Roar! The Qianniu trumpet beast realized something was wrong. Instinctively wanting to dodge, it found that Gung Junsheng was incredibly fast. Ignoring the soundwave attack, he instantly arrived behind the Qianniu trumpet beast. Crack! With a swing of the mantis blade, the trumpet-shaped head fell to the ground with a crunch, allowing the beast's blood to splatter on him. Gung Junsheng smirked and glanced at the ruined city behind him, saying, "Chasing me? This time it's my turn." In a certain safe area of danger, Lin Feng arrived here after leaving the show-off. Already starving, he skillfully began to cut meat, marinate it, and roast it. As the charcoal fire blazed, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. The surface of the 9th-level magical beast meat was roasted to a golden brown, sizzling with oil, making Lin Feng's eyes shine. Ignoring the scorching heat, he began to feast. The meat was tender and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. After breaking through to the 8-star warrior level, Lin Feng's appetite increased again. In no time, he easily finished off 200 pounds of 9th-level magical beast meat. Burp! After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng let out a satisfied burp, pondering how nice it would be to have a bottle of cold beer right now. Just as he was lost in thought, ripples suddenly appeared in the nearby void, and then Wang Chong and Wang Yuxing reappeared. "Hello!" Lin Feng nodded, unfazed, as a greeting. "Hello!" Wang Chong looked awkward and shocked. It was awkward because just the day before, he had said that this kid couldn't possibly break through so quickly. Who would have thought this young and impetuous kid actually did break through? Shocked, Wang Chong sighed. "You broke through again?" "Yeah, 8 stars now," Lin Feng casually replied, still too slow. "Too slow?" Wang Chong, Wang Yusheng, the two were instantly speechless upon hearing this. They thought to themselves, how fast does one have to be considered fast? Could it be a breakthrough every 3 seconds? That would be too much of a real man. Feeling uncomfortable, Wang Chong waved his hand. Wang Yusheng then skillfully stepped forward to check the vitality value. Sure enough, 200,000 vitality. Definitely an 8-star warrior. With a complex expression, Wang Yusheng swallowed hard and said, "Bro, this is too impressive, right?" "Just average," Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Just average? The top 3 in the world, right?" Wang Yusheng and Wang Chong exchanged a glance and turned to leave in tacit agreement. At the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, the Silver Dragon commander glanced at the video, his expression somewhat complicated. Looking back at Xiao Shuang, he said, "What kind of awakener is he? Why is his breakthrough speed so fast?" "Commander, I suspect he is a slaughter awakener," Xiao Shuang analyzed. According to various monitoring, the Black Death God only experienced a significant power increase after a large-scale massacre of magical beasts. A slaughter awakener. The Silver Dragon commander nodded slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. He thought to himself that awakeners are not uncommon in the Great Xiao Alliance and even the Blue Star Alliance. What is rare is a powerful awakening talent. It is known that every 9-star warrior has a chance to test their awakening talent after breaking through to the martial master level. Some awaken powerful talents and soar to great heights. Others awaken useless talents and remain ordinary. These people are collectively referred to as postnatal awakeners. Therefore, innate awakeners, in some aspects, signify greater strength. Clearly, Lin Feng's awakening of the slaughter talent counts as a powerful talent. The Silver Dragon commander, still in shock, turned back and said, "Continue monitoring the entire area." "Yes." Xiao Shuang saluted and left. After the person departed, the large office returned to silence. The Silver Dragon commander glanced at the time, then opened the secret chamber. As he entered, the virtual projection of Commander Night Owl appeared. "Commander, Lin Feng has broken through again." "Again and again?" Commander Night Owl's expression froze, then he exclaimed in shock, as expected of an innate awakener, "This breakthrough speed is unparalleled in the Great Xiao Alliance. Have you figured out what talent it is? This is very important to us." Currently, the Silver Dragon commander reported, "It is highly likely to be the rare slaughter talent." "Slaughter talent." Commander Night Owl's expression changed, shocked. "Slaughter talent? We must act quickly. I will return on the starship tomorrow." "Yes." The Silver Dragon commander saluted. Night fell. After Lin Feng had eaten and drunk his fill, he began to train as usual. As an 8-star warrior, he was not satisfied with the status quo. After finding a gathering place of level 8 magical beasts, he transformed into the Grim Reaper and began to reap lives. Wherever the blade passed, magical beasts fell like lambs to the slaughter. Ding! Slain level 8 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. Ding! Slain level 8 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Feeling the surge of vitality points, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He thought to himself that level 8 and 9 magical beasts were exhilarating. The vitality points he gained, along with the score of 8 points each, made his strength and ranking soar. If he continued killing like this tonight, perhaps he would break through to 9-star warrior by tomorrow? Help! Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. The cries grew closer until Lin Feng saw a figure in red battle armor desperately fleeing. It seemed as if something terrifying was chasing behind him. Not wanting to act rashly, Lin Feng instinctively hid in the shadows to observe. As the distance between the two parties closed, the fleeing figure turned out to be a 9-star warrior. It is known that a 9-star warrior who can fight until now is definitely not weak. How strong could the one chasing him be? Moreover, even if this warrior was at a disadvantage, he could still withdraw from the competition. Why was he still shouting for help? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Watching the figure flee at high speed, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. At that moment, there was a commotion not far away. Besides Lin Feng noticing the movement here, other 9-star warriors did as well. One warrior in beige battle armor leaped down from a tall building. He landed directly in an area 10 meters away from the fleeing warrior. Gripping a battle axe, he asked in confusion, "No one is chasing you, why are you running and shouting?" As soon as he finished speaking, the desperately fleeing 9-star warrior suddenly stopped. Just moments ago, he had been shouting loudly, but now his body appeared somewhat dazed. Seeing the situation turn dire, the giant axe warrior instinctively wanted to retreat. But as a chill crept up his back, a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. Looking down, he saw that his chest had already been pierced by a green chopping knife. Put! The giant axe warrior, unable to close his eyes in death, spat out a mouthful of blood, following the fall to the ground in death. Visible to the naked eye, behind him, a 3-meter-long green mantis beast quietly appeared. Its blood-red pupils glanced at the corpse of the human warrior, and then it spat out a flesh-colored tentacle from its mouth full of sharp teeth. The tentacle plunged into the chest of the corpse and began to greedily suck the blood. It only stopped when the corpse's face had dried up. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, witnessed this scene. His pupils involuntarily constricted. He thought, "What kind of monster is this? Instantly killing a 9-star warrior. This can't be a magical beast, can it? Could it be a demon beast?" It should be noted that demon beasts do not belong to the category of magical beasts. They are a more human-like and stronger type among the beast clan. Their strength is comparable to that of human martial artists. Compared to magical beasts below level 9, demon beasts are already proficient in human nature. In terms of combat, they are more cunning and know how to exploit advantages. Looking at the warrior drained of essence, Lin Feng felt a slight chill. Especially when he saw that pair of large cleavers, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He thought, only a fierce person could withstand being hacked at by the other party, right? Lost in thought, a bizarre scene unfolded before him. The 9-star warrior, who had just been drained of essence, stood up again. From the gaping hole in his chest, a creature resembling a caterpillar crawled out. Although it was at a distance, Lin Feng's vision had greatly improved after breaking through to 8 stars, so he could clearly see that this caterpillar was ugly on the outside, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. If one looked closely, they would also find a pair of forelimbs below its neck. A young green mantis demon beast. What the hell? A type of plant. Unable to hold back his expletives, Lin Feng was taken aback by this scene. He pondered that this demon beast was completely using the corpse of a human warrior to nurture its offspring. Feeling incredulous, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He internally summarized a profound saying, "That is, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, and those with a saintly heart are all fools." As the green mantis demon beast disappeared, the two 9-star warriors, now reduced to walking corpses, quickly retreated. Who knows which unfortunate soul would become their next meal? With a hint of emotion, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He suddenly felt that he was still too weak. If he encountered this green mantis demon beast, he would probably only have the option to run. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced back at the corpse of the level 8 magical beast on the ground. Then he collected it and searched for another location. As night fell, the danger zone continued to escalate with the ongoing slaughter. More and more warriors were withdrawing from the competition, especially after the outbreak of the level 3 beast tide. With the intervention of demon beasts, some 8-star and 9-star warriors began to withdraw. Perhaps only tens of thousands left on the first day, but on the second and third days, the number surged directly, especially after Gung Junxing suddenly disappeared. The number of warriors withdrawing from the competition increased again, leading to now, only 9-star and 8-star warriors remain active in the 0818 danger zone. There are about 1,500 9-star warriors. Only Lin Feng remains as the sole 8-star warrior. In just under half a month, The competition has reached a fever pitch. In a certain building in the central area of 0818, Xiao Yur, Qing Kong, and dozens of 9-star warriors gathered together. Hiding in the shadows, they were all fully armed and on high alert. Why hasn't Chu Yun arrived yet? He wouldn't have withdrawn, would he? Impossible. He must kill Gung Junsheng. He wouldn't run even if I did. Let's wait a bit longer. Now is the weakest time for Gung Junsheng. This guy is really fierce. He actually fought with a level 1 demon beast. Indeed impressive. Although he killed the 1,000 bull-horned beast, he himself has little strength left. Aren't you all curious? Why are these demon beasts only chasing after Gung Junsheng? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Yur and Qing Kong remained silent. An hour ago, they suddenly received a notification from Chu Yun. It said that someone had seen Gung Junsheng fighting with a level 1 demon beast and was seriously injured. After confirming the information, they ultimately verified that Gung Junsheng was indeed injured, and it was very serious. Xiao Yur immediately felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Gung Junsheng. She originally planned to wait for that guy, but now the opportunity is fleeting, and it seems there's no time left. After discussing with Qing Kong and the others, they quickly reached a consensus and prepared to meet with Chu Yun. They aimed to surround and kill Gung Junsheng, who was hiding away to heal his wounds. Little Fish wanted to kill Gung Junsheng to avoid marrying him. Chu Yun and Qing Kong were top talents from Chuan City. Gung Junsheng had looked down on the younger generation of the Chuan City martial arts space for quite some time, which had long stirred public outrage. With different motives, the two groups of talents gathered together. At this moment, united by a common goal, they were about to fulfill their wishes. The atmosphere was somewhat tense and a bit excited. Is everyone here? At that moment, a gentle male voice suddenly came from outside the window. Looking out, a man with a buzz cut, slim and handsome, dressed in purple battle armor, climbed in through the window. He was Chu Yun, a genius from the First Martial Arts University. He was just one step away from breaking through to become a martial master. Little Fish, who had met him before, nodded and looked at Qing Kong, saying, "Your goddess is here. I'm keeping my word, right? Say it. How do we attack?" "I'm already boiling with excitement." Chu Yun glanced at Qing Kong and nodded slightly. "Qing Kong, long time no see." But the other party seemed to ignore him completely. Chu Yun had long been accustomed to this kind of treatment, and he smiled bitterly. Back to the point. Gung Junsheng killed the Qin Niu horned beast and is now heavily injured. I've confirmed the situation. He is currently hiding in the Dragon Pond overpass tunnel across from us to heal his wounds. This is our best opportunity. Although it feels a bit unfair, this is Gung Junsheng's own doing. Everyone, a good opportunity is before us. Those willing to join me in killing this madman, please stand up. Chu Yun's voice was calm yet carried an innate aura of authority. Nearly 39-star martial artists stood up together, sharpening their blades. Including Little Fish, Qing Kong also stood with her hands behind her back, waiting to strike. The dangerous area was once a quasi-first-tier metropolis, with a population of over 100 million for many years. However, during the disaster of spiritual energy recovery, it did not hold up. Like many large cities, it had become a paradise for monsters and beasts. Time passed, and the entire city was in ruins, overgrown with weeds. The streets were filled with small cars covered in weeds, as well as various shopping malls, stores, and restaurants. Under the erosion of time, the prosperity here had become a thing of the past. However, humanity firmly believed they would defeat the beast race and reclaim their cities. Therefore, on the maps of major martial arts-based cities, the streets of 0818 still had traces to follow. This included the Dragon Pond overpass. It was a massive circular overpass, intricately woven like a spider's web. Despite its complexity, everything was orderly. After the recovery of spiritual energy, vehicles could no longer pass through here. The vast overpass was broken in places and collapsed in others. Overgrown with weeds, it was desolate within. At that moment, in a certain tunnel, Gung Junsheng, pale and dragging his bleeding body, was hiding there. With a large hole in the chest armor, his breath was weak, and beside him lay a broken Feng Tianhua halberd. Everything looked so desolate. As night fell, the tunnel was eerily quiet. The occasional chirping of insects could echo, not to mention a sudden giant arrow. The sound of the arrow piercing the air exploded like thunder. Gung Junsheng, resting with his eyes closed, instantly rolled away to avoid it. Boom! Just as he left, a deep pit appeared in his place. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the continuous sound of arrows. The once silent tunnel suddenly became lively. Gung Junsheng, limping as he got up, immediately grasped the half of the Feng Tianhua halberd and swept it away. Clang, clang, clang. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed in the tunnel. Ah! Until a scream rang out. The sound of arrows also stopped. Looking around, Gung Junsheng's left shoulder armor was pierced by an arrow, blood gushing out. His face pale, gritting his teeth, he disregarded the pain and forcibly pulled out the arrow. Flesh and blood clung to the arrowhead, scattering all over the ground. It seems you really can't do it anymore. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the exit of the bridge tunnel. Hearing this, Gung Junsheng frowned. Covering his left shoulder, he forced a smile and said, "A bunch of rodents, even if I'm seriously injured, you are still no match for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Yilin and a group of fierce 9-star warriors appeared. Their cold gazes all landed on Gung Junsheng. Some were surprised, some were angry, and some had expressionless faces. In any case, seeing Gung Junsheng, who once stood high above and dominated others, reduced to this state, stirred a bit of excitement. "Gung Junsheng, kneel down and call me grandpa, and you won't suffer too much today. You won't back out just because we have the numbers, right? I hope you're still as arrogant." Ha ha, if he wanted to back out, he would have done it long ago. "Stop talking nonsense. Fight him, Gung Junsheng. Damn it, today I want to avenge my past shame. Come on, Gung Junsheng. Aren't you quite arrogant? Come on." Hearing the shouts and curses from the crowd, Gung Junsheng shook his head slightly. Struggling to hold up his body, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "If you want to fight, then come. No need for nonsense. A bunch of rodents. Who's coming to die first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Junsheng, holding a half-section of a Fong Tianhua halberd, charged straight ahead. This fierce scene made Chu Yun frown. He glanced back at a few people and nodded. "Kill." Following that, a chaotic battle broke out. On the other side of the central area, Lin Feng sat down on the roof of an abandoned bus after killing the last level 9 beast. After several hours of frenzied slaughter, his blood value surged from 205,000 to 234,582. His total score ranking skyrocketed from 110,452 to 134,000. A level 8 beast gave 10 points of blood value. The more Lin Feng killed, the more energized he became, especially as he was not far from breaking through to 9-star warrior. He was even more excited. While he was lost in thought, a commotion came from the end of the street. With the naked eye, a large group of level 9 beasts led by level 8 beasts charged wildly. This area belonged to the 0818 Central Zone. As long as there was a slight disturbance, beasts would swarm in from all directions. If viewed from above, one could see that the vast majority of level 8 and 9 beasts were gathered in this area. Previously, Lin Feng had passed through here without even glancing. But now, in order to break through to 9-star warrior, he had to challenge his limits. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, a level 9 beast pounced at him. "Your mouth is really foul." As soon as he finished speaking, the level 9 beast froze in mid-air, unable to move an inch. Fear filled its big, sparkling eyes. As the blade light flashed, a beast's head fell. Ding! Killed a level 9 beast. Blood value. Ding! Used immobilization technique. Proficiency. Ding! Used sky split slash. Proficiency. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. Holding the magic knife, he glanced at the charging beast horde. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. In this state, Lin Feng charged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His target was the leading level 9 beast. Only by killing them first could he fully immerse himself in the slaughter. The leading level 9 beasts, seeing this, also opened their massive mouths and pounced. But underestimating their opponent, they were unaware of Lin Feng's terror. As the blade light fell, several beast heads dropped to the ground. Ding! Killed a level 9 beast. Blood value. Ding! Used immobilization technique. Proficiency. Ding! Used sky split slash. Proficiency. The remaining level 8 beasts were dumbfounded at this scene. Their instincts told them that this human warrior was unbeatable. Roar, roar, roar. It was unclear who was the first to flee. Soon, a group started to run back. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. He thought, "This duck that came to my door can't fly away." With incredible speed, he immediately transformed into a locomotive, charging through. With the heavenly meteor combat technique, level 8 beasts shattered upon contact, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ding! Killed a level 8 beast. Blood value. Ding! Used angry eye diamond. Proficiency. Ding! Used immobilization technique. Proficiency. Ding! Slain an 8th level magical beast. Vitality points gained. Ding! Used the immobilization technique. Proficiency reached great mastery. Ding! Slain an 8th level magical beast. Vitality points gained. Ah! The sound of notifications rang incessantly in his ears. With his vitality surging wildly, Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. In that instant, he felt his flesh and blood sublimating. It was the fusion of his bones and the 8 extraordinary meridians. He broke through to the 9-star warrior level. The immobilization technique reached great mastery. The thrill of the breakthrough made Lin Feng's mental and physical strength surge rapidly. It felt as if he was invincible beneath the martial masters at that moment. An invincible belief began to rise within him. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng raised his fists and looked at them. He felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. As long as he wished, he could engage in the strongest battle at any time. The exhilaration from breaking through to the 9-star warrior made his blood boil. With a casual wave, a panel appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 9-star warrior. Vitality points, 25,108. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect, Fierce Golden King, Heavenly Fall, God of Death's Blade. Great Mastery, Sky Split Slash. Great Mastery, Shadowless. Great Mastery, Immobilization Technique. Great Mastery. Entry, Minor Mastery. Great Mastery, Perfect. Extraordinary Martial Skill, Indestructible Blade Soul. Heavenly Grade Early Stage Perfect. Heavenly Grade. Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. From breaking through from 8-star warrior to 9-star warrior, the immobilization technique advanced from minor mastery to great mastery. Lin Feng's gains were indeed substantial. He even glanced at the total points ranking. It surged from 134,000 points to 150,000 points, ranking first among the 8 stars. He was less than 5,000 points away from Gung Junsheng. As soon as the ranking updated, he would be the first among the 9 stars. Lin Feng, filled with joy, smiled. He then closed the panel. Not intending to continue the slaughter, Lin Feng looked around. He turned and ran towards the safe zone. After breaking through to the 9-star warrior, he felt a significant increase in mental strength. If he didn't use it to deduce some techniques, it would be quite a waste. Lost in thought, Lin Feng quickened his pace. After returning to a basement in the safe zone, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Would you like to deduce the indestructible blade soul? Yes. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to that martial arts world. The timeline was the night Lin Feng left the city during a snowstorm. Snowflakes danced in the air. Lin Feng, carrying his sword, left the hometown where he had grown up, solely to pursue the path of martial arts. Along the way, he braved the elements, grasping the most primitive rules of heaven and earth. After a month of travel, Lin Feng encountered an old man in a raincoat by a large lake. Despite the heavy snow, the lake's surface had already frozen over. Yet this man was fishing alone in the cold river snow. Curious, Lin Feng instinctively wanted to approach and investigate. However, he found that no matter how he tried to get closer, he could never step within 3 zhang of the old man. Confused, Lin Feng began to carve a path with his sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He chopped for 3 days and nights without making a path. He then tried to break the ice on the lake's surface. The ice remained completely unscathed. He attempted to burn it with fire, tried to smash it with stones. In the end, he achieved nothing. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, the old man fishing in the cold river snow finally turned around. After telling Lin Feng 2 words, he continued to fish. This left Lin Feng stunned. He then stood there like a wooden post, allowing the wind and snow to cover him entirely, until he became a snowman. After an unknown number of days passed, Lin Feng opened his eyes one stormy night. At that moment, his vitality was boiling, and the ice and snow melted away. Looking at the old man in the raincoat who had vanished before him, he casually struck out with his sword. Boom! Accompanied by the cracking of the ice on the lake's surface, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. With intent. In Lin Feng's mind, he recalled the 2 words the old man had said. That night, Lin Feng's swordsmanship advanced once again. By dawn, he left the lake surface. The scene ended. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes. Half an hour. Enlightenment in the lake during a snowstorm. Lin Feng had almost spent several months on this, though not as long as the last time. But this time, he astonishingly reached half an hour in reality. The reward was that the undying blade soul broke through to the mid-stage of the heavenly grade. Powerful martial arts and sword techniques continuously surged in his mind. It was a feeling of ascending to a higher level. In Lin Feng's view, it was probably far superior to the perfect completion of the initial stage of the heavenly grade undying blade soul, at least 10 times stronger. Overjoyed, he swallowed hard. Without thinking much, he quickly closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour of deduction had pushed Lin Feng's mental strength to the brink. If he didn't sleep to replenish it soon, he might faint. Similarly, near the Longtan interchange, some were busy sleeping, while others were busy fleeing. The incredulous little fish looked at the vigorous Gung Junsheng in the distance, feeling a wave of frustration. He pondered that this guy was too cunning, pretending to be injured and playing tricks on them. Moreover, this freak seemed to have broken through to the martial master realm, making them, a group of 9-star martial artists, feel like they were just delivering their heads. Suddenly, A scream echoed from under the interchange. The next second, Gung Juncheng dragged a 9-star martial artist out by the spine. Covered in blood, he grinned savagely, "You little rodents, why are you running? Come on, let's all go together. If I use both hands to fight you, consider it my loss." With that boast, the surroundings fell silent. Plus, with the dead martial artist in Gung Juncheng's hands, they had lost half their number in the recent battle under the bridge. Of course, the number of those choosing to withdraw was greater, with fewer than 3 choosing to fight to the death. The cold-eyed Chu Yun saw this scene and frowned tightly. He never expected that Gung Junsheng, that bastard, would play dirty. Even more unexpectedly, the opponent had already broken through to the martial master realm. The gap in realms between the two sides was the direct reason for their disastrous defeat. Even if all the 9-star martial artists here joined forces to attack, they would hardly be a match for this freak. Thinking of this, Chu Yun looked at the nearby Qing Kong and said, "You all go first, I'll hold them off." Qing Kong did not respond. Her beautiful face was filled with indifference. With her battle knife in hand, she was brimming with fighting spirit. This made Gung Junsheng sneer upon seeing her. "Chu Yun, you're not even as good as a woman." "You?" Chu Yun's expression changed, his eyes filled with anger. The little fish beside him helplessly said, "Gung Junsheng, you'll die at my hands sooner or later." "Alright, Qing Kong, let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Qing Kong was taken aback, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Glancing at the few remaining teammates behind her, she could only turn and leave. Seeing this, Chu Yun followed closely behind. The remaining dozen or so martial artists also followed suit. Gung Junsheng, seeing this scene, grinned savagely. "Little fish, do you think you can still escape? Now you have only 2 paths to take. One is to withdraw from the competition, and the other is to be killed by me. Are you ready? The death game has begun." As his words fell, Gung Junsheng dashed away like lightning. A 9-star martial artist hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Looking down, he saw his chest pierced by the forelimb of a green mantis. With blood gushing, this martial artist charged forward in pain. After breaking free from the grip, he chose to withdraw from the competition. Accompanied by a flicker in the void, he disappeared without a trace. The little fish frowned at this scene. She glanced at Gung Junsheng and said, "Are you crazy? Massacring the martial artists of Chuan City, you'll be punished." Gung Junsheng raised the bloody forelimb of the green mantis and said, "Now is my time to kill. No one can stop me." The little fish saw this and gritted her teeth in hatred. She thought this freak was really annoying. There was no way to withdraw from the competition. Currently, there were still thousands in the entire competition area. Leaving now would mean that all their previous efforts were almost in vain. Thinking of this, the little fish ran off in a certain direction without looking back. "Run, run, I'll slowly kill you all." Gung Junsheng watched this scene, a hint of mockery in his eyes. After breaking through to the martial master realm, he felt a surge of powerful strength throughout his body. The last time he felt this way was years ago. Now, after this body had broken through, he began to anticipate what kind of talent would awaken. With this thought, Gung Junsheng stepped forward, each stride like that of the Grim Reaper, covering 1,000 meters with every step. The streets and skyscrapers around him seemed to blur into shadows beneath his feet. Such astonishing speed left a martial artist hiding in the dark watching in shock, his scalp tingling. Instinctively wanting to flee, he turned around and found Gung Junsheng already behind him. "Gung Junsheng, fuck your mother." "Ah, my eyes." As the morning sun rose high in the sky, Lin Feng awoke from his sleep. After breaking through to the 9-star warrior level, he felt a strange sensation throughout his body, as if he had become lighter or his senses had sharpened. He noticed these subtle changes in his body but couldn't be bothered to pay them much attention as he stretched lazily, a smile creeping onto his lips. Another energetic day ahead. Gurgle. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and skillfully pulled out a roasting oven along with a piece of meat from a 9th-level magical beast weighing 500 pounds. As he sliced the meat with his magic knife, Lin Feng was astonished to find that the rust on the blade had nearly vanished. It seemed that in a few days, it would be completely gone. The blade appeared ordinary silver, nothing strange about it, except for the prominent blood groove and the magical characters. However, one thing Lin Feng was certain of was that the magic knife was becoming sharper. Ordinary 9th-level magical beasts had almost zero defense against it. As for how sharp it was, Lin Feng still needed a reference. With this in mind, he began to marinate the meat and roast it, adding some cumin, barbecue powder, and more. Once the surface turned golden and sizzled with oil, he sprinkled on some soul juice. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Lin Feng forget everything else as he picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. It was spicy, tender, and juicy, leaving a lingering flavor in his mouth. As he devoured the meat, Lin Feng swallowed hard and began to wolf it down. Bang! Just as Lin Feng was enjoying his greasy meal, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was Little Fish. Her battle armor was tattered, and she limped as she walked. Her fair and beautiful face bore some black marks, clearly having just returned from a fierce battle. Lin Feng looked at this scene with a hint of confusion. He watched as the woman limped over and, without saying a word, snatched the roasted meat from Lin Feng's hand and started eating. "This is what I was eating. After kissing, you still care about this?" Little Fish gulped down the meat and then grabbed a second piece to eat. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. He thought, "Is she here to steal my food?" Not wanting to engage, he shook his head slightly and continued to take out the magic knife to cut meat, marinate, and roast. Meanwhile, Little Fish squatted beside him, devouring the food like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Her eating style was severely mismatched with her beauty. Burp. After consuming about 100 pounds of roasted magical beast meat, Little Fish finally let out a satisfied burp. This prompted Lin Feng, still roasting meat, to say, "Are you full? Let's hurry and leave." "Where to?" Little Fish tilted her head and asked, "To your heart, Lin Feng?" Lin Feng remained silent, deciding to continue eating meat. Thus, the two of them sat quietly for a while, one in a daze, the other eating heartily. The scene was somewhat harmonious. About 10 minutes later, Little Fish hugged her knees and said, "We lost. Gung Junsheng played dirty. So many people died. Qin Kong and Shu Yun were also injured." "Oh." Lin Feng, still eating roasted meat, responded with an "oh," his face expressionless. This made Little Fish exclaim, "Aren't you even a little concerned? You cold-hearted man, your wife was chased and attacked by Gung Junsheng. We even kissed, so don't think you can deny it." After saying this, Little Fish stood up with her hands on her hips, looking all wronged. "Oh." Lin Feng responded with an "oh," looking at Little Fish, who claimed to be his wife, and said, "Your leg isn't limping anymore. Your acting is a bit poor, you'd struggle to be an extra." Little Fish. The Little Fish, with a flushed face, gritted her teeth and said, "That's not important. What's important is that you should take action now. Aren't you going to kill Gung Junsheng? Do you think you can win just by talking?" Lin Feng shrugged. "All right, I'm speechless." The Little Fish plopped down on the ground. Lin Feng shook his head slightly at the sight. He glanced at the sun outside the window, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Burp. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he tidied up his things and walked out. "Where are you going?" the Little Fish asked. "Going to work," Lin Feng replied. "Can't you skip work?" the Little Fish protested. "If I don't work, who will support you?" Lin Feng shot back. "I can't afford to. You're a glutton." The Little Fish hurriedly followed him, saying, "Humph. Don't think just because you've seen a few old movies that I haven't. I've seen them too. So, how's my acting? Compared to mine, it's quite average." Lin Feng replied. "TCH, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" the Little Fish exclaimed. Deep in the city center, with one hand holding a knife, Qin Kong's face was pale. After just taking a punch, her stomach was churning. If she hadn't forcibly suppressed it, she might have already coughed up blood. "Qin Kong, are you alright?" Shu Yun glanced over. Qin Kong didn't answer. Still cold and holding her knife, she looked at Gung Junsheng. It was vaguely visible that around the two of them, several cold bodies lay sprawled on the street. Before they died, there was defiance, unwillingness, and anger. But there was no fear. At the end of the street, Gung Junsheng, holding a mantis knife in one hand, stepped closer. Having just killed a 9-star martial artist, he was kicking the opponent's head around like a ball. This playful and insulting act towards a comrade's corpse ignited Qin Kong's fury. Hey, what time is it? And you two are still flirting? Is it appropriate? It's not appropriate. Come at me together. Let me kill you quickly." Gung Junsheng's voice rang out, making the remaining 9-star martial artists tremble. It wasn't fear, it was pure anger. Seeing this, Qin Kong stepped forward and said, "Everyone, you've done your best. Leave. I'll hold them off." Qin Kong. Everyone was stunned, and they all understood what Qin Kong intended to do. Even Shu Yun was taken aback and said, "Let me do it." Qin Kong remained silent. Gripping her battle knife, she charged forward step by step, declaring, "Remember, our 7th Martial Arts University has no cowards. Born fearless, we fight to the end. Fight to the end." With her wine-red hair flying, Qin Kong's gaze was cold. She rapidly approached Gung Junsheng with her battle knife, which burst forth with dazzling red light. Qin Kong. Shu Yun, seeing this scene, felt a pang of reluctance. Not wanting the other to die, he shouted loudly. The surrounding 9-star martial artists, seeing this, followed suit and charged forward. Ha, a bunch of rats. That's the spirit. It's only interesting when we fight together." Gung Junsheng's face revealed a sinister smile. Facing Qin Kong and the others, he showed no fear. On the contrary, after breaking through to the 1st star of the martial master realm, he desperately needed a thrilling battle. Kill! With a loud roar, Gung Juncheng glanced at the rapidly approaching Qing Kong. He swung his knife backhandedly, without any fancy moves. Under pure power, poof! Qing Kong, holding her battle knife, could no longer contain her surging blood and energy, and spat out a mouthful of blood, being knocked back several dozen meters. Qing Kong, Shu Yun, following closely behind, shouted angrily. Gripping a black iron rod, he seized the opportunity to sneak up behind Gung Juncheng and struck. Clang! A piercing metallic sound rang out. Gung Juncheng, with his mantis knife, blocked it. Kill! Now's the time. The remaining few 9-star martial artists, seeing this, swung their weapons and charged in. Just a bunch of rats. Gung Juncheng roared coldly. In an instant, 1,000 pounds of power exploded from his hand. Chu Yun, unable to withstand it, was stunned and then thrown away. The other 9-star martial artists were also forcefully suppressed one after another. Lying on the ground, clutching her chest, Qing Kong watched the scene with despair in her eyes. Meanwhile, a chaotic battle broke out among the martial artists inside 0818. It has long been live-streamed. With official permission, warriors fighting privately and chasing each other is within the rules. This led many at the Chuan City martial arts base to break down when they saw Gung Juncheng slaughtering their own warriors. What the hell? Is Gung Juncheng this fierce? Shu Yun and Qing Kong are simply no match. So strong. What has Gung Juncheng been eating to grow up? He seems to have gotten even stronger. Who can withstand this? They are completely outmatched. If this keeps up, a few more are going to die. Strong contenders competing is normal. This is the martial arts competition we want to see. Exactly. The arena is like a battlefield. If you can't survive with strength, you're a weakling. Gung Juncheng is too fierce. I wonder if the Black Death God will intervene. The Black Death God is only an 8-star. How can he fight Gung Juncheng? They aren't even in the same league. In the camp, Chao Shuang, Wang Chong, and Li Longyun stood on either side of the live broadcast room. In the middle were General Yinlong and Commander Night Owl. In the spacious hall, there was not a sound. It seemed everyone was watching the live battle, especially when they saw Gung Juncheng rampaging. General Yinlong could clearly sense that Commander Night Owl was somewhat displeased. After all, a kid from the Shengjing martial arts base was rampaging at the Chuan City martial arts base, which was somewhat inappropriate. This kid has broken through to the martial master realm. Commander Night Owl said, the major families in Shengjing are raising their descendants to be stronger and stronger. Hearing the commander's sigh, General Yinlong revealed a hint of helplessness, saying, Commander, should we stop the competition? This guy is undoubtedly the strongest. Stop the competition? Commander Night Owl smiled and retorted, Yinlong, are we Chuan City people really that spineless? Don't forget, from the Pingwu era, we sent millions from Chuan to fight the enemy. Even if in the end, only a few were left, wrapped in horsehide, we never thought of surrendering. Even in the Middle Martial Era when spiritual energy revived, we Chuan City people personally defended our homeland and built the martial arts base. Do you understand? Yes, understood. General Yinlong saluted. His heart felt a bit bitter. As someone not from Chuan City, he felt somewhat awkward. However, he still held respect and knowledge for the long history of Chuan City people. Wang Chong, Chao Shuang, and Li Longyun, who were nearby, felt a surge of belonging. As natives of Chuan City, they truly didn't know how to write the word surrender. He has finally arrived. At that moment, Commander Night Owl was somewhat excited. In the live broadcast, a figure in black armor was rapidly approaching the location of Qing Kong and Chu Yun. General Yinlong, Chao Shuang, Wang Chong, and Li Longyun felt their blood boiling at this scene. If anyone could have an ultimate showdown with Gung Juncheng in this competition, it could only be the Black Death God. That is, Lin Feng. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the Black Death God appear, the barrage instantly filled the screen. It's him! It's him! It's him! The Black Death God has finally arrived. Is he going to join the battle? Damn! As expected of my Black Death God, this is so exciting. He actually came. This is a battle of strong contenders. How could the Black Death God miss it? Don't you think? So exciting. The Black Death God has finally arrived. Is he going to fight Gung Juncheng? So cool. Go kill. Even if you lose, you're still the fiercest dark horse. Damn. Did you notice? The Black Death God has 150,000 points. Has he broken through again? I don't know. It's possible. Black Death God. Who exactly is the Black Death God? This is too cool. I also want to know who he is. This person is very strong. In the villa, even Shining Qing couldn't avoid watching this battle. Holding a bag of chips, she swallowed and said, Gue Gue, who exactly is this Black Death God? He's too fierce. I don't know. Hu Xinger said, but it doesn't affect my liking for him. What a fierce man. Who is so lucky to have such a man? Humph. Love struck. Shining Qing said, in my eyes, there's only Lin Feng. He is invincible both in heaven and on earth. Humph, you're the one who's infatuated. Hu Xinger said, stop talking. They're about to clash. So excited. In the city center, after Chu Yun was kicked down by Gung Junsheng again, almost no one in the arena was standing. The only one still half kneeling was Qin Kong, with one hand gripping a knife in the ground, her gaze icy. Can't hold on any longer? You guys are no better. The so-called martial arts genius of Chuan City is nothing special. Gung Junsheng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Holding the mantis knife, he shook his head slightly and began to step closer to the crowd. Aren't you going to withdraw from the competition? Waiting for me to kill you? Alright, I'll make it easy for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Kong, Chu Yun, and the other 9-star warriors gritted their teeth. But at that moment, it seemed as if a fierce wind was howling from afar. Dust filled the sky, and a figure in black armor rushed over. It was the Black Death God. Qin Kong's pupils constricted, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The rushing Lin Feng looked like a deity descending from the heavens. Holding the magic knife, he stood in front of Qin Kong and stared at Gung Junsheng, saying, "Step back. This knife will be very cool. This knife will be very cool." Qin Kong heard Lin Feng's voice in her ear. With her wine-red hair casually draped over her shoulders, she nodded and quickly retreated 100 meters. The other warriors, including Chu Yun, also retreated silently. "It's you? I'm looking forward to it," Gung Junsheng said mockingly upon seeing that the Black Death God had arrived. "Last time we fought, it was just a friendly match, not much fun. How about we play for real this time?" "What? Gung Junsheng has fought with the Black Death God?" The arriving Xiao Yuer showed surprise in her eyes. She thought, no wonder this guy was unwilling to sneak attack before. It turns out he had already fought once alone, and from Gung Junsheng's tone, it seemed neither of them was satisfied. Including Chu Yun and Qin Kong, everyone was stunned, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Looking at the black-armored figure holding a knife with one hand, unafraid of everything, they felt a surge of anticipation. "You talk too much. That's not good." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He glanced at Gung Junsheng and quickly closed the distance. When he was about 40 meters away, Lin Feng raised his hand and lifted the knife. The magic knife in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light. It shone like a nuclear fusion, emitting blinding brilliance. The mid-tier indestructible knife soul. The blade gradually expanded to 40 meters. A powerful wave of energy descended like a landslide. Unmoved like a mountain, Gung Junsheng, holding the mantis knife, showed a hint of excitement on his face and said, "What kind of combat skill is this?" As the indestructible knife soul drew closer, his expression became serious. Because in this combat skill, Gung Junsheng sensed a dangerous aura. Since breaking through to the martial master level, he had never felt this way. Boom! Without hesitation, Gung Junsheng raised his knife with all his strength to counter. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a small mushroom cloud rose between the two. After enveloping everything, dust filled the sky, and nothing could be seen clearly inside. Damn! Is he starting with a big move right away? That's too fierce. No wonder he's my Black Death God. This fighting style is awesome. He's ruthless and doesn't talk much, my Black Death God. Just asking if you submit or fear, starting with a big move. Ha ha ha, this is too satisfying. Gung Junsheng must be stunned. Starting with a big move. Gung Junsheng's face has clearly darkened. I bet he didn't expect the opponent to be this ruthless. Learned it. In the future, use a big move first against enemies. Who's talking too much? The Black Death God won't break through to the 9-star warrior level, right? Otherwise, how could he possibly fight Gung Junsheng? How long has it been since the breakthrough? Brothers, I just withdrew from the competition. The minimum to survive now is 9 stars. Damn, has he broken through again? That's too fierce. In the camp, the Night Owl commander, with his hands behind his back, looked on in shock. Even he, well versed in the world, was stunned by the martial skill Lin Feng had just used. What kind of combat technique is this? Why have I never seen it before? It seems even more powerful than a level 9 combat technique. Hearing the exclamation from Commander Night Owl, the chief of the Silver Dragon was also shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a combat technique, and he said, "I don't know. Currently, the martial arts arsenal in Chuan City doesn't have this kind of technique." Commander Night Owl nodded, thinking that if he didn't know Lin Feng's background, he would instinctively believe this guy came from a powerful family. After all, these aristocratic families have a long heritage, and their foundation should not be underestimated. "Commander, Chief, Black Death God may have broken through again," Wang Chong said bitterly. It seems it's been less than a day and a half since he broke through to an 8-star warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Li Longyun didn't say anything, and Xiao Shuang also remained silent. It seemed as if Wang Chong was the only one talking. It made the commander look oblivious. With his old face turning red, he shot a glance at the two, feeling a wave of anxiety in his heart. As the mushroom cloud dispersed and the dust settled, a giant deep pit came into view. Standing at the edge of the pit was Lin Feng, holding the magic knife. The pit was empty. With a cold gaze, he swept around the area, instinctively becoming alert. He thought to himself that Gung Junsheng had already broken through to the martial master realm. His strength was on a completely different level. An ordinary 9-star warrior was simply no match for him. As for whether Lin Feng himself had the confidence to defeat him, he wasn't too sure. Although he was a hanging comparison, the opponent was indeed very formidable. Just that one strike had been enough to kill or injure an ordinary 9-star warrior. But Gung Junsheng had actually withstood it and avoided fatal damage. To Lin Feng, the opponent was like a tank with thick blood and an explosive combat value. Moreover, he was the kind who dropped a lot of equipment upon death. Thinking of this, Lin Feng gripped the magic knife tightly, ready for close combat at any moment. Is Gung Junsheng dead? Why can't we see him anymore? He can't really be dead, right? It's possible. With such a big pit, you and I would have died 100 times. He shouldn't be dead. If he were dead, Black Death God wouldn't be so nervous. You're right. Gung Junsheng is too strong. He shouldn't be dead. At most, he's injured. On the open ground, Shinkong, supported by Xiaoyu, looked coldly at the giant pit blasted into the ground, feeling a sense of shock in her heart. She glanced at the figure in black armor and asked, "Did you persuade him to come? What else could it be?" Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Isn't he fierce? Just ask you." Shinkong nodded, thinking that this man was indeed very fierce, the kind of fierce that could be described as a suave rogue. It seemed he had broken through to a 9-star warrior again. While the two were talking, a commotion suddenly came from the building across the deep pit. Then, Gung Junsheng, holding a mantis knife, stepped out step by step. It was evident that his battle armor was almost in tatters, severely damaged. Clearly, he hadn't come out unscathed from that last strike. If he hadn't run fast, Gung Junsheng suspected he would have been dead or injured. But fortunately, he could run and dodge. Looking at the Black Death God who had once again brought him surprise, he excitedly said, "You're strong. Dying at my hands would be your honor. I bet that just now was your strongest strike, your final move. What a pity. You're still a bit short if you want to kill me. Ha ha ha." Gung Junsheng's arrogant laughter echoed through the empty streets, a harsh sound making everyone feel uncomfortable, especially Chu Yun, who felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He pondered whether even the Black Death God would be useless. The other warriors frowned, their faces inevitably showing disappointment. Because in their view, the Black Death God had indeed come out swinging. If he wanted to use that strike again, it probably wouldn't be possible. Just as everyone was feeling sentimental and disappointed, Lin Feng moved. Holding the magic knife, he stepped forward and said, "You really talk too much. That's not good. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but laugh again. Under the arrogant laughter, it was all a display of his immense strength. "So what? Are you trying to say that villains die from talking too much? Let me tell you, that saying doesn't apply to me, Gung Junsheng." Before he could finish his sentence, Gung Junsheng's expression suddenly changed. Fog grass, a type of plant. Lin Feng, wielding the magic knife, unleashed the undying blade soul once more. The damage was astonishing, with a blade length of 40 meters. Gung Junsheng couldn't help but curse. "Can you still use that?" Surprised? Lin Feng grinned. He raised the magic knife and slashed down. The speed was so fast that Gung Junsheng had nowhere to retreat, nowhere to dodge, because this was an instant activation of the undying blade soul. Under the terrifying blade light, a small mushroom cloud rose again. Dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision once more. Damn, this is too fierce. 2 big moves in a row, even Jesus would be done for. So fierce. Is the Black Death God's combat skill level 9? That's so cool. I don't know. I just want Gung Junsheng to die. If he doesn't die, I won't be at ease. Look, it seems Gung Junsheng isn't dead yet. Little Fish watched the dispersing mushroom cloud, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She thought back to when she was in Xinjiang. She had seen level 9 combat skills before, but the combat skill used by the Black Death God clearly exceeded the scope of level 9 skills. It is well known that combat skills become stronger as a warrior's strength increases. Although Little Fish didn't know what this combat skill was, she knew it was powerful. It was very likely related to the secret techniques her grandfather and the others often spoke of. But where did this guy get such secret techniques? Secret techniques could only be comprehended by National Guardian-level powerhouses in major martial arts spaces. Moreover, even National Guardian-level warriors find it difficult to master all these secret techniques. Just as Little Fish was puzzled, laughter came from the ruins of a distant building. It was visible to the naked eye. After Lin Feng slashed down, Gung Junsheng, along with the building, was buried in the ruins. As the dust settled, the middle of the tall building cracked open, looking ready to collapse. And from the ruins, Gung Junsheng, limping and with his battle armor in tatters, emerged. Still alive, he grinned and said, "Ha ha, that felt great. You're strong. You're a freak. Too bad you still can't kill me. Ha ha ha. This time, I bet you can't use those two moves again, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Junsheng casually took out a bottle of recovery potion from his storage ring and drank it in front of Lin Feng and the others. It was vaguely visible that his spirit and injuries were slowly recovering. Taking drugs. Shu Yun saw this scene and frowned. A potion that can recover injuries and mental strength is rare in the market. This guy, the Black Death God, might not be able to win. Qin Kong beside her also frowned. It is well known that products like potions are divided into different grades. Common qi and blood pills or liquid potions are the most common products for replenishing qi and blood. A step higher are gathering qi pills and blood condensing pills. Even higher, they are no longer something money can buy. Potions that can repair injuries and mental strength are military-grade storage medicines. Ordinary warriors, even those below martial sovereign, find it hard to obtain. And for Gung Junsheng, so young, to possess such high-grade potions clearly has a lot to do with his family. Just taking drugs? Who doesn't? At that moment, Little Fish stepped forward and said, "Brother, you take drugs too. I like you fighting even fiercer." Fighting even fiercer? Hearing Little Fish's reminder, Lin Feng felt this was a bit strange. However, he wasn't a pretentious person. If the other party took drugs, he would take drugs too. On the way here, Little Fish had given him 3 bottles of blue potions. Glancing at Gung Junsheng, who thought he had victory in hand, Lin Feng continued to raise his knife. "You bet wrong again. I still have bullets in my gun." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng skillfully swung his knife. The 40-meter undying blade soul fell instantly. Gung Junsheng. Just as Gung Junsheng, who had just recovered, saw this, his eyes were filled with speechlessness. Looking at this freak in front of him, he said, "You really are a freak." Boom! The blade light fell. Gung Junsheng was once again engulfed in dust. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not hesitate and casually took out a bottle of blue potion and drank it down. In an instant, his physical strength and mental energy rapidly recovered, reaching their peak. That feeling of being filled with power, as fierce as a dragon and a tiger, made Lin Feng's blood boil. Glancing at the commotion and the dust, he charged forward with his knife. With a flick of his wrist, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The 3 slashes of the indestructible blade soul followed one after another. Seeing this, Gung Junsheng, who crawled out from the ruins, felt a chill run down his spine. Constantly dodging, he swallowed hard and immediately fled at high speed. In the eyes of the crowd, it appeared as if Lin Feng was wildly hacking with his knife. Gung Junsheng was frantically dodging in front. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions scared the surrounding magical beasts away. To them, that terrifying blade light seemed even more frightening than death. The live broadcast of this scene caused an uproar. "Damn! This is too fierce. My Black Death God is teaching Gung Junsheng a lesson with one hand holding a knife. So fierce. This Black Death God is chasing Gung Junsheng to slash. So scary. Be realistic. If you can unleash unlimited ultimate moves to kill enemies, that's also very fierce." This scene feels a bit familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. A brother upstairs reminded me. It's Iron Bull from the 3rd Martial Arts University. This guy has also been chased and slashed by the Black Death God. He probably has psychological trauma now. Don't say that. I am Iron Bull. You don't know how perverted this guy is. Ha ha ha. The real body has appeared. Speaking personally, how big is the area of psychological trauma? How big? Anyway, I'm scared of anyone using a knife now. You understand, right? 666. Senior Iron Bull. May this world be knife-free. Ha ha ha. In the camp, Commander Night Owl watched the scene before him, his lips involuntarily curling up. As the commander of the highest-level martial arts base in the southwest of the Great Xia Alliance, he had seen many famous geniuses and awakened ones, but compared to Lin Feng, those people seemed somewhat lacking. Whether it was his unique awakening of the slaughter talent or this passionate energy, it was very much to his taste. "Commander, Lin Feng has already used the 3rd bottle of recovery potion," reminded General Silver Dragon. "If this continues, will it harm his physical functions?" Hearing the reminder, Commander Night Owl shook his head slightly. Looking at the command room with only 2 people, he sighed, "The battle won't stop until a result is reached. If Lin Feng loses, just send the message back." "Yes." General Silver Dragon nodded, thinking he had already arranged for Chao Xuan, Li Longyun, Wang Chong, and others to be responsible for rescue. As long as Lin Feng made the slightest mistake, a mental energy master would be responsible for rescue. In the center of the dangerous city, Lin Feng seemed to have gone mad with killing. His eyes were bloodshot. After exhausting his mental energy and physical strength, he would not hesitate to use the blue potion. By now, it was already the third blue potion. During this time, Lin Feng had no idea how many slashes he had made, but one thing he was sure of was that Gung Junsheng was being hacked terribly. Under the relentless onslaught of the indestructible blade soul, even a martial artist couldn't withstand it. As Lin Feng's physical strength declined again and he stopped, Gung Junsheng, with disheveled hair, red eyes, and armor torn, was overjoyed. As if his mental state had gone awry, he excitedly said, "You're a madman. Using recovery potions like this, you'll turn into an idiot. Ha ha ha, is there no more potions now? Come on, keep hacking at me. I'm a mental energy master. I'm not afraid of you. Ha ha ha, come on, damn it, keep hacking at me." Watching Gung Junsheng, who was rambling incoherently and cursing, Lin Feng raised his knife again. "Are you really not afraid?" Hearing the question, the seemingly mad Gung Junsheng fell silent. After being hacked hundreds of times, he said he wasn't afraid, and probably no one would believe him. For the first time encountering such a crazy opponent, he trembled and said, "I'm not afraid. I don't believe you can slash again." With a pale face and bloodshot eyes, Lin Feng's body swayed unsteadily. In high-load combat, he raised his knife and said, "We, warriors, why hesitate for a battle? Why hesitate for a battle?" The voice was plain, yet powerful. Xiao Yuer, Xin Kong, and the others were all moved. Even Gung Junsheng paused in his breathing. Looking at the madman before him, who raised his knife again, he exclaimed, "Impossible. You've swung so many times and consumed so many recovery potions, your body can't take it. I don't believe you can swing again." The last sentence was almost a roar from Gung Junsheng. With a fierce expression and disheveled hair, he brandished his mantis knife and rushed towards Lin Feng at high speed. Clearly, he was afraid. He feared that the opponent would really swing again, so he wanted to end the fight early. He. Lin Feng chuckled. His physical and mental strength had indeed reached its limit. But so what? If a martial artist fears death, can they still be called a martial artist? Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He couldn't help but glance at the demon blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon blade emitted that familiar sound again. Lin Feng remembered the last time he heard this sound was in that hellish place, 0914. A smile crept onto his lips as he suddenly felt relieved. Kill. Gung Junsheng was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. With a low shout, his eyes filled with a sinister grin, the mantis knife in his hand was aimed straight at Lin Feng's head. No, Xing Kong instinctively wanted to intervene, but then, a sudden change occurred. Xiao Yuer, Xu Yun, and the others all changed their expressions. As Gung Junsheng approached Lin Feng, the mantis knife he swung shattered inch by inch. It was as if it had been sliced apart by some extremely sharp weapon in an instant. Gung Junsheng's face changed drastically upon seeing this. In that moment, he sensed the breath of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated 100 meters. Looking at Lin Feng, who was raising his knife, Gung Junsheng roared, "What kind of battle technique is this?" Lin Feng said nothing. Watching Gung Junsheng being forced back, a smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself that the demon blade was one of his trump cards. The last time he encountered that terrifying creature in 0914, the demon blade had saved him once. The condition for the demon blade to save its master was only when life faced a deadly threat or fell into a desperate situation. Only then would the demon blade activate its instinct to save its master. At other times, it was no different from an ordinary weapon. The Black Death God is fine. That's great. You scared me to death. I thought he was going to die. That was really heart-stopping. If it were me, I would have quit the competition right away. What battle technique did that guy just use? Why did Gung Junsheng retreat in fear? I don't know. I didn't see clearly either. Seeing that the Black Death God was fine, Xin Kong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, she, who had never cared about men, was now thinking about this guy. At this thought, a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. She glanced at the figure in black armor, her lips instinctively tightening. Meanwhile, in the hidden area of 0818, two martial master-level mentalists were fully focused on commanding the scene. As soon as someone withdrew from the competition, they would immediately send someone to rescue. Under this high-intensity work, they had already held on for nearly half a month. At this moment, with the arrival of Chao Shuang, Li Longyun, and Wang Chong, the two mentalists focused their attention even more on the Black Death God. Damn! How did this kid do it? Gung Junsheng's last strike was a sure kill. I was ready to step in and save him. Wang Chong, me too. That last knife, with the Black Death God's stamina, was impossible to dodge. It's too strange. Li Longyun. Hearing the shock from the two, Chao Shuang couldn't help but feel emotional. He thought about how many surprises the Black Death God had brought them. so many that even the Night Owl commander had to meet him in person. At this thought, he looked at the two mentalists and said, Long Xuan, Long Yun, you must keep an eye on him, he is very important to us. Yes, the two, fully encased in battle armor, nodded. Watching the commotion in the arena, their eyes were icy. But at that moment, their expressions suddenly changed. The green mantis is coming. Should we eliminate it? The green mantis? Chao Shuang was taken aback, then looked towards the monitoring area. The tremors shook Deng Junxing awake. Lin Feng felt he was about to reach his limit. If he didn't take a break soon, he would likely end up flat on the ground, buzzing. But at that moment, the demonic blade issued another warning. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He immediately looked up at Deng Junxiang. He saw that the guy was still in place, showing no intention of attacking again. Where was the danger coming from? As Lin Feng glanced around, a chill ran down his back. Crack! Roar! But with a crisp sound of something breaking, the wails of a demon beast echoed, visible to the naked eye. Behind Lin Feng, a second-level demon beast, the green mantis, had quietly appeared. Wielding a large blade, it instinctively aimed to harvest this human martial genius. Who would have thought that the moment the blade swung out, it would be ruthlessly shattered by an overwhelming force? Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Under the shadow of death, the second-level demon beast, the green mantis, instantly vanished. When Lin Feng turned back, all he saw were remnants of limbs scattered on the ground. For some reason, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. He distinctly smelled a fragrant aroma. An indescribable appetite made him gaze at the severed limbs of the second-level demon beast, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. Just eating it would eliminate his fatigue and restore his spirit. Driven by this primal instinct, Lin Feng made a shocking move. Ignoring the gazes of others, he immediately squatted down and picked up a severed limb to gnaw on. The moment it entered his mouth, it was fragrant, tender, and juicy, leaving a lingering taste. With blood filling his mouth, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. He felt the fatigue within him dissipate significantly. At the same time, his spirit quickly awakened. What was happening? Looking at the bloody second-level demon beast meat in his hand, Lin Feng felt as if his body was out of control. The urgent desire to devour it surprised him. Fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. In the end, he still put the second-level demon beast meat in his bag. This scene was witnessed from afar by Deng Junxing and others, leaving them shocked and embarrassed. Everyone had eaten demon beast meat before, but seeing someone eat it raw was a first. Even Deng Junxing couldn't help but curse, "You're really a freak, this is second-level demon beast meat. Can you even digest it?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng remained silent. With blood on his face, half of it was smeared with blood. Even his jaw area had some strands of flesh hanging. As far as he knew, martial artists could generally eat demon beast meat. The higher the level of the demon beast, the more it needed to be processed before consumption. Eating it raw would only harm a martial artist's bodily functions and even affect their cultivation. Not to mention the outrageous act of eating second-level demon beast meat raw. But Lin Feng was different from others. Under the condition that he treated demon beast meat as food, his body not only showed no issues, on the contrary, eating demon beast meat could increase his vitality. This might have a direct relationship with his enhanced attributes. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the second-level demon beast, the green mantis, which had lost a hand, reappeared. This time, its target was not Lin Feng, but Deng Junxiang. In its eyes, even if it had to die today, it would take a human martial genius down with it. Deng Junxiang looked at the attacking mantis, feeling his scalp tingle. Having battled the Black Reaper for 300 rounds, his stamina and mental energy had reached their limits. If it weren't for the recovery potions, he would have likely been defeated long ago. After a furious shout, Deng Junxiang retreated rapidly. Whoosh! The second-level demon beast, the green mantis, was incredibly fast. Even without one hand, its combat power was not to be underestimated. With the sole intent to kill Deng Junxiang, it attacked with all its might. Each swing of the large blade was faster than the last. Under this onslaught, Deng Junxiang could only continue to flee. As he passed through, building after building collapsed. Dust filled the air. The crowd's vision quickly blurred, including Lin Feng, who observed closely. He tightly gripped the demonic blade. Whether it was the green mantis or Deng Junxiang, both were extremely formidable opponents. A moment's distraction could lead to becoming the other's prey. In this situation, the scene was divided into two distinct images. One scene shows Lin Feng standing alone, unmoving like a mountain. The second scene depicts Deng Junxiang being chased by a green mantis demon beast. Meanwhile, Qing Kong, Chu Yun, and a group of martial artists are watching the show with their arms crossed. Some viewers in the live stream see this scene and explode with excitement. Damn! A second-level demon beast has actually appeared. This competition is too intense. So what if it's a second-level demon beast? This is within the competition rules. If it exceeds a third-level demon beast, the military will intervene. What is the military doing? Why aren't they answering the phone? Can't they see my young master is in danger? Ha ha ha. Is the person upstairs from Gung Junsheng? It's no wonder the officials are ignoring you. You brought this on yourselves. I report the Chuan City military. I called to have them stop the competition, and they said I was deliberately interfering. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. The wheel of karma will eventually come around. If you don't believe it, look up and see. Who can escape the heavens? My second uncle Linbei was killed by you. My son Linbei too. Serves you right. You people from Shengjing. At the headquarters, General Yinlong glanced at the information in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at the watching Night Owl commander and said, Commander, the Gung family sent someone to ask us to stop the competition, saying Gung Junsheng is in life-threatening danger, and we can't just sit by. Oh. However, upon hearing this, the Night Owl commander merely responded with an "oh." Looking at the battle on the screen, he asked, Does Gung Junsheng have any intention of withdrawing from the competition? No, General Yinlong replied. Then this is serious, the Night Owl commander said. Tell them that Gung Junsheng does not wish to withdraw from the competition, and we can't do anything about it. Yes, General Yinlong saluted and left. In the danger zone, boom! With a massive blade slicing through behind him, buildings instantly cracked open, turning into ruins. Gung Junsheng frowned at this scene. Struggling to catch his breath after dodging a strike, he quickly turned left and punched out. Bang! The green mantis following closely behind hadn't reacted yet and was instantly hit in the head. This was a fatal blow. Under the force of the heavy punch, even the second-level demon beast, the green mantis, couldn't withstand it. Roar! In excruciating pain, it let out a howl. Ignoring the danger to its life, it swung its blade again. Put! Gung Junsheng's battered armor shattered. The mantis's razor-sharp forelimb pierced into his chest. With a cold gaze, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, Die! Following that, he unleashed another full-force punch. Bang! The head of the green mantis demon beast burst open like a watermelon, creating a bloody hole. At the same time, its flesh and blood exploded from its arm, revealing tendons and bones. Both sides were severely injured. The green mantis demon beast, on the brink of death, flew backward and twitched upon hitting the ground. Gung Junsheng, with a bloody hole in his chest, was also weak and pale. Looking at the nearly dead mantis, he grinned. With his still functional left hand, he raised a middle finger. You want to kill me? Do you think you're worthy, beast? Gung Junsheng's throat was filled with blood foam. Staggering, he approached the green mantis step by step. Clearly, he wanted to deliver the final kill. But at that moment, Gung Junsheng suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. The next second, the stabbing pain in his chest made him howl. Looking down, he saw a knife piercing through his chest. The attacker was Lin Feng. Fully clad in black tungsten armor, he appeared as cold as death. Looking at the terrified Gung Junsheng, he swiftly withdrew the knife and stabbed again. Under the brutal assault, Gung Junsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face filled with resentment as he muttered, Damn, you, crack. Lin Feng was not angry. He simply cleanly severed Gung Junsheng's head with a single stroke. Ding! Slayed a 1-star martial artist, gaining vitality points. After hearing the prompt, Lin Feng confirmed the opponent was dead. The sudden turn of events left Xing Kong, Xu Yun, and the others dumbfounded. Gung Junsheng is dead? Great! Ha ha ha, that bastard is finally dead. My deceased brother. Did you see it? Gung Junsheng is dead. Ha ha ha, great! We finally killed this guy. Awesome! Black Reaper, you are my eternal god. Little Fish felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing this scene. He thought to himself, that bastard Gung Junsheng is the young master of the Gung family. Relying on his good family background and talent, he does whatever he wants. After arriving in Chuan City, he became even more arrogant and overbearing. Now he has finally been killed. He deserves it. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the scene of Gung Junsheng being killed was shown in close-up. Damn! The Black Death God killed Gung Junsheng. This feels so good. My adrenaline is skyrocketing. Shameless, the Black Death God ambushed him. I demand the military arrest him. Return my young master's life. What's that barking from the Gung family's servants upstairs? Is it only allowed for your young master to act recklessly and kill at will, but not allowed to be killed? Exactly. Gung Junsheng fought the Black Death God, and then battled the demon beast, and this is an ambush? This is a harvest, okay? You Chuan City will pay the price. This Black Death God will also be punished. Just wait, the wrath of the Gung family is coming soon. This feels so good. Gung Junsheng is finally dead. Who understands this feeling? I feel so comfortable. I feel comfortable too. Just now my girlfriend asked me to turn in my homework, and I kicked her out. Bro upstairs, you're awesome, ha ha ha. You deserve to have a girlfriend. In the headquarters base, Chief Night Owl watched this scene with a smirk. He glanced at the shocked Silver Dragon beside him and said, Silver Dragon, you're going to have a tough time these days. Yes, Silver Dragon replied bitterly. Then, how will the Gung family explain this? Explain? Chief Night Owl said, who do we in the Chuan City martial arts base need to explain to? If the Gung family is not satisfied, they can send someone to find me. Yes, Silver Dragon nodded. Seeing Chief Night Owl so resolute, he spoke again, what about Lin Feng? Should we bring him back now? After Lin Feng had killed Gung Junsheng with a single strike, he felt a wave of relief. Pale-faced, he swallowed hard, then collected the warrior badge, storage ring, and damaged armor into his possession. As for the broken corpse, he had no interest in it. Let the wild dogs here take care of it. After doing all this, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the second-level demon beast, the green mantis. For those who wanted to kill him, he never had a soft heart. Crack! Lin Feng held his breath and stepped forward with his knife towards the green mantis. It was evident that this creature had suffered almost irreparable damage to its brain during its extreme battle with Gung Junsheng. With blood flowing endlessly, it was already at its last gasp. Roar! When the green mantis demon beast saw Lin Feng approaching, it let out a hoarse sound from its throat. It seemed to be saying something, or perhaps it was a cry of unwillingness. Unfortunately, it couldn't be understood. Crack! Without any hesitation, Lin Feng brought his knife down. With a crack, the green mantis's head was severed. Ding! Killed a second-level demon beast, vitality points gained. Hearing the prompt sound, Lin Feng silently collected the corpse of the second-level demon beast. His skilled movements puzzled Little Fish, who had just arrived. What are you doing with that corpse? You're not going to eat it, are you? The extremely weak Lin Feng did not respond but glanced at Little Fish before collapsing directly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he felt someone catch him in their arms. The scent of milk at his nose brought him a sense of calm and sleepiness. Far away in the 0914 danger zone, Little Whirlwind continued to maintain the demon cave passage as always. Thanks to his relentless efforts, significant results had been achieved during this time. According to the wise and mighty Golden Wing Demon Lord's arrangements, Little Whirlwind had transmitted a total of 100,000 low-level beings below level 7, about 50,000 low-level beings from levels 7 to 9, 40,000 demon beast beings from levels 1 to 7, 10,000 demon beast beings from levels 8 to 9, and he, a level 9 demon general. Looking at the entire 0914 danger zone, this place was not just solid as a fortress, it could be considered an ironclad stronghold. Holding 200,000 demon soldiers, Little Whirlwind was truly in a position of great power and prestige. As long as he gave the order, these 200,000 demon soldiers and monster troops can flatten the Chuan City martial arts base at any time. Thinking of this, how exhilarating! Little Zwanfeng crossed his arms and sighed inwardly. Just as he was reveling in his power, a level 9 magical beast suddenly rushed over, shouting, Abababababa, what? Gung Junsheng was killed? That's great news. Little Zwanfeng felt invigorated by this good fortune. Unexpectedly, more good news followed. The level 9 magical beast not only brought verbal news but also the dying memory crystal transmission of a level 2 monster, the green mantis. The scene appeared before him. Gung Junsheng was being chased by the level 2 monster, the green mantis. Seeing this, Little Zwanfeng was stunned. He thought, is this guy Gung Junsheng? The more he looked, the more something felt off. Little Zwanfeng was bewildered, because the person the green mantis was killing was not Gung Junsheng at all. Was there a mistake? Just as he was in a whirlwind of confusion, Lin Feng appeared. This was Gung Junsheng. Bewildered, Little Zwanfeng was extremely excited. When he saw Lin Feng kill Gung Junsheng and the green mantis, he was utterly speechless. He thought, what on earth is going on? Why didn't the green mantis kill Gung Junsheng? Why did it have to fight another human warrior to the death? Feeling quite frustrated, Little Zwanfeng quickly entered his consciousness carrier, planning to report this blunder to the Golden Wing Demon Commander. A day later, in a perilous place, when Lin Feng woke up, he felt pain all over his body, and what came into view was not a human face, but an extraordinary weapon. Little Fish, who was holding Lin Feng, was feeling bored. Upon seeing him wake up, she quickly looked down and excitedly said, "You're awake, move it aside, move it aside." Lin Feng gasped, "I can't catch my breath." Little Fish's pretty face flushed. She quickly adjusted the extraordinary weapon, but even so, she still couldn't see him clearly, so she simply pushed him out of her embrace. Ouch! Lin Feng, who hadn't reacted yet, let out a cry and fell to the ground. Little Fish, a bit embarrassed, Little Fish scratched her head and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Feng, getting up, didn't speak. He just silently stretched his limbs. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, A sound like beans popping came from his body. An unprecedented sense of comfort spread throughout Lin Feng. Only half of his face visible, he whispered, "How long was I unconscious?" 25 hours, Little Fish said, crossing her arms as she stood up. "How's your body recovering? I almost had to withdraw from the competition for you." Lin Feng nodded slightly, thinking that the battle with Gung Junshang was nearly a life and death struggle. If it weren't for the Green Mantis's intervention at the end, the outcome would have been hard to determine. "There's one day left in the competition," Little Fish continued. "Congratulations in advance, you are undoubtedly the first place." First place? Lin Feng was taken aback. He immediately opened the rankings and took a look. After killing Gung Junshun, all of his points had gathered to him, a total score of nearly 300,000. Undoubtedly the first in the selection competition. Moreover, Lin Feng was no longer an 8-star warrior but a 9-star warrior. He was somewhat excited about this change. After all, the reward for being first in the selection competition was exceptionally generous. "You idiot," Little Fish spoke again, "this great beauty took care of you for a whole day and night, and you don't even thank me? I worked so hard." Hearing this, Lin Feng scratched his head. Looking at Little Fish, who possessed an extraordinary weapon, he didn't know how to express his gratitude. At first, he thought this girl had ulterior motives towards him, and there were indeed some issues, but after fighting side by side a few times, she didn't seem so bad. It was just that their environments were different, leading to significant differences in how they spoke and acted. "Thank you," Lin Feng awkwardly nodded. "Humph." Little Fish shook her head and said, "The competition is over, do you want to join the army?" Lin Feng nodded. Joining the army was one of his goals. Only by going to the army could he access more cultivation resources. That way, he could become stronger faster, to better protect family and loved ones. "Got it." Xiaoyu stretched lazily, revealing her curvaceous figure and said, "Let's meet in the army." "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Li Xiaoyu." Looking at the curvaceous figure before him, Lin Feng almost forgot to shake hands. A bit awkward, he nodded and said, "Lin Feng." Lin as in forest, Feng as in dust. "Lin Feng?" Xiaoyu raised her willow-like eyebrows and said, "Can I see your face? I feel like you're trying to hide your identity." "The name is real," Lin Feng replied with a smile, "but the face is a no-go, not appropriate." "Humph." Xiaoyu pouted, "You're the first man to reject me. I'm leaving, see you in the army, Lin Feng." Watching the charming figure turn and leave, a hint of a smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He shook his head slightly, feeling a mix of emotions. Then he took out a warrior badge from his spatial ring. This item belonged to Gung Junsheng, a mental power cultivation manual. With fiery eyes, Lin Feng opened it. What came into view was a pile of spoils. There were blue recovery potions, warrior-level battle armor, and a bunch of stones that looked like coal. Their quantity piled up like a mountain. It was the most in the space. Next, the Mental Master Cultivation Manual that Lin Feng was most concerned about. He found it in a corner. Mental Master Cultivation Classic. Lin Feng was overjoyed at the sight. He quickly flipped to the first page. What caught his eye were 8 characters. Cultivate both internally and externally, roam the heavens and earth. Simple and direct. Ding. Reading the Mental Master Cultivation Classic. Proficiency. Especially after hearing the prompt, Lin Feng was even more ecstatic. A wealth of knowledge about cultivating mental power flooded his mind. Excited, he quickly read on. Ding. Reading the Mental Master Cultivation Classic. Proficiency. 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 The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Immersed in learning about mental power, Lin Feng soon gained a general understanding of the mental master profession. According to the introduction in the Cultivation Classic, mental masters are divided into 9 levels. To become a first-level mental master, one must reach the 9-star warrior level to learn. The higher the level of the mental master, the stronger the mental power. Generally, an 8th-level mental master is comparable to a human 9-star martial saint. A 9th-level mental master is comparable to a human national guardian god. It should be noted that in the entire Great Xia Alliance, there are only 5 8th-level mental masters. They are the pillars of the Mental Master Guild. They usually command all mental masters in the Great Xia Alliance. This Great Xia Mental Master Cultivation Classic comes from the guild. As for the 9th-level mental masters, looking across the entire Blue Star Alliance, only the magical mages of the beautiful country have reached the 9th level. She is also one of the most difficult opponents among many war gods. Lin Feng, lost in thought, sighed slightly. With a clear understanding of mental masters, he felt a surge of excitement. Because for him, having one more power means having one more trump card. And most importantly, he doesn't need to struggle to cultivate mental power like Gung Junshang. He only needs to do the daily training of a mental master to increase proficiency, thus leveling up. Becoming a 9th level mental master is just a matter of time. With this thought, Lin Feng took out some black stones from his space. These are soul stones, one of the resources specifically for mental master cultivation. Gung Junsheng was quite wealthy. He obviously prepared a lot. It's just a pity that his talent is too poor, not even reaching the 1st level mental master. Otherwise, with his monstrous strength, the outcome could have been quite different. Lin Feng smiled at the thought. He then mobilized his mental power and began to cultivate according to the mental master mantra. Cultivate both internally and externally, roam the heavens and earth. It was visible to the naked eye. The soul stones before him rapidly dissolved. Finally, they transformed into a cloud of white smoke and entered Lin Feng's body. His mental power threshold instantly surged. If before he had a limit to his mental power, at this moment, after absorbing the soul stones, he directly stepped into the realm of the mentalist. His mental power naturally surged. Lin Feng's mental energy was like a parched sponge, continuously absorbing the soul stones. Meanwhile, the attribute panel was also assisting in his cultivation. Ding! Practicing the Mentalist Cultivation Classic, Proficiency. Ding! Reading the Mentalist Cultivation Classic, Proficiency. Ding! Reading the Mentalist Cultivation Classic, Proficiency. Ding! Reading the Mentalist Cultivation Classic, Proficiency. Under the terrifying dual cultivation speed, the consumption of soul stones was immense. Just a moment ago, there was a small mountain of soul stones, and in less than an hour, 2/3 were gone. After Lin Feng's mental power reached a climax, he couldn't help but moan. When he opened his eyes, a trace of invisible pressure suddenly appeared in his gaze. At the same time, with a thought, the steel and concrete blocks around him slowly floated up. Telekinesis, a level 1 mentalist's exclusive ability. With another thought, the floating concrete blocks instantly crashed into the opposite wall. With a series of loud bangs, a large hole appeared in the concrete wall before him. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart was filled with immense joy. He pondered that this was just a concrete block. What if it were other weapons? Wouldn't the power increase dramatically? This is the terrifying aspect of a mentalist. With this thought, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the panel appeared. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 9-star warrior. Mentalist, level 1, 1000. Vitality, 256,000. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect, Angry Diamond. Heavenly Fall, God of Death's Blade. Great accomplishment, Sky Split Slash. Great accomplishment, Shadowless. Great accomplishment, Binding Technique. Great accomplishment. Entry, Minor accomplishment. Great accomplishment, Perfect. Extraordinary combat skill, Indestructible Blade Soul. Mid-level Heavenly Grade. Heavenly Grade. Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. To break through from level 1 mentalist to level 2 mentalist requires at least 5,000 proficiency points. Seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. Numbers had never been a problem for him. As long as he could allocate points to level up, everything was a minor issue. However, he still needed to find out where to get more soul stones. After all, without them, his cultivation of mental power would likely slow down. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Gung family in Xingjing, I want to kill you. A young man with a buzz cut and a face full of murderous intent opened his eyes. If Lin Feng were here, he would be shocked to find that this guy looked exactly like Gung Jun. Enough! Gung Jun, aren't you ashamed? With the voice of an old man, Gung Jun's anger vanished. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and said, "Great-grandfather, I painstakingly condensed a suitable avatar for cultivating mental power, and you want to let it die in vain?" As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly aged face appeared in the secret chamber. With a cold gaze, he looked at Gung Jun and said, "Can't you understand that your awakened talent must not be exposed? Work hard in your cultivation, and there will come a day for you to take revenge." Gung Jun gritted his teeth. He immediately punched the ground. It was vaguely visible that the aura erupting from him was comparable to a martial sovereign. However, compared to an ordinary martial sovereign, it seemed somewhat different. As the face dissipated, Gung Jun returned to calmness. With a cold gaze, he shook his head. He thought to himself that the day he emerged from seclusion would be the day the Black Death God fell. A day later, as the selection competition officially ended, Lin Feng, under military arrangements, returned to the Chuan City martial arts base with Qin Kong, Xiao Yuer, Chu Yun, and others. From a distance, the the city gate was crowded with people. All came to welcome the competition participants. After becoming a mentalist, Lin Feng also saw Sheningqing's figure for the first time. Everyone held flowers and colorful flags. Among them were all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women. At this moment, their purpose for coming here was solely to welcome the first place of the selection competition, the Black Death God. That is the Black Death God. In close proximity. I was almost reaching a climax just watching. Really, I'm going to the top. Don't lie to me. Ah, so handsome. Rising with such a slight presence, and finally taking first place, how cool is that? I love you, Black Death God. I love you too, Black Death God. I wanna have your babies. So cool. This year's first place is so fierce. Starting as a 5-star warrior, now he's a 9-star warrior. According to rumors, Black Death God is very likely an awakened. It's not surprising if he's an awakened. The key is what kind of awakened. I feel he's very strong. We should know in a couple of days. Black Death God is so handsome. I estimate he's very strong. In the crowd, Sheningqing was also pulled by Hu Xing'er to watch the excitement. After staying at home for half a month, she had been following Lin Feng's whereabouts almost every day. But this guy seemed to have disappeared completely. However, for some reason, after seeing the real Black Death God today, Sheningqing felt inexplicably familiar. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before. She even suspected that this guy might be Lin Feng. But upon careful thought, Sheningqing shook her head slightly. Considering Lin Feng's poor bloodline talent, he might never become a warrior in this lifetime. And the Black Death God in front of her had an extremely strong talent and might even be an awakened. The two were completely on different levels. Thinking of this, Sheningqing subconsciously glanced at Black Death God. Just in time, she found that he was also looking over. Their eyes met, and that sense of fateful familiarity made her heart race. Wow, Black Death God is looking at me. Gue. Did you see that? Black Death God is looking at me. Gue. I'm so excited. Hu Xing'er jumped up happily upon seeing this scene. Sheningqing remained silent. After exchanging a glance with Black Death God, he turned to look in another direction. Although it was just a simple glance, she was sure he was looking at her. Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, Oldly looked at Black Death God on the battle vehicle with a burning gaze. He thought, this is the feeling. He definitely wasn't mistaken. Black Death God was definitely this kid. The gaze and aura were too similar. Overjoyed, Oldly swallowed hard. He thought this time the meat processing plant was going to hit it big. With this fierce person around, how could they not make money? There were too many people at the city gate, causing the speed of entering the city to slow down significantly. However, ultimately, under military escort, Lin Feng arrived at the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base. This was a building that looked like a sharp sword. The sword tip pierced the clouds. The hilt was embedded in the ground, forming a base. The headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base was stationed here. Get off, Black Death God. Welcome to the headquarters. Chao Shuang, dressed in a crisp military uniform and shiny leather shoes, smiled. As the person in charge of this selection competition, he was undoubtedly happy. All because of the emergence of this fierce person, Black Death God. Whether it was his terrifying talent or the fact that he killed Gung Junsheng, who trampled on the dignity of Chuan City martial arts, made him quite admire. Lin Feng nodded. As the first place in the competition, he received an order to be received by the higher-ups on the way back. Unlike Xu Yun, Cheng Kong, and Xiao Yur, he followed Second Lieutenant Chao to this place. The two walked one after the other and quickly ascended the steps to the headquarters. These were steps made of granite. Their hardness was comparable to steel. But that was only for ordinary people. For warriors, it was nothing. At the end of the steps stood a statue. It was the first war god of the martial era in the Great Xiao Alliance, Yan Huang. He rose from obscurity during the Pingwu era and led the Great Xiao Alliance to resist the invasion of countless beast tribes. Looking around, the statue of war god Yan Huang gave a solemn and majestic feeling. Although it was just a piece of stone, Lin Feng could faintly sense some powerful aura. After bypassing the statue of the war god, they had already arrived at the entrance of the base. There was a long corridor here. The sides of the corridor were filled with historical events from the Pingwu, Zhongwu, to the current Gaowu era. For example, events from 100 years ago during the Pingwu era. The spiritual energy suddenly revived, and countless beast clans rose powerfully, with their armies of sea, land, and air sweeping across billions of humans. In the face of near extinction for humanity, the first batch of warriors, led by the war god of Yanhuang, began to counterattack. After decades of struggle, they barely managed to repel the beast clans. Under the condition of establishing martial arts bases, they balanced the stability of various regions. However, the number of beast clans was immense, and their reproductive capacity was extremely strong. In the seas, they remained the absolute overlords. Even on land, there was a trend of resurgence. After the establishment of the martial arts spaces, a group of people led by the war god of Yanhuang began to teach martial arts, ultimately ushering in the era of Chinese martial arts. Lin Feng glanced at these scenes. Although he had studied them before, seeing them again still stirred his blood. After all, the conflict between humans and beasts was an inevitable trend. To rise from obscurity and lead the Daxia human race to reignite the flame of inheritance was no easy feat. The subsequent events Lin Feng had already learned about. It recorded that after the war god of Yanhuang stabilized the situation of the Daxia alliance, he suddenly disappeared. Some said it was due to severe injuries, and he had fallen. Others said he left Blue Star. Where he went, no one knew. However, since the opening of the era of peaceful martial arts, all of humanity entered an era where technology and martial arts coexisted. In the face of various black technologies and the emergence of strong individuals, the beast clans on land gradually fell into a disadvantage and were no longer so arrogant. By the time of the High Martial Era, humanity had gained the upper hand and no longer feared the invasion of beast clans. As he watched, Lin Feng quickly arrived in the hall with 2nd Lieutenant Chao. After taking the elevator directly to the 499th floor, he felt a bit dizzy, but it was only for a moment. Soon he regained his composure. This left 2nd Lieutenant Chao beside him secretly shocked. He thought to himself that this elevator went straight into the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Even martial masters might find it a bit hard to adapt, but to see someone like the Black Death God remain expressionless was a first for him. Truly, a genius is a genius. Ding! As the elevator arrived, the doors opened, revealing a large office. 2nd Lieutenant Chao smiled and said, "Just keep walking straight ahead, go. Someone is waiting for you." "Alright." Lin Feng looked at 2nd Lieutenant Chao, who did not follow, and stepped into the room. It was faintly visible. The room was clean and tidy, with some medals displayed on both sides. Although Lin Feng could not recognize them, he could tell they were very high-ranking. Especially when he saw a military uniform, he felt a deep respect, because it had not just a few stripes, but several stars. "Haha, you are Lin Feng? Why are you still wearing battle armor? Take it off." At that moment, a deep, hearty voice of a middle-aged man rang out. Lin Feng was taken aback. He thought to himself, has my background been exposed? A tall, burly man with graying temples and short hair, the Night Owl commander, stepped out. On his crisp military uniform, several shiny stars were pinned. Although not the highest rank, it was already a height many soldiers could never reach in their lifetime, because the higher the rank, the more military achievements, and the stronger the power. Lin Feng felt that this Night Owl commander was at least a strong warrior at the martial king level. "Hello, Commander." Lin Feng stood at attention and saluted. The Night Owl commander nodded. After signaling Lin Feng to sit down, he went to the side tea table and brewed 2 cups of tea. His demeanor was friendly and approachable, making Lin Feng feel less constrained, and he naturally put away his black tungsten battle armor. The rich aroma of tea filled the room. As the Night Owl commander brewed, he smiled and said, "We Daxia people don't like to drink coffee. Since our ancestors passed down the tradition, tea has always been our beverage. Lin Feng, if you want coffee or any other drink, I can have someone bring it to you. In my office, there's only plain tea, huh?" Hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng was flattered. He realized that this person was the true power behind the martial arts base in Chuan City. He also had a say in the entire Daxia alliance. Now, this person was not only personally brewing tea for him, but also asking if he wanted any other drinks, coffee. If Lin Feng said he wanted some coffee, he felt like a fool. "Chief, just tea is fine, I don't usually drink beverages." "Alright." Chief Night Owl nodded slightly. He then picked up 2 cups of tea and walked to the table. Lin Feng quickly took 1 cup. After sitting down, the atmosphere in the room began to feel a bit subtle. Chief Night Owl took a sip of tea and then scrutinized Lin Feng. This made him freeze, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Perhaps it was due to being too nervous and serious. This made Chief Night Owl unable to help but laugh, saying, "Relax, I'm just trying to see what kind of extraordinary genius the first place in the selection competition is. I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary 18-year-old boy." "Lin Feng, congratulations, you performed excellently this time." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, am I really just ordinary with this good looks? If being handsome is a crime in the Great Xia Alliance, then I might as well be sentenced to life imprisonment. "Thank you for the compliment, Chief," Lin Feng replied with a serious smile. "The first place in the competition is directly promoted to a 3rd-class sergeant." Chief Night Owl nodded and said, "The armory in Chuan City can grant you 2nd-level access, with a merit point reward of 1,000. Given your awakened killing talent, I will specially grant you 3rd-level access, with 5,000 merit points." "Lin Feng, the armory has abundant resources, This is the ultimate goal for every warrior who wants to become a soldier. I hope you can continue to impress me. Yes. Lin Feng stood up and saluted. He pondered that the armory was exclusive to the Chuan City martial arts base. Just one item casually revealed inside could fetch sky-high prices in the black market or at auctions. As for third-level access, he still didn't know what merit points were. And what was this awakened killing talent? Had he ever awakened a talent? As a first-time soldier, Lin Feng was quite unfamiliar with all of this. However, he could tell that Chief Night Owl was taking good care of him. Go ahead, in terms of details, Chief Night Owl said with a smile. Chao Shuang will give you a detailed introduction. Before he could finish his sentence, Chief Night Owl accidentally bumped into the teacup. Just as it was about to fall to the ground, Lin Feng moved. A strange scene appeared. The teacup was suspended in midair, motionless. Chief Night Owl, who was about to catch it, was shocked to see this and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, not only are you an awakened killing talent, but you're also a mentalist?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng had no intention of hiding it. After all, he would often use mental power in future battles. His identity as a mentalist would be exposed sooner or later. "Yes, Chief, I just learned it not long ago." Lin Feng smiled. He then used his mental power to place the teacup back on the table. Chief Night Owl was stunned by this scene. Dual cultivation of martial and mental skills. He had thought that Lin Feng's awakened killing talent was impressive enough. Who would have thought that he was also a mentalist? It's important to know that mentalists are extremely rare in the entire Blue Star Alliance, including this selection competition with over 100,000 participants. If it weren't for the assistance of the two mentalists, Long Shuang and Long Yun, in transmitting and saving people, Chao Shuang and the others would never have been able to monitor the competition so easily. In shock, Chief Night Owl sighed, "Incredible, I'll grant you 4th level access. The younger generation is truly formidable." "Lin Feng, you have really given me too many surprises." Lin Feng smiled shyly. He thought, isn't it just being a mentalist? Is it really necessary to be that shocked? It only took him half a day to learn this. With that in mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Chief, can I buy soul stones in the armory with 4th level access?" "Soul stones?" Chief Night Owl nodded and personally explained, "Yes, even 1st level access can do that. With 4th level access, you can purchase synthetic battle armor and synthetic weapons. These are unique technological martial arts products of Chuan City. The higher the access level, the more you can access. You can treat merit points as purchasing currency. Additionally, a soul stone costs 100 merit points, and with your current merit points, you can buy 50 pieces. Synthetic battle armor? Synthetic weapons?" Just hearing these names made Lin Feng feel they were very advanced. It's important to know that black tungsten battle armor is only suitable for 9-star warriors. Once one enters the martial master realm, the black tungsten battle armor would have to be retired. Lin Feng also needed to update his show-off style. This was an inevitable trend. Secondly, regarding the soul stones, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He thought about how many soul stones were in Gung Juanxing's storage ring. There were at least 8,000, if not 10,000, right? How many merit points would that be? Indeed, the young masters of big families are quite extravagant. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, Commander, for clarifying. How can merit points be obtained?" "By killing enemies." Commander Night Owl replied with a smile. "Once you become a level 3 Sergeant Major, you can form your own small team. You will receive some task assignments, and after completing them, you can earn merit points. So that's how it is. Killing enemies can earn merit points." Lin Feng nodded, roughly understanding the meaning. At the same time, he could also understand the matter of forming a small team. After all, there is strength in numbers. This is an unchanging truth. Especially in the military, individual combat skills, no matter how strong, cannot compare to teamwork. Lin Feng then asked a few basic questions. After clarifying everything, he turned to leave. Watching the departing figure, Commander Night Owl was filled with emotion. He thought to himself that Lin Feng was truly surprising. It seemed he hadn't borne the pressure from the Gung family in vain, shielding him from the storm. With that thought, Commander Night Owl pressed the call button on the table. In less than a moment, General Silver Dragon, dressed in military attire, arrived. He was busy investigating the anomalies in the 1914 danger zone and looked at Commander Night Owl, saying, "Commander, did you call for me?" "It's not exactly urgent," Commander Night Owl replied with a smile. "I just wanted to tell you that Lin Feng is not only a talent awakened in slaughter but also a mentalist." Lin Feng is also a mentalist. General Silver Dragon was stunned upon hearing this. He had thought that Lin Feng being a natural awakener was already impressive. Who would have thought he was also a mentalist? Looking at the commander in front of him, Silver Dragon exclaimed, "I really didn't expect him to be a mentalist. This is too surprising. Lin Feng's talent is even more formidable than we imagined." Commander Night Owl nodded. He was equally astonished and praised. I granted him level 4 access. I hope it can help him a bit. By the way, what's the situation with the 0914 danger zone? Level 4 access? General Silver Dragon was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. One must know that a new recruit just joining the guard army would at most have level 1 access. After that, access levels are increased based on merit points. For example, Chao Shuang went from a recruit to a second lieutenant and now only has level 5 access. Who would have thought Lin Feng entered the army with level 4 access? Commander Night Owl was indeed very generous with his care. Regarding the 0914 danger zone, General Silver Dragon frowned. On the day the competition ended, a large number of magical beasts suddenly emerged from the danger zone. In a short time, they occupied several neighboring danger zones, including 0912, 0915, and 0917. According to their investigation, the cities in those 3 danger zones were filled with numerous magical beasts and monsters. Among them were not a few level 9 magical beasts and level 9 monsters. They even detected the presence of beast generals. In General Silver Dragon's view, this was a deliberate action by the Beast Clan targeting the martial arts base in Chuan City. Commander, we should classify this as a level 5 beast tide, leading it is a level 9 monster general, and they are coming in full force, likely heading for Chuan City. Humph. Upon hearing this news, Commander Night Owl couldn't help but snort coldly. Instantly, a martial king-level aura erupted from him. He thought to himself that a mere level 9 monster general wouldn't dare to act recklessly in Chuan City. In his view, it was very likely that beast commanders and beast lords were stirring up trouble. It seemed that less than 30 years had passed since the last time the martial arts base in Chuan City was besieged by the Beast Clan. With that thought, Commander Night Owl said coldly, "Guests are coming. We cannot sit idly by. Just in time for a batch of new recruits. Let them practice their skills." Yes. General Silver Dragon saluted and turned to leave. After he left, Commander Night Owl looked out the window at Chuan City, his brow furrowed. As the top leader here, he had the responsibility to protect every citizen of Chuan City. Meanwhile, on Tianping Mountain, the golden-winged demon commander glanced at the replay footage. His eyes were filled with anger. The man with an eagle's head walked back and forth, saying, "Little Wind, you really made a big blunder. This damn human martial artist genius actually dares to mock me. It's simply unforgivable." As his voice fell, Little Wind's virtual figure appeared. Communicating with the Demon Lord through the magic cave, he flattered, "Demon Lord, you are absolutely right. This Black Death God cannot be left alive. In my opinion, we must quickly eliminate future troubles." The Golden Winged Demon Lord nodded. He thought to himself that Little Wind was right. In the past 2 years, human powerhouses have emerged one after another, most of them from the younger generation. This has put a lot of pressure on their Beast Clan. After some discussions among the Beast Emperors, they unanimously decided to launch a counterattack against the human race ahead of time. Otherwise, at this rate of development for the human race, it won't be long before their Beast Clan becomes enslaved. Thinking of this, the Golden Winged Demon Lord looked at Little Wind and said, 200,000 beast troops should be enough. You do well, and I won't treat you unfairly." "Yes." Little Wind nodded and disappeared. After he left, the Golden Winged Demon Lord couldn't help but sigh. He thought about how the human martial artists were emerging one after another, which made him very worried. It's a pity that several Beast Emperors were indecisive, and the Beast Emperor was also in seclusion. This undoubtedly led the Beast Clan towards decline. Even in the eyes of the Golden Winged Demon Lord, perhaps one day they would have to ally with the Sea Beast Clan. Perhaps only in this way could they ensure the survival of their race. After leaving the office, Lin Feng followed Chao Xuan to the military camp. The military camp was located in the southern district of Chuan City. It wasn't very large, with about 100,000 permanent guards. Usually, apart from daily training, most of them were on missions. For example, as soon as Lin Feng arrived at the military camp, he saw 2 old acquaintances, Wang Chong and Wang Yusheng, preparing to set off with the 358th Regiment. Seeing this, Chao Shuang stepped forward to greet them. "Is the situation that serious?" "Absolutely, Second Lieutenant Chao. 0914 is in complete chaos." Wang Chong nodded and said, "Li Longyun's independent regiment has long gone. I'm here to provide support." "Black Death God, you're here." Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging them. He was familiar with Wang Chong and Wang Yusheng. "Then you guys go ahead." Chao Shuang said, "Be careful on the way." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed." Wang Chong saluted and left. Watching their departing figures, Lin Feng showed a hint of confusion. He thought that when they were just talking, they seemed to mention the 0914 danger zone. This place was not unfamiliar to him. He could only say it felt like returning home. Second Lieutenant Chao, Lin Feng asked curiously, "What happened at 0914? You'll find out soon." Chao Shuang smiled and said, "Black Death God, you're quite unlucky. you just joined the army and encountered this situation. In a few days, you will also go on a mission. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Can I go back and take a look? Of course. Xiao Shuang smiled and said, I'll first take you to familiarize yourself with the dormitory in District 1, and you can ask me about anything you don't understand. Good. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed Xiao Shuang. The guard army was divided into 4 major military districts. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, with 20,000 in each military district. Lin Feng was in the 1st military district. Currently, he was in the rookie camp of the new recruits. As for why it was the rookie camp, as far as he knew, it was the arrangement of the Night Owl commander. Otherwise, with his rank of a 3rd-class sergeant, he should definitely be assigned to other units. However, Lin Feng didn't mind. He believed the commander's arrangements were reasonable. He just needed to obey. In no time, Xiao Shuang brought Lin Feng to the rookie camp of District 1. The one in charge was the camp leader, Grey Wolf. This person was robust, exuding a fierce aura. His strength had reached the level of a 9-star martial artist. After receiving the training tasks for the rookie camp, Grey Wolf had been waiting here early. Lin Feng was not the first to arrive here. Besides him, there were another 999 martial artists, divided into 4 areas according to different orders and ranks. There were both men and women, all dressed in military uniforms, giving a very disciplined feeling. Among this batch of people in District 1, Lin Feng spotted his old acquaintance, Xingkong, at a glance. At that moment, she was also looking over. As their eyes met, their expressions were quite different. Lin Feng merely nodded and shifted his gaze away. Xing Kong, however, was filled with excitement. She thought to herself that she had even gone to the headquarters to find her father just to be on the same team as Lin Feng. At this thought, her pretty face flushed. She didn't know why, but ever since she met this man, her once cold heart had begun to warm. Afterward, after giving instructions to the Grey Wolf, Xiao Shuang turned to leave. Before she left, she didn't forget to give Lin Feng a thumbs-up gesture. This left him momentarily stunned. He wondered if the new recruits were really that tough. You must be the Black Death God. I am your officer, Grey Wolf, and I will be training you from now on. Your first order is to remove your mask. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Grey Wolf approached with a cold expression. Hey, everyone, please urge for updates and send some gifts. Also, a shout out for those in a book drought. Wishing everyone double good fortune and that their wishes come true. This meant showing one's true face. Lin Feng's gaze shifted as he looked at Grey Wolf and said, Is it necessary to show one's true face in battle? Or is it required during training? Shut up, Grey Wolf retorted, his face darkening. Don't you understand that a soldier's duty is to obey orders? Do you think that just because you ranked first in this competition, you'll have privileges? Let me tell you, in my rookie camp, there are no privileges. You either obey or get lost. Do you understand? He nearly roared, venting his anger. After being an instructor for over a decade, he had encountered many rebellious types like the Black Death God. But the more rebellious they were, the more excited he became. This scene sparked discussions in the rookie camp, especially among those who loved to watch the drama. They laughed even more. This Black Death God probably doesn't understand what it means to be a soldier, right? Even if you're a general, you have to obey orders in the rookie camp. Exactly. Still pretending. What time is it? Can't show your true face? Who knows? Whatever. This Grey Wolf is not to be trifled with. It's said that several champions from past selection competitions have trained under him. He's known as the Devil Instructor. You can tell. So I'll just be honest here, and wait to get through the rookie period in peace. This Black Death God is quite arrogant, coming in as a rebel right away. Looks like this year's training will be quite a show. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng remained expressionless. He pondered the many reasons for not removing his mask. One was that there were too many eyes around, and he didn't want to reveal his identity. The second was that it was permitted by Commander Night Owl. As for why it was permitted, it was probably because mental energy masters were too valuable. Moreover, a talent like him, who excelled in both martial arts and mental energy, was too strong. If his mental power could also grow terrifyingly, it would greatly benefit the Chuan City martial arts base. With this in mind, Lin Feng looked at Grey Wolf and said, Sorry, I have permission from Commander Night Owl. Grey Wolf, you can call to verify now. What? Permission from Commander Night Owl? Grey Wolf was taken aback. He thought to himself that Xiao Shuang hadn't mentioned this to him. Just as he was feeling flustered, a roaring sound of a car suddenly came from afar. Xiao Shuang hurriedly drove back, looking anxious. When he saw Grey Wolf and the Black Death God staring at each other, he felt a wave of panic. He couldn't help but pray that they hadn't just clashed. After all, this was just a misunderstanding. You see, after leaving the rookie camp, Xiao Shuang was planning to return to report. But then he heard Commander Long say that the Black Death God was a mental energy master. Moreover, Commander Night Owl specifically requested that the identity of the Black Death God as a mental energy master be kept highly confidential. Upon learning this, Xiao Shuang immediately thought it was a disaster. Without time to be shocked, he rushed back at full speed. After all, Grey Wolf was known as the devil instructor in the Chuan City military. There was no such thing as a rebellious type under him. Those who resisted either got beaten away or beaten into submission. A person with such a special identity as the Black Death God would most likely be singled out for criticism by Grey Wolf. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Xiao Shuang swallowed hard. After running over to the two, he said, "Did they not fight? You scared me to death. Xiao Shuang, why did you send someone with such privileges to me?" The Grey Wolf felt displeased, frowning. Xiao Shuang smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, what kind of privilege is the Black Death God? This is clearly at the level of a rare protected animal, like a giant panda. You have to know that there are currently fewer than 10 spiritual masters in Chuan City. Among those 10, more than half are below level 5. There are only 2 high-level spiritual masters above level 5, and neither of them has reached level 8 yet. Now with the addition of a Black Death God, this is a tremendous boon for the martial arts military in Chuan City, especially since this guy's talent is terrifying. The potential for future development cannot be underestimated. It is said that Chief Night Owl directly granted the Black Death God a level 4 privilege for this matter. What is a level 4 privilege? This is a level that Xiao Shuang has only reached after more than 10 years of military service. Up until now, he has only reached level 5. Yet the Black Death God just joined the army and already has level 4 privileges. Unfair? Others are spiritual masters, it's hard to argue against that. Grey Wolf, come here for a moment. Xiao Shuang shook his head, looking as if he had something important to say. This surprised the Grey Wolf, who couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. He thought, could this guy be Chief Night Owl's son? He remembered that the chief only had one daughter. With suspicion in his heart, he followed Xiao Shuang to his side. After they whispered for a moment, the atmosphere became quiet. The Grey Wolf swallowed hard, excitedly saying, "You're not lying to me? This is real? More real than steel." Xiao Shuang sighed, "I just found out too. Now you understand why he wants to hide his identity, right?" "Understood." The Grey Wolf nodded heavily. He thought about how the number of spiritual masters is crucial for the military. Often, if there are spiritual masters in a battle, their casualty rate can be reduced to the minimum or even none. This is the terrifying aspect of spiritual masters. Of course, this only applies to those above level 3. Those below level 3 are actually more important, because they are young and have growth potential. Girls like Long Shuang and Long Yun are already 25 years old. They are only level 3 spiritual masters. At their age, it's actually very difficult to advance further. According to what the Grey Wolf knows, the younger the spiritual master, the higher their potential for future breakthroughs. A spiritual master like the Black Death God, who is only 18, is probably rare in the entire Great Xia Alliance. If well nurtured and protected, perhaps in the future, the martial arts base in Chuan City will have an additional high-level spiritual master. The significance behind this is enormous. No wonder Chief Night Owl grants privileges. Emotionally stirred and shocked, the Grey Wolf nodded, saying, "Got it. You can leave now. Because of you, I almost got into a fight with him." Xiao Shuang smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that he knew the Grey Wolf's temper. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is just a rookie instructor in a new recruit company now. This guy used to have a higher rank than him. If it weren't for his hot temper and several violations of military regulations, he wouldn't have been sent here to be tempered. "I'll leave him to you." Xiao Shuang sighed, "Make sure to train him well. There are many tasks this year, and they will soon be going on missions." "Yes, ensure the mission is completed." The Grey Wolf saluted. Xiao Shuang smiled bitterly, shrugged, and left directly. This made Lin Feng, who was nearby, show a hint of confusion. He wondered what these two were talking about. Did they clarify anything after whispering for so long? Just as Lin Feng was curious, the Grey Wolf walked over and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Return to the team. Familiarize yourself with the dormitory and bed assignments, then you can go back and take a look. You must return in a day, that's an order, understand?" "Yes, sir." Lin Feng saluted. The Grey Wolf nodded slightly. For some reason, the more he looked at this Black Death God kid, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng then went to the dormitory. The dormitory was not a collective one but a single room. Inside, bedding, toothbrushes, and all necessary living supplies were complete. According to the regulations of the new recruit company, this is the most ordinary single dormitory. After completing the rookie training, they would be assigned to various battalions. At that time, the dormitories would be relatively better. It is said that the combat teams even have corresponding group dormitories. Lost in thought, Lin Feng took the key and walked outside. Since he had taken leave in advance, he could arrive a day late for rookie training. On this day, Lin Feng was going home to see his sister and handle some other matters. After all, it had been a long time since he last returned. It felt somewhat inappropriate. Black Death. While Lin Feng was walking with his head down, he suddenly bumped into someone. The round figure collided with his 8-pack abs, jolting him awake. Looking down, he saw that the person was none other than Qin Kong. The white and red battle armor perfectly showcased her stunning figure. Coupled with her exquisite, beautiful face and the red hair draped over her shoulders, she looked exceptionally pretty. Lin Feng remembered that the last time they met was at the 0818 competition venue. After Gung Jun's death, Qin Kong and her group had also withdrawn from the competition one after another. He didn't expect that they would be assigned to the same district and the same battalion this time. "Hello, Qin Kong." Lin Feng nodded. "Hello." Qin Kong hesitated and said, "Are you going back?" "Yes, I have some matters to attend to." Lin Feng nodded and replied, "I took a day off." "Great. See you at the training ground." Qin Kong nodded. Lin Feng slightly nodded in response and then left without looking back. Watching his tall figure leave, Qin Kong felt a bit uncomfortable. In fact, she had a lot to say to this man. For instance, during her recovery, she had called out his name in her dreams. Thinking of this, Qin Kong's face flushed, and a girlish demeanor appeared on her. If someone from the 7th Martial Arts University saw this scene, they would probably think they were dreaming. After all, who would believe that the so-called Ice Mountain goddess, Qin Kong, would blush? "Qin Kong, there's someone named Chu Yun outside the battalion looking for you. Do you know him?" At that moment, a guard's voice came from outside the dormitory. Qin Kong's expression turned cold. Glancing at the time, she replied, "I don't know him." After leaving the rookie camp of the 1st District, Lin Feng, holding the leave request, moved smoothly along the way. After leaving the guard base, he headed towards the Martial Artist Association building. The purpose of going there was naturally to meet someone. This person was somewhat important to Lin Feng. Without this person, his identity would likely be exposed upon returning. Lost in thought, Lin Feng quickened his pace. In no time, he arrived at the Martial Artist Association building. It had been a long time since he came here. The building was still bustling with people. Wearing a baseball cap and a mask, Lin Feng was dressed in casual clothes. He glanced around and headed straight for Old Li's trading post. Inside the trading post, Old Li looked at the figure of the god of wealth before him, his eyes somewhat listless. Ever since the guard competition ended, he had been feeling a bit down. At first, Old Li thought that Black Death was that god of wealth. Who knew that no matter how long he waited, that person never showed up? This made him start to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Moreover, did that god of wealth die in the competition? If that person was dead, what would happen to his meat processing plant? "Boss." Just as Old Li was feeling anxious, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ear. This startled him, and he turned around to say, "Oh my god of wealth, you finally came back." Lin Feng didn't speak. He glanced at Old Li and then entered the shop. Old Li was also a perceptive person. He quickly closed the door skillfully, then stepped forward to pour tea and said, "You must have had a tough time in the competition. How is the meat processing plant prepared?" Lin Feng did not respond. "The license and the factory are all set up." Old Li perked up and said, "Just missing." "Just missing your supply." "No problem. The supply is guaranteed." Lin Feng nodded and said, "But you have to come with me now. There's something I need your help with." "Just give the order," Old Li said excitedly. "It would be an honor to help you." Lin Feng nodded slightly. With time pressing, he began to explain what the matter was. After the specific instructions were given, he spoke up, "From now on, I am your meat processing plant director, and you are my boss, understand?" "I understand." Old Li was honestly a bit surprised and somewhat troubled. He thought to himself, what exactly is this person up to? Why does it seem like he wants to take charge all of a sudden? However, since it was this person's request, Old Li felt that even if it meant dressing in women's clothing, he could agree. The two then turned off the shop and left the Martial Artist Association building. At Lin Feng's request, Old Li went to a car rental company to find a Cullinan as their vehicle. The two of them, full of vigor and confidence, headed towards the meat processing plant. On the way, Lin Feng also called Zhong Lily. After sending the address, he finally had a moment to relax. No, not yet relaxed. Because he couldn't use his phone during the competition, Lin Feng then discovered that Shining Qing had sent him hundreds of pig head emojis, along with thousands of messages asking where he had gone. After reading them without replying, Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion. He pondered how this big silly girl really cared about him. "You finally came back to life? And still left me on read. How cruel, Lin Feng, Sheneng Chung. Just as Lin Feng was feeling sentimental, Sheneng Chung sent another message, which made him feel a bit bitter. He thought it was really hard to explain to this big silly girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to see her, but there were obstacles between them. And this big silly girl still didn't know. When Lin Feng didn't have the absolute strength to deal with those obstacles, for the safety of his sister, he was unwilling to meet with the big silly girl. After all, in the face of absolute strength, some things are actually quite fragile. Get stronger. The words appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the message and said, Lin Bei is busy killing fish at the supermarket. My heart is as cold as the knife in my hand. Forget about me. After sending it, Lin Feng felt his hands shaking, his heart trembling. It was as if he was suddenly about to give up on someone. That feeling of unwillingness, reluctance, and helplessness made him feel uncomfortable. You must be dreaming. I, your aunt, am determined to have you in this lifetime. Sheneng Chung. As expected, the big silly girl sent another message. Lin Feng glanced at it but didn't reply. He knew the big silly girl wouldn't agree, so he felt a bit more comfortable and warm inside. Meanwhile, in the villa, tears streamed down Sheneng Chung's face. After finally receiving a reply from Lin Feng, she didn't expect him to tell her to forget about him. Gritting her teeth, she looked at her friend and said, Guai Guai, I need to search every Durenfa in Chuan City. Are you coming with me? Let's go, let's go. Hu Xinger, who was applying a face mask, said, Even if you want to cause a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, I'll accompany you. But speaking of which, why are you going to Durenfa? Have you forgotten that someone is coming to your house tomorrow? Humph, how can that be more important than Lin Feng? Sheneng Ching wiped her tears and gritted her teeth, saying, Forget about them for now. I need to find that heartless man first. The meat processing plant is located in the western district of Chuan City, an area with vast geography where many factories are established. Since the revival of spiritual energy, humanity has maintained its existing way of life. Martial artists are busy protecting their homes, while ordinary people are busy working to support themselves. Everyone has their role, and everything is in order. Companies like the meat processing plant are undoubtedly the hottest industries right now. Of course, the competition is fierce. Without an excellent team to cooperate and sufficient supply of goods, a meat processing plant cannot operate. Even Old Lee's meat processing plant was originally a company that had just gone bankrupt and was acquired by him at a low price. The plant is not large, covering an area of about 500 square meters. Currently, there are 500 workers, half of whom are still waiting to be assigned. As long as Lin Feng's supply is sufficient, these people will immediately step onto the assembly line and become professional meat processing workers. Upon arriving here, Lin Feng roughly understood the situation and was quite satisfied with the scale of Old Lee's meat processing plant. As for the supply aspect, he was not worried at all. After a competition, the accumulation of monster corpses was astonishing. God of wealth, this is the current situation in the factory. As long as the supply is sufficient, the factory will soon be fully operational. At this moment, Old Lee walked over with a cup of tea. Lin Feng nodded but said nothing. Glancing at the time, he hurried towards the operation workshop. The beast storage room of the meat processing plant is 100 times that of the exchange. It can accommodate tens of thousands of compressed magical beasts. When Old Lee saw that the God of Wealth was heading towards the storage room, he was instantly overjoyed. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly followed. Upon arriving at the vast storage room, Lin Feng simply waved his hand. A batch of magical beast corpses from his many storage rings was instantly released. The number was about 5,000, all of them level 7 magical beasts. Old Lee was stunned at this sight. Looking at the level 7 magical beasts before him, he exclaimed in ecstasy, all level 7 magical beasts. God of Wealth, this is enough for our meat processing plant for 2 months. If we turn them all into canned magical beast meat, we might be able to lie back and count money by the end of the year. You are amazing. 5,000 is enough? Lin Feng did not respond. Instead, he skillfully opened the second storage ring. With a whoosh, another small mountain of magical beast corpses appeared, about 5,000 again, still all level 7 magical beasts. The magical beast storage room was instantly filled. Old Lee's eyes turned red as he said, This is enough supply for half a year, and they are all level 7. Magical beasts. I never even dreamed of having so many level 7 magical beasts. Is that enough? Lin Feng said indifferently. Enough, enough. Old Lee exclaimed in shock, God of Wealth, others go to competitions, but you are going to stock up. Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. He thought to himself that besides these level 7 magical beasts, he also had level 8 magical beasts, level 9 magical beasts, and a corpse of a demon beast. Stored in the storage rings, they were almost his food reserves. Now that he was back home, they were naturally of no use. He would handle whatever he could take out and use. So Lin Feng glanced at the time and walked towards the second storage room. Following the same method, he threw out level 8 and level 9 magical beast corpses. After filling the second storage room, Lin Feng finally stopped. All his storage space was cleared. Of course, he did not give away the corpse of the green mantis demon beast. Oh my god, oh my god. This year. No, next year, the supply for the whole year is enough. God of wealth. I truly admire you to the core. Old Li was naturally excited and shocked at this scene. Having never seen such a grand occasion in his life, he felt he had finally witnessed it today. He thought to himself that while others were just trying to survive in the selection matches, this god of wealth was completely there to stock up. Looking at the mountain of magical beast corpses before him, Old Li stammered, "God of wealth, why don't you take over as the factory manager? I can give you shares." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The reason he helped Old Li was for two reasons. First, because this person understood the rules, did not act recklessly, and was a qualified trading partner. Second, at home, he needed someone to impersonate himself as the boss, and Old Li was undoubtedly qualified. "Let's stick to what we agreed upon," Lin Feng instructed. "It's good for both of us." Understood. Old Li was a smart man and naturally would not go against it. Having roughly guessed the identity of the god of wealth, he also knew he had latched onto a big opportunity. If he were to go against it now, only a fool would do such a thing. "Don't worry, I've prepared the salary cards. According to the market trading price and profit-sharing ratio, money will be transferred regularly every month," Old Li said with a smile. "Additionally, as per your instructions, I will send you on business trips at irregular intervals. Is there anything else you would like to change?" Lin Feng nodded. He thought that was enough. Now that he had joined the guard army, he probably wouldn't have much time to go home and visit. He had done everything he could for his sister Lin Jia. Currently, becoming stronger quickly was the most important thing for him, and the army was undoubtedly the most suitable place to grow stronger. While Lin Feng was reflecting on this, Old Li leaned over and said, "The people are here, god of wealth. Look, call me Shaolin." Lin Feng replied, "Let's go." Outside the meat processing plant, Lin Jia's face was filled with excitement after not seeing her brother for half a month. After getting out of the car, she looked around eagerly. This made Zhong Lily, who had parked the car, feel a bit of anticipation as well. After all, Lin Feng had been on a business trip for so long. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss him. So when she received Lin Feng's call today, Zhong Lily was both surprised and delighted. After putting on some light makeup, she brought Lin Jia to the meat processing plant. "Sister Lily, is this where my brother works? It looks so big." Lin Jia, with her short hair, looked around, her eyes showing a hint of excitement. "It is quite large. It seems he really is busy all the time. There must be over 1,000 workers here." Zhong Lily nodded, feeling a bit sentimental since she had worked in the factory before. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, a commotion came from afar. At the entrance of the factory, Lin Feng stepped out first. After not seeing his sister for so long, he couldn't say he didn't miss her. That would be a lie. Following closely behind, Old Li coughed and adjusted his tie. Now playing the role of the boss, he felt immense pressure. "Brother." Lin Jia's eyes reddened upon seeing her brother. Although it had only been half a month, it felt like a very long time. "You've lost weight, grown taller, and your hair is shorter." Lin Feng, who quickly approached, sighed. "Lin Jia, what level of warrior are you now?" "Brother." Lin Jia, hugging his arm, nodded. "I'm a 5-star now. I missed you so much." A 5-star warrior? It hadn't even been a summer vacation. Looking at his sister Lin Jia, Lin Feng felt gratified. "My sister is amazing. She truly is an awakened one. Let me introduce you to, this is our factory's boss Li." Old Li realized it was his turn to step in. He immediately smiled and nodded. Clearing his throat, he said, "You must be Director Lin's family, right?" "Hello, I'm his boss." "Hello." Lin Jia politely nodded. "Hello." Zhong Lily was a bit surprised, thinking Lin Feng really was a working professional. "Now that you're here, why not take a look around the factory?" Old Li said naturally. "Director Lin told me he has been busy with business trips and hasn't had time to accompany you, so I gave him a day off." Lin Feng, who followed behind, remained silent, occasionally nodding and smiling. The reason he acted this way was simply to avoid worrying his sister. If Lin Jia found out he had joined the army, she would probably lose her appetite. Rather than that, it was better to keep it a secret. When Lin Feng had enough strength to handle everything, it wouldn't be too late to tell her. Then Old Li took Lin Jia and Zhong Lily on a tour of the factory, grandly introducing Lin Feng's office as the director of the meat processing plant and his responsibilities. Lin Jia and Zhong Lily listened attentively, clearly convinced that Lin Feng was indeed working. He smiled slightly, feeling relieved about the matter that had been weighing on his mind. He thought about spending time with Lin Jia tonight. Tomorrow afternoon, he would have to return to the 1st District Rookie Camp. Meanwhile, in a large RT-Mart supermarket in the southern district of Chuan City, Shen Yingqing squatted on the ground, looking disappointed. She glanced back at her good friend, who was drinking a beverage, and said, "How many places have we checked? Why can't we find Lin Feng?" Haste makes waste, Hu Xinger shrugged. "There are still 80 more places waiting for us, shall we continue?" "Continue." Shen Yingqing nodded. She thought to herself that if she didn't find Lin Feng during the summer vacation, she would feel unsatisfied. This guy had really grown wings after just a few days. Once she found him, Shen Yingqing vowed to give him a piece of her mind. After leaving the meat processing plant, Lin Feng took a car back to Yulong International. After half a month away, home felt much more comfortable. Not in a hurry to compete, he rarely spent time watching TV with Lin Jia and enjoyed a home-cooked meal. During this time, Lin Feng also learned about Lin Jia's training situation. Because of her special physique, she was a congenital awakened one. Therefore, the president of the 7th Martial Arts University, Wen Zixuan, often comes to visit. The purpose, of course, is to help Lin Jia become stronger. And the younger sister did not disappoint President Wen Zixuan. Not only did she continuously break through her realms and become a 5-star martial artist, but her awakened talent also grew stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the iron fist gloves on the table and said, "So, sister, are you fighting with your fists now?" "Yes, brother." Lin Jia nodded and said, "President Wen even calls me Iron Hammer Sister." Iron Hammer Sister? A hint of helplessness appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought to himself how delicate his sister looked. How could she be given such a rough name? But there was nothing to be done. From Lin Feng's observations, his sister Lin Jia's awakened talent was strength. As her vitality grew stronger and her realm increased, this talent would also become stronger. Moreover, Lin Jia initially only had greater strength in her right hand. Now, her left hand had also developed more power. If Lin Feng was not mistaken, his sister Lin Jia's final talent form would likely develop to encompass her entire body. He could imagine what that scene would look like. In a dangerous place, while others relied on combat skills and weapons to fight bloodily against magical beasts, Lin Jia would be the only one charging into the beast horde alone. Wherever her iron fists went, blood and flesh would fly, and no beast could rival her. Just thinking about this scene made Lin Feng feel a bit scared. However, thinking of this also reassured him somewhat. His sister was getting stronger and could protect herself, which was a good thing. It was already great that he, as her brother, did not bring her any trouble. Lost in thought, Lin Feng's lips curled up. Realizing it was getting late, he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, so he stretched and said, "It's time to sleep, you should rest too." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng patted Lin Jia's head and headed toward the bedroom. "Oh!" Lin Jia raised her head and exclaimed. After seeing her brother return to the bedroom, she slowly made her way back to her own room. It was vaguely visible that Lin Jia's room was somewhat different from other girls' rooms. Her bedroom had a slightly boyish style. There were no Barbie princesses or cartoon dolls. Instead, there were various weapon introductions and cultivation books. Back in her room, Lin Jia squeezed her small hands and then sat down at her desk. She thought to herself that her brother worked too hard outside. If she could become strong earlier, then her brother wouldn't have to work so hard. Furthermore, when her brother had time, Lin Jia felt it was time to find a sister-in-law to bring home. Thinking of this, her lips curled up again. She then began a night of disciplined and intense studying. After Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, he did not rush to sleep. Instead, he took out his phone to check. Sure enough, Shen Yingqing had sent several messages asking where he was. He did not reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but it was unnecessary. Lin Feng's life was slowly getting better. He wanted to seize this opportunity to work hard and become stronger. When he became strong enough, if anyone tried to make him leave Shen Yingqing, he would use his fists to show them how to write the word no. However, the road to becoming stronger was still long. Lin Feng still needed time. Thinking of this, he put down his phone and closed his eyes to sleep. In the villa, Shen Yingqing had a dark expression and said nothing. Hu Xinger looked somewhat helpless. She glanced at the third master beside her, her eyes revealing a hint of difficulty. He was the third master of the Shen family in Xinjiang. Because he was the third in the family, others liked to call him third master. The purpose of this trip to Chuancheng was, of course, to take Shen Yingqing back home. "Yingzi, your father is seriously ill. You must come back with me." After a long silence, the handsome-faced third master, with a small mustache, frowned. An elder beside him noticed and handed him a cigar. As the rich aroma of the cigar wafted in, Shen Yingqing rarely retorted, "What does his serious illness have to do with me? When he made my mother angry to death, did he ever think of me? Third uncle, just go back. I can't possibly return to that home. If you insist on making me go back, then just take my corpse with you. As soon as the words fell, Sheningqing suddenly had a dagger in her hand, though she didn't know when it had appeared. That was her personal weapon, crafted from rare metals. Miss, you mustn't, exclaimed the old man beside Master Shen. You are a treasure worth a fortune. If even a single hair is harmed, it will be my fault. Master Shen said nothing. He merely smoked his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. After a minute of silence, he stood up and said, Is it because of that person named Lin Bei? Sheningqing's expression changed. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, Third uncle, if you dare to touch him, I will never return home for the rest of my life. Master Shen smiled slightly, a hint of mockery appearing on his handsome face. Unfazed, he walked outside, and the old man quickly followed him. After exiting the villa, Master Shen spoke as he walked. Wasn't it you who handled similar matters back then, Uncle Fu? Uncle Fu, dressed in a long gown, with graying hair and slicked back hair, nodded. Hearing Master Shen mention those past events, he inadvertently exuded the aura of a martial king. Rest assured, third master, leave this to me. That poor boy back then was dealt with by me. This time, Lin Bei will be no exception. Master Shen nodded, looking at the vibrant lights and towering buildings of Tianfu Street. He felt a bit dazed and somewhat heavy-headed. In the villa room, Sheningqing had red eyes and said nothing. She had thought that her family would send someone to pick her up, but she never expected it would be her third uncle this time. Thinking of this, Sheningqing looked at her best friend and said, Guai, what do you think I should do? What if they find Lin Feng? It would be a happy ending. Hu Xinger shrugged. Aren't you looking for him too? You could meet up and relieve your longing. Stop joking, Sheningqing said helplessly. You know third uncle's character, Lin Feng might die, so you still want to be with Lin Feng? Hu Xinger shrugged. Are you scared now? Didn't you say you would protect him? Sometimes, I feel like you're no different from a silly sweet girl. Silly sweet girl? Sheningqing was taken aback. She then fell silent. The arrival of her third uncle indeed made her much more alert. If they discovered Lin Feng's whereabouts with their means, he would surely vanish without a trace. But the only good thing was that she referred to Lin Feng as Lin Bei. Sigh. With a myriad of thoughts, Sheningqing sighed and said, Guai, I suddenly remembered something. Do you think Lin Feng's withdrawal from school could be related to Grandpa Fu? The sudden question left Hu Xinger, who was eating chips, stunned. She looked at her best friend and asked, Why do you think that? Last year, just before the spring festival, Lin Feng and I were doing just fine, Sheningqing said softly. But shortly after Grandpa Fu came to deliver New Year goods, he withdrew from school right after the new semester started. Do you think it could be? Are you saying? Hu Xinger seemed to have uncovered a shocking secret. Is Grandpa Fu forcing Lin Feng to withdraw from school to stay away from you? That must be so unfair to him. I don't know. Sheningqing hugged her knees and said, It's just a guess. I don't think Grandpa Fu would do that. He treats me so well, how could he possibly force Lin Feng to withdraw? Alright, don't overthink things without evidence. Hu Xinger stroked her chin and said, Just sleep. My suggestion is to continue searching tomorrow. As long as we find Lin Feng first, won't you feel at ease? Indeed. Sheningqing nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. She thought that as long as she found Lin Feng first, everything would still have room to maneuver. If her third uncle found him first, things would likely escalate. Early the next morning, after Lin Feng got up and went to the kitchen, he saw that Zhong Lily had already returned and was cooking. Her eyes seemed a bit red, as if something had happened at home last night. It should be noted that after Lin Feng returned yesterday, he had specifically given this big sister a day off. After all, since the summer vacation, she had almost always been with Lin Jia and hadn't gone home even once. No credit, but certainly some hard work. Thinking of this, Lin Feng greeted Zhong Lily. Good morning, you're back so soon? Good morning. Zhong Lily was cooking porridge when she saw Lin Feng arrive, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Feng noticed but didn't ask any further questions, as everyone has their own private matters. Asking too much would be somewhat impolite. Brother, good morning. Just as he entered the living room, Lin Jia, dressed in pajamas, came downstairs. With her sleepy eyes and fair, beautiful face, she looked exceptionally pure and lovely. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod slightly at the sight, as if his little cotton-padded jacket had finally grown up. Ever since their parents had left without a word one night many years ago, Lin Feng had taken care of all of Lin Jia's life and companionship. Now that she had passed the martial arts exam and entered the martial arts university, he felt a sense of accomplishment in having raised her. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Jia said weakly. Nothing, just feel like you've matured a lot, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Get ready for breakfast. I have to go back to work after eating. You need to listen to Sister Lily at home, okay? Of course, if anything happens, just text me. Let's keep in touch on our phones. Oh, Lin Jia nodded, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She hadn't spent time with her brother for a long time and cherished this feeling of being together. Unfortunately, her brother was going on a business trip again. She felt a bit reluctant about it. Breakfast was ready quickly. Lin Feng sat down at the table with a smile, while Lin Jia felt a bit melancholic. Zhong Lily also seemed to be quiet. Not being overly masculine, Lin Feng still didn't ask much, just occasionally smiled and said a few words to ease the atmosphere. After finishing breakfast, he tidied up his clothes and prepared to go on a business trip. Thanks to Old Li's previous groundwork, Lin Jia didn't ask much. She just held her small hand silently, following Lin Feng quietly. It wasn't until he was about to get in the car to leave that Lin Jia, with red eyes, said, "Brother, be safe on your business trip. I will study hard and practice martial arts at university." "Okay, good girl." Lin Feng patted Lin Jia's head and said, "My sister is exceptionally talented. She will become a strong person sooner or later. I'll be relying on you in the future." "Okay." Lin Jia smiled and said, "Brother, don't worry about your business trip. When school starts in a couple of days, I'll find you a sister-in-law." "Find me a sister-in-law?" Just as Lin Feng was about to get in the car, his face twitched. He turned back and glanced at Lin Jia, smiling, "You should focus on your studies. Let's go." Watching the taillights of the Maybach fade away, Lin Jia pouted, thinking this was what Dean Wen had promised her, as one of the special conditions for her to receive top training at the 7th Martial Arts University. Why was her brother still a bit reluctant? After all, Dean Wen had said those girls were all campus beauties. Thinking of this, Lin Jia shook her head slightly, pondering that she had grown up. It was time to start worrying about her brother's lifelong matters. After leaving Yulong International, Lin Feng sat in the back seat of the Maybach, feeling a bit reluctant. But reluctance aside, he thought it wouldn't be a big deal to take leave and come back often. "Lin Feng, can I borrow some money from you?" Just as Lin Feng was lost in thoughts about military life, Zhong Lily, who was driving, spoke up. Her voice trembled a bit, sounding somewhat helpless. "I've transferred it to you. 10 million should be enough, right?" Lin Feng didn't ask much, just opened his phone, found Zhong Lily's account, and then made the transfer. "Thank you." Zhong Lily's voice sounded a bit choked up upon hearing this. She seemed to be moved. Lin Feng noticed but still didn't ask much. He felt that if the other person considered you a friend, they would share their troubles with you. If you took the initiative to ask, it would seem unnecessary. As they approached Tianfu Avenue, Lin Feng stretched and said, "Let's stop here. Take good care of the house, and call me if anything happens." "Okay." Zhong Lily's eyes turned slightly red. She quietly parked the car. After hearing the sound of the car door closing, she couldn't help but choke up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng got out of the car and walked towards the city gate. He wanted to see an old acquaintance. Passing by a small shop on the street, he casually picked up a pack of cigarettes. By the bus stop, the driver, old Zhang, was still puffing away as usual. Every day felt blissful like a fairy tale, making him particularly comfortable. However, ever since 2 days after the competition ended, he had been eagerly waiting for a certain guy to show up. But no matter how long he waited, that person never came. This sometimes made the driver, old Zhang, lament about the decline of society and the loss of human decency. "Damn it, where's my Huazi?" Thinking of this, old Zhang stubbed out his cigarette. He cursed under his breath. As usual, he was about to start his shift when he noticed an extra person in the car. There was also an extra Huazi in the driver's seat. "You came. If you're coming, just come, why bring a gift?" Old Zhang rubbed his hands together and quickly stuffed the Huazi into his bag. Lin Feng, seeing this, was not surprised. He glanced out the car window and said, "Just came to see a friend, is that a problem? So I won't be gossiped about behind my back, saying I ate his Huazi for free." Old Zhang's face turned red. He glanced at Lin Feng and waved his hand, saying, "Who said that? That's too shameless. Did you just come back from the outskirts? Or, I'm at the South District base." Lin Feng didn't elaborate further and then took out his warrior badge. "South District base?" Old Zhang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He then started the car and drove off. Lin Feng leaned against the window and opened the warrior forum. Ever since the Guard Army selection competition ended, although the forum wasn't as lively as before, there were still plenty of posts. "Brother, sister can be cute or cool. Urgently needs someone to feed points. 5-star warriors and below need not apply. Damn, did you see? The area around 0914, 0912, 0915 has been militarily controlled. Sister needs someone to guide her. Breaking through 3 stars is imminent. If successful, see you at the Queen Hotel." "What's going on with 0914? Why can't we go there? Does anyone know?" "Shocking. I heard the Guard Army has moved in at 0914. There won't be any problems inside, right?" Lin Feng glanced through a few posts and was quickly drawn to the one about 0914. Habitually, he clicked to read more. He didn't know until he looked, and it was shocking. Rumors. There was a big problem in 0914. The military had already prohibited warriors from training there. Most likely. Damn. The Guard Army has taken action. That means the situation is a bit dangerous. Not to mention, I saw a lot of Guard Army personnel leaving the city at the South Gate today. Could it be related to this? I don't know. Just wait and see. If the Guard Army can't suppress it, then we're in trouble. Exactly. Just watch. We have to believe in the Guard Army. After glancing through a few more posts, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. According to what Second Lieutenant Chow said, it seemed that there was a problem in the dangerous area recently. Not only had the military implemented control, but they had also sent troops to suppress it. As for Wang Chong and others he knew, they had already rushed over. But what exactly happened, he had no idea. However, having the advantage of being close to the source, Lin Feng knew much more than the outsiders. This was one of the benefits of joining the Guard Army. Lost in thought, the South District base station soon arrived. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng quickly exited the car as soon as the door opened. This made the driver, old Zhang, twitch his face. He thought to himself, is this guy a rabbit? Too fast, isn't it? You know, men being too fast isn't good. They need to be enduring, steady, and strong. With a sigh that was hard to express, old Zhang glanced at the departing figure, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. He thought, this kid seems to have become much stronger in spirit after just a few days. He can be taught. After getting off the car, Lin Feng made his way back to the rookie camp in District 1. Passing by the training ground, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be no one in the camp. Could something have happened? Out of instinct, Lin Feng hurried to the dormitory to check. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The dormitory was also empty. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Lin Feng muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. Seeing that there was no one in the rookie camp, he didn't plan to idle around. He promptly returned to his room to practice. Ever since he became a level 1 mentalist, his mental power had been skyrocketing. Therefore, Lin Feng had always wanted to find time to refine his martial skills. However, there were too many things to deal with after the competition, which delayed him. With this in mind, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to deduce. Should I start deducing the Heavenly Fall? Heavenly Fall. This was evolved from the Angry-Eyed Vajra defensive combat technique. After multiple proficiency upgrades, has it also evolved into an extraordinary martial skill? Lin Feng, filled with inner joy, swallowed hard. Yes. The scene before him shifted. After comprehending the Tao by the lakeside on a snowy night, Lin Feng's swordsmanship reached new heights. As always, he traveled far and wide, seeking out opponents to spar with like a swordsman. After defeating 36 renowned swordmasters from around the world, Lin Feng felt invincible in swordsmanship. Just as he was about to seek his next opponent, he encountered a monk holding a Zen staff in a narrow passage. In a narrow encounter, the brave wins. Lin Feng said little and drew his sword directly. But no matter how he attacked, even using his strongest strike, he could not break through the monk's defense. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a bit lost. Dedicating himself to cultivation, he immediately sought the monk's guidance. The monk was generous and taught him the technique for cultivating physical defense, named the Great Sun Blaze. After understanding this type of technique, Lin Feng seemed to grasp the essence of it. Astonished, he immediately found a place to begin learning. The monk was also pleased and followed to guide him. The two made their way to the mountains. Lin Feng started practicing with broken stones. Day after day, until half a month passed, he could already shatter gold and stone. But the monk said this was still not the beginning. The crazily dedicated Lin Feng began practicing again. Day after day, year after year. This time he practiced the Great Sun Blaze for a whole year. From initially breaking stones and cracking gold, he could now split the earth with a palm and shatter mountains. The power was incomparable. It was at this time that Lin Feng comprehended the essence of the Great Sun Blaze. The martial skill Great Sun Blaze was now at the entry level. The scene abruptly stopped. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he felt his entire body vibrating with energy. The insights of the martial skill Great Sun Blaze appeared in his mind. This made him glance at the time, only to realize that 3 hours had passed, and his mental energy had barely consumed half. Quite excited, Lin Feng smiled. He then opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 9-star warrior. Mental master, level 1, 1050, vitality, 256150. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect, God of Death's Blade. Great accomplishment, Sky Split Slash. Great accomplishment, Shadowless. Great accomplishment, Immobilization Technique. Great accomplishment. Entry, minor accomplishment, Great accomplishment, Perfect. Extraordinary martial skills, Indestructible Blade Soul. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Great Sun Blaze. Early Heavenly Grade, Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. Heavenly Fall directly evolved into the extraordinary martial skill Great Sun Blaze, and with the help of the deduction talent, it directly stepped into the early heavenly grade. The power of extraordinary martial skills was evident to Lin Feng. He began to anticipate the might of the Great Sun Blaze. Emergency assembly. Just as Lin Feng was reflecting, a gathering whistle suddenly sounded from downstairs. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He then walked out of the dormitory. Looking around, the rookies, led by the Grey Wolf, were urgently lining up. This surprised Lin Feng. He thought, when did they come back? Without thinking too much, he hurried downstairs to join the ranks. Just then, the Grey Wolf nodded upon seeing him and said, "Black Death God, you're back so soon? Just right, I won't have to leave someone to notify you." After saying this, the Grey Wolf walked to the front of the line with a loudspeaker and said, "Rookies, listen up. Disaster is the command. There's no time for gentle training. This time we'll go straight to practical training. Target, 0914 Danger Zone. Mission, clear the remaining beast horde. Rookies, are you ready?" The deafening voice rang out. Lin Feng, Qin Kong, and others all had determined looks. Looking at the Grey Wolf, the devil instructor before them, they all shouted in unison, "Ready!" The Grey Wolf nodded and stopped wasting words. He immediately began to mobilize. The sudden outbreak of the 5th level beast tide outside the city was too abrupt. As a result, the 358th Regiment and the Independent Regiment, after joining the suppression mission, did not receive effective handling. On the contrary, after the human martial artist army joined in, these beast cubs became even more rampant. In this situation, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th military districts received orders from Commander Night Owl to begin sending large numbers of personnel to the perilous area 0914 to carry out suppression tasks. This included their rookie camp as well. The mission was to clear the battlefield of remaining beast tribes. After an emergency assembly, Lin Feng, Xing Kong, and a group of people boarded military vehicles and left the city through the south gate, heading straight for the perilous area 0914. On the way, some scenery made Lin Feng frown. He could vaguely see that the roads along the way were pockmarked and littered with various beast corpses. The time of death was no more than 3 days. Among them were some damaged war vehicles and various weapons. It was evident that the flames of war had reached the vicinity of the Chuan City martial arts base. Otherwise, the military wouldn't mobilize so urgently. "Black Death God, Little Fish came to find you. She asked me to tell you to look for her when you have time." Just as Lin Feng was reflecting on the tense situation, he suddenly heard Qin Kong's voice beside him. This caught him off guard, and he replied, "Oh, got it." Qin Kong nodded slightly and then said no more. She had no idea how to approach this man who was so inscrutable and elusive. Moreover, Qin Kong suddenly realized that there might be more than just her who liked this guy. "Get out of the car. Enemy attack." Just as Qin Kong was lost in thought, the military vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Before she could react, she was thrown forward by inertia. Just as she was about to crash into the car door, a strong arm wrapped around her waist. When Qin Kong turned to look, it was Lin Feng who had caught her. Their eyes met, each expressing different emotions. Lin Feng appeared particularly calm, while Qin Kong felt a bit shy and delighted. "Be careful, prepare for battle." "Okay." Qin Kong nodded. Watching the tall figure walking ahead, her heart raced with excitement. She thought, did this man just hug her when he walked by? He. Just as Qin Kong was secretly pleased, a series of roars from magical beasts came from outside the vehicle, causing her expression to instantly turn cold. She quickly stepped out of the vehicle. Once outside, Lin Feng was already in a combat state. He looked up and saw over 100 9th-level magical beasts charging towards the convoy. The overwhelming stench of blood made everyone tense. Some even felt afraid. "Aren't we here to clear the battlefield? Why are there so many 9th-level magical beasts? This is terrifying. There are too many. Can we handle this? With Instructor Grey Wolf here, we have nothing to fear. We can handle it. This is too scary. If there are so many remnants of magical beasts, how many more are coming straight at us?" The leading Grey Wolf frowned at this scene. Holding a battle axe, he said coldly, "Just a group of 9th-level magical beasts, and you rookies are already scared? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, on the front lines, the magical beasts they encounter are in the thousands." "In the thousands?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes turned red, not from emotion, but from envy. He, who needed a massive amount of vitality, was worried about not having magical beasts to kill. Glancing at the mere 100 9th-level magical beasts, Lin Feng's magic knife was already itching to move, thirsting for action. "Rookies, follow my lead, prepare to fight." Just as Instructor Grey Wolf was passionately preparing to launch an attack, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly charged towards the group of 9th-level magical beasts. It was Lin Feng. Unable to contain his killing intent, he charged into the group of 9th-level magical beasts like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying blade light instantly swept across. Roar! The group of 9th-level magical beasts was taken aback by the audacity of a human martial artist daring to attack first. They quickly rallied to counterattack. But who would have thought that as soon as they got close, beast heads began to fly in all directions, blooming like blood flowers in the air. Some 9th-level magical beasts were so frightened that they stood there dumbfounded before turning and fleeing. Ding! Slain a 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. Ding! Slain a 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang in his ears. Not a single magical beast remained standing in the arena. Under Lin Feng's frenzied slaughter, over 100 9th-level magical beasts were not enough to fill his teeth. In an instant, the battle was over. In the distance, the clear sky, when the rookies saw this, they were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. What the hell? Is this for real? The battle ended in 3 seconds? This guy is a beast. The Black Death God is too fierce. This is the first time I've seen him fight and kill. No wonder he can be number 1, this is just too strong. I've only heard his name before, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. So damn cool. Is this the strength of the first place? Truly deserving of the title. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Instructor Grey Wolf was also a bit stunned. He thought to himself, this kid Black Death God is too fierce. You have to know these are 9th-level magical beasts. Generally, a 9th-star warrior would have to exert a lot of effort to kill one. Not to mention this is a group of 9th-level magical beasts? Abnormal. Instructor Grey Wolf shook his head slightly. Looking at Lin Feng who was walking back, he said, Black Death God, what you did, basic operations, don't mention it. Lin Feng nodded slightly and silently returned to the vehicle. Basic operations, don't mention it? I haven't even started to praise you yet. This is too low-key. Instructor Grey Wolf swallowed hard, his expression somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Xing Kong and the group of rookies quickly got into the vehicle. The team then continued to set off. Although they didn't encounter any small groups of magical beasts along the way, the corpses on the road were increasing, including human war vehicles and various weapon wreckage. Clearly, they were approaching the front line of the battlefield. With a frown, Wang Chang's face turned ashen. He glanced at Wang Yuxing and shouted angrily, Tell them, I don't want casualty numbers. I only want 0912. Just 0912. Yes. Wang Yuxing saluted and left. Watching his departing figure, Wang Chong shook his head slightly. He thought to himself that this outbreak of 5th-level magical beasts was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not only were there a large number of high-level demon beasts, but there were also demon generals rampaging. This led to the 358th Regiment suffering heavy losses as soon as they stepped into 0911. Thinking of this, a hint of helplessness appeared in Wang Chang's eyes. Report, Commander. Instructor Grey Wolf has brought the rookie camp. Just then, someone reported from outside. The rookie camp has arrived? Wang Chong nodded slightly and walked outside. Looking around, the large camp was filled with war vehicles and mobilizing guards. Lin Feng and the others, upon arriving here, seemed somewhat out of place, because the soldiers here were all covered in dirt, mud, and blood. Some even had bandages and were lying on stretchers, barely alive. Grey Wolf frowned at this scene. Clearly, he also realized the brutality of the battle. While he was reflecting, Wang Chong quickly walked over and said, Grey Wolf, you finally made it. My rear is giving me a headache because of those beast cubs. Hurry up and take the rookies to harvest. I'm waiting for your good news. Tonight, we'll have a drink. Ha ha, what time is it, and you still want to drink? Looking at Wang Chang's forced smile, Grey Wolf waved his hand. With a serious expression, he glanced around. Then he walked to a broken second-level war vehicle and said, What's the situation? Tell me, the rookies can't hear this. Hearing this, Wang Chong smiled bitterly. The reason he had acted so cheerful earlier was actually to avoid dampening the morale of these rookies. With difficulty, he sighed and said, The number of magical beasts exceeds 200,000, with more than half being demon beasts. The 358th Regiment has entered the 0912 danger zone several times, but they were driven out again. The situation is not optimistic. What? 200,000 beastmen? Grey Wolf was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. You have to know that in previous beast-tide battles, the scale was almost only 50 to 60,000, at most 100,000. Why are there suddenly 200,000 beastmen here? Could it be that they are going to attack the martial arts base in Chuan City? Their target can't be Chuan City, right? The Grey Wolf said anxiously. There is a bit of a sign. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said, But is Chuan City that easy to attack? You saw it on the way here, right? We are now on the counter-offensive. The Grey Wolf nodded. Without wasting any more time, he pondered that the situation on the battlefield was even more tense than he had thought. Since the rookie camp had arrived, he had to achieve some results. "Give me a mission," the Grey Wolf said. "My rookie camp is strong, don't give me any trivial tasks." "I see, the Black Death God is in your team," Wang Chong said with a smile. "The other 3 rookie camps have gone to harvest scattered troops, you can go too. After you finish harvesting, come help us fight in the 0912 danger zone." "Is that mission acceptable? Does it count for merit points?" the Grey Wolf asked excitedly. "Even though my rookies are inexperienced, they still want to eat meat." "You won't be left out," Wang Chong said with a smile. The Silver Dragon commander said that for this mission to resist the beast tide, everyone can earn merit points. "Great," the Grey Wolf smiled, feeling a surge of blood boiling. It had been a long time since he had fought against magical beasts. He couldn't wait to kill. Glancing at the time, he followed to the front of the rookie camp. The mission objective is to harvest the scattered magical beasts in the rear camp. It's a point system. The more you kill, the more merit points you get. I don't need to explain anything, right? The soldiers under my Grey Wolf are here to eat meat. We don't want any scraps. Rookies, training begins. The more you kill, the more merit points? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, then the corners of his mouth lifted. He thought to himself that he was worried about not having merit points to exchange for soul stones. Isn't this just the opportunity he needed? Naturally. Just like the selection competition for the Guard Army, each rookie was equipped with real-time tracking devices to facilitate the recording of merit points and to call for rescue at any time. The only difference from the selection competition was that this time there were no ordinary people from Chuan City watching their live broadcast. The only ones watching were the military of Chuan City. Under the leadership of the Grey Wolf, Lin Feng, Qin Kong, and others stealthily made their way to the rear of the camp. Somewhere in the rear of the camp, roar! After killing an 8th-level magical beast, Xiao Yu'er felt utterly bored. She drew her long sword, clapped her hands, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. She thought to herself, where on earth did Lin Feng run off to? It had already been several days since joining the army. Why couldn't she see him? "Xiao Yu'er, how many merit points do you have?" Just as Xiao Yu'er was lamenting, a voice came from behind her. Both of them were in the 2nd District Rookie Camp, so they naturally came to the battlefield together. 57th level magical beasts only give a little merit points, 10 8th level beasts also only give a little, and a 9th level magical beast just gives 1 point. "Come on, who came up with this point system? It's too little, I only have 30 merit points now." Hearing Xiao Yu'er's complaints, Shu Yun could only smile helplessly. With his arms crossed, he sighed, "There should be more magical beasts, can you kill them?" Killing ordinary beastmen for merit points is already pretty good before you had to do tasks to earn them. "Alright," Xiao Yu'er shrugged her shoulders in agreement. Seeing this, Shu Yun didn't say much more. He glanced around and said, "The 1st district has also come, should we go find Qin Kong?" "The 1st district has come?" Xiao Yu'er was taken aback. Her eyes immediately sparkled. "Let's go. What are we waiting for? Anyway, it's all individual combat." The two hit it off and walked towards the other side. At the same time, on the left side of the 0912 camp, ding, killed a 9th level magical beast, health value. Ding, killed a 9th level magical beast, health value. Ding, used the indestructible blade soul, proficiency. Lin Feng swung his knife down. More than 100 9th level magical beasts were slaughtered. A string of numbers also appeared on the display of his black tungsten battle armor. Merit points, 5,110 points. Points, 1 9th level magical beast equals 1 merit point? Lin Feng swallowed hard after putting away the magic knife. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. You should know that merit points are the currency for purchasing resources in the armory. Whether it's battle armor or various potions, the prices are extremely high. Without enough merit points, you can only watch. If you rely solely on the treatment quotas provided by the army, you won't be able to become stronger quickly. On the contrary, if you rely on completing missions to earn a large number of merit points, you can go to the armory to improve yourself. In a positive cycle, a martial artist will only become stronger and their rank will rise. This is also a motivational measure by the Great Xia Alliance for the Martial Arts Space Army. Over the past century, it has received good practical validation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. With the additional 5,000 merit points from the competition rewards, he now had 110 more merit points. This seemed to solve the problem of the large number of soul stones he needed. Just as Lin Feng was secretly sighing, the roar of magical beasts came from afar. After a brief encounter, he discovered that the magical beasts active in the rear were almost all level 9. Although their numbers weren't many, they excelled in individual strength and could launch surprise attacks on some army strongholds. That's why Wang Chong and others found these scattered soldiers troublesome. You might say to send some troops to suppress them, but the enemy only had a few hundred, was elusive, and was hard to deal with. If they weren't resolved, these beast cubs would eventually cause big trouble in the rear. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and drew his magic knife with a smile. He pondered that Wang Chong and the others shouldn't be troubled by this anymore, because he had arrived. In urgent need of vitality and merit points, Lin Feng came to the battlefield. For him, it was a perfect match. Roar! In his reverie, a level 9 magical beast had already pounced. Crack! Lin Feng's knife fell, and a spray of blood hit the ground. Immediately after, dozens of level 9 magical beasts surged in. Compared to the previous group, their numbers were a bit more, around 200. Fearless, Lin Feng waved his magic knife and charged forward. Like a black reaper, he raised his knife, and heads began to fall. The splattered blood fell like a rain curtain. The pungent smell of blood spread continuously into the air. Ding! Slayed a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Slayed a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Slayed a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Used Undying Blade Soul, proficiency. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. In the state of slaughter, wherever Lin Feng passed, not a single magical beast was left alive. Without needing the corpses of the magical beasts, his strikes were often clean and swift. Wherever the blade pointed, flesh and blood flew. In this rapid slaughter, the magical beasts in front were quickly cleared. Lin Feng's merit points surged from 5110 to 5330. His vitality points also increased from 256,110 to 257,000. With his whole body vibrating with vitality, he couldn't afford to rest. He hurriedly surged forward. At a large RT Mart at the north gate of Chuan City, Shining Qing walked out with a gloomy face. She pondered that this was already the 32 ND RT Mart she had searched. Yet she still hadn't seen Lin Feng's trace. Could this kid be lying to her? Thinking of this, Shining Qing took out the photo of Lin Feng at the RT Mart and said, why is RT Mart a chain store? Gue, how many more do we have left to find? More than 50, I guess. Hu Xinger, eating Häagen-Dazs, shrugged and said, we just finished searching the North Gate, and there are still over 50 RT Marts scattered across the 3 major regions of Southeast and West. To find them all, I estimate it will take another 2 weeks. More than 50 RT Marts left? Sigh. Shining Qing sighed, feeling inexplicably tired. She glanced at the intersection ahead and gritted her teeth, saying, humph, we must find him. I refuse to believe we can't find him. Shen Sanyi is also looking, Hu Xinger shrugged and said, but they are looking for Lin Bei, not Lin Feng. Good friend, I believe Sanyi and the others will realize it soon. We don't have much time left. Hearing this, Shining Qing nodded. She thought that if her third uncle and the others found Lin Feng, that's a big problem. To avoid this kind of situation, she must find Lin Feng in advance. Go! Continue! In a high-end apartment in Chuan City, Master Shen swirled the red wine in his hand, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Seeing this, Uncle Fu quickly explained, Master Shen, we have searched for many people named Lin Bei, but after the final check, we found that they were not the ones we were looking for, so it took a bit longer. Are there many people? Master Shen asked, displeased. Not too many, Uncle Fu replied awkwardly, there are about 30,000 people named Lin Bei in Chuan City. Without the young lady providing information, it will take us at least half a month to investigate. Master Shen. A hint of speechlessness appeared on Master Shen's handsome face. He glanced at Uncle Fu and shook his head. Have you contacted the Gung family? Didn't they look for him before? What did they say? The Gung family responded that they are also conducting a preliminary investigation, Uncle Fu said honestly, and the Gung family is currently, let's search for another 2 days. Master Shen decisively said, if we still can't find this guy named Lin Bei, then there is only one possibility, that girl has been lying to us from the beginning. Yes. Uncle Fu turned and left. After he left, the room fell silent. Master Shen looked out at the drizzly Chuan City, his brows unconsciously furrowing. Late at night, at a nearby gathering point, Xing Kong wiped the mud off her battle armor. Just as she was about to get up to wash her hands, she saw Chuyan smiling as she handed her a towel. Xing Kong, here, use this. However, Xing Kong just glanced at Chu Yun and walked out without looking back. This made Xiao Yuer, who was nearby, unable to help but exclaim, the falling flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. Ha ha, Chu Yun shrugged, then put down the towel and said, are we still waiting? The Black Death God hasn't returned yet. Xiao Yuer shook her head slightly, thinking this person was just a madman. She hadn't seen him anywhere from day to night. On the contrary, although she didn't know where Lin Feng was, she was very clear that he was killing crazily. One could tell from the merit point rankings. Xiao Yuer had killed monsters all day and only earned a little over 300 merit points. Others probably had similar results. But the first place, the Black Death God, had already surpassed 2,000. It was simply terrifying. At this rate of slaughter, Xiao Yuer guessed that the beast cubs in the rear would probably be wiped out soon. Qing Kong has set off, I'm going too. At this moment, a commotion came from afar. She saw Qing Kong, with her red hair draped over her shoulders, tidying herself up before fully armed, disappearing into the night. As a devoted admirer, Shu Yun quickly followed. Xiao Yuer watched this scene, somewhat taken aback. A hint of melancholy appeared on her exquisite face. She wondered where this guy was going to kill. Near the 0912 area, under the cover of night, groups of 9th-level monsters were crazily approaching a large rock. Clearly, the night was more suitable for monster activities. Sitting on the rock, Lin Feng wore a cold expression. With the magic knife inserted into the stone, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Ever since he became a first-level psychic master, he hadn't used his psychic power to kill enemies yet. One must know that a first-level psychic master is comparable to a martial artist. If he added some psychic secret techniques, his combat power would increase dramatically. However, Lin Feng was still unsure how many stars he could compare to a martial artist, as he hadn't had the chance to learn the psychic secret techniques yet. Looking at the group of 9th-level monsters charging towards him, Lin Feng's gaze shifted. In an instant, a wisp of white light erupted around his body. It swept outwards like sound waves, sweeping away like substantial sound waves. As soon as hundreds of monsters approached, they all rolled their eyes back and fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Using psychic power, merit points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level monsters, vitality points. What the hell? It exploded. In just an instant, nearly 159th-level monsters instantly perished. Is this what a first-level mentalist is like? Lin Feng murmured, swallowing hard. He felt it was just too intense. The combination of mental power and stat points was simply a perfect match. Not only could he add points to his mental power, but he could also increase his vitality and merit points. With this triple boost, Lin Feng's heart was ecstatic. Moreover, he keenly noticed that killing a level 9 magical beast granted him a full 20 mental points. What about a level 1 or level 2 beast? Lin Feng dared not think further. In his view, the level of a mentalist might even surpass that of a martial artist. After all, mentalists start off comparable to martial masters. The gap between the two is just too vast. Furthermore, it should be noted that an 8th-level mentalist is comparable to a human 9-star martial saint. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Lin Feng was secretly overjoyed, the roar of magical beasts echoed from afar. Late at night was indeed their active time. Without a second thought, Lin Feng charged forward step by step. Unlike before when he wielded a blade to kill, this time he only used mental power. As a result, a group of magical beasts that approached within 10 meters of Lin Feng instantly rolled their eyes back and died from lack of breath. A mentalist comparable to a martial master was indeed a dimensional strike against these level 9 beasts. Ding! Using mental power, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental power, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. In the frenzy of slaughter, Lin Feng felt his vitality surge. Like a reaper, wherever he passed, not a single level 9 magical beast was left alive. This caused some level 9 beasts to see this scene and flee in terror. The incredibly fast Lin Feng saw this and gave them no chance to escape. With just a binding spell and a mental attack, he could instantly kill everything. Ding! Using mental power, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. After wiping out this group of level 9 magical beasts, Lin Feng stopped. With more than half of his mental power consumed, he felt his blood boiling. Looking at the piles of beast corpses on the ground, a smile crept onto his lips. His merit points surged from 5330 to 6080. His vitality points increased from 257,000 to 268,250. His mental points skyrocketed from 1050 to 17,050. He directly broke through to a second-level mentalist. According to what Lin Feng learned from the Mentalist Cultivation Manual, once he broke through to a second-level mentalist, he could already learn mental secret techniques. Ecstatic, he swallowed hard and then disappeared into the night. Far away in the camp, Wang Chong and Li Longyun, staring at the map, had grim expressions. The involvement of a large number of cannon fodder magical beasts in the 0912 danger zone greatly increased their counterattack difficulty. Even with various laser cannons and ray guns assisting them, they did not gain much advantage. After all, these magical beasts had tough hides and thick flesh, and with their overwhelming numbers, it was incredibly difficult to wipe them out in a short time. Just as the two were frowning, Grey Wolf walked in wearing a helmet. Looking at the two in front of him, he excitedly said, "Did you see?" "See what?" Wang Cheng asked, puzzled. "Grey Wolf, have you gone mad after a few days?" Li Longyun teased, Do you want me to bring my ray gun over to shoot you? Grey Wolf waved his hand and hurried to the control panel to pull up the data. This was shocking. The data was none other than the merit point statistics of the rookie cleaners in the rear camp. They had not yet combined this with the frontline battle data, but it was already quite eye-catching. And this eye-catching aspect was not referring to all the rookies, but specifically to the Black Reaper. Did you see? The Black Reaper is too fierce. Grey Wolf exclaimed. In less than a day, he has killed nearly 1,000 level 9 magical beasts. The others haven't even averaged a fifth of his kills. Wang Chong, Li Long Yun. To be honest, the two were quite speechless. Having gone through the selection competition, they were already used to this. Looking at Grey Wolf, who was as shocked as they had been back then, Wang Chong patted his shoulder and said, "Calm down. This is the Black Death God. Don't mess with the basics." Again with the basics? The Grey Wolf was confused. Li Longyun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I thought it was something serious. Just this? I'm already used to it." Used to it? The Grey Wolf was completely baffled. He pondered why these two were so calm. With this kind of killing method, Wang Chong said, hands on his hips, "I think it's a waste to keep the Black Death God in the rear." "I think so too," Li Longyun replied. "How about lending me the independent regiment? I'm currently on the front lines. I really need someone fierce like him." "Go to hell." Wang Chong waved his hand. "Isn't my 358th regiment enough to support you? You still want to take the Black Death God away? I'm telling you, no way." "What do you mean?" The Grey Wolf exclaimed in shock. "Are you planning to let the rookie regiment join the front lines early?" No. Wang Chong shook his head slightly. With his hands on his hips, he pointed to the 0912 danger zone and said, "Commander Elong gave us a week to conquer this place. The difficulty of the task is too great. We really need some fierce people." "Grey Wolf, I'm planning to transfer the Black Death God to the 0912 danger zone. You have no objections, right? The other rookies will continue to clear out the magical beasts in the rear." "What?" The Grey Wolf was stunned. He thought the Black Death God was only a 9-star warrior. Would it be inappropriate to send him to the 0912 danger zone now? As his direct instructor, he shook his head and said, "He's only a 9-star warrior. The magical beasts on the front lines are in large groups. This isn't suitable." "Don't worry," Wang Chong said with a smile, "the Black Death God won't encounter the magical beast groups. He will be dealing with magical beasts below that level." "Why are you so confident in him?" the Grey Wolf asked, bewildered. "Don't you know he's an innate slaughter awakener?" Wang Chong retorted. "What? Lin Feng is also an innate slaughter awakener?" The Grey Wolf was shocked. He had just come out of seclusion and had no time to understand the rookie's personal situations. He thought the Black Death God being a mentalist was terrifying enough. Who knew he was also an innate slaughter awakener? But going to the battlefield is a serious matter. The Black Death God's other identity is too special. He must consider it carefully. Thinking of this, the Grey Wolf gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I don't agree, but there's another reason. This must be approved by Commander Yin Long or Chao Shuang." "What other reason?" Li Longyun asked curiously. "I say, Grey Wolf, are you deliberately opposing me?" Wang Chong rolled up his sleeves. The Grey Wolf shook his head slightly. Looking at the two in front of him, he smiled bitterly and said, "What you don't know is that the Black Death God is also a mentalist." "The Black Death God is also a mentalist?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong and Li Longyun's expressions changed. "What did you say? The Black Death God is also a mentalist?" they asked in unison. The Grey Wolf nodded and spread his hands, saying, "Chao Shuang told me personally, so if you want the Black Death God to go to the front lines, you need to report it. So that's how it is." Wang Chong stroked his chin. No wonder the Grey Wolf was pushing back. It turned out there was another reason. You have to know that mentalists are rare in the entire Great Xiao Alliance, not to mention a genius mentalist. Thinking of this, Wang Chong glanced at Li Longyun and said, "I understand this matter now. I'm going to report to Second Lieutenant Chao." "All right, then I'll take my leave." The Grey Wolf waved his hand. "Leave? Where are you going?" Li Longyun rolled up his sleeves and said, "Just to make a call. You wait for me. Tonight we'll have a good drink." "Ha ha ha." Wang Chong laughed heartily, patted the Grey Wolf on the shoulder, and said, "Once you come, you can't run away. Wait for me to come back." After the killing ended, Lin Feng found a safe area to hide. After breaking through to a second-level mentalist, his mental recovery speed increased significantly. He no longer needed to sleep to recover. And for some reason, Lin Feng felt that after becoming a mentalist, cultivating mental power felt like a fish in water. Could this be what genius feels like? Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the Spirit Master Cultivation Manual from the ring. According to the book, becoming a level 1 Spirit Master is just the beginning. Only after breaking through to level 2 Spirit Master can one truly unleash the formidable power of a Spirit Master. This made Lin Feng secretly gasp in amazement. He pondered that being a level 1 Spirit Master is comparable to the Martial Master realm. Slaughtering level 9 magical beasts would be like child's play. He couldn't help but wonder how strong a level 2 Spirit Master with spiritual secret techniques would be. With anticipation in his heart, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He then opened the section on spiritual secret techniques. What came into view was a string of text. Object manipulation and spiritual annihilation are the signature techniques of a level 1 Spirit Master. Manipulating countless objects, spiritual control, and spatial teleportation are the techniques of level 2 to level 4 Spirit Masters. The object manipulation of a level 1 Spirit Master refers to the most basic form of manipulation. For example, controlling ordinary weapons for attack and defense, with variations in distance and the number of weapons. Spiritual annihilation reflects the ability to kill enemies from afar using spiritual power. Breaking through to level 2 Spirit Master allows for the manipulation of thousands of weapons, emphasizing control over the quantity to reach the thousands. Spiritual control is no longer as pure as annihilation but begins to allow for simple control over the thoughts of living beings. Spatial teleportation enables the transmission of any unit within 100 miles. Upon reading this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He contemplated that whether it was manipulating countless objects, spiritual control, or spatial teleportation, these were all incredibly powerful skills. Just imagine, if hundreds of people came to fight you, and you were alone, with just a wave of your hand, you could control thousands of watermelon knives at their throats, controlling their minds to collectively kneel and sing your praises, calling you grandpa. What an exhilarating scene that would be. Lost in thought, Lin Feng smiled. After glancing at the subsequent content, he decided not to read further, because the following sections were almost all about the learning content for Spirit Masters above level 5. He was only a level 2 Spirit Master now, so there was no need to learn too much. Whether it was manipulating countless objects, spiritual control, or spatial teleportation, these were all skills Lin Feng had to master next. Manipulating countless objects corresponds to level 2 Spirit Masters. Spiritual control is for level 3 Spirit Masters. Spatial teleportation falls between level 3 and level 4. Eagerly, Lin Feng smiled and began to try learning to manipulate countless objects. Holding his breath, he instinctively gathered all his spiritual power. With a slight shake of his right hand, the magic knife slowly floated in midair. With intentional movements, the magic knife continuously traversed back and forth over 100 meters. Without any discomfort from his spiritual power, he then began to increase the number of objects he manipulated. The safe area where Lin Feng was located was a large underground parking lot in a shopping mall. It was filled with abandoned sedans, SUVs, and more. After putting away the magic knife, he slightly waved his right hand. 10 abandoned sedans. 50 abandoned sedans, 100 abandoned sedans. Under the terrifying control of his spiritual power, the sedans in the abandoned parking lot began to float one by one. After surpassing 100 vehicles, Lin Feng felt no discomfort from his spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he increased his effort again. The number of abandoned sedans he controlled quickly surpassed 300, 500, 800. Upon reaching 900 abandoned sedans, Lin Feng was already drenched in sweat. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After 1 minute of continuous effort, the number of abandoned sedans he controlled broke 1,000. Satisfied, Lin Feng swallowed hard before letting them all down. After retracting his spiritual power, he felt completely soaked. The fatigue was even more exhausting than killing magical beasts. Moreover, while learning to manipulate countless objects, Lin Feng discovered that there were no points awarded for his efforts. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he sighed. He thought to himself that he shouldn't be too greedy. Gaining points from killing enemies with spiritual power was already quite good. If training could also earn points, that would be outrageous. With this thought, Lin Feng took out a bottle of blue potion from the ring. This was a trophy from Gung Juanxing's ring. Based on his guess, this thing must cost at least several thousand merit points per bottle. One can imagine how expensive it is. However, a high price comes with its benefits. This blue potion is excellent for restoring physical and spiritual energy. Without overthinking, Lin Feng followed and drank it all in one go. Both his mental and physical strength quickly recovered. That feeling of being fully revitalized made Lin Feng feel exhilarated. Just as he was preparing to go out and continue hunting, the black tungsten battle armor received a communication connection. The caller displayed was Wang Chong. "What does Wang Chong want with me?" Lin Feng muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. He quickly walked out of the basement. In the perilous demon lair, Little Drill Wind glanced at the battle situation in various places, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes. He thought to himself that this time, under the brilliant and mighty leadership of the Golden-Winged Demon Lord, their surprise attack operation was smooth sailing. Not only had they successfully expanded their lair, but they had also dealt a heavy blow to those human warriors, making them realize that the Beast Clan in the Chuan City area was not to be trifled with. Did they really think they could easily manipulate the land beasts? With this thought, Little Drill Wind habitually communicated with those lower-ranked clansmen through brainwaves. The purpose of the communication was to facilitate command during the battle. Secondly, it was to search for the human genius warrior, Black Death God. Once this person was found, they would surely swarm and attack without mercy. But for some reason, ever since the Beast Clan took the initiative to stir up trouble, Little Drill Wind had not seen that detestable human genius warrior, Black Death God, aside from noticing some high-level human warriors around. Could it be that Black Death God knows this demon general is targeting him? But I haven't even made a move yet. Little Drill Wind muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly, unable to figure out where the problem lay. Lin Feng looked at Wang Chong and Wang Yusheng in front of him and couldn't help but scratch his head. He thought going to the 0912 perilous area wasn't out of the question. Just right, he was currently practicing a mental secret technique. If there were a large number of magical beasts to serve as live targets, that would be perfect. After all, gaining strength while earning merit points was something only a fool wouldn't like. Black Death God, if you feel troubled, then forget it. Seeing Black Death God not speaking, Wang Chong waved his hand. It's not that I'm troubled. Can I make a small request? Lin Feng waved his hand. Feel free to say any request. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. I need some alloy weapons. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, preferably swords and blades, around 10,000 pieces. What? He needs 10,000 ordinary alloy weapons? And they are all swords and blades? What does Black Death God want to do? Wang Chong stroked his chin, feeling a bit troubled. After all, an average person would carry at most 3 weapons, and that would already be fully equipped. Where would someone like Black Death God directly ask for 10,000 weapons? Not to mention ordinary warriors, even their 358th regiment couldn't gather that many. I know where there are some. Just as Wang Chong was feeling troubled, Wang Yusheng spoke up, but the quantity might not reach 10,000, but there should be a few thousand. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes moved. He thought the reason he needed so many ordinary alloy weapons was actually to practice controlling numerous objects. If Wang Chong really didn't have them, he would still go to the 0912 perilous area. Where do you say there are some? Wang Chong looked at Wang Yusheng. Captain, isn't there a clustered cannon with willow leaf blades in the 0912 warehouse? Wang Yusheng said excitedly, if we take apart the blades from this powered weapon, wouldn't that be? Can that even work? Wang Chong frowned. Can you show me what it looks like? Lin Feng asked curiously. Wang Yusheng nodded, then opened his portable device and found the willow leaf cluster cannon. After Lin Feng took a few glances, he instantly liked it. The so-called willow leaf cluster cannon actually used high-speed kinetic energy to launch alloy blades. These blades could effectively penetrate the outer shell of magical beasts. Because the shape of the blades resembled willow leaves, they were called willow leaf blades. This will do, Lin Feng said. It should be quite suitable for me. When do we set off? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was instantly overjoyed. He glanced at the time and said, let's set off immediately, don't rush, I'll call Long Shuang to pick us up. Lin Feng nodded, already unable to wait to engage in frenzied slaughter, feeling every cell in his body trembling. Buzz! At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. After breaking through to the second-level mentalist, Lin Feng became extremely sensitive to fluctuations in mental energy. 3 people were to the northwest. A girl with twin ponytails, wearing goggles and with fair skin, quietly appeared. A layer of black and gold battle armor clung to her perfectly curvy figure. She was Long Shuang, the twin sister, a 3rd-level mentalist. Long Shuang, you're here. Wang Chong said with a smile, thanks for your hard work. Take us to the 0912 frontline. Long Shuang nodded. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng. After looking him over a few times, she softly asked, you're also a mentalist? Lin Feng nodded slightly. Looking at Long Shuang before him, his intuition told him that her mental power was very strong. Long Shuang nodded and fell silent. Glancing at the 3, she moved her feet. Suddenly, a powerful mental force erupted. Lin Feng felt a flash in his eyes. When he looked ahead again, they had already arrived in another area. So this is spatial teleportation. For the first time experiencing such a capability, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He felt a bit of longing. Thanks, Long Shuang. Wang Chong said with a smile, Black Death, let's go, the leaf blade is up ahead. Alright, Lin Feng nodded, and before leaving, he couldn't help but take another look at Long Shuang. he found that the girl with the ponytails was also looking at him. Their gazes met for a brief moment before quickly darting away. Black Death, you're also a mentalist, right? Wang Chung said as they walked. How do you cultivate this thing? I still haven't found a way. Hearing the question, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the added panel, he probably wouldn't have become a mentalist. After all, a first-level mentalist was comparable to an ordinary martial artist. He hadn't tested the combat power of a second-level mentalist yet, but he believed he would soon find out his limits. Looking at Wang Chong, Lin Feng shrugged and said, I learned it all by accident, I don't really know how to explain it to you. Never mind. Wang Chong waved his hand, I'm just a rough guy, I can't learn this stuff. We've arrived. Black Death, this is the Leaf Blade Cluster Cannon. As they walked, the three arrived at a stronghold. To the naked eye, 10 bases resembling Patriot missile launchers came into view. The cold metallic cannon bodies still bore traces of blood. Each cannon is equipped with 500 leaf blades, Wang Chung said as if recounting a treasure. In open areas, this thing is a massive killing weapon, but now that we're in a dangerous area, it's not much use. Lin Feng didn't say much. Looking at the leaf blade cluster cannon before him, a smile crept onto his lips. Without further ado, he waved his hand. Instantly, 3 leaf blade cluster cannons trembled slightly. Following that, the leaf blades inside flew out one by one. They hovered above Lin Feng's head like silver leaves. 100, 500, 1000, 1500. Until he controlled 3000 leaf blades, Lin Feng finally stopped. With no discomfort in his mental energy, he felt ecstatic. He thought that the leaf blades were clearly much lighter than a small car. Allowing him to manipulate 3000 leaf blades with ease was already his limit. If he were to control a few hundred more, the consumption of mental energy would likely increase exponentially. Wang Chong, seeing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. It should be known that the leaf blades were made of alloy, specifically designed to deal with the outer shells of magical beasts. Their sharpness was no less than that of high-grade alloy weapons. Normally, firing 500 leaf blades would instantly turn even a 9th-level magical beast into a sieve. Now, Black Death could casually control 3000 leaf blades. Wang Chong could only imagine how tragic the magical beasts in the 0912 danger zone would be. Thinking of this, Wang Chong took out a bag from his spatial ring and said, Black Death, it seems these leaf blades are very suitable for you, and we've also prepared a tactical pack for you. Inside here are the medical resources and food logistics supplies that a third-class sergeant should have. Take a look. Originally, this was supposed to be given to you after you shed your rookie status, but I think there's no need to wait that long. Tactical pack. Lin Feng was taken aback. He quickly stored the 3000 willow leaf knives into his ring. After glancing at the tactical pack a few times, his pupils suddenly constricted. He thought to himself, there are just too many good things here. Just the various potions alone number in the dozens. Mental potions, and a pile of compressed food that can replenish energy and blood. These are exclusive supplies for military personnel. The higher the rank, the better the treatment. That's why so many people want to join the army. Lin Feng, feeling excited, nodded. He then began to put these items away. I'm off then. Time is merit points, and it can't be wasted. Time is merit points? Watching the departing figure, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Wang Yusheng beside him and instructed, keep a close watch on the Black Death God, understand? We can't let him fall into deadly danger. Yes. Wang Yusheng saluted. Watching the commander turn and leave, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He thought, can someone as fierce as the Black Death God still encounter danger? He shook his head slightly and followed after. After leaving Wang Chong and the others, Lin Feng sped towards the 0912 danger zone. Along the way, there were countless corpses of magical beasts and various wrecks of battle vehicles. Even at a crossroads, Lin Feng saw a crashed ship. One must know that such a massive object is usually equipped with top-tier firepower, and it has absolute aerial firepower advantage. Yet, such a formidable product of martial technology had crashed here like scrap metal. The closer he got to the ship, the clearer he could see 3 unfathomable claw marks on its surface. This made Lin Feng feel a chill run down his spine. He thought, this must be the attack marks left by beasts of at least the beast level or higher. Shaking his head slightly, he quickly moved forward. This area was relatively peaceful. There were no magical beasts appearing along the way. It wasn't until he had walked 30 miles that Lin Feng finally heard the roars of magical beasts, and the sound of ships breaking through the air. Looking up, in the distance above the 0912 danger zone, several ships marked with the Chuan City martial arts base were spewing blue laser cannons downward. It was like a cleansing. Along the way, abandoned skyscrapers were instantly reduced to ruins. And in these ruins, countless magical beasts were frantically fleeing. Lin Feng only took a glance and felt his blood boil. That urgent desire to join the battle made him quicken his pace. Roar! The ship's concentrated fire forced out the hidden tide of magical beasts. The beast cubs, with their gaping mouths, rushed towards the guard army at the first opportunity. Kill! 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 The guard army, already prepared, launched their attack at once. Various battle techniques and martial technology methods emerged one after another. They slaughtered thousands of magical beasts, causing the tide to collapse. But this was just a small part of the vanguard. Before the guard army could relax, roar! A deafening beast roar came again from ahead. A massive tide of beasts, dense as locusts, surged forward. The guard army felt their scalps tingle. They could only numbly continue the slaughter. Under such high-intensity killing, soon some could not hold on and were overwhelmed by the beast horde. A 9-star martial artist guard, exhausted, had no time to call for support before being knocked to the ground by 2 9th-level magical beasts. Go to hell! I'm not afraid of death. Facing the gaping maw rushing at him, this guard remained fearless. Just as he was about to detonate his self-destruct bomb and perish with the magical beasts, a willow leaf knife suddenly appeared out of thin air. Crack! The 2 9th-level magical beasts didn't even have time to react before their necks gushed blood. They fell to the ground, lifeless. What the hell? What's going on? The 9-star martial artist guard stood up, excited. Similar scenes were continuously happening around in the battle. One by one, willow leaf knives appeared silently, wherever they passed. Before the magical beasts could react, their heads were severed from their bodies. The splattered blood fell like a curtain of rain. The many soldiers of the guard army were momentarily stunned, staring at that had appeared out of nowhere. They looked somewhat shocked. What is this? There are so many, and they're still flying. This must be the technique of a mentalist, right? Wow, so cool. How many magical beasts have died in this moment? Who did this? Those 2 twin mentalists? Do they have this kind of ability? I don't know. I just know the efficiency of killing is too high. So fierce. Look, who is that? It looks like the Black Death God. It really is him. Wow, the Black Death God has come. So it was him. On the battlefield, Lin Feng appeared quietly like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Controlling 3,000, he was terrifying like a god of death. Wherever he passed, almost no 9th-level magical beast survived. Of course, he barely paid attention to the lower-level magical beasts below level 9, because it was too much of a waste of time. As a result, under such high-efficiency slaughter, the terrifying nature of the 3,000 was instantly revealed. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging was incessant, like beautiful notes ringing in Lin Feng's ears. In less than 5 minutes of frenzied slaughter, he annihilated all 2,000 9th-level magical beasts in this area. The terror of made his heart ecstatic. The remaining lower-level magical beasts were quickly attacked by the remaining guard soldiers. After a brief silence on the battlefield, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Feng. He nodded after retracting the 3,000 and charged deeper once again. At the same time, Lin Feng's merit points surged from 60-80 to 80-80. His vitality points increased from 268,250 to 298,205. His mental points also skyrocketed from 17,050 to 57,050. With the explosive increase in vitality and mental power, Lin Feng's heart was filled with immense joy. That feeling of about to break through made his fighting spirit soar. He continued to advance. Lin Feng quickly crossed this ruin. With a clear purpose, he only focused on slaughtering 9th-level magical beasts or above. He had lost interest in the lower-level magical beasts. Of course, this was also because there were too few of those lower-level magical beasts. To maintain his stamina and mental power, Lin Feng could only use his strength where it mattered. Roar! While thinking, 2 first-level magical beasts suddenly appeared ahead. With green faces and sharp fangs, their bull heads and snake bodies were quite terrifying. According to military records, these were first-level bull python magical beasts. Among the beast tribes, they could be considered a large group, with a vast number and strong combat power. It is said that a beast emperor-level bull python once appeared in the bull python tribe, which led to the tribe's growth. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, he was somewhat eager to try. Roar! The 2 first-level bull python magical beasts also opened their massive mouths and roared, then charged at the human warrior before them. But as they got closer, 3,000 suddenly emerged around their bodies. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Clearly, Lin Feng had no intention of wasting time. Like cutting vegetables, the two bull python magical beasts were instantly dismembered into 3,000 pieces. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level magical beast, vitality points. After retracting the 3,000, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Although the first-level magical beasts were strong, they were clearly no match for him, a second-level mentalist. Moreover, slaying a first-level magical beast increased his vitality points and mental points. These points kept rising. A thrilling feeling surged in Lin Feng's heart. Not intending to waste time, he smiled and continued to move forward. Visibly, like 0911, the area was once a small to medium-sized city. After the disaster, it had turned into a paradise for magical beasts. Most of the people who usually come here are low-star martial artists gaining experience, with 7th, 8th, and 9th level magical beasts roaming everywhere like now. Such a scene of rampant monsters has never been seen before. Lin Feng, like a lone ranger, did not overestimate himself. As he explored and advanced, he headed towards the area where the guard army was engaged in battle. Because these places gathered the most magical beasts, and occasionally, there would be some demon beasts appearing. As for where the stronger demon beasts were, Lin Feng speculated that they might be lurking in the shadows. Boom! Upon reaching a battlefield of the guard army, Lin Feng slowly stopped. Looking around, he saw a tide of magical beasts surrounding a small outpost of the guard army. From the flags, it seemed to be the people of the independent regiment led by Li Longyun. Although the independent regiment's artillery was continuously covering the area, the number of magical beasts was still too great. Lin Feng estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of magical beasts rampaging here. Among them were numerous first-level demon beasts. This surprised him. He wondered if there were very important people in this small team. Why were so many magical and demon beasts here? As the tide of magical beasts grew larger, Lin Feng stopped overthinking. Transforming into the Black Death God, he quickly approached. Meanwhile, inside the independent regiment's outpost, Li Longyun, holding a laser Gatling gun, had red eyes. Looking at the swarm of magical beasts rushing towards the outpost, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In a frenzy, he shouted, "Second Company Commander, where the hell is the laser cannon? Get it up here. Let's take them down." "Commander, the laser cannon is down," the Second Company Commander exclaimed excitedly. "You need to retreat. We'll cover your withdrawal. There are more and more magical beasts." "Retreat?" Li Longyun's expression changed, cursing, "The word retreat doesn't exist in my dictionary. Damn it! I came out to patrol and ended up surrounded. What the hell? Where's Wang Chong? Has the 358th Regiment arrived?" "Commander!" The Second Company Commander gritted his teeth. "We've lost communication with the 358th Regiment. It must be that third-level demon general's doing." "Damn it!" Hearing this news, Li Longyun kicked the wall in anger. Glancing at the swarm of magical beasts approaching from afar, he frowned and said, "Damn it, am I really going to die here today? Second Company Commander, you lead the retreat. I'll hold them off." "No way!" The Second Company Commander exclaimed, "Commander, we can lose anyone in the independent regiment, but we can't lose you. Go to hell." Li Longyun scoffed, "You are all soldiers I brought out. How could I watch you die for nothing?" "Retreat! I'm a 2-star martial master. It's not that easy to kill me." Just as the Second Company Commander was about to retort, a strange scene appeared on the front line. Suddenly, a series of willow leaf blades appeared out of thin air. Like ghosts, they weaved through the beast horde. Wherever they passed, sprays of blood bloomed in the air. In an instant, hundreds of magical beasts at the forefront were instantly killed. "Second Company Commander, what the hell are you dazed for?" Seeing the Second Company Commander silent, Li Longyun slapped his helmet. "Commander, no, look." The Second Company Commander pointed towards the front line, somewhat incoherent. Li Longyun was also taken aback. Turning to look, he was shocked. Thousands of willow leaf blades were crazily reaping magical beasts, and behind the willow leaf blades, a familiar figure was advancing rapidly. "It's the Black Death God," Li Longyun exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, what kind of killing method is this? It's too fierce. What are you standing there for? Ha ha ha, my helper has arrived. Kill them." "Yes." The Second Company Commander saluted and left. On the battlefield, Lin Feng's appearance was like a fusion of ice and fire. A large number of 9th-level magical beasts that came within 10 meters of him instantly perished, their bodies and heads separated. Under the blooming of dazzling blood flowers, his figure appeared particularly eerie. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beasts, vitality points. Ding! using mental attack, mental points. Ding. Slaying 9th level magical beasts, vitality points. Ding. Using mental attack, mental points. Ding. Slaying a level 9 magical beast, vitality points. The sound of dings rang incessantly. Lin Feng felt his entire body's vitality surging. That rapid feeling of becoming stronger brought him closer to the martial master realm. Under this sensation, Lin Feng's speed increased even more. At the same time, controlling 3,000 willow leaf blades, he was terrifying like a god of death. Wherever he passed, magical beasts fell dead in an instant. Even after wiping out the level 9 beasts, a large number of level 1 monsters rushed in. Kill! The fearless Lin Feng's gaze was icy. The 3,000 willow leaf blades surged forward again at high speed. The razor-sharp edges, upon contact with the level 1 monsters, instantly sent blood and flesh flying. A mere level 1 monster? Couldn't stop him. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 monster, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 monster, vitality points. Under the frenzied slaughter of the 3,000 willow leaf blades, it was like a meat grinder harvesting the lives of magical beasts and monsters. After Lin Feng crazily harvested nearly 5,000 magical beasts and monsters, the remaining ones fled in panic. Faced with this human madman, they were terrified. And Lin Feng, who had instilled fear in the magical beasts and monsters, couldn't help but smile. With his blood boiling, he felt his mental power and vitality continuously breaking through. That sensation of his physical body being reborn and his spirit transcending was incredibly refreshing. At the same time, his merit points surged from 8080 to 12,780. 1 merit point for a level 9 magical beast, 2 merit points for a level 1 monster. His vitality also skyrocketed from 298,205 to 353,705, breaking through to a 1-star martial master. His mental points increased from 57,050 to 128,550, breaking through to a 3-star mental master. With this double breakthrough, Lin Feng's physical and mental strength surged again. Overjoyed, he opened his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 1-star martial master. Mental master, 3-star, 128550. Vitality, 353,705. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect, God of Death's Blade. Great accomplishment, Sky Split Slash. Great accomplishment, Shadowless. Great accomplishment, Immobilization Technique. Great accomplishment. Beginner, minor accomplishment. Great accomplishment, Perfect. Extraordinary martial skills, Indestructible Blade Soul. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Great Sun Blaze. Early Heavenly Grade, Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. The 2-star mental master broke through to a 3-star mental master. The 9-star martial artist broke through to a 1-star martial master. With this double breakthrough, Lin Feng, filled with joy, put away the panel. Be careful of the Beast Clan's demon general, Black Death God. Just as Lin Feng was celebrating, a chill suddenly crept up from behind. This made him frown, thinking, is it getting cold? It felt like the chill of winter was approaching. Lin Feng immediately activated the Great Sun Blaze. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Feng was sent flying. Damn it! Li Longyun, who was following behind, saw this scene and instantly his eyes turned bloodshot. Looking at the 3-star demon general before him, a murderous intent surged. Bastard! I'll kill you! In front of Li Longyun, the 3-star demon general, with a human head and horse body, covered in black scales, looked over. On his strangely handsome face, there were eyes that disregarded everything. His slowly opening mouth was filled with sharp teeth. You are not my opponent, a hoarse voice came. An invisible sense of oppression swept over. Li Longyun, hearing this, remained undaunted. Frantically, he grabbed a battle knife and charged forward. Damn it! I'll chop you to death. Bang! However, as Li Longyun approached within 10 meters of the 3-star demon general, he was repelled by an invisible force. Only a 3-star martial sovereign, he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, why can't I get closer? You are too weak, human. The 3-star demon general looked at him with disdain and said, with your ability, you can't hurt me. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the 3-star demon general suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if some danger was approaching. This made him instinctively want to retreat. However, he found himself as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Immediately after, a black figure rushed in. It was Lin Feng. Unscathed, his expression was cold. In an instant, he used the immobilization technique. Following that, he activated the Great Sun-blazed armor for protection. Then, with a swing of his right hand, he struck with all his might using the magic blade, the undying blade soul. A blade aura of 40 meters surged forth. the third-level demon general, restricted in place, changed its expression. Just as it was momentarily unable to move, it quickly regained its freedom and said, "You didn't die. What a strong human martial artist genius. It's a pity, you're here to die too." To die? Lin Feng, who was rapidly closing in with his blade, gritted his teeth. Then he swung down with all his strength. Crack! The third-level demon general, seeing this, unleashed all its power. A tremendous demonic force erupted from it. This caused the 40-meter blade aura to shatter into dust, until the true form of the magic blade was revealed. Is that all? The third-level demon general sneered. Poor human, you're hurt. Before it could finish speaking, Lin Feng erupted again. Immobilization technique. In an instant, the third-level demon general was once again forcibly restrained for a few seconds. Shock appeared on its cold face, especially when the magic blade approached. It desperately turned its head to dodge. Crack! But as the blade fell, half of its ear quietly dropped to the ground. The third-level demon general was injured. Li Longyun, witnessing this scene, was filled with shock. Looking at the ferocious Black Reaper before him, he felt his blood boiling. Despicable human! You dared to hurt me! Ah! I will kill you! As expected, the third-level demon general broke its defense. Covering its ear, it never expected to be injured by a human martial artist at the martial master level. Lin Feng, holding the magic blade, was fearless. With a cold gaze, he quickly retreated in front of Li Longyun. If you have the guts, come and try. Next time, it won't just be your ear. A blatant threat. The third-level demon general's expression changed, gritting its teeth. Remembering the terrifying methods the opponent had just used, a hint of caution appeared in its eyes. Having suffered a great loss, the third-level demon general snorted softly. Then it transformed into an afterimage and left. The sudden scene instantly made the surviving guards feel their blood boil. Damn! The Black Reaper injured the third-level demon general. That's too fierce. How did he do that? Wait, the Black Reaper seems to have broken through to the martial master level. That's amazing. This is what genius looks like. No wonder he's a genius. It took me years to break through, but others do it in 3 to 5 days. That's incredible. The Black Reaper is so cool. We have another strong person in Chuan City. That's amazing. Black Reaper. Ah, Black Reaper. Listening to the cheers of the soldiers around, Li Longyun was also excited. Knowing that the Black Reaper was still a mentalist, he couldn't help but lean in and ask, "Black Reaper, have you broken through to the martial master level?" Lin Feng nodded. He thought to himself that he not only broke through to the martial master level but also to the third-level mentalist. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, Li Longyun exclaimed. And what you just used was a mental secret technique? Mental secret technique? Lin Feng was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Yes." Impressive. Li Longyun admired. The younger generation is to be feared. We're getting old. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. After chatting with Li Longyun for a few moments, he made his way towards other areas. He thought that the news of his breakthrough to the martial master level would definitely not be kept secret. However, the matter of breaking through to the third-level mentalist could still be concealed. After all, a mentalist growing up is incredibly powerful. This could definitely be used as a trump card. One day, if he encounters someone who doesn't know better, he could give them a big surprise. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in Chuan City, Master Shin sat with a dark face, saying nothing. Uncle Fu stood beside him, looking helpless. After a moment of silence, Master Shin spoke, "No need to look for any Lin Bei or whatever, that must be a fake name. What has Xiaoying been up to lately? Have you been keeping an eye on her?" "She's shopping," Uncle Fu said hesitantly. "Shopping? Humph." Master Shin, with his hands behind his back, couldn't help but snort. He glanced out at the tall buildings outside the window, revealing a hint of doubt. After thinking carefully, he spoke up. "Following her might lead us to the person. If the young lady finds out." Uncle Fu hesitated. "Shut up, Uncle Fu," Master Shin said with a dark face. "This time, she has no say in the matter. We must return to Xingjing." "All right," Uncle Fu nodded and then turned to leave. After he left, a hint of displeasure appeared on Master Shin's handsome face. He thought to himself, is it really this troublesome to find someone? What a waste. Meanwhile, in the Durun Fa in the eastern district of Chuan City, a dejected Sheningqing walked out. With a face full of disappointment, she shook her head slightly and said, "Where on earth is this guy hiding to kill fish? It's so hard for me to find him. TCH, there are still more than 30 stores." Hu Xinger said while eating fries, "By the way, what are you planning to do after you find Lin Feng? Run away together? Or what?" "First, I'll give him a beating." Sheningqing gritted her teeth and said, "Then I'll hug him. I feel like killing fish is really tough." "TCH, you haven't even gotten together yet, and you're making me eat dog food." Hu Xinger said helplessly, "I'm really fed up. Let's go to the next store. Let's go, let's go." Shen Yingqing nodded. She could only continue searching. In the office of the General Silver Dragon, Xiao Shuang rushed in excitedly. Looking at the General Silver Dragon in front of her, she exclaimed, "General, good news!" The general, who was looking at a map, frowned and glanced at the flustered Xiao Shuang, saying, "What's so urgent? Look at you, don't you have any decorum?" He thought to himself that if this matter weren't related to the Black Death God, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. "General, the Black Death God has broken through to the Martial Master realm." "What?" The General Silver Dragon was taken aback, his eyes filled with shock. He thought to himself, how long has it been since Lin Feng broke through? How could he break through to Martial Master so quickly? The incredulous General Silver Dragon said, "Really?" Xiao Shuang nodded and then recounted the events on the front lines. After finishing, she excitedly said, Li Longyun was dumbfounded, saying the Black Death God was controlling thousands of willow leaf blades to kill in chaos. It was amazing. The General Silver Dragon swallowed hard. Upon hearing Xiao Shuang's words, he suddenly realized a detail. "Get me the electronic footage of the battlefield, and also have Longyun come here." "Yes." Xiao Shuang saluted and left. After she left, a hint of anticipation appeared in the General Silver Dragon's eyes. He pondered that if this matter was as he thought, then Lin Feng's talent was truly terrifying. After leaving Li Longyun, Lin Feng found a safe area to rest. After breaking through to Martial Master and becoming a level 3 mentalist, his physical and mental energy consumption had increased, but he could still maintain half a day's combat. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to push himself. Instead, he took out the corpse of a level 2 demon beast, the green mantis. He began to slice and marinate it leisurely. Then, he skillfully lit a fire to barbecue. As the demon beast meat was grilled to a golden brown on both sides, sizzling with oil, Lin Feng sprinkled cumin and barbecue seasoning on it. Adding a bit of soul juice made the mouth-watering aroma of the meat fill the air, instantly increasing Lin Feng's appetite. Since the end of the competition, this was his first time eating demon beast barbecue. Wrapped in lettuce, chili rings, and garlic cloves, he stuffed a bite into his mouth. A feeling of richness without greasiness, lingering fragrance, and endless aftertaste surged in his heart. Moreover, Lin Feng could intuitively feel that demon beast meat was tastier than monster meat. The feeling of fullness from the increase in vitality was particularly obvious. With his appetite greatly increased, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Then he began to feast, devouring the meat. In no time, about 300 pounds of level 2 demon beast meat was completely consumed. Burp. After a satisfying meal, Lin Feng let out a burp. He felt his physical and mental energy restored to about 70 or 80%. Although he hadn't returned to peak condition, the recovery brought by the demon beast meat was already terrifying. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Feng smiled. He then packed up the barbecue grill and turned to leave. In the office of the General Silver Dragon, Longyun glanced at the combat footage of Lin Feng. A hint of shock appeared on his delicate face. Looking back at the Silver Dragon commander, she excitedly said, "Are you sure he just became a psychic master a few days ago?" "I'm sure." The Silver Dragon commander nodded. "It's probably been about 5 days. Longyun, is something wrong?" Longyun shook his head slightly, thinking that the Black Death God didn't seem off at all. On the contrary, the other party's talent was truly terrifying. "Commander, if you haven't miscalculated the time, this guy became a first-level psychic master not long ago and has already broken through to a second-level psychic master." "What?" Upon hearing Longyun say this, the Silver Dragon commander was shocked. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure." Longyun sighed. "Only a second-level psychic master is qualified to learn the manipulation of countless objects, and everyone has a different direction in their studies, so their understanding of it varies. The Black Death God can control 3,000 willow leaf blades at the same time, proving his extremely high talent and comprehension. This is almost the ultimate manifestation of manipulating countless objects. Even a 5th-level monster might not be his opponent." "Good." Hearing Longyun say this, the Silver Dragon commander let out a good word. He thought to himself that Lin Feng's talent was simply too strong. It was one thing for his martial arts talent to be so terrifying, but he didn't expect his psychic talent to be so strong as well. "Thank you for your hard work," the Silver Dragon commander said. "I hope you can keep this matter confidential." "Yes." Longyun saluted and left. After he left, the overjoyed Silver Dragon commander couldn't wait to head to the secret chamber. After opening the communication link, the projection of Chief Night Owl appeared. "Silver Dragon, what's the matter that has you so anxious to find me?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the Silver Dragon commander excitedly replied, "Chief, it's good news, 2 pieces of good news." "Stop beating around the bush," Chief Night Owl said, "just say it." "Lin Feng has broken through to the martial artist realm." Silver Dragon commander. "What? Lin Feng has broken through to the martial artist realm? How long has it been?" "Hiss." Chief Night Owl couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself that he really hadn't misjudged Lin Feng. And the second piece of good news, Chief Night Owl, he has also broken through to a second-level psychic master, Silver Dragon Commander. What? He has broken through to a second-level psychic master? This kid is simply a genius among geniuses. Chief Night Owl exclaimed in shock. Is the information accurate? This is no joke. Chief, I have already confirmed it with Long Yun. Silver Dragon Commander said. Lin Feng has indeed broken through to a second-level psychic master. Hiss. Chief Night Owl gasped again. He couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a genius. So impressive. Tell Chao Shuang to keep an eye on him. He must not suffer any losses. Yes. Silver Dragon Commander saluted. Far away in the rookie camp, Little Fish looked at the darkening sky, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. She thought to herself, it's already the second day. Why haven't I seen Lin Feng yet? Could it be that this kid was killed by a monster? Similarly worried about Lin Feng, Xing Kong was also frowning nearby, waiting. Having not seen the Black Death God for 2 consecutive days, it would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. Xing Kong, drink some water. Instructor Grey Wolf will be here soon. At that moment, Shu Yun came over with a bottle of water. However, Xing Kong didn't even glance at it, just staring at the entrance of the assembly point. This made Shu Yun smile bitterly, thinking to himself that he couldn't compare to the Black Death God at all. Lick Dog Yun, if she won't drink, then let me have the water. Little Fish, you're the real Lick Dog, Shu Yun said with a dark face as he handed over the water. I brought it for you, look at you. TCH. After taking the water, the elementary student gulped down a big mouthful, instantly feeling much better. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Instructor Grey Wolf enter through the gate in a war vehicle. With a dark face, he glanced at the few of them and said, you better have something life-threatening to find me, or I will be very angry. Expressionless, Xing Kong nodded and then stood up to report, Instructor, the Black Death God from our rookie camp in Area 1 has gone missing. I haven't seen him for 2 days, and his ranking points have also disappeared, so I suspect that the Black Death God might be in danger, and I request to send someone to search. What? The Black Death God is missing? Are you kidding? The Grey Wolf, with a dark expression, glanced at Xing Kong. He thought to himself that if this person weren't of special status, he would really want to curse him out. What are you looking for? The Black Death God is no longer at the rear. He is currently on the 0912 dangerous front line, bravely fighting against the enemies, unlike you rookies. Look at the Black Death God, also a rookie, but he is already on the battlefield killing enemies, while you are still here slacking off. How pathetic. The Black Death God is already on the front line? Upon hearing the Grey Wolf instructor say this, the three of them had different expressions. Xing Kong felt a sense of relief, but also a bit worried. Xiao Yuer was somewhat surprised, then felt it was reasonable. Shu Yun, on the other hand, was in shock, feeling it was unbelievable. He wondered why, as rookies, the other side was so outstanding. They were still clearing out the remaining magical beasts at the rear. The Black Death God was already on the battlefield killing enemies. This is outrageous. Yes, instructor, I will also go to the front line. At this moment, Xing Kong saluted. Then he picked up his helmet and walked towards the gate. Xiao Yuer shrugged and followed behind. Instead, Shu Yun was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, is it not enough to be tired all day? Do we have to continue working overtime at night? Quite helpless, he sighed. He could only huff and puff and follow along. Night fell. The dangerous area was filled with noise. There were roars of magical beasts, sounds of battle, and the noise of cannon fire. It was quite different from the day. The magical beasts and demon beasts were more active at night. They liked to appear in groups. Often, when they showed up, it was in dense numbers. Tonight, Wang Yusheng, on duty, was fully focused on monitoring the movements ahead. As the right-hand man of the commander, he naturally bore a huge responsibility. Wang Yusheng, it seems the beast tribe is coming. At this moment, a sentry reminded him. Wang Yusheng frowned. He then looked in the direction the sentry pointed. With the naked eye, he could see. One by one, magical beasts and demon beasts were orderly approaching the human stronghold. After seeing that the numbers were not too many, Wang Yusheng shook his head slightly and said, just a small scale. They come every night. What's the big deal? Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. This change made Wang Yusheng's expression change. He immediately looked ahead and shouted, damn it, call for support. Why are there so many coming? Looking up, in front of this breached stronghold, magical beasts and demon beasts appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. The dense numbers made one's scalp tingle. If a few thousand beast tribes counterattacked, Wang Yusheng and his team could still handle it. But looking at this large group, densely packed, the total number was over 10,000. If these beast cubs broke through this point, Wang Yusheng felt he would end up in a military court. Prepare for battle. Don't panic. Call for support. There are too many beast tribes. This is an organized breakthrough. Wang Yusheng, the communication is cut off. We can't get through. What? Keep trying, until we get through. In the chaos, Wang Yusheng was also flustered. He glanced at the densely packed magical beasts and demon beasts ahead, then he raised a laser gun and charged forward. Under the dense rain of bullets, the laser cannons and laser guns formed a brilliant scene of red and blue, and even with such fierce firepower, the number of magical beasts and demon beasts still did not decrease much. On the contrary, their attack speed was getting faster and faster. In no time, several forward fortifications were quickly submerged by the tide of beasts. No! Watching his comrades die tragically inside, Wang Yusheng's eyes turned red. He wished he could die in their place. He began to charge forward recklessly. As magical beasts and demon beasts approached, Wang Yusheng, a 2-star martial artist, threw a punch, with blood and flesh flying, and blood splattering everywhere. The ground was littered with the corpses of level 9 magical beasts and level 1 demon beasts. Roar! As he killed deeper and deeper, the magical beasts and demon beasts around Wang Yusheng also increased. Gradually running out of breath, he still did not retreat a single step. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious, shouting, "Damn it! Come on! My 358th Regiment has no cowards! Come on!" More and more demon beasts and monsters gathered around. Wang Yusheng, who was surrounded, was also prepared to fight to the death. Bang! But as a blue shadow appeared at high speed, Wang Yusheng was instantly knocked to the ground before he could react. Covered in dirt and looking disheveled, he looked down and saw a large gash in his chest armor. This was a martial artist level alloy armor, and in front of him, a level 3 blue mantis demon beast was glaring at him. Put! Wang Yusheng spat out a mouthful of blood from the heavy blow. Unwilling to accept his fate, he gritted his teeth and got up, saying, "Damn it! Sneak attack from behind. No martial ethics." The level 3 blue mantis shook its head slightly. Under its waving pincers, level 9 demon beasts and level 1 monsters slowly surrounded him. Am I going to die? Damn! I haven't even gotten married yet. Seeing this scene, a hint of helplessness appeared in Wang Yusheng's eyes. Buzz! Just as he felt his heart sink, thinking he was about to meet his end, a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. Immediately after, 3,000 willow leaf blades appeared out of thin air. Like the scythe of death, they ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of the demon beasts and monsters. Blood flowers bloomed continuously, as if it were raining blood. In the distance, a dark figure rushed over. It was Lin Feng. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 monster, blood value. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 demon beast, blood value. The sound of dinging was incessant. Like beautiful notes, it excited Lin Feng. Looking at the large number of beastmen ahead, the corners of his mouth curled up. After swiftly slaughtering a batch of demon beasts and monsters, Lin Feng instinctively focused his gaze on the level 3 blue mantis. Roar! The blue mantis felt an inexplicable fear when it met the gaze of the human warrior. It was as if it had been targeted by a top predator in the food chain. Without any hesitation, the blue mantis turned and fled. Lin Feng did not rush to chase after it, but continued to clean up the battlefield. For him, increasing his mental power and blood value was the most important. With the willow leaf blades in hand, one by one, the demon beasts and monsters fell to the ground. The pungent smell of blood spread continuously. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 monster, blood value. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 demon beast, blood value. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, Lin Feng seemed to have gone mad. A large number of demon beasts and monsters were almost unable to maintain their integrity under his willow leaf blades. In this terrifying massacre, the remaining thousands of demon beasts and monsters fled in panic. The stronghold under the night fell silent once again, and Lin Feng, feeling his blood value surge, quietly stepped into the 2-star martial artist level. His merit points skyrocketed from 12,780 to 17,780. His blood value increased from 353,705 to 413,705. Having broken through to the 2-star martial artist level, he was still over 30,000 blood value away from the 3-star martial artist level. His mental points also surged from 128,550 to 206,050. The explosive increase in blood and mental power filled Lin Feng with immense joy. Moreover, after the recent battle, he felt no fatigue at all. The strength of a level 3 mental master was evident. Black Death God, thank you for saving me. At this moment, Wang Yusheng ran over excitedly. Behind him followed a large number of guards stationed at the stronghold. The guards behind were emotionally stirred. Looking at the Black Death God before them, everyone was filled with shock. So fierce. Is this person really the Black Death God? Just now, he was chopping away, and I didn't even react. Me too. Isn't this Black Death God a new recruit? A rookie is this fierce. Indeed a bit fierce. I was just about to die, but a few willow leaf blades saved me. What kind of combat skill is this Black Death God using? It's quite fierce. The efficiency of killing enemies is top-notch. So cool. Is this still a rookie? So fierce. Even more so than us old veterans. Lin Feng nodded. He considered Wang Yusheng an old acquaintance. Keep it up. I still want to check out other places. Alright. Watching the departing figure, Wang Yusheng nodded. For some reason, he always felt that the Black Death God looked stronger than before. Meanwhile, in the 0914 Perilous Demon Lair, Little Drill Wind became serious upon hearing the report from the third-level demon beast, the Green Mantis. Reflecting on the previous day at this time, the third-level demon general responsible for 0912 had also reported the appearance of a human expert. He mentioned that the opponent's abilities were strange, capable of summoning 3,000 flying knives and the like. Initially, Little Drill Wind didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a strong human. But after hearing the report from the Green Mantis today, he instantly lost his composure. Considering the descriptions from his kin, that so-called human expert could only be the Black Death God. Little Drill Wind, who had a vivid memory of this person, felt a surge of hatred. He had been waiting for this person to appear, and now he finally had the chance. Thinking of this, Little Drill Wind quickly communicated in beast language, Abba Abba Abba, Abba Abba Abba. The third-level demon beast, the Green Mantis, nodded and then swiftly left. Watching the departing figure, Little Drill Wind's mouth curled up. He thought, so you call him the Black Death God, huh? This time, let's see how I can play with you until you die. The night was as dark as ink. After Lin Feng left Wang Yusheng's base, he began searching for demon beasts. Who would have thought that after searching for a long time, the front line was almost calm? It was as if the beast tide had vanished. This made the sharp-witted Lin Feng realize that something was off. Without showing any signs, he could only grit his teeth and continue forward. Sure enough, as he approached the central area of the 0912 Perilous Zone, Lin Feng suddenly felt a killing intent approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his magic knife. At the same time, he activated the Great Sun Blaze. The 3,000 willow leaf knives were also on standby. The surroundings were silent. It was as if nothing was there. But Lin Feng knew something strange was lurking in the shadows. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. To the naked eye, from the ruins of the tall buildings ahead, demon beasts were pouring out in droves. They came in groups, aggressive and intimidating. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn! They were all first-level demon beasts, and there were even high-level demon beasts. Unable to hold back a curse, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Then he quickly turned and ran back. He was reckless, but not foolish. Facing the overwhelming horde of demon beasts, only a fool would stay. In a flash, the demon beasts chased behind, while Lin Feng ran ahead. With one in front and one behind, the third-level demon general mixed in with the demon beasts had a grim expression. He pondered why this guy was not playing by the rules. Why did he just run upon seeing the demon beasts? Previously, this person should have been excited to wield his knife and slaughter, right? Thinking of this, the third-level demon general quickened his pace. No longer hiding his form, he sped after Lin Feng. But as he chased, the third-level demon general soon gave up. The reason was naturally that the Black Death God was running too fast. That speed of escape was the fastest human he had ever seen in his life. Lin Feng almost ran all the way back to the 358th Regiment. As a result, Wang Chong, who was looking at the map, showed a hint of surprise upon seeing him and said, "Why are you back?" "Black Death God. A beast clan expert was chasing me," Lin Feng replied. "What? A beast was chasing Lin Feng?" Wang Chong frowned. He quickly put down his pen and said, "Are you hurt? Are you okay? I'll arrange for medical personnel for you now." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Reflecting on his escape, he vaguely felt a terrifying presence lurking behind him. The opponent was very likely a demon general level beast. If he hadn't run fast, he would have suffered a great loss. "The opponent is at least a demon general level," Lin Feng said. "It seems they were waiting for me to appear." Hearing this, Wang Chong realized the seriousness of the situation. After all, the Silver Dragon commander placed great importance on the Black Death God. Moreover, this kid is a genius mentalist. I have specifically reminded him about his safety. How about I send someone to protect you? Wang Chong said. "They are all warriors drawn from the guard army, each at the martial master level. which is a special permission from the Silver Dragon Commander for you, Martial Master Bodyguards? Lin Feng was indeed a bit tempted upon hearing this, but it was merely temptation. The thought of getting stronger under someone else's protection was somewhat unacceptable to him. No need, Lin Feng refused, although they are strong, it's not that easy for them to kill me. I plan to be a bit more cautious and low-key. But, Wang Cheng hesitated. Black Death God, your safety is of utmost importance. A flower in a greenhouse must face the storm. Lin Feng spread his hands and said, since they dare to target me, I will let this group of beast cubs see my strength. Good. Seeing this, Wang Cheng had nothing more to say. He glanced at the departing figure, a hint of worry in his eyes. He thought this matter couldn't be left to the Black Death God. He must inform Cao Shuang about this and let the Silver Dragon Commander decide. After leaving the 358th Regiment, Lin Feng rushed towards 0912. Filled with rage, he moved like a black phantom through the ruined city. Sure enough, in the central city area, Lin Feng saw that group of first-level demon beasts. At this moment, they were moving about carelessly like pigs and dogs, completely unaware that Lin Feng had come back for revenge. He, who never delayed revenge, observed in the shadows for a while. After confirming that the demon general-level beast was not present, Lin Feng's steps quickened. Like a black cannonball, he charged forward. In an instant, as he got closer, the 3,000 willow leaf blades fell like a storm. The first-level demon beasts had no time to react. In an instant, their heads fell, and blood bloomed. Roar! The sudden ambush threw the group of first-level demon beasts into chaos. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level demon beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging rang incessantly. Like beautiful notes, it echoed. Immersed in it, Lin Feng slaughtered like a god of death. Roar! Just as he was enjoying the killing, a terrifying beast roar came from afar, followed by an overwhelming pressure. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng showed no hesitation. He turned and ran. Disappearing without a trace, he opened up full speed. Lin Feng ran again. The moment he left, a third-level demon general quietly appeared. Looking at the corpses of its kin scattered on the ground, its eyes were filled with rage. It thought this human was too despicable to actually take advantage of its rest to come back and kill. Moreover, this guy ran away too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The somewhat frustrated third-level demon general gritted its teeth. Then it lay in ambush in the shadows, waiting quietly. After Lin Feng's chaotic slaughter and escape, he ran in the opposite direction. With his vitality surging, he felt a breakthrough was imminent. He just needed to kill another batch of beast kin. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. In no time, he discovered a group of 9th-level magical beasts. This was the territory of Li Longyun's independent regiment. Unlike the 358th Regiment, this area was relatively lively. Both magical and demon beasts were still active at night. Unlike the magical and demon beasts in the 358th Regiment area, which were hiding in the shadows like cowards. Lost in thought, Lin Feng's steps quickened. Transforming into an afterimage, he arrived among the beast group. With the appearance of the 3,000 willow leaf blades, the mad slaughter began anew. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying 9th-level magical beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging rang incessantly. Lin Feng seemed to have gone mad with killing. Continuously controlling the willow leaf blades, he left no trace of the 9th-level magical beasts, their corpses littering the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Some magical beasts, upon seeing this, were so frightened that their livers and gallbladders felt like they were about to burst, fleeing in panic. However, under the methods of the third-level spirit master Lin Feng, almost no one escaped disaster. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 9 monster, blood value. The dinging sound stopped. Lin Feng also came to a halt. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The blood energy within him surged once again. He had unexpectedly broken through to a 3-star martial artist. His merit points increased from 17,780 to 22,780. His blood value surged from 413,705 to 473,750. Having broken through to a 3-star martial artist, he was only over 20,000 blood value away from a 4-star martial artist. His mental points also jumped from 206,050 to 283,550. The explosive increase in blood value and mental power filled Lin Feng's heart with immense joy. Roar! Just as he was celebrating, a familiar roar echoed from afar. Lin Feng, too lazy to respond, snorted lightly and swiftly turned to leave. Not long after he departed, a third-level demon general arrived at the scene. Looking at the corpses of the lowly tribes scattered everywhere, its eyes turned bloodshot. It thought to itself, this human martial artist genius is too despicable. Just moments ago, he had killed a circle in the east, and now he had run to the west to kill again. The third-level demon general, who was running back and forth, wished it could tear that guy into pieces and devour him alive. After leaving the independent regiment's area, Lin Feng did not continue his killing spree. Firstly, the third-level demon general was definitely furious and probably chasing him all over the world, so Lin Feng decided not to go out. He found a basement to hide in and began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The explosive increase in physical and mental power made his heart ecstatic. At this moment, if he didn't improve his combat skills, it would truly be a waste. Would you like to deduce the Great Sun Blaze? Hearing the panel's prompt, Lin Feng closed his eyes. After a year of hard cultivation in the mountains, Lin Feng had entered the realm of the Great Sun Blaze. His physical power was enough to shatter the ground with a single palm, crushing rocks. But unsatisfied, Lin Feng began new training, breaking through the void. According to the monk, there were ancient people who relied on their physical bodies to break through the speed limit, achieving great physical mastery. As for how to break through the speed limit with the body, the monk did not know. After explaining a few things to Lin Feng, he chose to leave. Lin Feng was thus plunged into confusion, sitting cross-legged to ponder what breaking through the void meant. He sat in meditation for 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Feng opened his eyes. With bright, piercing eyes, he arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down at the sheer cliff below, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng jumped off the abyss. The sensation of rapid descent made his body tremble. It felt as if the surrounding winds were tearing at his flesh. Yet Lin Feng did not feel afraid. Instead, he embraced the sensation. After plummeting into the abyss, Lin Feng's body suffered no harm. He simply shot back up to the mountain peak and jumped off again, relishing the feeling of his body being torn. Once, 3 times, 10 times, until he had jumped off 1,000 times. Lin Feng was now able to move freely in the air. Even sitting cross-legged was no problem. The sensation of speed tearing at his body no longer affected him. After the 1001st fall, not a speck of dust touched Lin Feng. Having grasped the essence of breaking through the void, he immediately chose to leave the mountain in search of more of this body-tearing sensation. The scene abruptly cut off. After Lin Feng opened his eyes, his heart was filled with ecstasy. The Great Sun Blaze had reached the mid-tier of the heavenly grade. That powerful feeling in his body made his blood energy surge, as if he could shatter a monster with a single punch. Excited, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Glancing at the time, he realized that this deduction had taken 3 hours. His mental power had also been depleted by half. With a hint of emotion, he smiled and then fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the 0912 danger zone, the third-level demon general, with a dark expression, gritted its teeth. Watching the rising sun, it felt inexplicably bitter. Reflecting on how that kid had caused such a ruckus last night, it had almost spent the entire night lurking around 0912, hoping that this despicable and shameless guy would appear again. Who knew that the other party had vanished without a trace? A third-level demon general that had been guarded all night. Feeling extremely frustrated inside, he pondered not to let it encounter this kid. Otherwise, he would definitely kill him. After the sun rose, Qing Kong dragged her exhausted body back to the base. Having killed all night, she was truly fierce. Alongside her, Xiao Yur, who had also been killing all night, walked while saying, "Finally killed them all, I'm exhausted." "Qing Kong, drink some water." Shuyan handed her hot water and said, "We can head back to the city soon." Back to the city? Qing Kong did not take the hot water offered. Instead, she walked to the window and looked towards the direction of the 0912 danger zone. Seeing this, Xiao Yur chuckled and said, "Shu, you silly dog, are you out of your mind? We went through so much trouble to kill the beasts, isn't it to find the Black Death God at 0912? Want us to go back to the city? What are you thinking? If you want to go back, go by yourself. That's you, not Qing Kong." Shuyan said with a dark face, "You're the dog. I'm not going back either." Qing Kong turned around and said, "The Black Death God is fighting on the front lines, I want to go too. As a member of the rookie camp, I refuse to be left behind." Shu Yun, Xiao Yur laughed heartily. Glancing at Qing Kong, he muttered softly, "Actually, sometimes, men prefer to be behind women." Qing Kong, not understanding the meaning, felt confused. But everyone was an adult. Looking at Xiao Yur, who had a mischievous smile, she could roughly guess the meaning. In the office of the Silver Dragon Commander, the frowning Silver Dragon Commander glanced at Chao Shuang. He thought this matter could not be left to Lin Feng to decide. His safety, in some aspects, was already crucial. The protection of talent. The The Silver Dragon commander was serious. Reassign a special operations team. The Silver Dragon frowned and said, which teams are currently available? Below level don't count, above can be considered. What? Reassign a special operations team to protect the Black Death God? This was a treatment at the level of a commander. It should be known that special operations teams are divided into levels. Below level teams have an average strength of 6-star martial artists. Level teams have an average of 9-star martial artists, and the captain must be at the martial sect level. Level teams have an average of martial sect, and the captain must have 9-star martial artist strength. Usually, the tasks of special operations teams, besides protecting the hand, are to execute some special combat missions. Shocked, Chao Shuang thought for a moment and said, the level Tianlang team is still around, but Tianlang, I can't say much about him. Commander, you know, he himself is the champion of the last few selection competitions, and now he's not even 30 and has stepped into 9-star martial artist. I understand, the Silver Dragon commander said calmly, have him come find me. Yes, Chao Shuang saluted and left. After he left, the Silver Dragon commander's eyes were filled with emotion. He thought about how important a genius mentalist was, probably not needing him to measure it. Sending a level special operations team to secretly protect was also an urgent matter. After the sun appeared, Lin Feng woke up early and started moving. Unlike the cautiousness of the night before, he was now somewhat unafraid of ambushes. After raising the great sun blaze to the mid-tier heavenly grade, he felt an overwhelming confidence. As he walked, Lin Feng quickly appeared in the central area of the 0912 danger zone. It was vaguely visible that last night this place was filled with beast and demon corpses, but after a night passed, there was nothing left. Lin Feng, used to it, stretched lazily, instinctively wanting to continue forward. But for some reason, he suddenly sensed someone following him. It was not a dangerous aura. His intuition told Lin Feng that it belonged to a human martial artist. Military personnel? Lin Feng murmured, not wanting to startle the snake. He had somewhat anticipated such a situation. In his view, it was most likely someone sent by Wang Chong, or someone else. Not thinking too much, Lin Feng quickened his pace. This time his target was still those groups of beasts. After the frenzied slaughter last night, their blood value was just a step away from breaking through to 4-star martial artist. Just a bit more effort, and he could break through directly. Roar, roar, roar. As he thought about this, a beastly roar soon echoed ahead. Lin Feng, with a spring in his step, looked up and felt his blood boil. In the distance, near a dry pond by a broken bridge, a large group of demon beasts was gathering. It seemed they were collectively drinking water. As Lin Feng approached, he instinctively quickened his pace. In an instant, the 3,000 willow leaf blades were drawn. Like silver bullets, they ruthlessly flew towards the demon beasts. Suddenly, blood blossoms continuously bloomed in the air. The sounds of screams and wails rose and fell. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. The 3,000 willow leaf blades fell like a silver rain. Along the way, not a single level 1 demon beast could escape. Under Lin Feng's absolute strength as a level 3 mental master and level 3 martial artist, the battle quickly came to an end. The surge of vitality throughout his body filled him with ecstatic joy. He had broken through to a level 4 martial artist. The feeling of being able to shatter a level 1 demon beast with a single punch grew stronger in Lin Feng's heart. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, another beastly roar came from ahead. It seemed that a beast tide was coming again. It should be noted that this area was close to the central region of 0912. The beast tribe appearing along the way was almost entirely composed of demon beasts. As he moved deeper, it was likely that there would be even more high-level demon beasts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Looking at the densely packed group of demon beasts in the distance, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil, especially as the number of demon beasts quickly surpassed 10,000. While observing, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something. The beasts over there were active in the perilous area of 0912. They seemed to be entirely level 9 magical beasts and level 1 demon beasts. There were only a few high-level demon beasts and demon generals. Could there be something strange about this? According to Lin Feng's knowledge, the center of this outbreak of level 5 beast tides was in 0914. Yet, until now, the guard army had not advanced into the perilous area of 0914 to investigate. The reason was that there were too many beast tribes in the perilous areas of 0912 and 0913. This forced the guard army of the Chuan City martial arts base to first eliminate these beast tribes before heading to 0914. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more unfavorable it would be for humanity. It seemed the beast tribe was also intent on intercepting the guard army along the way. To the average person, this might not seem like a problem, but a discerning eye would know that the beast tribe was brewing something big. Whether it was a massive attack or a big move, no one could tell. Roar! With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Watching the approaching group of demon beasts, he began to accelerate and charge forward. The 3,000 willow leaf blades above him darted through the air like silver bullets. The fastest-running demon beasts had no time to react. In an instant, they were slaughtered, their flesh flying and blood splattering 3 feet. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. As the frenzied slaughter began, Lin Feng's 3,000 willow leaf blades directly cut through a corner. Hundreds and thousands of magical beasts did not survive for more than 3 seconds in his hands. This made the tens of thousands of demon beasts seem less ferocious. Those hiding in the shadows, like the Sky Wolf team, were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Captain, is this a mental master? Too fierce, right? Facing tens of thousands of demon beasts, he still has the upper hand. Captain, does this guy really need our protection? He's practically protecting us. Ha ha, this guy is too fierce. I admire him. Look, in less than a minute, at least over 5,000 demon beasts have died. The Sky Wolf, with a warrior's haircut, handsome features, and a tall stature, remains silent. With his arms crossed, he glanced at the commotion below. He simply waved his hand and said, "Our goal has never been to protect the Black Death God, but rather other demon beasts. It's here, I've been waiting for it for a long time." A level 3 demon general? It's nothing much. Groups of demon beasts surged forward as if they feared nothing. Lin Feng, controlling 3,000 willow leaf blades, seemed like a god of death incarnate. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood flowers bloomed continuously. The entire scene was extremely bloody. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Kill! Lin Feng roared in a bloodthirsty rage. Then he charged forward at high speed. Under the full activation of the Great Sun Blaze, he instantly transformed into a tank, crashing through everything. Such a ferocious scene. Even the demon beasts felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing it. Ding! Using Great Sun Blaze, proficiency. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging was incessant. The frenzied Lin Feng was enveloped in beast blood. He seemed like a god of death, instilling fear in others. Roar! It was unknown which demon beast felt fear and began to flee. Following that, a group of demon beasts collectively ran away. Lin Feng saw the scene and did not pursue. Instead, he quietly drew out the demon blade. Buzz! The demon blade gave a warning. In the surrounding abandoned skyscrapers, a shadow quietly approached. A level 3 demon general. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold upon seeing this. He had long known of the other's arrival and felt no fear. On the contrary, he intended to test his own strength. Despicable human. Die! The level 3 demon general's face was twisted. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp teeth. An invisible pressure followed closely. Binding technique. Lin Feng's gaze was indifferent. He then drew his sword and unleashed the indestructible blade soul. A blade aura of 40 meters appeared out of thin air. Boom! The level 3 demon general, immobilized for a few seconds, gritted its teeth. It could only endure a single strike. However, it was just that one strike. Having already witnessed the methods of this human genius warrior, it quickly broke free and closed in. Mental attack. Great Sun Blaze. The fearless Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Then he sheathed the demon blade and approached actively. You're seeking death. The level 3 demon general saw this guy advancing instead of retreating. Its expression instantly turned fierce, but as it got closer, it felt a sudden headache. Mental master. The level 3 demon general was taken aback, feeling incredulous. It quickly regained its composure and said, "Is this your confidence? A mental master. Indeed very talented. Too bad you ran into me. Die." Boom! As the words fell, the level 3 demon general unleashed a full-force strike. Lin Feng, with the Great Sun Blaze's defense at maximum, was also sent flying. He instantly crashed through several reinforced concrete buildings. Dust filled the sky, as if everything was falling into a curtain. The level 3 demon general saw this scene and smirked. Just as it was about to turn and leave, it saw a black figure emerge from the dust. It was Lin Feng, completely unharmed. Feeling the shock of vitality coursing through him, he didn't even have a scratch. This was the terrifying aspect of the extraordinary martial skill, Great Sun Glaze. Of course, the chest area of the black tungsten battle armor was still shattered. After all, the opponent was also a level 3 demon general. Lin Feng, filled with joy, brushed off the dust from his body and said, "Is that all the strength you have? Is that all the strength you have?" As the words fell, the level 3 demon general was dumbfounded. It recalled that it had just unleashed a full force strike, yet this kid only broke a bit of outer armor? This was too terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Your physical body, so strong, the level 3 demon general said in disbelief. Lin Feng did not answer. He simply stretched and, drawing out the demon blade again, said, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to know." Arrogant. The level 3 demon general's expression changed, gritting its teeth and saying, "I want to see just how tough you are." Before it could finish speaking, 5 figures suddenly emerged around them. Among them were both men and women, each with the strength of a martial sovereign. Among them, a figure in red battle armor was the most formidable. The moment it appeared, it drew out a battle axe and charged straight at the 3rd level demon general. Special Operations Team. The 3rd level demon general, well versed in the world, immediately recognized their identities. With a surge of fear, it gritted its teeth, instinctively wanting to flee. But the 9th level demon general of the Sky Wolf team had already been killed. Could a mere 3rd level demon general escape? There was no need for all 5 to join forces. The leader of the Sky Wolf team swung his axe directly. In an instant, a bloody head fell amidst the ruins. Lin Feng watched the scene with calm eyes, not lowering the magic knife in his hand. "Hey, no need to be nervous." As the dust settled, the true face of the Sky Wolf leader revealed itself. "We are here to ensure your safety." As his words fell, the other 4 also showed their true forms. Among them were both men and women. The men were either rugged or effeminate, while the women were either valiant or extremely alluring. Looking at the gazes cast by the 5, Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. This caused the members of the Sky Wolf team to show a hint of surprise. "Captain, this is too much personality, right?" "Exactly. No thanks for us?" The Sky Wolf leader shook his head slightly, watching the departing figure and said, "He is strong, a 4-star martial artist, and also a mentalist, mastering both martial and mental skills, with the qualifications to be proud." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Indeed, the talent of this young man before them was too powerful. At first, they thought it was a bit of an overkill to protect him, but now seeing his terrifying talent, it didn't seem so absurd anymore. "Let's go. Eagle, report the situation here." The Sky Wolf waved his hand and turned to leave. After leaving the broken bridge area, Lin Feng returned to an underground parking lot. After the battle with the 3rd level demon general, although he was uninjured, his physical and mental energy had been greatly depleted. If he didn't recover soon, he would probably need to rest tonight. Moreover, after breaking through to a 4-star martial artist, Lin Feng felt his vitality surging. It was as if he had not only broken through to a 4-star martial artist. This made him quickly check his data. His merit points had surged from 22,780 to 29,380. His vitality had increased from 473,750 to 606,250. He had directly surged through 3 realms from a 3-star martial artist to a 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star martial artist. His mental points had also increased from 283,550 to 446,050. He was just one step away from breaking through to a 4th-level mentalist. Not realizing it was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Lin Feng quickly opened the panel to confirm. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Mentalist, level 3, 446,050. Vitality, 606,250. Combat skills, Gale Shadow. Perfect. God of Death's Blade. Great accomplishment, Sky Split Slash. Great accomplishment, Shadowless. Great accomplishment, Immobilization Technique. Great accomplishment. Entry, minor accomplishment. Great accomplishment, perfect. Extraordinary martial skills, Indestructible Blade Soul. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Great Sun Glaze. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. From a 3-star martial artist to a 6-star martial artist, he had consecutively broken through 3 minor realms. No wonder Lin Feng felt his vitality continuously surging. It turned out that after the frenzied and selfless slaughter just now, he had broken through 3 realms in a row. Above martial artists were martial sects, that already counted as stepping into the realm of strong warriors in the martial arts hall. Looking across the major martial arts spaces, he was also one of the talents. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. A 6-star martial artist. He finally felt he had some small strength. With his physical and mental energy greatly depleted, he closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief, Commander Silver Dragon glanced at the incoming letter, his face filled with shock. He glanced at Chao Shuang and said, "Is this true? How long has the Black Death God broken through to a 2-star martial artist, and now he's already a 4-star martial artist?" "Yes," Chao Shuang replied, equally shocked. "Commander, this is the information brought back by the Skywolf. It can't be wrong." "Hiss." Commander Silver Dragon nodded. He couldn't help but gasp in excitement, his eyes filled with thrill. He thought to himself that Lin Feng's talent seemed to far exceed his imagination. Based on the awakening of his killing talent, this breakthrough speed was simply too fast. Moreover, this guy was also a mentalist, a top genius with dual cultivation in martial and spiritual arts. Looking across the entire Great Xiao Alliance, he was indeed a top talent, right? The Silver Dragon commander, not daring to think further, nodded and said, "Understood, let them continue to protect the Black Death God." "Yes." Chao Shuang saluted and left. After the person left, the Silver Dragon commander couldn't wait to enter the secret chamber. As the shadow of the Night Owl commander appeared, he saluted and said, "Commander, Lin Feng has broken through to a 4-star martial artist." "What?" The Night Owl commander's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Did he not just break through to a 2-star martial artist the day before yesterday? So soon?" The Silver Dragon commander nodded. Overwhelmed with excitement, he spoke, "It was confirmed by our people personally. This kid is only 18 years old, dual cultivating in martial and spiritual arts. His future is limitless." "Indeed, his future is limitless," the Night Owl commander said in shock. "The Blue Star Alliance's competition is about to begin, and our Great Xiao Alliance also has a quota. We must ensure this kid's safety." "What? The Blue Star Alliance competition?" The Silver Dragon commander exclaimed excitedly. "Is it really starting?" "Commander, I heard this competition is extraordinary." "Yes, the newly emerged secret realms are too vast," the Night Owl commander sighed. "Countries like Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom, Stick, and India will all participate. This competition is to reasonably divide the exploration areas. It concerns the national fortune of our Great Xiao Alliance." "Yes." The Silver Dragon commander saluted excitedly. He thought to himself that competitions like this had happened before. Since the revival of spiritual energy, during the Pingwu and Zhongwu eras, major alliance members had held such competitions to compete for secret realm resources. But this was the first time the entire Blue Star Alliance's members were joining in a competition. However, it also showed how important this newly emerged secret realm was. In the central area of the Chuan City martial arts base, after Shining Qing walked out of the hypermarket, her face was full of frustration. She glanced at her good friend beside her and shook her head slightly. Hu Xinger also put down her ice cream bucket and said, "Not yet. Where on earth did this guy go? We've searched nearly 50 hypermarkets in the past few days. Where is Lin Feng hiding?" "I don't know." Shining Qing sighed. "Anyway, there are still 30 left. Let's finish searching before we talk." "All right." Hu Xinger nodded. Looking at her somewhat tired friend, she felt a bit emotional. It seemed that a beautiful girl searching like this was probably mostly for love. Just as she was lost in thought, Hu Xinger suddenly felt as if someone was following her from behind. Instinctively turning around, she saw nothing. Feeling a bit strange, she touched her head and quickly followed after. After she left, Uncle Fu slowly walked out. With a calm expression, he glanced at the hypermarket in front of him, filled with confusion. He wondered what the young lady was really looking for. Since he had been following them for a day, the place they had visited the most was the hypermarket. At first, Uncle Fu thought they were planning to buy some fish to eat. Who knew they were just looking and not buying, as if they were searching for something? Could it be? With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Uncle Fu suddenly felt he had guessed something. If his guess was true, the person they wanted to find might be right here. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but admire Third Master's cleverness. With a smile on his lips, he quickly followed after. A night passed. The next day arrived quickly. The first thing Lin Feng did after waking up was to take out the barbecue grill. Then, he skillfully sliced the beast meat, marinated it, and grilled it. When both sides turned golden and sizzled with oil, Lin Feng hurriedly sprinkled some barbecue seasoning and cumin. Finally, he added some soul juice. Thus, a wonderful day began. Lin Feng, already starving, began to feast heartily. The taste was spicy and fragrant, lingering in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. It was still that familiar flavor. Ignoring his personal image, Lin Feng began to devour the food voraciously, like a whirlwind sweeping through the remnants of a storm. In less than a moment, hundreds of pounds of monster meat were completely consumed. Burp! After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng let out a hearty belch and then tidied up before leaving. The plan for the day begins in the morning. Naturally, he had no intention of wasting time. With the threat of the third-level demon general gone, this 0912 danger zone felt like flat ground to Lin Feng. Taking advantage of this gap, he could completely clear out the monsters in this area. Moreover, Lin Feng was only one step away from breaking through to become a 4th level mental master. According to the records in the Mental Master Cultivation Classic, only upon reaching the 4th level of mental mastery could one be considered a true powerhouse among mental masters. Lost in thought, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the depths of the 0912 danger zone. It was faintly visible that with the death of the 3rd level demon general, the magical beasts and monsters here had scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree. They no longer attacked in the organized and large-scale manner they had before. Surely, Wang Chong and Li Longyun would soon notice this phenomenon. Without thinking too much, Lin Feng stretched and then dashed forward at high speed. As he approached the beast herd, the 3,000 willow leaf blades struck first. Before a first-level monster could react, its head fell to the ground in an instant. Another first-level monster's eyes went blank, and it died on the spot. The sudden ambush, roar, 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 caused the beast herd to fall into chaos in an instant. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points gained. Ding! Slaying a first-level monster, vitality points gained. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points gained. Ding! Slaying a first-level monster, vitality points gained. The sounds of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng was like a wolf among sheep. Under the irregular attacks of the 3,000 willow leaf blades, his mental power and vitality points were skyrocketing. When the beast herd saw that it was Lin Feng, they immediately began to flee in a frenzy. This created a spectacular scene of one person chasing tens of thousands of monsters. The 5 members of the Tianlang team, hiding in the shadows, exchanged glances, especially the short-haired girl named Falcon, who exclaimed in shock, "This is too outrageous, right? Is he really a 4-star martial artist? Look at this, his methods are even more impressive than an 8-star martial artist. This must be the mental master." Someone sighed, "Captain, a demon general has appeared." "Look," Tianlang shook his head slightly, glancing at the commotion below. "Just a first-level demon general. Let's see how strong he really is. Everyone help me push the book, send some free gifts. My recent earnings have been a bit low." "Thank you." Lin Feng chased from behind. The monsters ran ahead. Controlling the 3,000 willow leaf blades, he was now comparable to the Grim Reaper. Wherever he passed, not a single monster remained intact. Amidst the flying blood and flesh, blossoms of blood continued to bloom. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points gained. Ding! Slaying a first-level monster, vitality points gained. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points gained. Ding! Slaying a first-level monster, vitality points gained. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, Lin Feng felt his mental power and vitality points surging wildly. Upon reaching a certain threshold, he felt his mind suddenly clear. It wasn't a feeling of losing focus, but rather a sense of expanded vision. It was as if he could see through everything within 100 meters around him, a power akin to X-ray vision. Breaking through to a 4th-level mental master. Breaking through to a 7-star martial artist. Is this the mental domain? Lin Feng, who had stopped, felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. According to the records in the Mental Master Cultivation Classic, once one breaks through to a 4th-level mental master, they awaken the talent of the mental domain. Just like breaking through the martial artist realm, there would be an awakening of talent. Clearly, after smoothly breaking through to a 4th-level mental master, Lin Feng's mental domain had awakened as well. Moreover, according to the records in the Mental Master Cultivation Classic, only after perfecting the mental domain could one break through to a 5th-level mental master. Each person's awakened mental domain is different. Some are flowers, grass, and trees, some are rivers, lakes, and ponds, some are the sun, moon, and stars. The mental domain varies, and the future upper limits of cultivation for mental masters also differ. It is said that the stronger and more complex the mental domain, the greater the chance of becoming a high-level or top-level mental master in the future. And that 9th-level psychic master from the beautiful country, it is said that he awakened the domain of time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly became curious about what psychic domain he had awakened. Just as he wanted to inspect it, a faint sound suddenly came from 100 meters away. Immediately after, a first-level bull python demon appeared silently. An ambush. This change made his expression shift. If it weren't for the early warning from his psychic domain, he might not have reacted in time. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng activated the Great Sun Blaze defense. He skillfully controlled 3,000 willow leaf blades to protect himself. "You lowly human, how did you discover me?" The first-level bull python demon, who was planning to launch a sneak attack, was instantly shocked. "You probably don't have the right to know." Lin Feng's expression was cold. After breaking through to a 4th-level psychic master and a 7-star martial artist, his strength had skyrocketed. Facing the first-level bull python demon before him, Lin Feng gripped his magic knife and charged forward. Immobilization technique. As he got close, he directly used the immobilization technique. The first-level bull python demon, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned, feeling as if it had sunk into a quagmire and couldn't move an inch. What skill is this? Hearing the exclamation, Lin Feng had no time to answer. Swift as the wind, he quickly reached the front of the first-level bull python demon. With a swift motion, he brought down his knife. Crack! Accompanied by a cracking sound, half of the bull horn along with flesh fell to the ground. Roar! Letting out a deafening scream, it instantly broke free from control and retreated repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's lips curled up. Without any pause, he chased after it again. In an instant, the terrifying psychic annihilation of a fourth-level psychic master descended. Ah, my head hurts. The bull python demon, once again suffering a critical hit, let out a miserable scream. Feeling fear in its heart, it no longer had the desire to kill and immediately turned to flee. But Lin Feng was as fast as lightning, following like a black cannonball. This left the 5 members of the small team hiding in the shadows in shock. This is the strength of a 7-star martial artist, right? I must be seeing things. Yes, it's definitely a 7-star martial artist. And he must at least be a 2nd-level psychic master. A 3rd-level psychic master. Absolutely a 3rd-level psychic master. This kid is too powerful. Dual cultivation of martial and psychic arts. Captain, this guy is terrifying. How did he do it? Hearing his teammates' inquiries, the captain of the Tianlang team, arms crossed, was also in shock. He thought to himself that he had underestimated the Black Death God once again. The potential this kid displayed far exceeded his imagination. Watching the commotion ahead, he shook his head and said, "Perhaps this is what genius looks like." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. They all knew that among them, who could be considered a genius. But compared to this guy, they truly felt ordinary. Roar! In the distant ruins, the bull python demon let out a scream and was instantly knocked to the ground by a 40-meter-long knife. Dust filled the air. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, walked step by step towards it. Looking at the bull python demon, barely clinging to life in the ruins, his gaze was cold. You will die. Lord Little Wind won't let you go. The bull python demon gritted its teeth. Little Wind? Not familiar. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then, with a swift motion, he brought down his knife, and a bullhead fell to the ground. Ding! Slayed a 1st-level demon general, gaining vitality points. Hearing the panel prompt, Lin Feng sheathed the magic knife. He thought to himself that after breaking through to a 7-star martial artist and a 4th-level psychic master, with his full power unleashed, his strength was comparable to that of a martial sect master. Even slaughtering 1st-level demon generals was not a problem. Overjoyed, he swallowed hard. Then he checked the panel data. Merit points surged from 29,380 to 36,780. Vitality points also increased from 606,250 to 680,250. He had broken through from a 6-star martial artist to a 7-star martial artist. Psychic points surged from 446,050 to 538,550. After breaking through to a 4th-level psychic master, 538,550, and checking the data, Lin Feng was ecstatic. The increase in strength filled him with confidence, especially after reaching the 4th-level psychic master. He had also awakened a psychic domain. As for what this domain was at the moment, he still did not know. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced around. He quickly left the place. The dangerous beasts had basically been cleared out, and there was no value in staying here. Moments later, in the camp, after Wang Chong hung up the communication, his face was filled with shock. He turned to look at Lin Feng and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Black Death God, you're too amazing. You cleared it out just like that? Lin Feng didn't have time for idle chatter. Looking at Wang Chong, he said, I need to go into seclusion for a few days. Can you find me a safer place? Seclusion? Wang Chang's spirit jolted. Black Death God, you're not going for a second awakening, are you? Second awakening? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. He really didn't know what a second awakening was. Moreover, he always felt that his attribute points were not some innate killing awakening talent. It was just to avoid exposing his golden finger that he had to grit his teeth and let everyone think he was an innate killing talent awakener. In fact, Lin Feng had never awakened. As for this seclusion, it was also to study the spiritual domain. The second awakening is crucial, Wang Chong continued excitedly. This matter cannot be taken lightly. I'll notify Chao Shuang immediately to arrange it. Black Death God, I'm really curious about what talent you'll awaken the second time. If you succeed, you'll be a dual talent awakener. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain. He saw the excited Wang Chong quickly dial a phone number. After hanging up, he said excitedly, "Wait a moment, they'll be here soon. You definitely need to go back to Chuan City for the second awakening. Black Death God, I have high hopes for you, go for it." Lin Feng. Not knowing what to say, Lin Feng sighed. He could only wait silently. In less than a moment, two familiar figures appeared outside the door. It was Long Shuang and Chao Shuang. "Black Death God, you're going for a second awakening?" Chao Shuang, who walked into the room, said excitedly. Long Shuang also cast a glance at him, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of surprise. "Sort of, I don't really know the specifics." Lin Feng could only explain like this. "Good." Chao Shuang nodded excitedly. "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything, and I've brought the awakening stones you need, go for it. I have high hopes for you." "Awakening stones?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and could only nod. Meanwhile, Long Xuan looked at Lin Feng a few times before suddenly asking, "You've broken through to a level 4 mentalist?" The sudden question left Wang Chong and Chao Shuang stunned again. "What? Black Death God has broken through to a level 4 mentalist?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng did not hide it. Long Xuan was also a mentalist and not at a low level, so it was normal for her to sense his strength. "I just broke through not long ago," Lin Feng said. Hiss. Wang Chong couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Looking at the Black Death God before him, his eyes were filled with shock. He thought, what kind of genius is this? Not only is he about to undergo a second awakening, but he has also broken through to level 4 as a mentalist. His martial arts cultivation has even reached the 7-star martial master level. "This is too amazing. This is real." Chao Shuang stammered, "You are too strong." "Congratulations," Long Shuang nodded. "I still have a long way to go. I hope to consult you when I have time." Lin Feng nodded slightly without speaking. He thought that saying such polite words was too much. He had just awakened the spiritual domain and knew nothing. How could he be a teacher? Then, Lin Feng, accompanied by Long Shuang and Chao Shuang, instantly teleported back to Chuan City. During the teleportation, Lin Feng no longer felt as surprised as before. On the contrary, after awakening the spiritual domain, he could see the changes around him more clearly. To put it simply, the speed around him had slowed down. As long as he wanted, he could also use instant teleportation. It was just that his proficiency and accuracy might not be as good as Long Shuang's. In no time, the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base came into view. The towering buildings and the solemn emblem commanded respect. At the entrance, the Silver Dragon Commander had been waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, he stepped forward excitedly. "You're going for a second awakening? Has the mentalist reached level 4? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng could only scratch his head and reporting, "Commander, indeed, I have broken through to level 4 as a mentalist, and my martial arts realm has reached 7 stars. As for the second awakening, I'm not too sure." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Commander Silver Dragon couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, Lin Feng is truly a genius. Not only has he continuously broken through in martial arts in a short time, but now he has also reached level 4 as a mentalist. Moreover, he seems to be on the verge of a second awakening of his talent. What a terrifying gift this is. Without dwelling on his shock, Commander Silver Dragon said, "All right, come with me. You two can go back." "Yes." Chao Shuang and Long Shuang saluted and left. After they departed, Lin Feng followed Commander Silver Dragon towards the building. This time, he was not going to the upper levels, but to the underground level 66. On the way, Commander Silver Dragon reminded him, "You are still young and may not know the signs of a second awakening, but it often occurs during the breakthrough to the martial artist realm. I have already prepared the awakening stone, you just need to focus on your seclusion." "Yes, Commander." Lin Feng saluted. Commander Silver Dragon smiled slightly, looking at the young Lin Feng with a sense of nostalgia. Being young is great. "Lin Feng, keep it up. Many people have high hopes for you." "Yes, Commander." Lin Feng saluted again. Soon, the elevator arrived at underground level 66. When the door opened, the temperature here was noticeably lower than on the surface. The corridor's architecture was almost entirely made of silver metal. Even the rooms on both sides were filled with various high-tech instruments. Lin Feng, seeing these things for the first time, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Commander Silver Dragon, however, was unfazed and led him to room 001 of the area. This was a silver-gray metallic room, and apart from a bed and some living facilities, there was nothing else. "Go in," Commander Silver Dragon said with a smile. "This is a level training room. It will provide you with whatever you need, and most importantly, it's very safe. No one will disturb you." "Level training room?" Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. It should be noted that the training room in the rookie camp was only at level 1, but even level 1 was far better than many training rooms outside. Not to mention a level training room. Feeling somewhat excited, Lin Feng nodded and entered the metallic room, and the door opened. Please select training environment. The moment he entered, a line of blue text appeared in the room. The so-called training environments included green mountains, clear waters, snowy mountains, and various other settings, totaling over 40 types. This left Lin Feng somewhat shocked. In the end, he chose the environment of being under a snowy mountain. The surroundings of the room began to change. Snowy mountains started to appear, and a cold breeze blew in. In short, it felt as if he were truly in a snowy mountain. Lin Feng smiled slightly at this. He then began to sit cross-legged. He thought to himself that after awakening his mental domain, he hadn't had time to ponder it yet. After all, everyone's awakened mental domain is different, and so are their abilities. He was quite looking forward to what his mental domain would be. Meanwhile, in the underground level 66 secret room, as the figure of Commander Night Owl appeared, Commander Silver Dragon reported, "Commander, Lin Feng has broken through to 7 stars in martial arts, and he has also reached level 4 as a mentalist. Most importantly, he is currently in seclusion for a second awakening of his talent." Commander Night Owl. While attending a meeting elsewhere, Commander Night Owl fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, his face was filled with shock. He thought to himself, this kid Lin Feng is too strong. At such a young age, he possesses such talent. It's simply astonishing. "I'll be back soon," Commander Night Owl said solemnly. "Has the awakening stone been arranged?" "It's all prepared." Commander Silver Dragon replied, "Commander, I feel that Lin Feng's second awakening talent must be very strong." "Ha ha," Commander Night Owl laughed heartily. "Need I say more? A genius with dual cultivation in both martial and mental arts undergoing a second awakening. Can you find another in the entire Great Xiao Alliance? No, the Blue Star Alliance? Could it be? Our Chuan City might be producing a super genius." The commander of the Silver Dragon nodded, thinking that a martial artist of such caliber was rare even in the entire Blue Star Alliance. For instance, the lightning talent wielder from the beautiful country is one of the top geniuses, revered as the god of thunder. Then there's the shapeshifting talent wielder from the Cherry Blossom country, known as the Pirate King for his transformation abilities, and the Blade Emperor from the Great Xiao Alliance. These individuals are all top geniuses from recent years, having entered the martial sovereign realm at a young age. With their powerful awakened talents, they possess limitless future potential. In any country, they would be the most dazzling geniuses. And now, Chuan City has produced a super genius, Lin Feng. Whether it's his dual cultivation of martial arts or his second awakening talent, his potential surpasses that of the top geniuses. Once he rises, he will surely embody the form of a war god. Thinking of this, the commander of the Silver Dragon felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the departing Night Owl commander and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the 0912 danger zone, after 2 days and nights of fierce fighting, Xiao Yur, Qing Kong, Xu Yun, and their group of rookies finally qualified to enter 0912. Just when they thought they would meet Lin Feng and fight alongside him, who would have thought that Instructor Grey Wolf suddenly informed everyone that the 0912 danger zone had been breached by the guard army. These are the rookies? At that moment, Wang Chong and Li Longyun accompanied Grey Wolf to the camp. Looking at the group of rookies before them, everyone's expressions varied. Grey Wolf was filled with emotion, while Li Longyun looked pleased. Wang Chong wore a smug expression. "Yes, these are the rookie camp," Grey Wolf said with a smile. "Some others haven't arrived yet. We got here faster." "Exactly." Wang Chong nodded. "You all know the Black Death God, right? He's also a rookie, and you should learn from him. This time, we were able to quickly capture 0912 thanks to the Black Death God." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, because on the way here, they had heard many rumors about the Black Death God. They said he single-handedly chased down demon generals and killed them, or that he pursued tens of thousands of demon beasts alone. At first, they didn't quite believe it, but after receiving military confirmation, they were truly amazed. "Where is the Black Death God?" At this moment, Qing Kong couldn't help but ask. Wang Chong glanced at Qing Kong and secretly nodded, thinking that this person was not simple. With a beaming smile, he replied, "The Black Death God went back to Breakthrough. He should be back soon." "All right, rookies, clean up the battlefield of 0912. We'll be waiting for you in the 0913 danger zone." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chong, Li Longyun, and the others led the team away. Grey Wolf, left behind, felt a mix of emotions upon seeing this scene. He thought to himself that rookies like the Black Death God could already turn the tide alone, while this group of rookies could only play the role of cleaners. "What are you looking at? Stop staring. You all should learn from the Black Death God. You know, he's also a rookie, and he can change the course of battle, yet you're still cleaning the battlefield. What will people think if this gets out? Don't say I, Grey Wolf, brought you out. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Qing Kong and Xiao Yuer looked at each other and silently walked towards the battlefield. In the advanced training room, as Lin Feng closed his eyes to meditate, a mental realm began to emerge in his mind. It was a presence similar to chaos, still quite vague. He subconsciously tried to use his will to make contact, but found that something was always missing. After repeatedly attempting contact hundreds of times, even though Lin Feng was a level 4 mentalist, he felt somewhat exhausted. According to the records in the Mentalist Cultivation Classic, the stronger the mentalist's realm, the harder it is to control. This also means that the difficulty of cultivating to a level 5 mentalist increases. What on earth is this? Lin Feng murmured as he opened his eyes. He glanced at the white mental energy in his hands, his face filled with confusion. Feeling a bit tired, he instinctively stretched, but inadvertently noticed a red stone directly across the room. Awakening Stone. Lin Feng was taken aback, instantly recognizing its identity. According to the records of the Warrior Badge, anyone who breaks through to the Martial Master realm has a chance to awaken their talent. Once a powerful talent is awakened, it signifies boundless potential for the future. Conversely, if the awakened talent is mediocre, one will continue to live an ordinary life. Just like the martial examination, this is also an opportunity for warriors to defy fate. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He glanced at the red awakening stone and then used his mental power to bring it closer. He thought to himself that having broken through to the 7 stars of the Martial Master realm, he was indeed qualified to use this awakening stone. He just didn't know what talent he would awaken. After all, he already had a stat panel. With that in mind, Lin Feng tried to touch it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling red light quietly appeared. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He wondered what was happening. As the red light grew stronger, he felt his mental domain shift slightly. Although it was just a subtle movement, Lin Feng still sensed it. It was visible to the naked eye. The awakening stone in his hand quickly transformed into red light and vanished into his body. The moment the red light disappeared, Lin Feng felt his mental domain shift again. With a face full of shock, he swallowed hard. He had a rough idea of what was happening. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng said to the room, "I need an awakening stone." As soon as he finished speaking, another red awakening stone appeared in the room. Lin Feng repeated the process, trying to touch it again. Sure enough, the mental domain in his mind shifted once more. Then the awakening stone was absorbed. This made Lin Feng smile, and he immediately continued the operation. Meanwhile, in the office of the Silver Dragon Commander, the commander glanced at the time, planning to check the underground level 66. Just then, Xiao Shuang rushed in excitedly and said, "Commander, you have to go take a look. The Black Death God has already consumed 30 awakening stones." "What? 30 awakening stones?" The Silver Dragon Commander was taken aback. He thought to himself that the awakening stone is a medium for awakening talent. Generally, a martial master requires at most 10 awakening stones for awakening, and the awakening time is at most 1 day. Of course, there are some powerful martial masters who use more than 15 stones. This is already a high number in Chuan City and other martial arts spaces. But the Silver Dragon Commander never expected that Lin Feng would use 30 awakening stones in less than half a day. What kind of terrifying talent is he trying to awaken? This is too exciting. The shocked Silver Dragon Commander swallowed hard and said, "Let's go. Follow me to take a look." "Wait, how many awakening stones are left?" "Less than 100, Xiao Shuang replied. "Should we get some more?" "We must get more." The Silver Dragon Commander said excitedly, "Get another 100, no, 500, from other martial arts spaces. Consider it a loan from me." "Yes." Xiao Shuang saluted and left. After he left, the Silver Dragon Commander was filled with excitement, walking while making a phone call. "Chief, you need to come back. Lin Feng is incredible." Lin Feng was consuming the awakening stones one by one. His mental domain was becoming increasingly active. From an initially motionless chaotic state to now a golden chaotic state. It looked particularly strange. Moreover, as Lin Feng continued to absorb the awakening stones, a second color appeared. Green. Sigh. After using the last awakening stone, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh. By now, he had used 100 awakening stones, yet he still didn't understand what this mental domain was. Just as he was sighing, suddenly another pile of awakening stones appeared in the room. By the looks of it, there should be 100. This left Lin Feng stunned, and then his heart warmed. He didn't need to guess, it was clearly arranged by the Silver Dragon Commander. "Continue?" Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. He thought to himself that this mental domain probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. So far, aside from the awakening stones causing some changes, he had tried all other methods with no reaction. Since that's the case, then he would continue to charge ahead. With that thought, Lin Feng began to absorb the awakening stones again. As he absorbed piece after piece, the mental realm in his mind indeed became active once more. Besides the golden hue, a streak of green also began to grow stronger. This made Lin Feng realize something. He then quickened his absorption speed. 10 pieces, 50 pieces, 100 pieces. After absorbing a full 100 awakening stones, the green began to stop expanding, and a streak of blue appeared. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. Having sensed the mystery of the mental realm, he instinctively looked towards the corner. Sure enough, in the corner, there were 200 more awakening stones. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to absorb them one by one again. At this moment, outside the door, the Silver Dragon Commander and the Night Owl Commander were waiting. Looking at the number of awakening stones being absorbed, the expressions of the two were somewhat complex, especially the Silver Dragon Commander, who wiped the sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself that others took at most 15 awakening stones and a day to awaken. Yet Lin Feng had already used 400 awakening stones and taken 3 days. What kind of talent was he awakening? The Silver Dragon Commander, lost in thought, glanced at the commander and said, "Commander, do you think this could be a problem?" "It's been 3 days." The Night Owl Commander shook his head slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. For some reason, he felt that this was an omen that had never appeared before. The shocked Night Owl Commander said, "If we look at the times of the plain martial and middle martial eras, the only person who could awaken for this long would probably be the war god of Yin and Huang." The war god of Yin and Huang? The Silver Dragon Commander's expression changed. He instinctively glanced at the room and said in a deep voice, "Commander, are you saying that Lin Feng's talent is comparable to the war god of Yin and Huang?" "Not necessarily." The Night Owl Commander said, hands behind his back, "It's very likely he could surpass the war god of Yin and Huang." Surpass? Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon Commander fell silent. Although the war god of Yin and Huang had long since disappeared, he was undoubtedly the strongest in the Great Xiao Alliance for so long. It was a pity that he vanished suddenly at the peak of his power. Thinking of this, the Silver Dragon Commander nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, then Lin Feng's future is unimaginable." The Night Owl Commander said nothing. He merely gazed silently at the training room. In his eyes, there was nothing but anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the third food processing plant in Chuan City, after Shining Qing walked out of the large supermarket, her face was still filled with worry. She glanced at her waiting best friend and said, "Do you think he might be lying to me? That he's just finished looking for a few places? What are you panicking about? There are still more than 10 places left." Hu Xinger comforted her, even if he can't find them, it doesn't matter. Let him stay single." Shining Qing shook her head slightly, feeling a sense of loneliness. For some reason, she felt she was very close to Lin Feng. Yet no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find him. "Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow." "Humph, I will find him." Hu Xinger smiled bitterly, glancing at her good friend, and could only nod and follow her out. After the two left, Uncle Fu's figure slowly appeared. With a calm expression, he looked at the third food processing plant in Chuan City, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes. He thought to himself that in the past few days, the young lady had been running all over the city, and her purpose was always the large supermarket. Not knowing what the young lady was looking for, he could only continue to follow. With that thought, Uncle Fu turned to leave, pondering that this matter still needed to be reported to Third Master. Otherwise, if this dragged on, that gentleman might lose his patience. As night fell, inside the training room, Lin Feng's expression was excited, his eyes shining. It was vaguely visible. After absorbing 200 awakening stones, his mental realm now displayed 4 colors: gold, green, blue, and red, and it had not yet reached its limit. After these 4 colors appeared, Lin Feng clearly felt his mental strength had increased somewhat. It was as if he could control something, but he just hadn't figured it out yet. According to the records in the Mental Master's Cultivation Classic, this seemed to be a symbol of opening the mental realm. In a certain sense, Lin Feng had already mastered the mental realm. He just hadn't explored its abilities yet. Thinking of this, he glanced at the hundreds of awakening stones in the corner. Then he gritted his teeth and continued to absorb. 10 stones, 100 stones, 150 stones. After absorbing a total of 160 awakening stones, the 5th color appeared: yellow. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. To verify this guess, he subconsciously continued to absorb the awakening stones. However, he found that his mental domain had become immobile. After the 5th color appeared, everything returned to silence. "What is this?" Lin Feng, feeling shocked, swallowed hard. For a moment, he couldn't understand what this mental domain was. Moreover, this mental domain was still opened with awakening stones. It was somewhat absurd. In this situation, Lin Feng could only try to explore. He first attempted to manipulate the domain with his mental power but found that it remained unresponsive. Then Lin Feng experimented with various postures using his mental power. In the end, there was no reaction at all. It was like a dead fish lying on a bed. Somewhat puzzled, Lin Feng sighed. He then stopped trying. This mental domain was too strange. It made him feel somewhat out of control, especially after consuming so many awakening stones. Not only did he not awaken any talent, but he also couldn't figure out the mental domain. While thinking, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Awakening talent? Yes. The anomaly in the mental domain couldn't be the awakened talent, could it? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng seemed to sense something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Metal. He glanced around the metallic room and then got up to walk over. After getting close to the wall, Lin Feng swallowed hard with some anticipation. He instinctively placed his hand against it. Buzz! Suddenly, the rare metal wall before him melted away as quickly as snow meeting fire, and then it flowed into Lin Feng's palm. The golden part of the mental domain in his mind also grew a little stronger. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse at this strange scene. It was visible to the naked eye. This rare metal wall, several dozen meters thick, was melting at a speed of 1 meter per second. If it continued to melt like this, the building would probably collapse. To avoid a mishap, Lin Feng quickly stopped. After discovering this strange change, he felt ecstatic. Thud thud. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. The people who rushed in were none other than the Silver Dragon Commander, Night Owl Commander, and others. Seeing the alarm light up outside, they chose to break the door immediately. Lin Feng, are you okay? Night Owl Commander looked at Lin Feng, feeling somewhat anxious. The Silver Dragon Commander was also sweating profusely, looking very worried. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, thinking why these two were so nervous. I'm fine. What happened, commanders? The Silver Dragon and Night Owl exchanged glances, feeling relieved. They had been guarding outside the door, and who knew the alarm would suddenly go off. When the alarm in the training room goes off, it indicates that the person inside might be in danger. They had no choice but to break the door to save him. Fortunately, it was all a false alarm. Lin Feng was fine and looked as lively as ever. Did you awaken your talent? The Silver Dragon Commander asked the most concerning question. After all, Lin Feng had been in this room for almost 4 days, consuming nearly 500 awakening stones. Such a record was unprecedented in the entire Great Xia Alliance. Talent? Lin Feng found it hard to speak when he heard the question. He glanced at the Silver Dragon Commander and Night Owl Commander and said, I'm not sure if I have awakened any talent, but there have indeed been some changes. What changes? Night Owl Commander asked with concern. He was very attentive to a super genius like Lin Feng. If there was even a slight problem, he had to help him out. Lin Feng nodded slightly and then spoke about the appearance of the anomalous colors in his mental domain. Of course, he only mentioned the golden color and did not mention the other 4 colors. After he finished speaking, he found that both the Night Owl Commander and the Silver Dragon Commander were looking at him in shock. A somewhat dazed Lin Feng scratched his head and asked, Gentlemen, does this count as a talent? It counts. It definitely counts. And it's a top-tier talent. The Night Owl Commander nodded, his heart filled with immense joy. He pondered over Lin Feng's mention of the ability to merge metals in the spiritual realm. Although such a phenomenon had never occurred in the Great Xia or even the entire Blue Star Alliance, there had been instances of individual metal merging abilities. For example, in recent years, there had been 2 metal ability awakeners in the beautiful country. One of them, known for his ability to manipulate any metal, became famous and was called Magneto. The other enhanced himself by merging metals and was known as Iron Man. These 2 young warriors, with their metallic talents, definitely had a promising future. Under the protection of the beautiful country, they even aimed to become national heroes. They formed a genius alliance with Thor and a few others. It seemed that these individuals were going to participate in the upcoming Blue Star Alliance competition. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared in the Night Owl Commander's eyes as he said, Lin Feng, you might have a metallic talent, which has been seen in some known individuals. My suggestion is, why not test your ability? Exactly. The Silver Dragon Commander eagerly added, metal abilities are very strong. They can enhance your own defense and also manipulate other metals. Why don't you try to see which type you have? Lin Feng nodded. He was completely clueless about this aspect of talent. After the Night Owl Commander and the Silver Dragon Commander clarified things for him, he gained a certain understanding. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the laboratory. It was already prepared with various types of metals. Upon entering, the Night Owl Commander smiled and said, let's first test the merging. Iron Man from the beautiful country can merge various metals into his body, which can rapidly strengthen his physical form, achieving an indestructible effect. Of course, this also relates to the strength of the warrior's own abilities. Lin Feng, if you have this talent, it will be like a fish in water for you. Merging metals like Iron Man? Hearing this strange name, Lin Feng showed a hint of confusion. Glancing at the various metals in the laboratory, he followed along to try merging. But just like before, as soon as his hand touched these metals, they were crazily devoured. The golden light in the spiritual realm also gradually grew stronger. As for his body, there were no signs of becoming stronger. After devouring several rare metals, Lin Feng stopped and said, "I don't feel any strengthening in my body. I guess I don't have this type of ability." The Silver Dragon Commander nodded and had someone record the experimental data. Then he looked at the Night Owl Commander and said, "Then let's try manipulating metals." The Magneto from the beautiful country is famous worldwide for his ability to manipulate various metals. Manipulating metals like Magneto? Hearing these strange names, Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the various metals and tried to use his mental power to manipulate them. Buzz! To his surprise, the moment his mental power touched, the golden light lit up. It covered a piece of iron like a golden radiance. To the naked eye, the moment the golden light fell, the ordinary iron instantly turned golden. This sudden scene left the Silver Dragon Commander and the Night Owl Commander dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Lin Feng was also taken aback and instinctively stepped forward to pick up the iron piece for a closer look. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it shocked him. The previously unremarkable iron piece had now turned into a rare metal with a hard texture. "Is this enchantment?" Lin Feng murmured, glancing a few times, suddenly astonished by this ability. He thought to himself, if the golden color enhances the weapon's attack power, then what about the other types? This made him swallow hard, feeling a bit excited. "What is this ability?" The Night Owl Commander exclaimed in amazement. "It can turn ordinary iron into rare metals. This is too incredible." "If I'm not mistaken," the Silver Dragon Commander said, "this ability enhances the attack power of your own weapons. Lin Feng, your talent is incredible." Hearing the praise from the two leaders, Lin Feng nodded slightly. He felt that this metallic ability was not as simple as it seemed. Or rather, he had not fully grasped it yet. He could only say that he had discovered its most superficial capability. To completely integrate and understand it, he would need time to explore. Especially since, besides gold, there were also green, blue, red, and yellow. What each ability represented still required Lin Feng to slowly comprehend. "Commander, look, it's regressed again." At that moment, the Silver Dragon Commander noticed that the iron object, which had turned into a rare metal, had returned to its original form. This made Lin Feng even more certain that this was a kind of enchanting ability. Moreover, the duration of the enchantment was related to the strength of the ability possessed. It seemed that it could be achieved by devouring metals. With these thoughts, Lin Feng glanced at the various metals filling the room. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Without any hesitation, he began to devour chunks of different metals. The Night Owl Commander watched with great anticipation. After all, this kid Lin Feng's second awakening talent seemed a bit extraordinary. If he could fully understand it, it would probably shock the entire Blue Star. Soon, as Lin Feng devoured various metals, the golden attribute in his mind slowly increased. After consuming a certain amount, he tried to summon an ordinary willow leaf knife. This type of willow leaf knife was made of alloy, specifically designed to cut through the outer defenses of magical beasts and monsters. Under Lin Feng's massive mental control, 3,000 willow leaf knives were comparable to a destructive storm, breaking through anything. Of course, when facing higher-level enemies, the power of the 3,000 willow leaf knives would be greatly reduced. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng smirked. He glanced at the rare metal wall beside him and then controlled the ordinary willow leaf knife to strike. Clang! With a piercing sound of metal colliding, the ordinary willow leaf knife was instantly repelled. The rare metal wall only showed a shallow dent. Lin Feng, the defense level of this underground wall is at least above a 9-star martial master. The Silver Dragon Commander reminded. Lin Feng nodded. Without saying much, he continued to experiment. With a casual wave, the golden enchantment instantly enveloped the ordinary willow leaf knife. To the naked eye, the blade began to turn gold continuously until it completely transformed into rare metal. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at this scene. He glanced at the defensive wall and then controlled the golden willow leaf knife to strike. Crack! Like cutting through mud, the wall was easily sliced by the golden willow leaf knife. Such astonishing power left the Silver Dragon Commander, Night Owl Commander, and others dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. This is too powerful. This is enhancing the weapon's attack power. It's incredible. The wall's defense has reached above a 9-star martial master. Doesn't that mean this weapon is comparable to a martial sovereign level weapon? This is amazing. This ability can also enhance teammates. If it's a large-scale battle, it would instantly increase the odds of victory. A walking firepower enhancement machine, this is incredible. It's simply a miracle. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Lin Feng's heart was filled with immense joy. He thought to himself that this metallic enchanting ability was a bit perverse. If all 3,000 willow leaf knives were enchanted, what would those monsters count for in front of him? Nothing at all. Especially since, besides the golden attribute, Lin Feng had 4 other attributes. He was simply too eager to see their capabilities. At the same time, this also became his trump card. As long as outsiders were unaware, it would eventually give someone a tremendous surprise. Great! So great! At that moment, the Night Owl commander exclaimed excitedly, Lin Feng, congratulations on becoming a dual talent awakener. A dual talent awakener? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and could only nod. Lin Feng, your ability is truly perverse. The Silver Dragon commander said, I feel this ability will definitely shine brightly. Maybe, Lin Feng said with a smile, I've just awakened, and there are still many aspects I haven't explored yet. There should be surprises. The Night Owl commander nodded, thinking to himself that this child, Lin Feng, had immense potential for the future. It was no exaggeration to say that he might even be related to the future development of the Great Xia Alliance. After all, having one more top-tier powerhouse was crucial for Great Xia. Such geniuses often emerged, and whether in the Alliance or various martial arts spaces, they would be vigorously nurtured. Lin Feng, you shouldn't go to the battlefield, the Night Owl commander said. You might as well cultivate in the city. I'll provide you with a training room. Not going to the battlefield? Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He thought that in the battles over the past 2 days, the reason he could rapidly break through his realm was closely related to the frenzied slaughter of magical beasts. If he stayed in the city to cultivate, it would only delay his time to grow stronger. No, Commander, Lin Feng said with a smile. I have a talent for killing. I was born for the battlefield, and that's where I belong. That's true, I overlooked that point, the Night Owl commander nodded. In that case, let's respect your wishes. Good. Lin Feng nodded slightly and then said no more. Now that he had awakened his spiritual domain, he couldn't wait to return outside the city to test the limits of his new abilities, especially the other 4 attributes, which made him extremely eager. Then, the Silver Dragon commander arranged for Chao Shuang to take Lin Feng away. After they left, a hint of excitement appeared in the Night Owl commander's eyes. Feeling happy, he ordered, make sure to protect him. This child is too important to us. I've already signed him up for the upcoming competition. Whether he can make a name for himself in the world depends on this time. Yes, the Silver Dragon commander saluted. In the perilous magical cave, Little Drill Wind glanced at the replay of the 3rd-level demon general's death, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. A roar erupted from his mouth filled with sharp teeth. Damn it! This Lin Feng is too hard to kill. You bunch of useless fools. Useless! 2 demon generals can't even kill a martial artist. You're all useless. After a round of furious cursing, the demon generals beside Little Drill Wind fell silent. The ones who came with him this time were absolute powerhouses among the 200,000 beast clans. Little Drill Wind, this isn't our fault. At first, we could win with the numbers of lower-level clansmen, but ever since that kid showed up, we can't hold on at all. Yeah, sir. That kid waves his hand, and hundreds or thousands of flying knives come at us. Ordinary clansmen can't withstand it at all. Sir, we need to come up with a way to deal with that kid. We still have 0913 in our hands. There's still time. Little Drill Wind, why don't you take action and kill him? Hearing his subordinate's suggestions, Little Drill Wind shook his head slightly. He thought to himself that things had developed to this point in a ridiculous way. He had relied on the 200,000 beast army to be invincible, unmatched. Even if the guard army came, they wouldn't gain much advantage. Who would have thought that the damned Lin Feng would come and directly affect the balance of the battlefield? Remembering the instructions from the Golden Wing Demon Commander, Little Drill Wind felt that this matter had to be addressed. Otherwise, they would eventually face defeat. You all come here. Returning was quick. In just a moment, Lin Feng, along with Chao Shuang and Long Shuang, returned to the 0913 perilous area. It was vaguely visible that with the counterattack of the guard army, this place quickly turned into a battlefield filled with smoke and flames. Chao Shuang, upon arriving, looked around and smiled, saying, "Good luck, Black Death God." Good. Lin Feng saluted. After Chao Shuang left, he focused his gaze on the 0913 perilous area. It was evident to the naked eye that with the revival of spiritual energy and the raging flames of war, the once prosperous city had now turned into a wasteland. Everywhere were towering reinforced concrete buildings and various rusty cars and structures. Lin Feng, who had awakened his metal abilities, saw this scene, which was akin to a man seeing a beautiful woman without a stitch of clothing. Lin Feng transformed into an afterimage and rushed forward. Wherever it passed, any metal touched by it would be instantly devoured. Due to the common nature of these metals, the swallowing speed was even faster. When encountering some alloy materials, it would slow down slightly. In less than a moment, all the metals, big and small, in a block of streets had been consumed by Lin Feng. For example, the steel framework of skyscrapers, abandoned cars, and some building structures. With this mutual consumption, he could clearly feel that the golden attribute in his mind had become much stronger. Still not enough consumed, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. He glanced at the street ahead and continued walking. In a perilous area, the little fish, hands on her hips, sighed. Then she plopped down onto an abandoned sofa. Dressed in a perfectly fitted alloy battle armor that showcased her figure, she spread her hands and said, "Shin Kong, are we just going to wait here? When can we see that guy?" Shin Kong remained silent, quietly wiping the bloodstains off her battle knife. Beside her lay several level 9 magical beasts. "How about we sneak over to 0913 to find him?" the little fish suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Kong, who was wiping her knife, paused. Letting her red hair fall over her shoulders, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. "Little fish, Shin Kong, have some water." At that moment, the infatuated Chu Yun approached. The little fish glanced at him and shook her head slightly. Shin Kong stood up and walked north. The direction was precisely towards the perilous area of 0913. Seeing this, the little fish felt a surge of joy. She glanced at Chu Yun and followed after. "Are you two still going to fight?" Hearing the question from behind, the little fish waved her hand dismissively and left. As the sun set, their figures stretched into a long line, disappearing from Chu Yun's sight. He sighed helplessly and could only turn back towards the base. As night gradually fell, in an abandoned parking lot, Lin Feng sat upright on a concrete block. It was evident that under his devouring, the cars of all sizes in the parking lot had been swept away. His golden attribute had also surged significantly. Compared to the other 4 colors, it was much more abundant. Moreover, Lin Feng did not feel that the golden attribute had an upper limit. In his mental realm, a circular object was gradually forming. The 5 colors, like patterns, covered its surface. As long as Lin Feng used his mental power or the power of the golden attribute, he could see its spherical state. "Could it be that I need to devour it to perfection?" Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly. He glanced at the golden attribute, which was still far from perfect, and couldn't help but shift his gaze to the second attribute. Green. It was a vibrant green. Although it was still just a budding form, its extraordinary nature could be seen. Just like using the golden attribute, Lin Feng tried to manipulate the green attribute. As expected, the green attribute showed no response. Was it the wrong posture again? Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Considering that the golden attribute could devour metals and enhance weapon attack power, the green attribute was likely related to plants and trees. With this thought, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the nearby patch of weeds. It was faintly visible that there were flowers and grass, appearing lush and green. Jumping down, Lin Feng took a few glances and tried to use the green attribute to sense. But still, there was no response. This left him slightly stunned. He could only grit his teeth and continue to probe. Upon touching a broken flower petal, a miracle occurred. A burst of green light erupted, and the broken flower petal instantly regained vitality. Healing. Lin Feng was stunned by this scene. The green attribute turned out to be a healing ability. This was incredible. Feeling amazed, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, the golden attribute represents attack power, and the green attribute represents healing. Then what about blue, red, and yellow? Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure. Just as Lin Feng was overjoyed, a series of beast roars suddenly came from behind. Turning around, he saw that, he didn't know when, thousands of magical beasts had arrived here. Looking at the scale and number, it seemed to be a group of second-level demon beasts. This left Lin Feng, who hadn't killed in a long time, momentarily stunned, pondering whether these beast cubs had come to deliver themselves to death. Roar! The second-level demon beasts, upon sensing the presence of human warriors, could no longer contain their beastly instincts. After a series of snarls, they began to charge. Lin Feng remained expressionless at this scene, even feeling a bit amused. Within a 10-meter range of him, 3,000 golden willow blades appeared behind Lin Feng. Among them, nearly 100 were golden willow blades. With a wave of his hand, the golden willow blades, accompanied by a flurry of silver willow blades, rushed forward to slaughter. The second-level demon beasts that got too close didn't even have time to react. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and their vision blurred. Some even had their heads severed, blood splattering everywhere. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! slaying second-level demon beast, vitality points. The sounds of notifications rang out. In just one encounter, over 1,000 second-level demon beasts were killed in seconds. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that each second-level demon beast had 40 vitality points and 25 mental power points. This made him secretly ecstatic. In this brief slaughter, his vitality points surged by over 50,000. He broke through to the 8-star martial master. Just as Lin Feng was feeling pleased, a strange scene unfolded. He saw a golden willow blade suddenly rush towards the corpses of the demon beasts. This took him by surprise, and he quickly followed. The golden willow blade circled around before stopping in a corner. Hidden there was a second-level demon beast covered in vines. A plant demon beast. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of confusion at this sight. Before he could react, he felt the green attribute in his mind start to stir. This left him stunned, and he instinctively directed the green attribute at the plant demon beast. Roar! The plant demon beast seemed to see something terrifying, letting out a wail before turning to ashes. The green attribute also increased slightly, returning to the mental domain. This is devouring plant attribute power? Lin Feng, with a shocked expression, swallowed hard. He immediately understood that the green attribute grew stronger by devouring plant-type demon beasts or certain types of plants. Its accompanying ability was healing. Now that he understood the situation, Lin Feng smiled, feeling as if he had struck gold. Moreover, after the recent slaughter, he had gained a lot. His merit points surged from 36,780 to 39,580. His vitality points increased from 680,250 to 736,250. He broke through from 7-star Martial Master to 8-star Martial Master. His mental points also jumped from 538,550 to 573,550. After breaking through to a 4th-level Mentalist, 573,550, and then to an 8-star Martial Master, Lin Feng felt his entire body vibrating with vitality. His 5 senses and 6 perceptions had also strengthened significantly. Among them, the enhancement of the mental domain was the most direct. For instance, the activation of the golden and green attributes made Lin Feng feel that within a kilometer, as long as it wasn't a demon general level beast, he could sense them all. Roar! As night fell, the number of demon beasts and magical beasts here increased. After the number of magical beasts sharply decreased on September 12th, what appeared on September 13th were mostly demon beasts. This left the Independent Regiment and the 358th Regiment somewhat overwhelmed. The direct reason was that there were too many beast cubs, so many that even their artillery fire couldn't wash them away. At this moment, in the 358th Regiment's base, Wang Chong, holding a telescope, glanced at the movements ahead and felt his scalp tingle. It was visible to the naked eye. In the ruins of the eastern city area on September 13th, demon beasts were charging in fearlessly. Even with the firepower coverage of starships, these tough-skinned, resilient creatures remained undeterred. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, the bridgehead position was already surrounded. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong panicked. Damn it! There are too many demon beasts here. Tell Wang Yusheng. If it doesn't work, retreat. There are too many of these things. Yes. A soldier saluted and left. After the person departed, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. The sea tactics of the beast cubs are completely derived from humans. In this highly reproductive race, the numbers that humans take pride in are already as useless as autumn flowers. If it weren't for the simultaneous advancement of human martial arts and technology, they would probably have been exterminated by the beast cubs during the Middle Martial Era. Thinking of this, Wang Chong frowned. As the commander of the 358th Regiment, he has the duty to charge to the front lines. Just as he was preparing to set off, he suddenly saw a golden rain pouring down on the bridgehead position. What is this? At the bridgehead position. Roar! Boom! Accompanied by the roars of beasts and the sounds of cannons, the entire bridgehead was filled with smoke. Some guards were instantly killed by the beasts, while others were heavily surrounded, falling into a desperate situation. Wang Yusheng, wielding a metal combat knife, saw this scene and was filled with rage, his blood boiling. Ignoring the danger, he fought with all his might. 1 kill is enough. 2 kills are a profit. Damn it! Come on, beast cubs! I, a man from Chuan City, am not afraid. Kill! With a furious shout, Wang Yusheng charged forward again with his metal combat knife. Thousands of first and second level beasts saw this and turned to surround him. Roar! The piercing roars of beasts echoed. Wang Yusheng was undaunted by this scene. Just as he was about to fight fiercely with his combat knife, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky. The blinding golden light rushed towards him. Wang Yusheng covered his eyes and said, "What is this?" he was not the only one covering his eyes. The vast majority of the guards were shocked by this scene, including the densely packed beasts. But just as the golden light fell, madness began. Some realized that the golden light was actually a series of golden willow leaf blades. Moving at high speed, they instantly slaughtered the ferocious beasts, and behind the golden light, a familiar figure quietly appeared. It was Lin Feng. Controlling 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, he descended like a savior, instantly beginning a frenzied slaughter. Wherever he passed, hundreds and thousands of beasts had their heads severed, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging was incessant, like beautiful notes ringing in Lin Feng's ears. Transforming into the Black Death God, he waved his hand, and 3,000 golden willow leaf blades swiftly slaughtered. His killing power and might far exceeded that of ordinary 3,000 willow leaf blades. This was the power of the golden attribute enchantment. Lin Feng, who had already reached the 8-star martial artist level, found it as easy as drinking water to slay low-level beasts. Roar! A large number of beasts trembled in fear at this scene. Faced with such a terrifying human warrior, they began to flee. But Lin Feng, who had come out to kill, did not intend to give these beast cubs a chance to survive. Under his deliberate control, both second-level and first-level beasts were crazily slaughtered. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level beast, vitality points. As blood flowers continuously bloomed, the beasts at the bridgehead position were soon slaughtered by Lin Feng alone. With his vitality points skyrocketing, he felt as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. It was a feeling close to breaking through to the martial zone level. Gathering energy within, the chi flowed through his body, entering the martial realm, transforming chi into zone. Overjoyed, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He immediately checked his data. Merit points surged from 39,580 to 46,380. Vitality points also increased from 736,250 to 844,250. He broke through from 8-star martial artist to 1-star martial zone. Mental points surged from 573,550 to 658,550. Ecstatic, Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling his entire body vibrating with energy. A sense of unprecedented power surged within him. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 1-star martial sovereign. Mental master, level 4, 658550. Vitality, 844,250. Combat skills, Gale Shadow Strike. Perfect, God of Death's Blade. Major achievement, Sky Split Slash. Major achievement, Shadowless. Major achievement, Immobilization Technique. Major achievement, Beginner. Minor achievement, Major achievement, Perfect. Extraordinary martial skills, Indestructible Blade Soul. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Great Sun Glaze. Mid-tier Heavenly Grade, Sacred Grade. Talent, Deduction. Breaking through to martial sovereign, Lin Feng swallowed hard. An unprecedented sense of power surged in his heart. If he had felt weak before, now with all his trump cards, he seemed no longer a weakling. Stepping into the realm of martial sovereign 1-star, the mental master reached level 4, comparable to a high-level martial sovereign. Is that the Black Death God? That's so cool. One person wiped out so many beasts. Invincible. The Black Death God has arrived. Incredible. How did he do it? That golden willow leaf blade is so fierce. You scared me. I thought some flying beast was coming. So cool. The Black Death God is getting stronger. Who can withstand this? Invincible. So invincible. The Black Death God's methods are too powerful. At this moment, cheers erupted from the surrounding guards. Lin Feng, coming back to his senses, was momentarily stunned. A smile flickered in his eyes. He could vaguely see a few familiar figures approaching through the crowd. It was Wang Chong, Wang Yusheng, and others. They rushed over as soon as they learned the Black Death God had returned to the battlefield. Black Death God, welcome back to the battlefield. Wait, you've broken through to martial sovereign. Wang Chong, who was walking over, sensed something was off and showed surprise. Wang Yusheng, still at the martial master level, was taken aback. He thought, could it be that terrifying? Sure enough, Lin Feng chose not to hide it. Such breakthroughs couldn't be concealed. Yes, I accidentally broke through to martial sovereign. What? Accidentally broke through to martial sovereign? Wang Yusheng, feeling speechless, shook his head slightly. He thought, is this even human language? What does it mean to accidentally break through to Martial Sovereign? He remembered that when he broke through to Martial Sovereign, it took him a long time. Especially with his mediocre talent, he would probably remain a Martial Sovereign for life. And someone like the Black Death God breaking through as easily as drinking water. Even if he lived again, he couldn't do it, right? Wang Yusheng was even more envious. His face almost wrote the word jealousy. Looking at the ostentatious Black Death God before him, he could only silently say that this was better than pretending. Alright, what a casual breakthrough. Wang Chong awkwardly laughed. Black Death God, compared to you, I feel like I've been living like a dog at my age. Being a genius is really nice. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Rubbing his head, he felt a bit helpless. He thought, am I showing off too much? But it's fine. Just breaking through to Martial Sovereign, isn't that just having the ability? With these thoughts, Lin Feng glanced around and said, I still want to explore other places, see you later. Good. Watching the figure turn and leave, Wang Cheng's expression was somewhat complex. Damn it! Wang Chong, why did you call me over? There isn't a single beast cub here. At that moment, a voice filled with curses came from behind. It was Li Longyun. Wang Chong turned back to glance, shaking his head slightly. With a face full of emotion, he smiled and said, by the time you, Li Longyun, come to help my 358th Regiment, the flowers will have wilted. To tell you the truth, just now the Black Death God came, and swish, 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 all those beast cubs were killed. Hiss! The Black Death God returned? Upon hearing this, Li Longyun couldn't help but gasp. The Black Death God came back so quickly? I heard he went into seclusion for a second awakening. Wang Chong nodded. He, with his hands behind his back, envied. Yeah, he must have successfully awakened. Now he's at the Martial Sovereign level. What? Martial Sovereign level? Li Longyun frowned and exclaimed, you're not joking, are you? He broke through to the Martial Sovereign level so quickly? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would lie to you? Wang Chong replied disdainfully, the Black Death God is a genius. If he breaks through to the Martial Venerable level tomorrow, I might even think it's normal. Hiss! Li Longyun gasped and shook his head slightly. He felt that this Black Death God was simply outrageous. How long has it been? He had already broken through to the Martial Sovereign level. It was simply terrifying. Thinking of this, Li Longyun felt that this matter had to be reported. After leaving the bridgehead position, Lin Feng hurried towards other areas of the 0913 danger zone. This was a city that had once been an industrial hub. Along the way, there were factories and steel structures everywhere. Under the erosion of time and sand, these once mighty giants were either buried in ruins or rusted. The streets were overgrown with weeds, littered with abandoned cars. Scattered on the ground were some broken billboards, telling tales of past glory. According to the martial arts space's map introduction of the 0913 danger zone, Lin Feng quickly found a steel mill. Compared to the scrap metal along the way, the steel quality here was evidently better. As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the steel mill, he saw steel-making machines lying on the ground like skeletons. These machines were made of high-density alloys, containing rare metals. Unfortunately, in less than 100 years of experiencing the low, medium, and high martial stages, the once mighty steel dragon had also been buried in ruins, slowly decaying. Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling emotional. He then began to frantically absorb these metal materials. Sure enough, the golden attribute surged again upon contact with the massive amount of metal. This made Lin Feng ecstatic. He realized that the stronger the golden attribute, the better it could enhance the 3000 willow leaf blade. His intuition even told him that the golden attribute had not yet reached a complete state. After all, this ability was derived from the mutation of the spiritual domain. What its specific form was still needed Lin Feng to perfect, and the only way to perfect it was to continuously devour metal. As for the green and the other three attributes, he hadn't had the time, or rather, he hadn't encountered suitable devourable materials to supplement them. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng transformed into a metal-devouring beast and dove into the steel mill. In less than an hour, the steel mill covering over 600 acres was completely cleared out. Inside, whether it was scrap steel, rare metals, or ordinary scrap iron, he accepted them all, and the golden attribute surged again. But it seemed still far from a complete state. As Lin Feng stopped, he shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to turn and leave the steel mill, a sudden commotion came from outside the factory. On the empty street outside the steel mill, Xing Kong glanced at the terrifying monster ahead, her brow furrowed. With a battle knife in hand, she was fearless. Instead, the little fish lying on the ground patted her backside, then got up and cursed, "Demon General, how impressive. Damn, that hit hurt too much. If it weren't for this armor, I might have been slapped to death." Say less. Xing Kong shook her head slightly. Humph. Little fish gritted her teeth, then pulled out an alloy battle knife. Both of them exuded the strength of a martial master with 1 star. Across the street from them, a first-level demon general, a bull python, looked coldly at them. Blood dripped from its sharp claws. It had chased the 2 women here and mocked, despicable human women. Your bodies are quite appealing to my kind. Give up resistance. I can spare your lives. No thanks. Thank you. Little Fish waved her hand. King Kong said nothing. She just silently tightened her grip on the knife handle. Facing the demon general level beast before her, she felt a bit nervous. Humph. The first-level bull python demon general snorted, unappreciative. Human woman, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Soon, I will make you regret it. As the words fell, the first-level demon general of the cow python instantly transformed into a remnant shadow and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Little Fish's expression changed. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her battle knife. Back to back with King Kong, she said, sisters back to back. We are invincible. King Kong still said nothing. Completely encased in armor, she vigilantly watched the surroundings. Bang! But the beast tribe at the demon general level was still too strong. They had just broken through to the first star of the martial artist level, and they were no match at all. In just a flash, the 2 didn't even see a shadow before being knocked to the ground. Little Fish, who fell again, said in exasperation, Ugly monster, you are too much. Hit me again. Do you believe my man is coming soon? Humph. With her arms crossed, the first-level demon general of the cow python said, You lowly human woman. Still stubborn when death is imminent, huh? I'll let you be stubborn enough later. Just as the furious Little Fish was about to retort, she saw a black figure walking down the street beside her. Her eyes lit up. Oh my god, is my mouth blessed or what? Man, hi Pumi, save your wife, save your wife. Little Fish's voice echoed down the street. The figure of Lin Feng who walked out was tall and exuded a murderous aura. He looked just like a death god emerging from hell. King Kong, holding her battle knife, was also taken aback. A glimmer of light appeared in her beautiful eyes. Another one who isn't afraid of death. The first-level demon general of the cow python glanced at Lin Feng, only shaking its head slightly. Clearly, it didn't recognize his identity. Lin Feng merely glanced at Little Fish and King Kong, then skillfully drew out his magic knife. Do you still dare to make a move against me? Lowly human martial artist. Do you know who I am? The first-level cow python demon general roared. However, Lin Feng turned a deaf ear. Holding the knife in one hand, his speed gradually increased. This made the first-level cow python demon general panic. It pondered that this human martial artist seemed off. There was a sense of déjà vu. Where had it seen him before? Right. Lord Little Drill Wind had released a video this morning about a deadly human genius martial artist. It seemed to be this guy in front of it. Damn. The first-level cow python demon general had already reacted. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's knife had also arrived. Crack. Ding. Slayed a first-level demon general, vitality points, spirit points. Hearing the panel prompt, Lin Feng skillfully sheathed his knife. This scene fell into Little Fish's eyes, her face filled with shock. Feeling it was unbelievable, she asked, Is this really a demon general being killed? Why do I feel like it's like slaughtering a pig? King Kong said nothing. She just kept looking at Lin Feng. With her red hair cascading over her shoulders, a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. What are you two doing here? Putting away his knife, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the 2. Humph. Upon hearing this, Little Fish snorted coldly. You still have the nerve to say that? You promised to clear out the remnants of the magical beasts together in the rear, but you went to the battlefield alone. Did you think about how we sisters felt? Do you know how worried King Kong and I were for you? How scared we were that you might suddenly die. If you die, what will we sisters do? Lin Feng, King Kong. As the words fell, Lin Feng was speechless. King Kong's face turned red, pondering what this woman was babbling about. A bit awkward, Lin Feng coughed and said, Li Xiaoyu, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk randomly. What? Little Fish raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lin Feng, she put her hands on her hips and said, What? Are you denying the matter of us getting close back then? We indirectly kissed. You. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, and upon hearing this, King Kong's face turned red. Having developed a close friendship with Little Fish, she naturally knew about these things. Why aren't you talking? Little Fish, hands on her hips, revealed her curvy figure and said, You know you're wrong, right? If it weren't for us sisters risking ourselves to come to the front lines, we probably wouldn't even see you. Lin Feng said nothing. He just kept nodding. Pondering that Little Fish still had so much to say, he thought he should sew that mouth shut someday. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Little Fish was taken aback. Looking at Ching Kong, he said, "Ha ha ha, sister, are you hungry?" Ching Kong blushed and remained silent. The shyness displayed on her stunning face was captivating. Even Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. He glanced back at the corpses of the demon generals on the ground. Then, he skillfully took out his magic knife to slice the meat and packed it up to take away. This made Xiao Yuer exclaim, "If I didn't know you were a martial artist, I'd think you were a butcher. Your movements are too skilled. How many beast tribes have you slaughtered during this time? It's too tragic." Lin Feng said nothing. He silently walked towards the nearby steel mill. Xiao Yuer and Ching Kong followed closely behind. Soon, to their astonishment, Lin Feng skillfully sliced the demon beast meat and marinated it. He then took out a barbecue grill to start grilling. After the demon beast meat was grilled to a golden brown on both sides, sizzling with oil, he sprinkled on some cumin and barbecue seasoning. The delicious aroma instantly wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Even Xiao Yuer couldn't help but drool, her stomach growling. "Your technique is quite professional. It smells amazing. Hurry up and give me a piece. I can't take it anymore." Hearing Xiao Yuer urge him, Lin Feng ignored her and continued to drizzle the final touch of soul juice over the meat. Mission accomplished. After finishing all this, Lin Feng took out lettuce, chili rings, garlic cloves, and other side dishes. With Ching Kong and Xiao Yuer watching eagerly, he invited, "Eat, what are you waiting for?" This time, Lin Feng took off his mask. It was probably the first time Ching Kong saw this man's true face in reality. She had only caught glimpses of him from her father before. As for his name, she learned it from Xiao Yuer. "Eat. Why are you staring at him? Can you get full just by looking?" Xiao Yuer teased upon seeing this. Ching Kong's pretty face flushed. She then began to eat the grilled meat. Unlike Xiao Yuer, who was devouring it without care for her image, she still tried to maintain some elegance. Who knew that once she took a bite, the spicy and flavorful taste, lingering in her mouth, would excite her taste buds like never before. It felt as if she had tasted the best food in the world. Like Xiao Yuer, she also started to eat heartily, disregarding her image. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see the beautiful girl eat so wildly. While eating and grilling, he added about 100 pounds of demon beast meat. After breaking through to the first star of martial sovereign, Lin Feng's appetite had also increased. Ordinary magical beast meat could no longer satisfy his hunger. Only the meat of demon beasts and demon generals could provide a sense of fullness. Burp! After about an hour of eating, the three finally felt full. Xiao Yuer inappropriately let out a loud burp. Blushing slightly, she rubbed her belly and said, "Wow, this grilled meat is so delicious. Can you grill for me for a lifetime?" "No way." Lin Feng shook his head. "Why not?" Xiao Yuer asked. "Not familiar enough." Lin Feng replied, "Come on, just get closer, and it'll be familiar." Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth and leaned in. Lin Feng slightly shook his head, getting up to avoid her. This made Xiao Yuer huff, "Humph, heartless man." Ching Kong smiled slightly at this scene, thinking that Xiao Yuer could be so bold with Lin Feng because they were friends. As for her, at most, she was just a comrade. Thinking of this, Ching Kong took the initiative to stand up and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Ching Kong." "Hello, I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng replied, "Oh, so you two know each other now?" Xiao Yuer laughed and said, "By the way, Lin Feng, you can kill demon generals now? What level are you at now?" "First star of martial sovereign." Lin Feng replied. "What? First star of martial sovereign?" Ching Kong and Xiao Yuer were shocked upon hearing this. They had met just a few days ago, and this guy was only at the martial master level then. In just over a week, he had broken through to the first star of martial sovereign? Your breakthrough speed is too fast, right? We just broke through to martial master. Under the gaze of the two beautiful women, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. However, enjoying playing the expert, he smiled and said, "I accidentally broke through. It's quite annoying." "Did you accidentally break through? It's really annoying, isn't it? Is this what people say?" Little fish, clear sky. The two women were speechless. Lin Feng, however, did not feel embarrassed. On the contrary, after a hearty meal, he was now full of energy. Seeing that it was still early, he shrugged and said, "It's dawn. If you follow this road back, you'll reach the safe zone." "I'm leaving first." "Leaving?" Little fish was taken aback and instantly unhappy. She pondered how hard they had worked to find him. They had just seen him, and he was already leaving. Is there any justice in this world? Where are you going? Little fish put her hands on her hips and said, "Take us with you. We want to fight the enemy too." Clear Sky nodded in agreement, casually picking up her battle knife. Lin Feng saw the two women's actions and felt somewhat helpless. He thought to himself that he was here for battle, not for romantic entanglements. Besides, these two had nothing to do with him. "No way." Lin Feng refused. "This is a battlefield. I can't even protect myself, let alone you." Who needs you to protect us? Little Fish said, hands on her hips. We can protect ourselves. Clear Sky nodded. Well, seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lin Feng no longer refused. He couldn't be bothered to argue and got up to walk outside. Little Fish and Clear Sky exchanged smiles. After a glance at each other, they followed him out. In the camp, what did you say? The Black Death God has broken through to the martial sovereign realm? Chao Xuan was shocked. Wang Chong, Grey Wolf, and Li Longyun remained calm. Of course, the third one, Grey Wolf, was still a bit surprised. Chao Xuan, who had just arrived, was even more excited. He had just heard that the Black Death God had broken through to the 7-star martial master 2 days ago. Who would have thought that in less than 2 days, this kid had broken through again, and it was to martial sovereign? Could this be the benefit of awakening a second talent? Stop being shocked. The Black Death God is just that amazing. Come on, let's drink, old Chao. Yeah, let's have a drink. Hearing the invitations from Wang Chong, Grey Wolf, and Li Longyun, Chao Xuan had no mood to drink. Excited, he said, I can't drink. I need to go back immediately. This matter is too important for General Silver Dragon and Colonel Night Owl. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xuan turned and left. Watching his departing figure, the three exchanged glances. After leaving the steel mill, Lin Feng did not rush to kill the monsters. Instead, he continued to devour metal. His intuition told him that the golden attribute was approaching saturation. What would happen after reaching saturation, he did not know. As a result, along the way, whether it was abandoned steel or various small cars, Lin Feng hardly missed anything. In this situation, Clear Sky and Little Fish watched in a daze, feeling numb. Is he collecting metal? Clear Sky, I don't know. It's my first time seeing this. Little Fish, should we go ask him? Clear Sky. Little Fish nodded. Watching Lin Feng crazily collect metal, she approached and asked, what are you doing? Why do these pieces of iron disappear as soon as you touch them? Did you take them away? Or did you eat them? Ate them. Lin Feng replied without looking back. Ate them? Clear Sky and Little Fish exchanged glances. Not wanting to ask too much, they could only continue to follow him in boredom. Thus, they watched as Lin Feng devoured various metals from abandoned skyscrapers and cars. Until about an hour later, the three had almost traversed half of the 0913 danger zone. The streets in the outer area had been swept clean by Lin Feng. In this situation, the golden attribute also stopped growing and reached saturation. Lin Feng swallowed hard and murmured, it's done. Done? What is done? Clear Sky and Little Fish looked at each other, filled with confusion. Lin Feng, with an excited expression, disregarded their confusion and ran towards an empty house nearby. After confirming that the area was safe, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. In his mind, the spherical mental domain slowly appeared, visible to the naked eye. The golden attribute line has completely saturated. Lin Feng, filled with ecstatic joy, instinctively tried to control it with his mind. Suddenly, he realized that this golden attribute was no longer in a phantom state. It had become a tangible form. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng wished, this golden attribute could appear in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the empty house, Xing Kong and Xiaoyu looked at the meditating Lin Feng, exchanging glances. Without any hesitation, the two locked eyes and began to guard him. In the early hours of the morning, the Silver Dragon commander was startled awake from his dreams. Frowning, he glanced at the office door. Gritting his teeth, he opened the door. Commander, there's good news. The person who rushed in was naturally Chao Xuan. Having returned overnight, he was exceptionally excited. The Silver Dragon commander smiled slightly upon hearing this. He looked at Chao Xuan and said, if this good news isn't good enough, Chao Xuan, do you know what waking up on the wrong side of the bed means? Chao Xuan. Hearing this, Chao Xuan felt a bit scared. Without thinking much, he quickly spoke up, Commander, the Black Death God has broken through to the martial sovereign level. Breakthrough to martial sovereign? What? Lin Feng has broken through to martial sovereign again? Upon hearing this news, the Silver Dragon commander was stunned. He jumped out of bed excitedly. Just 2 days ago, he was still a 7-star martial master, and now, he's broken through to martial sovereign? Yes, Chao Xuan said excitedly, Commander, this is good news, right? The Silver Dragon commander nodded. Glancing at the time, he said, indeed, it's good news. You go run 5 kilometers at the playground. Run 5 kilometers? Chao Xuan smiled bitterly. He could only salute and leave. After Chao Xuan left, the Silver Dragon commander's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, Lin Feng truly is a super genius. This breakthrough speed might have broken world records. Without any hesitation, he walked into the conference room. As the phantom appeared, the Night Owl commander frowned and said, you better give me a reason for waking me up at 4 in the morning, or else. Commander! The Silver Dragon commander smiled and said, Lin Feng has broken through to the martial sovereign realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a dead silence. The Night Owl commander's expression was one of shock. He then returned to normal and said, "Wasn't he just a 7-star martial master the day before yesterday?" "Yes," the Silver Dragon commander said excitedly. "Commander, it seems Lin Feng's second talent has kicked in. We might be about to see an extraordinary powerhouse emerge from Chuan City." "Indeed." The shocked Night Owl commander nodded. He thought to himself that Lin Feng's talent was terrifying. Such a talent is extremely important for Chuan City. If anyone tries to plot against him, he, the Night Owl, will be the first to oppose it. Continue to observe. Lin Feng's growth data is very important. Report back at any time. Also, you go run 5 kilometers at the playground. Yes. After the person left, the Silver Dragon commander saluted with a bitter smile. Lin Feng, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. This made Qin Kong and Xiaoyu rush over. "What happened to you, Lin Feng?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He thought to himself that after the golden attribute reached saturation, its form was no longer limited to a virtual state but could appear in a tangible form. Moreover, Lin Feng clearly felt that his mental domain had significantly strengthened. For example, before, he could sense all beast tribes within a radius of 1 kilometer. Now, after the golden attribute saturated, he could directly sense beast tribes within a radius of 5 kilometers. The enhancement brought by the mental domain was direct. This gave Lin Feng a lot of confidence. Of course, this was not the most direct change. The greatest transformation of the mental domain was that it had become a tangible form. In front of the two girls, Lin Feng casually waved his hand. Instantly, a floating sphere appeared in front of him, visible to the naked eye. This sphere was divided into 5 striped sections: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The golden striped attribute was already filled, nearing saturation. The green striped attribute had only a little bit. The other 3 colors were still in their most primitive state. Lin Feng, who could directly feel the extraordinary nature of this sphere, had his eyes filled with brilliance. He thought to himself that after the golden attribute saturated, his mental domain had directly increased 5-fold. He had not yet tested the other abilities. It must be that the enchanted attack aspect has also skyrocketed. If he were to max out the remaining 4 attributes in order, Lin Feng could hardly imagine what changes would occur in the mental realm. Thinking of this, he willed it, and the sphere in front of him vanished. This left Little Fish dumbfounded, saying, "Lin Feng, what was that ball just now?" Qin Kong also cast a puzzled glance. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Rising, he replied, "I forgot to tell you. I'm also a mentalist. That ball was just a capability of a mentalist." "What? Lin Feng is a mentalist now?" Little Fish was directly shocked. She knew this guy wanted to cultivate mental power. But as everyone knows, becoming a mentalist isn't just about having strong talent. It requires the right timing, location, and people, and even more, it requires luck. Otherwise, everyone could become a mentalist. Then this world would probably be filled with mentalists long ago. "How long have you been studying?" Little Fish exclaimed. "You became a mentalist so quickly?" Qin Kong also looked shocked. She knew Lin Feng had strong talent, being a natural-born killer awakened, but she never expected this man was also a mentalist. "It's not that hard." Lin Feng shrugged. "I learned it by accident." "Another accident?" Little Fish showed a speechless expression, thinking to herself, "Is this the Versailles of geniuses?" Then Lin Feng chatted a bit more with the 2 girls before heading outside. At this moment, dawn was approaching. The first ray of sunlight in the dangerous area had already fallen. The distant sky, tinged with white, looked exceptionally beautiful. Once outside, Lin Feng stretched lazily. He couldn't help but turn back and say, "I'm going deep into the city ruins. It's very dangerous." "We'll go too." Little Fish interrupted. Qin Kong also skillfully drew her battle knife. Lin Feng, who had no experience dealing with women, nodded. He then stepped forward. After exchanging glances, the 2 girls followed closely behind. Not long after the 3 left, the 5 members of the Wolfpack team emerged. They had been hiding in the shadows, carrying out protection tasks. These past few days had been quite boring. Among them was naturally the reason for the sudden disappearance of the Black Reaper. Now that this guy had reappeared, the Wolfpack team continued their protection mission. The captain of the Wolfpack, arms crossed, said, "Let's get to work, this kid is back." The other 4 nodded and followed behind. Outside the 4th food processing plant in Chuan City, Sheningqing glanced at the time, a hint of sadness appearing on her face. This made Hu Xinger shake her head slightly upon seeing it. She thought that for nearly half a month, they had searched almost the entire Chuan City to run FA, but they still hadn't found Lin Feng's trace. This led Hu Xinger to doubt whether that guy was lying. Gui, it's okay, there are still the 5th, 6th, and 7th food processing plants. I'll accompany you." Hearing her best friend's comfort, Sheningqing nodded sadly. She thought that day by day, the constant searching had made her somewhat self-doubtful. She began to wonder if Lin Feng was lying to her, but thinking of their previous contact, it seemed that guy had no reason to deceive her. But why hasn't he come to see her? Sheningqing shook her head slightly and turned to leave. Hu Xinger could only sigh and follow her out. Not long after the two left, old Master Shen slowly walked out, followed by Uncle Fu. With a calm expression, he glanced at the food processing plant and said, "Are you sure the person Ingzi is looking for is in these places?" "It should be." Uncle Fu replied, "Master, the young lady has been searching these past few days, and based on her target, it seems she will finish soon." Old Master Shen nodded. With deep-set eyes, he sighed, "If there are still no results, you understand what I mean, right?" "Yes." Uncle Fu nodded slightly. Looking at old Master Shen before him, he dared not show any signs of defiance. In the dangerous area, Lin Feng was making his way deeper into the city. Originally prepared for a frenzied slaughter, he hadn't seen a single magical beast along the way. Not to mention the hordes of demon beasts. Lin Feng's intuition told him something felt off. This prompted him to fully activate his mental domain from the very beginning, monitoring everything within a 5,000-meter radius. While keeping watch, Lin Feng also spotted a few familiar faces. It was the Tianlang squad. He didn't stop them as they carried out their protective mission in the shadows. "How strange!" exclaimed Xiao Yuer. "Why is it so quiet here? Could it be that the beast cubs have all run away?" Xing Kong shook her head slightly, still holding her knife, ready for battle at any moment. Lin Feng didn't respond but continued to move forward. After about 10 minutes of walking, an abandoned mall caught Lin Feng's attention. With a calm expression, he glanced at the two and then, without a hint of emotion, deliberately walked towards the abandoned mall. This made the two third-level bull python demon generals hiding inside, preparing to ambush, instantly overjoyed. "This foolish human is actually coming towards us. Heaven is helping us. Get ready to fight." "Wait, why did he draw his knife? Could it be that he discovered us?" The two third-level bull python demon generals exchanged glances, feeling a sense of foreboding. Lin Feng, approaching the abandoned mall step by step, wore a cold expression. Once he got within a certain distance, he drew his magic knife. At the same time, 3,000 golden willow leaf knives appeared behind him. Under the sunlight, those golden willow leaf knives resembled golden wings, swirling around Lin Feng. With an expressionless face, he glanced at the abandoned mall and waved his hand, saying, "Knife, come." The golden willow leaf knives sliced through the sky. The outer wall of the abandoned mall was instantly cut into chunks, like tofu. Xiao Yuer and Xing Kong, who were following behind, frowned at this scene. In the dust-filled mall, two third-level bull python demon generals charged out. Their speed far exceeded that of first-level demon generals. "Despicable human warrior. You seek death. Arrogant fool." As the two third-level demon generals approached, Lin Feng remained indifferent. Since breaking through to the first star of Martial Sovereign, he hadn't fought in a long time. Buzz! As they got closer, the magic knife in his hand emitted a buzzing sound, as if complaining that it hadn't tasted blood in a while. "Kill!" With a furious shout, Lin Feng skillfully swung his magic knife. At the same time, his powerful mental force crushed forward. As a result, the two third-level demon generals felt dizzy and their physical functions froze the moment they got close. Crack! As the magic knife fell, two bloody beast heads dropped to the ground. Ding! Slayed third-level demon general, gaining vitality points, mental points. There was no flashy kill. It was a straightforward execution. After sheathing his knife, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Having broken through to the first star of Martial Sovereign, combined with his strength as a fourth-level mental master, third-level demon generals were no longer a challenge. The sudden scene left the Tianlang squad, hiding in the shadows, dumbfounded and shocked. "I can't believe my eyes. Did he just kill them in an instant? That's brutal. So strong. Has he broken through to Martial Sovereign? No way. It's only been a few days. He has indeed broken through to Martial Sovereign. This kid is terrifying. He's definitely strong. Too strong. Captain, does he still need our protection?" Hearing his teammates' inquiries, the Tianlang captain shook his head slightly, his face filled with shock as he glanced at the figure below, feeling a mix of emotions. Reflecting on how this kid had disappeared for a few days and then returned with two girls to show off, to him, it seemed purely boastful. But the Tianlang squad never expected that the reason Black Death dared to be so reckless was that he had broken through to Martial Sovereign. Just a couple of days ago, Black Death was only a 7-star martial artist. This speed of breakthrough was simply too fast. As the champion of the last selection competition for the Guard Army, he, Tianlang, had only just reached 9-star Martial Sovereign. An indescribable bitterness welled up in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Watching the commotion below, Tianlang sighed, "Since the higher-ups haven't ordered us to retreat, we might as well stay put." "Yes," The others nodded in agreement. After killing the 2 third-level demon generals, Lin Feng was in high spirits. First, as the golden attribute becomes saturated, his mental power also greatly increases. At the level of a 4th-tier mentalist, he can easily kill a 3rd-tier demon general in an instant. Secondly, breakfast is secured. As his realm continues to rise, Lin Feng's appetite is also growing. Glancing at the 2 bull python demon generals, he skillfully begins to skin, deb one, clean, and slice. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 2 women, he takes out the barbecue grill, slices the meat, marinates it, and starts grilling. You're hungry again. Xiao Yuer leans in and says, you really eat too much. I won't eat anymore. I'll get fat. Me too. Qing Kong hesitates for a moment but eventually nods. Lin Feng smiles slightly. He, who believes that food is heaven for the people, doesn't care whether the 2 eat or not. As the meat is grilled to a golden brown on both sides, sizzling and oozing oil, he sprinkles on barbecue seasoning and cumin. Then he adds soul juice. The aroma instantly fills the air. Even though Xiao Yuer tries to ignore the deliciousness, she can't help but be drawn in by the irresistible flavor. One can only say that Lin Feng's cooking skills are exceptional. I'll just have a little, in case you can't finish. Xiao Yuer. Qing Kong is taken aback. Seeing Xiao Yuer's change of heart, she can only grit her teeth and go along with it. Lin Feng still doesn't care whether they eat or not. After a morning of activity, all he wants now is to eat. Looking at the fragrant grilled meat in front of him, he begins to feast. With each bite, it's tender and flavorful, leaving a delightful taste in his mouth. Xiao Yuer and Qing Kong exchange glances and join in. This makes the 5 members of the Tianlang team watching from a distance instantly envious, especially the falcon, who looks at the compressed biscuits in his hand and says, Captain, should we go get some demon beast meat to eat? That smells too good. The other 3 nod, their eyes filled with anticipation. Tianlang smiles awkwardly. Glancing at the commotion below, he says, please be rational. Upon hearing this, the others can only swallow hard. Looking at the dry, unappetizing compressed food in their hands, they find it hard to swallow for a moment. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters away, 2 third-tier bull python demon generals are approaching again. Drawn by the smell of blood and the delicious aroma, they look puzzled. Boss, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. What is that smell? I don't know. Old 3, Old 7's signal is down. Let's hurry and check it out. There's a smell of blood. Be careful. The 2 third-tier bull python demon generals quickly arrive near the abandoned mall. When they see what's in front of them, they feel a chill run down their spines. Boss, is that Old 3, Old 7 on the grill? Gulp. It should be. Is your stomach growling? Are you still a beast? The boss glares wide-eyed. Looking down at the gruesome scene, the corpses of Old 3 and Old 7, their bodies trembling. Boss, don't be impulsive. I feel this human warrior is very strong. Wait, isn't this the person we're looking for? Hearing the second's reminder, the boss instantly spots Lin Feng. At first, he thought the 3 were together, but soon realizes one of them looks familiar. This person is none other than the human genius warrior that Lord Little Drill Wind is hunting. So it's him. Damn it. Let's go. Kill him. Upon hearing the boss say this, the second feels a bit awkward. Glancing at the approaching human warrior, he weakly says, Boss, that guy seems to have noticed us. Look, is he coming towards us? The boss is taken aback. Following his line of sight, he sees that the human warrior is indeed walking towards them, seeking death. Kill him. The 2 third-tier bull python demon generals exchange glances and then spring into action. Lin Feng, who had already noticed their movements, merely smiles slightly. Not yet full, he touches his magic knife and quickens his pace to close in. As he approaches, a mental obliteration rushes out. Under the terrifying control, their expressions change, and their bodies become stiff. Crack. 2 beast heads fall. Ding. Kill the 3rd-tier demon general, gaining vitality and mental points. Hearing the panel prompt, Lin Feng silently put away the knife. He glanced at the 2 self-service meals that had been delivered to him and smiled slightly. At the same time, he looked towards a certain place 1,000 meters behind him and said, Have you seen enough? If you have, come down and eat some meat. As his voice fell, the little fish, who was enjoying a feast, paused slightly. She turned to look southwest. The short-haired falcon scratched his head, his expression somewhat dazed. The other few also changed their expressions. Only the wolf nodded. As the captain, he stepped forward and said, What's the big deal? He's a mentalist, it's normal. Upon hearing this, the 4 nodded in agreement. Then, one by one, they transformed into afterimages and moved forward. Under the gaze of the little fish and the clear sky, the wolf's 5-member team appeared near the abandoned mall. The leading wolf approached and asked, Is there any wine to drink? Lin Feng smiled and remained silent. he casually took out 2 frozen beers from his ring space. Since he no longer needed to sell beast corpses, he had some space left. Usually, he carried either food or drinks. The wolf nodded slightly upon seeing this. Unrestrained, he casually sat down. The other 4 followed suit and sat on the ground. "Hello, I'm Falcon from the wolf team." The short-haired, delicate-looking Falcon waved his hand. Heavy Hammer, a muscular, tall, and somewhat simple-minded Heavy Hammer smiled. Vanguard, the slender, effeminate Vanguard nodded slightly. Fire Girl, the ordinary-looking Fire Girl with purple-red hair smiled faintly. Hearing the introductions, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He then looked at the wolf and said, "Lin Feng." "Wolf." The wolf nodded and said, "Let's drink and eat meat to celebrate our team gaining a new friend." "Great." The lively and spirited Falcon nodded. He then opened a bottle of beer and started gulping it down. Heavy Hammer, Vanguard, and Fire Girl focused on devouring the roasted beast meat. Their appearance, as if they had never eaten meat before, made the wolf feel somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, they've been starving lately, haha." Lin Feng smiled slightly. He glanced at the others but said nothing. Instead, he silently sliced, marinated, and grilled. The whole process was smooth and seamless. This made the clear sky and little fish feel somewhat emotional. They then began to help out with the preparations. In less than 2 hours, the 2 level 3 demon generals were completely devoured by the group. Of course, Lin Feng ate more than half of it. His astonishing appetite surprised the wolf. Lin Feng merely brushed it off with a remark about young people eating a lot and growing. Burp. After eating and drinking to their fill, it was already afternoon. The wolf, having let out a satisfied burp, smiled and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, we should get to work." "Work?" The little fish looked at the 5 who were getting up to leave, her eyes filled with confusion. Especially after seeing the piles of beast bones, she further suspected they had come just to mooch off a meal. "Lin Feng, what are these people doing? They just came to eat and left?" Upon hearing the little fish's inquiry, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He pondered that he had just made a deal with the wolf. What exactly they were doing would be known later. For now, he needed to tell the 2 girls. "Others have their own matters," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Having eaten and drunk enough, I should go do my work." "We'll go too." The little fish wiped her hands. Seeing this, the clear sky also got up. Lin Feng did not refuse the 2. He merely glanced at the time, packed up his things, and headed deeper into the area. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the Falcon, trailing behind, rubbed his belly. Glancing at the movement below, he said, "Captain, do you mean that the person we need to protect now is no longer Lin Feng? Then who are we protecting?" The wolf, with his arms crossed, smiled and glanced at the talkative Falcon, saying, "You'll know later, let's go." "Oh." The Falcon shrugged. Dressed in battle armor, she looked ahead and immediately followed suit. In the outer area of the dangerous land, a large number of demon beasts and magical beasts disappeared. Li Longyun and Wang Chang's 2 teams quickly discovered the clues. They did not rush in but were waiting for the report from the Vanguard scouts. "Commander, there's a situation. The demon beasts of 0913 may be gathering in the depths." At this moment, Wang Yuxing rushed in to report. "The depths?" Wang Cheng frowned upon hearing this. He pondered that the 0913 danger zone was once an industrial city, filled with numerous factories and various infrastructure. Especially the closer they got to the city's depths, the more difficult the combat would become. Their prideful starship would also be greatly discounted. They might not gain any advantage in the steel jungle. If the beast cubs gathered in the deepest part, Wang Cheng could imagine a tough battle ahead. Just as he hesitated, he heard footsteps outside the door. Then, Grey Wolf hurriedly ran in, followed by Li Longyun. Wang Cheng immediately had the 358th Regiment approach the depths of 0913. Grey Wolf urged, "The independent regiment has already gone. This matter is extremely urgent." Wang Cheng was taken aback. He glanced at Li Longyun and asked, "What's going on, Grey Wolf? What happened?" Grey Wolf sighed and whispered a few words in Wang Chang's ear. After he finished, Wang Chang's expression changed drastically. "Wang Yusheng, you immediately take the 1st and 2nd battalions of the 358th Regiment and set off." "Yes." After the others left, Wang Cheng exclaimed excitedly, "You're not joking, right? That lady really went to find the Black Death God?" "A rookie named Shuyun said so." Grey Wolf sighed, "This person has a special identity. If something happens to her, we might." "Damn it!" Li Longyun shook his head slightly and said, "If those beast cubs dare to hurt her, I'll make their beast emperor grandmother pay." Wang Cheng silently gave a thumbs up. Grey Wolf was also full of admiration. The few exchanged glances and then turned to leave. In the depths of the danger zone, for some reason, ever since Lin Feng discovered several demon generals from 1,000 meters away and killed them, he had not found any Beast Clan demon generals approaching. As a result, as he walked, he quickly arrived at the deepest part of the city. It was visible to the naked eye. This was the industrial center of the 0913 danger zone, with towering skyscrapers everywhere, resembling a steel jungle. Even after a century of wind and sand erosion, it still stood strong. If it weren't for Lin Feng's golden attribute being saturated, he would have devoured these colossal creatures. Roar! Just as he was feeling emotional, the ground trembled slightly in the distance. Then, tens of thousands of densely packed demon beasts appeared with a roar. Most of them were first-level demon beasts, followed by second and third levels, and higher-level demon beasts. Seeing such a large group of demon beasts for the first time, Little Fish exclaimed, "It's a demon beast horde. Lin Feng, run!" Ching Kong's expression also turned cold. She then drew her alloy combat knife. Run? Lin Feng smiled slightly. The word run was not in his dictionary. With the appearance of the demon beast horde, he instantly noticed that within a 5,000-meter radius, several more demon generals had appeared. Clearly, the opponent intended to attack in unison. Feeling his blood boiling with excitement, Lin Feng swallowed and said, "Run? Sorry, that word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Step back. I want to fight." Little Fish hadn't reacted yet when she saw Lin Feng already charging forward. This left her stunned. Are you crazy? With so many demon beasts, he still dares to take the initiative to charge? Even Ching Kong was taken aback. Gritting her teeth, she showed no hesitation and charged forward. Ching Kong, you're crazy too. Little Fish was stunned and had no choice but to fight alongside him. As Lin Feng charged forward, he paid no attention to what was behind him. Above his head, 3,000 golden willow leaf blades appeared simultaneously. Under his control, they instantly transformed into a golden storm and swept away. Wherever they passed, demon beasts were torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Amidst the blooming blood flowers, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level demon beast, vitality points. The sound of clanging echoed endlessly. Lin Feng swept through the battlefield like a black reaper. Within 100 meters in front of him, there was hardly a living beast. Whether they were first, second, or even third-level beasts, they fell dead at a glance. This left the two girls, Xiao Yur and Ching Kong, who were fighting in the back, utterly shocked and incredulous. Ching Kong, is he really killing the beasts? It feels like he's chopping cabbage. Ching Kong shook her head slightly, not responding as she busily harvested the remaining beasts. These beasts were all incomplete, the lucky survivors. With their combat power severely diminished, they were easily slain by the two girls. Meanwhile, Lin Feng at the forefront was still in a frenzy of slaughter. He stood alone against thousands of beasts, as fierce and invincible as a war god. Under his relentless killing, the beasts below the rank of demon general were like straw in his eyes, easily crushed. Under the harvest of the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, nearly 10,000 beasts fell like wheat. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying first-level beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying second-level beast, vitality points. The clanging sounds continued. Lin Feng felt his vitality points surge again. He broke through to the second star of Martial Sovereign. At the same time, his mental power also surged. With this double boost, his eyes were filled with excitement. Kill! Like a madman, Lin Feng roared and drew his magic knife, charging forward. A demon general attempting to ambush him was instantly met with a severed tail, fleeing in panic. Such a fierce scene left the remaining beasts dumbfounded and in a state of panic. It was unclear who fled first, but a group followed suit in a collective retreat. Come back! Don't run, you damned lowly creatures! A fifth-level demon general stepped forward and roared. However, the morale of the beast army was in disarray, and defeat was inevitable. Like a war god, Lin Feng wielded his knife with one hand, chasing and hacking at a group of beasts. This scene left Xiao Yur and Ching Kong in shock. So, he's this strong. No wonder he's not afraid of the beast horde. Hearing Xiao Yur's exclamation, Ching Kong nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something, a shadow suddenly emerged from the nearby ruins. A demon general was launching a sneak attack. Be careful! Ching Kong's expression darkened. She quickly drew her knife to block. Bang! But the opponent was a terrifying beast general, and with just one encounter, they were pushed back. I can't kill that guy, and I can't kill you either. Die! The sneaking demon general's face twisted in rage. Just as he was about to strike hard, a shadow rushed in. Following that, a massive black axe swept through. Crack! The demon general, caught off guard, blinked and then fell to the ground, lifeless. Almost late. Sorry, The shadow was Tian Lang. Behind him were the Falcon, Heavy Hammer, Fire Girl, and Vanguard. Xiao Yur, lying on the ground, rubbed her head and said, Lin Feng sent you to protect us? Tian Lang, arms crossed, smiled without speaking. He glanced at the commotion ahead and said, no time to explain, that guy is really a madman. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look into the distance. They saw the crazed Lin Feng being besieged by a dozen demon generals. Among them were 2 5th-level demon generals. Unfazed, Lin Feng gripped his magic knife and fearlessly launched an attack. A 3rd-level demon general attempted a sneak attack from behind but was instantly turned into a porcupine by the surrounding 3,000 golden willow leaf blades. A 4th-level demon general seized the opportunity to get close for an ambush. Clang! But the great sun blaze outside Lin Feng instantly activated. Almost impervious to blades and spears, he caused the expressions of the surrounding demons to change dramatically. What the hell? Is this still human? Too strong, right? What to do? We can't kill him at all. Even if we can't kill him, we have to try. This kid is growing too fast. Exactly. A few days ago, I was still at the martial master level, and now I'm actually at the martial sect level. If I don't kill him now, I'm afraid even Lord Little Wind's intervention will be of no use. Attack! We must determine life and death today. Surrounded by a dozen demon generals, Lin Feng grinned. Unafraid, he wiped the blood from his magic blade and said, Who is this Lord Little Wind you speak of? Did he send you to target me? No demon general responded. Choosing to join forces, they were now filled with murderous intent. Kill! A 5th-level bull python demon general was the first to strike. With a wave of its hand, an astonishing technique was unleashed. The other demon generals, seeing this, all launched their attacks with full force. Lin Feng was strong, but not reckless. Faced with such a siege from so many demon generals, he activated the Great Sun Blaze technique at the first moment. Boom! Dust filled the air, and the explosion was deafening. Centered around Lin Feng, the ground collapsed, turning into a deep pit. As the smoke cleared, the demon generals looked on in anticipation, only to see Lin Feng, like the unmoving king, surrounded by shimmering golden light and enveloped by a large bell. It was indeed the Great Sun Glaze technique. Unscathed, he smiled and said, Is this all? You're too weak. As soon as the words fell, the hearts of the dozen demon generals exploded with fear. Looking at Lin Feng before them, they all felt a chill. The human martial artist is too powerful. If this guy isn't killed, he will definitely become a future threat. No wonder Lord Little Wind wants him dead. Turns out this guy is really a freak. With such talent, he will surely become a strong warrior in the future. If we don't kill him, the human race will gain another powerful figure. Too strong. The problem is how to kill him. Hearing the discussions among the demons, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Holding the magic blade, he confidently declared, Hesitation will only lead to your defeat. Kneel down. Let me take your heads. The demons were taken aback. They all erupted in anger. Just as they prepared to strike again, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Then, a figure wielding a black giant axe appeared, the heavenly wolf, and said, Hey, bullying the few with the many? That's not fair. My big axe has been itching for action. Who wants to feel its power? With a powerful aura revealed, the dozen demon generals instantly panicked. Dealing with one Lin Feng had already stretched them thin. Now, with the arrival of a 9-star martial sect, it was undoubtedly a disaster for them. It was unclear who ran first, but soon all the demon generals began to flee in unison. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't show them any mercy. Holding the magic blade, he moved his feet. His speed surged instantly. A 3rd-level demon general hadn't even reacted before he was cut in half, directly killed. Not wanting to fall behind, the heavenly wolf also smiled slightly. Gripping the giant axe, he charged through. With his 9-star martial sect strength, these demon generals didn't even have a chance to fight back. In their seamless cooperation, in less than a moment, all the demon generals were slain. Lin Feng, who stopped, had a calm expression. With his blood energy surging, he felt a wave of comfort in his heart. You've broken through again? At this moment, the heavenly wolf approached, carrying the giant axe. Lin Feng nodded without hiding it. He had already gotten used to quickly breaking through realms. As for whether others could get used to it, he didn't know. Freak, the heavenly wolf shook his head slightly. Looking at Lin Feng before him, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that this kid's talent was terrifying. At this rate of breakthrough, it wouldn't be long before he became as strong as him. I shouldn't have anything to do here, the heavenly wolf said again. If you need anything in the future, come find me in Area 3, I'll buy you a drink. As the words fell, the heavenly wolf turned and waved his hand to leave. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Watching the departing figure, his expression remained calm. He pondered that this slaughter had yielded rich rewards. His merit points surged from 46,380 to 52,580. His blood energy value also increased from 844,250 to 938,250. He broke through to the 2-star martial sect, 938,250. His mental points surged from 658,550 to 736,050. He broke through to a 4th-level mentalist, 736,050. The explosive increase in blood energy made Lin Feng's blood boil, and his mental power seemed to be just half a step away from breaking through to a 5th-level mentalist. As long as he took that half step, he will become a level 5 mental master. You must know that a level 5 mental master is comparable to a martial honor. At this rate of breakthrough, Lin Feng seriously doubts the realm of mental masters. It is very likely that they are even slightly stronger than martial artists. Coupled with the uniqueness of dual cultivation in both martial and mental arts, their combat power will absolutely crush martial artists of the same level, and even fighting across levels will not be a problem. Someone's coming. At this moment, Xiao Yuer exclaimed. Lin Feng turned around and was momentarily stunned. In the distance, several starships suddenly appeared in the sky. Below the city, numerous guards surged out. The newcomers were the 358th Regiment and the Independent Regiment. Leading the way were Wang Chong, Li Longyun, and others, rushing towards them. Is this support? Isn't it too late? Xiao Yuer crossed her arms and complained. Xin Kong, seeing this, fell silent. Looking at these people in front of her, she roughly guessed why they had come. Lin Feng remained calm. As long as the newcomers were not beasts, he didn't care. It's the Black Death God. As they got closer, Wang Chong was the first to spot Lin Feng. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xin Kong, saying, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Following closely behind, Grey Wolf and Li Longyun also felt relieved upon seeing this scene, especially Grey Wolf. As the leader of the rookie team, he bore a significant responsibility. "What happened to you two?" Grey Wolf said with a dark face. "Leaving the team casually is a serious issue. You must write a self-criticism." "Oh." Xiao Yuer responded with an "oh." Xin Kong, however, remained silent. Lin Feng smiled slightly at this scene. Glancing at Wang Chong and Li Longyun, he said, "The 0913 beast territory should be empty now. We can reclaim it." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Feng say this, the others were shocked. "Are you serious? Wang Chong, you can't be joking, right? No wonder we haven't seen any beasts along the way." Li Longyun. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It seemed unnecessary to lie about this, right? Nearby, Wang Yusheng immediately sent someone to investigate. It was shocking to see the results. Report: no large-scale beast herd was found in the 0913 danger zone. The sudden good news lifted everyone's spirits. Even Grey Wolf forgot to be angry. "When can we go to 0914? Lin Feng asked again. "I need more training." Wang Chong stroked his chin and said, "We can go anytime. 0913 is not far from 0914. However, you might not be familiar with it, so let us send someone to establish a foothold in the city first." "Exactly. There are more beasts in 0914, Li Longyun reminded. "It will take us 3 days to establish a foothold. Black Death God, you can take a break." "Not familiar with the 0914 danger zone? What a joke." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He thought going to 0914 would feel like returning home. He was almost completely familiar with the streets, alleys, and even the basements there. As for whether it was dangerous, Lin Feng didn't care. On the contrary, he was too lazy to go to places without danger. "You all take them back," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'm somewhat familiar with 0914, I'll go scout it out first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned and waved goodbye. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Yuer couldn't help but raise her hand and say, "Grey Wolf Instructor, can I go?" "No," Grey Wolf said with a dark face. Xin Kong, however, did not raise her hand. Watching the departing figure, she sighed inwardly. After spending these 2 days together, she realized that the gap between her and this man was too great. If she didn't work hard to cultivate, it was likely that they would never have the possibility of standing side by side. As a strong-willed female warrior, Xin Kong would not allow herself to be weaker than the person she liked. With this thought, she turned and walked towards the starship. Seeing this, Xiao Yuer could only shrug and leave with her. Meanwhile, outside the 6th food processing plant in Chuan City, Sheningqing glanced at the door number, feeling a sense of helplessness. She thought about finding another large supermarket tomorrow, which meant she had already checked all the large supermarkets in Chuan City. If she still couldn't find Lin Feng's whereabouts, she really didn't know what to do. Hu Xinger might have sensed her best friend's worry. She couldn't help but shake her head slightly and said, "Let's go, tomorrow is the last one, we should head back." Sheningqing smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to leave, a man walked out of the 6th food processing plant. He was wearing a floral shirt, had a slicked-back hairstyle, and was holding a cigar. His tall and robust figure exuded a bit of a rogue vibe. "Boss Son, don't worry, we're brothers, how could we possibly cheat you?" The man who came out was indeed Boss Son. He had come to the 6th food processing plant to discuss cooperation, and his face was full of smiles. He glanced at the manager following him and said, "That's it, I'm heading back now, call me if anything comes up." As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Son, puffing on his cigar, turned to leave. But as he passed by Shining Ching and Hu Xinger, he suddenly stopped. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Boss Son looked at Shining Chung. "Come on, uncle." Hu Xinger stepped in front of her best friend and said, "Your way of flirting is so outdated, give it up." "Thanks." With that, Hu Xinger pulled Shining Ching away. "Flirting?" Boss Son was taken aback. He thought to himself that he didn't even like little girls. He just genuinely felt like he had seen this girl somewhere. It was just that he couldn't recall it for a moment. Boss Son, too lazy to engage, exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to leave. Late at night, at the outskirts of the 0914 danger zone, Lin Feng returned to this place after many days. He still remembered the last time he came here. He was just a martial artist then. Now, back at the 0914 danger zone, he was already a 2-star martial sovereign. With a cold gaze, Lin Feng observed his surroundings. It was vaguely different from the 0914 he remembered. The beasts that roamed the outskirts were no longer magical beasts, but rather groups of demon beasts. Among them were not a few low-level demon generals. If the guard army wanted to break through here, they would probably have to pay a hefty price. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Thanks to his familiarity with the terrain, he instinctively moved forward. Roar, roar, roar. But today was different from the past. The danger zone was teeming with demon beasts. The presence of human martial artists was extremely sensitive to them. Lin Feng hadn't gotten far when he was discovered by a group of demon beasts. The deafening roars of beasts erupted, like thunder in the night. The densely packed demon beasts began to swarm towards him. Lin Feng, clad in black tungsten battle armor, remained calm upon seeing this. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately controlled the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades to his forward. Under the shining golden blade light, beast heads kept falling to the ground. The exploding blood mist spread out like a fountain. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 2 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 2 demon beast, vitality points. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. In just one encounter, thousands of demon beasts were slain. Under the terrifying might of the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, the swarming beasts paused for a few seconds. Covered in blood, Lin Feng's vitality surged. He broke through to 3-star martial sovereign. Feeling his blood boiling, he smiled. Then he drew his magic sword and charged forward. With shadowless and full firepower activated, the great sun-blazed fire unleashed its full power. Like a humanoid tank, Lin Feng rampaged wildly. Wherever he passed, demon beasts were torn apart. Some demon beasts didn't even have time to react before realizing their heads had already fallen to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. Others didn't even see who the enemy was before falling asleep under the dazzling golden light. Ding! Using shadowless, proficiency. Ding! Using great sun-blazed fire, proficiency. Ding! Slaying a level 1 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 2 demon beast, vitality points. The panel's notification sounds kept ringing. Lin Feng seemed to be killing recklessly, carving a bloody path through the beast horde. Roar! Amidst the frenzied slaughter, he quickly attracted the attention of high-ranking demon generals. Under the terrifying beast roars, his eyes were icy cold. The surrounding beasts, seeing this, bared their teeth and parted to create a passage. Looking ahead, a 3-headed human-faced lion, as large as a tank, emerged. A level 5 demon general. Despicable human warrior. Daring to be so audacious here. A hoarse voice rang out. The low-ranking demon beasts around all bowed their heads in submission. Lin Feng, however, remained unafraid. Facing the high-ranking demon general before him, he directly raised his middle finger. The human-faced lion naturally understood this international gesture. Roar! Burning with rage, it opened its massive mouth and roared. It then charged forward at high speed. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Within the range of his mental power, he detected at least 10 more high-ranking demon generals rushing over. Knowing it was unwise to linger, he hesitated not a moment to draw his magic blade. Immobilization technique. As the human-faced lion approached, it suddenly felt its body unable to move an inch, as if trapped in a quagmire. This deadly sensation revealed fear in its pupils, but alas, it was too late to be afraid. With the perfected immobilization technique combined with Lin Feng's 3-star martial master level, he was truly invincible. Crack! As the magic blade fell, all 3 lion heads dropped to the ground. Ding! Immobilization technique used, proficiency gained. Ding! Slain a level 5 demon general, health points, mental points gained. Hearing the prompts, Lin Feng's lips curled up. Without a moment's hesitation, he collected the corpse of the level 5 demon general. Glancing at the remaining beast horde, he then swiftly left the area. Roar! Not long after he departed, 10 level 5 demon generals arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the lion heads on the ground, they all howled in anger. After leaving the outskirts of 0914, Lin Feng returned to a nearby bungalow. Not in a hurry to eat, he opened his data. Merit points surged from 52,580 to 60,780. Health points also jumped from 938,250 to 1,062,250. He broke through to 3-star martial master. 1,062,250. Mental points increased from 736,050 to 814,050. He broke through to level 4 mental master. Breaking through to 3-star martial master. He was just 1 step away from 4-star. Lin Feng, filled with joy, swallowed hard. He realized that killing suited him. As long as he kept killing, he could grow stronger quickly. Gurgle. At this thought, Lin Feng's stomach suddenly growled. After the frenzied slaughter, his mental and physical energy were both severely depleted. If he didn't eat something soon, he would truly be hungry. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took out the barbecue grill. He then sliced and marinated the flesh and blood of the level 5 demon general lion. Afterward, he began grilling. Once both sides were golden brown and sizzling with oil, he sprinkled on barbecue seasoning and cumin. Finally, he drizzled on some soul juice. Deliciousness was ready. With a growling stomach, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with side dishes. He began to feast heartily. When he choked a bit while eating, he didn't forget to grab a bottle of chilled beer. The combination of barbecue and beer released his taste buds. In no time, half of the level 5 demon general's flesh was devoured clean. Burp! Sated, Lin Feng stretched and then lay down to enter dreamland. Meanwhile, deep within the perilous demon lair, Little Drill Wind looked at the demon generals reporting the situation before him, his expression extremely awkward. He never expected this human genius warrior to be so formidable. Not only had he destroyed their 2 nests at 0912 in a short time, but now he had single-handedly charged into the perilous area of 0914. Useless! You are all a bunch of useless fools. Not even as good as a human. What else can you do? Little Drill Wind nearly shouted. Needing to guard the demon lair, he wished he could take action himself. Unfortunately, the demon lair had reached a critical moment. At this time, he couldn't move an inch. Lord Little Drill Wind, that guy is just too powerful. Just a few days ago he was a martial artist, and now he's a martial master. We are no match for him. Please, Lord Little Wind, take action. Strengthen the prestige of our beast tribe. I let out a fart. Little Wind gritted his teeth, thinking if he could go out, he would have done so long ago. If he delayed the plan of Lord Golden Wing, his life would probably be in danger. Get lost. Keep an eye on him. Little Wind shouted angrily, as soon as he appears, we will attack in unison. Don't fight alone. That's a death sentence. Yes. A group of demon generals nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Shining Qing, feeling anxious, rushed to the 7th food processing plant in Chuan City. She had been looking for Lin Feng for almost 2 weeks. She had searched nearly all the RT-Mart stores in Chuan City. If she couldn't find him in this last store today, Shining Qing really didn't know what to do. Lost in thought, Shining Qing and Hu Xinger quickly arrived at the 7th food processing plant in Chuan City. Just as they were about to go in and take a look, they happened to run into Boss Song, who was getting off work. With a cigarette in his mouth, he was surprised. It's you guys. It's you. Hu Xinger replied, speechless, come on, uncle, we're really not interested in you. Why are you still following us here? Don't give us that coincidence talk. We stopped buying that a long time ago. Try something new, uncle. Boss Song. Looking at Hu Xinger, who kept calling him uncle, Boss Song felt somewhat speechless. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he said, chubby girl, don't worry, even if I'm single, I wouldn't be interested in you. Besides, I didn't run into you by chance. I work here, understand? Work? Shining Qing was taken aback. She glanced at Boss Song, who didn't seem like a bad person, and said, do you know someone named Lin Feng? He's this tall, quite handsome. Here's a photo. Upon seeing the photo Shining Qing handed over, Boss Song's expression changed. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exclaimed excitedly, "Damn, I knew I had seen you somewhere. You're Lin Feng's classmate, right? I saw you on this kid's phone. Why didn't I think of that yesterday? It's all your fault, chubby girl, for messing with my thoughts." Hu Xing'er, Shening Cheng. The two girls were stunned, then became somewhat excited, especially Shening Cheng, who exclaimed, "You know Lin Feng? Where is he now?" "Of course I know." Boss Song laughed. "He used to work here. He's a pretty pitiful kid, and we got along well." Shening Cheng was thrilled. Her eyes unconsciously turned red. She had been thinking about this guy every day for so long, but Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared, never appearing at school again. The only connection between them was through the virtual network, until someone came to the Shangjing family. Shening Cheng could no longer suppress her longing and decided to look for Lin Feng. It turned out that searching led her to all the Artimart stores in Chuan City, but fortunately, hard work pays off. In the end, she found him. "Uncle, you said Lin Feng doesn't work here anymore?" Hu Xing'er grasped the key issue. "Do you know where he went? This is very important to us." "I don't know. He hasn't been here for several months." Boss Song sighed. "Aren't you classmates? You don't know where he lives?" "Quit?" Shening Cheng felt both happy and anxious. She thought, how could this guy disappear again? "I don't know," Hu Xing'er said. "This guy is avoiding us, uncle, so we don't know where he lives." "All right." Boss Song nodded. Glancing at the two, he said, "He worked for me, so he must have residence information, but I don't know how accurate it is. You can go check for yourselves. I haven't seen this kid in a long time either." "Good." Hearing this, Shening Cheng was excited. With renewed hope, she felt she would soon see Lin Feng. Overwhelmed with excitement, she instinctively hugged Hu Xing'er tightly. Then, under Boss Song's guidance, the two girls left the processing plant. Watching their departing figures, Boss Song felt something strange. He pondered that Lin Feng seemed to have quite a good fortune with women. Just as he was feeling emotional, an old man with a white beard suddenly appeared behind him. "What the hell? Who are you? You scared me." Song Lauda shivered and said, "You think I won't slap you just because you're old? Slap me?" Uncle Fu's expression darkened. He thought to himself that since becoming a martial king, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like that. But now, the matter was urgent. He didn't care about these details. "Tell me, what did you just say to those two girls?" "Uncle Fu, who the hell are you?" Song Lauda rolled up his sleeves and said, "You want me to talk, and I just talk? Am I still going to survive here?" Uncle Fu's face darkened. He immediately grabbed a metal rod and, right in front of Song Lauda, crushed it with his bare hands. A high-level martial artist. Seeing this scene, Song Lauda was stunned. Still afraid of death, he excitedly said, calm down, I'll tell you." Then, Song Lauda spoke word by word. After listening, Uncle Fu's expression was somewhat astonished. He never expected that the person the young lady was looking for was actually that poor kid. Uncontrollably, certain images flashed through his mind. It was a rainy night. Uncle Fu found Lin Feng, who was sitting at the same table as the young lady. After a brief discussion, he successfully made that poor kid drop out of school, disappearing from the young lady's sight. Uncle Fu thought this was just a small episode that would never happen again. Who knew that this poor kid would pop up again? And according to the thug's account, after dropping out, that poor kid had been living by selling and killing fish at a supermarket. A stinky fish seller is worthy of my young lady? Humph. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but snort coldly. He glanced at Song Lauda beside him and then angrily left. "What's going on?" murmured Song Lauda, looking completely bewildered. He didn't understand why so many people suddenly came looking for Lin Feng. And they weren't just any ordinary people. Not wanting to get into trouble, he sighed and left in a huff. After leaving the 7th processing factory, Shening followed the information given by Song Lauda and found the Happiness Apartment. This was Lin Feng's previous residence. Looking at such a shabby and dilapidated environment, Shening felt a pang of sadness. But now was not the time for pity. She followed Hu Xing'er and hurried to find the door number. Knock, knock. Arriving at the door, Shening nervously knocked. It had been a long time since she had seen Lin Feng, and she felt a bit anxious. "Who are you looking for?" Unfortunately, when the door opened, a disheveled and somewhat slovenly woman walked out. This left Shening stunned. "Hello, doesn't Lin Feng live here?" "Lin Feng?" The woman scratched her head and said, "That was the previous tenant, right? If you're looking for the landlord, I live here now." "Moved out?" Shening felt a bit disappointed. Seeing this, Hu Xing'er quickly took out money and said, "Can you help us contact the landlord? We need to find Lin Feng's contact address." The woman looked at the large stack of cash in Hu Xing'er's hand, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Sure, just wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman eagerly took the money from Hu Xing'er's hand. This left her stunned, her eyes filled with speechlessness. Meanwhile, Shening was full of hope, fearing that her hopes would be dashed again. At the same time, in an apartment in Chuan City, Master Shinsan glanced at Uncle Fu, his face full of anger. As a martial emperor, he hadn't been this angry in a long time. He had thought that the boyfriendings he found would at least have some status and position. Who knew the other party was just a stinky fish seller, a poor kid? As a member of the Shin family, he, Master Shinsan, couldn't afford to lose face. Have you found him? Just kill him, Master Shinsan said. Upon hearing the inquiry, Uncle Fu shook his head slightly. He thought that after learning it was Lin Feng, he immediately conducted a citywide search. But no matter how he looked, that stinky fish seller seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Third Master, Uncle Fu said, there's no news of this guy, as if it has been highly classified. Highly classified? Hearing this, Master Shinsan's eyes moved. It is well known. A person who can be classified as confidential information cannot be simple. Moreover, this person might be someone significant, a protected individual. This made Master Shun's expression change as he said, are you sure you can't find him? If he is a confidential figure, how could he be just a stinky fish seller? Uncle Fu smiled bitterly. He pondered that he might have made a mistake. But after investigating, he indeed couldn't find Lin Feng. The only possibility, as he said, is that the other party has other identities. However, in Uncle Fu's impression, that poor kid seemed to have no other relatives besides a sister. How could he possibly be a confidential figure? Wait. Upon thinking of this, Uncle Fu suddenly realized, I got it, Master Shin, Lin Feng has a sister. I suddenly forgot about that. Master Shin frowned. Looking displeased, he glanced at Uncle Fu and said, investigate clearly before coming to me. Yes. Uncle Fu turned and left. After he departed, Master Shin went to the window. Looking out at the tall buildings, his eyes were filled with indifference. Outside the danger zone. As the sun rose, Lin Feng arrived early. Hiding in the shadows, he glanced at the movement below, and a smile crept onto his lips. It was evident that the monsters inside had been stirred up by his commotion last night. Today, there were clearly more monsters gathering at the periphery. They were densely packed, resembling a swarm of bees, making one's scalp tingle. But Lin Feng was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. These monsters were seen as man-eating beasts by others. But to him, they were just vitality points, spirit points. Boom! Just as Lin Feng was reflecting, a deafening roar suddenly came from above. He looked up. Dozens of starships were arriving one after another. Laser cannons and ray guns fell like a rain curtain. This was precisely the cleaning mode of the Chuan City Guard. Under the cover of dense artillery fire, the large number of monsters gathered at the periphery scattered in a panic. They quickly vanished from sight. After completing the cleaning mission, the starships turned back and left. Following closely were the independent regiment led by Wang Chong and Li Longyun, the 358th Regiment of the Guard. Watching the numerous approaching battle vehicles in the distance, Lin Feng smiled. He was just worried about not having a chance to explore the 0914 danger zone. And now, someone had provided him with an opportunity. Unhurried, he stretched lazily and then rushed towards the periphery of the danger zone at high speed. It was vaguely visible. In the starship cleaning mode, the ground was littered with shattered flesh and charred remains. The air was thick with the rich aroma of meat. Having had breakfast, Lin Feng was naturally not interested in these. However, some monsters could hardly resist the temptation of delicious food. Facing these fragrant roasted meats, hundreds of monsters were surrounding them, devouring them greedily. They were completely unaware of Lin Feng sneaking in. He, not being polite, naturally wouldn't indulge this group of gluttons. With a casual wave, 3,000 golden willow leaf blades appeared in succession. Ding! Using mental attack, spirit points. Ding! Slaying a first-level monster, vitality points. As the prompt sounded, Lin Feng sheathed his knife and left. Since the guard began attacking 0914, the vast majority of monsters were at the stronghold. This time, Lin Feng didn't think of helping. Instead, he wandered behind enemy lines. Along the way, he encountered some small groups of monsters but couldn't be bothered to pay attention. As he walked, a familiar area came into view. It was evident that this used to be a lush green meadow. After the disaster, it had become the territory of plant monsters. When Lin Feng first came to the 0914 danger zone, he encountered a group of red demon flowers. Although he had slain them with lightning, the plant-type beast clan had healing and regeneration abilities. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng had guessed, thousands of plant beast clans had grown back on this meadow. Unlike the red demon flowers, they seemed to be of a higher grade and stronger. These were plant-type monsters. Unlike the red demon flowers, they resembled carnivorous plants, specifically the Venus flytrap. The reason Lin Feng came here, the purpose, of course, is for the green attribute. The golden attribute can enchant and enhance attack power. The green attribute can provide healing abilities. Moreover, the enhancement of attributes can significantly strengthen the spiritual domain. With this in mind, Lin Feng glanced at the man-eating flowers and summoned 3,000 golden willow leaf blades to charge forward. Roar! 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 A large number of man-eating flowers emitted a piercing roar, similar to that of a beast, upon sensing the approach of humans. Beneath the ground, black vines twisted and coiled towards him. Unfazed, Lin Feng simply waved his hand. Instantly, the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades swept through like a cutting machine. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 plant beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 1 beast, vitality points. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng advanced like a killing machine. This group of man-eating flowers was almost unilaterally crushed before him. In less than a moment, nearly 1,000 man-eating flower beasts were slaughtered clean. Stopping, Lin Feng's lips curled up. He could directly feel the explosive increase of the green attribute, and his heart was filled with joy. With a casual wave, the 5-colored sphere appeared. Visible to the naked eye, its green attribute had increased by half after devouring nearly 1,000 man-eating flowers. The saturation was not far off. Quite excited, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Instinctively, he activated the power of the green attribute. Sure enough, in that instant, a ball of green healing power appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Without any hesitation, he used it on himself. In an instant, he felt his mental strength and physical strength completely restored. The fatigue he had just felt vanished without a trace. The effect was 100 times better than the blue potion. Lin Feng clearly sensed the terrifying nature of the healing ability. It was as if he carried a healer with him. Tired or weary, just heal a bit. Instantly revitalized. Moreover, Lin Feng could also perceive that the spiritual domain seemed to have some subtle changes. The specific changes still needed his research. Boom! 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 Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a sudden roar of cannon fire echoed from not far away. Looking up, the guard army had begun a second counterattack. Under the starship's ground-clearing mode, a large number of beasts were not retreating but increasing. This abnormal scene caught Lin Feng's attention. He knew that there was something unusual about 0914. However, he had no idea what was in that pit. With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to dwell on the deeper matters. He glanced at the direction of the bridgehead battlefield and then rushed forward at high speed. In the afternoon, after waiting for 5 hours, Qing finally received a call from Lin Feng's former landlord. After some inquiries, she learned a fact. This left Hu Xing'er dumbfounded. This is too ridiculous. Lin Jia is actually Lin Feng's sister. This girl is a natural awakener and is now a hot commodity at the 7th Martial Arts University. After all this time, she turns out to be Lin Feng's sister. This is outrageous. Hearing her best friend's complaints, Qing was also quite surprised. She couldn't help but recall the little test during the martial arts exam. No wonder Lin Feng sent her photos and came to see her. It turned out he also had a reason to visit his sister. But why, when they were so close, did he not come to see her? Qing couldn't make sense of it at all. However, she was glad that she was about to find this annoying guy. The landlord doesn't know where Lin Feng lives, but the 3rd middle school should know where Lin Jia lives. If we find her, we can find Lin Feng. Qing analyzed, that annoying guy. He really made me search high and low. When we meet, I must deal with him. With this thought, Qing couldn't help but clench her fists. It was vaguely visible. The warrior aura emanating from her had already reached the 9-star warrior level. Hu Xing'er shook her head slightly and said, Lin Feng isn't even a warrior, you shouldn't bully him anymore. Now that you've awakened your talent, the gap between you two is only getting bigger. Ingzi, are you sure you really want to be with him? He's just an ordinary person, your family won't accept him. Qing nodded heavily. With red-rimmed eyes, she gritted her teeth and said, My mother told me before she died that I must choose someone I like to be happy in the future. I like Lin Feng, and that's enough. This is the answer. Alright, Hu Xing'er nodded. Seeing her best friend so determined, she didn't say anything more. Glancing at the time, she said, 3rd middle school is on break. We still need some time to investigate. Let's call it a day and head back. Okay. Qing nodded. Then she turned and left. After the two left, Uncle Fu stepped out slowly. Watching the young lady's departing figure, his eyes were filled with confusion. He pondered where Lin Feng had disappeared to. Now that he couldn't find him, he could only continue to follow the young lady. As night fell, the danger zone was still engulfed in gunfire. Under the glow of the flames, the entire bridgehead looked like daylight. Wang Chong, with one hand on his waist, glanced at the movement ahead and gritted his teeth. Damn it, what's wrong with these beast cubs? They keep counterattacking, Don't they fear death? Just as he finished speaking, Wang Yusheng, covered in injuries, ran back. With an anxious expression, he exclaimed, "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many beast cubs. Request artillery support." Artillery support? Wang Chang's face darkened. He thought this would just make them a laughingstock. Since their 358th Regiment launched the attack during the day, they had called for artillery support 5 times. Each time, they had repelled the beast cubs' counterattacks and then pushed back. After several times, Wang Cheng felt embarrassed himself. How's it going with the independent regiment? Can Old Li still hold on? Wang Yusheng shook his head slightly. He thought the beast tribe in the 0914 danger zone was more than they had imagined. At this rate of counterattacks, let alone the independent regiment, even the 358th regiment would be wiped out. Sigh. Wang Cheng let out a slight sigh. He thought if it really didn't work, they would have to retreat. This tough nut, he really couldn't chew through. But at that moment, a golden rain curtain suddenly swept across the bridgehead. Wang Yusheng was stunned and excitedly said, "Captain, the Black Reaper has arrived." "I see it," Wang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. "Ha! Finally, we've been waiting for this. Damn it! Counterattack!" "Yes." Wang Yusheng saluted and left. On the battlefield, a massive swarm of demon beasts surged in. Even with starships washing the ground, they couldn't kill all these tough-skinned, intelligent creatures. After repeated cycles, these demon beasts even learned to dodge artillery fire. In this situation, the attacking guard army was in great pain, especially with the sudden increase in the number of beast tribes. They were barely holding on. After a guard soldier killed the last demon beast, he suddenly discovered another wave of demon beasts emerging in the distance, a dark mass, filling him with despair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a golden rain curtain suddenly fell from the sky. Then a familiar figure appeared at the forefront. It was Lin Feng. Charging over, he glanced at the swarming demon beasts. He couldn't help but feel his body start to tremble. This was a sign of excitement. Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious demon beasts, seeing this, were filled with brutality. Faced with the human warrior before them, they only wanted to tear him apart. But just one glance, one beast head after another fell to the ground. Then blood flowers bloomed continuously, with blood and flesh flying, and blood splattering everywhere. Under the harvest of 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, this place had turned into a slaughterhouse. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Killing a first-level demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Killing a second-level demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Killing a third-level demon beast, vitality points. The sound of dinging rang incessantly. Like beautiful notes, it echoed in Lin Feng's ears. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, he felt his vitality surge, and his mental power skyrocketed, breaking through to the 4-star martial master. But Lin Feng still didn't stop. In his madness, he swept through the surroundings like the Grim Reaper. When a demon general attempted to sneak attack, he was instantly killed with a backhand. Ding! Using mental attacks, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 5 beast, blood value. Ding! Using mental attacks, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 8 beast, blood value. Under this terrifying killing speed, far surpassing the starship's cleaning mode, causing a large number of beasts to see this scene and become utterly terrified. Ignoring the command of the beast generals, they scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. And now, on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Lin Feng waved his magic knife. Is this it? The beast horde's counterattack was single-handedly resolved by Lin Feng. It was a scene comparable to a war god's intervention. Making the many guards' blood boil, they cheered in unison. Isn't this the Black Death God? So fierce. The beast cubs in his hands are like cabbages. Exactly. No resistance at all. Ha ha ha. A feast of slaughter. So satisfying. This is too fierce. No wonder he's the Black Death God. He always helps us solve problems. The Black Death God is too fierce. Unbelievably so. Truly my idol. The Black Death God must have broken through again. He can't be at the martial sovereign level already, can he? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng revealed a hint of a smile. After the frenzied slaughter, his blood value and mental power surged wildly, allowing him to successfully break through to the 4-star martial sovereign. Excited, he checked the data. Merit points surged from 60,780 to 68,980. Blood value also surged from 1,062,250 to 1,182,250, breaking through to 4-star martial sovereign. 1,182,250. mental points surged from 814,050 to 916,550. Breaking through to level 4 mental master, 916,550, and only a step away from breaking through to 5-star martial sovereign. Overjoyed, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He felt full of confidence. Black Death God, you're too fierce. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Wang Chong ran over. Looking at the Black Death God in front of him, he gave him a bear hug. Did you break through again? Hearing the question, Lin Feng nodded. Glancing at Wang Chong, he said to Wang Yisheng, just broke through to 4-star. 4-star martial sovereign? Hiss. Wang Chong gasped in surprise. He thought to himself that the Black Death God's breakthrough speed was too fast. Just 2 days ago, he had only broken through to martial sovereign, and now he had broken through to 4-star martial sovereign? No wonder the Tianlang team had retreated. It turned out the Black Death God no longer needed protection. You're amazing, Wang Chong exclaimed. Compared to you, at my age, I feel like I've lived like a dog. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. He thought that reaching the martial sovereign realm at Wang Chang's age was already quite impressive. Unless you were a genius or had a particularly strong awakened talent, you would have a higher breakthrough in future realms. This is also why the martial master realm is considered a high threshold for martial artists. Some may be unremarkable in the early stages but awaken good talents after breaking through the martial master realm, soaring to great heights. Others may advance rapidly in the early stages but fail to awaken talents after breaking through the martial master realm, or their talents may be too weak, leading to mediocrity. This is all fate. And Lin Feng is the best example. If he hadn't added points to his panel, perhaps he would still be at the supermarket killing and selling fish. I won't talk to you guys anymore. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm going to check out other places. Alright. Wang Chong waved his hand. Watching the departing figure, his eyes were filled with emotion. Not long after he left, a war chariot roared over. It was Li Longyun. After the beast horde retreated in large numbers, he rushed directly to the 358th Regiment's position. What the hell is going on? Did the beast horde retreat here too? Li Longyun, who ran over, stared wide-eyed. I was just saying to bring the Erdali cannon. TCH. Wang Chong crossed his arms in disdain. No need, the Black Death God just came and slaughtered them all. You can't imagine how fierce it was. By the time you, Li Longyun, carried the Erdali cannon here, I estimate it would have been buried for 3 days. Li Longyun. Blushing, Li Longyun smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood ahead. The Black Death God is getting fiercer and fiercer. Has he broken through again? 4-star martial sovereign. Wang Chong exclaimed, impressive, right? A sure candidate for the god of war in the future. Breaking through to 4-star martial sovereign? Hiss. Li Longyun gasped in disbelief. This kid has been breaking through too quickly since awakening his talent. I'm so envious. Stop whining. Wang Chong said disdainfully, hurry up and report this. Let's take a break while we can. Alright. Li Longyun nodded. This matter definitely needed reporting. The Black Death God was just too fierce. In the late night, the Silver Dragon commander, unable to sleep, was studying some documents. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Then, Xiao Shuang rushed in. Commander, good news. The Silver Dragon commander was taken aback. He stood up and asked, was it breached? No. Xiao Shuang shook his head. Then what is it? The Silver Dragon commander frowned. The Black Death God has broken through to 4-star martial sovereign. Xiao Shuang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Feng broke through again? Oh, the Silver Dragon commander said, isn't that normal? You're too surprised. Thank goodness I wasn't sleeping. Otherwise, you would have woken me up again. Commander, aren't you surprised? Xiao Shuang asked in confusion. What's there to be surprised about? The Silver Dragon commander feigned calmness. The Black Death God's breakthrough speed isn't new. It's been like this for a while. No need to make a fuss. I'll punish you to run 5 kilometers on the playground. Yes. Xiao Shuang's face showed a bitter expression, then saluted and left. After he left, the Silver Dragon commander couldn't help but sigh. He thought, this Lin Feng is just too fierce, right? He just broke through to martial sovereign a couple of days ago, and now he's at 4-star? This speed is simply incredible. He instinctively wanted to report to Chief Night Owl but hesitated. After all, he didn't want to carry a 10-kilometer burden. After leaving the bridgehead position, Lin Feng originally planned to continue slaughtering the demon beasts, but after a round, he found that these beast cubs had disappeared. Feeling quite helpless, he could only find a tall building and go to the rooftop for some small barbecue. Dinner was still that 5th-level demon general. After being eaten by Lin Feng for 2 days, there was hardly anything left. Quite skilled, he sliced the remaining meat, marinated it, and grilled it. Once both sides were golden brown and sizzling with oil, Lin Feng sprinkled barbecue seasoning, cumin, and the final touch of soul juice. The aroma wafted through the air, Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Feng swallowed hard. He then took out some chili rings, lettuce, garlic cloves, and frozen beer. The moon was quite round tonight. According to old human customs, it seemed like the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Feeling quite sentimental, Lin Feng smiled. He then picked up the grilled meat and began to feast. One bite in, it was spicy and delicious, leaving a lingering taste. To be able to enjoy such a meal in the deep of night was a top-notch experience. If he could only watch and not eat, that would be too painful. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. In no time, nearly 100 pounds of 5th-level demon beast meat was devoured clean. Yet Lin Feng's stomach was only half full. Feeling somewhat helpless, he shook his head slightly, disappointment in his eyes. He could only grab the frozen beer to drown his sorrows, trying to fill his belly. Just then, a gentle breeze brushed his face. Following that, a 4th-level flying demon beast arrived on the rooftop, drawn by the firelight. Upon discovering a human warrior, it instinctively wanted to attack. But when it realized it was Lin Feng, it panicked. "It's you!" Lin Feng was also taken aback, overjoyed. "Thank you, nature's gift." Not yet full, Lin Feng shot a glance over. The 4th-level flying demon general was instantly frozen in midair. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Seeing Lin Feng approaching step by step, the 4th-level demon general panicked. It never expected to encounter the god of death while patrolling at midnight. The feeling of death surged in its heart, filling it with despair. Crack! Ding! Slain 4th-level demon general, gaining health points and spirit points. Lin Feng wasn't one to hesitate. With a casual wave, the golden willow leaf knife swept away. In just a few moves, the demon general was cut down. Looking at the two plump wings, Lin Feng hummed a song. "I love eating roasted chicken wings. Roasted chicken wings are my favorite." In the depths of the perilous cave, Little Drill Wind watched the occupied outskirts, feeling quite anxious, especially after seeing Lin Feng rampaging through the area. It was utterly dumbfounded. After all, the last time this little ant saw it, it was just a useless creature that could only run away. Who would have thought that this guy could actually slay a level 5 demon general now? Thinking of this, Little Drill Wind felt even more anxious. It thought to itself that the reason it came to the 0914 perilous area was to complete the task assigned by Lord Jin Xiao Shui. If it lost its life here, that would be a huge loss, especially now that the human warrior army was gaining momentum. If the Beast Clan didn't show some real skill soon, they would likely face a disastrous defeat. Lost in thought, Little Drill Wind made its way deeper into the cave. It was evident that this place, aside from being a passage connecting to the Beast Clan, had another purpose: to condense star sources. Little Drill Wind didn't quite understand what the so-called star source was, but it knew that this thing was very important to Lord Jin Xiao Shui. In recent years, the 18 demon generals of the Tianping mountain range had been working hard to condense star sources for Lord Jin Xiao Shui, and the 0914 perilous area just happened to have the potential to condense star sources. Otherwise, Lord Jin Xiao Shui wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to open up the cave. With a sigh, Little Drill Wind entered a cave. Inside, the starlight was dazzling, beautiful like a galaxy. In the very center of the cave, clusters of silver, liquid-like substances were slowly condensing. There were about 100 of them. Along with the star sources that had already been transmitted back, Little Drill Wind had harvested nearly 500 star sources here. This quantity far exceeded the production capacity of other caves. Therefore, Lord Jin Xiao Shui placed great importance on the 0914 perilous area. "Should I stay or should I go?" Little Drill Wind murmured to itself, shaking its head slightly, lost in thought as it looked at the star sources before it. The next morning, in the guidance office of the 3rd middle school, Sheningqing felt inexplicably nervous after getting teacher Zhou's contact information. She glanced at her good friend Hu Xinger beside her and said anxiously, "Do you think no one will answer?" Hu Xinger shook her head slightly, looking at her friend with her hands raised. "Just call, don't waste time." "All right." Sheningqing nodded and then dialed the phone number from the teacher's handbook. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone rang for a while, a man's voice came from the other end. "Who is this?" Sheningqing's face lit up with joy as she quickly explained her purpose. Teacher Zhou on the other end was also taken aback, wondering what Sheningqing wanted with Lin Jia. He was familiar with this equally famous genius. However, his own student Lin Jia was even more impressive. Not a stingy person, Teacher Zhou smiled and then provided Lin Jia's address. After hanging up the phone, Teacher Zhou glanced at the calendar on the wall, pondering that it seemed school was about to start. Thinking of this, he looked at his little son, who was still playing games, and said, "Zhou Xingxing, what time is it? How many pages of summer homework have you done? School is starting soon, and you still haven't done your homework?" Zhou Xingxing was taken aback, a look of disbelief on his face. "Dad, is school starting?" "Oh no, I haven't done my math, Chinese, English, or martial arts practice books. Dad, calm down, put down the 7 wolves. Dad. After hanging up the phone, Sheningqing showed a hint of excitement on her face. Yulong International. Lin Feng lives in Yulong International. Yulong International? Hu Xinger was taken aback. Are you sure? That place is incredibly expensive, and I've heard the security level is at 9-star martial artist. Sheningqing nodded, confirming she hadn't misheard. Eagerly, she walked to the roadside to hail a taxi, saying, "Let's go. Finding Lin Jia is like finding Lin Feng. This time, I want to see how this guy avoids me." Hu Xinger shrugged, a look of schadenfreude on her face. She thought to herself that after such a long time without seeing Lin Feng, she was actually looking forward to seeing this little guy get beaten up. In the training room of the 7th Martial Arts University, Lin Jia, with her short hair and noticeably taller stature, took a deep breath. After that, she threw a powerful punch. Crack! Instantly, the machine testing her strength began to smoke and then shattered. The dean of the 7th Martial Arts University, Wen Zixuan, witnessed this scene and said, "Lin Jia, your strength is comparable to a 1-star martial artist. It's only been one summer vacation. Your talent is incredible." Hearing the dean's praise, Lin Jia shyly scratched her head. With a hint of embarrassment, she raised her hands and asked, "Teacher, do you mean that after breaking through to the 1-star martial artist realm, I can have a second talent awakening?" "Yes." With his hands behind his back, Wen Zixuan nodded. He thought to himself that Lin Jia, as a congenital awakener, was already impressive. But if she were to break through to the martial artist realm and achieve a second talent awakening, she could gain even more powerful abilities. This little girl would likely start at the level of a martial king in the future. It's worth noting that she was only 16 years old this year. What would happen in another 2 years? Perhaps this is what talent truly means. At this thought, when Zixuan suddenly remembered Lin Feng, who had concealed his cultivation, he pondered that this kid was also a freak, but he didn't know just how strong he really was. Alright, let's end today's training here. School starts in a day or 2. Prepare yourself. Yes. Lin Jia nodded in response to her teacher's reminder and then turned to leave. After she left, a hint of excitement appeared in Wen Zixuan's eyes. He thought that having another top genius at the 7th Martial Arts University seemed like a sure thing. How could others compete with him then? As the first rays of sunlight fell in the early morning, Lin Feng, who had spent the night on the rooftop, was awakened by the sound of cannon fire. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped to the edge of the rooftop. Looking out, he saw starships continuing to advance. The group of demon beasts that had disappeared last night reappeared. This made Lin Feng, who was itching for a fight, smile. He quickly donned his black tungsten battle armor. Watching the large number of demon beasts in the distance, his body began to buzz with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped off the 300-meter-high rooftop in a free fall. As Lin Feng landed, he kicked up a cloud of dust. He dashed forward. Some demon beasts hadn't reacted yet. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, heads rolling. Some demon beasts were crushed into a mist of blood as Lin Feng charged through. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 5 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 8 demon beast, vitality points. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Lin Feng manipulated 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, continuously slaughtering. He carved a bloody path through the massive horde of beasts. Almost none of the demon beasts he passed were left intact. As he arrived at the perilous area 0914, the demon beasts gathered here were mostly high-level ones. The low-level demon beasts had long since been wiped out. Otherwise, the beast clan wouldn't be so tenacious, even able to counterattack under the starship bombardment. Kill! In his frenzied state, Lin Feng felt his vitality points surge. He broke through to the 5-star martial sovereign. With his strength wildly increasing, he charged forward again. The high-level demon beasts, upon seeing this, dodged each other as if they had seen a ghost. But under the group attack of the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, the densely packed horde of demon beasts had nowhere to escape. Accompanied by the blooming of blood flowers, the wails of the demon beasts echoed through the sky. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 5 demon beast, vitality points. Ding! Using mental attack, mental points. Ding! Slaying a level 8 demon beast, vitality points. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, the demon beast horde scattered once more. Covered in blood, Lin Feng saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. Feeling a bit fatigued, he instinctively used his green attribute to heal. In that instant, his physical and mental strength instantly returned to its peak. Damn Black Reaper, you treat my people like cabbages, chopping them up like vegetables. At that moment, a furious shout came from a distant high-rise. Immediately after, a 7th-level bull python demon descended from the sky. Its eyes were blood-red, and its face was filled with rage. As the second strongest guardian of the 0914 perilous area, it had been secretly observing the Black Death God for a long time. After watching it rampage through everything, cutting down foes with extraordinary ferocity, it did not act rashly. Instead, it silently waited for the opponent to exhaust itself before striking to kill. Clearly, when Lin Feng stopped in front of it, the 7th-level bull python demon saw this as the opponent's weakest moment. Looks like dinner is sorted. Lin Feng glanced at the 7th-level bull python demon, a hint of excitement in his eyes. As soon as he said this, the 7th-level bull python demon was taken aback. Looking at the detestable human genius warrior who regarded it as food, it couldn't help but grit its teeth and say, "Arrogant, I will eat your flesh, drink your blood, and honor my deceased kin." As soon as the words fell, the 7th-level bull python demon was upon him in an instant. With lightning speed, it raised a claw aimed straight at Lin Feng's heart. Standing still, Lin Feng remained as unmoving as a mountain. Clang! Just as its sharp claw approached, the great sun-glazed golden bell suddenly appeared. The piercing sound of collision rang out instantly. What is this? The 7th-level bull python demon was stunned, its eyes filled with shock. It had to know that it was a 7th-level demon general, comparable to a human 7-star martial sovereign. Yet, with its full force strike, it couldn't break through this guy's surface defense. Terrifying indeed. Is that all? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Having broken through to the 5-star martial sovereign level, combined with being a 4-star mentalist, his strength was comparable to an 8-star martial sovereign. A mere 7th-level bull python demon was nothing. As the words fell, Lin Feng drew his magic blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the blade was ear-piercing, almost deafening. In the moment he drew the blade, a 40-meter blade aura shot out. Indestructible blade soul. Boom! Seeing this, the 7th-level bull python demon instinctively raised its hand to block. But as Lin Feng's blade aura descended, he also casually cast a binding spell. The 7th-level bull python demon, caught off guard, felt as if its body was sinking into a swamp, unable to move an inch. Don't kill me! The descending blade aura instantly pierced through its crown. Ding! Slayed as 7th-level demon general, gaining vitality and mental power. The notification sound rang out. Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. Killing the 7th-level demon general seemed effortless for him. Overjoyed, he collected its corpse. Then he opened the panel data. Merit points surged from 68,980 to 75,580. Vitality increased from 1,182,250 to 1,314,250. Breaking through to 6-star martial sovereign, 1,314,250. Mental points also surged from 916,550 to 999,050. Breaking through to 4-star mentalist, from 4-star martial sovereign to 6-star martial sovereign. After the recent frenzied slaughter, Lin Feng directly broke through 2 small realms. Overjoyed, he twisted his neck, feeling an endless supply of strength coursing through him. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a herd of beasts charged in from the distance. Instinctively wanting to draw his blade to kill, Lin Feng suddenly sensed the magic blade trembling, intentionally moving closer to the depths of the 0914 perilous area. This made him pause, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. The magic blade had a mysterious origin. After being fed with a large amount of blood from magical beasts and demon beasts, its surface rust had long since disappeared. Since then, the magic blade had begun to exhibit sentience, possessing the ability to protect its master. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Now that the magic blade was acting up again, there were likely 2 possibilities. One was that there was a good treasure deep in the 0914 perilous area attracting the magic blade. The other was that there was a presence in the depths of the perilous area that the magic blade feared. Regardless of which, it seemed there was great danger. After all, this was the 0914 area, where countless demon beasts gathered. Its depths were not lacking in powerful demon generals, as well as that Lord Little Drill Wind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze shifted. As the saying goes, one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. Having stepped into the 6-star martial sovereign realm, he now felt quite confident. Since the demon blade is going, what is there for him to fear? Let's go! Lin Feng whispered sharply. He then followed the guidance of the demon blade and rushed deep into the 0914 danger zone. Along the way, he tried to avoid the beast packs, hurrying at full speed. He thought there would be a large number of magical beasts gathered in this depth. Who would have thought that Lin Feng walked all the way without encountering even 100 beasts? Could it be that the magical beasts have all gone outside to fight? Confused, he shook his head slightly and continued on his way. Familiar with the terrain, he reached the deepest part of the 0914 danger zone in less than 10 minutes. Before his eyes was a large pit radiating a silver glow. Nearby, 3 or 4 magical beasts were lying in wait. There was nothing else around. As the demon blade approached the pit, its reaction became even more intense. It seemed as if there was something it needed in that pit. Like a ghost, Lin Feng saw this and jumped into the pit in an instant. The guarding magical beasts didn't even notice. After jumping into the pit, the scene before Lin Feng made his pupils constrict. The walls on both sides were slightly moving like soft mud. Occasionally, he could see a few skulls popping out from inside. It was as if this was not soil, but a monster that could eat people. Falling rapidly, Lin Feng was almost motionless. After observing the surroundings, he decisively swung the demon blade and plunged it into the wall. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment of insertion, the demon blade in the wall emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound, even sparking. It was known that this thing looked no different from soft mud. Unexpectedly, under the extremely sharp demon blade, there was such a reaction. Fortunately, the falling speed decreased significantly. Relying on his mental domain perception, Lin Feng quickly discovered that 100 meters below was the bottom. After deliberately speeding up, he quickly landed. The surroundings were not pitch black. On the contrary, there were many silver liquids on the bottom wall. It was their silver light that illuminated the area. After landing, Lin Feng glanced around and found that the demon blade began to guide him again, rushing towards a passage on the left. With no choice, he could only follow the guidance. Along the way, some silver tentacles came into view. Although Lin Feng had never seen these things, his intuition told him they were disgusting. After about 3 minutes of advancing, the demon blade suddenly stopped in front of a wall. There were no other passages around. Lin Feng hadn't reacted to this scene yet. Crack! He saw the demon blade autonomously cutting into the wall. In a few swift moves, a circular passage appeared before him. At the end of the passage was a large hole. The hole was filled with silver tentacles. At the lower part of the tentacles, there were clusters of silver light. Star Source. Lin Feng was filled with astonishment at this sight. After pondering for a long time, he realized the demon blade had come for this thing. It was known that at the martial artist auction, Lin Feng had bought some relics from the demon cave, and it was these relics that allowed the demon blade to gradually transform from a rusty iron blade into its current form. Looking around, after arriving here, the demon blade immediately began to absorb the silver light crazily. Lin Feng was also shocked at the sight. He could only wait silently here. Although he didn't know what this thing was, it seemed quite important to the demon blade. In front of the entrance to Yulong International, Hu Xinger looked up at the wide 5-kilometer gate, towering dozens of meters high, feeling a bit shocked. She thought to herself that Yulong International was renowned for its luxury and high-end atmosphere in Chuan City. It was her first time witnessing it in person, and she exclaimed, "Gui Gui, are you sure Lin Feng lives here? Even a toilet here must be worth its weight in gold, right? How can an ordinary person live here?" Sheningqing shook her head slightly. Having seen the world, she was relatively rational. She glanced at the entrance of Yulong International and said, "I just checked the owner input in the cloud, and there is indeed someone named Lin Feng living in a villa here." Yulong International Villa? Hu Xinger was stunned. She thought to herself that Lin Feng had always been a tall, poor, and handsome guy in her eyes. Wealth has nothing to do with this person. Otherwise, if his family were wealthy to this extent, would they still need to snatch her milk? As Hu Xinger was lost in thought, Sheningqing had already completed the registration and entered the community. Feeling quite helpless, she could only follow behind. Upon entering the community, the luxurious and high-end atmosphere of Yulong International hit her like a wave. Looking at the patches of precious greenery and the neatly dressed property staff, Hu Xinger was somewhat shocked. In contrast, Sheningqing remained calm, her mind set on heading straight to the villa where Lin Feng was located. As they walked, a super luxurious villa came into view. Stopping, Hu Xinger stared in disbelief and said, "Ingzi, are you sure Lin Feng can afford this kind of villa?" Sheningqing didn't know. She just felt a strange familiarity here, as if Lin Feng truly lived here. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a sudden roar of an engine came from behind them. Following that, a Maybach parked in front of the villa. Then, Joan Lily habitually got out and opened the door. The person who stepped down was none other than Lin Jia. With her short hair, she looked different from the way Sheningqing had seen her during the competition. She used to appear delicate and weak, but now she exuded a spirited confidence. "Ladies, who are you looking for?" After getting out, Joan Lily immediately approached Hu Xinger and Sheningqing. According to the butler's report, someone was visiting today. Upon seeing Sheningqing and Hu Xinger, Joan Lily felt they looked somewhat familiar but didn't recognize them. "You must be Lin Jia, right?" Sheningqing got straight to the point. "I'm your brother Lin Feng's classmate. he lives here, doesn't he, classmate? A hint of confusion appeared on Lin Jia's beautiful face. She thought to herself that since her brother dropped out, she hadn't been in contact with any classmates for a long time. Looking at Shen Yingqing and Hu Xing'er in front of her, she asked, "What do you want with my brother?" Hearing this, Shen Yingqing's eyes turned red. Ever since she started searching for Lin Feng from the first large supermarket in Chuan City, she had never given up. It was only after she found new clues that she gradually located him. Unable to hold back her emotions, her little pearls began to fall one by one. Seeing this, Hu Xing'er hurriedly handed her a tissue and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Jia, tell that heartless man Lin Feng to come out. Just say Shen Yingqing needs to see him." Brother is a heartless man? Shen Yingqing? The more Lin Jia listened, the more confused she became. Looking at the older sister in front of her who was in tears, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. And when Zhong Lily heard the name Shen Yingqing, she also recognized her identity. However, she didn't know whether the relationship between Shen Yingqing and Lin Feng was real or not. Thinking of this, Zhong Lily glanced at the time and said, "It seems this matter is quite complicated. Why don't we go inside and talk?" In the demon's lair, the demon knife was still crazily absorbing. It was visible to the naked eye that many patterns resembling dragon scales had appeared on its hilt. As it absorbed more and more silver light clusters, these patterns gradually became substantial and full. Lin Feng was astonished at this scene. Although he didn't know what kind of mutation the demon knife had undergone, this situation was mostly beneficial for him. Who intruded into the Star Source cultivation room? At that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Feng's gaze shifted. Instinctively preparing to strike, he saw a layer of black light erupting from the surface of the demon knife. Instantly, it adhered to the wall. Bang bang bang. Outside the wall, only the sound of banging could be heard. Lin Feng was surprised and said, "This can also happen?" Outside the Star Source cultivation room, the little drill wind, which was preparing to harvest a wave of star sources and escape, suddenly discovered someone had intruded into the cultivation room. Furious, it immediately wanted to blast open the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the wall remained unmoved, terrifyingly solid. "Damn it! Who dares to steal my star source? If I don't kill you, I won't be called Little Drill Wind." After Shen Yingqing finished speaking, she fell silent. Tears were swirling in her reddened eyes. Seeing this, Zhong Lily hurriedly went to get 2 cups of coffee. For some reason, she felt that this was not the right time to hear such things. After the person left, Lin Jia, who had been silent, asked, "So, you like my brother? And you haven't seen him since he left school?" "Yes," Hu Xing'er answered quickly. "So can you get Lin Feng to call me his best friend now?" Lin Jia shook her head slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that her brother wasn't home. Looking at Shen Yingqing, who was casting a puzzled glance, Lin Jia said calmly, "Since my brother left school, he has been busy making money to support the family. He really hasn't had time to see you. Even now, my brother is on a business trip, so you can't see him." "What? On a business trip?" Shen Yingqing felt a sense of emptiness again. Gritting her teeth, tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Hu Xing'er could only ask again, "Does he not contact you often? Didn't he say when he would be back? We have something very important to discuss with your brother. If we don't meet soon, it might be too late." Lin Jia's gaze shifted. She glanced at the silently sobbing Shen Yingqing, her eyes revealing a hint of pity. Not knowing when her brother would return, she could only take out a business card and say, "Because of work, my brother rarely contacts us. He only calls when he is coming back. However, I have been to his workplace. If you are in a hurry, you can go there and check. Maybe my brother's boss will know when he will be back." "Good." With hope rekindled, Shen Yingqing nodded. Looking at the address on the business card, her heart raced with excitement. She instinctively wanted to get up and leave but heard Lin Jia ask again, "Was my brother's decision to drop out of school related to you?" The sudden question changed Shen Yingqing's expression. Hu Xing'er was also taken aback. The 2 girls exchanged glances filled with confusion. Moments later, after leaving the villa, Shen Yingqing and Hu Xing'er took a car to the meat processing plant. Watching the tall buildings along the way, Shen Yingqing furrowed her brows, her mind replaying Lin Jia's words. Lost in thought, she suddenly asked, "Is it possible that Lin Feng dropped out of school suddenly because?" Hearing the question, Hu Xing'er was stunned. She, too, was filled with doubt inside. "I suspected the same. But maybe it's not. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will surely take root and sprout." Shen Yingqing shook her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. She pondered that Lin Feng had been forced to drop out by those people. She had to seek justice for him. With that thought, Shen Yingqing looked out the window and said firmly, "I will find out the truth." Meanwhile, on the way to the meat processing plant, Uncle Fu, who was following them, maintained a calm expression. According to Shinsanya's instructions, he had no intention of alarming the snake. Since he couldn't find Lin Feng, he might as well follow the young lady to find him. However, as he followed, the young lady was either going to school or to a high-end villa community, and now he had no idea where they were headed. This left Uncle Fu somewhat confused. After all, Lin Feng was just a smelly fish seller. How could he possibly be connected to a high-end villa community? Could it be that he had mistaken the target? Uncle Fu shook his head slightly. Looking at the car ahead, he said, "Driver, I'll give you another 100, keep close." In the demon lair, Lin Feng looked at the silver light cluster that had been completely devoured, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. It was visible to the naked eye. The patterns on the hilt of the magic knife had also become substantial. It resembled a layer of dragon scales, looking particularly cool. If the hilt turned into a dragon's head, then this would be a dragon-headed knife. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The well-fed magic knife was now continuously emitting a knife's hum. It seemed that this meal had satisfied it, making it ecstatic. Lin Feng had no idea why this phenomenon was occurring. He could only quietly watch the magic knife fly around. Bang! At that moment, a more intense banging sound came from the door. Crack! The indestructible wall also developed a few cracks. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng instinctively became alert. The magic knife also fell silent. It then slowly flew to the front of the door. Crack! As the cracks on the wall multiplied, a sharp claw burst through. "Who dares to steal my star source? Ah, my hand!" Crack! Before the words were fully spoken, the magic blade fell with a swift stroke. With a crack sound, the claw was severed at the root. Blood splattered everywhere. Star source? Lin Feng, hearing the commotion outside, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought, was that silver light just now the star source? Moreover, this voice seemed a bit familiar. Could it be that little wind digger? Listening to the noise outside, Lin Feng felt it was not safe to stay here. He glanced at the magic blade and grabbed it, running towards another exit. Rumbling! Sure enough, not long after he left, the entire wall cracked open, and the little wind digger, missing a hand, rushed in. Roar! Who? I will kill you! Seeing the empty room, the little wind digger was furious. Just as it was about to escape with the star source, it never expected to be intercepted. Not only that, but it had also lost an arm. No matter how it tried to heal, the wound could only stop bleeding at best. Regeneration was completely out of the question. Looking at the large hole in the wall, the little wind digger immediately caught the scent of a human warrior. Burning with rage, it gritted its teeth and chased after. In the demon lair, Lin Feng was fleeing rapidly ahead. Behind him, the angry curses of the little wind digger echoed. Seeing this, the fast-moving Lin Feng did not look back and continued to accelerate. For some reason, Lin Feng always felt something was off about this deep pit. If a battle were to occur inside, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. It's you! Ah, I will kill you! At this moment, the little wind digger caught up. Recognizing Lin Feng's figure, it immediately identified him. What's wrong? Excited to see your father? Lin Feng, undaunted, dropped a harsh remark and accelerated towards the exit again. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng guessed, this deep pit was indeed strange. As he approached within 100 meters, he clearly felt the exit shrinking. Let's see how you escape. This time I will definitely kill you. Return my star source, despicable human warrior. The little wind digger bared its teeth, looking furious. Undaunted, Lin Feng continued to sprint madly. As the distance closed, he drew the magic blade. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At the moment the exit was about to close, Lin Feng swung his blade. Crack! The surrounding earth shattered like tofu, breaking apart inch by inch. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng dove into the opening and soared into the sky. As fresh air rushed towards him, he burst out, I will kill you. Lin Feng, emerging, couldn't care less about his joy. The voice of the little wind digger echoed from the deep pit behind him. Holding the magic blade, he smiled slightly. Then he prepared to fight. Looking ahead, the little wind digger, with a human head and horse body, charged out. Its eyes were bloodshot, baring its teeth in anger, its face filled with rage. Those sharp teeth made one's scalp tingle. Upon seeing that Lin Feng had not fled, the little wind digger gritted its teeth and said, You really have guts. Daring to come here. Lin Feng smiled slightly, looking at the little wind digger. He spread his hands and said, So many demon beasts have gone ahead. I naturally had to come back here to take a look. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be here. How about a couple of rounds? A couple of rounds? Humph. The little wind digger snorted coldly. The black scales on its body wriggled like insects. In an instant, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from it. You're seeking death. As the words fell, the little wind digger charged forward with a gust of wind under its hooves. A terrifying aura belonging to a level 9 demon general rushed towards Lin Feng. So this is a level 9 demon general. Lin Feng murmured with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, 3,000 golden willow leaf blades appeared simultaneously. Like a golden rain curtain, they rushed towards the little wind digger to shred it. Clang, clang, clang. The lightning-fast little wind digger was momentarily stunned. Having seen the power of the golden willow leaf blades, it chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, a halo appeared on the surface of its body. The golden willow leaf knife was instantly knocked away upon contact. At the same time, the little drill wind gradually closed in. On its unbroken right claw, faint sparks of lightning erupted. Lin Feng, holding the magic knife, watched the scene unfold with no trace of fear in his eyes. The moment the little drill wind approached, he cast the immobilization spell. The perfected immobilization spell far surpassed those of the past. Even the level 9 demon general, the little drill wind, found its body frozen, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. In its pupils, terror appeared in an instant. What on earth is this? Crack! Before it could finish speaking, Lin Feng's knife had already fallen. The light circle melted away as it neared the magic knife. Then, with swift precision, he severed the little drill wind's right claw. Ah! Breaking free from its restraints, it let out a howl to the heavens. Then it quickly retreated back to the deep pit. You wait. Just you wait. I will definitely kill you. As soon as the words left its mouth, Lin Feng had already raised his knife and charged forward. The little drill wind, however, nimbly escaped back into the cave, disappearing from sight. Watching the gradually healing cave entrance, he chose not to rush in. His instincts told Lin Feng that this deep pit was very strange. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. With that thought, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and quickly left. Despite appearing relaxed after battling the level 9 demon general, he had actually exerted all his strength. Both his mental and physical energy were nearly depleted, especially since Lin Feng was still in the deepest part of the 0914 danger zone. If the beast horde returned, he would likely face dire consequences. Outside, the little fish, arms crossed, glanced at the commotion inside, her eyes filled with worry. She thought to herself that Lin Feng was too fierce. The beast horde, which others feared like a tiger, seemed to her just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This made her and the other rookies seem like two entirely different levels of people compared to Lin Feng. With that in mind, the little fish looked at the silent and still Qing Kong and said, "We can't go in, stop looking." The beast suddenly counterattacked. Something must have happened. Qing Kong said nothing, just quietly stared in the direction of the starship cleaning the area. She thought, Lin Feng is so powerful, he should be fine, right? Qing Kong, drink some water. At that moment, the sycophant Chu Yun approached. After inquiring about her well-being, he glanced at the depths of the 0914 danger zone and said, "I just heard Captain Wang and the others say that the beast horde seems to be retreating." Retreating? The little fish was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be because?" Qing Kong nodded. She thought the same and glanced at Chu Yun before turning to leave without looking back. The little fish, seeing this scene, advised, "Change to another woman, you don't deserve her." "Then who does?" Chu Yun said unwillingly, "Guess." The little fish smiled slightly, striding away with her long legs. Chu Yun, frozen in place, swallowed hard and glanced in the direction of the 0914 danger zone, thinking, "Is it that guy?" Meanwhile, in the suburban meat processing plant, Old Lee was counting money and sipping coffee as usual. He pondered that ever since the meat processing plant began operations, large amounts of cash flowed in every day. If this continued, Old Lee was confident he would become the richest man in Chuan City. With that thought, he stretched lazily. Just as he was about to call his secretary in to do some work, a phone call suddenly came in. "Hello. What? Who is looking for the god of wealth? Classmate? I see. Send them to the VIP room, I'll be right there." After hanging up, a hint of confusion appeared on Old Lee's face. He wondered when the god of wealth had classmates. Without thinking too much, he hurried to the VIP room. After all, if the other party was really a classmate of the god of wealth, he, Old Lee, had to receive them well. Lost in thought, Old Lee quickly arrived at the VIP room. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shining Qing and Hu Xinger. This took him by surprise, and he quickly smiled, saying, "Are you two here to see Director Lin?" "Director Lin?" Shining Qing and Hu Xinger exchanged glances. Looking at Old Lee, they asked, "Lin Feng works here, right?" "Works here?" Old Lee was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself that the god of wealth appeared to be the director of the meat processing plant, but in reality, he was a martial artist. He learned this later and kept it a secret for the other party. As for the two classmates who were like gods of wealth in front of him, they seemed unaware of the true identity of the god of wealth. Yes, Old Lee pondered for a moment and said, "Lin Feng is the director of our factory. Do you have something to discuss with him? Make this heartless man come to see us immediately." Hu Xinger asserted, "We've finally found him. Let's see how he hides." Shining Qing was also visibly excited, feeling as if she had stumbled upon something after a long and arduous search. "Heartless man?" Old Lee was taken aback. He thought to himself, what is going on with the god of wealth? Could it be that he has debts of passion outside? It should be noted that he had previously invited the god of wealth to enjoy himself at a top-tier club, a place he would never go, even if he brought out the stunning photo of Technician No. 88. The god of wealth would remain unmoved and would never go. Yet now, he had fallen for two young girls? The god of wealth truly had hidden depths. If he liked the young ones, he should have said so earlier. Oldly could have arranged that. With this thought, Oldly cleared his throat and said, to be honest, Director Lin is on a business trip and hasn't been at the factory recently. You might have to wait a bit. Business trip? Shining Ching, who had been mentally prepared, asked, where did he go, and how long will he be gone? He went to the Northern Martial Arts base, Oldly replied with a slight smile. He just left a few days ago, and he probably won't be back until next month. After saying this, Oldly couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He thought to himself that this was the only way he could help the god of wealth. When he returned, he must make sure the god of wealth thanks him. Surely, this wasn't just a way to avoid him. Upon hearing this, Shining-Ching's expression changed. Hu Xinger was also taken aback. She had considered that finding Lin Feng might be a bit winding, but she never expected it to be like a mountain road with 18 bends. You're not lying to me, are you? What kind of joke is this? Hu Xinger exclaimed angrily. We found him here from his sister's house, and you tell me he's on a business trip? And won't be back until next month. We don't have that much time to wait for him. Hurry up and call him. I want to see him immediately. Hearing this, Oldly felt a wave of slickness. He thought, can he betray the god of wealth? Absolutely not. Looking at the two young ladies in front of him, he forced a smile and said, come back another day. It's really unfortunate timing. What do you want to eat? Before he could finish, Shining Ching was furious. She was inexperienced, but she could still tell the difference between truth and lies. This middle-aged greasy man in front of her was clearly stalling. It was very likely that Lin Feng was behind this. Shining Ching couldn't understand why this guy was avoiding her. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to think about it. If reasoning didn't work, she was also skilled in martial arts. With that thought, Shining Ching instantly exuded the aura of a 9-star peak martial artist. Oldly, caught off guard, was stunned and instantly controlled. Only then did he realize that this young lady in front of him was actually a 9-star martial artist. Tell me, where is Lin Feng hiding? If you don't say, you might as well write your will today and prepare to reincarnate. To be honest, after being frightened by Shining Ching like this, Oldly was truly panicked. He was loyal to the god of wealth, but the premise was that his life was safe. Now that his life was in danger, he couldn't keep it a secret. Looking at Shining Ching, who seemed serious, he quickly advised, let's talk it out. No need to resort to violence. Peace brings wealth. Peace brings wealth. Humph. Shining Ching, burning with anger, said, tell me, where is Lin Feng? Otherwise, I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, Oldly was genuinely scared. Looking at the young lady in front of him, he quickly revealed the whole truth. After he finished, Oldly excitedly said, I've told you everything I know. Anyway, the Black Death God is very likely Lin Feng. I don't know anything else. What? The Black Death God is Lin Feng? The room fell silent. After exchanging glances, Shining Ching and Hu Xinger looked at each other in disbelief. Are you sure? The Black Death God is Lin Feng? Shining Ching questioned. I'm not sure, Oldly said, almost in tears, but he did come back in the last few days of the selection competition. I can only guess. Shining Ching slowly released her grip, her eyes filled with shock. If Lin Feng is the Black Death God, then that's just too outrageous. Half a year ago, this guy's vitality was only 66. How could he possibly transform into the champion of the Guard Army selection competition in just 6 months? The various doubts left Shining Ching's mind in a mess. Hu Xinger was also in shock. Learning this news felt like a best friend announcing her pregnancy. For some reason, she felt this news was very likely true. Otherwise, why would Lin Feng be avoiding them? Was it something shameful? Or was there another reason? In any case, the second scenario seemed the most plausible. Thinking of this, Hu Xinger reminded Ingzi, it seems we can only go to the Guard Army headquarters. I had already thought that if we couldn't find Lin Feng, you should consider using your privileges. Shining Ching, feeling chaotic inside, nodded. She glanced at her good friend and then left the VIP room. After they left, Oldly also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, if the god of wealth knew he had betrayed him, would he kill him? Feeling scared, Oldly shook his head slightly. He was too afraid to ponder this matter. He had to find the secretary to calm down. After they left, on the roof of the VIP room, Uncle Fu's figure slowly appeared. With a face full of shock, he looked at the departing figure of the young lady, his eyes filled with disbelief. He thought, how could Lin Feng, a mere fish seller, be the champion of the Guard Army selection competition in Chuan City? He found this too absurd. To quickly verify the truth of the matter, Uncle Fu felt he had to talk to Third Master. The next morning, on the rooftop of a tall building in a dangerous area, Lin Feng opened his eyes and rubbed them. Then he got up and stretched lazily. Glancing at the commotion in the distance, a smile appeared on his lips. After a night of fighting, the beast horde seemed to have retreated. Looking in the direction of the starship, it was deep within the 0914 danger zone. Just getting out of bed, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then he skillfully took out some beast meat. A day full of energy must start with breakfast. Slicing, marinating, grilling, Lin Feng did it all in one go. After grilling both sides to a golden brown, sizzling with oil, he sprinkled some cumin and barbecue seasoning. Finally, he drizzled some soul juice over it. Delicious grilled meat was ready. Lin Feng, already hungry, swallowed hard. Then he began to feast, enjoying his breakfast. With each bite, it was tender and juicy, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After satisfying both his spirit and taste buds, Lin Feng quickly finished off 100 pounds of grilled meat. Burp! After eating and drinking his fill, he let out a satisfied burp. He glanced at the commotion ahead. Then, in a freefall manner, he moved closer to the depths of the danger zone. In the depths of the danger zone, Xiao Shuang looked at the magic cave before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. No wonder the Beast Clan came so fiercely this time. It turns out there is a star source appearing in the 0914 danger zone. Feeling quite emotional, Xiao Shuang shook his head slightly. He glanced at Wang Chong and Li Longyun and said, "Seal it off. The magic cave still needs to be explored. You all work hard. We need someone stationed here." "Yes." Wang Chong and Li Longyun saluted. Meanwhile, the gray wolf beside them said, "What about us, old Chow? The rookie training mission should be over, right?" "Yes." Xiao Shuang smiled and said, "The rookies can go back and get promoted. They performed quite well this time." "Good." The gray wolf nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a shout came from the distance. They saw Lin Feng approaching at high speed on the street not far away. The guard army along the way saluted him in respect. He naturally returned the salute. Seeing that the Black Death God had arrived, Xiao Shuang immediately greeted him with a smile. "Black Death God, you're here, have you broken through again?" Hearing the question, Wang Chong, Grey Wolf, and Li Longyun all looked over. Lin Feng did not hide it. There was no need to conceal his breakthrough. "Yes, Second Lieutenant Chow, I'm currently at 6 stars. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the others collectively gasped. They thought, how could it be just a few days? The Black Death God has broken through from a 4-star martial master to a 6-star martial master? That's terrifying. Especially Xiao Shuang, who was even more shocked and said, "You are truly amazing, Black Death God. I don't even know how to describe you." Lin Feng shrugged. Glancing at the deep pit ahead, he asked, "Is the battle over? What is this?" Xiao Shuan looked over and replied, "A magic cave? Is this a magic cave?" Lin Feng's gaze froze. He thought to himself, could the star source be a specialty of the magic cave? What does this thing do? I've never seen it before. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Shuang smiled and said, "Magic caves are generally used by the Beast Clan to transport beast hordes and cultivate star sources. The conditions for forming a magic cave are very difficult. It can only be constructed under specific conditions. Obviously, the 0914 danger zone met those conditions, which is why the Beast Clan made such a big move." "Star source?" Lin Feng nodded slightly and asked, "What exactly is a star source?" "You can understand it as a special metal," Xiao Shuang explained. "This is a long story, and it seems to be closely related to the appearance of the Beast Clan. We don't know the specifics, but in the martial arts space, the star source is also a top secret." The connection between the star source and the appearance of the Beast Clan? A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. It is well known that in the long history of human evolution spanning 100 years in the realms of Pingwu, Zhongwu, and Gaowu, the Beast Clan has been the biggest beneficiary of the revival of spiritual energy. Whether on land, in the ocean, or even in the sky, they initially held an absolute advantage. And in history textbooks, there has always been controversy over the appearance of the Beast Clan. Some scholars say the Beast Clan originated from mutations of existing species on Blue Star. Others say they came from other civilizations. Compared to these two theories, the second one is more widely accepted. Because in this unprecedented revival of spiritual energy that changed the fate of humanity, many secret ruins and technological relics that had never appeared on Blue Star emerged one after another. After evolving through the Pingwu and Zhongwu eras, humanity not only mastered martial arts but also possessed technology that surpassed boiling water. Otherwise, in the war against the Beast Clan, humanity would have likely been wiped out long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. He used to be an ordinary person and could never have known so much. As his strength grew stronger, he naturally learned more about the truth of this altered world. "Let's go back." At this moment, the Grey Wolf walked over with a smile and said, "The Beast Clan in the 0914 danger zone has been dealt with. This time, your contribution is the greatest, and I plan to commend you. Go back?" Lin Feng nodded. He thought to himself that after nearly half a month of fighting outside the city, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. He needed to rest. After all, his sister was still thinking of him at home. After bidding farewell to Chao Xuan, Wang Chong, Li Longyun, and the others, Lin Feng followed the Grey Wolf onto the vehicle back to the city. Looking at the ruins along the way and the various wrecks of war vehicles, his expression remained calm. As they walked, Xiao Yuer and Qing Kong also got on the vehicle. As always, as soon as Xiao Yuer got on, she chattered, "Lin Feng, why do I feel like you've gotten stronger again? You won't be a 5-star now, right?" Qing Kong also cast a surprised glance. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Sorry, it's 6-star, disappointing you. TSK. Hugging her arms, Xiao Yuer let out a sound of disdain, glancing at the blue sky outside the vehicle and said, "I heard that we can take a 2-day vacation when we go back. Do you want to go on a date with me?" "A date?" Lin Feng's gaze shifted. He looked at Xiao Yuer, who was looking at him with anticipation, and said, "Not familiar, thanks." Heartless man. Xiao Yuer gritted her teeth. However, Lin Feng didn't even glance at her. He just stared out the window, lost in thought. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could something happen soon? Meanwhile, Qing Kong wore a smile on her face, captivated by Lin Feng's profile. At the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, General Silver Dragon looked at Shining Qing, his face full of embarrassment. He truly felt a headache regarding this young lady from the Shin family. After all, saying too much might have a negative impact. If I ignore her, I might offend her. The Silver Dragon commander forced a bitter smile. Glancing at the time, he said, "Miss Shin, I'm quite surprised that you came to see me for the first time. How about we go have a meal first?" "A meal?" Shining Qing shook her head slightly. She had come to investigate the identity of Lin Feng, and she said, "Commander Silver Dragon, I just want to investigate a person's identity. Is it really necessary to beat around the bush like this?" "Beat around the bush?" The Silver Dragon commander forced a bitter smile. He thought to himself, if this lady were investigating an ordinary person, he would have already opened the permissions to handle it. He wouldn't be wasting so much time talking to her here. But the person she was investigating was Lin Feng. Is Lin Feng someone who can be casually investigated? Not to mention that he wouldn't agree. Even Chief Night Owl wouldn't agree. "I'm really sorry. We don't have any information on Lin Feng here." Commander Silver Dragon sighed and said, "Miss Shun, why don't you try looking elsewhere?" "No information on Lin Feng?" "That's a lie. If the martial arts base headquarters doesn't have Lin Feng's information, then other places would have even less." Looking at the Silver Dragon commander, who was deliberately concealing Lin Feng's identity, Shining Qing said firmly, "It seems they didn't lie to me. The Black Reaper is Lin Feng." "Commander Silver Dragon, although I don't know why you won't tell me, I can tell you that Lin Feng is very important to me, and I will definitely find him." As her words fell, Shining Qing strode out of the reception room. Hu Xinger, who followed her, shrugged her shoulders and also got up to leave. Sigh. Seeing this, Commander Silver Dragon showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid Lin Feng has quite the romantic luck. He actually got involved with the young lady of the Shin family. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Meanwhile, far away in the Chuan City apartment, after hearing what Uncle Fu said, Shinsan showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Didn't you say he was just a smelly fishmonger? How did he get involved with the champion of the selection competition?" Uncle Fu, hearing the question, also forced a bitter smile. He hadn't expected things to be so complicated. That Lin Feng's identity was so elusive that it was giving him a headache. If it weren't for following the young lady, he probably wouldn't even know where he was now. "Third Master, the current situation is like this. The young lady has probably gone to the Chuan City Martial Arts Base. If we don't hurry, maybe." Knowing this, Shinsani stood up and interrupted. With his handsome face, he shook his head slightly, putting down the wine glass in his hand and said, "What a troublesome guy. I want to see if he is a dragon or a tiger. Let's go. Follow me to take a look." "Yes." Uncle Fu nodded and followed him ahead. Back at the rookie camp, Lin Feng hadn't even had a chance to rest before being pulled by Grey Wolf to the martial arts base headquarters. Along the way, there was also Cheng Kong. The reason was that the two had performed exceptionally well, so Chief Night Owl planned to personally award them. Looking at the tall buildings along the way, Lin Feng's sense of unease grew stronger. This made Cheng Kong notice and ask with concern, "Lin Feng, what's wrong? I feel like you're a bit uneasy." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't know why, just felt a sense of panic in his heart. It was as if some great terror was waiting for him ahead. Sitting in the chair, Shining Qing was a bit stubborn. No matter how Hu Xinger persuaded her, she was unwilling to leave. "Gue, let's go back and think of another way to come. What's the use of wasting time here? You can't possibly wait for Lin Feng. Sheningqing shook her head slightly. She had come all the way from Dirun Fa, Lin Feng's home, and the meat processing plant. The journey was quite tortuous and winding. Now that she had finally found that guy, a new problem had arisen. Unwilling, Sheningqing gritted her teeth and said, I'm not leaving. You go get me a banner. Write Lin Feng, I love you on it, signed Sheningqing. I don't believe it. Even if I have to turn the entire martial arts base upside down, I will find him. Hu Xinger. Feeling speechless, Hu Xinger shrugged her shoulders. Looking at her increasingly frantic best friend, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried about her state. Feeling quite uncomfortable, she sighed and said, all right, who told you to be my best friend? Let's give this method a try. Sheningqing nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in from the direction of the entrance. It's the Black Death God. Looking closer, she saw Lin Feng, clad in black tungsten battle armor, walking side by side with Qin Kong, who had her red hair cascading over her shoulders. In front of them was the excited Grey Wolf. The Night Owl Commander is personally meeting us. This is a good thing. Later, cough cough, you all have to say a few good words for me. Hearing the instructor's reminder, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He thought, isn't it just meeting the Night Owl Commander? Why so excited? Even Qin Kong remained calm, neither proud nor anxious. As they walked, the Grey Wolf instructor suddenly encountered two girls of varying heights and builds. The taller girl had flowing long hair, a tall figure, an exquisite face, fair skin, and an extraordinary temperament. The shorter girl was chubby, round, and adorably plump. You too. What are you doing? The Grey Wolf instructor instinctively asked. Upon seeing the two, Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his heart raced, and his expression froze. He thought, how could they be here? Qin Kong immediately noticed Lin Feng's unusual reaction, as well as the gaze of the girl. Since her appearance, it had been fixed on Lin Feng. Sheningqing's beautiful face showed some tension. Looking at the Black Death God, completely wrapped in black tungsten armor, she couldn't confirm if it was Lin Feng. You too. Are you fans of the Black Death God? The Grey Wolf instructor glanced at Lin Feng, unable to help but speculate. However, Sheningqing shook her head slightly. She glanced at the armored Black Death God and said, you are Lin Feng, right? As soon as the words fell, Qin Kong's gaze shifted. Her intuition told her that this girl also liked Lin Feng. It seemed there was another rival. Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. He thought that since he was forced to drop out of school, he hadn't faced Sheningqing in person for a long time. It would be a lie to say he didn't want to see her. After all, they had studied together, attended classes together, and shared those bright moments. If it weren't for the obstacles from her family, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Perhaps lost in memories, Lin Feng forgot to respond. He just stared blankly at Sheningqing. The Grey Wolf instructor also questioned, who is Lin Feng? This is the Black Death God. Classmate, please leave, we have things to handle. Sheningqing was taken aback. Seeing the Black Death God silent before her, she instinctively thought she had the wrong person. An unprecedented sense of loss surged in her heart. Why? I searched everywhere in the Dirun Fa, found your home, your sister, even the meat processing plant where you work, and now the martial arts base. Why can't I find you? Where have you gone? Woo woo woo. Sheningqing's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Tears streamed down like rain. Hu Xinger, witnessing this scene, also felt her eyes redden. Feeling it was unfair for her best friend, she shook her head slightly. Just as she was about to step forward to comfort her, a large hand suddenly wrapped around Sheningqing. It was the Black Death God. Hu Xinger was stunned. Looking at the Black Death God before her, she was bewildered. What was happening? Sheningqing was also taken aback. While crying, she instinctively looked up. Is it you? Lin Feng nodded. He immediately revealed his true face. Unlike the innocent and naive boy from school, he now bore the marks of time, mature. In his deep gaze, there was also tenderness. Lin Feng, it really is you. Hu Xinger exclaimed in shock. Sheningqing swallowed hard. Then, with red eyes, she patted Lin Feng's chest with her jade-like hand and said, you bastard. Where have you been? Do you know how much I've missed you? Bastard. Woo woo woo. You know how hard I've been looking for you. You said we would meet again during the summer vacation. You liar. Woo woo. Lin Feng, I miss you so much. Woo woo. Lin Feng sighed and held Sheningqing even tighter. He had always been tolerant towards the somewhat headstrong Sheningqing. If someone were to ask why, the answer was simple. Because he liked her. Liking someone doesn't need a reason. What's going on here? Instructor Grey Wolf looked utterly bewildered. Qin Kong also shook her head slightly. Watching the two embrace, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Then, to avoid delaying matters, Lin Feng directly asked Instructor Grey Wolf for leave. He took Xiningqing and Hu Xing'er away from the martial arts base headquarters. Watching their departing figures, Instructor Grey Wolf bitterly said, "I don't think I even approve this leave? He just left like that? How am I supposed to explain this to the commander, you say? Let's go." Qing Kong shook her head slightly and said, "My father will understand." "All right." Grey Wolf nodded and said no more. He thought to himself, how did this Black Reaper suddenly fall in love? And it seemed like Qing Kong was a bit unhappy too. After leaving the martial arts base, Lin Feng drove the military vehicle, taking Hu Xing'er and Xiningqing to their homes. Along the way, the two girls naturally had many questions. For example, how did you suddenly become a martial artist? And why are you so strong, etc. Lin Feng answered them one by one. Explaining this matter was quite troublesome. If he wanted to clarify everything, it would probably take 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Xiningqing's place. It was a villa near the 7th Martial Arts University. After opening the car door, Lin Feng glanced at Hu Xing'er and said, "Fat girl, what are you dawdling for? Get out." "What? Aren't you guys going in?" Hu Xing'er exclaimed in surprise. Xiningqing's face flushed with joy, and she even gave her best friend a little push. "Don't you get it?" Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "I don't need a third wheel, thanks. Ingzi, you prioritize love over friendship." Hu Xing'er got out of the car with her hands on her hips, puffing up angrily, and, show must go on. However, Lin Feng didn't even glance at the big girl. He stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving only a cloud of black exhaust. Prioritizing love over friendship, that guy. With her hands on her hips, Hu Xing'er stepped back repeatedly, stomping her feet in anger. Looking at the taillights fading away, she didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy for her best friend. In the office of the martial arts base headquarters, General Silver Dragon glanced at Shen Sanyi and Uncle Fu, his expression calm. He pondered what was going on today. Why were the people from the Shen family in Xingjing looking for Lin Feng? As the commander of Chuan City, Silver Dragon had the duty to protect the citizens within the city. Especially for super geniuses like Lin Feng, he was a top priority for protection. Any information or data about him was almost impossible to disclose. After thinking it over, General Silver Dragon looked at Shen Sanyi and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but Lin Feng's information is highly classified within our Chuan City military and cannot be investigated by you. Please leave." "What?" Shen Sanyi, who was rejected, frowned. He glanced at Uncle Fu, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. Wasn't it said that the kid was just a smelly fish seller? How did he suddenly become a highly classified figure in the Chuan City military? With a calm expression, Shen Sanyi said, "We, the Shen family, must clarify this matter, so please let the commander responsible for Chuan City's defense, Commander Night Owl, come." As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing aura of a martial emperor erupted from Shen Sanyi. Upon seeing this, General Silver Dragon's face showed a hint of caution. It is well known that in the Daxia Alliance military, anyone who can become a martial sovereign can already command a region as a general. A martial king can hold important positions in the martial arts space, similar to a commander's role. As for martial emperor level experts, they are almost all top-tier masters. Usually, they are either cultivating or in seclusion to break through. In the absence of martial saints and war gods, the martial emperor is undoubtedly the strongest. The Silver Dragon commander, lost in thought, never expected that the Shen family of Xingjing would send a martial emperor-level powerhouse to investigate Lin Feng's identity, including the old servant beside him, who also seemed to be at the martial king level. Faced with such a lineup, although the Silver Dragon commander was not afraid, he realized this was not a level he should be involved with. With this in mind, the unflinching Silver Dragon commander stood up and said, "Gentlemen, please wait in the reception room. I will contact Chief Night Owl right away." "Humph." Master Shinsan, slightly impatient, glanced at the time and said, "My time is limited, please hurry." As his words fell, Uncle Fu opened the door and followed Master Shinsan out. The Silver Dragon commander shook his head slightly at this scene. Since the revival of spiritual energy, after a century of development through the low martial, middle martial, and high martial eras, the internal forces of the Great Xiao Alliance had become intricate. If it weren't for the military's strong rise to suppress them, these aristocratic families would have long since carved out their own territories. With a sigh, the Silver Dragon commander turned and went to the secret chamber. Meanwhile, in a hotel near the 7th Martial Arts University, Lin Feng entered the room and immediately took off his heavy black tungsten battle armor. This made Xiningqing, who was beside him, feel a bit shy. She thought to herself, is this guy really that eager? Is he already booking a room? But soon, Xiningqing dismissed that thought. After Lin Feng removed the black tungsten armor, he changed into casual clothes. His lean and handsome face, paired with his nearly 2-meter tall stature, made him look exceptionally dashing. "Let's go." Let's take a walk. Lin Feng, now dressed, invited. It's been a while since we last met. You've indeed become much prettier. Take a walk? Xiningqing was taken aback. Then she shook her head slightly and said, I don't want to go out. I searched all the large supermarkets in Chuan City for 2 weeks just to find you. Speaking of which, come here, let me take a bite. Lin Feng smiled and leaned closer to Xiningqing. The girl opened her small mouth and bit into Lin Feng's arm. After biting for a full minute, she finally wiped her mouth with satisfaction. It was as if all her previous anger had been vented. Lin Feng's arm now bore a neat set of bite marks. Does it hurt? Xiningqing asked, feeling a bit guilty as she stroked it. It's all my fault. I used too much strength just now. Hearing this, a hint of tenderness appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Looking at Xiningqing, who was still as silly as before, he felt a wave of emotion. He pondered that if no one had intervened between them, they might have already been a couple. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with human plans. It doesn't hurt, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Are you really not going out for a walk? I rarely have time to accompany you. I'm not going. Xiningqing clung to Lin Feng's arm and said, We're already at the hotel. Why go out? After saying this, Xiningqing's pretty face unconsciously flushed. Yes, the school beauty who used to have a ponytail seemed to have matured now. Looking at her fair and beautiful profile, Lin Feng couldn't help but reach out to touch her. So beautiful, even better looking than before. It's just a pity that I'm the one who gets to benefit from this poor guy. Pa, you're poor. Xiningqing retorted, You're staying at the Royal Dragon International. How can you still be poor? Lin Feng didn't respond. With a meaningful look, he simply gazed tenderly at Xiningqing. Being alone in a room with the person he liked felt somewhat unreal, a bit surreal. Xiningqing was also taken aback. Unable to help herself, she glanced at Lin Feng's handsome face, then quickly leaned in and gave him a kiss, blushing as she retreated. Lin Feng, still processing what had just happened, smiled and said, You're still so bold, but after kissing, you want to run away? That's not good. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Xiningqing's face turned slightly red. Not avoiding him, she allowed him to hold her tightly. It felt as if embracing each other at that moment meant embracing the whole world, especially after feeling his breath and heartbeat. Xiningqing gently asked, Lin Feng, can I ask you a question? You must not lie or deceive me, okay? Lin Feng, holding Xiningqing in his arms, responded with a soft After catching a whiff of the scent in her hair, he suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for that smell. After all, back in school, that silly girl loved to tie her hair in a high ponytail just to tease him. The fragrance brought him back to those days sitting next to her. Did you drop out? Because someone forced you? Xiningqing's voice trembled as she finally asked. After Lin Jia mentioned it, this matter had become a nightmare in her heart. From various perspectives, Lin Feng's dropout definitely had its reasons. It was just that he never spoke of it before, and she had no idea. It wasn't until Xiningqing conducted her investigation that she realized the events of that time might not be as simple as she thought. When Lin Feng heard the question, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking into Xiningqing's beautiful eyes, he didn't know how to respond. After all, she could very well be a family member of Xiningqing. If he revealed the truth, would it cause her further harm? Just as Lin Feng was hesitating, Xiningqing spoke again. Lin Feng, this is very important to me. I don't want anyone to hurt you because of me. I never want something like this to happen again. If I have the ability to stop it, please tell me the truth. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. It would be a lie to say he held no grudges about that incident. Dropping out and moving away meant nothing to him, but they had threatened his family. That is, Lin Jia. Ever since leaving school, why had Lin Feng been living like a rat, hiding everywhere? It was related to that threat. At that time, his blood value was 66. He was practically a natural-born warrior. Wanting to become a martial artist was almost a pipe dream. So after being threatened by that person, Lin Feng was genuinely scared. He wasn't afraid of being killed, he was afraid of Lin Jia being harmed. Dropping out was a compromise, moving was also a compromise. Disappearing from Xiningqing's sight was yet another compromise. But Lin Feng never thought of giving up. Even while gutting fish at the supermarket, he fantasized about becoming stronger one day. Although that seemed somewhat unrealistic, he did his best to provide resources for his sister to grow stronger and gain self-defense capabilities. He thought his terrible life would continue like this, but Lin Feng's golden finger finally awakened. Feeling like he had grasped the opportunity of a lifetime, he worked tirelessly day and night to become stronger, all to have enough power to protect his family, defend his dignity, and safeguard the love that belonged to him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze softened. It was a kind of relaxation he hadn't felt in a long time. He had always been in a state of intense effort, never feeling as at ease as he did today. What are you looking at me for? I'm asking you a question. At that moment, Sheningqing looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but touch his face, saying, "Can't you tell me?" Hearing the question, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. With a calm expression, he spoke, "One afternoon before school started, your family found me and told me to disappear from your sight as soon as possible, or my sister and I would be in danger." That's the truth. As the words fell, Sheningqing's eyes instantly filled with tears. Although she had long suspected the truth, she still couldn't believe it was real. It wasn't until the man said it himself that she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I didn't mean to hide my identity. It really is too special. These people want to control me. That's why I came to Chuan City. I didn't expect them to bring you harm. I'm sorry." Woo woo. Tears streamed down Sheningqing's beautiful face like rain. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Looking at the big silly girl in front of him, he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. "It's all in the past. From now on, they won't stop me." Hearing this, Sheningqing looked up. As their eyes met, there was nothing but tenderness in their gazes. "I'm not afraid of them. I just like you. If this identity hinders us, I can give it up." After saying this, Sheningqing disregarded everything and leaned in. Lin Feng, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. The two of them fell onto the soft big bed. In the office of the martial arts base headquarters, as Commander Night Owl walked into the room, his eyes immediately fell on Master Shinsan. As a well-known powerhouse in Shangjing, he recognized him. "Commander Night Owl, long time no see." Master Shinsan nodded, greeting him in a calm tone. "Master Shinsan, what brings you to Chuan City?" "Ha ha." Commander Night Owl smiled slightly and then sat down on a nearby leather chair. Seeing this, General Silver Dragon, who stood behind him, quickly prepared a cup of strong black tea. The rich aroma of tea instantly filled the entire office. Meanwhile, Master Shinsan, puffing on a cigar, exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, "You should know why I'm here. Sheningqing is the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Her status is noble, and she is not someone to be compared with common folks. So, give me Lin Feng's identity information, and I'll handle the aftermath myself." As his words fell, the office returned to silence. Facing Master Shinsan's assertive attitude, Commander Night Owl maintained a smile. As the ruler of a city, he had his own views on the matter concerning Lin Feng. Although the Shin family was one of the top families in the Great Xia Alliance, able to summon the wind and rain, no ordinary person would be foolish enough to make enemies with them. However, the matter with Lin Feng was serious. Even if it meant making enemies with the Shin family, Commander Night Owl believed it was worth it. "I'm afraid I can't agree to that." Thinking of this, Commander Night Owl replied, "Although I don't know what relationship Lin Feng has with the eldest daughter of the Shin family, it's normal for young people to have their romantic entanglements. Why should we interfere?" "Humph." Master Shinsan snorted lightly upon hearing this. He thought, is Sheningqing just an ordinary person? It is well known that the reason the Shin family could become one of the top families is entirely due to the unique talents of the Shin family members. This kind of talent is not something everyone possesses, but is concentrated in a certain generation, in a certain person, and it just so happens that the talent awakener of this generation is Sheningqing. Because of her special status, she was allowed to come to Chuan City to study. Who would have thought that this act of indulgence would give Master Shinsan a headache? Had he known this would happen, he would never have agreed to let her come to Chuan City, especially now, with major events in Shangjing looming. If Sheningqing remains uncontrollable, their Shin family might be finished. "Commander Night Owl, are you implying that you want to go against me?" Master Shinsan said with an unfriendly tone. "You are a smart man. Do you know what this means?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, Commander Night Owl couldn't help but snort coldly. Seeing Master Shinsan openly question his stance, a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. He thought that over the years, as the family power in the military of the Great Xia Alliance grew increasingly at odds, the problem had long been laid bare. It was just a matter of who would tear the face first. Moreover, Commander Night Owl was very clear that the military of the Great Xia had the capability to completely eradicate family powers. However, with this rise and fall, it would ultimately benefit foreign powers. "Of course I know what it means." Commander Night Owl replied firmly, "Just because you look down on Lin Feng doesn't mean our martial arts military does." "You!" Master Shinsan's anger surged from within. In an instant, a terrifying aura of a martial emperor erupted from him. Commander Night Owl smiled slightly at this sight, unafraid, and took a big sip from his teacup, saying, "Calm down, this is the headquarters of the martial arts base in Chuan City. Do you think if you kill me, you can walk out alive? Can your Shin family remain unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Master Shinsan's expression darkened. His aura dissipated. "Master San, we've located Lin Feng. He is at a hotel with the young lady." At this moment, Uncle Fu suddenly approached. "What? Lin Feng's location has been exposed? And he is with the eldest daughter of the Shin family at a hotel?" Commander Night Owl and General Silver Dragon frowned. Meanwhile, the murderous Master Shinsan's gaze turned cold. He glanced at Commander Night Owl and said, "Control him. I want to kill him myself. This time, Commander Night Owl, you have no reason to stop me, right?" The figure of Master Shin vanished like a shadow. Uncle Fu, seeing this, followed closely behind. "Chief, what should we do?" General Yinlong asked anxiously. "What do you mean, what should we do?" Chief Night Owl frowned and said, "Activate level 1 defense. Who dares to act recklessly in my territory? Are they crazy?" "Yes." Receiving the chief's order, General Yinlong saluted and left. After the person left, a hint of anger appeared in Chief Night Owl's eyes. He thought to himself that Lin Feng was the top genius in Chuan City and possibly a seed candidate for a super genius in the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance over the past century. Once such a talent is nurtured well, when he reaches the peak of martial arts, he might just become the second Yanhuang war god. If anyone wanted to harm Lin Feng, he, Night Owl, would be the first to oppose it. In the hotel room, a gentle breeze brushed through the curtains, and everything was so quiet. It was as if the last cicada's chirp of summer had just passed. The noise in the room also came to a halt. With a flushed face, Sheningqing looked at Lin Feng. She then nestled against him like a little bird. Lin Feng, with his strong arms exposed, also smiled. Saying goodbye to the boy, he felt quite good at this moment. His right hand unconsciously stroked Sheningqing's dark, beautiful hair. The two seemed to return to their school days, cuddling and admiring each other. Someone's coming. At this moment, Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. As a level 4 mentalist, he sensed 4 powerful martial masters rapidly approaching within a radius of 5,000 miles. The target was the hotel where the two were. "What's wrong?" Sheningqing, unaware of the abnormality, frowned slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Feng said nothing more. His incredible intuition made it clear that the other party was coming for him. Moreover, they had no time to leave. "Put on your clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! The hotel door was kicked open. Immediately, the sound of shattering glass came from the window. Then, 4 figures clad in martial master armor quietly appeared, emanating the aura of 8-star martial masters. One of them was even a 9-star martial master. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately donned his black tungsten battle armor. The magic knife quietly appeared in his hand. Just as he was preparing to protect Sheningqing and carve a bloody path out, a cold voice came from behind. "Who sent you here?" Looking at the family guards before her, her eyes were filled with anger. "Miss, we were sent by Master Shin to protect you," one of the 9-star martial masters said, cupping his fists. "Protect me?" Sheningqing, now dressed, turned cold. She glanced at the 4 and said, "Get out of my sight immediately." As her words fell, the 4 exchanged glances, still unmoved. Lin Feng frowned at this scene. After pondering for a while, he realized these people were from the Shin family. "What? Are my words no longer effective?" Seeing this, Sheningqing bit her silver teeth. "Miss, this is Master Shin's order, we cannot disobey." The 9-star martial master spoke again. Master Shin also said to bring this person back. "Miss, we have offended you." As the words fell, all 4 turned their gazes to Lin Feng. "You dare!" Sheningqing instinctively stepped in front of Lin Feng. With a difficult expression, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you dare to touch a single hair on him, I will die in front of you." The 4 were momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. Lin Feng felt a bit moved by this. However, he was not the kind of man who liked to hide behind a woman. Looking at the 4 before him, he gently pushed Sheningqing aside and said, "Leave it to me. Don't worry, I'm not the Lin Feng of the past." "You?" Sheningqing was taken aback. Looking at Lin Feng standing in front of her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. "Be careful, Lin Feng." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the 4 and then vanished like a shadow. When he reappeared, he was suddenly on the street. The 4 martial masters from the Shin family followed closely behind. With weapons drawn, they rushed in without saying a word. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words. In this world of martial arts, where strength reigns supreme, only after thoroughly implementing the truth can one talk reason. "Kill!" 3 8-star martial sect masters charged in unison. In the blink of an eye, various combat techniques followed one after another. The dazzling display was truly terrifying. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved. As he stood still, the moment the 3 approached, the great sun-glazed golden bell suddenly appeared. Following that, 3,000 golden willow leaf blades materialized in an instant. With the force of a thunderbolt, they descended from the sky. Boom! The 3, unable to break through the defense, were momentarily stunned and were forced back 100 meters. Just a single frontal strike. The difference was clear. The enormous commotion on the street attracted many onlookers. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized that the fighter was actually the Black Death God. Who is this? How dare they fight in the city? Don't they care about the guard army? Wait, isn't that the Black Death God? It really is the Black Death God. Wow! The Black Death God is now a martial sect master? That's incredible. One should take a fresh look after 3 days. So cool. The Black Death God actually forced back 3 8-star martial sect masters by himself. He must be a 9-star martial sect master now, right? Wow. Is this real? I can't be seeing this wrong. He was just a martial artist in the selection competition, and now he's a 9-star martial sect master? That's too strong. Isn't this the Black Death God? Who are the others? They don't look like people from Chuan City. A huge fight in the city. This is a blatant violation of discipline. Where are the guards? Oh my. Isn't that my idol, the Black Death God? He broke through to martial sect master? That's amazing. Among the crowd, the 9-star martial sect master who had not yet made a move looked on in shock. He stared at Lin Feng before him, no longer looking down on him. He thought to himself, this guy is too fierce. Wasn't he just a poor kid selling fish? How did he suddenly become a martial sect master? Without further thought, this 9-star martial sect master decided to end things quickly. He drew a silver battle knife and, with a serious expression, stepped closer, saying, I practiced with a knife at 3, entered the path at 8, left the mountain at 10, was invincible in the same realm at 12, and by 30, I was renowned in my region. Kid, losing to me is not unjust. As his voice fell, this 9-star martial sect master charged with his knife drawn. Immediately, a terrifying 10-meter blade aura erupted. As the powerful blade aura rushed toward him, Lin Feng thought, is that all? Unmoved as a mountain, he casually waved his hand. The demon blade followed with a single slash. The indestructible blade soul. A terrifying 40-meter solidified blade aura descended from the sky. Crack! The moment the 9-star martial sect master's blade aura made contact, it shattered into pieces, breaking apart inch by inch. Having practiced with the knife since childhood, he stumbled back 100 meters, his face filled with disbelief, saying, how is this possible? How can your blade aura be so large, so strong? Lin Feng, fully encased in battle armor, smiled slightly. He raised the demon blade and coldly said, my blade aura is not only large, not only strong, but also thick and hard. Can your little show-off technique withstand my blade? The entire venue fell silent. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Thousands of onlookers buzzed with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. This 9-star martial sect master has gone too far with his show-off. Who would have thought he'd be stunned by a single strike from the Black Death God? He probably didn't even know the Black Death God also uses a knife. The Black Death God is really good at this show-off. I practiced with a knife at 3, entered the path at 8. Haha, not even close to the Black Death God's single strike. Is that it? That's too pathetic. Is the Black Death God too strong, or are these peers too weak? The Black Death God just turned 18 this year. That's too strong. Record this. Record this. So cool. Bro, you're only recording now? The martial artist forum is going crazy. Among the crowd, the driver, old Zhang, with his left hand in his pocket and right hand smoking, watched this scene with satisfaction, nodding his head. He thought to himself, this kid has made quite a bit of progress in just a few days. When they meet later, he must get a pack of cigarettes back. At this moment, the 9-star martial sect master, humiliated and furious, glanced at the remaining 3, who all moved to attack. Lin Feng felt the pressure rise sharply at this scene. It was his first time facing 4 opponents, each an average of 8-star martial sect masters. However, he remained fearless. A surge of energy coursed through his body, and a fierce battle-intent sword. Kill! Roared the 4 martial sovereigns, each unleashing their full power to close in. Lin Feng immediately activated the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, sweeping forward. At the same time, the great sun-glazed golden bell shield unleashed its full firepower. With the magic blade in hand, he chose to focus on close-range defense. Clang! 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 The 3,000 golden willow leaf blades fell like a curtain of rain, leaving the 4 martial sovereigns struggling to cope, their faces filled with rage. You go first. As 2 of the 8-star martial sovereigns held off the 3,000 golden willow leaf blades, the remaining 2 martial sovereigns rushed in. Break for me! One of the 8-star martial sovereigns shouted angrily, delivering a powerful punch to the great sun-glazed golden bell shield. Boom! The deafening sound of the impact erupted instantly. Seeing this, the 9-star martial sovereign followed suit, striking down with all his might. Kid, die for me! The blade took advantage of the weakened gap in the great sun-glazed golden bell shield, driving straight in, closing in within a meter of Lin Feng. With a cold expression, he observed this scene and said, is that all? Just as his words fell, crack, Lin Feng raised his hand and struck down with a blade. Consequently, the battle blade followed suit, slicing cleanly through. The sound of the severing was particularly jarring. How is this possible? Bang! Before the 9-star martial sovereign could react, Lin Feng kicked him away. The remaining 8-star martial sovereigns instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Lin Feng's speed was incredibly fast. The magic blade approached menacingly. Crack, blood splattered, and a good head rolled to the ground. Ding! Slayed an 8-star martial sovereign, gaining vitality and mental power. The notification sounded. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Without stopping his assault, he erupted once more. The 3,000 golden willow leaf blades swirled like a raging tornado. In an instant, they enveloped the remaining 2 8-star martial sovereigns. Ding! Slayed an 8-star martial sovereign, gaining vitality and mental power. The notification sounded again. The 3,000 golden willow leaf blades returned to Lin Feng's back. Not a single bone fragment of the 2 8-star martial sovereigns was left. In the siege of the 4 martial sovereigns, the outcome was 3 dead and 1 injured. Stepping into the 6-star martial sovereign realm, Lin Feng, a level 4 mental master, displayed terrifying power. The onlookers were left dumbfounded at this scene. In this race against time, they never expected to witness the fall of martial sovereigns with their own eyes. The Black Death God is too fierce. Directly 3 dead and 1 injured, this record is too cool. What battle technique did the Black Death God use? It's too strong. He actually swept away 4 martial sovereigns. I don't know. It feels very sinister. This doesn't seem like a martial artist's method. I also think it's not too strong. It's a complete crushing. So fierce. The Black Death God is still so powerful. In the future, he might become a war god. What exactly is this golden willow leaf blade technique? I want to learn it. It's too fierce. Invincible in group attacks. Under everyone's gaze, the driver, old Zhang, saw the scene and couldn't help but smile. He thought, after a few days, this kid has become a mental master. With this level, he must be at least a level 5 mental master. To know that a level 5 mental master is comparable to a martial venerable. Plus, with dual cultivation of martial and mental arts. In old Zhang's eyes, this kid was simply a monster. Dual cultivation of martial and mental arts. It seems we underestimated you. The 9-star martial sovereign, lying on the ground and spitting blood, looked pale. Clearly, he was not feeling well after that last strike. If he hadn't run fast, he might have met his end. Facing this terrifyingly powerful individual, fear involuntarily arose in his heart. Dual cultivation of martial and mental arts? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers became restless. Their gazes towards Lin Feng changed significantly. What? Dual cultivation of martial and mental arts? The Black Death God is also a mental master. Wow, this is too cool. Is the Black Death God this powerful? It's said that becoming a mental master is 1,000 times harder than becoming a martial artist. Not just 1,000 times. I have a friend who studied for 3 years to become a mental master and still failed. Damn, this is a genius. An 18-year-old dual cultivation genius, who can withstand that? An 18-year-old martial sovereign level powerhouse. And a mental master. This talent is invincible. The Black Death God is so handsome. I give up. He's actually a mentalist. This is incredible. What kind of monster is the Black Death God? The surrounding crowd was filled with exclamations. Lin Feng did not feel happy. On the contrary, he sensed that more people were coming nearby, and quite a few of them. Kid, you've killed so many of my men. You can't escape death. In an instant, a cold voice came from afar. Then a pressure from a martial emperor level swept over. Under the terrifying pressure, Lin Feng immediately activated the great sun-glazed golden bell. Crack! But under the martial emperor's pressure, his defense was clearly insufficient. Looking around, he saw the murderous Shen Sanyi rushing towards him. Following closely behind was Uncle Fu, a martial emperor powerhouse. Lin Feng's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth against the pressure, he felt his blood and energy being crushed, and his legs involuntarily knelt down. Pretty tough, huh? Kneel before me. Seeing this, Shen Sanyi shouted angrily again. As a martial emperor, he naturally exuded an imposing aura. Martial artists below the martial king level saw him as if they were facing an emperor. I refuse. With red eyes, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and held on. With his eyes reddened, he glanced at Shen Sanyi. Then he thrust his knife forward with one hand, forcing himself to stand. The demon blade seemed to sense something and reacted immediately. Shen Sanyi, with his hands behind his back, saw this scene and his eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at the incredibly strong-willed Lin Feng and coldly said, "A mayfly shaking a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Attempting to fight me is like fighting against the heavens. Kneel before me." The terrifying martial emperor pressure surged again. Gritting his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Lin Feng raised his head and shouted angrily, "So what if it's the heavens? I don't fight against the heavens. Who do I fight against? Who do I fight against?" Lin Feng almost roared it out. His indomitable spirit made him as tough as nails. Under the terrifying pressure, sounds like beans popping occasionally erupted from his body. Stop! At this moment, Chief Night Owl arrived in an instant. Beside him were Long Shuang and Long Yun. Shinsan Yi, if this continues, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue energy sphere at the highest point of the sky above Chuan City suddenly lit up. This was a martial arts technological weapon that would only be activated during a large-scale beast tribe attack. The energy laser cannon. Even a Beast King level monster would be killed in one shot. And a Beast King level monster was comparable to a human martial emperor. Since the establishment of Chuan City, there had been 3 large-scale beast tides. More than 10 Beast King powerhouses had died under the energy laser cannon. Clearly, Chief Night Owl was willing to do anything to protect Lin Feng. Humph. Shinsan Yi still showed no fear upon seeing this. He retracted his pressure and glanced at the threat above him, saying, "Do you think you can kill me with this thing? Ridiculous. You can try." Chief Night Owl remained unafraid, his attitude firm. Shinsan Yi also wore a cold expression, looking as if he was ready to try. The onlookers were stunned, feeling shocked. What's going on? Is this person the highest official of Chuan City? Why has the energy laser cannon been activated? This is the energy laser cannon. The last time it was activated was 30 years ago. I heard this thing can destroy the world with one shot. Of course, Chuan City has stood firm in the Northwest District partly because of the energy laser cannon. This thing is too fierce. Oh my, are they planning to take action against this martial emperor? That's quite a bold move. Who is this person? Isn't he too fierce? I mean, going head-to-head with the energy laser cannon? Among the crowd, the driver old Zhang, who was smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke, could no longer watch. In his life, he hated bullying the weak with strength, especially when the one being bullied was someone he knew. Thinking of this, driver old Zhang snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a powerful force swept around him. Shinsan Yi, Chief Night Owl, Uncle Fu, Sheneng Qing, Lin Feng, and others were all taken aback. They felt a flash before their eyes, and when they reappeared, they were already at the martial arts base headquarters square. This is. Master Shin showed a look of surprise and said, "Martial Saint." The head of the Night Owl also changed his expression. He quickly turned his gaze to the driver, old Zhang. He thought to himself, this person has finally appeared. Since he took charge of Chuan City, this was the first time he had seen him. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay a visit. It was just that this person was like a dragon that one could see the head but not the tail. Truly hard to find. He didn't expect that on such a critical day, this person would actually show up. "It's you." Lin Feng was also taken aback, his face full of astonishment. Driver old Zhang smiled slightly, completely unconcerned about everyone's surprise. He then took out a cigarette from his pocket and said, "Here, have a smoke to calm your nerves." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and could only take the cigarette. Meanwhile, Sheneng Qing, who was being restrained by Uncle Fu, saw the scene and was momentarily confused about what was happening. Even Master Shin was now on high alert. Gone was his previous arrogance. "You were quite the bully just now, weren't you? Feels good to pick on the weak?" Driver old Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke to himself. Master Shin's expression changed. Faced with this suspected martial saint-level powerhouse, he felt a bit surprised. After all, during the era when the national guardian gods were in seclusion, martial saints and level 8 mentalists were undoubtedly the strongest. Even someone like him, at the martial emperor level, was not enough to be compared. "I'm asking you a question. Isn't it quite enjoyable to bully the weak?" At this moment, driver old Zhang grew impatient. Seeing Master Shin's expression fluctuate and fall silent, he stepped forward. Suddenly, an overwhelming martial saint-level aura pressed down. Master Shin's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He immediately raised his hands to resist the pressure. But even so, the terrifying pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on him. His expression grew increasingly ugly, and his body began to tremble slightly. Lin Feng was shocked at this scene. In his understanding, driver old Zhang was just a bus driver, usually clocking in and out on time, slacking off, and then going home to run a coffin shop. He seemed like a very ordinary person, but Lin Feng never expected that driver old Zhang was actually a living martial saint. "Senior, that's enough. Our Shin family also has a martial saint. If you kill me, the Shin family won't let you go." At this moment, Master Shin knelt on one knee, his eyes red with anger as he shouted, "A threat?" Driver old Zhang sneered. Glancing at Master Shin, he approached and said, "Are you trying to use the martial saint of Shengjing to threaten me, a martial saint of Chuan City? Have you got the wrong place? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken, do you understand? Just killing you like this would be too cheap for you. Kid, do you have the confidence to kill him in the future? If you do, I'll keep you for that." Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng was stunned. He thought, are they asking if he has the confidence to kill Master Shin in the future? Of course, he did. But Lin Feng hoped that driver old Zhang would just kill him right now. It would be much simpler and more straightforward. But driver old Zhang seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts. He then released the pressure and said, "It seems you have a lot of confidence, so keep it. In the future, you can personally go to Shengjing to kill him. That way your martial heart will be more complete." Lin Feng felt a bit speechless. He thought his martial heart was already complete and invincible. Wouldn't it be a happy ending if you just raised your hand and killed him? But Lin Feng also knew that the other party was from the Shin family. If a martial emperor died in Chuan City, it would likely bring unnecessary trouble. And after Master Shin broke free from the pressure, his face turned ashen. The arrogance he had before had now turned into shame. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. He was completely unable to fight back. "Senior, since you want to protect Lin Feng, we in the Shin family acknowledge this matter. Can I leave now?" Upon hearing Master Shin's inquiry, driver old Zhang couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. His expression seemed to say, "What are you dawdling for?" "No, I won't leave Lin Feng even if I die." At this moment, Shin Yingqing cried out and struggled. Master Shin's expression turned cold upon seeing this. He glanced at Lin Feng and spoke again. "Lin Feng, there is absolutely no possibility between you and Shin Yingqing. Her constitution is special, and she is a descendant of our Shin family. Even if you step into the martial sovereign realm now, with your status, you are still not worthy of her. Give up on this hope. Insects pair with insects, dragons pair with phoenixes. That is the gap between you. If the elder intends to stop this matter, the Shin family will pursue you relentlessly at any cost. Not worthy of Shin Yingqing? Insects pair with insects, dragons pair with phoenixes?" This was the second time Lin Feng had heard such words. His face pale, he removed his mask and gritted his teeth, saying, "The reason your Shin family thinks I am not worthy of Shin Yingqing is simply because you consider me a waste. But I, Lin Feng, am still young, and my future holds boundless potential. Since you believe I am unworthy of Yingzi, I advise the Shin family with one thing: 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. Today's nameless person will definitely come to Shengjing one day to seek justice from you." Upon hearing this, old Master Shin's face was filled with indifference. He pondered that this child had terrifying talent and must not be allowed to linger. If not for the unforeseen circumstances, this child would have died today. "Yingzi, wait for me in Shengjing." At this moment, Lin Feng straightened his back and declared, "In 3 months at the shortest, or a year at the longest, I will personally come to the Shin family to pick you up." As his words fell, the driver, old Zhang, cast a look of approval. He thought that the youth should have the passion that young people ought to possess. If he couldn't win back the woman he loved most, what was the point of cultivating martial arts? The reason he spared the life of the martial emperor of the Shin family was entirely to push this kid a little. After all, this kid's talent was so terrifying. Even as a martial saint, it was the first time he had seen such a genius. Since the Shin family dared to look down on such a genius, they would naturally have to swallow the bitter fruit of today. For some reason, old Zhang, the driver, seemed to see a hint of a strong aura in Lin Feng. "Good, Lin Feng, I will wait for you in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Shin Yingqing was also filled with tears. Though she was reluctant to part, she understood the bigger picture. She knew that their brief separation was already the best outcome. If they continued to entangle themselves, it would only lead to more chaos. "Humph." Old Master Shin snorted with anger and glanced at Lin Feng, mocking, 3 months? Even if I give you 3 years, what of it? Come back to the Shin family's doorstep in Xingjing and then we'll talk. A mayfly shaking a tree, how easy is that? Ridiculous to the extreme. Let's go. Under everyone's gaze, old Master Shin took Shin Yingqing away. Watching their departing figures, Lin Feng felt his vision blur, and his spirit began to falter. Just moments ago, when he faced the pressure of the martial emperor, he had used all his strength. Both his mental and physical energy had been exhausted to the limit. Yet even so, he had almost collapsed. If it weren't for the magic knife's intervention, Lin Feng might have truly knelt. This was merely the pressure from a martial emperor. What if they had attacked directly? Could he withstand it? The martial emperor realm. A realm too far away, making Lin Feng's heart yearn to grow stronger. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Driver old Zhang, witnessing this scene, shook his head slightly. He glanced at the arriving Night Owl commander and said, "It's nothing serious, just a mental strain. Encourage him a bit, and let's go." As his words fell, driver old Zhang vanished. The stunned Night Owl commander nodded. He glanced at the unconscious Lin Feng, filled with sighs. On the starship returning to Xingjing, old Master Shin glanced at the city of Chuan below, his eyes filled with anger. He pondered that if this were in Shengjing, even a martial saint would not dare to humiliate him like this. Thinking of this, old Master Shin glanced at Uncle Fu and asked, "Is everything arranged?" "As you wish, Third Master," Uncle Fu nodded. "As long as Lin Feng appears, he will undoubtedly die." "Good." Old Master Shin nodded, thinking that Lin Feng, a mere fishmonger, could suddenly and rapidly step into the martial sovereign realm was simply beyond many people's expectations, especially since the other party was not only a martial sovereign but also a mentalist. Regarding his sudden increase in strength, Master Shinsan still hasn't figured out how it happened. The only possibility is that it was a talent awakening. Only a talent awakening could turn a waste into a genius. But what good is a genius? Can he compare to that member of the Gung family? Can he match the heritage of the aristocratic families? Just an ant. Knowing too much, Master Shinsan shook his head slightly, gradually pushing this matter out of his mind. For him, bringing Shiningqing back to Xingjing was just the first task. There were many more things to handle. As long as he managed them well, the Shin family's position would remain as stable as Mount Tai, or even advance further. This was also why he personally came to Chuan City. Meanwhile, in the Starship Lounge, Hu Xinger looked at her heartbroken best friend, who was lying on the table. Her eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance. After all, the two had lived in Chuan City for so long, and they had developed feelings. No one could bear such a sudden departure. But who cared about the feelings of a small person like her? Gue, don't be sad. Since you promised Lin Feng, he will definitely come to find you. You need to pull yourself together, okay? Don't cry until you break your body. Upon hearing this, Shiningqing felt even sadder. Just thinking about the scene where Lin Feng was forced by her third uncle made her unable to stop crying. I'm so sorry to Lin Feng. His suffering is all my fault. Dropping out was because of me. Being publicly humiliated this time was also because of me. Woo woo, sigh. Hu Xinger sighed upon hearing this. In fact, she also felt that Lin Feng had it tough. One was a poor boy from an ordinary family. The other was a young lady from a top aristocratic family. Originally, there was no way the two could have any connection, but fate loves to play tricks. Shiningqing came to Chuan City to study and inexplicably became deskmates with that tall and handsome boy. Knowing each other, getting acquainted, falling in love. This is youth, right? Thinking of this, Hu Xinger encouraged, so, since Lin Feng hasn't given up, you can't give up either. Your current situation, in my eyes, is just like what is written in some novels. One day, Lin Feng will come riding on a rainbow to save you. Put. Shiningqing couldn't help but laugh at Hu Xinger's comforting words. Feeling a bit better, she nodded and said, You're right. Lin Feng has done so much for me. I should also work a little harder for him. He said he would come to find me in 3 months. He definitely will. Hu Xinger nodded. Seeing her best friend's mood improve, she felt relieved. Late at night, in a lounge at the martial arts base headquarters, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He had just had a nightmare. He dreamed that he was unable to save Shiningqing and was slapped to death by Master Shinsan. Lin Feng, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. In his heart, the desire to become stronger surged even more. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Then, Commander Night Owl walked in. Commander. Lin Feng instinctively stood up to salute. Commander Night Owl nodded. Glancing at the awakened Lin Feng, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng, your body is fine. The doctor has checked you. It's just that your mental and physical strength is exhausted. Hearing the commander's words, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He thought that this time, the Shin family suddenly sent someone, and the other party was a martial emperor-level expert. If it weren't for Commander Night Owl's intervention and driver old Zhang's help, Lin Feng's life might have already been lost. After all, he was just a martial zong. No matter how strong his talent was, in the face of absolute power, it was all a joke. This made him feel a sense of crisis approaching. Lin Feng, don't be sad. I can understand what has happened to you, and I am willing to help you. At this moment, Commander Night Owl spoke again. I wonder if you are interested? Naturally, he was very interested in becoming stronger. Commander, please speak directly. Commander Night Owl nodded. It was indeed difficult to see Lin Feng in such a situation, but feeling bad didn't change anything. It still needs to be solved from the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is the strength and background. The Night Owl commander cannot directly enhance Lin Feng's strength. However, there is currently an opportunity. It can expand this kid's influence through his background. If Lin Feng can seize this opportunity, perhaps the Shin family will no longer make things difficult for him. Here's the situation. The Night Owl commander, lost in thought, began to explain. After he finished, the room fell silent. The calm-faced Night Owl commander stood up and said, Think it over, Lin Feng. The competition has many opportunities, and with your talent, achieving a good ranking shouldn't be difficult. As long as you can gain the recognition of the Dasha Martial Arts Base Alliance headquarters, the Shin family might change their attitude. This is the only way I can help you. With that, the Night Owl commander closed the door and left. After he departed, Lin Feng murmured, The Blue Star competition. He swallowed hard. He thought, according to what the Night Owl commander said, the so-called Blue Star competition is a contest held for newly emerged secret realms. Contestants include those from Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Asen Country, Stick Country, and other major martial arts alliance nations. The purpose of the contestants is to compete in strength, thereby dividing the exploration areas of each martial arts nation. In a sense, this is also a way to contend for national fortune. One must know that every time a new secret realm appears, there are often many incredible treasures. The countries that obtain these treasures usually see a significant boost in strength. For example, why has Beautiful Country been able to maintain its top position for so long? It is entirely because during the Middle Martial Era, they once independently acquired a complete secret realm, leading to a rapid rise in martial arts and technological strength, surpassing other nations. After that, all major martial arts nations regarded secret realms as extremely important. They spared no expense in manpower and resources to seize secret realm resources. This time, the newly appeared secret realm is said to be quite extensive and different from previous ones. It is highly likely that the Beast Clan will also be involved. And often, the larger the secret realm, the more precious resources and opportunities it contains. Thinking of this, a hint of fervor appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Naturally, he, who yearned to grow stronger, would participate in this competition. With his stat panel, what he needed most was slaughter, as long as he was given time and the chance to kill. Within 3 months, Lin Feng was confident he could take on the Shin family. However, before participating in the competition, he still had to deal with some family matters. He shook his head slightly, finding it hard to express. Then he turned and left. Meanwhile, in the office of the martial artist training building, the little fish, with her arms crossed, glanced at the video playback, her eyes filled with surprise. Then she glanced at the old manly beside her and said, "Grandpa Shin actually came to Chuan City just for Lin Feng? Wait, are you saying that the Shin family's eldest daughter, Shining Qing, likes Lin Feng?" The old manly, with graying hair and a sturdy build, nodded. His wrinkled face was full of the wear of time. This time, he came specifically to Chuan City to pick someone up and shrugged, saying, "The Shin family has undergone changes, and the Gung family has long sensed it, so you should come back with me." "Good granddaughter, I won't go back." The little fish crossed her arms and said, "Why should I go back? I want to take advantage of the situation and accompany Lin Feng, inserting myself into his emotions when he needs care the most, and then he. Looking at his quirky granddaughter, the old manly was also helpless. He glanced at the tall buildings outside the window and said, "Gung Junsheng is not dead. You can't avoid it. Now is a time of turmoil, and the aristocratic families are all in the alliance. You understand what I mean, right?" "What? Gung Junsheng is not dead?" Upon hearing this news, the little fish was stunned. With a shocked expression, she excitedly said, "Old manly, you must be confused. I saw Gung Junsheng die with my own eyes." "You've been away from Shengjing for too long," the old manly said with a smile. "There are many things you don't know. The heir of the Gung family is not that simple." "All right, come back with me." The little fish was taken aback. Looking at the increasingly serious expression of Old Li in front of her, she realized that something was off. She pondered that Grandpa usually sided with her. It was only when things became serious to a certain extent that he would patiently explain. Helpless, little fish nodded. She spread her hands and said, "Leaving is fine. I just want to say goodbye to that guy. Is that okay? If you don't agree, I would rather die than yield." "Humph." Watching her obedient granddaughter turn to leave, Old Li shook his head slightly. Glancing at the light rain outside the window, he said, "What a troublesome autumn." At the bus stop, driver old Zhang, as usual, got off to puff out clouds of smoke. With an ordinary face, he looked up at the sky and said, "What bad luck. Why did it suddenly start to rain?" Just as driver old Zhang was about to get back on the bus, he saw that there was an extra person in the empty vehicle. It was Lin Feng, who had rushed over. The two locked eyes, and everything was understood without words. Lin Feng nodded. Habitually, he took out a soft jade cigarette from his space ring and said, "Thanks. Damn, I helped you so much." Driver old Zhang took the cigarette with disdain and said, "You don't even give me a single huazi. Do you look down on people that much? I'm a martial saint, you know." Lin Feng smiled without speaking, then he tried to snatch the cigarette back. Seeing this, driver old Zhang quickly tucked it into his pocket. "Come on, look at how stingy you are. I accept your good intentions. What are you planning to do next?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. As he got off the bus, he turned back and said, "You'll know in 3 months." After the words fell, Lin Feng turned around and waved goodbye. Watching his departing figure, driver old Zhang showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He thought to himself that he really didn't misjudge the person. Not arrogant or impatient, with a steady character. Indeed, he was someone who could achieve great things. It seemed the Shin family was in trouble. Thinking of this, driver old Zheng smiled and quickly stepped on the gas to head to work. Behind the 502 bus stop, Lin Feng walked towards Yulong International. On his way home, he walked very slowly. The light rain continued to fall along the way. Strolling in the rain, he seemed to be reminiscing about the moments spent with Shin Qing. As he walked, a familiar figure appeared ahead on the street. It was Little Fish, with her playful high ponytail, tall figure, and stunning looks. Hugging her arms, she squeezed out a big smile and approached, saying, "Walking in the rain, are you expressing your unhappiness and sadness?" Lin Feng ignored her. Paying no attention to her, he continued walking forward. This made Little Fish frown. She hurriedly caught up and said, "Don't ignore me, I'm going back to Shengjing too. Are you really willing to let me leave? Come on, let's hug, let's kiss. Hey, don't ignore me. Alright, I have something to ask you, about Qing. Do you want to know?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng stopped and looked at her. Seeing this, Little Fish couldn't help but snort lightly. "You guy who values beauty over friendship. You get interested as soon as Qing is mentioned. We have fought side by side, our revolutionary friendship is no less than your childhood sweetheart." Lin Feng remained silent. He just waited quietly. Little Fish shook her head slightly and continued, "Qing has returned to Shengjing, and it is said that she is going to marry into the Gung family." "Do you know who she is marrying? Marrying into the Gung family?" Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that according to what the Night Owl commander said, the Shin family was one of the major families in the Dasha alliance. Their power was immense, and their background was deep. Ordinary people could not even enter their door. As for the Gung family, they had similar power. The reason for their marriage was probably to form an alliance. "Who is it?" Lin Feng's voice was cold, his tone calm. "Gung Junshen." Little Fish shrugged and said, "Surprised? Unexpected?" Gung Junshen. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He had a deep impression of this genius who was stronger than him in the early stages. Including the fact that he could become a mentalist was largely related to this person. But Lin Feng clearly remembered that he had chopped off the other party's head. There was absolutely no chance of resurrection. "Don't ask me what's true or false," Xiao Yuer spoke again. "I come from the Li family. You should think this over yourself. All I can say is to take care of yourself." Lin Feng, moreover, "I really have to go back to Xinjiang." "You don't." Xiao Yuer still couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence. Looking at Lin Feng in front of her, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Although she liked this man, liking someone also comes with dignity. After learning about Qing and this guy's affair, it would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. But sadness doesn't solve problems. She was very clear about that. "Goodbye." Lin Feng's voice was calm, his gaze firm as he said, "I will appear in Shengjing in 3 months. 3 months later? Goodbye?" Xiao Yuer's eyes flickered, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Are you saying we will meet again? That's great. You, man. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. You little rascal. You're quite good at sweet-talking. He. Alright, then let's say goodbye. Keep in touch anytime. I'll be in Shengjing, understand? This is your reward. Let's go, let's go." As her words fell, Xiao Yuer flicked her high ponytail and, with her long legs, turned to leave. Lin Feng, stunned in place, scratched his head, thinking to himself, is that what she meant? But that didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that he urgently needed to improve his strength. As for Gung Juanqing's sudden revival and his intention to marry Qing, Lin Feng thought it was quite simple. All he needed to do was let him die once more. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and turned to leave. At the headquarters office of the martial arts base, Commander Night Owl glanced at Qing Kong. It would be a lie to say he wasn't having a headache, but what could he do? This was his own daughter. As a father, he could only endure. "Qing Kong, Lin Feng is not suitable for you, change to someone else." Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, Qing Kong's hand came down like a knife. The corner of the redwood table was sliced in two. "What I decide cannot be changed, father." Upon hearing this, Commander Night Owl was speechless. As a daughter slave, he sighed. He then squatted down to pick up the table corner and said, I know, you need to change that temper of yours. The competition is very dangerous. I'll have Lin Feng keep an eye on you then." Qing Kong's lips curled slightly as she glanced at her father, whose hair had turned quite gray, and said, "Don't stay up late, I'm leaving." With the door closed, the room fell silent. Commander Night Owl looked at the broken corner of the redwood table, feeling pained. What a pity for this table, just like that, it's broken. Knock knock. As his words fell, there was another knock at the door. Commander Night Owl was taken aback. He quickly fixed the table corner back to its original state. "Come in." The door opened, and in walked General Silver Dragon. With a beaming smile, he held a pile of documents and said, "Commander, here are the documents you need to sign." After saying that, General Silver Dragon placed them on the table as he usually did. Bang! Right on target. The corner of the table broke again, and Commander Night Owl was overjoyed. He glanced at the flustered General Silver Dragon and said, "Feeling down lately? Why take it out on my table?" General Silver Dragon? General Silver Dragon looked bitter. He thought to himself that he wasn't working with a bad mood. He had no idea how the table broke. "Commander, I don't know." General Silver Dragon tried to explain. "An explanation is just a cover-up." Commander Night Owl interrupted. "Go buy me an identical table." "Yes." General Silver Dragon's face was full of pain. He saluted and left. After he left, Commander Night Owl felt much better. After seeing Xiao Yuer off, Lin Feng made his way back to Yulong International. Just as he reached his doorstep, he saw his sister Lin Jia practicing her boxing and Zhong Lily trimming the flower bed. "Brother." Lin Jia was the first to notice Lin Feng. Having not seen her brother for a long time, she rushed over. "You've grown quite a bit." Looking at his sister in his arms, Lin Feng habitually ruffled her hair. Seeing this, Zhong Lily also smiled and glanced at Lin Feng, saying, "Back from your business trip? I'll go make dinner." Lin Feng nodded and didn't stop her. After all, a meal at home was still necessary. Otherwise, who knows when you'll be back next time? The siblings returned to the living room. Lin Jia glanced at her brother and asked, "Brother, has Shining Qing come to find you? You already know?" Lin Feng instinctively thought his sister had discovered his identity and followed up with a question. "Brother, I think that sister is quite nice." Lin Jia nodded and said, "Even though she's a martial artist and you're an ordinary person, liking someone surpasses everything." Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Since his sister still didn't know the truth, he had no intention of revealing it. After all, the Shin family's influence was too great. The longer his sister remained unaware, the safer she would be. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would likely stand up for him. Lin Feng didn't want to see that. He had the ability to handle things himself and didn't want to worry his family. "Got it," Lin Feng smiled and said. "It's already taken care of. You'll have a sister-in-law from now on." "Really?" Lin Jia exclaimed excitedly. "That's great, brother. I think sister-in-law is really nice." Lin Chong laughed heartily. Looking at Lin Jia, he showed a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that this little girl used to be quite reserved and a bit aloof. He wondered if she had grown up now. She seemed much more cheerful and lively. Could this be the legendary transformation of a girl as she matures? But this was a good thing for Lin Feng. The sudden disappearance of their parents had caused too many unpleasant memories in their childhood. Therefore, Lin Jia's personality had been somewhat peculiar. However, with Lin Feng's full care as she grew up, this flower had blossomed normally. Thinking of this, Lin Feng happily asked, "What level are you at now? You can't be very powerful, right?" With her short hair, Lin Jia touched her head and then held up a number. Lin Feng was taken aback. Then he exclaimed, "My sister is truly a genius. You're about to break through to the martial artist level, aren't you?" Breaking through to the martial artist level allows for a second awakening of talent. "Oh my sister can't be a super genius, can she?" Seeing her brother's astonished expression, Lin Jia also smiled happily. Ever since she awakened her innate talent, she had been working hard to cultivate. Her goal was to protect her brother and help him. Now that goal seemed to be getting closer, so she was really happy. "Yes, brother." Lin Jia nodded and said. Director Wen Zixuan said the same thing. "By the way, I've already started school." "Started school?" Lin Feng nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. He pondered whether his earlier performance was adequate. After all, he was already a super genius. It wasn't too much to say his sister was a super genius too, right? Lost in thought, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Then, Zhong Lily, wearing an apron, came out. "Dinner's ready, Lin Feng, Lin Jia. Today I made braised pork, spicy ribs, and steamed base." Lin Feng turned to look back and suddenly realized that Zhong Lily had also become a martial artist. Surprised, he asked, "You've become a martial artist too?" "Yes," Zhong Lily said shyly. "With Lin Jia's help, I really became a martial artist." Brother, Lily's talent is quite good," Lin Jia said. "You should work hard too. When you come back on a break, I'll personally train you, and I guarantee you'll become a martial artist too." Lin Feng smiled slightly. Looking at his happy sister, he felt a wave of emotion. He thought back to the last time he saw Zhong Lily. She was crying and borrowing money. He never expected she would become a martial artist so soon. It truly gave him a sense of how time flies. After that, the three of them had a meal together. After finishing, Lin Jia took the initiative to wash the dishes and clean up. Zhong Lily also rarely had a moment of leisure. Looking at Lin Feng sitting on the sofa, she then took the initiative to sit on the opposite sofa and said, "Lin Feng, I'll get that money to you as soon as possible." "That's not important," Lin Feng smiled and said. "As long as you can take good care of Lin Jia, that's enough. I will often be away from home, so I'll need you to work a bit harder. Zhong Lily shook her head slightly. With a smile on her face, she felt a wave of emotion. She pondered how a newly graduated intern could meet someone like Lin Feng. In fact, it was just a matter of encountering a benefactor. If it weren't for this benefactor, she would probably have been forced by her family to marry an old man. Thinking of this, Zhong Lily, who had long regarded Lin Jia and Lin Feng as family, smiled. She stood up and said earnestly, "Don't worry, during the time you're not here, I will take good care of Lin Jia." "Great!" Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He didn't ask Zhong Lily any more questions, noticing her pensive expression. After all, everyone has their own privacy and personal space. If the other party doesn't take the initiative to talk, it's best not to pry. With a myriad of thoughts, Lin Feng stretched lazily. Time seemed to pass so quickly. "Brother, do you want to come with me for military training?" At that moment, Lin Jia ran out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. Military training? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Looking at Lin Jia, who seemed quite interested, he asked, "Why do you suddenly want me to join the military training?" Director Wen Zixuan said. Lin Jia replied, "This military training is targeted for me. I was just thinking, if you participated, would you also quickly become a martial artist?" Lin Feng. Looking at his innocent sister, Lin Feng felt a wave of shame. He pondered whether he had unintentionally concealed his martial arts strength. The enemies ahead were simply too strong. Without absolute self-protection, he didn't want his sister to get involved. With this in mind, Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "I won't go to military training. I have to return to the factory soon. I have a business trip tomorrow. If there's anything, we can contact each other by phone." "All right." Lin Jia nodded, reluctantly saying, "Brother, why are you leaving so soon this time? Aren't you staying for the night?" Lin Feng nodded slightly. He thought he didn't want to leave so quickly either, but there were still very important matters he needed to attend to, so he had to push himself. After bidding farewell to Lin Jia and Zhong Lily, Lin Feng headed straight to the guard army base. No longer in the rookie camp, he quickly arrived at the 1st District camp. This was the garrison of the 1st Military District in Chuan City, where Wang Chong and Wang Yoxing's 358th Regiment was stationed. As soon as Lin Feng entered the military district, he saw Qing Kong waiting at the entrance. "You're back." Hearing Qing Kong's inquiry, Lin Feng nodded. Looking at this tall, beautiful girl with red hair, he habitually greeted her, "Are you going out?" Qing Kong shook her head slightly. She thought to herself that ever since that incident with Lin Feng, she had been waiting at the military district entrance for the past couple of days, just to see this man. Today, her luck was good. She finally got to see Lin Feng. "I just happened to pass by. You probably don't know where the dormitory is, right? How about I take you to have a look?" "That works." Lin Feng nodded. Since being promoted from rookie, he indeed didn't know where the new dormitory was. Watching Qing Kong walk ahead, he had no choice but to follow. It was vaguely visible that the 1st District camp was not much different from the rookie camp. The only difference was that the facilities here were obviously more advanced. For example, the rooms, training rooms, and exercise rooms were all available, equipped with high-level facilities and everything one could need. As a result, when Lin Feng entered the new dormitory, he thought he had arrived at a top-notch luxury training room. It was evident. The room was stocked with food and drinks, and all kinds of basic facilities were complete. There was even a training room, a quiet room, and various other types of rooms. "Lin Feng, this is the room for a level 4 sergeant major." "Congratulations." At that moment, Qing Kong said with a smile, "You are the highest ranked among all the rookies." "Level 4 sergeant major?" Lin Feng was taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself that he had ranked first in the Guard Army selection competition, so once the rookies graduated, he would be a level 3 sergeant major. Now being promoted to level 4 sergeant major was probably related to the 0914 Beast Tide. One must know that for an ordinary person to quickly advance, they would need to accumulate a lot of military achievements. For someone like Lin Feng to directly advance a whole rank was indeed due to an overwhelming amount of military merit. "Thank you." Lin Feng nodded and looked towards the room, saying, "Secondly, I want to ask where the armory is. I was thinking of updating my equipment." "The armory?" Qing Kong smiled slightly and said, "I'll take you there. I'm very familiar with it, and I have nothing else to do right now. Is it convenient for Sergeant Lin Jun?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had figured out Qing Kong's identity a couple of days ago and was somewhat surprised. It was just right that he needed a guide. Qing Kong had grown up here and was a good choice. "Qing Kong, are you looking for the Black Reaper again?" At that moment, a sullen-faced Chu Yun suddenly approached. His face practically screamed jealousy. Lin Feng remained indifferent upon seeing this. "What does it have to do with you?" Meanwhile, Ching Kong's tone was cold, slightly displeased. It was a stark contrast to her sweet demeanor when she had just spoken to Lin Feng. Then she turned back and smiled. Let's go. The armory requires an appointment. All right. Lin Feng nodded and followed Ching Kong as she turned to leave. Xu Yun, who was left standing there, watched this scene with a face full of envy and jealousy. He thought to himself, when did Ching Kong become so nice to him? He would gladly die for it. Feeling quite envious, he glanced at the two and waved. How about I buy you 2 bottles of water? Let me feel involved too. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Feng followed Ching Kong all the way to the armory. This place was quite different from the martial arts shop outside. As soon as they entered the door, they were greeted by several fully armed guards. Behind the main gate was a long corridor. The corridor was equipped with various inspection facilities. The security level was off the charts. Upon arriving, Ching Kong smiled and said, facial recognition is enough. Level 1 access allows you to go to the first and second floors, Level 2 access to the third floor, Level 3 access to the fourth floor, and Level 4 access to the fifth floor. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng nodded and proceeded with the facial recognition. On the display screen, he was classified as Level 4 access. Ching Kong, who had known this all along, was not very surprised. Following that, she performed facial recognition and was granted Level 2 access. The two smoothly entered the corridor. On both sides of the corridor were different corresponding areas. Each area contained different equipment and resources. Among them was the soul stone that Lin Feng had been particularly concerned about. It was located within the Level 3 access area. However, he later discovered that the Slaughter Beast clan could also enhance their mental power, so soul stones no longer held much significance for him. What equipment do you need? Ching Kong asked. Battle armor, battle skills, weapons, each floor has them, with varying levels of quality. Specific resources need to be filtered. Lin Feng nodded. He no longer needed to ponder battle skills. With his talent for deduction, he could completely integrate his own battle skills and evolve them into stronger martial skills, which were currently sufficient. As for weapons, he possessed a mysterious magic knife. Its sharpness and mystery met all of Lin Feng's needs. The only downside was probably the battle armor. The black tungsten battle armor was something he had bought during his martial artist days. He had been using it until now, and it was about to be retired. In future battles, the black tungsten battle armor would clearly not provide much defense for Lin Feng. If he wanted to enhance his combat power, updating the battle armor was a must. Battle armor then, Lin Feng said. I'll go check out the 5th floor first. Alright, I'll wait for you outside. Ching Kong smiled slightly. Watching his departing figure, she felt a wave of emotion. The way the two interacted felt very much like a date. After leaving Ching Kong, Lin Feng took the elevator to the 5th floor, where he had Level 4 access. This place resembled a standalone martial arts shop. Inside were all kinds of weapons, equipment, and special resource materials. As long as you had enough merit points, you could take them away. Lin Feng entered the room and took a look, immediately finding the battle armor area. It was evident that the battle armor here was no longer limited to levels. Instead, it was reflected in special functions. For example, there were flying battle armor, earth-escaping battle armor, amphibious battle armor, and so on. It should be noted that basic battle armor already included flying, earth-escaping, and amphibious capabilities, but they were not particularly prominent. Similar to the black tungsten battle armor, it can briefly launch into flight, briefly burrow underground, and briefly dive. However, over time, various minor issues will arise, which is the drawback. The special battle armors before him just happen to extend these advantages, making them more suitable for combat. Moreover, in terms of basic defense, attack, and storage facilities, they far exceed the black tungsten battle armor. It's just that the price is somewhat unappealing. A set of special battle armor starts at least 30,000 merit points. Although Lin Feng has over 70,000 merit points, he doesn't see the need to spend a high price on this specialty. After all, the battle armor he needs is best to be comprehensive. Even if the price is a bit high, it's not a problem. As he continued to look, Lin Feng soon spotted a batch of new battle armors. This batch had a higher level. Not only did it perfectly integrate the advantages of land, sea, and air, but it also had significant enhancements in storage, defense, and attack. Its basic service level was at least that of a martial sovereign. Lin Feng, who had attended an auction, had seen similar battle armors firsthand, which often auctioned for hundreds of millions or even tens of billions. But in the military's martial arts space, money has lost its value. Here, merit points are more important. This is one of the benefits of joining the military. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and continued walking forward. Although the martial sovereign level battle armor was impressive, it wasn't quite suitable for him. After all, he was already a 6-star martial sovereign. In a few days, he he might even break through to a higher realm. With this in mind, Lin Feng continued to browse. Soon, a new batch of battle armors caught his eye. Unnamed multi-integration battle armor, crafted by Master Ban of Xingjing. Black Dragon God set, crafted by Master Pekong of Xingjing. Divine Light battle armor, crafted by Master Xiaomeng of Xingjing. A lineup of master-crafted battle armors appeared before him. After glancing a few times, Lin Feng was taken aback. It is well known that besides martial artists, there are many associated professions, such as mentalists, blacksmiths, and mechanics. These are special professions derived from the foundation of martial artists. Their purpose is to serve martial artists or certain families. Professions like blacksmiths are monopolized by the noble families of Xingjing. As long as you have a talent for blacksmithing from a young age, these families will provide you with training resources. Master Ban, hailed as the #1 blacksmith of the Daxia Alliance, was nurtured from a young age by the noble families of Xingjing into a top master. The various battle armors and weapons he crafted are almost always in short supply. Whether in the martial arts military or among the major families, they are highly sought after. Lin Feng, who had his eye on Master Ban's products, took a closer look. Considering the introduction of this multi-integration battle armor, it seemed to be a semi-finished product. The reason being that Master Ban had stopped crafting it for some unknown reason. However, since the battle armor had already taken shape and fully possessed the necessary combat capabilities, it was purchased at a low price by the military. Otherwise, a complete set of battle armor crafted by Master Ban would never appear on the 5th floor. This is also why Lin Feng was able to see it here, and it had been on the military supply shelf for no more than 3 days. The base price was 70,000 merit points. After understanding the situation, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He pondered that expensive items have their advantages, and famous names have their reasons. This unnamed multi-integration battle armor set indeed tempted him. Without further ado, Lin Feng directly swiped his merit points to purchase it. He deducted 70,000 from his 75,580 merit points, leaving him with 5,580 merit points. Moreover, the multi-integration battle armor immediately appeared before Lin Feng. As he touched it with his hand, a mechanical voice sounded, "Please activate the battle armor and give it a name." Lin Feng's gaze shifted. Looking at the multi-integration battle armor before him, a smile crept onto his lips. He thought that with the name Black Death God, he would strike fear far and wide. The battle armor should naturally carry this name. Let's call it Black Death God. Black Death God set named successfully. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng waved his hand and took it out from the counter. As he tried to wear it, it attached itself to his entire body. An unprecedented feeling surged in Lin Feng's heart. It was a sensation unlike any other armor. When wearing the black tungsten armor, Lin Feng could clearly feel himself being enveloped and protected. But when donning the Black Death God armor, he felt none of that. It was as if the armor had become a part of his body. The 5th floor also had a training room. Excited, Lin Feng followed towards it. Upon entering the room, he immediately began to test the various data of the armor. From land, sea, and air, to various defenses and attacks, Lin Feng conducted a nearly all-encompassing experiment. The training room provided the armor's level data. The armor levels are divided into higher tiers. The black tungsten armor, suitable for martial artists and martial masters, had a performance test that was at most a certain level. However, the Black Death God set that Lin Feng had stumbled upon directly reached a higher standard. What did this mean? It meant that the Black Death God set was at least comparable to a martial king level armor. The higher the level of the armor, the more precious and rare it is. Those who possess such powerful armors cherish and maintain them, because these armors record various data while accompanying their masters in battles, making the best adjustments. In some ways, this is a form of cultivation, a combat aid. Clearly, the Black Death God set is a high-tier armor. Lin Feng had struck gold. Moreover, this item was still a semi-finished product. What if it were a finished product? Lin Feng dared not imagine. Overjoyed, he glanced at the time and then left the 5th floor. At that moment, outside the armory, Qin Kong glanced at Chu Yun, her eyes revealing a hint of exasperation. She thought to herself, why is this person like a little tail? It's really too annoying. Qin Kong, it's hot. Have some water, Chu Yun said. No need, Qin Kong replied. Then let me hold an umbrella for you, Chu Yun offered. Qin Kong coldly remained silent. Just then, a familiar figure walked out. It was Lin Feng. Upon seeing him, a smile appeared on Qin Kong's face. This smile left Chu Yun dumbfounded. Qin Kong skillfully took out a bottle of water from her spatial ring and said, "You're back? How was it?" "Thank you." Lin Feng took the water and drank a big gulp, saying, "It was okay. Quite fruitful." Qin Kong nodded slightly. Then, she walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng, her heart racing. Glancing at the time, she said, "Well, shall we head back?" Sure, Lin Feng replied without saying much, and they walked forward. Xing Kong followed closely behind. This scene made Chu Yun feel heartbroken. She thought, why is there such a huge gap between people, even though we are the same? In the Gung family of Xingjing, Master Shen glanced at the time, his face showing a hint of impatience. After waiting in the hall for a long time, he couldn't help but cough. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he heard some commotion in the hall. An old man with white hair, a wrinkled face, and dressed in a tang suit walked out. He was the patriarch of the Gung family, the current power holder. Following him was a tall, cold-eyed young man exuding a murderous aura. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this guy as Gung Junsheng. Seeing this, Master Shen frowned and said, Patriarch Gung, if you don't want to cooperate, I can leave. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Gung laughed heartily. Little Shen, your temper is still so bad. That's not good. Young people shouldn't be too hot-headed. Humph. Master Shen, too lazy to engage in pleasantries, snorted and said, Patriarch, to make a long story short, I brought the person back, now it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. The patriarch nodded slightly and then took a step back. Gung Junsheng, seeing this, sneered contemptuously. Glancing at the self-important Master Shen, he said, You're so arrogant at just the martial emperor level. If I were your age, I would have already reached the top. Watch closely. This is your Shen family's opportunity to rise to the next level. After saying this, a breeze swept through the hall. Immediately, Gung Junsheng split into two. Two identical Gung Junshengs appeared in the hall, and the aura they emitted was almost that of a martial sovereign at 9 stars, only half a step away from breaking through to the martial king realm. This is the ability to create avatars. Master Shen's pupils constricted as he said, It is rumored that the Gung family gained tremendous rewards within the Eye of Death back in the day. Is this one of them? Humph. Upon hearing this, Gung Junsheng couldn't help but snort coldly. Consequently, his second avatar instantly merged with him. Its power directly stepped into the Martial King 3rd star. This scene caused Master Shen's expression to change drastically once again. I, Gung Junsheng, appear at this moment in time, born to suppress this era. I was born standing at the peak of the mountain. An invincible world is merely a small goal of mine, including this world, which exists to welcome my arrival. So, does your Shen family know what to do now? Gung Junsheng's gaze was contemptuous, and an unruly aura erupted from him. Although that gaze was uncomfortable to behold, Master Shen understood this guy's meaning all too well. One must know that this person controls the ability to create avatars. It is a top-tier ability that can cultivate avatars and infinitely enhance combat power. If combined with the unique talent of the Shen family, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to dominate the entire Martial Dao Blue Star world? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Master Shen stood up and nodded, saying, I agree. The Shen family can trade this avatar ability. I like it. However, let me make it clear beforehand, if you dare to deceive me, we will both perish. As his words fell, Master Shen turned and strode away. Watching the departing figure, Gung Junsheng revealed a hint of disdain. From his lofty position, he said in a deep voice, If the third avatar had no issues, I should also be at the Martial Emperor realm. Killing this person would be as easy as flipping my hand. Old Master Gung smiled slightly. He glanced at Gung Junsheng and said, Don't think it's that simple. Although the avatar secret technique is powerful, the side effects are too great. Have you solved the problem? Upon hearing the question, Gung Junsheng shook his head slightly, thinking that each avatar has a different personality. It would be too difficult to suppress them. Otherwise, the third avatar wouldn't have died in vain. With that thought, Gung Junsheng glanced at the old master and said, The Li family needs to speed up. The abilities they possess are all things I need. The old master nodded slightly. The grandfather and grandson then disappeared from the hall. In the dormitory of Area 1, after Lin Feng returned to his room, he immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. It had been a long time since he had performed any simulations. Today, he planned to upgrade comprehensively. As Lin Feng closed his eyes, a prompt appeared in his mind. Do you want to simulate the undying blade soul? Yes. The prompt vanished. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of a vast ocean. Having comprehended the sword techniques, he had become a sword master in the world, renowned in his region. Moreover, after understanding the Great Sun Glaze, he had gained the qualification to be invincible. But just as Lin Feng was about to challenge the heroes of the world, he felt a disturbance in his heart. It was a kind of unrest that was not very peaceful. Thus, Lin Feng began to sit cross-legged and observe the sea to calm his mind. Day after day, half a month passed. On a morning when the sun rose, Lin Feng moved. He practiced as he did when he was 3 years old, starting from the basics of sword techniques. For example, the god of killing blade and the sky-splitting slash were practiced in succession, reviewing the old to learn the new. The sword techniques he had once cast aside were indeed different when practiced again. Lin Feng was quite surprised. Thus, he began to practice continuously, trying to compare and integrate with the undying blade soul. Day after day, year after year, time flew by quickly. Soon, 3 years had passed. After practicing sword techniques by the sea for 3 years, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Looking at the boundless ocean before him, he calmly swung out a blade. The blade light fell, the water flow ceased, and the sea split in two. It was done. After 3 years of practicing sword techniques, Lin Feng integrated the god of killing blade and the sky-splitting slash into the undying blade soul. This caused his sword techniques to advance by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the early stage of the sacred grade. Its power far exceeded before. The scene abruptly stopped. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he had already returned to his room. Time had barely passed 5 hours. It was now 1 in the morning. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed with joy. A multitude of insights regarding the initial stage of the immortal blade soul surged into his mind. Excited, he opened the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial master. Mentalist, level 4, 999050. Vitality, 1314250. Combat skills, Gale Shadow, perfect. Shadowless, perfect. Immobilization technique, great accomplishment. Beginner, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, perfect. Extraordinary martial skills, immortal blade soul. Initial stage of sacred grade, great sun glaze. Mid stage of heavenly grade, sacred grade. Talent, deduction. The god of killing's blade, the sky-rending slash under the deduction talent. It directly merged with the immortal blade soul. This fusion was undoubtedly successful. Overjoyed, Lin Feng glanced at the panel. He found that his attack and defense skills were quite comprehensive. However, he realized that his speed was somewhat lacking. But Lin Feng knew that this was not something to rush. The deduction talent required the selection of martial skill types. At the very least, they had to surpass the perfect level, otherwise, deduction was impossible. Similar martial skills could also undergo type fusion, a new function Lin Feng had discovered. Moreover, the great accomplishment immobilization technique was still sufficient. It was more than enough to deal with beast generals. Lin Feng sighed with excitement. After leveling up, he fell into a deep sleep. The mental energy consumption brought by deduction was immense. Even as a level 4 mentalist, he found it a bit overwhelming. In the Tianping mountain range, Lord Demon Commander, you have to make a decision for me. This black death god is too powerful. All my men are dead. Little Drill Wind cried out while still serving tea and wine to the golden-winged demon commander. Returning to the Tianping mountain range, it was now beating a small drum in its heart. After all, it had suffered significant losses this time. Of the 200,000 beastmen it had taken out, less than 30,000 returned. The vast majority of its kin had been slain by the Black Death God. What are you crying about? Stop being so whiny. At that moment, the golden-winged demon commander spoke. With an eagle's head and a human body, it touched the teacup and said, as long as the star source is fine, losing some cannon fodder is nothing. There are too many low-tier kin in the Tianping mountain range. Losing some also reduces the population burden. Yes, the demon commander is wise. Little Drill Wind flattered, thinking that if it weren't for the considerable amount of star source this time, it would have truly been unable to report back to the demon commander. Prepare yourself for the near future. The Golden Wing Demon Commander continued. The Golden Lion Beast King is gathering all level 9 beast generals to a new secret realm for treasure hunting. Old 18. Among my 18 adopted sons, you are the only one who hasn't broken through to the Demon Commander realm. You must seize this opportunity. Thank you, adoptive father. Little Drill Wind immediately bowed in gratitude. It never expected that the Golden Wing Demon Commander would take it as an adopted son today. Overjoyed, it felt as if spring was about to arrive. Don't be too happy too soon, the Golden Wing Demon Commander added. I am on the verge of breaking through to Beast Sovereign and need some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. You must pay attention this time. Yes, please rest assured, adoptive father. Little Drill Wind clasped its fists. The Golden Wing Demon Commander waved its hand. After the others left, a hint of indifference appeared in its eyes. It thought that this new secret realm seemed quite significant, with a wide scope. It not only involved the human race but also encompassed many beast territories. Moreover, those entering the secret realm must not exceed the peak of level 9 beast generals. The restriction for human martial artists was the peak of 6-star martial masters. Otherwise, the Golden Lion Beast King wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit talent. The Golden Wing Demon Commander sighed, finding it hard to express its feelings. Glancing at the hot tea on the table, it continued to meditate and cultivate. A night passed. Lin Feng was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see Wang Yusheng. Black Death God, why are you still sleeping? The commander is calling for you to assemble. Assemble? Hearing Wang Yuxing say this, Lin Feng was stunned. He opened the guard army communicator and saw that there was indeed a message about the assembly. He, who almost overslept, awkwardly said, "Thank you. I'll go right now." As he watched the hurried figure leave, Wang Yuxing shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that the treatment of a genius was indeed different. If it were him who was late, he would have to do 1,000 push-ups. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Feng made his way to the assembly point. This was the exclusive gathering area for the secret realm of the competition. Only those who were going would come here. When Lin Feng saw Qin Kong in the line, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Without saying much, he nodded and returned to the team. It was vaguely visible that there were quite a few familiar faces going to the competition this time. For example, the 5 members of the Wolf Pack, Wang Chong and Li Longyun, these 2 fierce warriors. After exchanging glances with Lin Feng, they waited for instructions. The rest of the group totaled 3,000. It seemed that the vast majority were martial sect-level competitors. The remaining individuals were talented players like Qin Kong. After Lin Feng looked around, he indeed recognized a few people he had met before. For instance, the Iron Bull from the 3rd Martial Arts University, whom he had chased after, and the fiery Yang Yang Chu Yun. Is everyone here? At this moment, Commander Night Owl stepped forward. Rarely donning a full suit of battle armor, he appeared exceptionally imposing. He quickly got into the spirit of things. He had already understood the details about the competition the day before. This time, the top 10 martial arts bases will all participate. Commander Night Owl continued, a total of 30,000 will enter the new secret realm. Due to the limitations of the secret realm, the highest strength cannot exceed Martial Sect 9 stars. Furthermore, according to the latest news, most of the areas in the secret realm will be in the Beast Clan. Therefore, the Beast Clan will also join in, and given their astonishing reproduction rate, they will likely implement a Beast Sea tactic. Listening to Commander Night Owl, Lin Feng realized the seriousness of the situation. It should be noted that this time, in addition to the Great Xiao Alliance, countries like Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country, and Asan would also participate. Among them were many top geniuses renowned in their regions. Thus, the military forces of these martial arts countries would pay close attention to the movements in the secret realm. It was said that there would be live broadcasts from a first-person perspective. This was also the best way to explore the secret realm in the past. The advantage was that even if the explorers died, the live footage would still be transmitted back. Those who came after could summarize experiences and prepare countermeasures to continue exploring. With so many martial arts countries' personnel joining in, it was destined to be an intense battle. Now that the Beast Clan would also join, the danger level would only increase significantly. Do you have confidence? After Commander Night Owl finished speaking, he began to boost morale. The 3,000 soldiers below had resolute expressions, all fully armed. In response to the commander's inquiry, they could only answer with 8 words. Use me in battle, and victory is assured. 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 The momentum was like a rainbow, and the voices echoed through the skies. Good. Feeling the blood boiling, Commander Night Owl exclaimed a good word. Eager to take the field himself, he said, prepare to set off. The time has come to fight for the fortune of our great Xia. Yes, yes, yes. The 3,000 soldiers were filled with fervor. Lin Feng was also filled with a surge of energy. In front of everyone, a huge blue transmission circle appeared. As long as one stepped into it, they could reach the secret realm. This was also the unified way for various martial arts countries to enter the secret realm. Just as Lin Feng was about to step in, he saw Commander Night Owl come up to him. Lin Feng, I was originally hesitant to say this, but I still want to ask you to take care of Qin Kong. She has been raised by me since childhood. So, looking at the hesitant Commander Night Owl, Lin Feng nodded slightly. He thought that just for the sake of the face that Commander Night Owl had given him, he would take good care of Qin Kong no matter what. Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure her safety. Good. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Commander Night Owl felt relieved. He looked at the young man before him. He looked more and more pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that he was intercepted by that girl from the Shin family. Go for it. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Yes. Lin Feng saluted and left. And in front of the transmission gate, Qin Kong was also waiting for Lin Feng. When she saw him coming, the two stepped inside together. Behind them, Chu Yun saw this and hurriedly followed. The scene before them changed endlessly. The surrounding transmission passages resembled wormhole spaces. This transmission technology was obtained by the Great Xiao Alliance in a certain secret realm relic. Various martial arts nations had similar means, so it wasn't very confidential. However, no one has been able to explain where these products of a civilization that surpasses humanity's boiling water technology actually came from. After many Blue Star experts conducted archaeological studies on various open secret realm relics, they finally reached a shocking conclusion. That is, these secret realm relic products absolutely do not belong to Blue Star. They are very likely to come from beyond the stars. Yet these secret realm relic products appeared out of nowhere in various regions of Blue Star. From the initial appearance time, it coincided with the revival of spiritual energy during the Pingwu era. Just like the beast race, the secret realm relics sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Even after more than 100 years of research by humans, aside from deciphering some technologies far beyond boiling water civilization, they still knew very little about their origins. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of these secret realm relics that humanity could coexist with martial arts and technology, making rapid progress. In the end, they stood on equal footing with the beast race, no longer just their prey. Lin Feng, lost in thought, shook his head slightly. He glanced at the gradually appearing light ahead. He instinctively grabbed Qing Kong's arm. This made her pretty face flush, and she also grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Damn it! The intimate scene between the two made Chu Yun envious. He instinctively wanted to step forward to stop them, but his vision was blocked by the white light before him. As daylight descended, everyone was briefly blinded. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast wilderness area. This area was divided into 10 territories. Each territory represented a different martial arts base. Teams from Chuan City, Jubiai City, Xingjing, and others came into view. These people were all martial sect-level powerhouses. Among them were not a few young geniuses. Lin Feng glanced a few times and noticed that there were actually quite a few martial sects of his age in some teams. Without exception, these people had faces full of arrogance or a high and mighty demeanor. The children of noble families. Lin Feng had seen this kind of aura in Gung Junshang. Moreover, the vast majority of people were members of the Guard Army, and this area was probably where the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance was located. Come, put on the chip. This is a locator, a personal perspective device, used to record the exploration of the secret realm. At this moment, Wang Chong and Li Longyun, along with several guards, began to move. As they distributed the devices in order, Lin Feng also equipped himself with the Black Death God suit. The other teams did the same. They all had dedicated personnel for equipping and organizing order. Everyone remember, once you enter the secret realm, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. After Wang Chong turned around, he said, everyone pay attention, this is life-saving experience. And one more thing, Li Longyun drew his battle knife. If you encounter the dogs of Sakura country, beat them up in groups, and do it to death. Remember that. Remembered. Lin Feng felt his blood boil upon hearing this. It should be known that before the Pingwu era, Sakura country was at odds with the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance, and there had even been invasion wars. Those bloody and tearful histories would never be forgotten by the people of Great Xia, especially in recent years. Sakura country has been particularly arrogant, provoking the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance in various ways. Just on this point, Lin Feng would never show mercy when encountering these dogs. He also noticed that the other 9 martial arts bases had similar unified reminders. It seemed that everyone shared the same hatred for the dogs of Sakura country. Great Xia lads, remember this. When you encounter the beast race and the dogs of Sakura country, kill the dogs first, understand? Wang Chong shouted. All around, everyone drew their battle blades together. Kill the bastards. Lin Feng also unsheathed his magic sword, exuding a fierce killing intent. The Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance had about 30,000 people setting out. The remaining individuals were maintaining order in the safe zone. This was the proper arrangement for exploring the secret realm, with everyone having clear roles. Moreover, everyone set out in teams. For instance, Qing Kong planned to team up with Lin Feng, and Chu Yun also intended to join them, but was stopped by a glance from Qing Kong. The secret realm was vast and boundless. It was like a miniature world. Mountains and rivers, towering peaks, and expansive plains, everything was present. Lin Feng had not walked far out of the safe zone with Qing Kong when the magic sword in his hand began to hum. A treasure. It was highly likely to be a star source. The unusual reaction of the magic sword made Lin Feng's gaze shift. He glanced at the woods ahead and quickened his pace. Seeing this, Qing Kong followed closely behind. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, with the successful entry into the secret realm, the necessary communication facilities were fully connected. Looking around, Except for the Beast Clan, almost all martial arts nations that joined this secret realm had entered the communication platform. This platform was also known as the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance Network. The reason for its existence was entirely to facilitate cooperation and trade among martial arts nations, as well as information sharing. After all, not every country was like Sakura country, only thinking about battle. There were still nations that wanted peaceful development and steady growth. At this moment, as the network communication opened, various martial arts nations began to speak. Baka, this time we must take first place. Ha ha ha, you great Xia people, wait to be killed by us. Soga, great Xia people, last time in the secret realm, we killed 300 of your brave warriors, was it painful? Their heads are still being kept by us. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you are too ruthless. How can you harm the warriors of Great Xia like this? God will not praise you. In ancient times, the Great Xia Alliance was merely a vassal of our Great Bangzi country, so it's normal for their combat power to be weak. Yoshi, great. It seems we will have more collectibles this time. As soon as the dogs of Sakura country appeared, they stirred up hatred. Commander Night Owl's face darkened at this scene. He recalled the last time in a coastal secret realm. They also held a small-scale secret realm exploration, which included Sakura country. These heartless, shameless beasts, they actually played a sneak attack with beautiful country, resulting in the complete annihilation of 300 Great Xia warriors on the expedition. The entire nation mourned for 3 days. This was the pain and hatred of the military of the martial arts base. Thinking of this, Commander Night Owl cursed, "Damn it, this time, it must be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "Don't worry, Commander," General Silver Dragon said, "I have already instructed them, each base has similar targeted plans." Good. With his hands behind his back, Commander Night Owl furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced at these shouting dogs with burning eyes. Just as he felt anger rising, a scene appeared on the communication platform. It was a perilous place in the secret realm. To the naked eye, the area was filled with various spaceship wrecks, and even mysterious diamond-shaped buildings. Seeing this scene, Commander Night Owl exclaimed excitedly, "This is a secret realm ruin, found so quickly. It seems there will be a lot inside. I wonder what level this is." As soon as he finished speaking, a large batch of signals belonging to Sakura country was rapidly approaching. This meant that the first secret realm ruin was discovered by these dogs. At this moment, the screen quickly displayed the flaunting of high-ranking military officials from Sakura country. "Ha ha ha, Yoshi, we have discovered a level 3 secret realm ruin. Great. Beautiful country comrades, come quickly. And Bangzi country, and Asan country brothers, let's explore together. Dogs and Great Xia people are strictly forbidden to enter. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. Ha ha ha, oh my god, you guys are too fast. I'll send someone right away. Appa, you guys are amazing. We'll be there soon. Ha ha ha, damn it." The Night Owl commander was furious at this scene. Unable to contain his anger, he slammed the table. The Silver Dragon commander also felt helpless upon witnessing this. The countries of the Stick Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and others were sealing off the mysterious ruins. It was clearly aimed at the Great Xia Alliance. It should be known that the mysterious ruins are divided into 5 levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are all the levels of mysterious ruins that humanity has currently explored. Among them, the 12 mysterious ruins are small-scale sites. The resources and technological products within them are not abundant. However, a level 3 mysterious ruin means there will be a large amount of high-level resources and various advanced technologies inside. If a country were to obtain a complete level 3 mysterious ruin, it would mean a significant rise in national fortune. "Commander, look, it's Lin Feng." Just as the Night Owl commander was seething with anger, the Silver Dragon commander suddenly spoke up. Looking out, at the periphery of this level 3 mysterious ruin, 2 signal sources were rapidly approaching. It was Lin Feng and Qing Kong. After leaving the safe zone, Lin Feng, guided by the Demon Blade, sprinted forward at high speed. Following closely behind was Qing Kong, who was doing her best to keep up. Having broken through to the 3-star Martial Master realm, if it weren't for her speed advantage, she might not have been able to catch up to this straight man. As the two ran, they soon found themselves in a lush, ancient forest filled with towering trees, where dilapidated, light gray, diamond-shaped buildings came into view. Surrounding them were numerous spaceship wrecks. The mysterious ruins. Having received training on the information about mysterious ruins, the two immediately recognized the identity of the site before them. "It seems someone is approaching," Qing Kong reminded. Lin Feng remained silent. He didn't care whether someone was approaching or not. As long as the Demon Blade said there were treasures here, that was enough. Looking at the mysterious ruins ahead, he moved forward. Seeing this, Qing Kong had no choice but to follow. It was evident that as they stepped into the forest, many metal wrecks and unidentified material ruins appeared on the ground. Lin Feng glanced at them and felt they were extraordinary. He speculated that these things could not possibly come from Blue Star. They were likely from a starry civilization. As for why they appeared in groups on Blue Star and why they were collectively destroyed, Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Lost in thought, the two quickly arrived near the mysterious ruins. Looking up, the diamond-shaped gray dilapidated building towered into the clouds. Up close, it was at least 300 meters high. And near that building, a large group of little devils were gathering. It seemed they were the first to discover this place. Seeing this, Qin Kong frowned. Glancing at the commotion ahead, she said, "There are too many people. At least 300, and some of them are 9-star martial zone. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng drew the demon blade and stood up, saying, "Wait for me here, I'll go kill a few dogs and be back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng dashed off towards the mysterious ruins. Qin Kong was momentarily stunned. Instinctively wanting to follow him, she knew that her presence would only be a hindrance. It was better to keep watch for Lin Feng here. Just as Qin Kong hesitated, the next scene before her completely reassured her. She saw Lin Feng charging straight towards the mysterious ruins. Without hiding his figure, he was naturally spotted by the 300 little devil martial zone at the first moment. Baka! It's actually a great Xia person. How dare they come here? Die! Who will take him down? The head of a great Xia person is worth a lot of military merit. Ha ha ha! Baka! Damn great Xia person! Are you crazy? How dare you come here? Don't you know that dogs and great Xia people can't come here? Ha ha ha! Yoshi, you're right. Great Xia person, coming here is just seeking death. Once you come, don't think about running away. Baka, let me take him down. His head is very valuable. Ha ha ha, Nakashima-kun, go for it. Your ancestors have killed quite a few great Xia people. Ha ha ha, go for it. Yoshi, that's right, Nakashima-kun. I heard in history books, your ancestors once killed 300,000 people from the great Xia. A little devil named Nakajima nodded. With a hint of a mustache and clad in battle armor, he excitedly said, "That's right. Back in the day, my ancestors even organized competitions to kill great Xia people. Ha ha ha. Today, let me recreate my ancestors' glory." Lin Feng, who was rapidly approaching, heard these words. His expression turned icy. The magic blade in his hand also sensed his anger. It is well known that these infamous, wolf-hearted little devils, whether in the past few thousand years or the future few thousand years, they are the kind that should be exterminated. Lin Feng deeply understood the blood and tears of some history. He dared not forget. The only thing he could do was to kill all these beasts. As a person from Great Xia, one should never forget this blood and tears. Baka, Great Xia people, let's fight. At this moment, the self-righteous Nakajima ran out. Gripping a Japanese sword, he grinned. His face was full of disdain, as if the great Xia person before him was already a corpse in his eyes. Crack! But Lin Feng did not give him such a chance for fantasy. In an instant, he raised his hand and swung the blade, striking without any fancy moves, just the most ordinary chop. Crack! Seeing this, Nakajima was even more contemptuous. Instinctively blocking with his sword, he could only watch as the Japanese sword in his hand split in two and fell to the ground. Following the direction of the blade, a dog's head dropped to the ground. Ding! Slain a martial sovereign devil, gained vitality points, spirit points. Blood sprayed out. The headless corpse also fell to the ground. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. After sheathing his blade, Lin Feng glanced at the stunned devils, who were speechless for a long time, and said, "Is that it? What's the difference from killing a chicken?" Baka! The devils clearly understood. Faced with Lin Feng's provocation, they were filled with disdain. They immediately became furious. The leading few 9-star martial sovereigns rushed forward with their blades, full of momentum. Behind them, the martial sovereign devils all surged to attack. Kill him! Baka! Tear him apart! Avenge Nakajima! Baka! I want to eat your flesh raw! Baka! Kill! Baka! Die! Great Xia people! Baka! A group attack? Lin Feng saw this scene. The corners of his mouth lifted. Standing nearly 2 meters tall in his black death god battle armor, his figure was exceptionally imposing. Standing among these short, sneaky devils, he was like a crane among chickens. As the devils approached, golden light surged forth. 3,000 golden willow leaf blades. Under Lin Feng's control, they swept away like a golden storm. Many little devils didn't even react before dying instantly. One dog's head after another shattered like watermelons. Ding! Slain a martial sovereign devil, gained vitality points, spirit points. Ding! Slain a martial sovereign devil, gained vitality points, spirit points. Ding! Slain a martial sovereign devil, gained vitality points, spirit points. Ding! Slain a martial sovereign devil, gained vitality points, spirit points. The sound of dinging was incessant. Lin Feng controlled the golden willow leaf blades like a god of slaughter. Except for a few 9-star devil martial sovereigns who barely avoided, the vast majority of low-level devil martial sovereigns died instantly. The pungent smell of blood spread violently. The ground was littered with broken corpses. Holding the magic blade, Lin Feng glanced at the remaining dozen or so 9-star devil martial sovereigns. He couldn't help but curl his finger in provocation and said, "Scared? You guys aren't that great. Beasts are just beasts. How can they be compared to humans? Baka." Such insulting words naturally ignited the spirits of these devil martial sovereigns. One red-eyed 9-star devil martial sovereign roared, "Cheating! You great Xia Alliance is cheating! You are definitely not a martial sovereign." "Cheating?" Lin Feng smiled dismissively, glancing at these pitiful devil martial sovereigns. He continued to provoke, "Whether I cheated or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you are going to die. I know the high-ups behind you are watching, so listen carefully. I am the Black Death God, from Daxiachuan City. Under my blade, not a single one of you will leave this secret realm alive." As the words fell, Lin Feng transformed into an afterimage and charged forward. Raising his hand, he unleashed the holy grade extraordinary martial skill, Indestructible Blade Soul. The nearly 40-meter blade aura instantly shattered the first-person live broadcast. In the military headquarters of the Sakura Nation's martial arts base, the live feed abruptly cut off. A group of high-ranking officials were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. After a long silence, they erupted in curses. "Baka! Is this a martial sovereign? This must at least be a martial venerable, right? The Daxia people are cheating. We demand arbitration. This is so unfair. Baka! This is a level 3 secret realm relic. We cannot let it go to the Daxia Alliance. This is cheating. Baka! Connect with the Daxia Alliance immediately. Hurry! Report!" The Daxia Alliance responded, "If you are not convinced, you can also cheat and see if you can get in." "Baka! Shameless! The Daxia people are too shameless. It makes me furious." The group of high-ranking officials was infuriated. They knew very well that the new secret realm had restrictions. If that person called the Black Death God was at the martial venerable level, they probably wouldn't even need to intervene. This guy would already be dead. The commander of the highest martial arts base in the Sakura Nation said solemnly, "Tell the other participants to gather here immediately. The dignity of our Sakura Nation cannot be insulted. We must take this person's head to avenge our shame." Yes, some saluted and immediately executed the order. But at that moment, another report came in. "Commander, the warriors from the beautiful nation have also arrived in this area. It seems they are about to fight." The Night Owl commander looked at Lin Feng's first-person perspective and couldn't help but feel his blood boil with excitement. The surrounding staff were also moved to tears, standing up to applaud and salute. "Great! Kill well! Kill these beasts! Let them know who their father is! Awesome! The Black Death God is too fierce. This makes me want to join the fight. Ha ha ha! So satisfying! These little devils deserve it. Leave none alive. Wipe them out. My great-grandfather was a soldier back in the day. Woo woo! We, the people of Chuan City, must not coexist with the devils. Kill these beasts. One day, I really hope to kill them all." The chief of the Silver Dragon was also moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. In response to the insults from the devils, Lin Feng gave the most intense reply immediately. Quite excited, he looked at the Night Owl commander and said, "Commander, the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Nation are demanding arbitration, claiming we are cheating." "Cheating? Humph." The Night Owl commander, with his hands behind his back, shook his head slightly. With a cold snort, he said, "Cheating? If they are not convinced, let them cheat too. What's wrong with cheating? Let these beasts be furious. Ignore them." "Yes." The chief of the Silver Dragon smiled and saluted. At this moment, Wang Yusheng stood up to report, "Commander, the people from the beautiful nation have arrived." "Beautiful nation?" The Night Owl commander frowned. He turned to look at the Secret Realm live broadcast. He saw a large number of signals from the beautiful nation rapidly approaching around the Secret Realm relic. The Night Owl commander said upon seeing this, "Tell Wang Chong and Li Longyun to organize people for support immediately." "Yes." Wang Yusheng saluted. Outside the Secret Realm, after Lin Feng wiped out the group of beasts, he slowly came to a stop. Feeling his blood surging, his eyes were filled with calm. Just as he was about to meet up with Qin Kong, he heard a familiar voice beside him. "Lin Feng, more people are coming. It's the warriors from the beautiful nation." As the words fell, Lin Feng looked up. He saw in front of the gray diamond-shaped building, one after another, tall and robust warriors from the beautiful nation arriving in succession. There were at least 300 of them. Most of the leaders were 9-star martial sovereigns. Clearly, their overall strength far surpassed that of the little devils. Unfazed, Lin Feng secretly transmitted, "Hide. Don't let them find you." After saying this, Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Looking at the soldiers from the beautiful nation before him, he slightly raised the blade's edge. Fuck, did this Dasha person kill them all? Are all the warriors from the Sakura nation dead? This is outrageous. What kind of strength does this guy have? It's terrifying. Look, he's not afraid of us at all. Fuck. This guy from the Great Xia looks really strong. Did he kill all these people? So what? We have 209-star martial sects. Are we afraid we can't take him down? Damn, how did he do that? This is too brutal. They've been sliced to pieces. The martial artists from the beautiful country looked at the shattered corpses on the ground, not daring to move. At that moment, a cold-eyed, resolute 9-star martial sect stepped forward. He was Peter, the squad leader of this group. With his arms crossed, Peter glanced at the corpses on the ground. Then he fixed his gaze on the level 3 ruins behind Lin Feng and said, "You are the Black Death God? Quite impressive. But this is our territory, you can scram. The other party knows me?" Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He pondered that the beautiful country was the father of the cherry blossom country. It wasn't surprising they knew his identity. After all, everyone here had a similar first-person live broadcast. Unfazed, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He looked at these arrogant, high and mighty big fools and said, "The corpses on the ground just said the same thing, but clearly, they failed. If you don't want to die, get lost. Do you understand what I mean?" As the words fell, Lin Feng raised his middle finger. "Fuck you." Peter spat. With a cold expression, he waved his hand slightly. The martial artists from the beautiful country behind him began to close in. Among the 300, 200 were all 9-star martial sects, and the rest were 5-star martial sects. This was the strength of the beautiful country, their confidence. Peter didn't believe they would lose to a Great Xia person. Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle at this scene. Facing dozens of 9-star martial sects was still manageable for him, but fighting against 200 9-star martial sects at once, he was still too weak. Lin Feng was strong, but not reckless. With a calm expression, he glanced at these big fools. Then he turned and headed straight for the ruins. His speed was so fast that he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Is he a rabbit? Running so fast. Peter heard his teammates' complaint and shook his head slightly. He glanced at the broken corpses on the ground and said, "Be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with." Yes. Then the 300 martial artists from the beautiful country followed closely behind, streaming into the ruins one after another. This made Qing Kong, who was hiding in the shadows, feel worried. She thought, Lin Feng won't run into trouble, will he? After entering the ruins, Lin Feng headed straight for the gray diamond-shaped building. It wasn't that he wanted to go there, but the magic knife was leading him. His intuition told him there was something good here. After shaking off the pursuers behind him, Lin Feng walked for about 10 minutes. He finally approached the gray diamond-shaped building. It vaguely resembled a diamond crystal embedded in the ground. On the surface, it looked gray, but inside, there were different scenes. Seeing this thing for the first time, Lin Feng cautiously approached and began to search for the entrance. Fortunately, after a short while, a circular hole with a 6-meter diameter came into view. Lin Feng's first impression was that this was not an entrance, but rather something that had been cut open by some kind of laser cannon. After a moment of thought, he swallowed hard. Then he quickly dove in. The moment he stepped into the interior of the diamond-shaped building, the scene before him stunned Lin Feng. Before his eyes was a dense purple bamboo forest. The rich plant energy instantly made Lin Feng's green attribute stir. At the same time, beneath these purple bamboos, what provided them with nutrients was not soil, but star source. No wonder the magic knife was so excited. It turned out there really were treasures here. Lin Feng, instinctively wanting to get closer, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Then everything returned to normal. Upon inspection, he realized the first-person perspective device was malfunctioning. It seemed there was some kind of interference shielding here. Not bothering to think about these minor issues, Lin Feng immediately released the magic knife. He let it devour a large amount of star source. Visibly, the surface of the magic knife underwent another evolutionary change. Lin Feng watched all of this unfold before his eyes. He then dove into the purple bamboo forest, starting to crazily absorb the green attributes. Instantly, the green attributes began to soar wildly, continuously approaching a state of saturation. And in that moment of absorption, Lin Feng felt his mental power surge, as if he were about to break through to a level 5 mentalist. It is known that a level 5 mentalist is comparable to a high-level martial sovereign. F***CK. He's right here. Get him out. Just as Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, Peter and his men came charging in. Holding his breath, Lin Feng hid in the shadows, fully absorbing the essence of the plants. As the green attributes were absorbed frantically, nearing saturation, his mental power also rose sharply. This was an opportunity. Lin Feng's intuition told him that the purple bamboo forest before him was no ordinary place. F***CK. Robin Hood. I can't find this guy anywhere. I can't find him either. Let's search slowly. At that moment, two martial sovereigns from the beautiful country approached this area. Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, had a cold gaze. He remained calm and collected. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, until one of the beautiful country's 9-star martial sovereigns got closer and closer. Lin Feng moved. He directly activated his mental obliteration ability. Under the terrifying mental attack, the beautiful country's 9-star martial sovereign rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial sovereign, gaining vitality points and mental points. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He felt his mental power had clearly surged. It was a manifestation of sublimation. Although he had just launched a sneak attack, the opponent was, after all, a 9-star martial sovereign. Being killed instantly without any resistance was already incredible in Lin Feng's eyes. Just as he was celebrating, the scene before him changed his expression. To the naked eye, as soon as the beautiful country's 9-star martial sovereign fell dead, his body was enveloped by the star source soil beneath the bamboo forest, leaving not even a bone fragment. This terrifying scene made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. He pondered that nothing in this secret realm was simple. Robin Hood, where are you? At that moment, another beautiful country's 9-star martial sovereign rushed over at high speed. With a dark expression and a tall, sturdy figure, he turned around but found no trace of his teammates. Just as he was about to return to report the special situation to his team, he saw a familiar figure appear before him. It was Lin Feng. It's you! The beautiful country's 9-star martial sovereign's expression changed drastically. Instinctively wanting to escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he bled from all 7 orifices and died. Ding! Slayed a martial sovereign from the beautiful country, gaining vitality points and mental points. Hearing the panel's prompt, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The surge in mental power made him extremely excited. Glancing at the body that had been completely devoured on the ground, a bold idea formed in his mind. Moments later, in another area of the purple bamboo forest, Peter, holding a container to collect the purple bamboo, swallowed hard. His eyes were filled with excitement and shock. As a martial artist and a researcher, he could clearly sense that the purple bamboo before him was a brand new product of the secret realm. Such things had never appeared in the entire Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance. Moreover, in the recent basic experiment, Peter discovered that this bamboo actually contained some kind of magical power. Although he still didn't know what this power was, he understood that it was a completely new force. If he could bring it back to the beautiful country for research and development, Peter believed it would bring tremendous advancements to his homeland. Captain, we've found out the reason for the communication failure. It's because this diamond-shaped building has the ability to interfere with communications. At that moment, a subordinate came to report. Additionally, we've already reported the purple bamboo to the military, and they strongly requested that we bring all the purple bamboo back. Peter nodded. He casually stored the collected purple bamboo and said, "Understood, these things are indeed very precious. They are a brand new product. If we bring them back to the beautiful country, our strength will greatly increase." "That's great. Ha ha, God bless us," the subordinate said. "But Captain, more than 10 people from Team 4 have lost contact. Could there be any problems?" Hearing this news, Peter frowned. He thought to himself that the secret realm was already extremely dangerous, and with that strong person from the Great Xia, it posed a threat to their team. If it weren't for the sudden encounter with this purple bamboo, he might still be chasing that person. With this in mind, Peter glanced at the time and said, "Gather immediately and count the numbers." Yes. After the others left, Peter took one last look at the purple bamboo forest before turning to leave. At the headquarters of the Chuan City Martial Arts Base, Commander Night Owl glanced at the signal source of Lin Feng that had disappeared, filled with worry. He thought, "I hope this kid hasn't encountered any mishap." After all, the opponent is a martial artist from the beautiful country. It is well known that martial artists from the beautiful country possess strength far beyond that of other nations, ranking first globally. This time, the martial artist team exploring the new secret realm consisted entirely of 9-star martial lords, or at least 5-star martial lords. Their overall strength far surpassed that of other nations. Facing these people, Lin Feng's fate was truly unpredictable. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Commander Night Owl sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. "Commander, the beautiful country has discovered new products in this secret realm, reportedly of a high level. At that moment, General Silver Dragon rushed in and said, "These guys are already boasting about it on the public screen, it's infuriating." Upon hearing this news, Commander Night Owl's expression changed dramatically. It is well known that products from secret realms have always been the most sought-after resources among major martial arts nations, especially as these products become more special and of higher levels. Their value increases. If their functions can be researched, it would significantly enhance the nation's fortune. As for products of a similar level, to Commander Night Owl's knowledge, it had been nearly 10 years since one had appeared. The emergence of such products often signifies the extraordinary nature of the secret realm and the enhancement of national fortune. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, he swallowed hard and opened the public channel for martial arts nations. Oh my god, this secret realm site is indeed extraordinary. It has allowed us to discover high-level products right from the start. It seems our beautiful country is about to grow stronger again. Congratulations! Truly ridiculous. If it weren't for the Great Xiao Alliance cheating, we could have seen what these high-level products look like. Ha ha, no need to worry. Sakura country is our ally. What we have, you will have too. Yoshi, thank you in advance, beautiful country. Ha ha ha, we kneel in gratitude. Ah, our Korean nation needs it too. We are willing to pay the price for it. No problem. Ha ha ha. Except for the Great Xiao Alliance, everyone is welcome to cooperate with our beautiful country. Ridiculous. I've long been displeased with the Great Xiao Alliance. Just wait. Our warriors will take revenge soon. Damn it. Looking at these despicable scoundrels, Commander Night Owl gritted his teeth in anger. He thought this was a blatant targeting of the Great Xiao Martial Arts Alliance. Every time the secret realm opened, these people would use similar underhanded tactics. It was utterly outrageous. Yet the Great Xiao Martial Arts Alliance had no way to deal with these scoundrels. With this thought, Commander Night Owl glanced at the big screen and said, Lin Feng, you won't let me down, will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the signal source of Lin Feng, which had just disappeared, reappeared. Moreover, the first-person perspective returned to normal. This made General Silver Dragon excitedly exclaim, "Report, Commander, Lin Feng is still alive. Lin Feng is slaughtering martial artists from the beautiful country." After casually killing a 9-star martial lord from the beautiful country, Lin Feng turned and moved to another location. Thus, he continued to kill along the way, with at least 13 9-star martial lords slain. But compared to the hundreds of 9-star martial lords from the beautiful country, it was still a drop in the bucket. Until Lin Feng had made a full circle without encountering a single martial lord from the beautiful country, he suddenly realized that these big fools had finally noticed something was off. Calmly, he did not continue to kill but instead turned and headed to the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. This place was far from the exit, and even those big fools would take some time to find him. Unhurried, Lin Feng swallowed hard and took out a piece of compressed jerky to chew on. After finishing all the stock of monster meat, he now misses that taste quite a bit. But this isn't the time for nostalgia. After dealing with a few bites, Lin Feng summoned the mental domain sphere, visible to the naked eye. Previously, after the golden attribute reached saturation, the sphere took on a metallic state. Now, as the green attribute approaches saturation, the sphere surprisingly presents a green, round plant-like state. Faced with this strange change, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Unhurried, he then used a hint of healing ability. Instantly, all the fatigue in his body vanished. After doing all this, he checked his mental power data, level 5 mental master, 1,500,000, breaking through to level 5 mental master. His mental power surged from 1 million to 1.5 million. This was all a direct enhancement brought about by the saturation of the green attribute. "What on earth is this?" Lin Feng murmured, swallowing hard. He glanced at the purple bamboos in front of him, filled with confusion. He thought to himself, these purple bamboos are incredibly powerful. Not only do they use the star source that allows the magic knife to evolve as soil for cultivation, but they also directly saturated his green attribute, indirectly breaking through to level 5 mental master. One must know that a level 5 mental master is comparable to a martial sovereign level expert. It's not an exaggeration to think that Lin Feng suspected he was invincible in this secret realm. This enhancement is terrifying, especially since the magic knife is still absorbing the star source and hasn't appeared. Lin Feng felt he had struck gold. Thinking of this, he glanced at the commotion outside, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Outside the diamond-shaped building, Peter, with a dark expression, counted the number of people and frowned tightly. He thought to himself, in just under 2 short hours, they had lost 13 elite 9-star martial sovereigns, and the fate of those who went down could be easily imagined. The murderer was very likely that Great Xiao martial artist. Burning with rage, Peter looked at everyone and said, "Fuck, are you all brainless pigs? Don't act alone, it's very easy to be assassinated like this." The opponent isn't a stupid pig, they won't wait for you to catch them. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Seeing this, Peter nodded. He thought, the opponent is just one person, and they have nearly 300. Whether in strength or numbers, they hold a significant advantage. Before the other martial artists from the Great Xiao Alliance arrive, Peter planned to kill this person first and then take away these purple bamboos. Thinking of this, he looked at everyone and said, form teams of 3, maintain a 10-meter distance, and start searching. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 300 beautiful country martial sovereigns stepped into the circular hole again. Peter followed closely behind. Meanwhile, nearby, in the shadows, the anxious Qin Kong was watching from outside. Looking at the disappearing signal source of Lin Feng, she felt a wave of worry. For some reason, Qin Kong always felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. It was as if she couldn't live without that guy after he vanished. In this situation, gritting her teeth, Qin Kong moved. In the purple bamboo forest, after stepping into level 5 mental master, Lin Feng felt he was capable again. Glancing at the approaching big fools in the distance, the corners of his mouth lifted. He pondered, heaven has a path you refuse to take, hell has no door you throw yourself into. With a cold expression, Lin Feng slightly shook his head. Then, with a casual wave, the magic knife broke through the ground, visible to the naked eye. After absorbing an unknown amount of star source, the blade and body of the magic knife began to show some cloud patterns. Regarding these mysterious patterns, Lin Feng had no idea what they were. However, one thing he was sure of was that the magic knife seemed to be full and was no longer interested in the star source. Old buddy, now that you're full, it's time to go kill, Lin Feng murmured as he stroked the blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The magic knife seemed to respond, emitting a buzzing sound. Seeing this, a hint of bloodthirst appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Looking at the approaching beautiful country martial sovereigns ahead, he then vanished in an instant. A trio of 9-star martial sovereigns from the beautiful country, carefully observing their surroundings, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. When other martial sovereigns from the beautiful country noticed the commotion and rushed over to provide support, but immediately, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed dead. The sudden scene left the nearby beautiful country's martial sect members dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen the enemy's figure. All they felt was a tingling on their scalps and a chill down their spines. And this situation continued to occur. In an instant, dozens more martial sect members fell to the ground, lifeless. This caused the remaining beautiful country martial sect members to scream in terror. Wardfa? What the hell? Shit, where are the people? Why can't I see anyone? This can't be human, right? Could it be some kind of terrifying creature? Too scary. I want to go back and find my mom. Fuck squid, come out. Fuck squid. Fuck squid. Shit. Retreat. This is too terrifying. Retreat. Fuck. Shit. Wardfa. What the hell is this? Too scary. Under Lin Feng's terrifying slaughter, a group of beautiful country martial sect members was directly frightened away. But he had not stopped the killing. Stepping into the realm of a 5th-level mental master, he was crushing this group of martial sect members. Ding. Slain 9-star martial sect member, vitality points, mental points. Ding. Slain 9-star martial sect member, vitality points, mental points. Ding. Slain 9-star martial sect member, vitality points, mental points. Ding. Slain 9-star martial sect member, vitality points, mental points. The sound of dinging was incessant. It rang in Lin Feng's ears like a beautiful and melodious melody. He was like the Grim Reaper, terrifying in his madness. In less than a moment, over 160 beautiful country martial sect members were brutally killed by him. The remaining beautiful country martial sect members fled in panic as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Feng glanced at the bodies being devoured by the star source on the ground. Then he continued to walk forward. The slaughter was not over. At the cave entrance, Qin Kong cautiously arrived here. Just as she was about to enter the diamond-shaped building to investigate, she suddenly saw a large group of beautiful country martial sect members rushing out. Their spirits appeared particularly chaotic, seemingly frightened. This left Qin Kong stunned, wondering what had happened inside. The Daxia people of the martial master realm? The people inside are your companions, right? At this moment, Peter's voice sounded behind Qin Kong. Instinctively, Qin Kong wanted to escape, but as a martial master, how could she be a match for the 9-star martial sect members? In less than one exchange, she was captured by Peter. Let go of me. Qin Kong gritted her teeth and said, "Humph." Upon hearing this, Peter snorted coldly. He was too lazy to waste words with her and looked towards the round hole exit, saying, "Your companions killed many of my people. Do you think I would let you go? What kind of skill is it to bully a woman?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the exit, and it was Lin Feng, stepping out step by step. The remaining beautiful country martial sect members, upon seeing this, were all frightened and retreated repeatedly. Clearly, the recent ambush in the bamboo forest had terrified them completely. Even Peter was stunned and said, "Was it really you chasing us just now? Otherwise?" Lin Feng fearlessly stepped out. Looking at the guy holding Qin Kong, his eyes were filled with indifference. "Don't worry about me. You should leave quickly," Qin Kong said upon seeing this. "Humph." Unfortunately, Peter snorted coldly and said, "You killed so many of my people and still want to leave? I know you Daxia people value camaraderie the most. Do you want to save her? Kneel and surrender, and I can spare your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Kong's face turned pale. Looking at Lin Feng in front of her, she gritted her teeth and said, "No, don't compromise." Clearly, under Peter's control, Qin Kong found it very difficult to speak, let alone self-destruct. The other beautiful country martial sect members, upon seeing this, also showed mocking expressions, and some even began to taunt. "Wardfa, you were so powerful just now. Now you still have to kneel to us. We are the noble beautiful country people. Ha ha, fuck squid. Shit, why aren't you being arrogant now? Fuck squid, fuck mom, keep being powerful. Shit, you scared me so much I almost peed. Trash Daxia people, you are all trash. Fuck squid, ha ha ha, surrender, yellow-skinned people. Fuck squid, shit." The sounds of insults and threats reached Lin Feng's ears. With a cold expression, he slightly shook his head. Peter, who thought he had the upper hand, glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Were you just threatening me? I absolutely hate being threatened, especially by trash like you, who doesn't deserve to threaten me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure became blurry. As a level 5 mentalist, he could teleport at will. His terrifying mental power surged towards Peter like a tsunami. Before Peter could react, he managed to utter a single word before Lin Feng lunged forward and grabbed him by the neck. It was as if an adult was lifting a child. "Spare me, please." Peter felt a splitting headache and was nearly unable to breathe, struggling to get a few words out. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with a cold expression, said nothing more. He glanced at the stunned and shocked onlookers from the beautiful country. Then, with bare hands, he crushed Peter's neck. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial master, gaining health points and mental points. The notification sounded. Lin Feng, drenched in blood from the Black Death God set, slowly turned around. This made Qin Kong, who was sitting on the ground in shock, breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was secretly amazed that Lin Feng seemed to have grown stronger. The ferocious Lin Feng terrified the group of martial masters from the beautiful country. Ignoring military discipline, they immediately fell into chaos and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled up. He had no intention of letting these people go. He swung his 3,000 golden willow leaf blades and charged forward. Everywhere he passed, heads rolled, and blood flowers bloomed. The splattered blood sprayed out like a fountain. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial master, gaining health points and mental points. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial master, gaining health points and mental points. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial master, gaining health points and mental points. Ding! Slayed a 9-star martial master, gaining health points and mental points. In less than a moment, the remaining 100 or so foreign trash were easily slaughtered by Lin Feng. He stopped and wiped the sharp magic knife. His eyes were filled with indifference. He thought to himself that these foreign trash were still too weak compared to the beast cubs. This scene was directly witnessed by the high-ranking officials of the beautiful country. The authenticity of the first-person perspective made them explode with rage. What the hell? What is this? This is a mentalist, right? The Great Xia Alliance actually has such a young level 5 mentalist. One high-ranking official with a sharp eye immediately recognized Lin Feng's identity as a mentalist. Fuck! This is cheating. A level 5 mentalist can't enter the secret realm. How did he get in? Someone protested. Shit, I don't know. Could it be that the Great Xia Alliance has some kind of technology? We must condemn this. They should share it. An angry congressman shouted. Report. The official response from the Great Xia Alliance, if you're not satisfied, you can cheat too. A communicator replied in time. What the hell? This purple bamboo is a product of the secret realm, and it was taken by the Great Xia Alliance just like that? A high-ranking official expressed dissatisfaction. A level 5 mentalist this young is invincible. It seems we are in trouble. Shit, the sharp-eyed high-ranking official sighed. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, feeling somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the martial arts base in Chuan City, Commander Night Owl watched Lin Feng rampaging through enemies, feeling ecstatic. Especially after seeing Lin Feng save Qin Kong, he was even more excited, saying, Lin Feng must have broken through the mentalist realm again, right? It should be. General Silver Dragon exclaimed in shock, at least a level 4 mentalist, this is a genius. Commander Night Owl nodded. He thought Lin Feng's performance was simply too dazzling. If this momentum continued, This kid had boundless potential for the future. Yet the Shin family still looked down on him. What a twist of fate. Thinking of this, Commander Night Owl glanced at the time and said, "The headquarters commander should be calling me soon, huh? You just watch." Before he could finish his sentence, an anomaly appeared on the big screen again. This made General Silver Dragon frown and say, "Commander, San, the Stick Country, the Cherry Blossom Country are all here. They are going to surround Linfeng. These bastards." The Night Owl commander frowned and said, "Where are our people? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "I don't know." General Silver Dragon replied, "Li Longyun and Wang Chong seem to be in trouble. Their responses are intermittent." Sigh. The Night Owl commander sighed anxiously. He glanced at the densely packed enemy signals on the big screen and said, "Tell Linfeng, if it gets too tough, retreat. The secret realm is small, but life is big." "Yes." General Silver Dragon saluted. Below the secret realm ruins, after Linfeng killed the trash, he followed Qing Kong to the entrance. Just as they were about to enter and continue their exploration, a sudden noise of a large number of martial artists approaching came from behind. Qing Kong turned around in surprise and said, "It's the Sakura Nation, Asan, and the Korean Nation. They've actually joined forces." "Linfeng, there are too many of them. Let's retreat." "Retreat?" Linfeng, with a cold gaze, slightly shook his head. He looked back at the commotion behind him and softly said, "Have you forgotten? The word retreat doesn't exist in my dictionary. Step back, I want to."